I sat at the very back of a yellow school bus packed with elementary students in Queens, New York, my self-proclaimed VIP seat. Staring at the news playing on the TV at the front of the bus, I couldn't help but sigh. Good grief, who could possibly understand me? This really is the dangerous world of Marvel movies. No wonder Captain America, in our elementary school textbook, looked so familiar. It wasn't just my imagination. The TV was reporting on the recent bombshell. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, had publicly admitted to being Iron Man. My name is Jerry Carmen. I'm 11 years old, an elementary student, about to move up to middle school. But that's just my current life. In truth, I'm a transmigrant. After dying unexpectedly in my previous life, I was reborn here, and it's been 11 years since. At first, I thought I'd simply been transported abroad. But the subtle differences in TV shows, textbook material, and some historical stories kept hinting that this place was far from ordinary. It wasn't until Iron Man's news took over every channel that I finally realized. This was that terrifying Marvel world where a single snap of the fingers could wipe out half the universe. I didn't know much about Marvel movies in my previous life. I'd only seen the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man trilogy, but my coworkers said that Spider-Man was different from the one in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I did watch the Avengers once, mainly because a colleague, single at the time and with no one else to go with, invited me along. I figured, why not? It was a free ticket. But I wasn't a Marvel fan. The special effects were dazzling, but I couldn't even remember who the main character was once it ended. I never watched Avengers 2, 3, or 4. Later, I heard from my colleagues that in Avengers 1, the purple alien Thanos could erase half of all life in the universe with a snap. Terrifying. My coworkers would often try to sell me on Marvel movies, but I could never muster up any interest. I truly understand what it feels like to be bombarded with recommendations for something you just don't get. If I hadn't transmigrated here, I probably would have long forgotten the shield-wielding, tight-suited, unmissably built Captain America, or Iron Man, whose real name was Tony Stark. I did remember Thor fairly well, especially his iconic line, "I am Thor, son of Odin for the glory of the gods of the North." It kept echoing in my mind. And then there's Black Widow. Who could resist such a stunning woman? Now, thinking back, I really regret not learning a bit more about Marvel from my coworkers. It would have saved me a lot of trouble now. Ancient ice demon, slumbering in the far, frozen lands, answer my call and appear before me. Black blizzard, freeze all, turn the world to snow, frost sealing array. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard a voice beside me, both solemn and childish. I turned my head, only to see a string of bubbles floating right toward my face. "Aisha, I've told you not to play with the bubble wand on the school bus. The teacher will get angry." I looked helplessly at my little sister Aisha, who was gleefully firing bubbles at me with a magical bubble wand. "Umph. You demon Jerry from the abyss, prepare to face the snow, Queen Elsa." Ice freeze wave. Aisha completely ignored my warning, continuing her relentless bubble attack. At 10 years old, she's absolutely obsessed with magical cartoons, forever imagining herself as a princess or queen with mystical powers. I find her a bit overdramatic, but I can't blame her. After all, when I was her age in my previous life, I used to swing sticks around pretending they were swords and perform legendary moves in the neighbor's rapeseed fields, until my mom chased me for 3 blocks. Even now, the memory makes me cringe. Laughing, I played along. Since you've seen through my disguise, I admit it. I am Jerry, the demon lord from the abyss. Snow Queen Elsa, take this, Dark Death Claw. Realizing that talking sense was useless, I dove into her imaginary world, pretending to attack her and taking the opportunity to tickle her. Amid her laughter, I snatched the bubble wand and stuffed it into her backpack. Suddenly, with a screech of brakes, the school bus lurched to an abrupt stop. The jolt nearly tossed me from my seat, but I reacted just in time, grabbing the handrail and catching my sister as she nearly fell. Many of the other kids weren't as lucky. Some tumbled from their seats, while others bumped their heads against the windows and burst into tears. "Mr. Paul, what happened?" Miss Bell, our teacher on the bus, quickly got up to help the fallen children, offering comfort as she went. After making sure Aisha was safe, I joined in to lend a hand. Damn it, a sedan suddenly cut in front of us. I almost crashed. Paul, the driver, replied, his face red with anger. He jumped out of the bus, clearly intending to confront the other driver. Before long, chaos erupted. Paul was forced back onto the bus at gunpoint. A rifle pressed his head. His hands shot up in terror, his face ashen with fear. "Nobody move. Stay put, or we start shooting," barked a tall, muscular man in a mask, waving his rifle at Paul and forcing him back into the driver's seat. 3 more masked men, each armed and carrying large, bulging bags, climbed aboard right behind him. You gotta be kidding me. How could we be so unlucky? The sound of gunfire had already set off alarm bells in my head. I hurried back to my seat, shielding my sister. Sure enough, the big man snarled at Paul to drive the bus out of town, threatening to shoot if he disobeyed. Paul, terrified, had no choice but to comply. In that tense moment, the wail of police sirens began to echo from behind us. This is a school bus. They don't dare fight back. You two, open the rear window and give them a taste of their own medicine. One of the masked men pointed his weapon at Ms. Bell, barking orders at the other two. The pair immediately slid open the rear window and unleashed a wild barrage of gunfire toward the pursuing police cars. I clutched my little sister, huddled together in the last row. The sharp reports of gunshots and the furious shouts of the hijackers pounded in my ears, and my heart raced uncontrollably. Although I'd practiced martial arts for several years in my previous life, and I kept up my training in this one, easily outmatching my peers, I was only 11. Against these armed criminals, I was hopelessly outclassed. Demon Lord Jerry, are those your minions? My sister Elsa poked her head up, her voice trembling with fear as she looked at me. You really are fearless. I quickly pressed her back down, keeping her out of sight. It looks like we can't rely on the police alone. In the end, we'll have to depend on ourselves. As the wail of sirens faded into the distance, I let out a sigh, my eyes sharpening with resolve. Suddenly, a virtual panel flickered into view before me. This peculiar virtual panel had appeared on the very first day I was reborn into this world, and only I could see it. After years of experimentation and careful reading of its instructions, I'd basically figured out how it worked. Whenever I did a good deed, the panel would reward me with a small red star. Every time my collection of red stars reached 5,000, I could exchange them for a special wizard's bloodline, and then be transported to a parallel world to study magic. According to the panel's description, while I was away in the parallel world, time in this main world would freeze. Nothing would change here at all. Over the years, I tried my best to earn red stars, helping old folks cross the street, taking out the trash for neighbors with mobility issues, stopping bullies at school, taking the initiative with housework, and more. Plus, with the soul of an adult inside me, I was always at the top of my class. So, whether it was my relatives, the neighbors, or my teachers, everyone thought I was a model child, the very example that parents pointed out to their own kids. I'd also discovered that the panel only rewarded good deeds with red stars, but never punished bad ones. For example, if I stole something or snatched candy from another kid, the panel wouldn't deduct any of my stars. 6,000. I looked at the number of red stars displayed on the panel, took a deep breath, and pressed the exchange button. Actually, I'd saved up enough red stars to exchange for a wizard's bloodline and enter the parallel world 6 months ago. But I'd hesitated all this time, because the panel made one thing clear. If I died in the parallel world, I would die here in the main world as well. If I got hurt, I'd return with those injuries. At present, my family isn't exactly wealthy, but we live with a certain dignity. What's more, having been given a second chance at life, I believe that as long as I study diligently, the days ahead shouldn't be too hard. Is it really necessary for me to risk everything and venture into a completely unfamiliar world of wizards? Honestly, I much prefer a calm and steady life to the thrill of adventure. In my previous life, my dreams were simple: a car, an apartment, a gentle and caring wife, a hot meal after work, and the chance to travel with my family during the holidays. I never longed for great wealth or fame. All I wished for was for my family to be safe and happy. But for a child who grew up in the countryside, even such modest dreams are hard to achieve. By the time I died unexpectedly in my last life, I still hadn't managed to save enough for a down payment on a house. Now, however, I am certain that the world I find myself in is none other than the perilous Marvel Universe. The rattle of submachine gun fired nearby only drives home the point. If I can't gain some form of power for myself, both I and my family in this life will always be teetering on the edge of danger. Although Jerry longs for a peaceful life, that doesn't mean he lacks courage or resolve. Confirm exchange for wizard bloodline. Initiating implantation. Implantation successful. Beginning extraction of a parallel small world. Successfully extracted the parallel world of Harry Potter. Beginning identity implantation. Identity implantation complete. Preparing for entry. The first visit to the small world will last 1 month. For further visits, please use little red stars to redeem. With line after line appearing on the panel, Jerry suddenly noticed that the world around him froze in place. Darkness washed over his vision, and his consciousness began to fade. August 1st, 1991. In an orphanage in the quiet town of Winton, Surrey, London, a brown-haired boy slowly sat up in bed. So it turns out this is the world of Harry Potter. Good thing I've watched all the movies, he murmured. The young boy rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the lingering dizziness, and let out a long breath of relief. He had imagined he'd be thrown into a completely unfamiliar magical realm, but discovering he was in the world of Harry Potter left Jerry both reassured and quietly excited. Though many details had grown hazy with time, he still remembered the main storyline. In this world, as long as he kept his distance from Harry, Ron, and Hermione, at least until Voldemort's return, he should be relatively safe. And Voldemort's resurrection was still 4 or 5 years away. Once the dizziness faded, Jerry began sorting through the new identity's memories that were surfacing in his mind. In this world, he was still called Jerry Carmen, an orphan with no family, living in a place called Edward Orphanage. Other than that, he had only managed to gather a few basic facts about the orphanage staff and the other children. There wasn't much information to go on. I'd better get familiar with my surroundings first, he thought. After putting on his shoes and clothes, Jerry was just about to open the door and leave his room when a faint tapping came from the window. He turned to look and saw a gray, long-eared owl wrapping its talons lightly on the closed window, a letter clutched in its beak. Already? That was fast, he muttered to himself. Jerry quickly walked over to the window, opened it, and let the owl flutter inside. The owl landed on the desk, set the envelope down, and gave Jerry a hoot, as if demanding a treat. Jerry glanced around, patted his pockets, and finally could only shrug helplessly, giving the owl an awkward but polite smile. Seeing this, the owl gave another indignant hoot, then spread its wings and swept back out the window. Well, this is something, Jerry sighed. First day here, and I've already managed to offend an owl. He shook his head in resignation, walked over to the desk, and picked up the letter. The envelope wasn't made of ordinary paper, but rather a piece of old-fashioned parchment. On the front, a few lines had been written in a striking emerald green ink. Recipient, Jerry Carmen. Address, 2nd floor, Edward Orphanage, Little Whirlton, Surrey. From Mr. Jerry Carmen. He turned the envelope over, and his eyes fell on a familiar wax seal. Pressed into the wax was an emblem, a large H in the center, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Jerry broke the seal and found 2 sheets of parchment inside. One was a list of items required for first-year students at Hogwarts, along with some important notes. The other was the official letter of acceptance. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the International Confederation of Wizards. Supreme Mugwump, Grand Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Jerry Carmen, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of all necessary books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. I will visit Edward Orphanage in person at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to collect your reply. Deputy Headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Jerry carefully put away the Hogwarts acceptance letter, murmuring to himself, "This isn't so bad. The sooner I start, the sooner I can go to Diagon Alley and buy books to learn magic. Maybe, after a month of study, I really will be able to handle those armed robbers." The next morning, knowing that Professor McGonagall would be visiting, Jerry made sure to get up bright and early. After receiving his Hogwarts acceptance letter yesterday, he had already taken the time to familiarize himself with most of the orphanage. According to the memories in his mind, this orphanage, called Edward's Home, had been established 20 years ago by a businessman named Edward, who funded it before his death. The orphanage's mission was to help children who had been abandoned for various reasons. Unfortunately, ever since the old man passed away, the overall atmosphere of the orphanage had changed. Although things hadn't become completely unbearable, the orphans' meals and general treatment had clearly declined, and the staff were no longer as kind and approachable as before. Jerry wasn't surprised by this. In this era, the mere fact that no cases of child abuse had occurred in the orphanage was already something to be grateful for. After all, some orphanages only claimed to shelter children, while actually engaging in illegal activities behind closed doors. He understood that, except for a rare few truly great people, most individuals were not genuinely selfless. Everyone had their own interests to look after, himself included, unless it involved people he genuinely cared about. Without any real benefit, he wouldn't go out of his way to do thankless, arduous tasks. The reason he once strove to do good and help others, at the very start, had simply been to earn those little red stars as rewards. If not for that incentive, he probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to help strangers at all. Back in his school days, if he saw someone fall on the street, he would go over and offer a helping hand. But after a few years of working, faced with the same situation, he would only walk around it. After all, the price of rushing in recklessly could easily be the savings he'd worked so hard to accumulate over an entire year. Still, after living this life a second time, he had to admit that those good deeds, done for the sake of a little red star, had indeed left their mark on him. He discovered that whenever he received sincere thanks from others, there was a quiet, indescribable joy in his heart, even if he was reluctant to acknowledge it. After finishing a simple breakfast, Jerry made his way to the large front courtyard of the orphanage. He remembered that Professor McGonagall was an animagus who liked to transform into a tabby cat whenever she visited the Muggle world. So he decided to wait in the front yard, hoping to witness that magical transformation of a cat becoming a person with his own eyes. Half an hour later, Jerry was hiding in a corner, scanning the surrounding walls, eager to spot the figure of a cat. Just then, he frowned, his gaze shifting to the right side of the courtyard. Over there, 3 boys, about 13 or 14 years old, were laughing loudly as they shoved a much younger boy, 8 or 9, down to the ground, mocking him relentlessly. From memory, Jerry knew that these 3 oldest boys often relied on their strength to bully the younger children. Any orphan who refused to obey them would be subjected to their harassment for a long time, sometimes even ending up getting beaten. Because of this, all the children in the orphanage were deeply afraid of those 3 boys. Even now, as they watched a little boy being bullied, no one dared to step forward and intervene. In fact, there had been other victims who reported similar incidents to the orphanage staff before. But the staff never truly took it seriously. They would only give the 3 boys a verbal warning. On the contrary, the child who filed the complaint would later suffer long-term retaliation from the trio. To the orphanage staff, as long as the children weren't seriously hurt, they usually wouldn't get involved. In their eyes, quarrels and fights between children were just minor issues, nothing worth too much concern. As for the boy being beaten now, he had only recently arrived at the orphanage. That was precisely why he had become the new target for the 3 boys. Jerry paused for a moment and didn't rush in. He thought that even if he helped the boy now, once he left the orphanage for Hogwarts, the bullying would only continue. Besides, getting involved wouldn't bring him any benefit. If a fight broke out and Professor McGonagall, who was visiting, happened to see it, it might leave a bad impression. Yet, when he heard the arrogant laughter of the 3 boys and saw the stubborn little boy surrounded by them, tears welling up in his eyes, Jerry couldn't help but sigh. He stood up. I'm not being soft-hearted. I just want to see if doing a good deed in this world brings any reward. Yes, this is nothing more than a necessary experiment, he muttered to himself, then strode over and called out loudly. Stop it. At the sound of Jerry's voice, the 3 boys instinctively froze, turning to look at him, surprise written all over their faces. They never expected that anyone in the orphanage would dare to shout at them, especially Jerry, who was always so quiet and withdrawn. What? Do you want to end up like the new kid? The 3 of them released the little boy, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and swaggered over to Jerry, their expressions full of menace. It was understandable for a new arrival to resist, but for someone like Jerry, who had lived in the orphanage for 5 or 6 years, to defy them, this was something they couldn't tolerate. They felt they had to make an example of Jerry, or they'd lose their hold over the other children. We're all orphans. Life is hard enough as it is. Why make things even harder for each other? Jerry said, trying to keep his tone calm as he addressed the 3 boys, each a head taller than he was. Children who grew up in orphanages often carried some emotional scars. Those who were simply a bit insecure weren't the real problem. The greatest worry was for those who, in a desperate bid to feel superior, chose to bully the weaker kids. You're mistaken. As far as I'm concerned, you're all just useless. Your only value is to amuse me. Among the 3 boys, the tallest and heaviest one swept his gaze around the room, a mocking expression on his face as he spoke. Although I don't particularly enjoy bullying kids, if I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you'll just cause more trouble in the future. By now, Jerry had figured everything out. He still had a month left in the orphanage, and knowing the temperaments of these 3, even if today's clash hadn't happened sooner or later, there would have been a conflict. Since that was inevitable, he might as well settle it now, once and for all, so they'd think twice before bothering him again. He shook his head lightly, then casually took off his jacket and t-shirt, placing them on a bench nearby. His body, though slight, was strikingly well built. Jerry was only 11 years old and not yet 1.40 meters tall, but the muscles on his body were sharply defined. These weren't the exaggerated, bulky muscles sculpted in a gym, but rather compact, steel cable-like muscle groups. With clothes on, he looked a bit frail, but once he stripped down, his entire presence transformed. Chapter 4. Professor McGonagall Visits. Free from the pressures of work and the burdens of school, this new life gave Jerry ample time to train his body. In truth, he'd always harbored a passion for martial arts in his previous life. As a child, he often played in the yard with a stick, imagining himself a master of kung fu. When he grew a bit older, he fell in love with Jeet Kune Do thanks to Bruce Lee's movies, and even secretly bought a Jeet Kune Do manual with his pocket money to practice. In college, he joined the martial arts club, received proper training, and even competed on behalf of the club, winning awards. Unfortunately, after graduation, the demands of work pushed those things aside. But since being reborn, with life's pressures gone, he'd started training early, which resulted in the sturdy physique he had now. He might not be able to take on those hulking, gun-toting robbers from a school bus, but dealing with a few 13 or 14-year-old boys like these was more than manageable. What's more, ever since awakening his wizard bloodline, he'd noticed some subtle, fascinating changes in his body. It wasn't about brute strength or speed, but something deeper, a fundamental enhancement of his vitality. Wizards might not be stronger or faster than ordinary people, but their bodies were incredibly resilient. Even when gravely injured, they could often hang on until magic or potions healed them. Broken arms and legs happened from time to time, but as long as they didn't die on the spot, there was usually hope for recovery. "Oh, what's this guy doing? Does he really think taking off his shirt will help him beat us?" the chubby ringleader sneered. "I'd like to see if that scrawny body of his can withstand my fist." Another boy sneered, flashing a menacing grin as he brandished a fist as big as a sandbag. Without warning, he swung hard at Jerry's stomach. Seeing the attack coming, Jerry swiftly stepped back, dodging the punch with ease. In the blink of an eye, he lashed out with a lightning-fast kick to the boy's waist, sending him sprawling to the ground with just that single strike. "Take that." Without pausing for a moment, Jerry spun around and unleashed a powerful back kick at another boy who hadn't yet reacted. His strike landed squarely on the boy's face, knocking him down as well. Though Jerry was only 11, the muscles on his body were strong and well-developed. He was far stronger than these other boys, who were 13 or 14. To top it off, Jerry had spent years honing his skills in Jeet Kune Do. The techniques were second nature to him now, even more so than when he'd competed in tournaments in his previous life at university. These bullies, who only picked on the weak, were no match for him. When he saw his two buddies knocked to the ground, the chubby ringleader let out a furious roar and charged at Jerry. He was a full head, taller than Jerry and twice as wide, certain that if he could just ram into Jerry and pin him with his weight, Jerry would be helpless. So naive. As the big boy rushed at him, Jerry let out a cold laugh. He didn't dodge. Instead, he closed the distance, cutting straight into his opponent's center line. Drawing a deep breath, Jerry pushed off with his right foot, twisted his waist, and drove his shoulder forward, letting that momentum whip his fist into the boy's abdomen. The force of the blow sent the burly boy stumbling back 2 meters before he crashed down heavily onto the ground. The other orphans, who had gathered to watch, stared in shock as Jerry dispatched the infamous trio without breaking a sweat. No one had expected the bullies who usually lorded over them to be so easily defeated, much less by Jerry, the quiet boy who rarely spoke. "What are you all standing around for? If you got a score to settle, now's your chance." As Jerry picked up his clothes and started putting them back on, he called out to the still stunned orphans. He'd only taken off his jacket earlier, because he didn't want it getting dirty. After all, Professor McGonagall was coming for a home visit soon, and he couldn't appear covered in dust. In truth, Jerry had overestimated the 3 bullies. Their sense of superiority came from picking on those weaker than themselves, but real courage was something they sorely lacked. After just a taste of Jerry's strength, they were too sore and frightened to put up any further fight. If the 3 of them had had any real nerve, if they'd been willing to brave the pain and attack him together, Jerry might have actually had to work a little harder. But the moment Jerry spoke, a light sparked in the eyes of the other orphans, the ones who'd always been on the receiving end of the trio's bullying. Exchanging glances, they cautiously edged forward and began to vent their pent-up anger on the fallen bullies. Watching the 3 boys get pummeled by the other orphans, Jerry couldn't help but sigh. The power of unity is truly not to be underestimated. When Jerry intervened earlier, he had still held back, and, judging by the build of the 3 boys, they shouldn't be seriously hurt now. But when faced with dozens of orphans fighting together, the 3 of them were completely outmatched and soon found themselves badly beaten and bruised. Normally, 2 or 3 orphans wouldn't stand a chance against them, but when dozens joined forces, even if the 3 bullies were bigger and older, they were no match at all. Once the fear in people's hearts is shattered, they realize that those who once seemed invincible aren't so frightening after all. When Jerry had easily subdued the trio from the orphanage, the rest of the children felt their terror ebb away. After this collective act of resistance, Jerry believed that even if he wasn't around in the future, the others would no longer be afraid of those 3. "I actually earned a little red star." After getting dressed, Jerry opened his panel, surprised to find that the number of little red stars had increased from 1,000 to 1,005 since his arrival in this world. He had thought he could only earn little red stars in the main world, but to his astonishment, he could also gain them in this smaller world. This meant he now had another place to collect stars. A bit of good news, no doubt. Closing the panel, Jerry glanced again toward the school gate. only to spot a tabby cat perched atop the courtyard wall, peering curiously in his direction. He had no idea when it had gotten there. Could that be Professor McGonagall in disguise? Feigning nonchalance, Jerry turned his head, then, with a glint in his eye, called out to the gathered orphans. "All right, that's enough. You can stop now." At his words, the children immediately ended their assault on the three bullies. Having seen Jerry easily defeat the trio, they had developed great respect for him. Fighting is wrong, but when you're faced with bullying or injustice, you must have the courage to stand up for yourselves. Courage is our most precious quality. I hope you'll be braver in the future. Though the children didn't quite grasp everything he said, they nodded earnestly. Jerry smiled and turned to the three battered boys, their faces bruised and swollen. "You used to bully the younger kids in the orphanage because you were older. Consider today a lesson. We're all orphans here. As long as you're willing to admit your mistakes and change, everyone will still accept you, right?" Seeing the stern look in Jerry's eyes, the three injured boys dared not protest and hurriedly replied, Yes, we understand." That night, sitting in his room at the orphanage, Jerry thought back on the words he'd spoken that afternoon in the yard and felt certain he hadn't left Professor McGonagall with a bad impression. Although he truly had fought with the three boys, he'd already explained his reasons, and it could easily be seen as an act of standing up for what was right. Clang, clang, clang. "They're here." Jerry's eyes lit up the moment he heard the knock at the door, and he instantly got up to answer it. Standing outside were two people. One was the current headmaster of Edward Orphanage, and the other was a woman in her 50s or 60s. She wore square-frame glasses, a Scottish-style shirt, and a long green robe. "Mrs. McGonagall, this is Jerry Carmen, the boy you're looking for," the headmaster said with great respect, and Jerry could sense a hint of nervousness in his expression. It was clear that Professor McGonagall had already explained her purpose and demonstrated her magical abilities to the headmaster after arriving at the orphanage. "Thank you for showing me the way. I'd like to speak with Mr. Carmen privately now," Professor McGonagall said. "Of course, I'll leave you to it," the headmaster replied quickly, nodding and hurrying out of the room. "Good afternoon, Mr. Carmen." Professor McGonagall closed the door behind her, stepped into the room, and greeted Jerry. Jerry responded politely. "Hello. May I ask who you are?" "I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I'll also be your future Transfiguration teacher. You may call me Professor McGonagall," she explained patiently. Jerry put on a look of sudden realization. "So the letter that arrived yesterday by Owl was from you. But is there really such a thing as magic in this world? And what exactly is Hogwarts?" For young wizards raised in non-magical families, these questions were only natural upon receiving their acceptance letter. Professor McGonagall was well accustomed to this and knew just how to help them believe. "Flavio." She drew her wand, pointed it at a cup on the table, and tapped it lightly. With a flash of magic, the cup instantly transformed into a plump ginger cat. Magic has always existed. As you grew up, you probably experienced some things you couldn't explain. Those were the results of the magical blood within you. And Hogwarts is the place where you'll learn to harness and control that power. Witnessing Professor McGonagall perform magic before his very eyes, Jerry's own eyes widened in amazement. He'd seen scenes like this on television in his previous life, but watching someone turn an ordinary cup into a living, breathing cat right in front of him was an entirely different experience. To transform an inanimate object into a living creature in the blink of an eye. This, Jerry thought, was true magic. 20 minutes later. "That's the general idea. Do you have any other questions?" Professor McGonagall asked, seeing that Jerry was now fully convinced. "Professor, I'd love to go to Hogwarts and learn magic," Jerry said after a moment's thought. "But I'm sure you know, I don't have the means to pay the tuition." He remembered that, in the films, children from non-magical families could exchange muggle money for galleons at Gringotts, but he doubted the orphanage he lived in would be willing to cover his expenses for Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall smiled softly. "There's no need to worry about that. The school will provide you with a scholarship to make sure you can study without any obstacles. You can repay it gradually after you graduate and start working. In that case, I have no problem at all." Jerry nodded. Professor McGonagall had already explained most of the important details, and some of it he had known beforehand, so he understood quickly. "Excellent, Mr. Carmen. Not only are you brave, but you also possess remarkable understanding." Professor McGonagall looked at Jerry, her eyes filled with approval. In fact, she had noticed Jerry back when the bullying incident occurred in the orphanage courtyard. His composure and courage at that time had left a deep impression on her. She believed that for a child of Jerry's age to show such responsibility and positive spirit was something even many adult wizards struggled to achieve. If she were to borrow a phrase from Jerry's previous life to describe her thoughts at this moment, it would be, "This child is destined for greatness." Since you already understand and are willing to attend Hogwarts to study magic, Today I'll take you to Diagon Alley and help you buy everything you'll need for school. Professor McGonagall pulled a pocket watch from her pocket, glanced at the time, and then stood up. Diagon Alley? A hint of surprise flickered across Jerry's face. Of course, he knew what Diagon Alley was. He just hadn't expected Professor McGonagall to personally accompany him to buy his school supplies right after the home visit. But a moment later, it made sense to him. Children from wizarding families were usually accompanied by their relatives when visiting Diagon Alley. And children from Muggle families could also go with their parents after some prior arrangements. Just like Hermione, who always went there with her parents. But as an orphan, if Professor McGonagall didn't take him, who would? There was no chance the orphanage's director or staff would help. Diagon Alley is a street dedicated to wizarding supplies. You'll need to buy everything for school there. Professor McGonagall explained, thinking Jerry might not know what Diagon Alley was for. So how do we get there? Do we take the train? Jerry recalled that Diagon Alley was somewhere in London, but the small town of Wilton, where he lived now, was quite a distance from the city. No need for the train. Hold on to my arm. What's coming next might feel a bit uncomfortable, so brace yourself. Professor McGonagall didn't go into details. She simply extended her arm toward Jerry. Could it be? A sudden possibility flashed through Jerry's mind. Sure enough, as he grabbed Professor McGonagall's arm, he saw her once again draw her wand and murmur softly, "Sidelong apparition." In the next instant, Jerry felt as if Professor McGonagall's arm was about to slip from his grasp, and he quickly tightened his hold. A burst of sharp cracking sounds exploded in his ears, and suddenly everything went pitch black. Intense pressure closed in from all directions, squeezing him tightly. He could barely breathe. His chest felt as if it were bound by a metal band. His eyeballs seemed to be pressed back into his skull, and even his eardrums felt as though they were being driven deep into his head. It was as if he was being forced through an impossibly narrow rubber tube. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, yet it also felt like only a brief moment had passed. When he opened his eyes again, light returned to his vision. He took several deep breaths, trying to steady himself and clear the dizziness from his mind. Looking around, he realized that he and Professor McGonagall were no longer in the orphanage's room, but standing on a city street. "Are you all right?" Professor McGonagall asked with concern. Jerry waved with a smile. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Where are we?" He knew that Professor McGonagall had just used a high-level spell only adult wizards could master. Apparition, and its branch, Sidelong Apparition. Apparition, put simply, was magical teleportation. As long as a wizard had been to a place and could picture it clearly in their mind, they could instantly transport themselves there. It was a common way for wizards to travel. However, learning apparition wasn't easy. Many adult wizards could never fully master it, and a mistake in casting could even result in being torn apart by the forces of space. Moreover, the distance one could apparate depended on a wizard's magical ability and proficiency with the spell. Some could only move a few hundred or 1,000 meters, while others could jump from one city to another with ease. Professor McGonagall clearly belonged to the latter group. What's more, she had not only apparated herself just now, but also used sidelong apparition, allowing her to bring someone else along for the ride. However, Jerry had expected Professor McGonagall to take him straight to Diagon Alley, but now he realized they had arrived on an ordinary Muggle street instead. "This is Charing Cross Road in central London," Professor McGonagall explained. "It's one of the entrances to Diagon Alley. You'll need to remember the name and location of this street, because in the future, you'll have to come to Diagon Alley on your own." In Professor McGonagall's view, Jerry knew almost nothing about the wizarding world, so she wanted him to experience the process of entering Diagon Alley like an ordinary wizard, so he'd be able to manage it independently in the future. "See that pub over there? That's the entrance to Diagon Alley," Professor McGonagall said, pointing ahead. Following her finger, Jerry's gaze traveled past a lavish cinema and a bustling burger joint, finally settling between a large bookstore and a record shop. There, tucked away, was a remarkably inconspicuous little pub, its facade grimy and narrow, marked only by a single, weathered wooden door. Above it hung a cracked, crooked sign with faded letters, "The Leaky Cauldron." Wedged between the tidy bookstore and the orderly record shop, the pub seemed all the more out of place. Yet the passing pedestrians paid it no mind, as if it didn't even exist. Jerry understood why. Ordinary muggles truly couldn't see this place. Wizards had cast a magical spell known as the Muggle Repelling Charm, making it invisible and unreachable to anyone without wizarding blood. As the old door creaked open, a bell chimed softly. Professor McGonagall took Jerry's hand and led him into the Leaky Cauldron. Inside, the bar was dimly lit and sparsely populated. Jerry glanced around and counted perhaps 7 or 8 people, all dressed in wizard robes, quietly sipping drinks and chatting in small groups. At the sound of the bell, every wizard in the bar turned to look at the entrance. When they recognized Professor McGonagall, heads nodded in polite greeting all around. As Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall was renowned in the wizarding world. In fact, many of the patrons here had once been her students. Jerry recalled that in Fantastic Beasts, Newt's memories revealed that Professor McGonagall had already been teaching at Hogwarts at that time. That meant she had taught at Hogwarts for at least 50 years. Her former students were countless. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, would you care for a drink?" Just then, a nearly bald, wizened old wizard behind the bar, whose face resembled a shriveled walnut, greeted her with a cheery smile. "No, thank you, Tom. I'm just here to escort a new student to Diagon Alley," Professor McGonagall replied, smiling and waving off the offer. Since the passing of her husband, Elphinstone, who died tragically from a venomous tentacula bite, Professor McGonagall had rarely left Hogwarts. Aside from home visits before each school year, she seldom stepped outside the castle, and almost never lingered elsewhere. This guy must be getting on in years, too. Jerry mused to himself as he followed Professor McGonagall through the pub. As they passed the bar, he stole a glance at Tom, the barkeep he'd just met. He remembered from the movies that even when Voldemort was still a student, this man had already been the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. And, curiously enough, he shared the same name as Voldemort. They were both called Tom. Behind the Leaky Cauldron, near the dustbins, stood an old brick wall. Professor McGonagall raised her wand, and, as she tapped the wall, she explained to Jerry, "Watch closely, just like this. First, count the third. Brick up from the trash bin, then go 2 bricks to the left, and tap it 3 times with your wand. The entrance to Diagon Alley will open." As soon as Professor McGonagall withdrew her wand, the brick she had tapped began to tremble gently. Then, as if awakened by some ancient spell, the entire wall quickly shifted and reassembled itself. In a matter of moments, a small opening appeared at the center of the brick wall, and the hole gradually widened. Soon, a wide archway had formed before them, large enough for 4 or 5 people to pass through side by side. Beyond the arch, a winding, cobbled street stretched out of sight. This was none other than the famous shopping street for London's witches and wizards, Diagon Alley. Following Professor McGonagall through the archway and stepping into Diagon Alley, Jerry's heart leapt with excitement. Scenes from the movies sprang to life before his very eyes. Even though he thought he was prepared, the reality of the magical world astonished him. Unlike the ordinary people outside in their summer clothes, stylish outfits, and trendy bags, most of the passers-by here wore robes of every color, wands clutched in their hands. Of course, there were all sorts of wizard pets about, and every now and then a house elf or goblin would make an appearance. Cauldrons made of copper, brass, tin, and silver. Every model in stock, self-stirring, collapsible, extendable. Come and have a look. Sooty owls, screech owls, grass owls, tawny owls, snowy owls. We have every kind of owl you could wish for. The latest Nimbus 2000. The fastest broomstick yet. Don't miss out. Dragon liver, bat spleen, eel eyeballs, spellbooks, quills, parchment, potion bottles, lunar globes, all at fair prices. Both sides of the street were lined with shops, their entrances festooned with colorful signs. Excited young witches and wizards queued up outside the stores, filling the air with cheerful commotion. "Did you bring your acceptance letter?" As they reached a shop called Potage's Cauldron Shop, Professor McGonagall looked down and asked Jerry, who was utterly absorbed in the sights. "Of course. I have it right here." Jerry pulled the parchment envelope he'd received the day before from his pocket and waved it for Professor McGonagall to see. She nodded approvingly and said, "Excellent. Inside the envelope is a list of required supplies. Take it out and have a look. I'll help you find everything you need." Jerry did as she suggested, drawing out the second page from the envelope and reading it carefully. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First year student required equipment list. 1. Uniform. 2. Textbooks. 3. Other equipment. 4. Pet instructions. Special notice. First year students are strictly forbidden from bringing their own broomsticks. Hogwarts provides each new student with an annual scholarship of 100 galleons. There's no need to visit Gringotts to collect it. Professor McGonagall brings the scholarship herself during her home visit. The wizarding world uses 3 types of currency: gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. For those not fond of mathematics, it can be rather confusing. "We have quite a list, Mr. Carmen. We'd better buy a large trunk first, and we'll also need a trolley," said Professor McGonagall. She took Jerry, who was looking around curiously, by the hand, and they made their way through the bustling crowd to a general store in Diagon Alley. There, Jerry purchased an extra-large trunk, a trolley, a set of glass or crystal potion bottles, a telescope, and a brass set of scales. Next, They visited another shop with a sign reading Potage's Cauldron Shop, where they bought a standard-size 2-pewter cauldron. What sort of pet would you like? An owl, a cat, or a toad? After leaving the cauldron shop, Professor McGonagall glanced at the nearby owl emporium and asked Jerry. A pet. Jerry looked thoughtful. In truth, Jerry had never kept a pet before. Not in this life or the last. It was something he'd never really considered. These days, most young witches and wizards prefer owls. They're quite practical, as they can deliver letters and gifts, Professor McGonagall explained, seeing his hesitation and introducing the most popular choice among Hogwarts students. Owls? I think I'll pass. I prefer cats, Jerry replied, shaking his head. Indeed, owls were very useful for sending letters and packages, while cats and toads seemed to offer little beyond companionship. However, Jerry recalled that in one of Diagon Alley's pet shops, there was a cat named Crookshanks, a cat with Kneasel ancestry, known for its intelligence. It was said Crookshanks could sense those of questionable character or intentions, and even identify animagi hiding in animal form. The cat was even rumored to solve problems on its own without guidance. As someone with secrets of his own, Jerry thought that if he had to choose a pet, Crookshanks would be an excellent choice. With Crookshanks around, Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, who was actually Peter Pettigrew in disguise, would likely never dare come near him. As for owls, Hogwarts provided a public owl service free of charge, making it unnecessary to own one. Besides, there was always the owl post for sending letters outside of school. A cat? These days, very few young witches and wizards choose cats as their pets. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing Jerry's answer, was visibly surprised, yet a smile appeared on her face. As an animagus whose transformation animal was a tabby cat, she naturally had a fondness for cats. Most young wizards nowadays, however, preferred owls. After all, owls were far more useful around the school. That was why she had suggested Jerry buy an owl in the first place. Still, seeing Jerry's insistence on choosing a cat brought her genuine delight. I just like cats more, Jerry replied, smiling and giving a little shrug. All right then, we'll have to visit the magical menagerie later. This shop only carries owls, no other pets here. Professor McGonagall allowed herself a rare smile, then led Jerry toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, which stood just across from the Owl Emporium. Go ahead and try on your school uniform first. I'll pop next door to buy your books. Once we're done, we'll head to the magical menagerie together to pick out your pet. No problem. Jerry nodded, agreeing readily, and strode straight into Madame Malkin's shop. What a brave little fellow. Professor McGonagall thought to herself, watching as Jerry walked confidently into the unfamiliar shop. He showed nothing but curiosity, no sign of nervousness or fear, even when going in alone to try on clothes. She couldn't help but feel a quiet admiration for him. Are you here for Hogwarts uniforms, dear? As soon as Jerry opened the shop door, a plump witch greeted him with a beaming smile. Yes, please. I'd like 3 sets of plain work robes, 1 plain pointed hat for every day, wear a pair of dragon-high gloves, and a black winter cloak with silver fastenings. Thank you, Jerry answered politely, listing off the requirement from his parchment. Oh, don't worry. We have everything you'll need. And by the way, there's another young lady trying on robes right now. The plump witch smiled, gesturing toward the back of the shop. Following her direction, Jerry spotted a girl with a thick mane of bushy brown hair and a pair of prominent front teeth, standing atop a footstool. Next to her, another witch was pinning up her black robe and taking measurements with a tape. Hey, are you starting at Hogwarts too? As Jerry stepped up onto the footstool beside her, and the witch draped a black robe over his shoulders to begin measuring, the girl addressed him with a slightly haughty tone. Yes, I'm a first year this year, Jerry replied with a gentle smile. If he had truly been an 11-year-old boy at that moment, he might have felt a bit put off by a girl his own age speaking to him with such confidence, almost bordering on bossy. But in reality, with the experiences of his previous life combined with the 11 years of his new one, Jerry's mental age was well over 40. So, seeing this young girl brimming with self-assurance, he simply found her rather endearing. I'm a first-year student too. No one in my family knows magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was truly astonished, but also incredibly happy. After all, from what I know, this is the very best magic school. The little girl seemed quite talkative. Taking advantage of being stuck on the footstool for the moment, she eagerly struck up a conversation with Jerry. It sounds like you know a lot about this place. Jerry complimented her, following the flow of the conversation. Immediately, the little girl lifted her chin with pride. Of course I do. When Professor McGonagall came to my house yesterday, I asked her a ton of questions. And I've already decided to memorize all my textbooks before term starts. When school begins, I'll definitely be the top student in my year. Oh, I'm sure of it. I could tell right away you're special. You're bound to be an outstanding witch someday. Keep it up. Jerry reached out from under his black robe and gave her a thumbs up, unable to help thinking to himself how amusing she was. What an adorable little girl. Just then, the shop door swung open, and a middle-aged couple pushed in a trolley, calling out to the little girl who'd been chatting with Jerry. "Hermione, are you ready over there? Other than the textbooks, we've got everything else. Let's be friends. My name is Hermione Granger." Hermione took the initiative, extending her right hand toward Jerry. She felt that this boy standing before her was different from the other kids she'd met. She sensed they'd get along well. Jerry Carmen. Jerry paused for a moment when he heard Hermione's name, then smiled and shook her hand. "Jerry, I'm off to buy my textbooks. See you when term starts." Hermione rejoined her parents, waved cheerfully to Jerry, and then left Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions together with her family. "See you at school." When the Grangers had gone, a trace of puzzlement appeared on Jerry's face. Wasn't Hermione supposed to have prominent front teeth and a head of thick, bushy brown hair? It didn't quite match the image in his memory from the movies. He remembered Hermione's teeth weren't especially noticeable, and she was very pretty. But thinking it over, if the girl he'd just met tidied her hair a bit and got her teeth straightened, she'd be quite lovely too. After all, she had big, bright eyes and well-proportioned features. Her overall appearance was only affected because she hadn't learned how to dress up, and her front teeth stuck out a little. "All done, dear." 10 minutes later, Madame Malkin, short and plump, approached Jerry, holding a bag containing his Hogwarts uniform. "All right, thank you." Jerry paid, placed the uniform into his trunk, then pulled his trolley and stepped out of Madame Malkin's shop. Professor McGonagall. As soon as Jerry stepped out the door, he saw Professor McGonagall walking toward him, carrying a bag full of magic books. He quickly waved to greet her. "All right, now all we have left are your pet and your wand. Ollivander's wand shop is at the end of Diagon Alley, but let's visit the magical menagerie first." Professor McGonagall tucked the books into her suitcase, then led Jerry and his little cart onward down the lively street. As they passed by Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Professor McGonagall even bought Jerry a Bertie Bott's flavor ice cream, a special treat that offered 100 different flavors in every scoop. That tall, white building over there is Gringotts Bank. It's run by goblins and is the Wizard's Bank. If you ever have anything valuable to store, this is the place to come. Their security is top-notch. Well, generally speaking, it's quite safe. Professor McGonagall noticed Jerry's gaze fixed on the building to their right and patiently explained. Yet, halfway through, she recalled the break-in at Gringotts the day before, and her confidence wavered. Jerry nodded to show he understood. In truth, he hadn't been looking at the bank itself, but rather at the two goblin guards standing at the entrance, marveling at how rather unappealing goblins appeared in this world. "Oh, and Mr. Carmen, I must warn you, if you ever come to Diagon Alley on your own, remember, never, under any circumstances, go down that alley." At that moment, Professor McGonagall's expression turned stern as she pointed to a narrow, shadowy alley just opposite Gringotts. "What's that place?" Jerry felt a flicker of curiosity, already having a faint suspicion. With a firm face, Professor McGonagall said, "That's Noctur Alley. All you need to remember is that it's extremely dangerous for you. Stay away." "All right, I promise." Jerry nodded earnestly. In his eyes, Professor McGonagall seemed the sort of person who, though strict on the outside, was warm-hearted within. She might appear stern most of the time, but her care for young witches and wizards was no less than any other professor at Hogwarts. Seeing how sensible Jerry was, Professor McGonagall's expression softened. She led him onward toward the magical menagerie. The magical menagerie was tucked between the Weasleys, Wizard Wheezes, and Gringotts. Though the shop itself wasn't large, it was packed with an astonishing variety of magical pets. As soon as Jerry stepped inside, he saw an entire wall covered with cages, stacked one above the other. Inside the cages were all sorts of fantastic creatures. A giant purple toad feasting on dead flies, a turtle whose gemstone-like shell glittered. As it lumbered about, a white rabbit that could transform into a silk top hat at any moment, and cats, mice, and ravens in every imaginable color. "Professor McGonagall, you're here. Can I help you with anything?" A young witch wearing thick black-rimmed glasses noticed Professor McGonagall entering the shop and immediately greeted her with a look of deep respect. "Pavla, I brought a first-year student to pick out a school pet," Professor McGonagall said with a warm smile. "How has work been lately?" "It's going well. The boss treats me kindly." "What sort of pet does the young one like?" "I could give you a 20% discount." Pavla adjusted her glasses, then looked down with a gentle smile and asked Jerry. "Ma'am, I like a cat." Jerry glanced around the shop and quickly settled on his choice. "What do you think of this gray, short-haired cat? It's gentle by nature and makes an excellent pet." Pavla immediately picked out a beautiful British Shorthair and placed it before Jerry. Jerry took a look, shook his head, and pointed instead to a large-faced yellow cat in the very topmost cage against the wall. "I want that one." He remembered that Hermione's cat was a long-haired yellow cat, and among all the pets in the shop, only that one matched the image in his mind. Crookshanks. Pavla's face registered surprise. Crookshanks, with his distinctive appearance, had spent several years in the shop without being adopted. She hadn't expected Jerry to choose him at first sight. Yes, I think he's a bit ugly cute, and I really like him, Jerry answered honestly. That's wonderful. I've always worried he wouldn't find the right owner. I hope you'll take good care of him. Pavla had once been a Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. Because of her love for magical creatures, she'd come to work at this magical creature shop in Diagon Alley after graduation. She was genuinely happy to see Crookshanks find someone who liked him, not just because she'd made another sale. I'll do my best to care for him, even though this is my first pet. Jerry's voice was full of sincerity. After leaving the magical creature shop, Jerry carried Crookshanks, who was purring contentedly in his arms, and followed Professor McGonagall to the last shop at the end of Diagon Alley. It was Ollivander's, the centuries-old wand shop. The process of choosing a wand was almost exactly as it was in the movies. The shopkeeper carefully measured Jerry's arm and fingers with a tape measure, then began handing him different wands to try. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. The experience was just like that of any other young witch or wizard. After all, Jerry only possessed the bloodline of an ordinary wizard. After trying 2 or 3 wands, Jerry quickly found one that seemed perfectly suited to him. Alderwood, dragon heartstring, 11 inches long. It seems you must be a helpful young wizard. Ollivander smiled as he watched Jerry wave the wand, explaining, Alder is a very sturdy wood, not easily bent. Yet, I have found that the ideal owner for Alder is not someone stubborn or inflexible, but rather a kind, considerate wizard who enjoys helping others. Helpful. Jerry looked down at the wand in his hand, a complex expression flickering across his face. By the time they left Ollivander's wand shop, it was nearly noon. Professor McGonagall treated Jerry and Crookshanks to lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. When the meal was over, they returned once more to the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. Reductio. Professor McGonagall drew her wand and aimed at the large trunk and trolley. With a flash of blue magic, the bulky luggage instantly shrank to fit neatly in the palm of her hand. There, we should be heading back. She tucked the now miniature trunk and trolley into her pocket, then extended her arm to Jerry. Okay. Jerry hesitated for a moment, then quickly caught on and grasped Professor McGonagall's arm. Sidelong apparition. With a sweep of her wand, Professor McGonagall and Jerry vanished from the street of Diagon Alley. When they reappeared, Jerry found himself back in the familiar room of the orphanage. He couldn't help but marvel. Magic truly is an incredible power. No need to be envious, Professor McGonagall said as she pulled the trunk and trolley from her pocket and restored them to their original size. Once you graduate from Hogwarts, you'll be able to master these spells as well. Of course, you'll have to study hard first. I will, Jerry replied earnestly, setting Crookshanks down. He was well aware that the world he lived in was far from safe, and magic was the only strength he could rely on. To survive, he had to devote himself completely to learning the craft. This is your ticket to Hogwarts. On September 1st, you'll need to be at King's Cross Station. All the details are on the ticket. I've already spoken with your headmaster. He'll drive you there. Make sure you're ready ahead of time. Unlike Hagrid, who simply tossed Harry a ticket before hurrying off, Professor McGonagall was clearly much more attentive. Not only did she arrange for the orphanage headmaster to take Jerry to the station, but she also explained in detail all the things he might encounter on the Hogwarts Express. A moment later, Jerry smiled and assured her, Professor, I've remembered everything. Don't worry, I'll be sure to board the Hogwarts Express on time. Hearing his answer, Professor McGonagall nodded in approval. Then, see you at the start of term. And, Mr. Carmen, I think you'd be perfect for Gryffindor. With those words, Professor McGonagall gave her wand a flourish, cast apparition, and vanished from sight in an instant. Gryffindor, huh? Watching Professor McGonagall depart, a trace of hesitation crossed Jerry's face. In truth, when he first discovered he was in the world of Harry Potter, he had immediately ruled out both Gryffindor and Slytherin. His top choice was Ravenclaw, with Hufflepuff as a close second. His initial goal in this world was to study magic in peace and steadily improve himself. Gryffindor students were famously impulsive and prone to trouble, the most likely to get into scrapes at Hogwarts. As for Slytherin, its rigid hierarchy made it hard for someone raised in an orphanage like him to fit in. Neither house would help him focus on his studies. When it came to academic atmosphere, Ravenclaw was renowned for wisdom and diligence. Students there excelled, exchanged ideas, and improved quickly together. If he couldn't get into Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff would also be a good choice. Their students were honest and kind, and at the very least, wouldn't disturb his studies. However, Professor McGonagall seemed to admire him, and she clearly hoped he'd join Gryffindor. On top of that, now that he could earn red stars in this world, perhaps Gryffindor was worth considering after all. Never mind. There's still a month before the sorting. I'd better learn a few spells first and deal with those bandits before I worry about anything else. After thinking it over, Jerry decided to set aside the question of houses for now. The most important thing was to teach himself magic. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he opened his large suitcase, took out the bag holding his textbooks, and laid the magical books out on his bed. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, A History of Magic, Theories of Magic, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Drafts and Potions, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and Defensive Magic Against the Dark Arts, 8 books in total. With only a month left before he returned to his original world, he decided to set aside any books that wouldn't directly help him in combat for the time being. After some consideration, Jerry put A History of Magic, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Drafts and Potions, and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them back into his bag. A History of Magic was mainly about the development of the wizarding world, a book to broaden his horizons, nothing more. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi was a detailed guide to all sorts of magical plants. As for Magical Drafts and Potions, it was certainly useful. Potent potions could provide a real advantage in a fight, but given his current abilities, there was no way he could teach himself potion making in just a month, let alone practice without the necessary ingredients. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them explained all sorts of magical creatures, perhaps useful for future adventures, but for now, Jerry had no immediate need for it. The remaining books were Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, Magical Theory, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts, a Self-Protection Handbook. Jerry decided to keep only Magical Theory at hand, setting the other 3 aside on a nearby table for the time being. As a newcomer who knew absolutely nothing about magic, Jerry felt he should first understand the nature of magic itself and its fundamental principles. Only then could he hope to learn spells more effectively. And Magical Theory was precisely the sort of book that explained these basic concepts, exactly what he needed to delve into at the moment. With a focused air, Jerry picked up Magical Theory, settled into his chair, took a deep breath, and slowly turned the first page. To tamper with the deepest secrets, the source of life, the essence of one's very being, one must be prepared to face the most extreme and perilous consequences. Wolfland's first rule of basic magic. For hours later, Jerry closed Magical Theory, rubbed his temples, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hermione Granger, she truly is a genius among geniuses." Jerry had thought that, having survived the Gaokao, his learning abilities were nothing to scoff at. After all, he'd spent over 40 years maneuvering through the complexities of life, accumulating plenty of experience. Something as elementary as basic Magical Theory should have been easy for him to grasp. Yet reality proved to be a bitter pill to swallow. Faced with a completely foreign system of knowledge, and without so much as a teacher's guidance, Jerry slogged through 4 hours of self-study, feeling as if he were trying to decipher an ancient, indecipherable script. It was like an ordinary person stumbling upon a manual for becoming an immortal. Without a master to guide him, he could only fumble along, step by painstaking step. The learning process was excruciatingly difficult. Thinking of 11-year-old Hermione Granger, who had managed to master most of the first-year magic on her own before the school term even began, Jerry's admiration was sincere and heartfelt. Perhaps Hermione truly was a prodigy in the magical world, while he was just a regular person. Let's just hope the little red star's mind-clearing function is powerful enough, or I'm in real trouble. According to the description on his panel, the little red star not only allowed him to experience life in the world of Harry Potter, but also enabled a mind-clearing function. That is, it could boost his learning, comprehension, and memory. However, the panel didn't specify exactly how much it could enhance these abilities. He would have to try it himself to find out. Now, he realized that even if he devoted all his energy to diligent study, he would barely be able to grasp the most basic spells within a month at best. This meant that if he wanted to gain decent combat abilities before returning, he would have to rely on the mind refresh function of the little red star. His stomach let out a loud growl. Rubbing his rumbling belly, Jerry glanced at the darkening sky and decided he'd test out the little red star's mind refresh function after dinner. "Crookshanks, let's go eat." He rose from his chair, ready to call his first pet, Crookshanks, to join him for dinner. But to his surprise, the cat who'd been napping on the bed was nowhere to be seen. Did it sneak out? Jerry searched under the bed, inside the trunk, and in the wardrobe, but there was no sign of Crookshanks. He scratched his head in mild exasperation. Come to think of it, he had been so engrossed in his reading that he hadn't noticed anything happening around him. Just then, a cool draft brushed the back of his neck, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. He turned around slowly, only to see that Crookshanks had somehow made its way outside the window. With nimble paws, the cat pushed the window open, just enough to slip in, then neatly closed it behind itself. It was the breeze from Crookshanks opening the window that had startled him moments ago. With a triumphant meow, Crookshanks bounded over to Jerry, dropped something from its mouth onto the floor, and batted it right up to Jerry's feet. Its expression seemed to say, "Today, I am your master. This is my gift to you, eat up." Crookshanks, thank you. Jerry stared at the dead mouse at his feet, and the corners of his mouth twitched despite himself. No wonder that which had said Crookshanks was easy to keep. There was hardly any need to prepare food for it. After dinner, Jerry returned to his desk and reopened Magic Theory. Activate Little Red Star. He tapped the Mind Refresh feature on the panel and immediately felt a cool sensation rush from the crown of his head straight into his mind. The fatigue and sluggishness from a long day melted away in a flash, replaced by a sharp, crystal-clear focus. At that moment, he felt as though he'd just awakened from 8 or 9 hours of deep sleep and taken a refreshing glass of cold water. His mind was extraordinarily clear and filled with energy. He bent over his book and resumed studying Magic Theory. Concept that had baffled him throughout the afternoon now suddenly became transparent and easy to grasp. It was as if the complex calculus problems he'd struggled with before had, under the power of Little Red Star's Mind Refresh, transformed into simple algebra. Everything seemed so much easier. More precisely, both his comprehension and memory had improved dramatically, making what was once difficult material suddenly easy to understand. With the help of mind revitalization, Jerry's pace through theory of magic increased noticeably. Just that afternoon, he had spent over 4 hours struggling through 4 or 5 pages without fully grasping them. But now, in the span of a single hour, he had finished a quarter of the book and understood almost everything. 4 hours later, after reading through the entire theory of magic and mastering its contents, Jerry shut off the mind revitalization function on the panel. Once the function was deactivated, his mind returned to its normal state, and with it came a wave of intense exhaustion. It seems using mind revitalization not only consumes Little Red Stars, but also drains mental energy to the extreme. Looks like I'll need to stock up on nutritious drinks from now on, Jerry realized at last. As useful as mind revitalization was, it clearly placed a heavy burden on his body. He hurriedly closed the book, got up, and lay down on his bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight slipped through the window and lit up his face. Jerry slowly opened his eyes. After a night of deep rest, his mind had returned to its usual state. I can't use it for that long next time, he thought to himself. The previous day, the sheer clarity he experienced on his first use had been so exhilarating that he couldn't help but keep it going for 4 straight hours. Although he managed to read and thoroughly understand the entire theory of magic in one sitting, the mental strain left him utterly exhausted, and he soon drifted into deep sleep. Clearly, keeping mind revitalization active for extended periods was not a wise choice. Overexerting the brain would force the body to instinctively enter deep sleep, since deep sleep is essential for mental recovery. However, during such deep sleep, nothing from the outside world, no matter how loud, not even a thunderclap, could rouse him. This meant that, in this state, he lost all sense of alertness. If danger were to strike, he would be as defenseless as prey. He opened the panel to check how many Little Red Stars he'd spent using the mind revitalization function. 240? So that's 1 Little Red Star per minute. He did the math in his head. Last night, he had kept mind revitalization running for 4 hours straight, using up a total of 240 Little Red Stars, exactly 1 per minute on average. All in all, this usage was within his expectations and didn't come as a surprise. On his panel, there had originally been 1,005 Little Red Stars. Yesterday, he had used up 240 of them, leaving him with 765 now. At this rate, he could continue activating the refresh and focus function for nearly 13 more hours. Based on his previous experience of learning magic theory, which had taken him only 4 hours, he reckoned that the remaining 3 books, Standard Spells, Beginner, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and the Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense, would also take about 13 hours to read through and understand quickly. In other words, with his current stock of red stars, he should be able to, albeit just barely, use the refresh and focus acceleration function intermittently over the next 2 or 3 days, significantly speeding up a study plan that would normally take a month to complete. 5 days later, Jerry stood with a wand in his hand, a little nervous as he pointed it at the wooden door of the room and whispered the incantation. Alohamara. A faint surge of magic, summoned by Jerry's spell and focused will, slowly flowed from within him. It traveled along his arm, channeled, into the wand, and, amplified by the wand, burst forth as a blue beam of magical light that struck the door's lock with perfect precision. Click, click, click. The locked wooden door, under the influence of Jerry's unlocking spell, rattled like clockwork and then swung open on its own. Phew, I finally did it. Seeing the spell succeed, Jerry let out a long breath of relief. In fact, 2 days earlier, by occasionally activating the cognitive boost function, he had managed to read through all 4 magic books, memorizing every bit of magical knowledge and every incantation they contained. But simply reading and understanding the theories in those books did not mean he could successfully cast the spells. Although the spells described in these books were the most basic and the simplest ones. From Jerry's understanding, after integrating the contents of all 4 books, wizards could perform magic because they possessed a unique magical lineage. This bloodline allowed them, from birth, to generate a wondrous force called magical power within themselves. Magic, then, was the art of channeling this power, using incantations and focused will to transform it into all manner of miraculous effects. If you wanted to cast a spell, first and foremost, you needed to have magical power within you. This is why muggles and squibs, even if they know the incantations, are unable to perform magic. Aside from magical power, you also needed a wand. A wand acted like an amplifier and stabilizer. It magnified and steadied the magic you channeled, making it much easier to cast spells. Without a wand, magic was not impossible, but it required the wizard to have exceptionally powerful magic and an extraordinary command of spellcasting. Different wands varied in how well they amplified and stabilized magic. The better matched a wand was to its owner, the easier it became to cast spells and the more powerful the effects. A poorly matched wand not only made spellcasting more difficult, but could sometimes make it impossible to cast magic at all. Beyond the wand, to cast a spell successfully, you needed a solid theoretical foundation and a thorough understanding of the magic you were attempting. Every syllable of the incantation had to be pronounced clearly and accurately, and the rhythm at which the spell was spoken needed to be precise and just right. In Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, there's a story about a wizard named Baruffio, who, due to a mispronunciation while casting a spell, saying F as ended up flat on the floor with a wild buffalo standing right on his chest. This is why, to cast spells correctly, constant practice is essential. The more you practice, the more precise your spellcasting becomes, until the magic flows just as intended. Of course, some spells are more difficult and require more advanced techniques to master. These subtleties often aren't covered in the textbooks and must be learned under the guidance of a skilled teacher, step by step. After 2 days of diligent practice, Jerry finally began to grasp some of these nuances today and managed to successfully cast his first spell, the Unlocking Charm. With this initial success, his subsequent practice became ever smoother. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he had mastered all the spells from the first-year curriculum. 10 days later, Jerry stood in his room with his wand, tirelessly practicing every spell he had learned. The spells taught in first year were generally quite simple and didn't require much magical energy to perform. Even with his current reserves of magic, Jerry could cast them with ease, though, admittedly, the power behind them was still quite limited. Of the 4 magic books, well, really 3, since magical theory contained only theoretical explanations, there were a total of 14 spells recorded. The Softening Charm, the Cutting Spell, the Unlocking Charm, the Levitation Charm, the Locking Spell, the Mending Charm, the Transformation Spell, the Restoring Charm, the Sneezing Hex, the Fire-Making Spell, the Expelling Charm, the Smoke Screen Spell, the Wand Lighting Charm, and the Wand Extinguishing Charm. Among these, aside from the Transformation Spell, which Jerry was still struggling with, he had become fairly proficient with the rest. However, out of all 14 spells, only the Cutting Spell and the Fire-Making Spell had any real offensive capability. The rest weren't much use in a fight. And even then, with his current magical strength, the Cutting Spell couldn't even slice through a shirt, and the Fire-Making Spell produced little more than a tiny flame, barely more than what a lighter could manage. Originally, Jerry had hoped these books would include the full Bodybind Curse, the one Hermione used in the films to freeze Neville in his tracks. For combat, that spell always seemed the most practical. If only he could use the Bodybind Curse, he could have easily dealt with those robbers back home, petrifying each of them with a simple Petri Ficus Totalis. But as it turned out, that spell wasn't included in the first-year textbooks. Perhaps Hermione had picked it up from some advanced volume in the library, or maybe it was part of the curriculum for older students. No wonder Ron and Harry looked so baffled when they saw Hermione perform that spell. Thinking about it, even though the two of them weren't exactly model students, there were only a dozen or so spells taught in the first-year textbook. They couldn't possibly know none of them, especially since it was already the end of the school year. Unless, of course, that spell wasn't in the textbook at all. That would explain why they acted like they had never seen it before when Hermione cast it. Still, even though the spells taught in the first year weren't really offensive, they were magical all the same. Jerry believed that, with a bit of creativity, even these simple spells might achieve some unexpected results. For the sake of caution, though, he thought it would be best to test out the power of these spell combinations before going back. At the same time, he could also collect a few more red stars while he was at it. He'd completely run out of them. He remembered that young wizards weren't allowed to use magic outside of school, or the Ministry of Magic would detect it. But apparently, this rule didn't apply to children who hadn't started at Hogwarts yet. He recalled Hermione mentioning on the train that she'd tried magic at home before the school year began, and it had worked every time. So, during this period before entering Hogwarts, he could use magic freely, as long as he didn't get caught red-handed by someone from the Ministry. That seemed pretty unlikely. There weren't many wizards to begin with, and besides, his orphanage wasn't even in central London. It was in a small town in Surrey. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any real trouble. 10 o'clock at night in the town of Winton, at the Edward Orphanage. Crookshanks, Dad stepping out for a bit. Don't go wandering off while I'm gone. Jerry picked up his wand, pulled on a set of dark clothes, and called out to the ginger, long-haired cat who was lying on the floor, happily playing with its fluffy tail. With that, he opened the window and slipped outside. His room was on the second floor of the orphanage, but with his agility, that was hardly an obstacle. He simply pushed off from the first-floor window ledge and landed lightly on the ground. In fact, many children are better climbers than adults, especially Jerry, who had 8-pack abs and the strength of a teenager twice his age. By 10 o'clock, the orphanage was shrouded in darkness. Jerry crept through the front yard, scaled the iron gate with practiced ease, and slipped out into the night. He'd chosen to experiment with magic and earn red stars at night because it was easier to move around unnoticed, and besides, most crimes tended to happen after dark. Lumos! Drawing his wand from his pocket, Jerry whispered the incantation. Instantly, a bright beam of light shone from the tip, just as powerful as a flashlight. The wand lighting charm is one of the simplest among the 14 spells Jerry has learned so far. However, when he was learning this spell, he noticed in the notes that there's an advanced version of it. One so bright it rivals a miniature sun, often used in small pocket worlds as a substitute for a real sun. This made him think of his previous life watching Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, where Newt had that magical suitcase. Perhaps the sun in the little world inside the suitcase was created with the advanced form of this very spell. So Jerry realized he shouldn't underestimate these basic spells he was practicing now. After all, many powerful spells might have been developed by building upon these simple foundations. The Edward Orphanage was located on the southern edge of town, a rather out-of-the-way spot. Wand in hand, Jerry used the lighting charm to guide his way, walking for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the town center. Unlike the orphanage, where everyone was already fast asleep, the town at 10 o'clock was still lively, with many small shops open for business. Especially around the local pub, men and women dressed to the nines came and went in a constant stream. In Jerry's mind, the area near a pub at midnight was just the kind of place where crime was likely to happen, so he kept patrolling around the bar, deliberately wandering into those dark, deserted alleys. Unfortunately, even after patrolling until 1 in the morning, he hadn't chanced upon a single crime. The only thing that happened was when he first entered town and saw an elderly couple out for an evening stroll slip and fall. He rushed over to help them up, earning himself 2 minor red stars. With nothing else to do, he could only return to the orphanage to sleep, planning to try again the next day. As it turned out, the world of Harry Potter and the Marvel Universe were quite different. Especially in a small town without much stress, stumbling upon a crime was no easy feat. Every night, he left at 10 and returned around 1 in the morning. It wasn't until the night before he was due to return that Jerry finally encountered a minor robbery. It was 11:30 at night, in a dim alleyway of the small town of Welton. A white-collar woman, late home from working overtime, was cornered by a burly white man brandishing a fruit knife. And this scene happened to be caught by Jerry as he was patrolling nearby. But instead of rushing in to save her, he hid at the exit of the alley, silently watching as the burly man snatched the money and necklace, clutching his loot and the fruit knife as he hurried toward the mouth of the alley. Flavidio! Jerry whipped out his wand, aimed at a puddle near the alley's exit, and cast a transfiguration charm. London's weather is famously rainy and foggy, so puddles left by the downpour are a common sight along the streets. When struck by the magical beam of the transfiguration charm, that large puddle of water instantly morphed into an ultra-slick lubricant. The burly man, desperately fleeing, had just reached the mouth of the alley when his foot landed squarely on the slippery patch. Whoa! His foot shot out from under him. Moving too fast to stop, the man was sent flying, landing hard on the ground with a painful thud. Among the 14 spells Jerry had studied, Transfiguration was by far the most difficult. Most spells simply imbued a material with a particular property, but transfiguration was something else entirely. It turned one substance into another, completely and utterly. No wonder it stood apart from all other spells, established as a discipline in its own right. Its depth and complexity were evident. Still, not every transformation was equally difficult for beginners. The textbook noted that, to improve one's chances of success, there were several key points to bear in mind. First, transformations within the same category of matter were much easier. For example, turning water into wine or water into oil. These were typically mastered with ease by first-year students not long after arriving at school. On the other hand, turning water into stone or steel was exceedingly hard. Curiously, transforming non-living objects into living ones, or vice versa, was not necessarily as difficult as one might think, though that did require learning a few conversion spells. Next, the smaller the object, the better the odds of successful transformation. Turning a matchstick into a needle or a strand of hair into thread, such feats were within reach. By contrast, turning a matchstick into a spear or a utility pole would be a daunting task. Finally, the simpler the structure of the object, the easier the transformation. Turning a mouse into a snuff box or a rabbit into a slipper. These were things even first and second-year wizards could achieve. But the opposite was true as well. Transforming an owl into a telescope was a challenge even many fifth-year students couldn't manage, let alone conjuring something as complex as an airplane, a cannon, or a machine gun that might be beyond even Dumbledore himself. And those examples only scratched the surface. More advanced transfiguration involved the laws of Gamp, cross-species transformations, human transfiguration, and so forth. Matters for Jerry to study at school in due time. Smokescreen. Seizing the moment while the burly man was still groggy from his fall and struggling to get up, Jerry quickly cast a smoke charm. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the man, and Jerry darted into the haze like a young leopard. Still dazed on the ground, the man seemed to sense someone approaching and hastily grabbed for the fruit knife that had fallen nearby. Quickly softened. But Jerry was faster. He hurled a softening charm at the knife, and it wilted at once, drooping limply like a strand of noodles. Dragon's Tail Whip. After eliminating his greatest threat, Jerry wasted no time. With a merciless, powerful roundhouse kick, he struck the burly man right in the head as the man was trying to get up. Jerry's strength was on par with a typical 16 or 17-year-old boy. That full-force kick landed squarely on the man's temple, instantly knocking him out cold. Ordinarily, even with Jerry's mastery of Jeet Kune Do and his 8-pack abs, he would never have been a match for this brawny white man, especially since the man was armed with a knife. Jerry recalled a news story from his previous life. Some martial arts champion had run into a knife-wielding criminal on the street. After a fierce struggle, the champion ended up in the hospital, while the criminal escaped unscathed. Fighting skills only tip the scales when both sides are physically matched. If there's a huge difference in strength or size, victory is hard to come by, unless you fight with lethal intent, aiming every blow at a vital spot. And if one person is unarmed while the other has a knife, all the martial arts in the world won't help you. Your best bet is to run for your life. Disarming a blade barehanded is not impossible, but more often than not, it ends with the knife going in clean and coming out bloody. So the fact that Jerry could easily take down an armed brute using nothing but a few low-level spells, none of which were particularly harmful, was proof of how effective magic could be as an unconventional advantage. Still, he had to admit, his sneak attack had given him a distinct edge. After knocking out the robber, Jerry didn't leave right away. Instead, he casually plucked 2 bills from the scattered wad of cash, slipped them into his pocket, and then sauntered off. Doing good without expecting anything in return? That was not his style. 2 bills didn't mean much to him, but he'd always told himself, it's fine to do good deeds, but there should always be a reward. Since he'd helped that lady recover her wallet and deal with the thug, he had to take his cut. Otherwise, he worried he'd end up chasing after those little red stars, doing good non-stop, and eventually becoming some kind of saintly figure. That was the last thing he wanted. After living more than 40 years, he knew what it took to make his life a little better. Now that he had a second chance at life, he didn't crave enormous wealth or power, but he also refused to become a self-sacrificing fool who lived only for others. A person's life is, at most, 100 years. Sometimes a little selfishness is no great sin. Besides, that strange panel of his awarded him a little red star for every good deed. Even if he immediately regretted his actions afterward, the reward wouldn't vanish. In other words, if he saved someone's life, he'd get a red star. Then, even if he turned around and killed that same person, the star would still be his. That system was just that lacking in common sense. Not long after Jerry left, the white-collar woman in the alley timidly poked her head out. She had just heard what sounded like screams from outside, but out of caution, she didn't come out right away. Now, seeing the burly man who had robbed her collapsed not far from the mouth of the alley. She was first startled, then delighted. She approached slowly to confirm that the man who had mugged her was truly unconscious. Instantly, she reclaimed her cash and jewelry, then gave the man 2 hard kicks before strutting away in her high heels. She chose not to call the police. Since she'd gotten her money and jewelry back, though she was missing 2 bills, it didn't really matter. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. September 1st, 1991. Jerry woke up early and prepared everything he needed to bring to Hogwarts. Today was his first day heading to Hogwarts to begin his magical studies, and also the last day of his 1-month trial period. Return countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Watching the countdown tick away on the panel, Jerry took a deep breath and gripped his wand tightly. 3, 2, 1. Begin return. As the countdown ended, he once again felt time freeze around him, the world locking into place. Then, darkness swallowed his vision and he lost all awareness. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on the hijacked school bus. The raucous laughter of the 2 robbers and the relentless bang of gunfire filled his ears. Thank goodness, the wand came with me. Jerry ignored the 2 robbers nearby and immediately looked down at the wand in his right hand. What he'd worried about most was that the wand wouldn't return with him. Without its support, casting magic would be almost impossible. The failure rate was as high as 99%. Now the question is how to take down these 4 robbers safely. Clutching his wand, Jerry narrowed his eyes and scanned the inside of the bus. In fact, even before returning, he had been thinking about how to deal with the 4 armed robbers as safely as possible. With magic on his side, dealing with the robbers wasn't all that difficult. He'd experimented with it just last night. But making sure the robbers didn't accidentally hurt any of the other children on the bus, that was the real challenge. So, his plan was to wait and observe, looking for any opportunity. If nothing changed, he'd be forced to act. There was a chance some people could get hurt, but his first priority had to be the safety of himself and his younger sister. For the rest, all he could do was apologize. If these robbers, after shaking off the police cars, would simply take the stolen money and leave the school bus, that would be ideal. He wouldn't have to risk making a move at all. As for the little red star, he could always earn it by doing good deeds. Once he was better at magic, there'd be plenty of opportunities. There was no need to take unnecessary risks now. Smith, we've lost the cops behind us. The 2 robbers next to Jerry, seeing that their wild gunfire had finally forced the last police car to a halt, burst out laughing and called out to the center of the bus, reporting to the robber who was pointing a pistol at Miss Bailey. The man threatening Miss Bailey with a gun seemed to be the ringleader of the 4 robbers. Hearing their report, he turned to the one at the front who was keeping the driver, Paul, in check and asked, "Are we there yet?" "Almost there, Smith." The robber at the front glanced at the road sign ahead and replied with a grin. About 20 minutes later, under the front robber's direction, the school bus pulled over onto a quiet, deserted side road. "What now? Are we supposed to kill them all?" The 2 robbers from the back of the bus walked up to the leader, Smith. Jerry, hearing this, instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. If the robbers intended to kill everyone on the bus, then he'd have no choice but to take action, no matter the risk. "Idiot, why would we kill them all? Do you have a death wish?" Smith, the ringleader, delivered a swift kick to the backside of the robber who'd made the suggestion. He knew very well. If they'd only robbed a small bank, sure, it would cause a stir, but nothing too serious. After all, the only ones losing out were the bankers. Besides, the money they'd taken from the bank was just a drop in the ocean to the institution. But if they murdered a busload of elementary school kids, it would shock society to the core. They'd become public enemies overnight. There was even a chance the military would be brought in to hunt them down. That's why he called his subordinate a brainless fool. "Smith, I think we should just take one hostage, just in case. The rest we let go. They'd only slow us down." The robber at the front clearly understood the boss's thinking and offered a more reasonable suggestion. Smith thought for a moment, then nodded and began picking among the children on the bus. Seeing Smith's gun swing in her direction, Miss Bailey trembled as she raised her hand. "Take me as a hostage. They're just kids. If you bring them along and they start crying, you'll have your hands full." Miss Bailey stammered as she spoke, obviously terrified inside. Meanwhile, the driver, Paul, kept his head down even lower in his seat. He had a child, a wife, and aging parents to support. Even though guilt gnawed at him, he still couldn't bring himself to volunteer. That makes sense. It was clear that Smith had been convinced by Miss Bailey's words. If they took a child, there would be no need to worry about resistance. But if the child started to cry or make a scene, that would be troublesome. As well, after all, the purpose of taking a hostage was to keep the police at bay. Killing the hostage outright wouldn't serve their needs. "Smith, I think this suggestion is excellent." The 2 robbers at the back glanced at Miss Bailey, taking in her refined features and shapely figure, and a sly, suggestive grin crept onto their faces. Miss Bailey caught their looks and shivered involuntarily, But in the end, she said nothing more. Quietly, she stood up and moved to stand beside Smith. Jerry, who had been sitting at the back, quietly watching everything unfold, couldn't help but sigh. Slowly, he rose from his seat. I think I'm the most suitable choice as a hostage. My father is the chief of police in Queens. He might even be the one leading the pursuit. Besides, I'm just a kid. I can't fight back, and I always do as I'm told. Miss Bailey was a teacher with both a strong sense of responsibility and a kind heart, and Jerry didn't want her to fall into the hands of these criminals. More importantly, if he left with the robbers, he would have no one to worry about and could act more freely. That was why he bravely stood up at that moment. Jerry, what are you saying? Sit down right now. Mr. Paul will take you home soon. Miss Bailey's face changed the moment she saw Jerry stand. Jerry was known as the model student at school. Not only did he have outstanding grades, but he was also well-behaved and hardworking. He was one of her favorites. Now, seeing Jerry volunteer to take her place as a hostage, she was both moved and anxious. In stark contrast, when Smith heard that Jerry was the police chief's son, he immediately turned to look at him. Having the police chief's child as a hostage would make the police far more cautious than if they held an ordinary elementary school teacher. And, compared to an adult woman, who might resist, a child would certainly be safer for them. Bring him over here. Smith nodded to one of the robbers and gave the order. Smith, I still think the woman is the better choice. The robber muttered, cheeks puffed out, clearly harboring other intentions. Smith, who knew his men all too well, raised his foot and kicked him sharply. Once we got the money, there'll be no shortage of women. Just grab the police chief's kid and let's get moving. Brother. Elsa watched as the robber approached her brother Jerry. Realizing something was wrong, she clung tightly to Jerry's hand, fear in her eyes. Though she was a bit of an oddball and usually carefree, she wasn't foolish. She understood all too well that if her brother was taken away, something terrible might happen. Aisha, I'm going to escort these little devils back to hell, and I'll be right back. Be sure to listen to Miss Beryl, okay? Don't worry. Your brother is the Lord of Demons. Jerry gently let go of Aisha's hand, then gave her a reassuring wink before striding toward the robber. You little bastard, you'd better behave yourself on the way, or I'll smash your head in. As Jerry stepped off the school bus, that same robber, fuming with anger, aimed a kick at Jerry's backside. Jerry nimbly dodged by leaping forward at just the right moment. The robber looked like he wanted to land another kick, but the boss, Smith, snapped at him from behind, making him hold back. After the four robbers marched Jerry off the school bus, they took their rifles and blew out all four of the bus's tires, only then heading into the nearby grove. It wasn't long before they reached a black SUV that had clearly been parked there in advance. They really came prepared, Jerry thought to himself, wedged in the back seat between two burly robbers as he got into the SUV. The SUV roared to life, and after a few sharp turns through the trees, it merged onto a narrow, hidden lane. Soon they hit the main road and melted into the flow of traffic, vanishing without a trace. An hour later, in front of a rundown warehouse on the outskirts of town, the black SUV rolled to a stop. The four robbers, lugging a huge bag stuffed with stolen cash from the bank, forced Jerry inside the warehouse. With a sharp click, the wooden door was locked behind them. Jerry stared at the locked door, muttering under his breath. Looks like they don't plan to leave any witnesses. Well, don't blame me for what happens next. The moment he stepped into the warehouse, he'd seen the four robbers pull off their masks at the same time. That was enough for him to realize they'd probably already decided, deep down, what his fate would be. For now, though, the thrill of a successful escape and the fortune in their hands filled the robbers' minds with giddy excitement. But once reality set in, Jerry guessed his own end would come soon after. As the saying goes, strike first and you gain the upper hand. Hesitate and you're doomed. If not now, then when? Hearing the robbers outside bursting into boisterous laughter over their haul, Jerry knew this was the moment. Their guard was down, making it the perfect time for him to act. Flavito. Drawing the wand tucked in his waistband, Jerry pointed it at a broken chair leg he'd spotted in the room and cast a transfiguration spell. The wood twisted and morphed into a sharp dagger. With his current level of skill, he estimated the dagger would hold its shape for about 10 minutes, just barely enough time. Alohamra. He aimed his wand at the locked wooden door. With a faint click, the lock popped open. Wand in his left hand, dagger in his right, Jerry carefully pushed the door open and slipped out, melting into the shadows. The dilapidated warehouse was piled high with all sorts of useless junk, which also provided Jerry with plenty of cover to hide behind. At the center of the warehouse, four bandits were gleefully drinking beer while counting out large sacks of cash. It was clear they were enjoying the spoils of their crime. Activate Little Red Star. Instead of casting a spell at the four bandits, Jerry first turned on the Refresh and Awaken function on his panel. After spending every night in town doing good deeds, and even stopping a robbery the previous evening, Jerry had managed to accumulate over 50 little red stars. With more than 50 stars, he could keep the Refresh and Awaken function running for at least 50 minutes. But why activate the Refresh and Awaken function before a fight? Through repeated experiments, Jerry had discovered that this feature could temporarily unlock his brain's potential, putting his mind into a state of heightened activity. Since this state could help him absorb magical knowledge faster, it stood to reason that it would also give him an edge in battle. Used for studying, it dramatically improved his comprehension, memory, and analytical skills. In combat, it allowed his highly stimulated brain to shatter the limits of his body, granting him newfound freedom of movement. Jerry called this state of unlocking his body through his mind superhuman mode. He remembered a movie from his previous life called Lucy, where the heroine's body and brain were pushed beyond their limits by a mysterious drug. In the end, she became an all-knowing, all-powerful being, almost godlike. Jerry's own superhuman state wasn't nearly as exaggerated, but under his brain's full control, his body could be liberated to nearly its maximum potential. As we all know, an untrained person can rarely coordinate their muscles well enough to unleash their body's full strength. But martial artists, thanks to years of training and precise control over their muscles, can draw out far greater power from the same body. Jerry's superhuman state was like transforming overnight from an amateur martial arts enthusiast into a grandmaster. His body remained unchanged, but in this mode, both his strength and speed were vastly elevated compared to normal. With his mind running at full capacity, all 5 senses were sharpened, and when combined, his combat abilities could soar to entirely new levels. However, this state was not without its drawbacks. The longer he kept it active, the more severe the side effects became. First and foremost, once he switched off the Refresh and Awaken function, his brain, drained from overexertion, would become sluggish, leaving him overwhelmingly drowsy. If the ability is used for too long or overdrawn severely, it can even cause him to slip straight into deep sleep, just like last time when he read for 4 hours without a break. Moreover, if his body, after activating the Enhanced Alertness function, uses this superhuman, liberated brain state to engage in intense, extraordinary physical activity, his muscles would become extremely sore afterwards, requiring a long period of rest to recover. He suspects that excessive use might even lead to widespread muscle strains after the fact. So, activating the superhuman state is best done either as quickly as possible, or with the assurance that he'll be in a completely safe environment when it ends. Otherwise, it could get dangerous. Smoke screen. He raised his wand and pointed it at the 4 people counting money. A beam of magical light shot out, and in an instant, the center of the warehouse was engulfed in thick smoke. A smoke bomb? Damn it, the police must have tracked us down. When smoke suddenly billowed up around them, Smith, the leader of the robbers, immediately assumed the police had found their hideout. Panicking, he ordered his men to grab their rifles and start firing toward the warehouse doors and windows, all while retreating further inside. At that moment, Jerry sprang into action. With a powerful push from both legs, he darted toward the 4 robbers shrouded in smoke, moving with the speed and agility of a hunting leopard. In his superhuman state, Jerry was incredibly fast, rivaling world-class sprinters. In less than 3 seconds, he covered nearly 20 meters and closed in on the first robber hidden in the smoke. This robber was none other than the burly man who had tried to kick him off the school bus earlier. Gentlemen take their time with revenge. Petty men settle the score from dawn till dusk. Clearly, Jerry wasn't one for patience. He leapt forward and with a fierce swipe, slashed the burly man's neck with his dagger. A wet, gurgling sound, blood spurted out. The big man instinctively clutched his neck, desperate for air, only to find his once powerful body growing weak and limp from blood loss. Sensing something was wrong behind them, the other 3 robbers spun around, guns at the ready. Quickly soften. Raising his wand with his left hand, Jerry cast a softening spell on the rifle held by the furthest robber. Truth be told, a transfiguration spell would have been more effective at this moment. But with his current magic skills, he could manage a small dagger, not transform an entire rifle. Chances were it would fail. But the softening spell only needed to turn the rifle barrel pliable to render it useless. Take this. Even as he cast the spell, his right hand wasn't idle. He hurled his dagger directly at the robber closest to him. Because he was in a superhuman state, the dagger he threw flew with astonishing speed and accuracy, rivaling the skills of the most elite assassins in the movies. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as the dagger found its mark, embedding itself precisely in the robber's right eye socket and driving deep into his brain. At that very moment, Jerry's 6th sense exploded with warnings. Not far from him, the leader of the robbers had raised his rifle, the barrel aimed squarely at Jerry's head. In a split second, Jerry's legs surged with power. He slid backward in one swift motion, using his small stature to his advantage. Just as the gang leader pulled the trigger, Jerry narrowly managed to retreat behind the first burly man he had killed, whose body was still upright, yet to hit the ground. Full force repel. Jerry pointed his wand at the back of the first thug. Drawing upon years of playing Angry Birds in his previous life, combined with the precision of his now supercharged mind, he unleashed all his remaining magic in a single repelling spell. A flash of magic shot from the wand and struck the thug's back. With blood spurting wildly from his neck, the man transformed into a giant, crimson projectile, hurtling straight into the robber leader. Smith, the gang leader, had never experienced what it felt like to be struck by a 200-pound man flying through the air. The result: he was knocked off his feet, his head slammed into the ground, and he lost consciousness from the severe blow. Jerry stowed his wand without hesitation and sprinted at full speed toward the last robber, who was the farthest away. That last repelling spell had drained nearly all of Jerry's scant supply of magic. He would have to take on the final robber up close, relying solely on physical strength. At that moment, the last robber was still reeling in utter confusion. What on earth was happening? First came the smoke grenades. After a round of wild gunfire with no sign of the police, he turned to find his own comrade had been silently taken down by a small, wiry figure. Just as he was about to open fire at a shadowy figure in the haze, his rifle suddenly went limp in his hands, as if it had turned to noodles, an utterly bizarre moment. When he regained his senses, another comrade had a dagger lodged in his eye, and the boss was lying crumpled on the ground. Out of the swirling smoke, that same small figure was now charging straight at him. As Jerry drew closer, the robber finally saw his face clearly. It was the brown-haired boy they dragged off the school bus. The robber was stunned, but Jerry was anything but. Fueled by his superhuman state, Jerry quickly closed the distance to the final robber. Only then did the last robber recover enough to realize that if he didn't fight back, he'd end up just like his three fallen companions. He immediately tossed aside his useless rifle and reached for the pistol at his waist. But Jerry would never give him the chance. With a powerful leap, Jerry drove his knee straight between the robber's legs with all his might. Seeing this, the robber's eyes widened in shock. He no longer dared to draw his gun. Instead, he hurriedly used both hands to shield the younger man in front of him. However, he underestimated Jerry's strength. Now, in his superhuman state, Jerry was far stronger than the robber. What's more, this knee strike was delivered with his full might. Though the robber managed to bring both arms down a block in time, the force was so great that he was still driven backward, crashing right into his most vulnerable spot. His body doubled over like a shrimp, and he gasped sharply, the pain clearly unbearable. But Jerry wasn't done. With no pause at all after his successful knee strike, his supercharged mind directed his arms to press down on the robber's shoulders. He used the leverage to lift his whole body into the air, suddenly appearing above the robber's head. His legs wrapped around the robber's neck like a python, every muscle tensing at once. With a swift, powerful twist, like unscrewing a bottle cap. Crack! The last robber's head spun a full 180 degrees. He was dead, undeniably, irrevocably dead. Jerry flipped off the body and landed lightly. He looked around to make sure there was no more danger, then immediately released his superhuman state, shutting down the heightened alertness. "That's a rush," he muttered, drawing in a sharp breath. The fight had only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. The strain on his brain wasn't too bad. He just felt a brief wave of dizziness, then quickly returned to normal. But the intense exertion of those few minutes caught up to him. As soon as his muscles relaxed, it felt as if he hadn't run in years and had suddenly sprinted 5 kilometers. It was that familiar ache you feel the morning after a long run. Still, Jerry had to admit, the superhuman experience was incredible. Before, his fighting skills might have been at the level of an enthusiastic amateur. With his abilities switched on, he fought at the level of a master. After a short rest to recover, Jerry walked over to the robber he'd killed with a knife. He pulled out his now-bent blade, then made his way to the gang's leader, Smith, who was lying unconscious from the blow. Without hesitation, he drove the knife deep into the leader's chest. If you don't pull out the weeds by the roots, they'll grow again with the spring breeze. Jerry felt no mercy for bandits who had so many deaths on their hands. Besides, the leader had probably caught a glimpse of his face through the smoke. He couldn't afford to leave him alive. Although it was his first time killing, Jerry felt only a slight sense of nausea and not much else. Maybe it was because he'd already died once, run over by a cargo truck. Death wasn't as frightening as he'd imagined. They really were out of my league. That was worth it. Opening the peculiar panel, Jerry was astonished to discover that his collection of little red stars had instantly soared to 2,000, and a look of delight bloomed across his face. 2,000 little red stars. This was an amount he would have needed 2 or 3 years of good deeds to accumulate in the past. And yet this time, he'd earned them all at once. Clearly, helping to take out the trash or assisting an elderly lady across the street. These sorts of simple acts of kindness paled in comparison to taking down 4 armed robbers who had not only tried to rob a bank, but had also hijacked a school bus. The difference was staggering. Though 2,000 little red stars had just been credited to his account, Jerry didn't rush to enter the little world of Harry Potter right away. After each return from a little world, there was always a cool-down period. Even with enough little red stars, he couldn't re-enter until that time had passed. Besides, after the first experience, it would cost him 100 little red stars per day to visit that world. 2,000 might sound like a lot, but it would only last him 20 days. What's more, as he studied magic at Hogwarts, the acceleration function provided by the little red stars would no doubt prove essential. So, what he really needed to consider from now on was how to earn even more little red stars to support his future needs. Closing the mysterious panel, Jerry strolled over to the very center of the warehouse. At the center table, aside from bottles of beer, there was a large sack, certainly containing at least $1 million in cash. During the earlier confrontation, quite a bit of the cash had spilled out onto the floor. Jerry picked up 8 or 9 bills and stuffed them into his pocket, muttering to himself, "I helped recover over $1 million. Taking 700 or 800 for myself isn't unreasonable. With this, I can get Elsa her favorite ice princess doll." After all, in this world, Jerry was just an 11-year-old child. His father certainly didn't give him much pocket money. Usually, he scraped together a little cash from classmates who liked to cause trouble. He was quite adept at fighting fire with fire, but since they were all elementary school students, no one ever had much on them. $700 or $800 wasn't a lot, and the bank wouldn't make a fuss over such a small amount. Well, now it's just a matter of waiting for the police to arrive. Feeling some of his magic restored, he used a restoration spell to transform the dagger back into a table leg. Then he returned to the room where he'd been held, locked the wooden door again with a sealing charm, and laid down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. I wonder if the police will have trouble finding this place? Probably not. After all, the gunshots just now were pretty loud. In fact, Jerry had only just lain down when, above the warehouse, a man clad in a suit of red and gold mechanical armor appeared. Let's rewind to just over an hour earlier. Inside Tony Stark's massive mansion. "Sir, there's been a bank robbery in Queens. The criminals have hijacked a school bus full of children and have already escaped police pursuit." Tony, who had been studying the schematics for the Mark V portable armor, paused at Jarvis's report. He set the blueprints aside and walked slowly toward the armor docking platform. Perfect timing to get out for some fresh air, maybe spark a little inspiration. Ever since he had revealed his identity to the public a few days ago, Tony had been working on a more portable version of his suit to handle emergencies. But shrinking that massive armor down to a suitcase was proving to be no easy feat. Standing on the platform, Tony watched as, under Jarvis's control, the Mark IV suit swiftly encased him. Mark III had been badly damaged in the fight against Ironmonger and was out of commission for now, so Tony had built the Mark IV as a replacement. The Mark IV was functionally similar to the Mark III, differing mostly in appearance with some minor tweaks. Engaging the suit's thrusters, Tony soared off in the Mark IV, flying at fighter jet speeds in the direction the criminals had fled. "Jarvis, pull up all surveillance feeds and analyze possible escape routes for the suspects." Inside the Mark IV's helmet, Tony gave his command to the AI. "Yes, sir." With Jarvis's remarkable efficiency, it took only moments to comb through vast amounts of surveillance data, narrowing down the school bus's likely path after shaking off the police. After a high-speed flight, and with Jarvis's guidance, Tony quickly located the bus, its tires blown out, along with the teachers and children inside. Upon learning that the 4 robbers had taken a little boy hostage into a nearby grove, Tony used the tire tracks in the woods and additional street cameras to pinpoint their vehicle en route, ultimately tracking them to a warehouse hideout. Compared to the painstaking, manual efforts of the police, Jarvis's AI-driven search was immeasurably faster. Scan the warehouse layout and count how many people are inside. Since the robbers had a hostage, Tony didn't just blast in with his repulsors. Instead, he used the advanced scanning system in his suit to survey the entire warehouse. "Sir, there are 5 people inside the warehouse, 4 adult males and 1 child. However, the 4 adults are no longer showing any vital signs." "What?" Startled by Jarvis's report, Tony's face registered surprise. With a burst of energy, the repulsor blasted the doors open as Tony, clad in his armor, strode into the warehouse. Who did this? Blood, corpses, and dollar bills were scattered all over the floor. The warehouse was so silent you could hear a pin drop. It was obvious someone had found the robbers before him, and killed every last one of them. "Oh, the police are here already? That's surprisingly fast." Jerry, who had been lying on his bed with his eyes closed, jolted upright the moment he heard the commotion outside. Wouldn't this look a bit suspicious? A boy of 11, kidnapped by 4 vicious criminals, showing no fear and remaining calm as ever. Surely that would raise some eyebrows. After a brief pause, Jerry pulled out his wand and muttered a spell over himself. Endless runny nose. A faint magical glow flashed across his face, and suddenly 2 streams of snot began to flow steadily from his nostrils. It was the runny nose curse, an enchantment that kept its target's nose running without end. Because Jerry had deliberately used very little magical power, the effect was much weaker than usual. He tucked the wand away, rubbed his eyes hard until they reddened as if he'd been crying, and added a touch of fear and panic to his expression. Perfect, a frightened, shaken little boy, just as you'd expect from someone who'd been kidnapped. Moments later, the wooden door was kicked open with a crash, and a tall figure in gleaming armor strode into the room. Iron Man. Jerry, his face now covered in snot, couldn't help but blurt out in surprise when he saw who had come. He'd expected the police to arrive, but it turned out to be Iron Man himself. Oh right, that's me, the amazing Iron Man. So don't worry, you're safe now. Come here, and I'll take you home. Hearing the reassuring voice echo from the suit, Jerry hesitated for a split second, wiped his nose, and then feigned innocence as he replied. Iron Man, you're just so cool. Absolutely. And if you behave, I might even let you have a model of the suit. Instead of leading Jerry through the main entrance, which was littered with corpses and blood, Tony simply raised his hand, blasted a hole in a wall with his repulsor, and walked them straight out of the warehouse. Jarvis, contact the officers still searching for the robbers. Send them the address and every bit of footage from the moment we entered to the moment we left. With a brief instruction to Jarvis, Tony scooped Jerry up and flew low in the direction of the school bus. What's your name? Jerry. Did you hear anything strange in that room just now? I just heard some gunshots and people yelling. Yelling? Yes, stuff like idiot, bastard, which... All right, that's enough. Forget about all those bad words. Are you really Iron Man? The one and only? And were you serious about giving me a model of the suit? Of course, it'll be delivered to your doorstep first thing tomorrow morning. And so, Jerry continued to act as much like a normal child as possible, making idle conversation with Tony as they went along. Looks like I'll have to find some time to bring over a flying broomstick. Watching Tony soar freely through the sky in his suit of armor, Jerry couldn't help but gaze at him with envy. Anyone with a free spirit dreams of flying, especially the kind where you're at the controls, guiding yourself through open skies. Jerry was no exception. Fortunately, wizards had their own, unique ways of taking to the air. The simplest and most convenient method was the flying broomstick. An ordinary model, like the Nimbus 1000, could reach speeds of around 100 miles per hour, about 160 kilometers per hour. Fancier broomsticks were even faster. The Nimbus 2000, for example, could top 200 kilometers per hour, and the Firebolt was faster still. With enough skill, one could even learn the flight spell, transforming into a streak of white light and soaring through the air, no longer needing any magical tools at all. Of course, whether it was a broomstick or a flight spell, neither could match the speed of Tony's Iron Man suit. He'd heard his colleagues say that suit could even break the sound barrier. Still, wizards only used broomsticks for short trips. For longer distances, they had apparition, port keys, or flue powder, any of which could whisk you to your destination in the blink of an eye. To ensure Jerry's safety, Tony didn't fly too fast. It took nearly an hour for them to reach the spot where the school bus had stopped earlier. By then, the area was swarming with police. After finding the bus, Tony had sent its location to the local authorities. Jerry, oh, thank goodness you're all right. Nearly all the students had been escorted home by the officers, but Ms. Bailey had insisted on staying behind, unable to rest until she knew Jerry was safe. Though still young, around 25 or 26, Ms. Bailey was a teacher with a deep sense of responsibility. Back on the bus, she'd stepped forward to protect her students, even volunteering as a hostage to keep them safe. And since Jerry had taken her place as the hostage, she would have blamed herself forever if anything had happened to him. Ms. Bailey, I'm all right. No sooner had Jerry touched down than Ms. Bailey, her face radiant with relief, pulled him into a tight embrace and planted a kiss on his cheek. Jerry was so stunned, he could hardly react. Jerry, Jerry. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from ahead. Jerry looked up and saw Elsa, clutching her magical bubble gun, leaping out of a police car and dashing toward him with a cheerful shout. All right, I'll leave this kid to you. I'm heading off now. Seeing several police officers approaching, Tony waved a quick farewell, then immediately activated his suit and soared into the sky. He certainly wasn't about to waste his precious time chatting idly with the police. Besides, this outing had sparked a new idea in him, and he was eager to get back and put it to the test. Thank you. And don't forget the model you promised. Jerry waved to Iron Man as he shot up into the air, thanking him and reminding him of his earlier promise about the model. Jarvis, do I, Tony Stark, really come across so poorly to kids out here? Tony felt a little stung by Jerry's repeated reminders, as if the boy didn't quite trust him. Sir, it's just that, on occasion, your memory for these things isn't the best. Jarvis replied tactfully. Is that so? Well then, have the lab's robotic arms build him a scale model of the suit, based on the boy's height. Make sure Miss Potts sends it out to him first thing in the morning. Understood, sir. Only after Tony Stark had flown out of sight in his suit did Jerry finally return to his usual self. Jerry, did you send those demons back to hell? Elsa ran up to him, her face glowing with excitement. Of course, as a demon lord, sending them back to hell is what I do best. Jerry chuckled, reaching out to tousle Elsa's hair. Elsa, why are you here by yourself? Where's your dad? Chief Haas just got word that you might still be at the warehouse, so he took a team there himself to look for you. At that moment, Ms. Barry, who had just released Jerry from her embrace, explained from the side. It seemed that, while Iron Man was rescuing him, he'd already passed the warehouse's location to the police department. But that was no matter. Jerry had been careful during the fight, making sure not to leave any evidence behind about killing the criminals. 3 of the gangsters had fallen to his dagger, which he'd already transformed back into a bench leg. The last had died under his legs, leaving no fingerprints or traces. He had also been careful not to get any blood on himself during the fight. Even if he had left fingerprints, it wouldn't matter much. After all, the 4 criminals had abducted him from the school bus and taken him to the warehouse, so some physical contact along the way would be expected. Most importantly, no one would ever suspect that an 11-year-old boy with a stellar academic record could, while locked in a room, manage to kill 4 vicious, armed criminals without a scratch. Ms. Bailey, I'm a little tired. Let's go back to the car and get some rest for a while. The after effects of having just switched into Superman mode hadn't completely faded yet. Rather than standing around here, it seemed wiser to find a spot to sit down and take a short nap. All right, I'll take you to your dad's car, so you can rest. Ms. Bailey nodded briskly, then led the bouncing Elsa and Jerry back to the car. As for the police officers who had gathered around just now, Jerry actually knew most of them. They were basically his father's colleagues. With cheerful greetings from uncles and older sisters all around, he found himself showered with praise. Word of Jerry's heroic actions on the school bus had already spread among the officers. Now, whenever any of them saw Jerry, they'd inevitably exclaim, like father, like son. Some of the older officers who had children of their own couldn't help but think of their own mischievous kids when they saw Jerry. In comparison, they could only sigh deeply. When it came to competition among kids his age, Jerry was easily the top of all Queens. Midnight, RESERVoir CHRoNiCLE, in a certain apartment building in Queens. With a swift motion, Jerry slapped his alarm clock silent and slowly sat up in bed. About an hour after returning to the school bus lot, his dad in this world, Haas, had rushed home in a hurry when he heard that Jerry had been safely brought back by Iron Man. The 4 robbers had been killed, nearly all the stolen cash recovered, and the rest of the aftermath no longer seemed so important. So, Chief Haas took Jerry and Elsa, invited Miss Bailey along as well, and together they splurged on a fancy meal at an upscale restaurant in Queens, a small celebration for Jerry coming through unscathed. During dinner, Jerry subtly steered the conversation and learned from Haas that the police hadn't suspected him at all. They simply assumed that some mysterious, highly skilled hero had bravely killed the 4 robbers, cleaned up the scene, and then vanished without a trace. Of course, the police didn't exactly encourage such vigilante behavior, and the fact that the scene had been wiped so clean made them suspect that this unknown hero was anything but ordinary. Getting up, Jerry put on his clothes and pulled a baseball cap low over his head. He carefully opened his bedroom door, slipped through the living room, grabbed his magic wand, and quietly exited the apartment, heading toward the building's elevator. Starting tonight, he had resolved to set aside 2 or 3 hours every evening to earn little red stars. These little red stars were now his most crucial resource. Traveling to small worlds required them, accelerating his magic learning took them, and activating Superman mode needed them too. The only way to earn little red stars was by doing good deeds, especially by preventing crimes. The bigger the crime he stopped, the more stars he'd get, something he had proven very well earlier that day. Pulling the brim of his baseball cap low, Jerry carefully avoided the building's security cameras and guards, making his way down to the first floor. This isn't the late 20th century world of Harry Potter. In a technologically advanced universe like Marvel's, surveillance systems are woven into every street and alley. If he didn't want to be discovered too soon, whether by the police or by S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency that specializes in handling extraordinary incidents, he would have to be far more cautious. The main issue was that he hadn't yet learned the disillusionment charm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be so careful. As he walked through the streets of Queens, Jerry didn't head straight for the neighborhoods plagued by higher crime rates. Instead, he deftly wound his way through twists and turns until he stopped in front of a shop on one particular street. Lena's Little Magic Cottage. This was a store dedicated to selling fairy tale costumes and props for children, a favorite of Elsa's. All her Snow Queen outfits and an array of magic wands had come from this very shop. But why had Jerry decided to come here so late at night? Naturally, it was because he needed a battle suit of his own. In the real world, there was no such bizarre phenomenon as Superman, where a mere pair of glasses could prevent anyone from recognizing you. To avoid being identified during his quest for little red stars, he needed, like all superheroes, a distinctive costume that could conceal his face. And for a true wizard, what attire could possibly suit him better than wizard robes? As it happened, Jerry knew that Lena's Little Magic Cottage carried several different colors and styles of wizard robes for sale. Alohomora. With a flick of his wand, the shop's tightly locked door swung open, released instantly by the mysterious magic of the unlocking charm. Truth be told, in a mundane world, Jerry could rely on this single charm to become the world's most formidable thief, living a carefree life, never wanting for food or clothing. But alas, this was Marvel. No mere unlocking spell could protect him from the Mad Titan. After pushing the door open and confirming there were no cameras, Jerry stepped inside. After some searching, he emerged at the counter, wearing a black wizard's hat, a mask that revealed only his eyes, and a loose, pitch-black wizard robe. He pulled a few bills from his pocket, $200 in total, and placed them on the table before turning to leave. He hadn't chosen to make his purchase openly, mainly because he feared someone might trace his identity through the style of the clothing he bought. Besides, $200 was enough to buy 3 or 4 sets of his chosen attire. As long as the owner wasn't a fool, they wouldn't bother calling the police. And even if they did, such a trivial matter wouldn't interest the police. His father was a police chief, after all, and he knew how these things worked behind the scenes. Although he was a wizard, he wasn't like those old-fashioned, insular wizards raised in a magical world. He had never underestimated the power of modern technology, especially considering this is still the Marvel Universe, where some technologies far surpass anything in the modern world. In fact, Jerry's Hogwarts uniform would make the perfect battle attire, but when he returned this time, he worried that the robbers might notice something unusual, so he only brought back a single essential wand. After locking up the shop, Jerry, dressed in a pitch-black wizard's robe, moved silently through the darkness, heading toward neighborhoods known for their high crime rates. Jerry's father, Hoss Witt, was a captain in the Queen's precinct, a man whose daily duty was to maintain order in the borough. So as the son of a police captain, Jerry had picked up a fair sense of where trouble tended to brew in Queens, simply by paying a bit of attention. Overall, Queens was relatively safe. Major incidents were rare. Cases like the recent bank robbery were few and far between. He remembered one time, listening in as his father, Haas, chatted with colleagues about the city's crime situation. They'd mentioned that the area with the highest crime rate was a Manhattan slum called Hell's Kitchen. Although it spanned only 8 blocks, the crimes committed there each day outnumbered those in the rest of New York combined. However, Jerry wasn't planning on earning his first Red Star over there. At least, not yet. For one, Hell's Kitchen was in Manhattan, a fair distance away. Without the right means of transportation, going back and forth would be a real hassle. Secondly, he'd only recently started learning magic, and most of the spells he knew were more supportive than offensive. Even with his superhuman state, there were considerable side effects. To be honest, heading to somewhere as dangerous as Hell's Kitchen just didn't make sense for him right now. There was no need to take that risk at this stage. He could wait until his skills grew stronger before venturing there. Well, would you look at that? My first catch of the night. Jerry had barely walked a few steps away from Lena's Little Magic shop when he noticed something unusual at a 24-hour convenience store on the corner. To be honest, calling it a convenience store was generous. Jerry thought corner shop would be a better fit. Inside, a young black man dressed in hip-hop fashion was pointing a handgun at the owner, a Chinese woman, probably nearing 60. "Hurry up, you yellow freak." The woman's face was flushed with anger, but she didn't dare resist. She stuffed today's entire takings into a small bag and placed it on the counter. The young man was clearly a repeat offender. He didn't even bother with a mask. He knew that as long as his victims weren't white, there usually wouldn't be much trouble, especially since he never took too much at once. These Chinese shopkeepers often wouldn't even call the police, and even if they did, the amount involved was so small that most officers wouldn't put much effort into the case. Some people are just like this. They don't dare resist those who hurt them, but they have no qualms about bullying others who are just as victimized as themselves, and somehow they think it's only natural. But just as the young black man picked up the bag from the table, stuffed with scattered bills that easily added up to over $1,000, and was about to leave, a small figure blocked the entrance of the little convenience store. "Get out of the way, you little brat, or I'll shove your head right up your..." Faced with a kid who was clearly playing dress-up in a strange black wizard's robe and a mask, the young man didn't bother with courtesy. He barked his threat at full volume. Unfortunately for him, the child in the black wizard robe didn't seem the least bit frightened. Instead, he replied coldly, his tone perfectly calm. "Put down the bag you're holding. Looking for trouble, huh? You must have a death wish." The young man wouldn't dare actually shoot and kill someone, but teaching this kid a lesson? That he had no problem with. He stuffed the bag of money into his jacket with his left hand, then raised his right and shoved forward with all his strength. He wanted to knock the little brat out of the way, then give him a good kicking, show him just how cruel the world could be, and teach him that kids who didn't know their place should mind their own business. "Don't hurt the child," the elderly woman behind the counter cried out in alarm. A dry, mocking laugh escaped Jerry. Jerry stood his ground, unfazed as the young man's hand shot toward him. With swift precision, he grabbed the man's middle finger and twisted sharply. A howl of pain tore from the young man's lips, and the gun in his right hand swung up as he instinctively tried to aim at Jerry. Turn to jelly. Jerry had seen it coming. His wand flicked up in a blur, and he cast the softening charm a split second ahead. "What the?" The young man stared in disbelief as the gun in his right hand turned soft as dough, his voice trailing off in shock. Aim for the weak spot. Without his superhuman strength active, Jerry didn't have the advantage, so he naturally went for a vulnerable target. Caught off guard by his suddenly useless gun, the young man didn't react in time. Jerry's kick landed squarely, and with a choked cry, he dropped the gun and collapsed to his knees, hands clutching himself in agony. Jerry released the man's finger, seized him by the hair, and slammed his head against the wall with a thud, knocking him out cold. Activating his superhuman strength would have used up his little red stars and brought some nasty aftereffects, so unless absolutely necessary, Jerry preferred to keep that power in reserve. "Oh my goodness!" The old woman watched as Jerry dispatched the would-be robber in a matter of seconds, and couldn't help but exclaim in astonished Mandarin, "Grandma, here's your money." Jerry pulled the wallet out of the young black man's arms and tossed it onto the counter. Then, he rummaged through the man's pockets, found about a few dozen dollars in cash, and slipped them into his own pocket. "These are my wages. Ma'am, you can call the police now and have this robber arrested." "Why, yes, young man. Thank you." The elderly woman stared in astonishment as the strange little boy in wizard's robes turned and walked away. A moment later, she snapped out of her daze and called out her thanks in a loud, grateful voice. It was only when she collected herself that she realized the boy in the wizard's robe had spoken to her in fluent, natural Chinese. Could it be that this little boy was, just like her, Chinese? Leaving that street behind, Jerry, still draped in his pitch-black wizard's cloak, made his way along empty side alleys toward a district known for its higher crime rates. His choice to speak Chinese with that elderly woman had, in fact, been intentional. He needed to earn red stars to increase his power, and that meant he'd inevitably find himself involved in more and more incidents, stopping crimes and averting disasters. As his abilities grew, the scale of these events would surely grow as well. Sooner or later, he would catch the attention of the public, the police, the government, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. And when that day came, if anyone decided to dig into his background, they'd discover that the wizard capable of wondrous magic, the first time he performed a good deed in public, had spoken in perfectly fluent, authentic Chinese. People are always convinced by the answers they struggle so hard to uncover. So if he always spoke English, hid beneath a wizard's robe and hat, and concealed his features behind a mask, but on his very first adventure slipped up and revealed his true language, it would lead investigators to a simple conclusion. His real identity was likely that of a Chinese child living in New York. See? That perfectly misdirects anyone determined to uncover who he really is. To Jerry, keeping his identity hidden was of utmost importance. After all, he wasn't alone. He had a loving father and an adorable little sister. One day, he might become incredibly powerful, but his family would never be able to match his strength. Though, in truth, the two of them shared no blood ties to his current body. They had lived together for 11 years. In this world, they were, for all intents and purposes, the only two true relatives he had. Come to think of it, their little family was quite the odd bunch. 3 people, 3 different surnames. He was Jerry Carmen, his sister was Elsa Hathaway, and his father was Hoswit. Though Jerry wasn't related to either of them by blood, Elsa and Haas were, in fact, true father and daughter. It was just that Elsa's mother passed away not long after Elsa was born due to health complications. To honor his late wife, Haas decided to give his daughter her mother's surname. As for Jerry, his circumstances were even more tragic. His parents vanished without a trace when he was just a newborn, not even a month old, and to this day, there's been no news of them whatsoever. Haas and Jerry's father had been lifelong friends, bound by an unbreakable bond. After Jerry's parents disappeared, Haas didn't hesitate to take the boy in and raise him as his own son. And so 11 years passed in this way. Jerry was always deeply grateful to Haas. After all, even though he had been reincarnated with his memories intact, there was little a baby could do to protect himself. On the midnight streets of New York, aside from the homeless huddled in corners, exhausted office workers trudging home after overtime, and young people drawn to the city's nightlife, there were hardly any other souls to be found. Oh, and of course, there were also those who thrived in the shadows, seizing the cover of darkness for their illegal deeds, and those who lurked in that same darkness to fight back against crime, the superheroes. Thief! Stop that thief! The stillness of the night was suddenly pierced by a woman's urgent cry for help. Lucy was a junior reporter. Tonight, she'd stayed late at the office, trying to get her material in order for tomorrow. She never expected to be bumped into by someone just as she stepped out of the subway station. With years of experience, she immediately checked her shoulder bag and found a large gash in it. Her wallet was gone. And so, the next scene unfolded. Although she'd realized what happened quickly, how could a professional woman wearing a business suit and high heels ever hope to outpace a thief known for his speed? Left with no other choice, she shouted for help, hoping someone kind-hearted might step in to stop him. Unfortunately, there were very few people on the street at this hour, and those who were there simply looked on, indifferent. After all, no one wanted to risk stepping in, only to get stabbed for their trouble. Just as Lucy watched the thief's figure recede further and further away, about to vanish from sight, an eerie cloud of smoke suddenly appeared, enveloping the thief. Moments later, as she rushed over, gasping for breath, the smoke vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the unconscious thief, her pink wallet still clutched in his hand. It's almost 3 o'clock. Time to call it a night. Having taken down another street thief, Jerry glanced at the time and decided to end his first hunt of the night. Not bad. He'd intervened in 4 different crimes that evening. They might have been small cases, but together, they'd earned him nearly 200 little red stars. After all, in the depths of New York's nights, there are countless crimes, both seen and unseen, happening at every turn. However, since Jerry didn't have a good means of transportation, he could only operate within the neighborhood where he lived. On top of that, lacking any quick way to track down crime, his efficiency wasn't great. Managing to find 4 incidents in one night already felt like a stroke of luck. It was a pity he didn't have Superman's ears, able to pick up crimes happening nearby at any time, anywhere. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jerry woke instinctively from sleep. Ever since he'd gained some independence, barring any surprises, Jerry had made a habit of waking up at 7 sharp every day. Over the years, it had become second nature. Rolling out of bed, he slipped on his clothes and shoes and stepped out the door. Heading out this early wasn't about hunting down criminals for merit points, but rather for his usual morning run. These muscles of his hadn't appeared out of thin air. They were the result of daily workouts, sweat upon sweat, built up over time. Good morning, Jerry. Out for your run again? Morning, Grandpa George. Even in the elevator, Jerry ran into his elderly neighbor, who lived next door and liked to take morning walks. It was hard to forget a kid who, since the age of 4 or 5, would go out running early in the morning, let alone one who'd politely help you take out the trash or carry things for you. Kind, positive, optimistic, courteous, always ready to help, top of his class, and passionate about sports. These were the labels Jerry's neighbors had come to know him by over the years. They were also the source of much frustration for other children in the building and throughout the neighborhood. 40 minutes later, Jerry returned home, drenched in sweat. A 10-kilometer run each morning was now part of his daily routine. Still, being underage, his legs weren't as long, and he'd often pause along the way to earn a few merit points, so it took him a bit more time. Otherwise, with his current physique, he could finish 10 kilometers in just under 30 minutes. He tossed his workout clothes into the washing machine, hit the automatic wash, and moved on to his regular morning routine of brushing his teeth and taking a shower. 10 minutes later, he changed into comfortable home clothes, tied on an apron, and walked into the kitchen. Having grown up in the countryside, Jerry was already skilled at all sorts of chores and farm work in his previous life. After graduating from university and staying on to work in the city, he cooked for himself most of the time. It wasn't that he thought restaurant food was dirty or unsanitary. Country kids didn't fuss about that. It was simply that cooking for himself meant spending nearly half as much as eating out. With the cost of living always rising, relying solely on restaurants in the city meant spending at least 30 yuan a day for 3 mediocre meals. If you wanted to eat a bit more rich, meaty food, it would probably cost at least 40 yuan to start with. But if you bought the ingredients yourself and cooked at home, especially shopping at the market and bargaining a little, usually 30-something yuan was enough for him to eat well for 2 days, and the meals would still be quite decent. Children from poor families grow up fast. This saying was originally meant to praise the children of the poor for being more sensible and resilient than those from wealthier families. But in reality, it's not something to be truly proud of. Because when a child is unusually obedient and mature, it's often just that the harshness of life has forced them to be that way. What child doesn't long to be cherished, to have the freedom to act spoiled from time to time? A poor person's life is already tough enough. There's the pressure of school when young, the pressure of work as an adult, the pressure of supporting a family after marriage, and then the burden of illness and aging. The only time in life that could have been free and joyful, childhood, becomes the period when they must learn to grow up too soon. This was a painfully accurate portrait of Jerry's previous life. So, while he couldn't claim to be a master chef, he was quite handy with everyday home-cooked dishes. With the soul of an adult, he certainly wasn't willing to accept Haas's care and support without giving anything in return. Whatever tasks he was capable of, he would step up and take responsibility. Cooking, household chores, and looking after Elsa, all these fell within his scope. Of course, part of the reason was also that Haas was the very picture of a rough-and-ready guy. If Jerry didn't keep the house in order, within just a couple of days, Haas and Elsa would turn it into such a mess that his mild, neat freak tendencies would make his scalp tingle just looking at it. As for cooking, well, if you tasted Haas's food, you'd think even the stray cats in the neighborhood would turn up their noses at it. It's no wonder that, during the time when Jerry wasn't able to cook yet, the meals they ate were truly beyond description. Elsa loves noodles. I'll make a bowl of clear broth noodles for breakfast. Jerry was never quite used to certain Western foods, so unless he was pressed for time during the school term and had to whip up a quick Western-style breakfast, most of the time, especially on weekends or during summer vacation like now, he preferred to make Chinese breakfasts. As for whether Haas and Elsa minded, that was actually not much of an issue. There were a few Chinese dishes they didn't care for, but with such a vast array of Chinese cuisine, he could always find something they liked, like his clear broth noodles, kung pao chicken, spicy poached fish, sweet and sour pork, or shredded pork and garlic sauce. Haas, at one point, had been curious about Jerry's skill at Chinese cooking, and Jerry calmly set down a comprehensive Chinese cookbook, bought long ago from Chinatown, right in front of him. "Jerry, you're up so early again. It's summer break, you could sleep in a bit. If you don't want to cook, Dad can just order breakfast for you guys." Just as he was taking the ingredients he needed from the fridge, Haas, still bleary-eyed from sleep, began to get up and get himself ready for the day. As a police chief, Haas didn't get summer or winter breaks. He still had to go to work, as usual, and wrap up the aftermath of yesterday's bank robbery. While turning on the gas stove, Jerry called back. "It's fine, I'm used to it. Once you're done, you can go wake Elsa. We're having noodles for breakfast, and they won't taste as good if we wait too long." "Noodles? Oh, that's wonderful. I love noodles." After tidying up in no time at all, Haas headed to Elsa's room. Getting little Elsa out of bed for breakfast was never an easy task. Haas was in for a bit of challenge. "Elsa, get dressed and come eat breakfast." "The god of death, Haas, you'll never drag me, the snow queen, from my castle. Take this, frozen void ice spear." Ouch! Listening to the lively commotion of father and daughter's battle echoing from the room, Jerry just shook his head with a smile. A hot pan, a splash of cool oil, then 3 eggs cracked in. Once the eggs set, he flipped them over, letting both sides turn golden and crisp. Adding in pre-boiled hot water, the sizzling eggs released a milky, aromatic broth as they hit the pot. When the water boiled again, he fished out the eggs and split them into 3 portions. Next, in went the noodles, along with a handful of fresh-picked greens. While the noodles cooked, Jerry took out 3 bowls, adding a splash of soy sauce, a dash of aged vinegar, a pinch of salt, some chopped scallions, and the most important touch, a spoonful of pork lard. After bringing the noodles to a boil for a second time, he ladled the fragrant broth into each bowl, followed by the noodles, eggs, and vegetables. A bowl of light and flavorful noodle soup was ready. By this time, Haas had finally managed to bring a reluctant Elsa out of her room. Yes, quite literally. He held her suspended by the collar of her shirt, making sure she'd brushed her teeth and washed her face. "My favorite noodles." The moment Elsa saw her favorite breakfast on the table, she let out a delighted cheer. "Eat up before it gets cold." Jerry ruffled Elsa's tousled hair. "Honestly, Jerry, if you ever open a Chinese restaurant, I'm sure business would boom. These noodles are way better than any I've had in Chinatown." Haas couldn't help but praise the food as he ate his noodles with a fork. "I think I'll pass. Cooking is fine every now and then, but I have no intention of spending every day in the kitchen." For Jerry, cooking was a survival skill, not a passion. "So, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Scientist, cop, lawyer, or maybe an entrepreneur?" Haas asked, taking a big sip of soup. In Haas's eyes, a child as exceptional as Jerry was something he had never encountered in all his years. So, He believed that as long as Jerry was willing, none of those professions would be out of reach for him. Jerry was momentarily stunned by his words. Scientist, police officer, lawyer, entrepreneur, the careers he had admired in his previous life now seemed entirely attainable. With the experience from his past life, the learning boost from his little red star, and his magical abilities, those once distant dreams now felt almost within grasp. Yet, were these truly what he wanted? He had longed for those careers in his previous life, not out of passion, but because they offered good salaries and benefits, things that had always seemed unattainable for an ordinary worker like him, someone with no connections and little talent for socializing. But in this life, he didn't have to worry about money anymore. So, what kind of person did he really want to become? What kind of work did he truly want to do? I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it when I'm older. Setting down his chopsticks, Jerry smiled as he gave his answer. Truthfully, he really hadn't made up his mind. At least for now, there was nothing he particularly longed to do. All he wished for was to become stronger, so he could protect Haas and Elsa, his only family, and keep them safe from harm in the future. After breakfast, Haas put on his police uniform and, for once, put on a stern face as he called Jerry aside. "What's up, Dad? Did Elsa break another one of your treasured lightsabers?" Jerry looked at Haas's unusually serious expression, surprise flickering across his face. This wasn't like Haas at all. Ahem, no, it's not that. Haas cleared his throat awkwardly, then composed himself and said solemnly, "Jerry, you've always been thoughtful, kind, and full of justice. As your father, I'm incredibly proud and grateful for that. But you're still just a child. If you ever find yourself in a situation like yesterday again, I want you to think about protecting yourself first. You're my only son. If anything happened to you..." Yesterday at the police station, when Haas learned that the school bus carrying Jerry and Elsa had been hijacked by robbers, he had nearly lost his mind. Later, when he found the bus and heard from Ms. Berry how Jerry had stepped forward and offered himself as a hostage to protect the others, his emotions were a turbulent mix. As a police officer, Haas was proud and approving of Jerry's courage. But as a father, how could he possibly wish for his own child to take such risks, to do something that might endanger his very life? Though Jerry wasn't his biological son, after all these years, Haas had come to regard him as his own flesh and blood. And so, in the end, it was his fatherly instincts that triumphed over his professional pride. That was why he solemnly warned Jerry. If anything like this ever happened again, as a child, his first priority must be to keep himself safe. "I understand, Dad. Honestly, I was pretty scared afterward, too. It won't happen again next time." Jerry, after all, wasn't a little kid. He could tell Haas meant well, so he nodded and agreed without a hint of protest. Of course, if this sort of thing happened again, the ordinary boy Jerry wouldn't get involved, but the mysterious wizard boy just might. "That's good. You and Elsa have fun at home while I'm at work. If anything comes up, just give me a call." Seeing that Jerry didn't look upset or resistant, Haas breathed a small sigh of relief. Jerry's actions were truly admirable. Anyone else would have praised him for what he did. But as his father, Haas hadn't expressed approval, and he worried that today's talk might confuse Jerry or even make him rebel. But the result turned out much better than Haas expected. Jerry was as thoughtful and mature as always, quickly understanding his father's concerns. "Elsa, Daddy's heading to work now. Don't I get a goodbye kiss?" After finishing his talk with Jerry, Haas realized it was almost time to leave. He called out to Elsa, who was watching cartoons in the living room. Elsa didn't disappoint. She leapt off the sofa, ran over, and planted a noisy kiss right on Haas's cheek. "Daddy, can we play a game before you go to work?" "A game? What kind of game?" Haas was caught off guard. "Let's see who can hit more gently. If you win, I'll let you go to work." Elsa blinked her big eyes at Haas, all innocence. "All right, that sounds easy enough." Haas made a fist, and then ever so gently tapped Elsa's belly. "My turn now." Elsa grinned mischievously, clenched her tiny fist, mustered all her strength, and shouted, "Punishment from the Snow Queen." With that, she punched Haas in the stomach, so hard he plopped right down onto the floor. "All done. Daddy, you win. Off to work with you." Elsa dashed back to her cartoons, not sparing him a backward glance, leaving Haas sitting there, bewildered. Just then, the doorbell rang. Haas opened the door to find a delivery man holding a long cardboard box. The man politely asked, "Excuse me, is Mr. Jerry Carmen home?" "He is. Is there something I can help you with?" Haas replied, looking puzzled. "This is his package. Could he come sign for it?" The delivery man set the box down. "My package? But I haven't ordered anything online." Jerry appeared, just as confused as Haas. He was just an 11-year-old kid. Usually, if he wasn't exercising, he was looking for chances to earn little red stars. He hardly ever went online, let alone bought anything from the internet, especially something this big. The delivery guy glanced at the shipping label. "This package is from a lady named Virginia Pepperpotts." That name sounded a bit familiar. Jerry signed for the package while trying to recall his limited memories of Marvel movies. Isn't she Iron Man's girlfriend? Oh my god, this is actually Iron Man's suit. That's incredible. Jerry, someone actually sent you a full Iron Man suit. This kind of thing isn't even on the market yet. While Jerry was racking his brain, Haas had already opened the box and pulled out an Iron Man model suit perfectly scaled to Jerry's size, looking absolutely thrilled. Dad, it's from yesterday, when Iron Man saved me. He promised to send me this. I thought he was joking, but he really sent me a set. But wait, isn't your favorite thing the lightsaber from Star Wars? Star Wars is just a movie, but the Iron Man suit is real. I absolutely love Tony Stark's suit that can fire energy blasts. Jerry was at a loss for words. He never would have guessed that his dad, Haas, was actually an Iron Man fan. People say that a passion for superheroes can be inherited, but Jerry hadn't believed it. Not until he met Haas and Elsa did he realize that this kind of enthusiasm really could run in the family. Elsa was obsessed with all sorts of magic, while Haas was into robots and lightsabers. Dad, if you like it, it's yours. Jerry wasn't actually that interested in mechanical suits and stuff. When he'd asked Iron Man for a model, it was just to build up his own persona and keep Iron Man from getting suspicious. Besides, if Iron Man gave him a model, it would only be a model. There was no way it could actually be used as a real weapon. Jerry, Daddy loves you. The moment Haas heard this, he was so happy he almost leapt into the air, bending down to give Jerry a big, dramatic, fatherly kiss. Dad, it's 8:40 now. You've got 20 minutes to get to the police station, or you'll be late. Jerry expertly blocked Haas's affectionate attack. Heavens, time really flies. Jerry, help me put this suit away. Don't let Elsa get her hands on it and break it. Realizing the time, Haas hurriedly handed the Iron Man suit to Jerry and dashed out the door in a rush. Some things never change. Boys will be boys, no matter how old they are. Jerry couldn't help but shake his head. A 36-year-old police chief, sharp, capable, and respected at the station, still harbors a fondness for things like this. Yet in truth, it's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, if someone were to give him a pair of nunchaku once wielded by Bruce Lee, he certainly wouldn't be able to keep as calm as he is now. Closing the door behind him, Jerry dragged the heavy Iron Man armor model, intent on delivering it to Haas's room. As he looked up, he caught sight of Elsa standing on the sofa, eyeing the armor in his hands with a mischievous grin. Don't even think about touching it, or Daddy will be angry. Jerry let out a helpless warning. Elsa gave a haughty little sniff. I wouldn't want that pile of scrap metal anyway. It's nothing compared to my crystal magic wand. As she spoke, she brandished the wooden staff she held, topped with an oversized glass bead. With Elsa's mother having passed away early, and Haas often tied up with cases at the station, it had mostly been Jerry who kept Elsa company and raised her. So, whenever Jerry issued a warning, Elsa might grumble inwardly, but she would always listen in the end. Oh, by the way, Jerry, yesterday at school, Annie and Susan said they're coming over to play today. Annie and Susan? Oh, those two little scamps always after a free meal. Jerry rubbed his forehead at the mention. Annie and Susan were Elsa's classmates, childhood friends who had grown up together. Their fathers worked alongside Haas at the same police station, and all three families lived in the same neighborhood, maintaining a close bond. When Elsa's mother passed away, Jerry was just 2, Elsa only 1. It was thanks to the mothers of Annie and Susan, who took turns helping out, that the children never truly suffered. Once Jerry grew a bit older and could look after himself, and Elsa, they seldom had to trouble the other 2 families. But Annie and Susan, those 2 lively girls, would often come over during school breaks to play with Elsa, and, naturally, to snag a taste of Jerry's home-cooked Chinese meals. You sit here and watch TV. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. He lost quite a bit of rest last night, out-earning those coveted red stars, and he'd gotten up early this morning as well. Now, before the other 2 girls arrived, he had to seize the chance for a nap. Otherwise, once all 3 of them were together, any hope for a peaceful rest would be out of the question. In the distant, frozen wastes slumbers the ice and snow demon. Obey my call, for I am Elsa, Queen of Ice and Snow. O black blizzard that freezes all, turn everything to snow. Ice freeze wave. O unending flames from the depths of hell. In the name of Annie, Queen of Fire, I summon you forth. Burn my enemies, cleanse all evil from the world purging fire. O all-powerful spirit of the wind, with the atmosphere as your bow and radiance as your arrow, heed the will of me, Susan, Queen of the Winds. Shatter the distant heavens, hurricane arrow. More than 2 hours later, Jerry was roused from his sleep by the lively, childish voices coming from outside his room. He knew at once. Annie and Susan, the 2 little ones, had arrived. Sure enough, when he opened the door, he saw 3 golden-haired girls standing on the sofa, each wielding her own magic wand, unleashing earth-shaking spells at one another. Good morning, Jerry. Annie and Susan spotted Jerry stepping into the living room and eagerly waved their wands to greet him. Don't lose focus, or you'll run out of magic, and Elsa will beat you. Jerry replied sternly. Hearing this, Annie and Susan immediately nodded with utmost seriousness, hurriedly raising their wands again to cast their magic at Elsa. Seeing this, Jerry couldn't help but smile with the fondness of a caring father. Then he headed to the kitchen to start preparing ingredients for lunch. Aside from himself, who ate more thanks to his daily exercise, the three little girls barely needed much food. A simple platter of sweet and sour pork and another of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was more than enough for them. After lunch, the three girls settled in to watch cartoons together before taking a nap. Jerry, after giving himself some time to digest, went down to the park in their residential community. During the holidays, unless something else came up, he always spent time downstairs practicing the basics: punches, kicks, footwork, elbow and knee strikes, throws, and grappling techniques. Sometimes, fighting really wasn't all that complicated. If you mastered the fundamentals and had good control over your strength, speed, and reflexes, you could handle most situations with ease. In the evening, after spending some time watching TV with Elsa and Haas, Jerry returned to his room to do push-ups, sit-ups, and a round of weightlifting for strength training. At midnight sharp, his alarm, set hours ahead, woke him once more. Quiet as a shadow, he slipped out of the building in his wizard outfit from the day before, ready to continue earning little red stars. And so, just like that, a month flew by in the blink of an eye. One morning, after Haas had left for work, Jerry did something rare. He skipped his nap and stayed in the living room to watch cartoons with Elsa. Though his eyes were fixed on the TV, his attention was really on the mysterious panel right in front of him. After more than a month's effort, he had amassed over 6,000 small red stars. At the same time, the icon on the mysterious panel, the one that allowed entry into the little world, had lit up again. That meant at last he could return to the Harry Potter world to continue his magical studies. After a month of venturing out at night to earn little red stars, Jerry had accumulated a wealth of unique experiences. It was precisely these special encounters that fueled his desire to hurry to the little world and learn even more magic. First of all, there was the matter of sneaking out. Every time he slipped away late at night, dodging security cameras and guards made him feel just like a thief. Once, he even ran into Haas, who happened to be up for a midnight stroll. Then there was the inconvenience of not having his own means of transportation. It was truly a hassle. What's more, he'd somehow gained a bit of fame around the neighborhood. Sometimes, after rescuing someone, he'd even find fans chasing after him, hoping for a photo or an autograph. One journalist, named Lucy, stood out among the crowd. She seemed to have figured out Jerry's general area of activity, and every day, she'd stake out the spot with her camera at the ready. All this made earning little red stars lately much more troublesome for him. What exasperated him the most was that the police didn't seem to appreciate his good deeds. If he wasn't quick enough after finishing a rescue, he'd sometimes find a squad car giving chase. There was even a time when he bumped into Haas during night patrol. To avoid being recognized, Jerry had to transform into his Superman persona and make a speedy getaway. It's worth noting that as his magical skills had grown, his spells had become increasingly powerful. These days, he could easily subdue criminals with magic alone, without relying on his Superman form and its side effects. In short, if Jerry wanted to earn little red stars more efficiently, he needed to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to learn more practical spells. He also needed to find a way to bring back a flying broomstick on his next return. With over 6,000 little red stars saved up, he could afford at least 2 months at Hogwarts. However, if he kept using the Refresh and Awaken feature, those points might not last the full 2 months. He'd have to figure out how to earn more little red stars in the little world to make up the difference. Enter the world of Harry Potter. Seated on the couch, Jerry hesitated no longer. Focusing his mind, he clicked the entry button on his panel. The entire world froze in time once again. Darkness faded, and consciousness returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, Jerry found himself no longer at home in Queens, New York, but in the Edward Orphanage in London. He took a deep breath, grabbed the large trunk he'd packed before leaving, set on the small trolley, then scooped up Crookshanks. Pushing the trolley, he made his way toward the orphanage's front door. Thanks to Professor McGonagall's instructions before she left a month ago, the current head of the Edward Orphanage was already waiting outside in a car. After all, not everyone could calmly accept the existence of mysterious wizards. During this period, many ordinary people, especially the older generation, reacted to the revelation that wizards truly existed in the world with a mix of fear and awe. The director of Edward's orphanage was no exception. So, on the journey to London's King's Cross station to drop Jerry off, the director remained almost entirely silent and cautious. Jerry didn't try to strike up a conversation either, feeling there was really no need to do so. The town of Wilton was quite a distance from King's Cross station in London. The car journey took a full 2 hours, and it was nearly 10 o'clock by the time they finally pulled up at the station's entrance. After helping Jerry out of the car with his suitcase, the director offered a polite, "Take care," then hurriedly drove off, barely looking back. Chances are, the director would never choose King's Cross Station again when taking the train in the future. Imagine, a platform specially set up for wizards. The thought alone was enough to make the place seem terrifying. The ticket showed the train's departure time as 11 o'clock. With the clock just past 10, there was more than enough time. Jerry always preferred to arrive early for everything. Sitting in the train with time to spare was far better than risking an emergency, being delayed, and missing his train altogether. With Professor McGonagall's ticket in hand, he made his way smoothly into the station, following the signs until he reached the wall between platforms 9 and 10. So this is the legendary platform 9 3/4, he thought. Standing before the barrier, Jerry noticed that every passenger instinctively steered clear of this wall as they passed by. That was all the confirmation he needed. He was in the right place. Pushing his trolley, he didn't charge headlong into the wall like in the movies. Instead, curiosity lighting up his face, he strolled toward the barrier at a leisurely pace. Why bother running? If he'd made a mistake, he'd end up with a nasty bump on his head. Walking slowly wouldn't stop him from getting through. Besides, this way he could savor the unique sensation of passing through a wall. As the trolley made contact with the barrier, it slipped right through as if encountering nothing but air. No resistance at all. Is this some kind of spatial magic, or just an illusion? Jerry wondered as he pushed Crookshanks and his trolley through the barrier, a wave of doubt washing over him. If it was spatial magic, he didn't feel the same sense of pressure he'd experienced when operating with Professor McGonagall. But if it was merely an illusion, something still didn't quite add up. He shook his head. He'd only just begun to study magic. Such advanced questions were clearly beyond him for now. Passing through the barrier, he found himself in front of a 5-meter-long wrought iron archway. Above it, the words Platform 9 3/4 were carved into the metal. Pushing his little trolley onward, Jerry watched as the magical wizard platform slowly materialized before his eyes, as if out of a dream. The first thing that caught his attention was a striking, deep crimson steam engine. Hanging from its side was a large sign, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. On the open ground beside the train, wizards clad in robes and all manner of magical pets crowded together in a bustling sea. Weaving through the throng, with farewells and last-minute reminders echoing in his ears, Jerry soon found a carriage that seemed a bit more spacious than the rest. Since he had arrived early, most of the compartments still had plenty of empty seats. He casually slid open the door to an unoccupied compartment, tidied up a bit, and then activated his refresh and focus mode before pulling out his copy of magical potions and elixirs and settling in to read. For the past month, in order to deal with the crisis brought on by those 4 armed robbers, Jerry had devoted all his energy to studying magical theory and spells. Now that the danger had passed, it was time to catch up on his other textbooks and make sure he was well prepared before school began. In the wondrous magical world of Harry Potter, Jerry believed that aside from the myriad strange spells, potions were among the most useful things one could master. There was Polyjuice Potion, capable of transforming someone completely into another person. Veritasrum, the truth potion that compelled the drinker to speak honestly. Amortentia, the most powerful love potion, which could make someone hopelessly infatuated. And Felix Felicis, liquid luck, which would grant a streak of extraordinary fortune. If he could bring these potions into the Marvel Universe, they would undoubtedly prove incredibly handy. So, Jerry took his study of potions very seriously. Moreover, high-quality potions fetched a hefty price. Mastering potions could one day allow him to become a renowned potioneer, and in the wizarding world, that would virtually guarantee he'd never lack for money. Just look at the contrast between poor Lupin and wealthy Snape. One could see why potions mastery was so important. In terms of skill, Lupin was no weaker than Snape. After all, they were from the same year. In terms of family background, Lupin's father was even a ministry official, while Snape's was a muggle, a drunk, ill-tempered man with a history of domestic violence. As time ticked by, the compartment gradually filled up with more young witches and wizards. After spending half an hour immersed in magical potions and elixirs, Jerry closed the book and turned off his refresh and focus mode, leaning back to rest his eyes for a while. Since using this focus mode put considerable strain on his mind, he'd learned to limit it to 30 minutes at a stretch, waiting an hour or two in between sessions to recover fully and avoid accidentally slipping into a deep sleep. In this way, although it's not the most efficient method, it is certainly the safest. The most efficient method would be to activate it for half an hour, then immediately enter deep sleep for another half hour, then activate it again for another half hour, and then return to deep sleep, repeating this cycle endlessly. However, firstly, Once he was in deep sleep, he would lose all sense of vigilance and self-protection. Secondly, he simply didn't have enough of the little red stars to keep up with that pace. At a rate of 1 little red star per minute, that would be 12 hours of activation in a day, consuming 720 little red stars daily. He only had a little over 6,000 in total, and every day he stayed in the world of Harry Potter cost another 100. At that rate, he'd run out of little red stars in just a few days and would have no choice but to return. The key point was, even if he activated the refresh and awaken mode, relying solely on self-study behind closed doors was still highly inefficient. So, his plan was to use the little red stars primarily to extend the number of days he could stay in this world, and only activate them to aid memory and understanding at crucial moments during his studies. Because each time he left this world, there would be a 1-month cooldown before he could enter again. He could make the most of his time in the small world by learning as much magical knowledge as possible and storing it in his mind. Then, during the cooldown period after returning, he could find ways to earn more little red stars and use Refresh and Awaken more often to digest and comprehend what he had learned. Just as Jerry was resting with his eyes closed, after about 10 minutes, a pleasantly surprised voice suddenly sounded from not far away. He slowly opened his eyes and turned his head toward the compartment door. A young girl with tousled hair, dressed simply in a knitted sweater and jeans, was struggling to drag a large suitcase, her expression tinged with surprise as she stood in the aisle. It was the little witch he had met once before in Diagon Alley, Hermione Granger. "Miss Granger, we meet again." Jerry greeted Hermione with a smile. Then, his eyes lighting up, he stood up and took the suitcase from her. "There's still a seat here. Why don't you sit with me?" "Thank you." Watching as Jerry easily lifted her heavy suitcase onto the overhead rack, Hermione quickly expressed her gratitude. As a young witch born into a Muggle family, leaving her parents behind and embarking alone on the mysterious journey to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hermione did her best to appear strong on the outside. She often disguised herself with a hint of pride in her tone, but deep down, how could she not feel a little nervous and afraid? After all, she was only 11 years old. Even though she would turn 12 in 18 days, 12 was still just the age of a girl venturing far from home for the first time. At this moment, on the train bound for Hogwarts, encountering the only familiar wizard her age instantly soothed the unease in her heart. Hermione's fiercely competitive and proud nature, coupled with her outstanding academic achievements, meant that she had few friends at Hogwarts, and almost none even back in her Muggle primary school. Jerry was, at this moment, the only person she felt comfortable chatting with, the only one she didn't find herself disliking during a conversation, someone she thought could actually be a friend. "Wow, what a beautiful cat. Is it your pet?" As Hermione sat down and spotted Crookshanks sprawled out inside the compartment, snoring away, her eyes instantly lit up with hearts. Her expression seemed to say, This is the cat of my dreams." Beautiful. Jerry glanced at Crookshanks's squashed, pumpkin-like face, one that looked as if he'd run head first into a wall, and couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. He had to admit, Crookshanks was a fantastic cat, highly independent, barely needing any attention, and usually taking care of his own meals, sometimes even bringing Jerry a little extra. On top of that, he was remarkably clever, never once making a mess in a room. But to call him good-looking? Jerry really couldn't bring himself to agree. I just want to show how personal taste could be. Some people adored bull terriers, the ones that look like certain celebrities, or chihuahuas with that alien-like vibe, or Cornish Rex cats, those who resemble Lord Beers from the comics. To most people, these pets might seem rather peculiar, or even ugly, but there are always those who find them irresistibly cool. It's true what they say, there's a lid for every pot. Hermione just happened to be especially taken with Crookshanks's looks, and there was nothing to be done about it. "Here you go. Didn't you buy a pet, Miss Granger?" Jerry scooped up the soundly sleeping Crookshanks and handed him over to Hermione. Hermione gently took him into her arms, holding him close. Though Crookshanks bristled his whiskers in mild annoyance at being disturbed, he quickly sensed Hermione's genuine affection and soon settled back into a peaceful doze. "Just call me Hermione. When I was at the bookshop, besides buying all the required textbooks, I spent my extra money on loads of magic books, so I didn't have anything left over for a pet." Hermione replied, softly stroking Crookshanks, though there was a note of regret in her voice. That is such a Hermione answer. To become a true academic star, Hermione didn't just have an extraordinary natural talent few witches could rival. She also possessed a level of diligence and determination that set her apart from her peers. "So, Hermione, I suppose you've already learned quite a bit about magic before coming here?" There was a hint of admiration in Jerry's tone. Hermione immediately lifted her chin with pride. "Of course. Not only have I memorized all the first-year textbooks, but I've also tried a few spells at home, and they all worked. Plus, I've..." Finished reading A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. Wow, you really are a genius. Jerry couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He wasn't being sarcastic. His words were genuine, straight from the heart. Even setting everything else aside, just memorizing all the textbooks within a month was an incredible feat. Her memory was simply extraordinary. Jerry himself had managed to memorize the textbooks for 4 subjects, but that was only thanks to the mind-sharpening feature on his panel. Back in his previous life, during school days, it had been hard enough to review and recite poems and classical texts from the previous semester over a 2-month summer break, let alone pre-study and memorize the entire syllabus for the next term. After being praised by Jerry twice in a row, Hermione was clearly delighted, though her cheeks turned a faint shade of pink. After all, she was still young. Being showered with compliments was bound to make anyone feel a little shy. With Hermione's arrival, Jerry no longer sat with his eyes closed. Instead, the two of them struck up a cheerful conversation. Naturally, their discussion revolved mainly around the various magical knowledge found in their textbooks. Although Jerry had used the mind-sharpening ability to memorize magic theory, Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and several other books, and had already mastered all the first-year spells, using them with far greater ease than Hermione. This didn't mean he had fully absorbed every bit of knowledge in those pages. It was like a modern person suddenly handed an ancient book written entirely in classical language. Even if he managed to memorize it all and could grasp the general story through his own understanding, he might only get the broad strokes. Without expert guidance, the finer points and subtleties would remain elusive. Moreover, even when reading the same book, different people could come away with very different interpretations. Take Journey to the West, for example. Some see it as an adventure story of a Tang monk and his 4 disciples overcoming countless hardships on their pilgrimage. Others interpret it as a spirit of defiance against the shackles of feudal hierarchy. Still others are drawn to the hidden schemes and power plays woven through the narrative. Sages treating the world as a chessboard and all creatures as pieces in their grand designs. And then, there are those who notice how, though every tale is about gods and immortals, each one reflects the pragmatic, worldly concerns of ordinary people. Of course, there are also readers who simply enjoy the mischievous monkey and the dazzling array of beautiful demonesses and queens. That's why people need to communicate and learn from each other. Only then can we embrace a multitude of ideas and make progress together. With Hermione's natural talent, she managed to teach herself most of the spells and read a great number of magical books in just a month. Before school started, she must have her own unique insights into magic, and talking things over with her was bound to be rewarding. That was exactly why Jerry had invited Hermione to join him in his compartment just now. As they chatted, Hermione gradually realized that Jerry was a kindred spirit. He might not have memorized as many textbooks as she had, but when it came to magical theory and spell knowledge, he had plenty of his own perspectives. Her interest was piqued at once, and she felt an even greater sense of kinship with Jerry. As the saying goes, it's hard to converse when minds clash, but when you meet a true friend, 1,000 cups of wine aren't enough. The more Jerry and Hermione talked, the more enthusiastic and absorbed they became. So much so that they didn't even notice when the Hogwarts Express had already left the station. Hi, is anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. Just then, a slightly stammering voice broke into their magical discussion. In the corridor stood a round-faced, slightly chubby young wizard, clutching a gold-backed toad in his left hand and pulling a suitcase with his right, his eyes darting hopefully toward the empty seat across from Jerry and Hermione. There's no one there. You can sit with us. Jerry replied with a cheerful smile. The boy immediately brightened, shoved his suitcase into the corner of the compartment, and sat down with his toad cradled in his arms. I'm Neville Longbottom. I'm a first year. You could just call me Neville. Nervously, the boy introduced himself after sitting down. Jerry Carmen. Hermione Granger. Jerry and Hermione exchanged a glance. Sensing that the boy across from them was a bit anxious, they both smiled warmly and introduced themselves in turn. Perhaps reassured by the friendliness in their voices, Neville gradually began to relax and soon joined in their conversation. However, since Neville hadn't read ahead in the textbooks, the three of them shifted the topic away from magic and started chatting about their families and backgrounds instead. As soon as Neville started talking about his home, his earlier nervousness seemed to melt away. I was raised by my grandmother. All these years, my family has always treated me like a muggle, and my Uncle Algy was always trying to catch me off guard. He'd try anything to force me to show some magic. Neville went on to recount his harrowing experiences, nearly drowning when his Uncle Algy threw him into the Black Lake, or nearly falling to his death when he was tossed from upstairs. Jerry and Hermione could only shake their heads in disbelief. Pure-blood wizard families really did have some wild ways of doing things. In fact, as far as Jerry knew, Neville's parents were both Aurors. During the First Wizarding War, they were captured by Death Eaters and tortured with the Cruciatus Curse until they lost their minds, and have been living ever since at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. To help the then one-year-old Neville forget the harrowing scene of his parents' torment, his grandmother cast the Obliviate spell on him. Perhaps because Neville was so young at the time, the spell caused unintended side effects, damaging his mind and making him extraordinarily forgetful. But honestly, can a child as young as one really remember such things? Jerry had also heard people say that Neville was actually the true child of prophecy Professor Trelawney spoke of. After all, both his parents had been Aurors, the wizarding world's equivalent of police, and they had thwarted Voldemort at least 3 times. Neville was also born in July. It's even said that, as a newborn, he could use magic to wrap himself more snugly in his blankets. If it weren't for the aftereffects of the Obliviate spell, which damaged his mind and hindered his ability to control his magic, Neville's magical talent might have rivaled even Voldemort's. However, none of this truly mattered to Jerry. He didn't care who the real child of prophecy was. What he cared about was how to use his knowledge of the general story to his advantage, to seize opportunities and grow stronger. Once Neville finished his ramblings, Hermione began to share stories of her own childhood, describing her life before receiving her acceptance letter and how everything changed after that. Unlike Neville, who came from a pure-blood wizarding family, Hermione lived in the suburbs of London. Her parents were both dentists, ordinary muggles with no understanding of magic. Maybe it was precisely because she wasn't born into a wizarding family that Hermione always felt the need to prove herself. Still, with her parents' respectable income, her home life was happy and harmonious, and she'd had a truly joyful childhood. When both of them finished speaking, they turned their gaze to Jerry. Jerry paused for a moment, then quickly responded. I'm an orphan. I was abandoned at an orphanage as a baby, so I don't know whether my parents were wizards or muggles. It wasn't until I received my letter from Hogwarts that I learned magic even existed. An orphan. Neville and Hermione's eyes gradually filled with sympathy as they looked at Jerry. Though Neville's parents were in the hospital, at least he still had a loving grandmother and caring uncles and aunts. He never really suffered. Hermione, though born to muggle parents, was an only child, cherished and doted on from the start. Her childhood had been nothing short of blissful. In comparison, Jerry's lot in this world did seem especially harsh. To think Jerry's circumstances are so tragic, yet he can still face life with a smile. So positive, so optimistic. He truly is brave and strong. Hermione watched Jerry as he spoke about his past. She noticed that he showed no trace of sorrow or pain. Instead, there was a natural ease and warmth about him, as though he had already made peace with his story. In that moment, Hermione felt both sympathy and genuine admiration for him. Would you like to buy something to eat, dears? Just then, the rattling and clattering of wheels echoed through the corridor, followed by the arrival of a woman with a dimpled smile, who cheerfully opened the door to their compartment. The 3 of them had been so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't noticed noon had already come and gone. Catching sight of the trolley piled high with all sorts of snacks, all 3 of them suddenly realized just how hungry they were. Their stomachs promptly began rumbling in unison. I want chocolate frogs, Neville declared, leaping to his feet and hurrying over to the trolley. Hermione and Jerry stood up as well, trailing after Neville as they began to make their selections. In the end, Neville returned to his seat with a heap of chocolate frogs in his arms. Hermione chose a single Calden cake, while Jerry picked out 3 pumpkin pasties and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The scholarship Hogwarts provided Jerry amounted to 100 galleons a year, and after purchasing all the necessities, he still had 4 or 5 galleons left, plenty to cover his daily expenses for the year. After all, room and board at Hogwarts were free, and these magical snacks were far from expensive. The 3 pumpkin pasties and the box of every flavor beans cost Jerry only 1 silver sickle and 15 bronze nuts. He bought the pumpkin pasties as a proper meal for himself. Compared to all the other odds and ends, he much preferred something more filling like a pasty. As for the Bertie Bott's beans, he planned to save them for when he returned home, to give to his little sister, Elsa. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans were a famous product in this world, made by the Jelly Bean Company, and it was said there were over 700 different flavors. From familiar tastes like chocolate, strawberry cream, peppermint, and marmalade, to the truly unusual spinach, pork liver, and tripe, and even the downright bizarre like vomit, earwax, and booger. Every flavor imaginable, and some you'd rather not imagine. Jerry was sure his sister would be delighted by such a magical treat. With a satisfying crunch, Neville grabbed a chocolate frog that had leapt onto the table, popped it into his mouth, and bit off its head, chewing and swallowing the rest contentedly. How ruthless! Meanwhile, Trevor, Neville's gold-backed toad, who had been lounging next to him, watched this scene with horror. Giving a silent shudder, Trevor quickly slipped off the seat and with a few swift hops, vanished out of sight. "Neville, you really do seem to love chocolate frogs," Hermione remarked, nibbling delicately on her cake as she watched Neville polish off his sixth frog, unable to contain her curiosity. "I wouldn't say I particularly like them, but they come with famous wizard cards, and I've been collecting. Oh, what am I going to do? I've forgotten how many I've collected, or which ones I still need." Neville took a card from the box and placed it in front of them. He had only just started to explain when suddenly he became rather dejected. Truly, the combination of the thrill of blind boxes and the compulsion to collect works its magic on people everywhere, regardless of country or age. Even wizards are no exception. Jerry remembered that when he was a child in his previous life, he spent nearly all of his pocket money on Little Raccoon instant noodles. It wasn't that he particularly liked the noodles. He just wanted to collect all the water margin hero cards inside. Though, in the end, he never did complete the collection. Shaking his head to break free from the memory, he and Hermione both turned their attention to the card on the table. On the card was a very old man, with snowy white hair and beard to match. He had a crooked, prominent nose, wore half-moon spectacles, and was dressed in deep purple wizard's robes, giving off a sense of gentle wisdom. Beneath the image, a name was written, Albus Dumbledore. "It's Dumbledore," Hermione exclaimed in surprise as soon as she saw the name. Jerry flipped the card over, revealing a series of introductions about Dumbledore on the back. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore's notable achievements include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, remarkable work in alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and temple bowling. Defeating Grindelwald in 1945. That's probably the last thing old Dumbledore wants to be remembered for. Jerry couldn't help but remark, knowing, as someone who'd seen Fantastic Beasts, that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had been deeply in love. He flipped the card back over. The portrait of Dumbledore had vanished, no doubt off to visit another card. "Neville, maybe you should cut down on the chocolate frogs," Jerry said kindly, turning to Neville, who was still racking his brain over how many cards he collected. "Why?" Neville looked puzzled. "Because too much chocolate isn't good for you, and besides, you might never manage to collect every single card." Jerry glanced at Neville's rather round figure. After all, it's not easy to find a girlfriend if you get too chubby. "Oh, by the way, have you two thought about which house you want to be in?" Seeing Dumbledore's card seemed to remind Hermione of something. Suddenly, she was visibly excited. However, before Jerry or Neville could answer, she immediately began to chatter away like a little machine gun. "I hope I get into Gryffindor. Everyone says it's the best. I've heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there. But I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either." So, it turned out her question was more rhetorical than it seemed. After Hermione's rapid-fire introduction, Neville finally mustered up the courage to raise his hand. "I hope for Gryffindor, too, because my gran says both my mom and dad were in Gryffindor. How about you, Jerry? Which house do you want?" As soon as Neville finished, Hermione nodded in agreement and turned her gaze to Jerry. Jerry hesitated for a brief moment, but then smiled and replied, "Definitely Gryffindor." After all this time thinking it over, Jerry had gradually made up his mind about the house issue. At first, he considered that Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff might be best. It would be quieter there, allowing him to study magic and improve himself without too much trouble. But on second thought, he realized how much he craved those little red stars. Since he could earn them in this new world, joining the house known for its daring troublemakers didn't sound so bad. Besides, Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, though strict, was actually quite kind. She'd left him with a wonderful first impression during their last encounter. As long as he made good use of his mental refresh ability, his grades would naturally stay high. Who knows? Maybe he could even get some private tutoring from Professor McGonagall herself. Just like when Hermione, in third year, was granted a special time turner to help her with her studies. Most importantly, he wanted to get his hands on a good broomstick before his next return trip. Without a decent means of transport, earning red stars in the Marvel world was simply too inefficient. And if he joined Gryffindor, he could follow the original plot, beating Harry to the Remembrall rescue, dazzling Professor McGonagall with his skills. That way, Professor McGonagall might break the rules and let him join the Gryffindor Quidditch team, even gifting him a brand new Nimbus 2000 out of her own pocket, which meant the fastest broomstick on the market would be his, for free. As for whether his flying skills would be up to par, he really wasn't worried. What does Quidditch truly test? Is it magical power? Is it spell-casting ability? Of course not. If it were, how could Harry, who barely knew any magic when he enrolled, be chosen for the team? Quidditch is all about physical coordination and lightning-fast reflexes. That's why a strong body and sharp senses are the true keys to success. In fact, by the same logic, a wizard skilled in combat doesn't just need strong magical ability. They also need a certain natural talent in physical fitness, reflexes, and other aspects. Take learning ability, for example, or understanding and using magic. Hermione leaves Harry far behind in these areas. But when it comes to battle, Harry's practical skills are much stronger than Hermione's. That's why Harry was exceptionally allowed onto the Quidditch team as soon as he started school, while Hermione didn't have much luck in her flying lessons. As for physical fitness and sharp senses, those are Jerry's specialties. As long as he can control his broomstick and activate his superhuman state, his senses and body would instantly reach their limits. Not only would he outperform naturally gifted players like Harry, but even the top Quidditch stars would be no match for Jerry. Once he gets his free Nimbus 2000, he could help Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup in his very first year, fulfilling Professor McGonagall's wish to finally defeat Slytherin on the Quidditch pitch. According to the original story, Gryffindor only truly won the Quidditch Cup when Harry was in his third year. In first year, Harry missed the match against Ravenclaw because he was unconscious in the hospital wing after stopping Voldemort from stealing the Philosopher's Stone, causing Gryffindor to lose badly. In second year, the Quidditch season was cancelled altogether because of the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. It wasn't until third year that Gryffindor finally defeated all three other houses and claimed Hogwarts' hard-won Quidditch Cup. So after weighing his options, he felt that joining Gryffindor would be most beneficial for him right now. Tonight, at the sorting ceremony, he would choose Gryffindor. When Hermione heard that Jerry wanted to be in Gryffindor too, her face lit up with a happy smile. He was such a rare and like-minded friend. Of course, she hoped they could study in the same house. Trevor, where have you gone? My Trevor's disappeared again. At that moment, Neville suddenly burst out with a wail, startling Hermione so much she jumped. Neville, what's Trevor? What's wrong? Seeing Neville crawling on the floor, face miserable as he searched, Hermione quickly got up and asked. Neville looked all around the compartment, and finally sat down helplessly on the floor, sobbing. My Trevor. He's the toad my uncle bought me as a reward for getting into Hogwarts. He's always trying to escape, and now he's gone again. Neville, don't worry. Jerry and I will help you find him. Hermione, a little proud at times, but truly kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see Neville so upset. She immediately grabbed Jerry, offering a bright, encouraging promise. Neville, don't worry. The train isn't that big, and Trevor can't fly. He can't have escaped the train. He must be hiding in one of the compartments nearby. We'll just ask around, one compartment at a time, and we'll find him soon enough. Jerry knew that Neville's toad couldn't possibly be lost for good, but since Hermione had spoken up, he could only shrug and try to comfort Neville as well. Hearing their reassurances, Neville finally stopped sobbing and stood up from the floor. We must be almost at the station. Let's change into our school uniforms, and then we can go look for Trevor. Watching the fields flash by outside the window, and noticing the evening light growing dimmer, Jerry took down his and Hermione's large trunks from the luggage rack. A moment later, the three of them had changed into their brand-new Hogwarts robes and stepped out of the compartment. Jerry, you search that way. I'll take Neville and check this side. In the corridor, Hermione called out to Jerry, then led Neville to the right, knocking on compartment doors one by one to make inquiries. Jerry, meanwhile, could only turn left and begin his own search. Think of it as a chance to earn a few extra merit stars. Helping others find lost items was one way to earn those little red merit stars, though usually just one or two at a time. This little fellow really doesn't make it easy. 20 minutes later, Jerry had checked every compartment on the left side of the train, but Trevor was still nowhere to be found. On the bright side, he had run into quite a few young wizards whose names were already familiar to him. For instance, there were George and Fred, who looked so identical that even their mother, Mrs. Molly Weasley, could hardly tell them apart. And Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain rumored to have troll blood in his veins, among others. Crookshanks. Returning to his own compartment, Jerry had just pushed open the door when he saw Crookshanks pouncing on Trevor. As it turned out, while the three of them had been searching compartment by compartment for Trevor, the clever Crookshanks had been helping out as well, and had quickly sniffed out Trevor in some hidden nook of the train. At that moment, inside the compartment, Crookshanks was only batting Trevor with a paw to keep him from making another escape, knocking him back down each time he tried to leap away. Wingardium Leviosa. Pointing his wand at the toad, who was still frantically trying to hop away, Jerry cast a levitation charm and floated him gently into the air. He scooped up Crookshanks, gave him a few grateful strokes, and took out some dried fish treats he'd brought from the orphanage to reward him. Let's go find Neville. He's been worried sick about you. Lifting the spell, Jerry caught hold of Trevor and left the compartment once more, heading toward the right where Hermione and Neville had just gone. Perhaps sensing he was about to be handed over to Neville, Trevor's 4 froggy legs started to kick wildly, and he began to struggle with all his might in Jerry's hands. Jerry frowned at the sight, stopped in his tracks, lifted up Leaf, and narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling aura as he spoke. Braised toad, spicy stir-fried toad, garlic toad, marinated toad stew. Personally, I just love eating toad meat. Then I take the peeled toad skins and turn them into all kinds of medicinal ingredients. Leaf's frog body shuddered, and he immediately tucked all 4 legs under his belly, starting to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing that Leaf had stopped struggling, Jerry nodded with satisfaction and continued searching for Neville and Hermione. Of course, everything he just said was only to scare Leaf a little. With the way Leaf looked, he was just like those warty toads so common in the fields back home in Jerry's previous life. Who would really want to eat a toad covered in bumps and warts? Now, if it were a bullfrog, that would be another story. He'd have to give it some serious thought. After all, bullfrogs are truly delicious. Neville, here's your Leaf. After passing through 2 train carriages, Jerry soon spotted Neville and Hermione coming back his way. He waved at Neville, holding Leaf up by one frog leg. Thank Merlin. Thank you, Jerry. My Leaf. Neville, seeing Leaf, stretched out his arms and rushed toward Jerry, overjoyed. You should thank Crookshanks. It was thanks to him that you got Leaf back. Jerry smiled and handed Leaf over to Neville. Crookshanks is amazing. At that moment, Hermione caught up with them, a touch of pride in her voice as she said to Jerry. Jerry, can you guess who I just saw? Who? Jerry's heart skipped a beat. He already had a hunch. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, the one who defeated the Dark Lord as a baby. Hermione was visibly excited. Harry Potter? Jerry put on a look of feigned puzzlement. He's mentioned in a history of modern magic, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great magical events of the 20th century. Oh, I forgot, those are some of the extra books I bought. You probably haven't read them. Hermione suddenly remembered that, like herself, Jerry came from a non-magical family and hadn't read as many books about wizarding history. Let me introduce you. Jerry was a bit surprised. In the movies, Hermione had seemed quite calm when she first met Harry, but clearly, inside, she was just as excited as any other young witch or wizard. It seemed Harry Potter's name really did carry a lot of weight in the wizarding world. Sure, I'd love to meet some new friends. Jerry did not refuse. Since he had already decided to join Gryffindor, it seemed like a pretty good idea to make friends with Harry in advance. You have to understand, as the future savior in Dumbledore's eyes, Harry was the student Dumbledore valued most at Hogwarts. Getting along well with Harry would definitely earn you points in Dumbledore's books. Besides, Hogwarts only admitted so many students each year, and with them split among 4 houses, the numbers were even smaller. Who knew? Maybe he'd even end up sharing a dormitory with Harry that very night. Come on, he's just up in the next compartment. Hermione pulled Jerry and Neville along, jogging towards the carriage behind them. However, just as they arrived at the door to Harry's compartment and were about to open it, voices rose from inside. An argument was underway. You ought to show some respect, or you might end up just like your parents. They didn't know their place either. If you keep hanging around with riffraff like the Weasleys or Hagrid, you'll pick up their bad habits. Say that again. Oh, you want to fight, do you? At the front of the group, Hermione pulled open the door, and Jerry peeked inside. Instead of just 2 people, as Hermione had thought, there were 5 boys inside, all facing off with tension crackling in the air. Standing by the seats was a boy with glasses, jet black hair, and striking green eyes, a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. That was unmistakably Harry. Right next to Harry stood another boy with the Weasley family's trademark red hair and blue eyes. It could only be Ron. Jerry turned to look at the 3 boys facing them, and a flicker of confusion crossed his face. There was a pale-faced boy with platinum blonde hair, flanked by 2 burly companions. Surely, this had to be Draco Malfoy and his usual cronies. But Jerry didn't recall a scene in the movies where Malfoy and his gang picked a fight with Harry and Ron on the train. What was going on? Had he simply forgotten after all these years, or had his own presence caused a butterfly effect? Or was there some other reason he hadn't yet discovered? What are you doing? Planning to get into a fight before we've even reached the school? Hermione, leading the trio, fixed the boys in the compartment with a stern look. So, 3 more helpers? Think numbers will make a difference. Seeing Jerry and his friends appear at the door, Malfoy's cool expression faltered. He stepped back, maneuvering his hulking friends, Goyle and Crabbe, to stand protectively in front of him. Goyle and Crabbe clearly didn't take the newcomer seriously. Towering over the younger, smaller students, they each took a menacing step forward. One blocked Harry and Ron, while the other moved to cut off Hermione, Jerry, and Neville. When the towering Crabbe appeared at the doorway, Hermione tensed up instinctively. Noticing this, Jerry temporarily set aside his doubts and reached out to pull Hermione behind him. We don't want any trouble, but it looks like this isn't your compartment. That's right, you're not welcome here. Please leave. Though Harry felt intimidated by Goyle's hulking frame, hearing Jerry's words gave him courage, and he raised his voice to echo the demand. But we don't feel like leaving, do we, Goyle Crabbe? We finished all our snacks, but you lot still have plenty left. We'll go when we're done eating. Standing in the middle, Malfoy pointed at the table strewn with all kinds of treats and shot a meaningful glance at Goyle and Crabbe. The message was clear. Goyle immediately shoved the scrawny Harry aside with his left hand and hungrily reached for the pile of snacks with his right. Crabbe, meanwhile, raised both hands and lunged at Jerry by the door, clearly intending to knock down not only Jerry but also Hermione and Neville behind him. A pair of shrill cries rang out in the compartment. But they didn't come from Harry or Jerry. They belonged to Goyle and Crabbe. As it turned out, just as Goyle reached for the snacks, Ron's pet Scabbers, who had been hiding among the treats, sprang out and bit down hard on Goyle's fingers. On the other side, Jerry saw Crabbe lunging at him and let out a cool, almost amused smile. He extended both hands, not to pit his strength against Crabbe's bulk, but intertwined his fingers with Crabbe's in a swift move. Before Crabbe could react, Jerry twisted his wrist with sudden force, sending Crabbe crashing to his knees. With a grip that sent agony shooting through all 10 fingers at once, Crabbe's eyes filled with tears from the pain. Wizards' bodies were tougher than most, accustomed to injuries that would alarm anyone else, so Jerry hadn't held back this time. He pressed so hard, he left Crabbe bawling on the spot. We haven't finished our conversation. Don't rush off just yet. Seeing Goyle shake off Scabbers and Malfoy, trying to flee in a panic, Jerry let out a cold chuckle. He hooked Goyle's ankle with his right foot, sending him sprawling to the floor and pinning him underfoot. Freeing one hand, Jerry seized Malfoy's arm, twisted it behind his back, and held him down, leaving the boy wincing in pain and unable to move. So, it was quite a scene in the compartment. Jerry's left hand had Crabbe's fingers locked in a painful grip, forcing him to his knees with tears streaming down his face. His right hand twisted Malfoy's arm behind his back, holding him down so he couldn't get up. At his feet, Goyle clutched his bitten finger and howled in pain, a tooth knocked loose in the scuffle. The spectacle was nothing short of dramatic. A glance at the expressions of the other four in the room told the rest of the story. Harry, sitting next to the seats, and Ron, who had just retrieved Scabbers, both swallowed nervously at the same time. Out in the aisle, Hermione and Neville stood with their mouths agape, eyes wide in shock. Of all of them, the most astonished was undoubtedly Hermione. After all, she had spent the most time with Jerry. In her eyes, Jerry had always been a gentleman, polite, courteous, and gentle. He had even called her Miss Granger, unless she specifically told him not to. Jerry, maybe you could let them go? They look like they're in a lot of pain. Hermione, seeing that all three of them seemed to be on the verge of tears, ventured her suggestion timidly. Oh, is that so? My apologies, I must have been a bit too rough. Actually, I'm not fond of fighting at all, but the way you were behaving just now really put me in a tough spot. Jerry didn't refuse Hermione's suggestion. Instead, he flashed a warm smile at the trio and explained himself before slowly releasing his grip. Unfortunately, Jerry's explanation and his smiling face only sent a chill down the spines of Malfoy and his two cronies. Terrified, they shrank into the corner by the compartment door. I only stopped you just now to tell you that violence doesn't solve problems. Whatever the issue is, we can always sit down and talk it through. Trying to take snacks by force like you just did is not the right way. If you want some, you could simply ask politely. I'm sure these two will be happy to share if you just showed a bit of courtesy. Perhaps realizing he'd been a bit too harsh, Jerry cleared his throat and explained once more. Then he turned to Harry and Ron and asked, "Do you agree with me?" Harry and Ron stiffened for a moment, then nodded quickly, like hens pecking at grain. You see, if you'd just been a bit more polite, they would have been glad to share their snacks with you. Jerry turned once again to Malfoy and his friends, who were still huddled in the corner, trembling. He softened his tone as much as he could. We're all first years here. For all we know, we might end up in the same house. So, how about we all shake hands and be friends? What do you say? Don't you want to? As Jerry extended his hand and fixed them with a sharp gaze, Malfoy and his two companions quickly scrambled up, each placing their right hand on top of Jerry's. Seeing Jerry glance over, Harry and Ron exchanged a look, then stepped forward and placed their hands on the pile as well. Hermione, you and Neville should join us too. Everyone together. It'll feel more like a proper group. Jerry beckoned warmly with his free left hand, inviting Hermione and Neville to come over. Hermione, still a bit bewildered, led an equally confused Neville over. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually placed her hand on top as well. All right, everyone, hand in hand, heart to heart. Let's forget this unpleasantness, learn together, grow together, and become the best in our... Oh, wait, the best wizards. He nearly let slip the old slogan from his previous company days, catching himself just in time. Watching as the Malfoy trio shook hands and, with his permission, made a hasty retreat, Jerry turned with a smile to Harry and Ron. "Hello, my name is Jerry Carmen. Harry Potter. Ron Weasley." Though Harry and Ron's minds hadn't quite caught up, they instinctively answered. "In 5 minutes, the train will be arriving at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be delivered to the school for you." At that moment, an announcement echoed through the train. "It was nice meeting you, but since we're almost there, we need to head back to our compartment and get our things together. See you in a bit." Hearing the reminder that they were nearly at the station, Jerry waved to the pair, then turned and led Hermione and Neville out of the compartment. "Jerry, thank you for helping us back there." Just as the three were about to leave, Harry and Ron, now realizing what had happened, called out their thanks to Jerry. "No need to thank me. We're all classmates, after all, and I really do believe in winning people over with virtue." Jerry turned, gave Harry and Ron a quick wink, then disappeared with Hermione and Neville through the compartment door. Winning people over with virtue. A row of question marks practically hovered over Harry and Ron's heads. Was that really winning people over with virtue just now? "Jerry, are you actually good at fighting?" Inside the compartment, Hermione watched as Jerry tried to coax Crookshanks into his cat carrier, curiosity flickering in her eyes. On the surface, Hermione was someone who valued rules deeply. Yet, as a true Gryffindor, she was equally willing to bend those rules to help her friends, like when she set Snape's robes on fire, went after the Philosopher's Stone with Harry and Ron, or stole from Snape's stores to brew Polyjuice Potion. So, even though Jerry had just intervened to teach Malfoy and his gang a lesson for Harry and Ron's sake, Hermione actually approved deep down. She was just curious how Jerry had gotten so good at fighting. Jerry's eyes glinted. Hermione was, and perhaps would always be, the one person who could truly challenge and inspire him to grow in magic. He decided it was important to present himself well in front of her. "Well, you see, it's a long story, really." Jerry furrowed his brow and sighed, feigning a touch of sadness as he began to explain. "To be honest, I wasn't much of a fighter at first, either. But there was no choice, you see. I grew up in an orphanage in the orphanage." He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. But Hermione, sharp as ever, seemed to glean something from the look on Jerry's face, and a flicker of sympathy appeared in her eyes. Sometimes, no matter how convincing or detailed a lie may be, it can never compare to the vivid stories the listener invents in their own mind. At this moment, Hermione was already imagining a sorrowful tale. Jerry, abandoned at birth, left to fend for himself in the orphanage, bullied and tormented until he was forced to learn how to fight just to survive. "It's all right, Jerry. Things will get better." Hermione stepped forward and wrapped Jerry in a big, comforting hug. Right, things will get better." Jerry wasn't quite sure what Hermione had conjured up in her mind, but from the look of things, it seemed positive, so he didn't bother to explain any further. The train stopped. "We can get off now." Neville, who hadn't spun any fanciful stories in his head, remained bewildered from start to finish. Only now, as he saw the train pull into the station, did he snap out of his daze and call out to the hugging pair. As the train drew to a halt, the once empty corridor quickly filled with young witches and wizards spilling out of their compartments. Jerry, Hermione, and Neville squeezed into the crowd, shuffling along with the tide of students as they struggled to make their way off the train. Hogsmeade Station, the last stop for the Hogwarts Express, was a rather cramped platform. First years, over here." Lost in the throng and unsure which way to turn, the three friends suddenly heard a booming voice from the far left side of the platform. They turned to look, and saw a giant, easily 3 or 4 meters tall, with a wild, bushy beard, holding aloft a magical lantern as he called out to the crowd. "That must be Hagrid." With a figure like that, it could only be Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper and half-giant of Hogwarts. The three of them fought their way through the pressing crowd, and after some effort, finally joined the rest of the first years by Hagrid's side. Among them were Harry, Ron, and, standing a good distance away from Jerry, Malfoy and his 2 companions. Hagrid smiled and exchanged a few words with Harry, then, holding his lantern high, led all the first years along a narrow, steep path to the left of the station. "Hermione, if the path's tricky, you can hold onto my arm." Seeing Hermione struggling a bit, Jerry offered his arm to her. Because the path was downhill and the ground was quite uneven, the young wizards stumbled along, their steps cautious and unsteady. "Turn around this bend, and you'll get your very first look at Hogwarts," came a booming reminder from Hagrid, who was leading the way up ahead. After they had walked for about 20 minutes, Jerry heard him call out to the group as he turned to face them. Sure enough, as they reached the end of the path and rounded the corner, the thick woods that had blocked their view on both sides suddenly fell away. Spread out before them was a vast, dark lake, and at the far end of the lake, perched high on a steep hillside, stood a majestic medieval castle radiating an air of mystery. Its spires and turrets pierced the night sky, and its many windows sparkled beneath the stars. The castle looked even more imposing with a black lake as its backdrop. All the young wizards, Jerry included, gazed at it in awe and wonder. Back in his previous life, Jerry had thought Hogwarts looked impressive in the movies, but after all, those images were confined within the small frame of a television. It's much like how seeing the universe or distant planets on TV is nothing like actually being out there among them. Or, to put it more simply, looking at a picture of a beautiful woman on paper is nothing compared to seeing her in real life. Now, standing on the shore of the Black Lake and seeing the mysterious Hogwarts castle with his own eyes, Jerry finally understood why the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was so renowned in the wizarding world. Surely, every wizard who ever attended Hogwarts could never forget the shock and awe of seeing the castle for the very first time. No more than 4 to a boat, Hagrid called out, pointing at a line of little boats by the lakeside, each glowing gently with magical lanterns. He informed the young wizards that they would be crossing the Black Lake in these boats to reach Hogwarts. The students began eagerly forming groups and climbing aboard. There were plenty of boats, so it wasn't necessary to fill each one to capacity. Many of the young wizards paired up by 2s or 3s. Jerry, Hermione, and Neville naturally ended up together in the same boat. Off we go, Hagrid commanded, seated by himself in a boat, his voice calm but firm once everyone had found a place. To their amazement, the boats began gliding swiftly over the surface of the Black Lake, propelled by the gentle waves. No one needed to row or steer. Well, I guess this really is a case of letting the waves do all the work for you, Jerry muttered to himself, watching the orderly procession of boats moving forward all on their own. Jerry, do you know why we're taking boats to the castle? Hermione, sitting beside him, suddenly lifted her chin and asked. Clearly, Hermione's habit of showing off her knowledge was making an appearance again. If they were the same age, people might find this kind of thing annoying. But for Jerry, now an adult, having someone explain things to him for free was nothing short of wonderful. I honestly have no idea, Jerry replied with complete honesty. He genuinely didn't know why the young wizards traveled to Hogwarts by boat. In the movies, that's just how it was shown. Although, in later films, it seemed like they switched to taking carriages. But, back then, all his attention was on the amazing magic unfolding on screen. Who would bother to notice whether they took boats or carriages? Seeing Jerry's uncertainty, Hermione suddenly perked up and began to explain. I read in a history of Hogwarts that the first-year students traveled to the castle by boat as a way to honor the founders, a tradition passed down through the ages. Look, each boat has 4 seats, representing the 4 founders of Hogwarts. And the route we're taking now follows the very path those founders took when they first discovered the site for the castle. So that's the reason, truly, you never stop learning. Jerry found Hermione's explanation enlightening. It all made sense now. What surprised him even more was just how many extra books Hermione had managed to read during the 1-month summer break. He could only sigh. No wonder she was known as Miss Know-It-All. Ordinary people could hardly hope to keep up. And so, with Hermione's enthusiastic explanations in his ear and the unique scenery of the Black Lake all around, Jerry rowed the little boat across the lake, gliding through a dark tunnel beneath the cliffs. The boat gradually slowed, finally coming to a stop beside the underground dock of Hogwarts Castle. All right, everyone, follow me. We're almost at the castle gates. Hagrid strode ahead, lantern in hand. After Jerry and the other young wizards climbed out of the boat, they gathered together and followed him. They trudged up a winding path paved with gravel and small pebbles, climbing with some difficulty for half an hour, until at last they reached a flat, damp patch of grass in the shadow of the vast castle. Standing before them was a massive oak door, the grand entrance to Hogwarts Castle itself. Hagrid stepped forward and knocked 3 times. Instantly, the door swung open, and there stood a tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes, her face stern and commanding. She was none other than Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, someone Jerry knew well. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here. After hearing their brief exchange, Jerry watched as Hagrid departed, leaving Professor McGonagall to guide them onward. Crossing the stone steps beneath the oak doors, the group entered the entrance hall on the first floor of the castle. It's enormous. Jerry heard Harry and Ron, who were walking by, exclaim in wonder, and he nodded in agreement. Although it was just an entrance hall, Jerry couldn't help but wonder if someone had used an undetectable extension charm to enlarge the space. It looked unusually spacious, especially the ceiling, which gave the strange illusion that it stretched on forever. The stone walls surrounding the hall were lined with blazing torches, filling the space with brilliant light. Directly opposite was a grand marble staircase, likely leading up to the second floor. From a door on the right side of the hall, the low murmur of hundreds of voices could be heard. Jerry guessed that must be the Great Hall on the first floor, where the sorting ceremony would soon take place. On the left side of the hall, there was a small room. At that moment, Professor McGonagall was leading them across the flagstone floor of the entrance hall toward that little room. Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term feast is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first. Inside the small room, Professor McGonagall greeted the young witches and wizards and then gave a brief explanation about the upcoming sorting ceremony, the 4 houses, house points, and the house cup. However, she didn't go into detail about how the sorting ceremony worked or what exactly would happen, since the young wizards would soon find out for themselves. After her short talk, she asked the students to straighten their robes and prepare themselves for the ceremony, then excused herself to head to the Great Hall. Hermione, don't worry. You're so outstanding. The sorting will be no problem for you. Jerry noticed that Hermione, standing nearby, had started reciting the 14 spells from their textbooks over and over again, looking extremely nervous after Professor McGonagall left. He sighed and offered her a quiet word of comfort. He knew that the sorting ceremony actually had nothing to do with magic or spells. You just put on the hat, and it decided which house suited you based on your character and heritage. If you fit the qualities of more than one house, you could even have a little chat with the sorting hat and choose the house you preferred. Just like in a movie, Harry was suited for both Gryffindor and Slytherin, but in the end, he chose Gryffindor and was sorted there. Of course, Jerry couldn't tell Hermione any of this, since he had no way to explain how he knew the details of the sorting ceremony. How can they possibly know which house we should be in? I suppose there's some sort of test, Hermione replied. Fred said it would be really painful, but I think he was joking. At that moment, Harry and Ron's conversation drifted over to Jerry's ears. He took a careful look around and noticed that among the 40 or so young wizards in the room, aside from a handful like Draco Malfoy, who were born into pure blood families, most of the others were just as nervous as Hermione. The majority of them shared thoughts similar to Hermione's, believing that the upcoming sorting ceremony might involve a magical test to determine their house. However, unlike Hermione, most of these young wizards were actually in the same boat as Harry and Ron. They hadn't managed to cast even a single successful spell yet. Even those pure-blood children like Draco Malfoy, who had grown up in wizarding families and perhaps been exposed to magic earlier than their muggle-born peers, didn't actually have much of an advantage in magical ability. According to a short video Jerry had seen in his previous life on a certain social media platform, it seemed that a young wizard's magical bloodline only stabilized around the age of 11, which was why they started learning magic at that age. Moreover, children from wizarding families weren't much different in temperament from ordinary kids. At this age, aside from a rare few like Hermione, hardly anyone wanted to sit quietly and study those complicated, hard-to-understand magical theories. Who wouldn't rather ride a broomstick, or enjoy magical sweets, or go shopping in Diagon Alley? Still, children from wizarding families did tend to be a little more well-informed. At the very least, Draco and his friends knew exactly what the sorting ceremony was all about. But from their point of view, the bewildered and anxious faces of the muggle-born students made for quite an entertaining sight. Why spoil the fun by telling them the truth? As for Ron and Neville, who also came from wizard families, Ron had the misfortune of having 2 notorious prankster brothers, George and Fred, while Neville's memory wasn't the best. So even if his grandmother had mentioned the ceremony, there was no guarantee he'd remember. Suddenly, piercing cries rang out, shattering the heavy silence that had settled over the young wizards as they waited anxiously for the ceremony to begin. Jerry turned to look in the direction of the commotion. It turned out that more than 20 translucent ghosts had drifted through the walls, now swooping overhead and waving cheerfully at the children below. All right, everyone out, line up and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared once again at the door, and the floating ghost slipped neatly through the walls and vanished from sight. This really is a magical scene. Jerry couldn't help but marvel as he and the other young wizards lined up to follow Professor McGonagall into the grand, luxurious hall. Perhaps because it was the all-important start-of-term feast and the sorting ceremony, the Great Hall had been decorated with extraordinary splendor. Over 10,000 candles, enchanted with the floating charm, drifted in place of the magical chandeliers, filling the Great Hall with a brilliant, glowing light. On the 4 long tables, crowded with young witches and wizards, golden plates and silver goblets shimmered and sparkled under the candlelight. Yet what amazed Jerry the most was the ceiling of the Great Hall. If you didn't look carefully, you'd think the hall was open to the sky, for when you looked up, you could see a dazzling river of stars, suspended in midair as if the heavens were within reach. Standing below the podium, set between the 4 house tables and the staff table, Jerry watched as Professor McGonagall brought out a four-legged stool and set it upon the platform. She then fetched a patched, extremely old, and filthy hat, worn down by time. That must be the legendary sorting hat, as old as Hogwarts itself. The sorting hat was said to have once been an ordinary hat belonging to Godric Gryffindor, one of Hogwarts' founders. Later, all four founders cast enchantments upon it, imbuing it with thought and granting it the power to discern the qualities of each young witch or wizard and sort them into the right house. To grant independent thought and personality to an inanimate object, sometimes Jerry truly marveled at how powerful the magic in the world of Harry Potter was. Its greatness didn't lie in destructive might, but rather in its boundless imagination, a magic entirely unconcerned with scientific explanation, pure and wondrous in its own right. You might not think I'm much to look at, but don't judge by what you see. If you can find a hat more splendid than me, why, I promise, I'll eat myself. The hat squirmed slightly on the stool, then split wide open like a mouth and began to belt out its own unique sorting song, loud and proud. More astonishing still, when the hat finished singing and the young witches and wizards below burst into thunderous applause, it straightened up, bowed deeply, and tipped itself in a most elegant and gentlemanly fashion. Have you ever seen a hat bow to you? Certainly not. Jerry hadn't, either. Even in his previous life, when he'd watched the films, he couldn't recall ever seeing this particular scene. I will call your names one by one. When you hear your name, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and await your house assignment. Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward, holding a roll of parchment, and unrolled it slowly as she began to read. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked little girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line. Sturdy Hannah, thought Jerry. Watching the girl, sorting hat on her head as she perched atop the stool, Jerry finally realized what had been nagging at him all along. This wasn't the Harry Potter world from the movies. This was the world from the book. He remembered very clearly that in the movie, the first student to be sorted was Hermione Granger, while in the book, it was Hannah Abbott who went first. He'd seen the joke, Ironclad Hannah, from his previous life pop up in countless short videos. The key point, however, was that in his previous life, he had only watched the movies on television. He'd never actually sought out the original books. So, the differences between the movies and the books shouldn't be that big, right? Hopefully not. Hufflepuff. The hat barely rested for a moment on the head of the little girl named Hannah before quickly announcing her house. Immediately, at the far right table among the four, the young witches and wizards of that house sprang to their feet, applauding and cheering to welcome Hannah in a Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger. After the sorting hat had sorted 7 or 8 students, sometimes quickly, sometimes with a pause, it finally called out Hermione's name. Go Hermione! Cheered on by Jerry, Hermione dashed up to the platform. Gryffindor. The sorting hat hesitated for a moment, as if sensing something, but in the end, it called out Gryffindor. Hermione, beaming with delight, ran over to the far left table, which was bursting with applause and laughter. Jerry Carmen. No sooner had Hermione's sorting ended than Professor McGonagall called out Jerry's name. Straightening his wizard's robes, Jerry made his way to the platform at an unhurried pace, picked up the sorting hat, and placed it on his head. I want to be in. Jerry had just planned to do what Harry did in the movie and tell the sorting hat he wanted to be in Gryffindor, but the moment the hat touched his hair, it announced his fate without hesitation. Slytherin. Slytherin? What the? At the sound of the sorting hat's verdict, Jerry's mind erupted in chaos, as if a stampede of wild horses was thundering through. All the carefully laid plans he'd made shattered in an instant with that single word from the hat. A bit stiffly, he took off the sorting hat. Noticing Professor McGonagall's look of genuine regret, Jerry could only sigh and head toward the second table on the right, the Slytherin table. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Hermione's face fell the moment she saw Jerry being sorted into Slytherin. She had truly hoped that both she and Jerry could be in Gryffindor together. Fate had played its tricks. This rare friend with whom she got along so well was now sorted into Slytherin by the hat. Still, she forced herself to swallow her disappointment and gave Jerry a small wave from across the hall. Because she knew that Jerry actually wanted to be sorted into Gryffindor, but now he'd ended up in Slytherin instead. He must be feeling really upset. You could tell as much just by looking at that stiff expression on his face a moment ago. How could Jerry get sorted into Slytherin? Every bad wizard I've ever heard of has come from Slytherin. In the line, Ron, who still hadn't been sorted, turned to Harry in disbelief after seeing Jerry end up in Slytherin. Jerry's not a bad person. Don't forget, he even stood up for us and taught that Malfoy guy a lesson on the train. Although Harry didn't have the best impression of Slytherin thanks to Ron's stories, he was still deeply grateful for Jerry's loyalty and help on the train. So even if Jerry had been sorted into Slytherin, Harry couldn't believe he was capable of being truly bad. Oh, I know. I'm not saying Jerry's a bad person. It just feels like the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Jerry should be in Gryffindor. Ron shrugged his shoulders. Just then, Malfoy was called up to the podium, and, sure enough, the Sorting Hat sent him to Slytherin as well. Harry couldn't help nodding at that. Slytherin seemed like the perfect fit for someone like Malfoy. Why Slytherin? This doesn't make any sense. Sitting at the Slytherin table, Jerry was in no mood to watch the rest of the ceremony. Instead, he frowned, lost in thought, trying to figure out why the Sorting Hat had placed him in Slytherin without hesitation. He thought back carefully to everything he'd ever heard about Slytherin, and slowly, an understanding began to dawn in his heart. The most basic requirement for entering Slytherin was to be either pure blood or half-blood. In other words, both your parents had to be wizards, or at least one of them. Young wizards with two muggle parents, like Hermione, no matter how talented, would never be sorted into Slytherin. Now, looking at Jerry, who were his parents in this world? The truth was, they didn't exist at all. His very body was something strange and otherworldly, brought over from the main Marvel universe, and the wizarding blood running in his veins was something he'd exchanged for with little red stars. So Jerry guessed that the bloodline he'd exchanged for with those little red stars might just be the purest and most ancient wizarding bloodline there was. After all, if that extraordinary system could bring him from the Marvel universe into the world of Harry Potter, it wouldn't make sense for the wizarding bloodline it gave him to be anything less than the best. Not that there's anything wrong with being half-blood, he thought, but personally, he felt that a pure-blood wizard's potential should be a bit higher than a half-blood's, maybe having a greater magical reserve, for example. After all, the very greatest wizards, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, for instance, were both purebloods as far as he knew. Of course, true strength depends mostly on one's understanding and mastery of magic. Those slight advantages in magical power aren't all that significant. Voldemort, Snape, Professor McGonagall, they were all born of mixed blood, yet they became immensely powerful. Voldemort, in particular, was second only to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. In fact, someone like Hermione could also be considered mixed blood, though perhaps her magical heritage isn't as pronounced. Jerry believed that any wizard born into a Muggle family must have had at least one ancestor on either side who was a wizard. It's just that the magical bloodline in their descendants lay dormant, waiting to be awakened. Looking at it from personality perspective, Slytherin wizards are often seen by others as proud, highly ambitious, calculating, and eager for power and influence. Yet, Jerry felt that none of these traits really described him. But as he thought about it more, he realized that defining Slytherin in this narrow way was too simplistic. He recalled seeing a comment online that perhaps fit his current situation more accurately. That comment suggested that the true spirit of Slytherin was best embodied by Professor Slughorn, who appeared in their 6th year. Slughorn sought fame and fortune, liked to have celebrities as students, but never went out of his way to harm others. He set up the Slug Club, but it was all about mutual benefit and win-win relationships with talented students. He supported the idea of bloodlines, but not blindly so. He genuinely admired exceptional Muggleborns like Hermione and Harry's mother, Lily. He was exceptionally clever, able to judge the situation and protect his own interests, yet he also had his principles. When the final battle came, as a Slytherin, he resolutely stood with Hogwarts. So perhaps Slytherins are self-interested pragmatists with boundaries, people who won't take the initiative to hurt others. If viewed in this light, Jerry found that there was indeed a bit of overlap with the person he'd become in this new life. Pure blood heritage, combined with his truest inner nature and his current, highly goal-oriented actions. Could it be these factors that led the Sorting Hat to place him in Slytherin? Damn, at this point, I'll just have to take things one step at a time. All these analyses were just Jerry's own deductions based on the outcome. Whether or not they were truly accurate, he couldn't say for certain. After all, the Sorting Hat, in theory, is supposed to honor the deepest wishes of young wizards when assigning them to a house, and he had clearly wanted to join Gryffindor. Could it be that, deep down, he actually wanted to go to Slytherin? Well, there was no point agonizing about it now. Since he'd already been sorted into Slytherin, he could only embrace his new identity and make the most of his magical education at Hogwarts. He looked up at Professor McGonagall on the podium, the professor with whom he'd gotten along quite well before. Then his gaze shifted to the teacher's table, where Professor Snape sat, brooding and severe, his demeanor as forbidding and cold as a giant bat. Jerry couldn't help but sigh once again. Plans just never seem to keep up with the changes life throws at you. The elaborate Gryffindor strategy he'd prepared was now utterly useless. He'd have to get his brain working again and chart an entirely new course for Slytherin. But when he thought about it carefully, maybe being sorted into Slytherin wasn't such a bad thing after all. At the very least, Snape, for all his harshness, especially toward Gryffindors, was actually very supportive of his own house's young wizards. Besides, Snape was a master of the dark arts. If Jerry could build a good relationship with him, there might be a chance to learn some particularly powerful and dangerous spells. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. Just then, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. After a brief exchange with the Sorting Hat, the famous Harry Potter was placed, as if by destiny, into Gryffindor. With that, the sorting ceremony came to a close. Draco, I didn't expect to see you in Slytherin too. What stroke of fate for us to end up together. Snapping back to his senses, Jerry spotted the Malfoy trio sitting a good distance away. With a glint in his eye, he strode over and squeezed himself right in among them, slinging his arms enthusiastically across their shoulders. Why yes, what a coincidence. Of course I'm in Slytherin, but how could someone like you possibly belong here? Malfoy's whole body tensed. He forced a stiff smile, though his face twitched at the effort. Honestly, when Jerry had been sorted into Slytherin, Draco had almost blurted out a curse right then and there. He simply couldn't fathom how a crude, uncouth brute like Jerry could be sorted in a noble, refined Slytherin. Still, remembering Jerry's display of brawling prowess on the train, taking on all three of them at once, Malfoy had suppressed his anger and, after the ceremony, made sure to sit as far away from Jerry as possible, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. After all, fistfights are hardly the way of a true Slytherin. Once he'd mastered enough magic, Malfoy swore he'd show Jerry what it meant to cross a Malfoy. What consequences came from provoking someone of such high birth? Draco, you all seem to be getting along quite well. At that moment, the short-haired witch sitting across from Malfoy looked up at the group, her eyes wide with surprise as she saw Jerry and the others huddled together. Of course, Draco, Goyle, Crabbe, and I met on the train. We hit it off right away and became fast friends. Isn't that right, boys? Jerry narrowed his eyes, giving their shoulders a friendly squeeze that was just a bit firmer than before. It seemed as if they had all recalled some unpleasant memory. The three of them shuddered in unison, then nodded their heads reluctantly. Hello, my name is Jerry Carmen. Pansy Parkinson. Jerry removed his right hand from Goyle's shoulder and extended it toward Pansy. Pansy hesitated for a moment, but then reached out as well, giving Jerry's hand a light shake. Given Malfoy's pride, the friends he chose to make were always from the most distinguished pure-blood wizarding families. And yet, Jerry Carmen, why had she never heard this name before? The feast is about to begin. At that moment, the headmaster, Dumbledore, who sat at the center of the teacher's table, slowly rose to his feet and made the announcement in a ringing voice. As Dumbledore's words echoed through the hall, Jerry suddenly noticed that the golden plates before him, which had been empty just moments ago, were now laden with steaming, mouth-watering dishes. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb cutlets, sausages, steaks. The silver goblets gleamed, filled to the brim with juices, milk, and an array of other drinks. Looks like I'll have to spend some time learning culinary magic as well. Seeing the sudden appearance of all these delicious foods, Jerry's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately decided to add culinary magic to his personal study plan. Once he mastered those spells, he'd be able to save a lot of time cooking every day when he returned to the main world. Oh, and those housekeeping spells. Can't forget about those either. While his mind raced with plans for all the magic he wanted to learn, Jerry's hands didn't stop moving. Just like the other hungry young witches and wizards, his stomach was already rumbling in protest. Perhaps it was because he was so hungry, or maybe the house elves cooking magic really was extraordinary, but Jerry found that everything on the table tasted especially delicious tonight. Pansy, it's been a while. You cut your hair short. While Jerry was busy eating, Malfoy took advantage of the moment to strike up a conversation with Pansy, quietly shifting his seat. Draco, you actually noticed. Do you think it looks good? A faint blush crept onto Pansy's cheeks. It looks great. Jerry caught a glimpse of Malfoy moving away from his side and smiled to himself without saying a word. He had already achieved the effect he wanted. Whether Malfoy sat next to him or not was no longer important. Just as Jerry was halfway through a piece of steak, a chorus of shrill cries from the young wizards rang out by his ear. Looking up, he saw that Malfoy and several of their classmates were staring in horror at something right beside him. Turning his head in confusion, he saw a ghastly, emaciated spirit with hollow eyes and a frightening appearance, draped in a long robe stained with silvery blood. Without him noticing, it had somehow taken a seat right beside him. Hello, I'm Jerry Carmen, a new Slytherin student. Jerry smiled gracefully, set down his knife and fork, and nodded politely to greet the ghost sitting next to him. The ghost turned its head, eyeing Jerry with a hint of surprise. It was the first time he'd met a new student who wasn't afraid of him. For a moment, an appreciative glimmer flickered across his fearsome face. Baron, or you can call me the Bloody Baron like the others do. I'm the Slytherin ghost. Welcome to Slytherin. Thank you. After exchanging a few brief words, Jerry calmly resumed eating his steak. As an adult who had faced life and death, and even taken lives himself, he was certainly not going to be frightened by a mere ghost. Seeing Jerry chatting so gracefully and unflinchingly with the terrifying apparition, most of the first-year Slytherins, and even some of the second years, looked at him with admiration. Among all the ghosts at Hogwarts, the Bloody Baron was the one every young witch and wizard feared most. There were even some particularly timid students who would burst into tears when encountering the Baron alone, so terrifying was his presence. What's more, the Bloody Baron held the highest status and was the most powerful among the Hogwarts ghosts. Even Peeves, the infamous prankster poltergeist who feared nothing and no one, dared not defy the Baron's orders. Meanwhile, across from Goyle and Crabbe, a blonde girl watched Jerry, who sat there eating his steak with effortless elegance. She nudged the burly girl beside her and whispered, "Millicent, don't you think he looks really handsome?" "Daphne, I still think Goyle is better looking," the broad-shouldered Millicent replied, glancing at Jerry and then back at Goyle sitting across from her. The blonde girl just rolled her eyes. And so, after the brief commotion caused by the appearance of the ghosts, the feast soon returned to its lively, festive spirit. Everyone indulged in delicious food and drinks, introducing themselves and striking up conversations with one another. Unlike the next table, where Muggle-born students were enthusiastically sharing all sorts of strange experiences after receiving their Hogwarts letters, the Slytherin students at Jerry's table mostly chatted about their family wealth, their parents' social standing, and other topics that highlighted their status. Among them, the highest status clearly belonged to Draco Malfoy's family, one of the ancient and sacred 28, with Lucius Malfoy serving as a school governor and maintaining close ties with high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. The wealthiest among them was a boy named Blaise Zabini. His mother, Madame Zabini, was a beautiful and well-known witch who had been married 7 times. Each time one of her husbands passed away, he would leave behind a generous inheritance for the mother and son, making their family even richer than the Malfoys. As the feast drew to a close, Dumbledore stood up once more to remind all the young witches and wizards about a few important rules for the start of term. Jerry summed them up in his mind. Don't venture into the dangerous Forbidden Forest. Don't use magic in the corridors between classes. And for those second years and above who wish to try out for the Quidditch team, they could sign up with Madame Hooch in the second week. And perhaps most importantly, no one was allowed anywhere near the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor. Once the notices were given, it was time to sing the school song. With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, a long golden ribbon appeared out of thin air, twisting and curling high above their heads like a serpent, spelling out the lyrics of the school anthem line by line. When the song ended, the opening feast officially came to a close. All first-year students, please follow me. I'm your prefect, Gemma Farley, and I'll be leading you to the common room. As the feast broke up, a girl of about 14 or 15 in Slytherin robes stood up from the long Slytherin table and called out to the somewhat bewildered Slytherin newcomers. At her words, the young witches and wizards quickly gathered around her, following her through the crowd as they made their way toward the Slytherin common room. Isn't the Slytherin common room supposed to be upstairs in the castle? Blending in with the other first years, Jerry watched as Gemma, their prefect, led them downstairs toward the dungeons. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He remembered from the movies that Harry and his friends had climbed moving staircases and entered their common room through the portrait of the Fat Lady. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms are up in the towers on the 8th floor, but Hufflepuff and our Slytherin common rooms are down in the dungeons. But I promise you, ours is by far the best. You'll see for yourselves in a moment. At just the right moment, Gemma, who was walking ahead and explaining the school rules, got to the topic of common room locations, clearing up Jerry's confusion. They turned off the grand marble staircase in the entrance hall and headed to the right, descending into the dungeons. After winding through a maze of shadowy corridors, Jerry soon found himself facing a stone wall. Nobility! At Gemma's command, the stone wall, which had been blank and damp only a moment before, suddenly revealed a doorway and slowly swung open. To enter the common room, you'll need the password. It changes every 2 weeks, and the new password will always be posted on the common room notice board in advance. Remember, the password for the next 2 weeks is Noble. Gemma explained to the young wizards with a tone that was both proud and tinged with a hint of arrogance. The young wizards nodded in agreement, just as haughtily, clearly approving of Slytherin's chosen password. No wonder it's Slytherin. Jerry watched as everyone lifted their chins with matching, self-important expressions. For some reason, he actually found this group of Slytherin youngsters rather endearing. Following the young wizards into the common room, the first thing that caught his attention were the magical lamps glowing green, each one secure by chains, and the animal skulls mounted as decorations along the walls. His first impression was everything was so green. One eccentric aesthetic Slytherin had. But it wasn't without its merits. At the very least, the fireplaces, sofas, tables, and chairs in the Slytherin common room looked exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate carvings. And on the wall opposite the fireplace hung a medieval tapestry, depicting legendary Slytherin adventures from days long past, a sight that was genuinely intriguing. Of course, what fascinated Jerry most was the massive window across from the stone entrance, spanning nearly 2/3 of the wall. Looking out through that window, he could see straight to the depths of the Black Lake. Enormous squids and all manner of lake creatures drifted lazily past, giving him the surreal feeling of being back at an aquarium in his previous life. So this was the secret. Slytherin's common room was built beneath the Black Lake itself, protected from the water by extraordinary magic. The Slytherins living here could always savor that mysterious, shipwreck underwater ambience. Boys to the rooms on the left, girls to the right. Your class schedules should be waiting in your rooms. If you have any questions, come see me later. Gemma glanced at the young wizards standing awestruck before the great window, reminded them of the arrangements, and then took her leave. As enchanting as the view was, the young wizards were exhausted from the day. After a brief look, they all wandered off to find their own rooms. Jerry was no exception. He left the common room earlier than the others and headed towards the boys' dormitories on the left. Each door bore the names of its assigned young wizards, so he quickly found his own. Jerry Carmen, Draco Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, Vincent Crabbe. Reading the 4 names posted on the door, Jerry couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, it seems fate really want me to be with these 3 kids. Pushing open the door and stepping into the room, Jerry saw that his luggage had already been placed beside the bed closest to the door. The bed was a traditional 4-poster, draped with green silk curtains, and the bedspread was embroidered with delicate silver thread. Similarly, the windows in this room were enchanted, offering a magical view of the lake outside. He could even hear the gentle sound of water rippling across the lake surface. Falling asleep to the soft murmur of the lake must be a wonderful experience. No wonder the prefect just now claimed that Slytherin's common room was the best among the 4 houses. If only it weren't quite so green, it really would be perfect. All right, Crookshanks, don't be impatient. I'll let you out right away. Seeing Crookshanks meowing at him from inside the cage on the bedside table, Jerry quickly raised a hand to soothe him while hurrying over to open the latch. Since Crookshanks was clever and able to find food on his own, Jerry had never kept him in a cage at the orphanage. This was the very first time, and it must have driven him frantic. The moment Jerry opened the cage, Crookshanks let out an excited yowl and shot like a streak of yellow lightning straight toward the window. Crookshanks, stop! Jerry immediately realized what was about to happen and hurriedly called out in alarm, but was already too late. Crookshanks, eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the big and small fish swimming outside the window, charged headlong into the invisible magical barrier in the middle of the glass. It was as if he had slammed into an invisible pane of glass. With a muffled thud, Crookshanks slid down from the barrier, his already flat, round face looking even flatter than before. Oh, you silly cat. I take back what I said about you being smart. Jerry couldn't help but cover his forehead, both amused and exasperated by the scene. Still, as a cat with Kneazle blood, Crookshanks was far sturdier than an ordinary feline. Such a bump was hardly anything to him. Looking a little dazed, Crookshanks got back to his feet, then crouched by the window. He pawed at the invisible barrier, tilting his head as he watched the fish swim by. Suddenly, he seemed to be doubting everything he knew about being a cat. Jerry decided to leave him to it and started unpacking his own things, picking up the class schedule that lay on the table. Just then, a few familiar, jeering voices rang out by the doorway. Malfoy and his 2 cronies had spotted Jerry's name on the door. Hello there. Seeing the trio stride into the room, Jerry greeted them with a friendly smile. Since they were all Slytherins and shared the same room, he thought it might be best to try to ease tensions with the trio of Draco Malfoy and his friends. After all, while Draco and his friends had their mischievous streaks, they were hardly irredeemable villains. I'm warning you, I'm not afraid of you. My father is a governor at Hogwarts. If you ever lay a hand on me again, I'll have him get you expelled. Wizards should settle disputes with magic. Anyway, once we learn proper spells, we should have a fair duel, wizard to wizard. Clearly, Draco had made up his mind before coming in. As soon as he entered with Goyle and Crabbe, they stood 5 meters away from Jerry, putting on a tough front and trying to sound fierce, though their voices betrayed some nervousness. No problem at all, really. I'm not a fan of violence. As long as you don't go out of your way to provoke me, I won't do anything to you, Jerry replied with a shrug, agreeing without a hint of hesitation. Seeing his response, the 3 of them finally felt a sense of relief. They might strut and swagger in front of other young wizards, especially those from Muggle families, acting as if they ruled the world, but at the end of the day, they were just 3 11-year-olds. After what had happened on the train, Jerry's rough handling and intimidation, he had left them with a lingering sense of dread. It's just like in the original story. Even a small bite from Ron's pet rat on the train was enough to send the trio fleeing in panic. Their bravado was more show than substance. With their peace accord officially in place, Draco and his friends no longer seemed quite so afraid of Jerry. Instead, they began to unpack and tidy up their beds and luggage. Later that night, when the trio was sound asleep, Jerry quietly slipped out of bed, taking his spell book with him as he left the room. Unlike the other young wizards, who were worn out from the day's excitement, his stamina left him barely tired at all. The shock of being sorted into Slytherin, though, had truly caught him off guard. It meant that all his previous plans now had to be scrapped and reimagined from the ground up. Slytherin was a far cry from Gryffindor. If he wanted to make the most of his time here, he would need to excel, to be exceptional in every way, to dominate outright. Just as the young Voldemort once had. Voldemort, too, had grown up in a Muggle orphanage and was a half-blood, yet he managed to thrive in Slytherin, a house obsessed with bloodlines and family prestige, becoming an idol revered by all Slytherins. It was his overwhelming excellence that set him apart. During his school days at Hogwarts, Voldemort came from poverty but possessed a brilliant mind. Orphaned but resourceful and brave, he was a prefect, the most admired student, the golden boy, a model for everyone. He appeared polite, quiet, and hungry for knowledge. Almost everyone had a very good impression of him. In particular, at that time, the Slytherin head of house, Professor Slughorn, was especially fond of him. He even confided in him about the forbidden Horcruxes when he asked, holding nothing back. Jerry wanted to learn as much magic as possible at Hogwarts, and in that regard, Voldemort was his role model. However, relying solely on his own abilities, that was simply impossible. He wouldn't even dream of dominating the academic rankings. Being average would already be an achievement. So, he decided to change his strategy and planned to use a great number of red stars to accelerate his learning process. Originally, his plan was to use the red stars sparingly, mainly to prolong his stay in the wizarding world, and only for learning a few crucial spells. After all, subjects like history of magic, astronomy, and herbology weren't urgently needed. He could catch up on those later, when he had earned more red stars. Besides, every time he returned, he had to cool down for a month in the main world before re-entering. Now, if he wanted to learn like Voldemort, he would have to use red stars generously, striving to surpass everyone in every subject and become the most outstanding student. Only then could he secure his place in Slytherin. After all, he had no connection to Snape. If he wasn't brilliant enough, he'd never catch Snape's eye. Entering the Slytherin common room, bathed in its emerald glow, Jerry settled onto a sofa, activated his Invigorate the Mind function, opened his spell book, and began memorizing the history of magic material for tomorrow's class. According to the schedule, Slytherin only had one class on the first day, History of Magic, shared with the Ravenclaw students in the afternoon. The class would be taught by the ghostly Professor Cuthbert Binns and held on the second floor. The next day at noon, after finishing lunch in the Great Hall, Jerry joined the other Slytherin students, following the grand marble staircase to the History of Magic classroom on the second floor. During the meal, Jerry ran into Hermione, who had been sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione expressed regret that Jerry hadn't joined Gryffindor, but assured him that, even in Slytherin, he would always be her best friend. In class, the ancient-looking ghost, Professor Binns, was droning on about the history of magic with his wheezy, drawn-out, and monotonous voice, speaking without pause. Most of the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students were already struggling to stay awake, swaying under the spell of Professor Binns' soporific lecture. But there was one student who stood apart from the rest. Sitting in the front row, back straight, and eyes bright, Professor Binns' hypnotic voice seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. That was Jerry, who was intermittently activating his Invigorate the Mind ability. A single History of Magic class could last 2 or 3 hours, and Jerry simply couldn't keep his mind refreshed spell active the whole time. The strain on his brain would be far too much. So, whenever the content was just what was printed in the textbook, he would turn off the spell. But whenever Professor Binns started to elaborate on extra material, Jerry would activate his mind refresh again to help him memorize and understand it. In truth, History of Magic wasn't quite as useless as the other young wizards claimed. True, it didn't teach any spells or magical techniques. But if you paid close attention, you'd find that these lessons revealed a wealth of secrets about the wizarding world. Jerry's understanding of the wizarding world had so far been limited to what he'd seen in movies and a few short videos. Hardly a complete picture. Professor Binns' History of Magic class, however, presented the world of wizards to him in a far more vivid and detailed way. This was incredibly helpful for his future studies in magic. It's like trying to learn the language, writing, and culture of a completely foreign country. It would be almost impossibly difficult at first. But if you understood the entire history of that country, the challenges of learning would be much easier to overcome. Perhaps that's why, despite all the young wizards thinking history of magic was the most useless subject, it was a required course in every year of their time at Hogwarts. All right, that's the end of today's lesson. Now it's time for questions. Who can tell me about the demon Emmerich we just discussed? As class was about to end, Professor Binns began his customary round of questions. He generally didn't expect much from this part, since most of the students were only just waking up at this point, and very few ever knew the answers. Still, he didn't mind. His classes had always been like this. Sure enough, the bleary-eyed young wizards glanced around at each other in confusion when they heard his question. But just as Professor Binns was about to dismiss the class, Jerry, sitting in the front row, raised his hand. "What's your name?" "Jerry Carmen." Jerry stood up and replied. "Then you may answer the question." A hint of surprise flickered across Professor Binns' ancient face. Jerry cleared his throat. Once he was sure he had everyone's attention, he began. Emmerich the Evil was a short-lived but extremely powerful wizard. He once held the Elder Wand and ruled southern England with terror in the early Middle Ages. He was slain in a duel with Egbert the Egregious. You see, the Elder Wand actually gets a mention as early as first-year history of magic in Professor Binns' class. Very good, Slytherin, 3 points. Professor Binns never expected that the material he taught in class would be recited word for word by a student. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Mr. Carmen, could you tell us again about the eccentric Yorick? Yorick the Odd was a medieval wizard known for his bizarre behavior, such as wearing a jellyfish as a hat and sleeping in a room filled with over 50 pet auguries. He is considered one of the strangest wizards in history, and as a result, he often features as the punchline in wizarding jokes. Jerry went on, repeating everything he had written down in class, leaving nothing out. "Jerry, you're one of the most gifted students I've ever seen when it comes to memory. Slytherin earns 3 more points." As Professor Binns' voice faded, the Slytherin first years, who had been rather reserved, broke into delighted applause. The importance of house points had been made crystal clear by Professor McGonagall when they entered Hogwarts Castle the previous day, and the House Cup, which could be won through these points, was the highest honor for a Hogwarts student. So, naturally, the proud Slytherins were thrilled to see Jerry earn 6 points for their house in just the very first lesson. Jerry had already made a strong impression on the Slytherin first years at the welcome feast by conversing with the fearsome Bloody Baron with elegance and composure. Now, their admiration for him only deepened. Of course, the trio led by Draco Malfoy were the exception. Jerry's calm conversation with the terrifying Bloody Baron showed his courage, and earning 6 points for Slytherin in history of magic proved his intelligence. Although Slytherins were a proud lot, as long as your bloodline was unquestionable, the more outstanding you were, the more they admired you. And as everyone knew, anyone sorted into Slytherin during the ceremony was guaranteed to have impeccable lineage. After history of magic, Jerry could clearly sense that his once aloof Slytherin classmates were now actively reaching out to him. The most enthusiastic was a blonde girl named Daphne Greengrass. The first class on the following morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by Professor Quirrell, whose head was wrapped like a mummy and who always reeked of garlic. He also had a habit of stammering throughout the lesson. But Jerry dared not underestimate Professor Quirrell. He knew that this Ravenclaw alumnus was far from weak. After all, he had managed to slip past the defenses of Gringotts and attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. What's more, hidden beneath Quirrell's turban was the ultimate villain of this world, Voldemort. In truth, if you set aside the professor's deliberately feigned timidity and cowardice, and listen carefully to what he teaches, his lessons are not entirely without merit. At the very least, after a single class, Jerry found that he had gained a deeper understanding of several spells from the textbook. Spells are not things that reveal their full power just because you have memorized them. Take a simple fire spell, for example. When Jerry casts it, it can barely light a cigarette. Yet when Dumbledore uses the same spell, it can incinerate thousands of undead creatures. Part of this difference comes from Dumbledore's vastly superior magical power, but more importantly, it stems from his profound mastery of the fire spell, something no ordinary wizard could hope to match. Throughout the entire Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, Quirrell didn't ask a single question beyond his teaching, so naturally, Jerry had no opportunity to earn any points. Still, he wasn't in a hurry. Improving his magical prowess was his ultimate goal. Earning points and raising his reputation could come with time. There would be plenty of chances for that. Over the next few days, Jerry attended herbology, astronomy, charms, and transfiguration classes. Because he activated his invigorating clarity, ability every night for long hours to quickly memorize and study his magical textbooks, and would also turn it on in short bursts during class. He was always able to name every herb and list its various properties the moment Professor Sprout asked. Could easily identify any star or constellation in astronomy. And in charms, while the other young wizards were still learning the theory, he could already perform the relevant spells from the textbook. Not very powerful yet, but his technique was precise and practiced. As for transfiguration, when Professor McGonagall finished her lecture and asked everyone to try turning a matchstick into a needle, Jerry completed the task in less than 10 seconds, becoming the first student to turn a matchstick into a silver needle, much to Professor McGonagall's astonishment. Because of all this, Jerry managed to earn over 20 points for Slytherin in just 4 days, leaving a remarkably positive impression on all his teachers. He also became a minor celebrity among the different houses. Unlike Hermione, Jerry, with the soul of an adult, made everyone who approached him feel that, though he was outstanding, he wasn't arrogant or difficult to get along with like a typical Slytherin. On the contrary, he was modest and easygoing, sometimes even cracking a joke or two. So even though he swept up more than 20 points for Slytherin, the students from the other 3 houses who had interacted with him felt little jealousy. If anything, they found themselves quietly admiring him. Because right now, apart from a young witch from Gryffindor named Hermione, no one else has earned as many house points as Jerry. And so, time slipped quietly into Friday. On Fridays, there were only morning classes, a half-day schedule. The subject was potions, taught by Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin. This was also the very first time students from both Slytherin and Gryffindor would be taking class together. All the previous lessons had either been shared with Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Never once had they been in a class together with Gryffindor. The potions classroom was located in the dungeon, very close to the Slytherin common room where Jerry stayed. Because the sun never reached down here, the classroom always felt a little eerie, especially with the rows of glass jars lining the walls, each one filled with preserved specimens of various animals. "Hey Jerry, you're here early." "Hermione, you're pretty early yourself." Jerry was in the habit of rising early, so he'd finish breakfast and arrive at the potions classroom long before anyone else. He was the first young wizard to walk in. Hermione, too, was usually the first to arrive for any class, so the two of them just happened to meet. Since no one else had arrived yet, they naturally sat together and struck up a conversation. Being sorted into different houses meant their classes seldom overlapped. Apart from exchanging a few words during meals, they hardly ever had a chance to chat. Besides, Hermione was a studious overachiever. Whenever she had free time, she would be buried in her studies. And Jerry, eager to increase his magical abilities, was equally driven, seizing every spare moment to absorb as much magical knowledge as he could. "Jerry, are you free this weekend? How about we go to the library together?" Hermione looked at Jerry with hopeful anticipation. She had already memorized all the first-year textbooks over the summer, and after asking Percy, the prefect, she'd learned that Hogwarts had a library filled with magical books just waiting to be explored. So, she'd been planning to visit the library on Friday after classes. Now that she'd run into Jerry, who shared her love of reading, she decided to invite him along. The word library instantly lit up Jerry's eyes. For the past few days, he'd been busy memorizing a history of magic, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and magical drafts and potions, and hadn't even thought about visiting the Hogwarts library yet. "Do you know where the library is?" "I've already asked around. It's on the 2nd floor of the castle, down the corridor on the far right." Hermione replied at once. "All right, let's go first thing Saturday morning." Jerry nodded, accepting Hermione's invitation. As Jerry and Hermione chatted, the Slytherin and Gryffindor students began to trickle into the potions classroom. Harry and Ron had taken seats beside Hermione, joining in her conversation with Jerry. By now, the discussion had shifted away from magical knowledge, turning instead to the wondrous and curious things each of them had encountered at Hogwarts in recent days. However, both boys were clearly growing impatient with Hermione's occasional bouts of showing off and lecturing, especially when she brought up the embarrassing incident of their being scolded by Professor McGonagall for arriving late to Transfiguration class. What really caught their interest was Jerry's mention of something else entirely. The grand window in the Slytherin common room, from which you could gaze out of the mysterious, shadowy depths of the lake. "Jerry, as a fellow Slytherin, I must remind you, it's not a good idea to associate with those of impure blood or traitors. You'll be influenced by them, you know." Just then, a proud and slightly sour voice sounded right by Jerry's ear. He turned his head. It was Daphne, the blonde Slytherin witch, who had just taken a seat beside him, her close friend Millicent at her side. At the start of term feast, Daphne had been drawn to Jerry's handsome looks and calm composure, even in the face of the Bloody Baron. And as the days passed, his outstanding performance in every subject only fueled her vision of what a true Slytherin ought to be. Unfortunately, Jerry seemed to prefer keeping to himself. Every time Daphne tried to strike up a conversation, he would flash her a charming smile, chat briefly, and then excuse himself, claiming he had to read. Still, there was something about the way Jerry sat quietly reading in the common room that she found strangely appealing. But just now, when she entered the classroom and saw Jerry laughing and chatting so happily with several Gryffindors, she felt a surge of displeasure. 3 Gryffindors, one a so-called mud-blood, another a Weasley who had betrayed his family's bloodline for Gryffindor, and the third, Harry Potter himself, famous for having been destined for Slytherin, yet ending up in Gryffindor. Jerry was momentarily surprised by Daphne's words. Still, he didn't see anything wrong with her attitude. After all, as a Slytherin, it was only natural for Daphne to think this way. It was what she'd been taught since childhood. But Jerry was not a typical Slytherin, nor did he share any of those outdated beliefs. A person's strength, he believed, had little to do with the purity of their blood. What truly mattered was their own power. All external things would always remain just that, external. If you were strong enough, you became the one who made the rules. Daphne, no one can influence me. I, Jerry Carmen, as a Slytherin, will become the most powerful wizard in this world. Jerry met Daphne's gaze, his eyes unwavering, a commanding presence radiating from him that seemed to fill the room. Daphne was momentarily startled. The discontent in her eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by pure admiration. My irresistible charm. Well, maybe it's just that these lines are awfully melodramatic, but kids really do fall for this stuff, he thought to himself. As a Slytherin, if he were to directly argue with Daphne now, going on about how pure-blood theories were all nonsense and so on, word would surely get around, stirring up discontent among all the Slytherins. But if he were to suddenly distance himself from Hermione and the others, that wouldn't sit right with him, either. Besides, in the entire school, Hermione was the only one who could keep up with his pace, someone he could truly learn and grow alongside. Moreover, forging a good relationship with Harry would definitely yield positive results with Dumbledore. Just look. Here was an outstanding Slytherin, free of blood prejudice, willing to befriend Gryffindors and even young witches and wizards born of muggles. Isn't that precisely what Dumbledore hoped to see? Otherwise, if Dumbledore ever came to see him as another Voldemort in the making, things could get rather dicey. Jerry, you're not necessarily the best wizard. There's still me. Hermione piped up from the side, a hint of defiance in her voice. Next to her, Harry and Ron glanced at Jerry, a flicker of admiration in their eyes. How could you possibly compare Jerry? Daphne immediately shot back at Hermione, her tone laced with mockery. Just then a hush fell over the entire potions classroom, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It turned out that Professor Snape, clad in black robes and with an expression that could make a toddler cry, had appeared at the doorway. Of all the professors at Hogwarts, who was it that struck the most fear into the hearts of young witches and wizards? Not Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of all, nor Professor McGonagall, the school's strictest disciplinarian. It was Snape, his face always a mask of cold indifference, shrouded in gloom, as if he might unleash the most terrifying dark magic upon you the moment he lost his temper. Even the Slytherin students felt a chill in their hearts when confronted with their head of house. Snape strode to the lectern, one hand gripping his wand, the other clutching his potions textbook, his movements swift and silent, reminiscent of a great bat sweeping across the room. Like every other professor, he began by taking attendance. But when he reached Harry's name, he suddenly paused. Looking up, his eyes sharp as knives, he sneered quietly. Harry Potter, our new arrival, the famous one. From the back of the room, Malfoy and his 2 cronies snickered behind their hands. Snape continued down the list. When he came to Jerry Carmen, he paused once more, though this time his tone carried a hint of approval. Excellent, compared to some who are all talk and no substance, earning over 20 credits right at the start of term. Now that's what I call outstanding. That comparison, Snape really does have it in for Harry. Or rather, he's just incredibly partial to his Slytherin students. Jerry couldn't help but grumble inwardly. In fact, Hermione had earned almost as many credits as he had over the past few days, but since her points all went to Gryffindor, Snape simply skipped over her name when handing out praise. Malfoy, who had been snickering at Harry after Snape's sarcastic remarks, immediately turned green with jealousy when Jerry was singled out for praise, his face taking on the very same shade as the lights in the Slytherin common room. Putting down the roll call sheet, Snape's eyes swept coldly and hollowly over all the young witches and wizards in the classroom as he gave a brief introduction to the subject of potions. Jerry summarized it in his mind. This subject is brilliant, it's powerful, and anyone who can't master it is a complete dunce. With the opening over, Snape wasted no time launching into a series of sharp, probing questions about potions, targeting Harry, of course. Harry was no Hermione, nor was he an ordinary student who might have managed to memorize that dense and cryptic magical drafts and potions book before term started. Naturally, Snape seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Even though Jerry had seen it coming, he still couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Harry. If Harry hadn't grown up in his aunt's house, suffering countless grievances and developing a strong heart in the process, any other young wizard in his place would probably have been frightened to tears by now. Jerry actually understood that, although Snape was willing to risk his life to protect Harry, it was only because Harry was the son of Lily, the woman Snape loved most. With a face strikingly similar to Snape's old arch-rival James, and sorted into Gryffindor too, it was hardly surprising that Snape found it impossible not to dislike Harry. If things were different, if, say, Harry had ended up in Slytherin, Snape's attitude would likely be very different as well. Jerry Carmen, you answer those last few questions. After his tirade, Snape fixed his gaze on Harry's green eyes, so much like Lily's, and after a brief pause, completely ignored the eagerly raised hand of Hermione seated next to Harry and called on Jerry instead. Jerry let out a resigned sigh, but stood up anyway. Honestly, he hadn't wanted to get involved at this point. After all, Harry had already had a rough time, and Hermione's hand was practically reaching for the ceiling. But Snape had called on him directly, so he had no choice but to stand and give his answer. Powdered root of asphodel combined with wormwood creates a powerful sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and is highly effective as an antidote. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are actually the same plant, more commonly known as aconite. 10 points to Slytherin. Snape nodded in satisfaction, and the Slytherin students immediately burst into cheers. Even Goyle and Crabbe couldn't help but applaud, though in the end, a single glare from young Malfoy brought them to a halt. 10 points just like that. As expected of you, Professor Snape. Snape's blatant favoritism was so obvious that Jerry actually felt a little embarrassed. And Potter, for talking back to a teacher just now, Gryffindor will lose 1 point. Snape added this final note, then began pairing the young wizards into groups. Harry was clearly upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing this, Jerry reached over Hermione to gently pat Harry's shoulder in consolation. What can you do? After all, your father used to bully Snape back when they were at school together. Now that your dad's gone, Snape's only outlet is to take it out on you. Maybe this is what they call, the son inherits the father's business. Or rather, paying off the debts your father left behind. When it came time to form groups, there were more Gryffindors than Slytherins, and both houses had an odd number of students. So Jerry and Hermione ended up paired together to prepare a potion for treating boils. In the book Magical Drafts and Potions, not only were all the fundamental steps, details, and precautions for basic potion making explained in detail, but it also provided recipes for 7 different potions. These were the Standard Antidote, Boil Cure Potion, Forgetfulness Potion, Herbicide, Sleeping Draught, the Draught of Living Death, Swelling Solution, and the Awakening Potion. Once the groupings were finished, Snape first walked everyone through the entire brewing process, step by step, and then personally demonstrated how to prepare a potion. In truth, potion making was remarkably similar to those chemistry experiments Jerry used to do back in his previous life, using small bottles, scales, and all sorts of equipment to follow a recipe with absolute precision. Care and meticulousness were the most crucial qualities for any potion maker. But unlike ordinary chemistry experiments, where following the instructions would guarantee the desired result, brewing potions wasn't so straightforward. If you simply followed the steps without more, all you'd end up with was a useless lump of sludge. You also had to infuse your own magic into the process, and finally use your wand to finish the brew. Only then would you have a true, effective magical potion. So, if you were just a muggle without any magic, even if you had all the right ingredients and the exact instructions, you'd never be able to brew a real potion. You useless boy, are you blind? Is that how you measure dried nettles? Idiot. Those are supposed to be crushed snake fangs. Do you even know what crush means? As the young wizards began following the steps to prepare their potions, Snape swept through the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him, inspecting their work with a critical eye. However, his scolding hardly ever ceased. Every young wizard he passed by was thoroughly berated. Even the Slytherin students were not spared. If they made a mistake, they got an earful just like everyone else. Only when he reached Jerry and Hermione's table did he finally nod in satisfaction and offer a few words of praise. At that moment, Jerry had already switched into full alert mode, both his mind and body at their peak. Paired with Hermione's natural talent for potions, concocting the simplest of brews was, of course, no trouble at all. Done. Shortly after Snape left their station, a puff of pink smoke rose from Jerry and Hermione's cauldron. signaling their potion for curing boils had been brewed to perfection. Oh no! Just then, Neville and Seamus at the next table let out a startled cry. Somehow, their cauldron had sprung a leak, spilling potion everywhere as a cloud of acrid green smoke billowed up. Combo kick. Thanks to his heightened senses, Jerry reacted in a flash. The instant he saw trouble at Neville and Seamus's table, he spun and delivered a rapid series of kicks right to their backsides, sending them flying out of harm's way before the green fumes could reach them. Then, without missing a beat, he grabbed Hermione and leapt onto a nearby bench, shielding her from the corrosive potion. Even so, Harry and Ron, who were on Neville's other side, weren't so lucky. The potion splashed onto their shoes, burning several holes straight through the leather. This made it clear, potion-making was far from safe. One wrong move in a lab, and you could easily find yourself in grave danger. And this was just the simplest of potions. No wonder there were so few true masters of potions in the wizarding world. The risks involved surely played a large part. If you lacked a natural gift for potion-making, not only would you fail and waste precious ingredients, but you could very well endanger your own life. Idiots! Snape stormed over, roaring as he swept his wand, instantly vanquishing the spilled potion and the toxic green smoke. I suppose you forgot to lift the cauldron off the fire before you added the porcupine quills, didn't you? Neville and Seamus scrambled up from the floor, saying nothing, which was answer enough. Because of your foolishness, Gryffindor loses a point. Get back to your table and start again. Having finished his tirade, Snape turned to Jerry, nodding approvingly. Quick thinking. If it hadn't been for you just now, those two would be headed straight to the hospital wing. Slytherin earns 3 points. Just then, his gaze landed on the perfectly brewed potion sitting on Jerry and Hermione's desk, and his eyes lit up. So you managed to brew it this quickly? Not bad at all. Quite perfect, actually. An excellent potion. Looks like you have a real talent for potions. Slytherin, 3 more points. Ahem, Professor. Actually, Hermione and I made this together. Seeing that Snape had completely ignored Hermione, Jerry had no choice but to remind him helplessly. Snape cast a glance at Hermione. Very well, 3 points to Gryffindor as well. With that, he resumed his patrol around the classroom. But when he reached Harry and Ron's table, he suddenly paused, turning to look at Harry, who was busy simmering a bowl of bubotiberpus. Potter, why didn't you tell Neville not to add the porcupine quills? Did you think you'd look better if he made a mistake? Gryffindor loses another point because of you. Harry froze on the spot, stunned. When potions class ended and all the young wizards filed out to the Great Hall for dinner, Jerry excused himself, saying he needed to return to the dormitory, and slipped away from the crowd. He crept cautiously through the dungeon corridor, making sure Snape had returned to his office, and then once again approached the door of the potions classroom. Alohomora! He cast the unlocking charm at the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Taking a careful look around the room, his gaze soon settled on the storage cabinet beside the lectern. This cabinet was where Snape kept commonly used potion ingredients for his lessons. Jerry rummaged through the shelves, and finally, on the bottommost layer, he found exactly what he'd been searching for, a battered, second and to-level potions textbook, Advanced Potion Making. On the very first page, a handwritten inscription caught his eye. This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. From what Jerry remembered from the films, the rather dramatic title of the Half-Blood Prince was the nickname Snape had given himself as a student. And within this 6th-year potions textbook, Snape had recorded a wealth of his own insights and discoveries in potions. Of course, most of these notes wouldn't come into play until 6th-year potions brewing. Even if he memorized them now, they'd be about as useful as learning advanced calculus formulas when you're still working on simple arithmetic. So, getting his hands on these 6th-year potions notes wouldn't be of much help to Jerry's first-year potion studies. But the real prize wasn't Snape's potion tips. It was the handful of spells Snape had invented and jotted down in his Half-Blood Prince's notes. Especially the most famous one of all, Sectum Sempra. This was the spell Jerry valued above all the rest at the moment. It's not that this spell possesses overwhelming power. Judging from how Harry used it on Draco Malfoy in the movies and only left him severely injured, the Sectum Sempra curse isn't all that lethal. After all, spells like the Binding Curse or the Stunning spell can instantly immobilize an opponent, and the Killing Curse is, of course, instantly fatal. By comparison, being struck by Sectum Sempra merely results in severe wounds. Of course, Harry probably wasn't skilled in using it. If Snape had cast the spell, its destructive force might have been far greater. But let's not forget, even a 1st or 2nd-year wizard could use Petri Ficus Totalis to freeze someone completely in place, rendering them immobile. Yet, despite all this, Jerry placed great value on Sectum Sempra. That's because this spell has one especially remarkable advantage. When cast, it's invisible and leaves no trace, making it virtually undetectable. Normally, When a spell is unleashed, a beam of magical light shoots out, blindingly obvious. The Killing Curse, for example, is a streak of green light hurtling straight at you. Though it's deadly, if your reflexes are sharp enough and your anticipation is spot on, there's still a slim chance you might dodge it. But when Sectum Sempra is cast, there's no visible flash of magic. The spell flies like an unseen blade. Unless you already have a shield charm up, you'd hardly notice anything at all. This particular advantage may not be all that apparent within the wizarding world. Wizards, after all, have decent physical abilities, but their speed and reflexes aren't vastly superior to those of ordinary humans. So most of the time, they can't dodge magical attacks by sheer agility. Firing a spell from a wand is much like firing a bullet from a gun. Given the speed of both spells and bullets, most people simply can't dodge them. And those who do manage to evade are not actually faster than bullets or magic. Rather, they anticipate the attack by reading the opponent's movement and dodge before the spell or bullet is even released. Very few wizards are capable of this, which is why they usually choose magical defense over dodging, casting a shield charm, or engaging in a duel of spells. But in the Marvel Universe, there are plenty of individuals whose bodies surpass human limits. Some can even dodge bullets with ease. If you fire a regular magical spell at them, and they have superhuman physical prowess, it's just like dodging bullets. The spell won't do much harm. That's where Sectum Sempra proves useful. Since it's invisible and leaves no trace when cast, you can injure your opponent before they even realize what's happening. That's exactly why he had resolved from the very start that he must acquire this spell. Previously, he'd been too busy memorizing textbooks to make time for it, but now that he'd more or less finished learning all his required material and happened to have potions class today, he simply took the opportunity to grab it. With the Half-Blood Prince's notebook in hand, Jerry first returned to the Slytherin common room, carefully hiding the book in his trunk before heading back to the Great Hall on the first floor for lunch. There were no classes on Friday afternoon, so after finishing his meal, he made his way back to the dormitory once more. Malfoy and his two companions were nowhere to be seen. In fact, boys of this age were rarely found lingering in the dormitory during daylight hours. Most of them preferred to spend their time exploring the castle. After a short rest to recover from the mental exhaustion caused by the invigorating elixir he'd used in potions class that morning, Jerry found himself alone in the dormitory. He took this opportunity to study the few original spells Snape had recorded in the notebook. There were 6 spells in total: Sectum Sempra, Vulnerus Inter, Levi Corpus, Libra Corpus, Muffliato, and Toenail Growing Hex. Having finished reading and memorizing all 6 spells, Jerry realized that Sectum Sempra was not just invisible and undetectable in its effect. It also carried a curse. Anyone cut by Sectum Sempra would be cursed, so their wounds could not heal. Ordinary healing charms, potions, or even Muggle medical methods would simply not work. The only remedy was its specific counter-curse, Vulnerus Inter, the healing spell Snape himself had invented. It was only then that Jerry understood. Not every spell could be countered with the generic finite incantatem. Many unique spells required knowing their specific counter-curse to break the magical effect. For example, if someone was suspended in midair by Levi Corpus, only Libra Corpus could release them. Otherwise, they would have to wait for the magic to wear off on its own. Thanks to the lingering effects of the invigorating elixir, Jerry's mind was racing. Yet, whether it was because Snape's invented spells were simply too advanced, or his own grasp of magical theory and knowledge was not yet sufficient, he found himself unable to master even a single spell after an entire afternoon's effort. Learning first-year spells had never been this difficult for him before. It looks like a library is still the place to go. Relying solely on first-year textbooks and what the teachers covered in class simply wasn't enough to quickly master spells of Sectum Sempra's caliber. He realized he needed to take a page from Hermione's book, spend more time in the library, delve into related magical texts, and expand his knowledge to truly advance his magical skills. A glance at the clock told him it was already past 6. With his mind feeling heavy and sluggish, Jerry left the Slytherin common room and headed to the Great Hall for dinner. Afterwards, he didn't linger in the Slytherin common room to chat with the younger students. Instead, he went straight to bed, hoping that a good night's sleep would help him recover from the aftereffects of the invigorating elixir he'd used earlier that day. It was simply impossible for Jerry to spend a large amount of time socializing. His time was far too precious. Every day, he burned through his little red stars, and, of course, he was determined to put them to use by studying magic and improving his abilities. In Slytherin, as long as you were outstanding enough, as long as you could bring great honor to your house, you would become the brightest star in Slytherin. Whether you mingled with others or not just didn't matter as much. Besides, as a future idol for all young wizards, it was rather necessary for Jerry to maintain a certain distance from his fans, preserving a hint of mystery. At 11 o'clock in the evening, When all the young Slytherins had already drifted into sleep, Jerry, refreshed from a proper rest, got up, took his spellbook, and made his way to the common room. Once more, he activated his mind-clearing ability and dove into his studies. Early the next morning, just as they had planned, Jerry and Hermione hurried eagerly into the library on the second floor right after breakfast in the Great Hall. So many books. The moment they stepped into the library, Hermione couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Jerry glanced around and nodded in agreement. In the movies, the sheer number of books in the library had never been particularly highlighted, so Hogwarts' library had always seemed rather modest, lacking in magical tomes. But in reality, the inside of the library was lined with thousands of bookshelves, and the number of magic books easily exceeded 10,000. Of course, the history of wizardry stretched far back through time, spanning countless fields with endless categories. How could there possibly be a shortage of related books? Let's get our library cards first. Snapping back to her senses, Hermione tugged Jerry toward Madame Irma Pants, the librarian. On the way, Hermione had already explained, to read or borrow books here, you must first obtain a library card. Madame Irma Pants, the librarian, was a thin and elderly witch. When she heard that Jerry and Hermione wanted to get library cards, she warned them in a stern voice. If you scratch, tear, bend, stain, damage, throw, drop, or in any other way harm, mistreat, or defile the books in this library, I will make sure you suffer the most dreadful consequences within my power. Also, no eating snacks in the library, and without a teacher's signature and approval, you are strictly forbidden from entering the restricted section. Only after Jerry and Hermione nodded obediently did she tap her wand on two brand new library cards, recorded their information, and handed them over. The restricted section. Huh? Jerry reluctantly tore his gaze from the rows of shelves marked restricted section, and, together with Hermione, headed for the regular stacks to search for the magic books they needed. Within the restricted section of the library, there were certainly many books chronicling powerful spells and potions, but without a teacher's written permission, getting your hands on them was no easy task. He had actually considered whether he should sneak into the library at night, just like he had when stealing the Half-Blood Prince's notebook to secretly take a book from the restricted section. But after weighing it over, he rejected this fanciful idea. In the potions classroom, aside from some basic herbs used for student practice, there was nothing particularly valuable. Even if he got caught sneaking in, it wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, the Half-Blood Prince's notebook had been left in the storage cupboard for ages, and Snape hardly ever checked it. As long as he took the notebook, memorized it quickly, and put it back, Snape probably wouldn't even notice. But the library was an entirely different story, especially the restricted section. With so many dangerous magical books inside, its protections were bound to be complex. He wasn't Harry, after all. He had no Dumbledore to quietly open doors for him. So, for now, he decided not to risk it. He would wait until his own skills were stronger before considering such a move. There were simply too many books in the library, and mountains of miscellaneous texts. Jerry spent quite a while searching before finally finding a book that seemed useful to him at this stage. A study of modern witchcraft development. He flipped through it briefly and found substantial explanations on magical theory within, which would be very helpful for learning spells. With that, he took the book to a quiet reading area, activated his stay sharp and focused ability, and began to read. Not long after, Hermione joined him, carrying a copy of the Medieval Witch's Handbook. She took a seat beside Jerry, and so the two of them sat quietly on the long bench, each absorbed in their own magical books. Whenever they encountered something difficult to grasp, they would turn to each other for discussion. By the end of the day, they both felt they had gained a great deal. Sometimes, two minds working together truly are more effective than one person puzzling alone. Jerry thought that if he brought out those advanced spells Snape had invented and discussed them with Hermione, he might master them much faster. But after some thought, he decided against it. After all, it was best if no one else knew he was secretly learning spells. If word ever got out, the good reputation he had worked so hard to build would come crashing down. The Hogwarts library closed at 8 o'clock in the evening. So, after agreeing to return the next day, Jerry and Hermione each checked out a few magical books with their library cards before leaving. However, as they were leaving, they had a little unexpected encounter. They happened to run into the dour Professor Snape. At that moment, when Snape saw Jerry and Hermione coming out of the library together, chatting and laughing, he paused in surprise. Then, as if something occurred to him, his tone softened in a rare change of manner as he asked them a few questions. One of his questions was whether Jerry and Hermione had known each other and become friends before coming to Hogwarts. Jerry thought about it. Since he and Hermione had met in Diagon Alley, it was indeed true that they were friends before arriving at Hogwarts, so he nodded in response. To his surprise, when Snape heard the answer, his whole body seemed to tense up. He let out a deep sigh, patted Jerry on the shoulder, and earnestly advised him not to let being sorted into different houses distance their friendship. He also cautioned him not to become too obsessed with magic, and not to let Harry outshine him. Jerry was left utterly bewildered by the whole exchange. With Snape's temperament, shouldn't he be telling Jerry to avoid associating with those foolish Gryffindors, to focus more on mastering magic, and to win points for Slytherin? Could it be that Snape misunderstood something? Unable to figure it out, Jerry decided not to dwell on it any further and threw himself back into his magical studies. Over the next few days, he attended every class attentively, worked hard in lessons, and made a point to answer questions enthusiastically to earn house points and build his reputation. During his free periods and in the evenings, he would pull out the magical books he'd borrowed from the library and dive even deeper into his studies. If he ran into a problem he couldn't solve, he would seek out Hermione for a discussion. In fact, he had considered asking the professors for guidance. But there weren't many teachers at Hogwarts, and most of them had to teach all 7 years, so their schedules were extremely tight. It wasn't easy to find them, nor did they have much time to offer detailed instruction. Time quickly slipped by, and soon it was Wednesday of the second week. That day, he spotted a notice on the Slytherin Common Room bulletin board. Tomorrow there would be a flying lesson together with Gryffindor. Many of the young wizards grew excited at the prospect of their first flying class, especially boys like young Malfoy who were obsessed with Quidditch. At 10 o'clock on Wednesday evening, Jerry got out of bed, as usual, and left the dormitory. But this time, instead of heading to the common room to read, he broke Hogwarts' curfew rules and quietly crept upstairs. Now, with only about 30 red stars left, he wouldn't last until tomorrow. So, he needed to seize the time before midnight, before he returned to the main world, to get his hands on a broomstick. That way, after returning, he could earn red stars much more efficiently. At first, when Jerry entered this world, he had over 6,000 red stars stored up. According to his original plan, that should have been enough to last for 2 months. However, because he had been sorted into Slytherin, he was forced to study with all his might, absorbing vast amounts of magical knowledge. This meant he had to continuously use up his little red stars to activate the refresh and focus function every day. As a result, in just 11 days, his stash of over 6,000 little red stars had dwindled to barely 30. Except for the first day, when he used up slightly less. Ever since school began, he had to activate the focus boost for about 3 hours every night just to keep up with his studies. During the day, he would turn on refresh and focus intermittently, which added up to 4 or 5 hours more. On average, he was using the refresh and focus feature for 7 to 8 hours a day. But each minute of this function cost him a little red star, 60 for an hour, and nearly 500 for 7 or 8 hours. Over the course of 11 days, just keeping his mind sharp had burned through almost 5,000 little red stars. There was more. Just staying in the small world cost him a flat 100 little red stars per day. So in 11 days, his 6,000 plus stars had been whittled down to almost nothing. At midnight tonight, if his star count wasn't enough, he'd be forcibly sent back to the main world. Even so, all this frantic studying hadn't been for nothing. Despite the heavy cost and little red stars, he had gained a great deal. Not only had he mastered several useful spells, but his understanding of magical theory and practical skills had improved dramatically. Now, all he was missing was a broomstick. Unfortunately, he wasn't in Gryffindor and couldn't get a free Nimbus 2000 from Professor McGonagall, so he had to think of another way. At first, he planned to borrow a school broom from flying class and return it before he left. But after asking around, he discovered that the school brooms were kept in the staff dormitory near Madame Hooch's quarters. Trying to steal a broom from the teacher's dorm? That was a death wish. After much thought, he realized he needed another plan. He searched his memory for details from the films, especially now that his mind was sharpened by the focus enhancer. Finally, he recalled a place where one could get a broom for free. The Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. He remembered that in the films, it was either Goyle or Crabbe who cast fiendfire in the Room of Requirement, and Harry and his friends had escaped on broomsticks they found there. The Room of Requirement should be on the 8th floor. Carefully pushing open the stone door, Jerry made his way into the dungeon corridor. He followed the corridor back up to the 1st floor, then climbed the grand marble staircase to the 2nd floor. Above the 2nd floor, there were the 142 ever-shifting magical staircases. Although these staircases delighted in moving about, their patterns of movement did follow certain rules. These rules had already been explained to them by the prefect on the very first day of term. All around the staircases, portraits adorned the walls. Most of the painted figures within were fast asleep at this late hour. A few were still awake, but upon spotting Jerry, they gave little more than a passing glance. After all, young witches and wizards sneaking around the castle at night was nothing new. Every year, it happened. First, there had been Harry's father and his mischievous group. Then, the Weasley twins, and soon enough, it would be Harry and his two closest friends. So long as he didn't get caught red-handed by Filch the caretaker or a patrolling teacher, there was really nothing to worry about. Jerry understood well enough that these portraits on the walls were, in truth, Dumbledore's eyes and ears. Nearly everything that happened in the castle probably reached Dumbledore's notice in one way or another. But this didn't trouble him. Dumbledore never concerned himself with students wandering the castle at night. And besides, Jerry wasn't sneaking into the library to steal restricted books. He was merely heading to the 8th floor in search of the room of requirement. Knowing that, it hardly seemed a big deal. Stepping carefully onto the magical staircases, Jerry made his cautious way toward the 8th floor. But just as he set foot on the 8th floor corridor, a small figure appeared atop the corridor's balustrade. A closer look, Mrs. Norris, Filch's ever-watchful cat. Meow. The moment Mrs. Norris caught sight of him, she let out a loud yowl and turned as if to dash off and alert Filch. Jerry, acting quickly, reached into his left pocket and pulled out a secret weapon he'd prepared earlier, tossing it toward Mrs. Norris. With a soft thud, a golden brown, roasted trout landed right in front of her. Mrs. Norris halted mid-stride, her feline curiosity piqued by the tempting aroma of the fish. Meow. She hesitated, glancing at Jerry as if to say, "Are you trying to bribe me? Do I look like a cat that can be bought?" Jerry's lips curled into a faint smile. From his right pocket, he produced another roasted trout and tossed it her way. If she hadn't rejected the first offering, it meant she was tempted. A little more persuasion, and any hesitation would surely melt away. After all, what cat could resist fish? Sure enough, moments later, Jerry strolled calmly past Mrs. Norris, who was now thoroughly engrossed in her midnight feast, and continued his search for where the room of requirement might appear. Found it. Jerry's eyes lit up as he spotted a massive tapestry hanging on the corridor wall. On the tapestry, a wizard was attempting to teach a troll to dance, only to be chased in circles by the troll wielding a huge club. If Jerry recalled correctly, the blank white wall opposite this enormous tapestry marked the entrance to the room of requirement. Ever since he gained the awaken and sharpen the mind function, Jerry realized that whenever he activated it and tried hard to recall memories from his previous life, even those long-forgotten recollections would come flooding back to him with remarkable clarity. This enabled him to gradually remember every Harry Potter film he'd seen in his past life, along with related news, short videos, and tidbits of trivia he'd picked up along the way. The entrance method for the room of requirement was something he'd learned from a little trivia video in his previous world. "I need a place to hide things." Jerry kept repeating this thought in his mind, then walked past the blank white wall 3 times in succession. Click! Suddenly, a perfectly smooth door materialized out of thin air on the once empty wall. "Nice!" With a grin spreading across his face, Jerry seized the brass handle, pulled the door open, and stepped over the threshold. He found himself inside a room as vast as a cathedral, piled high with mounds of all sorts of objects, hidden away over the years by generations of Hogwarts students. Most of it was useless junk, bottles, hats, trunks, chairs, bats, and so forth. But there were treasures among the clutter as well, like the very item Jerry had come for, a flying broomstick. After a good deal of searching, not only did Jerry find a broomstick that looked relatively new, but he also stumbled upon several impressive-looking spellbooks. Standard Book of Spells and Counter Spells, Outwitting the Dark Arts, a collection of defensive spells, and Poison Against Poison, an anthology. These were unexpected bonuses on this expedition. Of course, he also noticed, perched atop a pockmarked bust of a wizard, the legendary Ravenclaw diadem, one of Voldemort's infamous Horcruxes. But Jerry paid it little attention. That thing held no value for him at the moment. He had neither the means to destroy it nor the desire to risk being corrupted by Voldemort's soul fragment lurking within, so he wisely left it alone. Already midnight? That was quick. He hadn't realized how quickly time had slipped away while he'd been rummaging through the room. Hurriedly, Jerry gripped the flying broomstick in his left hand, held his wand and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans in his right, and tucked the spellbooks under his arm as he braced himself for midnight's arrival. Insufficient red stars detected. Initiating forced return. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. As the message flashed across the strange panel, the entire world seemed to freeze in place once again. "Jerry, what are you doing with that weird broom and stick? And what are those books?" When Jerry opened his eyes again, he found himself back home in Queens, New York. At the same time, his sister Aisha's puzzled voice rang in his ears. "It seems next time I enter the little world, I'll have to pick a time when no one's around." Jerry, sitting on the sofa with a flying broomstick, a magic wand, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and hugging a stack of spell books, glanced at his sister glaring at him with wide eyes. Quietly, he made up his mind. As for this broom, well, I bought it earlier today to clean my room. And this stick, it's a special tool I bought to stir soup. As for these books, noticing the doubt flickering in Elsa's eyes, he quickly grinned and added, these books are actually a full set of elementary school math guides I got just for you, so you won't get bored during summer break. What? Jerry, what did you just say? Ugh, you dare to ambush me. You cast a hypnosis spell on Her Majesty the Queen. The moment Elsa heard the word math, her reaction was lightning fast. She abandoned the television, leapt off the sofa, and holding her head, staggered away with steps as nimble as if she were gliding on air, dashing into her room and slamming the door behind her. Jerry twitched at the corners of his mouth. Then, picking up the flying broomstick and spellbooks, he turned off the TV and headed back to his own room. He knew exactly what his sister's biggest weakness was: math. Ever since she started school, math had been the one subject she'd never once passed. Elsa absolutely loathed mathematics. And whenever Jerry tried to tutor her in math, something like tonight would always happen. She'd suddenly hit him with a barrage of magic spells. It was now 8 in the evening. Haas was on the night shift tonight and wouldn't be coming home to sleep, so Jerry, back in his room, promptly lay down and fell asleep. When his alarm rang at midnight, he opened his eyes, grabbed the flying broomstick, and quietly slipped out of the apartment complex. Dodging any possible passers-by and the ever-present surveillance cameras, Jerry carefully made his way to an abandoned factory he'd discovered while on patrol. He wasn't being overly cautious. Sometimes, the power of technology truly couldn't be underestimated. In a modern city covered in cameras, even the smallest clue could easily lead someone back to his true identity. Once inside the factory, Jerry pushed back the hood of his sweatshirt and pulled the flying broomstick out of a large black plastic bag. Sweep of the 3 stars. Looking at the words printed on the broomstick, he knew this was already a rather outdated model. Because of the flying broomstick, he'd actually gone to the library a few days ago to borrow 2 books, A History of the Origin and Development of Flying Brooms and A Beginner's Guide to Using Flying Brooms. The Sweeping Star 3, a flying broomstick developed by the Sweeping Broom Company as part of their Sweeping series, was released in 1937. That meant the broomstick he'd just picked up from the Room of Requirement had already been around for several decades. Yet perhaps because it hadn't been used much, it didn't look all that old. Whoosh! Placing the broomstick gently on the ground, Jerry recalled the incantation he'd learned from the Beginner's Guide to Flying Brooms. He slowly stretched out his right hand. Magic surged from within him, flowing through his right hand and weaving a tight connection with the broomstick on the floor. The broomstick gave an eager little roll across the ground, and then stopped dead. Jerry's eyebrows twitched in mild exasperation. It seemed he didn't just lack talent when it came to learning magic. He wasn't exactly gifted when it came to flying broomsticks, either. He felt so confident before, convinced that if he took the flying class, he'd easily outshine Harry and become the brightest star in the room. Looking at things now, he realized he might have been a bit too optimistic. His body might be strong, and he was certain he'd be agile in the air once airborne, but there was one problem. First, he had to make the broom fly. Activate Clarity Boost. Not wanting to waste any more time, Jerry switched straight into his superhuman state. Relying on his enhanced mind, he began practicing the broomstick incantation over and over, rapidly honing his skill. With the help of the Clarity Boost, it took him less than 5 minutes to completely master the spell for controlling the broom. Since he only had about 30 little red stars left, he stopped using them as soon as he'd grasped the technique. Whoosh! He chanted the spell again, and this time, the broomstick leapt smoothly into his right hand. Mounting the broom, Jerry rose into the air, the broomstick floating effortlessly beneath him, guided by his thoughts. Let's go! With a command, the broomstick picked up speed, soaring across to the far end of the warehouse. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, he yanked upward, and the broomstick narrowly avoided the collision, swooping back in the opposite direction. Huh, nice. Very nice. Steering the Sweeping Star 3, Jerry zipped around the warehouse, thoroughly enjoying himself. A man's happiness can be so simple. Even with his soul pushing 40, riding a broomstick that could fly freely through the air was sheer delight. As people reach middle age, life's pressures and responsibilities often make them more mature and steady. But the truth is, when a man is alone or among kindred spirits, you'll find he can still reveal a childish, playful side, just like a kid again. Excitedly, he darted up, down, left, and right through the warehouse, almost crashing into the ceiling a couple of times before finally gaining complete control over the flying broomstick. It's time to try this outside. He checked the time, still not yet 1 o'clock. Swapping his sweatshirt for the wizard's robe he'd brought along, Jerry grabbed his wand and the flying broomstick and headed out of the warehouse. Whoosh, he exclaimed. Compared to the cramped space inside the warehouse, soaring through the vast sky on a flying broom was an entirely different experience, a rush that was leagues above anything before. The cool, fierce wind of the summer pre-dawn howled in his ears, and his wizard robe fluttered behind him like a pair of black wings. At a top speed of 60 miles per hour, about 100 kilometers per hour like a fast car, it wasn't exactly breakneck, but flying freely through the open air, unrestrained by anything on the ground, was far more exhilarating than driving. But this was only possible in summer. If he tried it in winter, he'd probably end up at the hospital the next day, hooked up to an IV and taking cold medicine. After flying for a while and feeling nearly frozen stiff by the high-altitude wind, Jerry started to descend, weaving between the tall buildings and heading toward places he could never reach before. Back when he had to rely on running, his patrol range was pretty limited, mostly just the streets and alleys around his own neighborhood. And since he had been hanging around there so often, the local crime rate had dropped dramatically, which in turn meant he was earning those little red stars at a much slower pace. Now, with the flying broomstick, he could expand his patrol area without worrying about making it back home on time. From the air, his vantage point was far better than on the ground, letting him spot crimes more quickly and accurately. In Queens, at the top floor of a luxury duplex apartment, a family of 3 was tied up on the floor. 2 masked burglars, one tall and one thin, were threatening the father at knife point, demanding the safe's combination. Though the father was furious, he had no choice but to reveal the code for the safe, desperate to protect his family. As the 2 burglars opened the bedroom safe, their faces lit up with glee as they stuffed wads of cash into a suitcase they brought. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared outside the bedroom's glass window. No one had noticed when he'd arrived. If it weren't for the flying broomstick, I'd never stumble upon such a golden opportunity, Jerry thought to himself, delighted. He'd been weaving through the city's skyscrapers when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a break-in happening in a nearby building. His heart leapt at the chance. He drew out his wand and, aiming at the little girl in the bedroom, who was being held tight by her mother and had her eyes widened in shock at the sight of him, gestured for her to stay quiet. Jerry cast an unlocking charm at the bedroom window. With a crisp click, the lock on the window popped open by itself. The sudden sound of the window and the chilly breeze sweeping into the bedroom made the 2 thieves, who were busy stuffing cash into bags, and the parents, who had been staring the thieves down, all turn their heads at once. And then, every single one of them wore an expression of utter disbelief. What did they see? They saw a child dressed in a Halloween wizard costume, straddling something that looked very much like a broomstick, floating just outside the window. Floating outside the window? How could that be possible? This was the 28th floor, more than 100 meters above the ground. Good evening. With the window now open, Jerry waved his wand politely at the 4 people frozen in surprise inside the room. Before the 2 robbers could react from their stupor, he pointed his wand at each of them in turn, firing off 2 beams of magical light. Petri ficus totalis. Instantly, both thieves struck by the magic froze where they stood, then toppled to the floor with a heavy thud, American dollars scattering from their hands. The full body bind curse, a spell Jerry had unearthed after much effort from a book in the library titled Curses and Counter Curses, was a highly practical offensive spell. Even with his level of magical power, it could petrify an ordinary adult in an instant. But this kind of petrification was different from the basilisks. The full body bind curse simply immobilized the victim's body with magic. The eyes could still move, the mind remained aware, and all the senses continued to function as normal. The spell could be lifted with a general counter curse, or would simply wear off after a period of time. A basilisk petrification, on the other hand, was something else entirely. It turned the victim truly to stone, leaving them completely insensible, no different from a corpse if the petrification wasn't reversed. The 2 spells were in entirely different leagues. Relatio. Having immobilized the 2 robbers, Jerry now pointed his wand at the ropes binding the father's wrists, transforming them into noodles with a transfiguration spell. Finally, he aimed his wand at the stack of American dollars in the safe. Action dollar. 2 crisp $100 bills soared out of the safe and landed neatly in his hand. The summoning charm, a very ancient spell Jerry had learned from the medieval witchcraft guide, was, according to legend, also taught in the 4th-year charms textbook. Its function was simple, but incredibly useful. When you attempt to summon an object, you must focus your mind and vividly picture the item, so that no matter where it is, it will come flying to you. However, this is a spell that's easy to learn but hard to master. To put it simply, the success of your summoning spell depends on many factors: the weight, size, and material of the object, whether it is magical, how far away it is from you, and whether it is alive or inanimate. Take now, for example, Jerry is only summoning 2 light, fluttering dollar bills, so it's an easy success. If he tried to summon a heavy safe instead, it would be much more difficult. If that safe wasn't nearby and was in another room, the difficulty would go up even more. And if he were to summon not a safe, but something imbued with magic or a living creature, the challenge would skyrocket. Also, you can't use a summoning charm to bring a person to you. It simply won't work. Even if Jerry's spell casting were otherworldly, he couldn't just say, "Elsa, come here," and have his sister, who's at home sprawled out and snoring away, magically appear before him. My magic can only freeze them for 10 minutes. Call the police quickly. Take these 2 bills as my reward. Jerry stuffed the cash in his pocket, swung onto his flying broom, and with a whoosh, vanished out the window. The father, snapping out of his shock, quickly broke free from the noodles binding his hands, untied the ropes around his wife and daughter, and rushed to the window to stick his head out. As he watched Jerry's silhouette on the broom fade into the sky, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Oh my God, there really is magic in this world." Remembering Jerry's 10-minute limit, he hurried to tie up the 2 burglars still frozen by the spell and called the police. Soaring above Queens on his broom, Jerry patted the $200 in his pocket, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Earning little red stars and making a bit of cash at the same time, what a delightful arrangement. He would never use magic to steal or rob, but fair exchange and accepting a reward that he could live with. Besides, he never took much, sometimes just a few dollars. If the people he helped were poor, he'd simply take the money from the criminals themselves. In this world, money isn't everything, but without it, nothing gets done. Back when he watched Maguire's Spider-Man, he always wondered how Spider-Man could be so powerful and yet remain so poor. He found it almost unbelievable. And the oddest thing was Spider-Man's side job was swinging through the city delivering takeout every day. With your abilities, underground boxing would go against your principles, but working at a construction site should be fine, right? Hauling bricks has got to pay better than delivering food, after all. Still, to be honest, deep down he admired people like Spider-Man. They truly did good deeds without expecting anything in return, sincerely helping and protecting others, even at the cost of their own time, love, lives, and happiness. Jerry knew he could never live up to that standard. Sure, he did good deeds every day, but at the end of the day, it was all to make himself stronger, to protect himself and the people he cared about. Help! Somebody help! Hearing a desperate cry from the alley below, Jerry tucked away his enchanted dagger and turned his flying broomstick toward the source of the call. Petri ficus totalis. Enchanted dagger to me. In less than a minute, Jerry was airborne again. Now that he'd mastered the full-body bind curse, ordinary robbers seemed as helpless as infants to him. His efficiency at solving problems had soared, and he no longer had to deal with the awkward hassle of running from patrolling police after the fact. It was 3 in the morning. Jerry returned to the warehouse, changed out of his wizard's robe, grabbed his broomstick and other items, and headed back to his apartment complex. With a flying broomstick, he could easily have left and re-entered his apartment directly through the window. But that wasn't safe. If someone ever got access to satellite surveillance and decided to scrutinize the area around his building, his identity could be exposed in no time. Taking off and landing at the abandoned factory every time wasn't foolproof, but it did add an extra layer of protection. The only trouble was sneaking the broomstick and all his gear in and out of the building without drawing attention. Once he learned the disillusionment charm, apparition, or the undetectable extension charm, any one of those spells, this problem will be solved for good. Meanwhile, at the Queen's police precinct, in the captain's office, Haas stared at several statements in his hand, looking curiously at the officer across from him. "Are you sure this isn't some kind of joke?" The officer just shrugged helplessly. "I thought they were joking too, but the statement from the 3 victims and the 2 robbers match up perfectly. They all say a little wizard riding a broomstick saved them with magic." "A wizard? Magic? Aren't these people adults? I thought only my daughter would believe that sort of thing." Haas shook his head and tossed the statements onto his desk. He suspected there was some secret between this family of 3 and the 2 robbers, and they'd come up with this ridiculous story just to throw him off the scent. Just then, the officer seemed to remember something and leaned forward to remind Haas. "Captain, do you think this could have something to do with that kid who liked to play hero in a wizard's robe a while back?" "Him? Now that you mention it, there's quite a resemblance. Both are kids, both love dressing up like wizards, and both tend to show up at night. Still, I never heard that he had a flying broomstick before." At that moment, Haas suddenly remembered as well. Over the past month, there had been a child in a wizard's robe going out at night to catch bad guys. And the kid was actually pretty skilled. Once, Haas had tried to chase him, but couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. Maybe that broom is actually some kind of flying device made to look like a broomstick. All that magic, it's probably just high-tech gadgets, like something out of Iron Man. The officer stroked his chin, looking as if he had finally pieced together the truth. Haas nodded in agreement. "Let's not worry about him for now. After all, He's helping us cut down on crime. Can't say that's a bad thing. Though, honestly, since when are kids this capable? As he finished, he couldn't help but think of his own son, Jerry, a child who was remarkable in his own right, with grades and household skills that often left Haas, as a father, feeling a bit ashamed by comparison. But Captain, Chief George did instruct us to spare no effort in tracking down this so-called wizard kid. No matter how well-intentioned his actions are, they're still illegal. The officer reminded him again. I think the higher-ups are mostly worried that if this keeps up, it'll make the police department look incompetent. Still, it's pretty dangerous for a kid to be out doing this every night. Check the surveillance footage and see if you can figure out where he lives. Once we know, we'll pay his family a visit. Yes, Captain. Time slipped by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During that week, Jerry rode his broomstick over Queens every night. Whenever he spotted a crime in progress, he was always the first to arrive, brandishing his wand and casting spells in rapid succession. Because of this, the number of red stars he accumulated soared to several times what he'd achieved before. His title as the Wizard was no longer just a local rumor. Word of him was beginning to spread throughout all of Queens. So, it wasn't just the police searching for him. Reporters hungry for a sensational story were also picking up the trail, trying every trick they could to find out more about him. However, Jerry was always quick and efficient. He never lingered after resolving an incident, but would hop on his broom and vanish into the night. All those resourceful journalists and patrolling officers could do was piece together the events from the accounts of victims and would-be criminals. For the residents of Queens, all they had heard were rumors. A child with a fondness for wizard robes, appearing after midnight, flying through the air on a broomstick. As for the actual details, they knew nothing more. In fact, unless they had witnessed it with their own eyes, most people in the neighborhood found it hard to believe. That day at noon, Jerry took advantage of his little sister Elsa's afternoon nap. Alone in the living room, he quietly practiced the Sectum Sempra spell. Since his return, the past week had been especially rewarding, thanks to the generous influx of little red stars. Every day, he spared no expense in using these points to study and master a handful of advanced spells he had gleaned from the Half-Blood Prince's notes. His efforts were beginning to pay off. Now he could at least just barely cast those difficult spells correctly. What he needed next was simple. More practice to increase his proficiency with each spell. Only then could he truly unleash their full power and utility. Sectum Sempra, he whispered. Jerry flicked his wand at the apple sitting on the coffee table. An invisible blade shot from the tip, but instead of the apple, the cup to the right was sliced open with a sharp crack. Mine still needs some work, he sighed. He glanced at the untouched apple, then at the now damaged cup beside it, and shook his head in resignation. Through relentless practice, Jerry had managed to cast Sectum Sempra successfully, but his magical strength was lacking, so the spell's effect wasn't nearly as powerful as it could be. To truly make Sectum Sempra a formidable weapon, especially in a pinch, he needed far more practice. Precision was everything. After all, a cut to the thigh and a cut to the neck, with the same force, were worlds apart in terms of damage. He needed to wield Sectum Sempra's invisible blade with pinpoint accuracy. Ideally, if a fly buzzed past, he should be able to slice its wings clean off. Of course, that kind of mastery would take time. It would require long hours of patient, repetitive training. Reparo, he intoned, aiming his wand at the broken cup. The cup sprang back to its original shape, good as new. Jerry immediately started practicing Sectum Sempra again. But just as he was perfecting his control over the spell, a sudden chorus of fire engine sirens wailed from outside. That's a lot of sirens, he murmured. Judging by the sound, at least 3 or 4 engines were racing down the main road outside his apartment complex. Jerry considered this for a moment, then dashed to his room, grabbed a guitar case, and hurried out the door. A fire. There could be people trapped inside. If he managed to save them, surely a shower of little red stars would be waiting for him. At the abandoned warehouse, Jerry quickly pulled the wizard outfit from his guitar case and put on, then muttered an incantation over the broomstick he had taken out. Mounting the broom, he shot out of the warehouse at lightning speed. There he is. Soaring high above the city, Jerry soon spotted the 7 or 8 fire trucks racing down the street. With another burst of speed, his flying broomstick zipped after them, sticking close to their convoy. Oh my God, what is that? Mom, look, someone's flying. This world is absolutely insane. There's actually someone riding a broomstick in the air. The crowd on the street, already drawn by the wailing sirens of the fire trucks, now spotted Jerry flying just above the emergency vehicles. Exclamations of shock and awe rippled through the onlookers. Up until now, Jerry had always operated under the cover of night, so the only people who had ever caught sight of him were those near the crime scenes, or police officers reviewing surveillance footage afterward. So, as for this wizard figure, Most people had only heard vague rumors. Few had ever seen him with their own eyes, and many remained skeptical. After all, everyone knew that the media loved to exaggerate stories for clicks. A wizard. Magic. Wasn't it all just sleight of hand from some skilled magician? Even David Copperfield, the famous magician, had performed illusions involving flight. But today, in broad daylight, with the sun shining overhead, people were actually witnessing a man dressed as a wizard flying through the sky on an ordinary-looking broomstick. No high-tech gadgets in sight. It was a sight that left them truly stunned. And that speed, no way that was just a magic trick. Jerry glanced down at the astonished crowds below, but paid them no mind. It was only a matter of time before the public found out about him. He'd always been prepared for that. The important thing was to keep earning those red stars and quickly boost his own abilities. As long as his strength kept growing, everything else would fall into place. He wasn't one of those true superheroes, always burdened with worries and doubts. Of course, it was still better to maintain a positive public image. If people started seeing him as a major villain, he could end up getting ganged up on by other superheroes, and that would be a real headache. To put it plainly, at the very least, he had to stand on the moral high ground, at least on the surface. It was the safest way forward. For missions like today's fire rescue, being a bit high profile could actually be a good thing. With that thought, Jerry deliberately lowered his altitude, waving cheerfully to the stunned New Yorkers along the sidewalk. After about 10 minutes of flying, Jerry finally spotted a thick column of smoke in the distance. He shot upward, accelerating sharply, and raced across the sky, taking the most direct route toward the source of the smoke. The highest speed Jerry could reach on his broom was 60 miles per hour, about 100 kilometers per hour. By soaring through the air and taking the most direct route, he quickly left the fire trucks far behind. 2 minutes later, Jerry finally arrived at the scene of the fire. It was a 6-story building along the street, ablaze for reasons unknown. Some patrolling police officers had already arrived to maintain order, and a few reporters were on site, carrying cameras and broadcasting live coverage. Among them, Jerry spotted a familiar face. It was Lucy, the reporter who had once staked out spots hoping to catch him in action. Lucy wasn't a well-known journalist. Lately, Jerry's wider patrols for earning red stars had gradually foiled her plans to catch him. Earlier that day, she'd been assigned to do a live interview at a local burger shop, only to run into a fire breaking out nearby halfway through her report. Without hesitation, she rushed to the scene with her cameraman, determined to be the first to go live from the fire. "This is Oak Street, and I'm your favorite reporter, Lucy. Just moments ago, a sudden fire broke out here. From what I can see, it appears to have started on the 2nd floor and has already spread up to the 5th. Apart from some lucky residents who managed to escape, many others are still trapped inside. The fire department hasn't arrived yet. The situation is extremely urgent. Oh my God, there's someone in the sky." As Lucy was throwing herself into her live report, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the onlookers beside her. She looked up at once. A small figure in wizard's robes was floating overhead, astride a broomstick. "Quick, point the camera at that kid. That's the wizard I've been searching for all this time." Lucy's eyes lit up, and she shouted excitedly to the cameraman. The cameraman was quick on the uptake. He swung his camera upward, zooming in on Jerry as he hovered in the sky. Meanwhile, Jerry wasted no time. He swiftly drew his wand from his robes and cast a protective charm upon himself, the classic spell for shielding against water and fire. He'd learned this old incantation from the medieval guide to witchcraft. Its primary use was to keep the caster dry in rain and safe from ordinary flames. The book explained that many wizards in the Middle Ages would cast this very spell on themselves when facing execution by burning, hoping to survive the flames. With the fireproof charm in place, Jerry leaned forward, urged his broom to accelerate, and shot straight into the blazing 4th floor. Judging by the flames raging on the 2nd and 3rd floors, anyone who could escape from there likely already had. Those who couldn't were probably lost to the fire. No point trying to save them now. Only those on the 4th and 5th floors might still have a chance. Help! Somebody help! As soon as Jerry dashed onto the 4th floor and switched into Superman mode, his senses heightened to the extreme. He immediately caught the faint cries for help coming from a nearby room. Not daring to waste a second, with a single thought, he maneuvered his flying broomstick swiftly down the corridor, weaving past falling stones and molten steel, dislodged by the raging fire. He stopped in front of an iron door, glowing red-hot from the heat. Full force repel. With a repelling spell, he blasted the loosened door aside. Braving the flames, Jerry charged into the room. Inside the steamy, tiled bathroom, he found a young woman in a bathrobe, pressing a damp towel over her nose and mouth. At this point, the woman's eyes were unfocused, likely from inhaling smoke, and her calls for help were growing weaker. If he had arrived any later, she would surely have passed out. only to be consumed by the flames and turn to ashes. Water and fire be gone. With a quick incantation to shield her from water and fire, Jerry offered no explanation. He simply scooped her up, placed her on the flying broom, and soared out the window through the blaze. "She's yours now." Landing on the ground, Jerry handed the woman in the bathrobe to the police officers maintaining order. Before they could even react, he was already back on his broomstick, diving once more into the inferno. After all, these were all little red stars. Each life saved meant another precious red star. A short search later, he found 2 young men by the elevator. They must have hoped to escape via elevator when the fire struck, only to be overcome by smoke before they could get away. Casting the water and fire shield and a levitation charm, Jerry grabbed each of them by an arm and shot through the flames on his broomstick. Back and forth, he went between the 4th, 5th, and the half-burned 6th floor, rescuing more than 20 residents of all ages and genders, some trapped by fire, others knocked unconscious by smoke. Meanwhile, the fire brigade finally arrived. Several fire engines unleashed streams of water, and at last, the blaze was brought under control. After Jerry gently placed an elderly couple, who had clung to each other on the rooftop of the 6th floor, ready to face death together, safely on the ground. The crowd of onlookers and the police officers maintaining order all silently raised their hands and broke into applause. Listening to the grateful applause that filled the air around him, Jerry felt, just for a moment, that even without the reward of little red stars, it might all be worthwhile. But he quickly shook his head, banishing such dangerous thoughts. He wasn't truly invincible yet, only a bit stronger than ordinary people. He couldn't afford to let himself get reckless or arrogant. A saint's path was not for the average person. It was best to take care of himself first. "This time, we truly owe you our thanks. May I ask your name? Should I call you Wizard?" At that moment, a police officer in a captain's uniform stepped forward, gratitude written on his face as he addressed Jerry. "Haas." Upon seeing who had arrived, Jerry's body stiffened for a moment. Then he quickly responded, "Wizard. I rather like that title. I've been studying magic since I was a child, all for the sake of standing up for what's right and helping those in need." Of course, as a police chief, Haas would naturally show up when such a major fire broke out in Queens. It's truly admirable to have such conviction at your age. Haas first sighed in admiration, then looked a bit troubled as he continued. "However, you'll need to come with us to the station. We have to register your identity. I'm sorry, but my situation is rather special. I can't go with you. My apologies." There was no way Jerry would accompany Haas to the precinct for an ID check. With the average police department's level of secrecy, any halfway decent hacker could break in and dig up his information. Before Haas could react, Jerry grabbed his flying broom, shot up into the sky, and vanished from everyone's sight. The reporters, Lucy among them, who had finally managed to squeeze in, were left with nothing but empty air. Jerry had no intention of being interviewed. If it hadn't been Haas who showed up just now, he would have taken off on his broom even sooner. The more you say, the more likely you are to slip up. He wasn't a professional spy or a master of psychological tactics. One careless word could easily reveal something he considered unimportant, but that could give away vital information about himself. After Jerry disappeared, a hint of doubt flickered in Haas's eyes. Why does this wizard's voice sound so familiar? "What's that, Captain?" One of Haas's officers, curious at his muttering, leaned in to ask. "It's nothing. Hurry up and get the ambulances to take the injured to the hospital." Shaking off the strange thought, Haas quickly ordered the officer. "But, are we just going to let that wizard go? What about Chief George? What was I supposed to do? Didn't you see? He can fly. Can we do that? Enough with the nonsense. Saving people comes first. If there's a problem, the chief can take it up with me." Leaving the scene of the fire, Jerry guided his broom higher into the sky and opened his status panel. Seeing the more than 3,000 little red stars newly added to his stats, a brilliant smile spread across his face. To save a single life is as meritorious as building a 7-story pagoda. At the fire, he'd rescued over 20 people and earned more than 3,000 red stars, more than he'd made in a week of nightly patrols combined. Sure enough, the greater the disaster, the more red stars he could collect by getting involved. In fact, Jerry had once tested this. If he created a disaster himself and then intervened, he could still earn red stars. For example, if he set a building on fire and then went in to save people, he could rack up red stars that way. But ever since he discovered this bug, Jerry made a silent vow to himself that no matter what happened, he would never use it to farm little red stars, because that was his bottom line. Today, he could set a fire and then save people to earn little red stars. Tomorrow, he might justify earning them through murder. Once Pandora's box is opened, it's almost impossible to close it again. Human desire knows no bounds. If you don't learn to restrain yourself, one day you'll become a madman, blinded by power. By then, he might even be willing to sacrifice the ones he loves most if it meant gaining more power. That was something he absolutely did not want to see. His original intention in seeking power was to protect himself and the people he loved, not to pursue power for its own sake. Besides, secrets never stay hidden forever. Sooner or later, someone would find out what he was doing, and then he would truly become a full-fledged villain. And in the Marvel Universe, villains? How many actually make it to the end? Returning to the abandoned warehouse, Jerry stuffed his wizard robes and flying broomstick into his guitar case, put on his hat, slung the case over his shoulder, and carefully avoided security cameras and crowds as he made his way back to his apartment complex. But just as he pushed open the door to go inside, a small figure suddenly leapt out from the side. "Jerry, how could you go out and play without taking me with you?" Looking closely, he saw it was Elsa, who had just woken up from her nap. Not finding him anywhere in the house, she was now standing there, cheeks puffed up in indignation. "Gotta play?" "Not all. I was summoned by a mysterious dark lord to retrieve, from downstairs, some super powerful magic beans to boost my magic power." Standing straight, Jerry explained with the utmost seriousness, facing the fuming Elsa with her hands on her hips. Super powerful magic beans?" Elsa's face was clouded with confusion. "Look, this is it." Jerry pulled out a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans he'd prepared in advance from his pocket. "Wow, there really are super powerful magic beans." Elsa snatched the box from Jerry's hand. When she saw the colorful, jelly bean-like candies inside, her eyes lit up with excitement. Because her teeth hadn't finished coming in, their father, Haas, had strictly forbidden her from eating any candy. It had been ages since she'd had anything sweet. "When Dad comes home tonight, don't tell him I went out to fetch these super powerful magic beans for you, or he'll be upset." Jerry closed the door and gently reminded Elsa. On his way back, just now, Jerry replayed his earlier conversation with Haas in his mind and realized that something about Haas's expression had seemed off. It suddenly struck him that maybe it was the way he'd spoken that had given something away. That makes sense. Even with his face covered, they were still father and son. There was no way Haas wouldn't recognize his voice. But the biggest giveaway was his build, something he couldn't disguise no matter what. That's why, just to be safe, he needed Elsa to help cover up that loophole. "Don't worry, Jerry. I won't tell the big bad Haas." Elsa patted Jerry on the shoulder, then bounced back to the sofa with her box of every flavor beans to watch TV. Jerry had secretly gone out to buy her sweets. How could she possibly tell Dad about that? If Dad found out and scolded Jerry, she'd never get candy again. So sweet, so delicious. Elsa tossed in every flavor bean into her mouth, her eyes lighting up instantly. It seemed she'd gotten a toffee-flavored one. Jerry shook his head, then slid the guitar case, stuffed with his flying broomstick and wizard robes, under the bed in his room. Every flavor beans weren't exactly candy. They were just beans with different flavors, so they wouldn't be bad for Elsa's teeth. Oh, by the way, the super powerful magic beans come in all kinds of flavors, so be careful when you eat them. He had barely finished warning her when a retching sound came from the sofa. Clearly, Elsa had just encountered a rather unfortunate flavor. After a quick wash-up, Jerry checked the time. It was already past 5. He headed to the kitchen, grabbed an apron, and slipped it over his head, ready to start making dinner. As he passed through the living room, he noticed Elsa eyeing the box of every flavor beans, tempted but wary. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Closing the sliding door between the kitchen and living room, Jerry pulled out his wand from under his apron. Let's see if this practical home cooking magic is really as handy as it claims. With a flick of his wand, the old hen thawing in the sink sprang into the air and landed neatly on the cutting board. The kitchen knife zipped over and, with practiced precision, chopped the chicken into evenly sized pieces. At the same time, garlic cloves soared up, their skins peeling away on their own, while ginger was sliced mid-air by a paring knife. The wok heated up, oil poured itself in, and suddenly the whole kitchen seemed to come alive with its own will. In less than 10 minutes, a fragrant, mouth-watering plate of braised chicken, a dish of garlicky lettuce, a platter of stir-fried shredded potatoes with pork, and a big bowl of tomato and egg soup appeared before Jerry. Meanwhile, the pots, pans, and dishes that had been used started washing themselves, clattering and splashing as if they'd always been self-sufficient. Now that's what I call practical. Ordinarily, making 3 dishes and a soup would take him at least an hour, not to mention the time spent washing up and tidying the kitchen afterward. But now, all it took was a few waves of his wand, a couple of incantations, and in under 10 minutes, dinner was served. It was both convenient and reassuring. The extra time he saved could be spent reading his magic books a little longer, truly a practical benefit. At first, he naively believed that once he mastered transfiguration, he could simply wave his wand and conjure up a feast. But once he truly began studying Transfiguration, he realized the truth. Transfiguration was nothing like he'd imagined. It was a complex subject in its own right, involving many advanced branches of magical knowledge. For example, cross-species transfiguration, human transfiguration, general transfiguration, summoning, revealing charms, and animagus transformation, among others. And, of course, everything had to abide by the fundamental laws of Gamp's elemental transfiguration. One rule was especially clear. When you use transfiguration to turn one object into another, the change is never permanent. Once time runs out, the object reverts to its original form. So, if you turn a rock into a loaf of bread, that's possible. But if you eat the bread, once the magic wears off, what's in your stomach won't be bread, but a rock. However, if you transform a cup of tea into rum, that's usually fine. Because when the magic fades, it won't cause any harm to your body. The ultimate conclusion: you can't simply conjure up an entire table of edible food out of thin air using transfiguration. The magical method wizards use for cooking is, in most cases, exactly what Jerry now practiced. You still need all the ingredients and tools. The magic just speeds things up. There is, however, one limitation to this cooking magic. The wizard's own culinary skill must be up to par. Because the taste of food prepared with cooking magic will be exactly the same as if you'd cooked it yourself by hand. If you're a novice in the kitchen, these magical methods won't help you at all. This is just like some of the magic used for cleaning and chores. The effectiveness of the magic depends on the wizard's own housekeeping abilities. Therefore, whether it's kitchen magic or household spells, these are all simple and easy to learn. The key to achieving good results, however, lies in the wizard's personal level of cooking or housekeeping skill. Fortunately, Jerry felt quite confident in this regard. After so many years of practice, his cooking and cleaning skills might not be at a perfect 100, but he was certainly at a solid 90. The first time he used cooking magic, the results were better than he'd expected. Pleased, Jerry added a warming charm to his 3-dish-in-1 soup meal before leaving the kitchen. Haas usually got off work around 6:30 or 7, so with more than an hour to spare, Jerry could go read his magic books a while longer. Learning is a never-ending journey. If you want to truly master magic, you must dedicate time to study and never allow yourself to slack off. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Nick Fury stood by the window, patiently listening to a report from his trusted assistant, Agent Maria Hill. So, you're saying that the capture team led by General Ross suffered a complete defeat at Culver University in Virginia at the hands of Dr. Banner's alter ego, the Hulk? That's right. Dr. Banner has already escaped from Culver University with General Ross's daughter, Dr. Betty. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. Hill gave a slight nod. Any idea where he might be headed next? Nick Fury turned around and asked. Hill handed him the report she was holding. Based on email records retrieved by our logistics techs, it's clear that Dr. Banner has been in contact with someone known as Mr. Blue. He seems to be seeking a way to return to normal. Therefore, our assessment is that he'll likely try to find Mr. Blue, with Dr. Betty accompanying him. Mr. Blue, Samuel Stearns, Department of Cell Biology, Reborn College, New York. So, they're headed to New York? Nick Fury frowned as he looked at the dossier on Mr. Blue in his hands. Yes. After receiving our intel, General Ross has already led his team to set up an ambush near Reborn College. He hopes to capture Dr. Banner and bring him back for research. What about us? Hill's expression carried a hint of inquiry. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before replying. General Ross is military, so we can't intervene too directly. But given the current situation, I doubt they'll succeed. Here's what I want. You'll go to New York personally. If Dr. Banner manages to escape their attempt at capture, do everything you can to track his location, but don't startle him again. Yes, Director. Hill nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, as if something had occurred to him, Nick Fury called her back. One more thing. While you're in New York, find an opportunity to make contact with that kid. Get a sense of his situation and figure out his true identity. Hill accepted a file handed to her by Fury. Inside were photos of Jerry dressed in a wizard's robe, flying into a burning building on a broomstick, along with recent reports of his heroic deeds. Not long after Hill left, the door opened, and in walked a female agent in a sleek black tactical suit. Her striking figure was matched by her red-brown curls, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha, how are things on your end? Fury greeted her arrival with calm familiarity. As it turned out, the newcomer was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, a master of disguise, infiltration, hacking, and combat, and one of SHLD's most versatile agents. At present, I've successfully infiltrated Stark Industries. For now, I'm serving as Tony Stark's secretary. But from what I've observed, Tony's physical condition seems to be deteriorating significantly, and his mental state is far from stable. Black Widow gave Fury a candid summary of her recent mission progress and the intelligence she had gathered. Palladium poisoning? Huh? Understood. Keep monitoring Tony Stark's physical and mental state while maintaining your cover. Report to me immediately if anything changes. Fury showed no sign of surprise upon hearing Black Widow's report. A week later, in Queens, New York, what do you think about the sudden appearance of this wizard? Wizard? I watched that live broadcast where he rescued people from the fire. Whether or not he can really do magic, I like him. I think he's a hero. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. I doubt he's just a kid. Maybe he's a dwarf, or perhaps a short, elderly man, or maybe he's under some curse that stunted his growth. You know, that's how wizards are in stories. I think he really is a kid. Maybe he goes to a special school that teaches magic. Actually, I've always believed in magic, so I even set up a website for it. Wizard, if you're seeing this, check out my site. The address is XXXX. Oh, wizard? He's nothing but a freak, a little magician or clown, that's all. I don't believe in magic at all. Science. We should believe in science. Are you talking about that elegant wizard? He saved my life, and I really like him, or maybe I even love him. So what if he's a kid? I don't mind a younger boyfriend. Listen, little wizard, I'm rich. I can take care of you. Call me when you have time. My number is XXXX. All right, that wraps up today's street interviews. Judging by the responses, it seems most of us really like the wizard who saved over 20 people from that fire. I'm your favorite, Lucy. See you tomorrow. Sitting on the couch and watching the coverage about himself on TV, Jerry found himself quite satisfied. Although a few people expressed their dislike or distrust during the interviews, the majority offered approval, especially those he had saved. No one can please everyone, and Jerry understood that well. His goal was never to win over every citizen. As long as most people recognized him and his image remained positive, that was enough. After all, the only reason he saved people in the first place was for the little red star. Jerry, why do I feel like I've seen that wizard's broom somewhere before? At that moment, Elsa, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up, making Jerry's heart skip a beat. He'd forgotten, 2 weeks ago, when he had just returned, Elsa had seen him holding the flying broom. At the time, he'd explained it away, saying he bought it for sweeping the house. Though the flying broom looked very much like an ordinary one, after years of improvement by wizards, there were still subtle differences in appearance. In recent days, wizards who could wield magic had become a sensation on all the major TV channels, and Elsa, utterly enchanted by magic, certainly hadn't missed out. Now, her number one idol was none other than the wizard played by Jerry. Ahem, as the Snow Queen, I think you really need a new set of wizard robes, just like the wizards, and a broom that looks exactly the same. I saw Annie and Susan both bought one, just like that the other day. What? Annie and Susan went and got new gear behind my back? Oof, that's outrageous. As soon as Elsa heard that Annie and Susan had bought the wizard's gear, she immediately forgot all about the flying broom. Exactly. I bet they secretly bought better gear because they lost to you in your last fight. Jerry nodded vigorously and added, Tell you what, since we have nothing else to do, I'll take you to Lena's magic cottage and get you a set that's even better than theirs. Really? Jerry, you're the best. You're 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times better than Dad. The moment Elsa heard Jerry was taking her to buy the wizard's outfit, she leapt for joy on the couch, instantly forgetting all about the flying broom. Turning off the TV and grabbing the keys, Jerry took Elsa by the hand and left the apartment complex, heading straight for a nearby shop called Lena's Magic Cottage. Every time he did a good deed, he always collected a little reward. Sometimes just a few dollars, sometimes 100 or 2, and sometimes he would even take all the cash from a criminal. By now, he had over $10,000 saved up, making him, among kids his age, the richest one around. Buying Elsa a wizard set and a magic broom was, to him, hardly worth a second thought. Good afternoon. What can I help you two find today? Inside the shop, Lena, the owner in her 20s, beamed as she handed a packed wizard's outfit and magic broom to a couple with a child, then turned to greet Jerry and Elsa as they walked in. Lena had always been fascinated by the occult. She firmly believed magic was real, and so, after graduating from college, she opened this little shop specializing in magical items. Unfortunately, due to her lack of business acumen, the store had never done particularly well. In fact, she had overstocked her inventory, which led to a cash flow crisis and brought her shop to the brink of closure. There had even been an incident of theft before, but fortunately, the person responsible was not a heartless thief. They left behind enough US dollars to cover what they took, so she had no reason to call the police. But then, just 2 weeks ago, business in her shop suddenly exploded. It turned out that the little hero who rode a broomstick and wielded magic to put out fires was wearing a wizard costume identical to the one she sold in her store. As a result, her entire backlog of costumes sold out in a flash. Not just to children, but even quite a few adults came in to buy them. With the wizard costume now a bestseller, Lena finally showed a spark of business sense. She rushed to contact manufacturers of magical toys, hoping to place an order for a batch of wizard-style flying brooms and wands. Those toy manufacturers, sharp-nosed when it came to business opportunities, acted quickly. Not long after the news reports broke, they had already adjusted their production lines to churn out wizard-style brooms and magic wands. They even managed to make them look almost identical to the real thing. To be honest, Jerry had anticipated all of this. Back in his previous life, even Marvel movies, where the heroes weren't real, had prompted a flood of manufacturers to produce Iron Man suits, Captain America shields, and the wildly popular unisex Spider-Man bodysuits. Now that he, as a wizard, had appeared as a real-life hero, how could businesses not jump at the chance to profit by making replicas of his gear? The key difference was that wizard equipment was far simpler to produce than Iron Man's high-tech models. Even small workshops could easily manufacture them, and that was exactly the effect he wanted. As a child, his body size was the biggest risk to his secret identity. Without having learned advanced magic like the disillusionment charm or apparition, he was still very vulnerable. But now, with so many children around his age buying the same wizard costumes, brooms, and wands, as long as he didn't actually fly or use magic in public, he could blend in completely as an ordinary kid. This way, the chances of his identity being uncovered would drop dramatically. I'll take 2 sets of the wizard costume and accessories. The best quality you've got. Jerry drew out 5 crisp $100 bills and placed them on the counter. No problem at all. Just a moment, and I'll have them packed for you right away. Lena's eyes lit up with delight at the sight. Wizard, I absolutely adore you. For Lena, the incredible boom in her little shop was all thanks to the wizard. She was truly grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. And as an enthusiast of the occult, the wizard was also her idol. Pushing open the door, Jerry and Elsa walked down the street with a spring in their step. In their left hands, they carried bags filled with wizard costumes, and in their right hands, they proudly held imitation flying brooms. Their swaggering walk drew countless envious glances from the other children. Jerry, look, isn't that Dad over there? Just then, Elsa tugged on Jerry's arm and pointed at the glass window of a cafe on their right. Jerry turned to look, following her gaze, and couldn't help but let out a soft huff of surprise. Sure enough, there was Haas, sitting inside the cafe, sipping coffee, and he wasn't alone. Across from him sat a young woman with a glamorous look, a striking figure, and cascading golden waves of hair. Looking closer, Jerry realized with a jolt, it was none other than Miss Bailey, his and Elsa's elementary school teacher, the same teacher who had bravely stood up for them during the school bus incident. Watching the two chatting and laughing together, clearly lost in sweet conversation, Jerry instantly understood what was going on. So, are they together now? No wonder, after the school bus hijacking, Haas had insisted on inviting Miss Bailey to dinner. Clearly, he had a plan all along. But honestly, Jerry thought that wasn't a bad thing at all. After all, Haas had had it tough these past years, juggling police work with raising a family, playing both mom and dad at once. Although Jerry had taken over most of the housework since he became more independent, Haas was still not even 40 yet, still filled with youthful energy, and it made sense for him to find a companion. Besides, Jerry genuinely liked Miss Bailey. Her appearance was just a bonus. What mattered most was her character. That much had been clear from what happened on the school bus. Jerry had stood up because he was confident he could handle those thugs, but Miss Bailey had acted purely out of selfless desire to protect the children. In that regard, Miss Bailey was far more admirable than he was. If Miss Bailey married Haas, Jerry could finally stop worrying about housework. Sure, magic made chores quicker, but if he didn't have to deal with them at all, he could devote even more time to studying magic and earning red stars. Jerry, I want coffee too. Elsa, watching their father enjoy his drink inside, swallowed hard, her eyes bright with longing. Coffee isn't for kids. It's not good for you. When we get home, I'll make you some milk, Jerry replied without missing a beat. Not only would barging in now disturb Haas and Miss Bailey's date, but Elsa was far too young for coffee anyway. For one, it wasn't healthy for her. For another, Jerry dreaded the thought of Elsa staying up all night after a caffeine rush, causing chaos. Elsa stuck out her lower lip in protest. I hate drinking milk the most. Milk helps you grow tall, Jerry explained patiently. But I just don't like milk. Elsa was clearly unwilling to give in. Jerry thought for a moment, an idea suddenly coming to him. He looked at Elsa and said, all right, we can have coffee, but we have to drink it at home. We can't go over there. Daddy is talking with Miss Bell. They're having conversation. It wouldn't be right to interrupt them. Okay, I know. It's just that they're being affectionate. If we go over, they won't be affectionate anymore. As soon as Elsa heard there would be coffee, her face lit up with joy. You really are. Such a clever little rascal. Jerry was taken aback, then shook his head in resignation. Elsa might only be 10, but thanks to all the TV and internet she's been exposed to, she knows a lot more than most people expect from a child her age. Not paying any more attention to Haas and Miss Bell, Jerry led Elsa in the direction of their apartment complex. Flavitus. In the kitchen, Jerry quietly took out his wand and pointed it at a freshly poured glass of milk, casting a transfiguration spell to turn it into a sweetened cup of coffee. According to the rules of transfiguration, although Elsa was drinking coffee, the magic ensured that once it entered her stomach, it would soon turn back into milk. A perfect solution to the problem, all things considered. Sometimes Jerry wondered, if it weren't for earning those little red stars, he could easily live a life of luxury without ever becoming a superhero, simply by using all the fantastic spells he'd learned. Take this transfiguration charm, for example. It's practically a miracle for anyone dieting. Imagine turning bland whole grains and boiled vegetables into delicious, high-calorie burgers and fried chicken, or transforming water into fine wine and sugary sodas. Who wouldn't lose weight with that? Open a weight loss company with spells like this, and it would be a guaranteed success. Granted, maybe people would put the weight back on later, but so what? They could always come back and start over. Putting away his wand, Jerry picked up the coffee and walked out of the kitchen, a broad smile on his face as he approached Elsa, who was sitting on the living room couch. Here you go, big brother. No wait. Little sister, come have your coffee. Elsa took the cup and sipped happily, her face glowing with contentment. That's how kids are, or rather, how people are in general. The more you try to keep something from them, the more they want it. And the things that come easily tend to lose their appeal over time. Coffee isn't necessarily tastier than milk. But for Elsa, coffee is a rare treat, while the fridge at home is always packed with milk. She has to drink it every morning, so she's long been tired of it. You're still too young. When you grow up, you'll understand. Drinking milk and getting good nutrition when you're little is so important for your future health. Shaking his head, Jerry prepared to spend a little more time studying his magic books. Lately, he had been poring over the book he brought back from the room of requirement, Outsmarting Dark Magic. It contained a wealth of theories about the dark arts and offered significant insights into enhancing spells like Sectum Sempra and the Incarcerer's Curse. At 9 in the evening, the family sat together on the sofa, watching an episode of Friends. Yet, apart from Elsa, neither Jerry nor Haas truly had their minds on the television, even as their eyes remained fixed on the screen. Jerry was quietly using a refreshing charm on himself, sorting through the key points from the magic books he'd studied earlier that day. Haas, on the other hand, was still troubled by the voice of that young wizard he'd met. Ever since the fire incident, something about the whole affair just didn't sit right with him. It wasn't until he'd come home that night, after everything had settled, that he suddenly realized why that young wizard's voice had sounded so familiar. It was almost identical to his own son Jerry's voice. Of course, before children hit puberty, their voices often sound similar, so this alone couldn't be taken as proof of anything. Besides, when he'd asked Elsa about it that evening, she'd assured him that Jerry hadn't gone out alone that afternoon. Still, upon further reflection, Haas realized Elsa's words weren't always entirely reliable. After all, the little one seemed to listen to her brother Jerry even more than to her own father. More importantly, Jerry had always been a little different from other kids, even from a young age. Their height and build matched perfectly too, which only deepened Haas's suspicion. In truth, what troubled Haas most was the worry that if Jerry really was the wizard in question, then sneaking out every night to fight criminals was far too dangerous. He knew all too well that many criminals carried guns. What if Jerry got hurt? Jerry, there's something very important I need to talk to you about, Haas finally said, deciding it was best to just ask directly. Something very important? Jerry snapped out of his magical musings, looked momentarily startled, and then, as if suddenly, understanding, tried to reassure him. Dad, we already know. There's no need to feel anxious about it. Both Elsa and I support you. What? You already know? What is it I'm supposed to be anxious about? And what exactly are you supporting me in? Haas was left completely bewildered by Jerry's answer. Jerry stared at Haas in confusion, his tone curious. Dad, isn't this about you want to tell Elsa and me that you and Miss Bailey are planning to be together? At those words, Haas was taken aback. The usually bold and unflappable officer, known for standing up to criminals, suddenly seemed flustered. His words even came out with an uncharacteristic stammer. And no, that's not it. How did you know about me and Miss Beryl? Actually, this whole thing. Ever since the school bus hijacking, Haas had developed feelings for the brave and beautiful Miss Beryl. And because of Jerry, Beryl had started to see Haas in a new light as well. After all, to have raised such a justice-loving child as Jerry, Haas's character as a father was evident. Even though Haas was nearly 40, he kept himself in good shape, exuding the charm of a mature man. And so, after a few meetings and heart-to-heart conversations, the two grew close and became a couple. However, neither of them had planned to tell Jerry and Elsa just yet, mainly because they worried the kids might not be ready to welcome someone new into the family. As an elementary school teacher, Beryl understood children's feelings all too well. Yet now, Jerry had simply come out and told Haas that he and Elsa already knew. Haas couldn't help but feel completely caught off guard. At this point, he'd completely forgotten what he'd originally wanted to ask Jerry. Sensing his father's surprise, Jerry gave Haas a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Dad, this afternoon when Elsa and I went to buy those wizard costumes, we saw you and Miss Beryl having coffee together at the cafe. Don't worry, we both really like Miss Beryl. We're totally fine with you two being together. With that, Jerry got up and headed for his room. It's 9 o'clock. You guys go ahead. I'm off to bed. Elsa, too, let out a big yawn and patted Haas on the shoulder as well. Dad, you promised to take me and Jerry to the amusement park. Don't go back on your word again. Or next time I see Miss Beryl, I'll tell her about how you kissed Aunt Mary downstairs last Christmas. Haas was left speechless. Aunt Mary was a widow in her 30s who lived on the first floor. Haas had secretly dated her for a while, keeping it from Jerry and Elsa. But when he realized Aunt Mary didn't care much for kids, he decisively ended things. Now, watching Jerry and Elsa head off to bed, Haas scratched his head and then suddenly broke into a smile. Actually, maybe this isn't so bad after all. But before long, he remembered. He still hadn't found out whether Jerry really was that young wizard. Just as he was about to get up, Haas sat back down. After all, even if Jerry was the one, he probably wouldn't admit it. Maybe it was better to sneak into Jerry's room for a little investigation tonight. It was 2 a.m. Jerry's bedroom door creaked open, and a tall figure hunched over, tiptoeing inside like a burglar. It was none other than his foster father in this life, Haas. Maybe I really am just overthinking things. Haas looked at Jerry, who was sprawled out on the bed with his blanket half kicked off, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He picked up the quilt and gently tucked Jerry in, then tiptoed out of the room and quietly closed the door behind him. But not long after Haas left, Jerry, lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. It seems I need to find a way to completely dispel Haas's suspicions. Back when they were on the sofa, Jerry hadn't turned off his refresh and invigorate function, so his senses were extremely sharp. He easily noticed Haas's unusual behavior. To be cautious, he decided not to sneak out tonight to collect red stars as he usually did. As it turned out, Haas really did come to check on him that night. This only confirmed that Haas was once again suspicious of his true identity. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't trust Haas. From the school bus hijacking incident, it was clear that, when it came to a choice between justice, his responsibilities as a policeman, or the safety of Jerry and Aisha, Haas valued the children's safety most. Even if Haas knew he was a wizard, he probably wouldn't tell anyone else, nor would he take Jerry down to the station to register him. But Haas was, after all, an ordinary person. For someone like that, the less you know, the safer you are. If Haas ever learned that Jerry was a wizard, even if he kept it to himself, there'd be no guarantee others couldn't get the information out of him. If Jerry's enemies got wind of it, both Haas and Aisha could be in real danger. So, for now, the best thing to do was to eliminate Haas's doubts without letting him know the truth. But how could he completely erase Haas's suspicions? He hadn't learned the Obliviate spell yet. Thinking it over carefully, a plan gradually began to take shape in his mind. The next morning, at the dining table in the living room. Daddy, why do you have 2 black circles around your eyes? Aisha, munching on golden, crispy dumplings still dusted with tiny flakes of ice, pointed at Haas's eyes with innocent curiosity. Haas took a sip of his porridge and mumbled that he'd stayed up late last night because a colleague had called about a case. Meanwhile, Jerry could barely keep from laughing. He, on the other hand, stayed up until 3 a.m. every night and was up again by 7, getting by on just 4 or 5 hours of sleep. But thanks to his refresh and invigorate ability, every time he slept, he went straight into deep slumber. His sleep efficiency was leagues beyond ordinary people. Besides, kids naturally have more energy. Haas, nearly 40 now, was firmly in middle age, staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning and then getting up early. There was no way he'd feel refreshed. Daddy, since you and Miss Bell are together now, why don't you invite her over for dinner one night? Haas froze for a moment, then broke into a pleased and grateful smile. All right, son, since today is Friday, I'll get off work early. That way, I can reserve a table ahead of time and take you and Belle out for dinner together. Now that both children knew about his relationship with Belle and had accepted her, it was indeed time for Belle to meet the kids in a new role. However, Jerry quickly shook his head and protested. No need, going out to eat is such a waste. I once read a line in a book. The highest form of hospitality is a family feast. Since Miss Belle is about to become the most important member of our family, it would be much more meaningful to have dinner at home. But Haas hesitated. He certainly couldn't cook, and a family dinner would mean Jerry would have to do all the work. Dad, do you think my cooking isn't as good as the food at a restaurant? Jerry, seeing Haas's hesitation, pretended to be annoyed. Haas hurriedly waved his hands. Of course not. There's no restaurant that can match my son's cooking. All right, I'll let Belle know in a bit. Sorry to put all the work on you. It's no trouble. Just remember to call home when you're about to leave work, so I can start preparing the ingredients. That way, when you and Miss Belle get home, everything will be nearly ready. He was joking, but if they went out to eat, his whole plan would fall apart. Time, 5:30 p.m. Just then, the phone in the living room rang sharply. Jerry, Dad's calling for you. Called Elsa, who was in the kitchen helping to prepare ingredients. Hearing his sister shout, Jerry hurried into the living room. Dad, you're done with work? Got it. I'll start getting ready right now. After hanging up, Jerry grinned and walked over to Elsa. Elsa, do you want some magic ice cream that can restore your magical energy? I do. But didn't you and Dad say I couldn't have any right now? Elsa, perched on her magic broom and flying under the air conditioner, lit up at the mention of ice cream, but then looked puzzled. Because she was losing her baby teeth, Jerry and Haas had teamed up to limit her sweets lately, especially before dinner. It was a rule Jerry had set long ago: no snacks before meals. Ahem, I just feel bad for you. It's been so long since you had any. So yes or no? Jerry cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. Yes. Innocent Elsa trusted Jerry completely. After all, just yesterday, he'd secretly made her coffee behind their father's back. All right, but you can't tell Dad that I went out to buy you ice cream. Otherwise, there won't be any next time. Having covered his only weak spot, Jerry grabbed his guitar case from his room and hurried out the door. Time, 6:30 in the evening. Having already picked up Belle, Haas was in high spirits as he drove his police car through the city streets. Suddenly, the radio in the car crackled with a news report. Hello everyone. This is your favorite reporter, Lucy. It's now 6:30. We've received word from city residents that Mr. Wizard has made another appearance, following the recent fire incident. Right now, he's flying on his enchanted broomstick, rescuing an elderly man who had fallen into the river. Let's give him a round of applause. Hearing the news, Haas's heart skipped a beat. He pressed down hard on the gas pedal. Oh, darling, why the sudden rush? Belle, sitting in the passenger seat, was startled by the car's sudden acceleration. It's getting late. I'm worried Jerry will have dinner ready before we get there, and that wouldn't be good. Haas tossed out the explanation casually. Belle nodded, her face full of admiration. I never imagined Jerry would be so responsible, not just at school, but at home too. He's only 11, yet he takes care of all the chores. After her words of wonder, she turned to Haas, half complaining. You really should have told me sooner. That way, I could have come early and helped out. Jerry wouldn't allow it, Haas explained. He insisted on cooking an entire table of Chinese dishes himself, as a gift to celebrate your arrival. Besides, you don't know how to cook Chinese food anyway. That's true. Honestly, I think Jerry might be a better cook than me. Do you think I'll make a good mom? Suddenly, Belle sounded a bit wistful. It should be just about ready by now. Jerry checked the time, 6:40. He immediately urged his broom higher, heading straight for the abandoned factory. Originally, he had only planned to make a brief public appearance, just enough for people to see him at this hour. But since he happened to come across someone in trouble, he lent a hand with the rescue, a small deed that would earn him another merit star. Slipping away from the crowd and back to the deserted warehouse, Jerry was about to change out of his wizard costume when his sharp ears picked up a sound. Instantly alert, he drew his wand and pointed it in the direction of a rusted old machine inside the warehouse, calling out sternly, "Who's there? Come out." At this moment, he was still in his superhuman state, his senses heightened to the extreme. Just now, behind that rusty machine, he'd caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent that didn't belong in the warehouse. "Hello, Mr. Wizard. I mean no harm." A tall woman in a specialized tactical suit stepped into view. Both hands raised to show she was unarmed, slowly emerging from behind the machine. She was none other than Maria Hill, the top agent sent to New York by Director Fury himself. Even Hill, who prided herself on her calm professionalism, felt a flicker of surprise. She hadn't expected that the wizard was not only skilled in magic, but also so exceptionally alert. As a top-tier secret agent, Hill's stealth skills were truly unmatched. Just now, as she hid behind the rusted machinery, she hadn't made a single sound. So how did the other party discover her? "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Jerry didn't lower his guard just because the intruder was a beautiful woman with her hands raised. "I'm not an enemy. My name is Maria Hill, and I'm an agent with the Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Directorate. Here's my card." Hill pulled a business card from her tactical uniform and stepped forward, handing it to Jerry. "I'd like to have a chat with you, if you have a moment." The Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Directorate. That name rings a bell. He quickly searched his memories from his previous life and soon realized that so-called directorate was just the full name for S.H.I.E.L.D. Sorry, I have something urgent to take care of right now. Tell you what, meet me here at the warehouse after midnight, and we can talk in detail then. Jerry stowed away his wand, stripped off his wizard's robe, stuffed it and his flying broom into his guitar bag, glanced at the time behind his mask, and without waiting for Hill's reply, dashed out of the warehouse at a sprinter's pace. With a few agile leaps, he disappeared over the wall. Okay. Hill stood frozen for a moment, watching Jerry vanish from sight, her lips twitching slightly. After arriving in New York and failing to track down Dr. Banner immediately, Hill had shifted her focus to investigating this wizard capable of casting spells. But after a thorough investigation and combing through all the police records, she found that the boy was exceedingly careful about concealing his identity. Not a single surveillance camera in the entire Queens district had ever captured a clear image of the wizard's face. At first, he would vanish in a puff of smoke. Later, riding his flying broom, his comings and goings became even more unpredictable, making it nearly impossible to pin him down. Even after pulling satellite footage, all she could see was him entering or leaving an abandoned warehouse. Nothing more. What she could confirm was that this wizard was likely of Chinese descent, between 9 and 13 years old, and lived somewhere in one of the residential buildings near this abandoned warehouse. After all, his earliest activities were centered in this area. But the neighborhoods around the warehouse were densely populated, with countless apartment complexes and plenty of children fitting the profile. Finding him wouldn't be easy. That's why today, she decided to come to the warehouse herself, hoping to uncover a clue. She hadn't expected to run straight into the boy himself. So, she simply revealed her identity, intending to have an honest, face-to-face conversation. After all, the other party was still just a passionate, justice-driven kid. But the outcome turned out to be quite unexpected. Finding a quiet, deserted corner, Jerry slipped off his mask. With a quick spell, he transformed his guitar case into a suitcase and changed up the style of his coat. Only then did he dash off in the direction of his apartment complex. He had to get home before Haas did, otherwise his secret would be blown. 1 box of ice cream and a bottle of mineral water, please. As he passed by a small convenience store, Jerry remembered his promise to Elsa about bringing her ice cream. He paused for a moment to keep his word. 5 minutes later, at his front door, Jerry opened the box of ice cream and finished it off in just a few quick bites. Then he poured the mineral water into the empty box, drew his wand, and cast a transfiguration spell over it. In an instant, the mineral water in the box turned into a brand new tub of ice cream. There was no way Jerry would give Elsa real ice cream, bad for her teeth, and she'd probably refuse to eat dinner later. But to keep her from spilling the beans about his outing, he had to use a bit of magic as a substitute. As soon as he opened the door, Elsa, who could hardly wait any longer, came running over. Jerry, where's my magic ice cream? Where's my magic ice cream? Here you go. Take it and enjoy, but eat it quickly. I have to go cook dinner, and if Dad comes home and sees you, there'll be trouble. Jerry handed her the box with a look of utmost seriousness. Elsa gleefully accepted her ice cream, grabbed a spoon, and dug in with gusto. The speed at which she ate was almost a match for Jerry's own performance at the door just moments ago. Ice cream delivered. Jerry hurried to the kitchen, shut the door behind him, and pulled out his wand to start cooking with a touch of magic. 15 minutes later, Elsa, having finished her ice cream, sat on the sofa and rubbed her belly, muttering in confusion. How come after eating such a big serving of magic ice cream this time? I don't feel full at all. Just need to go to the bathroom. Usually, after a whole box of ice cream, her little tummy would be completely satisfied. But today, she didn't feel full in the slightest. Just then, there was the sound of a key turning in the door. A moment later, Haas entered with Belle by his side. Elsa, where's your brother Jerry? Haas asked Elsa as soon as he came in. Jerry's in the kitchen. Elsa pointed toward the kitchen without hesitation. At her words, Haas hurried straight over. Oh, Dad, you're back. I just have a tomato and egg soup left. Could you bring these dishes out to the table? Jerry glanced up as Haas entered the kitchen, cracking eggs into the soup while gesturing to the 7 steaming dishes lined up on the counter. All right, sure thing. Haas gazed at the 7 steaming hot dishes on the counter, momentarily stunned. But he quickly collected himself, smiling as he began to carry the dishes to the table. From what he'd heard on the radio about the wizard saving people and then rushing home, the entire process had taken a little over 30 minutes. But the 7 dishes before him clearly couldn't have been prepared in just 30 minutes, especially those elaborate main courses, which would have taken much longer. It seemed clear now that his son Jerry was not the wizard capable of working magic. This realization, instead of disappointing him, actually brought Haas a huge sense of relief. Jerry brought the last dish, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, out to the living room, just in time to see Miss Bailey pulling a sparkling, icy crown out of her bag and presenting it to Elsa. He set the soup down on the dining table and greeted her with a cheerful smile. "Good evening, Miss Bailey." "Good evening, Jerry. I brought a gift for you, too." Upon seeing Jerry, Miss Bailey hurriedly reached behind a chair and took out a guitar case she'd prepared in advance. "I heard from Haas that you've taken an interest in the guitar lately, so I bought a new one just for you." It was their first time meeting, so Miss Bailey had asked Haas about Jerry and Elsa's hobbies, spending an entire day carefully picking out these two thoughtful gifts. "I like the guitar." Jerry paused for a moment, but then quickly remembered. He had told Haas he was interested in guitars to explain away the guitar bag that actually contained a flying broomstick. "Yes, I've always liked the guitar. I even taught myself for a while. This is a wonderful gift. Thank you so much." Seeing that both Elsa and Jerry genuinely liked their gifts, Miss Bailey finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was only in her 20s herself, barely 3 years out of university, and this was her first time in such a situation. She'd been anxious that Jerry and Elsa might not like her. But now, Jerry and Elsa were no longer her students. They were Haas's son and daughter, and that changed things in subtle ways. Fortunately, both Jerry and Elsa were considerate and well-mannered, especially Jerry, who was always mindful of her feelings in everything he said and did. Thanks to that, the atmosphere at dinner was warm and harmonious. As for Jerry, he thought to himself that Haas was nearly 40, raising 2 kids on his own. For him to meet someone as young and beautiful as Miss Bailey was like winning the favor of Lady Luck herself. Of course, Jerry wanted to help him out however he could. Elsa, for her part, always followed Jerry's lead, and besides, Miss Bailey had given her a sparkling crown fit for a snow queen. Who could possibly refuse such a gift? As for Haas, he was the most eager of all to see the family happy and kept working to keep the mood lively. With everyone in such good spirits, it was no surprise that dinner that night was filled with joy and laughter. After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa, chatting and watching TV. Suddenly, Miss Bailey turned to Jerry and suggested, "Jerry, how about trying out the new guitar? I heard from Haas that you're really good at it." Jerry glanced at Haas, who silently gave him a thumbs up for encouragement. In Haas's eyes, Jerry was a natural talent. Whatever sparked his interest, he could master quickly. Not long ago, Jerry had taken an interest in cooking, and now his skills were nearly chef level. Since Jerry had mentioned his interest in guitar, Haas was convinced he must already play quite well. Catching the hopeful look in Miss Bailey's eyes and seeing Haas's confidence in him, Jerry couldn't help but twitch a smile. "Good thing I really did learn the guitar back in college in my previous life," Jerry thought to himself. "Otherwise, I'd be totally embarrassed today." He pulled the brand new guitar out of its case and tuned it for a moment. "What song would you like to hear?" "I want to hear a song about wizards," Elsa exclaimed, raising her little hand in excitement. "A song about wizards?" Jerry echoed. Suddenly, a catchy tune from his past life popped into his mind, and he began to play and sing instinctively. "You sing at sunrise, you laugh at sunset. The wizard rides his broom, soaring here and there. But my broom can only sweep up the trash heap. What is the planet of joy? Oh, what is it really?" As the song came to an end, Haas, Miss Bailey, and Elsa were all frozen in shock. So Jerry did have his shortcomings after all. "You all should wash up and head to bed early. I'll walk Miss Bailey home. It might be a bit late before I get back." At the door, Haas cleared his throat and explained to Jerry and Elsa. Miss Bailey's cheeks flushed for reasons she couldn't quite explain. Jerry caught on instantly and added with a teasing tone, "Sure, and if it gets too late, just find a hotel nearby. Otherwise, coming in late might wake Elsa and me." "Thank you, my son, for this perfect assist." Haas's eyes lit up. "You're right. Maybe I just won't come back tonight." Miss Bailey's face turned crimson, the blush spreading down her neck. "Jerry, Elsa, see you next week." With a quick bow to Jerry and Elsa, she waved and, without waiting for Haas, hurried toward the elevator. "Goodbye, Miss Bailey." Jerry shot Haas a knowing look, and Haas immediately understood, turning to chase after Miss Bailey. "All right, time for us to head to bed too." Once Haas and Miss Bailey had left, Jerry closed the door and let Elsa off to wash up and get ready to rest in their separate rooms. Midnight struck. Jerry slowly opened his eyes, reached under the bed to pull out his guitar case. Inside, not just a guitar, but also a flying broom and his wizard's kit. Quietly, he slipped out of the apartment complex. Tonight, he still had an appointment with Agent Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he didn't know much about the world of Marvel, he was aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was the organization responsible for assembling the Avengers. That's why he took SFLD's visit quite seriously. It was only because of the unusual circumstances during the day that he arranged to meet the agent at a later time. After changing into his wizard's robes in a secluded spot, Jerry mounted his flying broomstick and headed toward the abandoned warehouse. He circled the area first, scanning for any sign of an ambush, and only when he found nothing suspicious did he fly his broom into the warehouse. My apologies, I had some urgent matters to take care of earlier today. Seeing Agent Hill standing in the middle of the warehouse, Jerry hopped off his broom and offered a polite apology. Hill glanced at the flying broomstick with interest, then shook her head. No problem. I did drop by rather unexpectedly, after all. In that case, let's not beat around the bush. I don't really know what sort of agency you represent, so why exactly are you looking for me? Jerry had no intention of having a lengthy conversation with a professional agent. Too many words might give away something important. So he got straight to the point. You seem rather wary of me. Have you ever heard of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Hill didn't answer directly, but threw the question back at him. You really are sharp. Jerry feigned a helpless shrug. No, I've just always been cautious when it comes to government agencies like yours. You're always trying to uncover my secrets, and that's dangerous for me. Besides, don't you think your organization's name is a bit of a mouthful? It is a bit of a tongue twister, but we're working on that. Hill suddenly smiled, her tone softening as she explained. We don't actually want to pry into your secrets. It's just that your activities have drawn our attention, and your abilities could potentially pose a threat to society. I only learned a bit of magic by accident. I just want to do some good where I can. How could that be a threat to anyone? Jerry let a touch of irritation slip into his voice. No need to get upset. As a national security agency, we can't simply take your word that there's no danger. At the very least, you should let us know more about you. Only then can we make an informed judgment. Hill spoke in a calm, reassuring tone, gently trying to persuade him. Jerry drew his wand, pointed it at a passing rat, and with a flick of magic, turned it instantly into a stone. I won't reveal my true identity to any of you. I've seen enough movies to know how this goes. Once a government agency finds out who I am, I'll end up locked away, dissected like some alien specimen. And another thing, don't even think about trying to capture me by force. My magic is not just for show. If you push me, don't blame me if I turn you all into stone, or even pigs. Turning people into pigs was definitely beyond Jerry's magical abilities at the moment, but recently, he had gained a much deeper understanding of polymorph spells, especially those involving cross-species transformation. When it came to changing small animals like mice into other objects of similar size, he could manage it without much trouble. Transforming between objects made of the same kind of material, so long as they weren't too large, was no longer difficult for him. At the moment, what he was working on was cross-species transformation. He said those words partly to add some intimidation and partly to highlight his own uniqueness. Hill looked down at the living mouse that had just been turned to stone, and her pupils contracted sharply. Up until now, she had regarded Jerry as just a kid who could fly on a broomstick and perform some special tricks. Such kids might have some abilities, but she didn't take him very seriously. After all, flying and immobilizing things weren't anything special. S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty of high-tech gadgets that could do the same. For example, her colleague Agent Coulson's vintage car, Lola, was equipped with an advanced flamethrower and could fly at speeds Jerry's broomstick couldn't even come close to matching. But turning a living mouse into stone, and the claim that he could turn people into pigs, this kind of magic was far beyond the realm of scientific explanation. At least, with all its technology, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't achieve anything like that. In that instant, Jerry's threat level soared several notches in Hill's mind. Of course, it did his value. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how those reckless movies had made people so wary. If not for them, he might not have been so guarded. But, on second thought, what he said wasn't just empty posturing. As a seasoned senior agent, she knew all too well how much darkness lurked in this country, especially when it came to so many politicians whose eyes saw nothing but personal gain. They truly were not to be trusted. All right, we won't dig any deeper into your true identity. But let me ask you one thing. Why do you insist on doing good? Is it just because you think it's cool? Or was there another reason? At her words, Jerry's head dropped in an instant. Because of the mask, Hill couldn't see his expression, but she sensed a sudden heaviness in his mood. Drawing on his Superman-level control over every muscle, Jerry took a moment to compose himself. Slowly, he raised his head, his eyes tinged with red, and replied, carefully enunciating each word. Because once, there was someone who told me, with great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Hearing Jerry's answer, Hill froze for a moment, unconsciously murmuring the phrase to herself. All right, I understand. I'll report your situation honestly to my superiors. As long as you don't use your abilities to commit crimes, we won't do anything further to you. That's all for today. Hill looked at Jerry seriously for a moment, then turned and left the warehouse. That's it? She just left, without inviting me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Watching Hill leave so decisively, Jerry couldn't help but look surprised. He had originally assumed that Agent Hill was here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to recruit him, but it turned out that wasn't the case at all. Thinking it over, though, it actually made sense. After all, Spider-Man had been swinging around Queens for ages, and S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't tried to recruit him either. From what he'd heard, even when they finally did reach out, it was only under special circumstances, and it was Iron Man who brought him in as a temporary member. Perhaps, in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was still just a kid. Even if he knew a bit of magic, unless there was an emergency, they wouldn't resort to child labor. Maybe the real reason for today's visit was simply to figure out his true identity. Unlike Spider-Man, he wasn't so careless, swinging through the city on webs and then climbing back home through his bedroom window, leaving his identity an open secret for S.H.I.E.L.D. to uncover. That's probably why this meeting had happened in the first place. Honestly, Jerry felt a sense of relief at this outcome. Sure, there were probably plenty of chances to earn those little red stars inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but the risks were just as high. Fury might be the director, but even he had to answer to the highest ranks of government, and not many of those politicians could be considered trustworthy. So Jerry had never wanted to join S.H.I.E.L.D. outright. At most, he could accept working with them, an equal partnership built on fair exchange. The key issue was that his own powers were still too limited. He hadn't even set foot in Hell's Kitchen yet. Even though he had a flying broomstick and knew quite a few attack spells, if someone ambushed him with a hail of bullets, he'd still be done for. And the criminals in Hell's Kitchen weren't lacking in heavy weapons. That's why, during the conversation earlier, he deliberately quoted something from Spider-Man's uncle in his previous life to mislead Agent Hill, hoping to leave a good first impression and help her make the right judgment. Ideally, S.H.I.E.L.D. would treat him the same way they treated Spider-Man. Once he'd leveled up a few times, after returning to Hogwarts to master important spells like the Shield Charm, Disarming Charm, Apparition, and the Patronus Charm, then he could consider working with S.H.I.E.L.D., seeking out bigger, riskier missions to earn more red stars. Putting an end to his brainstorming for now, Jerry hopped on his flying broomstick and left the abandoned warehouse. Since he was already out, he definitely had to patrol through Queens, looking for opportunities to earn a few red stars. He'd already lost a whole day yesterday. Today, he couldn't afford any more delays. There were only a few days left before the cooldown for entering the small world ended. He needed to rack up as many red stars as possible before his next entry. Only then could he stay longer at Hogwarts, learn more spells, and strengthen his magical abilities. If you remember correctly, the time between Iron Man's appearance and the first Avengers assembly wasn't very long. Soon, a massive alien invasion would hit New York, a golden opportunity to collect a huge number of red stars. But if his power wasn't up to par, forget red stars. He might not even be able to keep his own life. Meanwhile, at SHELD's New York base, Agent Hill, having returned to base, relayed her conversation with Jerry as well as her personal assessment of him to Nick Fury at headquarters in Washington. After receiving the report, Fury's order was to temporarily halt any investigation into the wizard's identity and instead focus their main attention on monitoring the Gravemorn Academy. Clearly, compared to a young wizard, Dr. Banner, with his destructive power, was far more dangerous. 1 week later, in the morning, Haas was in the bathroom, fixing his hair, when Elsa tiptoed over, her head bowed. "Daddy, I just made a teeny-tiny mistake. You're not going to be mad at me, right?" "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Haas stopped with the setting spray in his hand. For some reason, a sense of foreboding rose in his chest. Elsa glanced away and whispered, "Well, when I was flying into your room on my magic broom, just now, your Autobot suddenly attacked me. So, I hit back with magic and ended up smashing to pieces." "What? Autobot?" "Sweetie, you don't mean the Optimus Prime model I spent 3 days in line for last year, do you?" Haas quickly pieced together what his daughter meant, and his heart skipped a beat. Elsa gave a slow, guilty nod. It's okay. It's just a model. We're still going to the amusement park today, so why don't you go get changed first?" That Optimus Prime was a limited edition, now impossible to replace. But looking at his daughter, Haas couldn't bring himself to scold her. He just quietly berated himself for forgetting to close the door when he left the room. Seeing the pain on Haas's face, Elsa suddenly looked up and grinned. "Daddy, I was just teasing you. Your Autobot is still sitting safely on your desk." The moment Elsa spoke, Haas felt as if he'd returned from the depths of despair to paradise. His mood instantly brightened. But before he could scold Elsa for being mischievous, Aisha immediately continued, "I just accidentally broke your 2 lightsabers. This time, it's really not a joke." "Lightsabers? Oh, the lightsabers are fine. As long as Optimus Prime is unharmed, I can always buy new ones next time." Upon hearing that it was only the lightsabers that were broken, Haas suddenly realized it wasn't a big deal after all. They weren't limited editions anyway. He could just spend a bit more money to get 2 replacements. Meanwhile, Jerry, who was in the living room getting things ready for their outing, overheard the conversation between father and daughter from the bathroom and couldn't help but smile to himself. He found it amusing how his little sister, who usually acted so absent-minded, could become remarkably clever at the crucial moments, especially when dealing with Haas. She really had a knack for it. Originally, Aisha had accidentally broken Haas's beloved lightsabers. Although Haas would never scold her, he would surely feel upset. But today was the day they'd planned to go to the amusement park with Miss Bell. If Haas was in a bad mood, the whole outing would be less fun. Yet now, thanks to Aisha's antics, Haas was actually in a better mood than before. Watching Aisha strut out of the bathroom, chin held high with triumph, Jerry couldn't help but laugh as he called out, "Enough playing around. Go change your clothes. We're leaving soon." At around 9:30 in the morning, Jerry and Aisha rode in Haas's police car to a well-known, large amusement park in Manhattan. Miss Bell had already arrived at the entrance ahead of them and purchased the tickets. To be honest, Jerry wasn't particularly interested in going to the amusement park. But Aisha loved it, and Haas had finally managed to find time to take her out. Plus, Miss Bell wanted to use the opportunity to bring everyone closer together, so Jerry had no reason to object. Compared to swooping through the sky on a magic broomstick or practicing extraordinary spells, the amusement park rides just couldn't spark his enthusiasm. Help! I can't take it! I'm going to die, let me off! Inside the roller coaster, surrounded by screams, including those from Haas himself, Jerry silently wondered if he could earn a little red star by using magic to stop the ride. Surely, all these people on the verge of tears genuinely wanted to get off. If he stopped the roller coaster for them, wouldn't that count as a good deed and earn him another star? Still, today wasn't the day for experiments. Maybe next time, when he visited alone, he could give it a try. The roller coaster, the drop tower, the haunted house, all of them seemed to offer a chance to earn red stars. They played until after 2 in the afternoon, and after trying out nearly every ride in the amusement park, the 4 of them finally left, hungry and tired. They drove toward the bustling Broadway, in search of a place to eat. Whoa, how does this guy even drive? On the busy, traffic-filled street, a taxi suddenly swerved dangerously in front of Haas's car, leaving him so furious he almost cursed it out loud, if not for the presence of Elsa and Jerry, the 2 kids in the back seat. A moment later, when Haas's car stopped at a red light, Jerry glanced out the window and saw that same reckless taxi come to a screeching halt by the curb. Then, a man and a woman burst out of the taxi in a hurry. The man, as soon as he stepped out, began taking deep, deliberate breaths, as if struggling to calm his racing heart. The woman, on the other hand, was fuming. She launched into a tirade, loudly berating the taxi driver for his dangerous driving. Clearly, she was anything but pleased with the driver's reckless behavior. "Jerry, Elsa, look over there. That's Reborn College, where I went to university. After we eat, I'll take you both inside for a little tour." At that moment, Ms. Bailey, sitting in the front passenger seat, pointed out a university along the roadside ahead and turned to Jerry and Elsa with a bright smile. "Reborn College is one of the top universities in New York. I hope you two will get into a school like this someday." Haas, still at the wheel, chimed in. "No problem. Jerry and Elsa are so smart. They'll get into an even better college. I'm sure of it." Ms. Bailey encouraged the kids enthusiastically. Haas, however, quietly shook his head to himself. Jerry would be fine. He was confident that, with Jerry's intelligence, even MIT wouldn't be out of reach. But as for his daughter, who had never passed math, forget Reborn College. Even getting into a third-tier university might be a stretch. After their meal, it was already 4 in the afternoon. To help with digestion, and to give Jerry and Elsa a glimpse of college life, Haas and Bailey led them into Reborn College. No wonder it's a top university. Strolling down the cobblestone paths of Reborn, Jerry took in the beautiful scenery and the energetic, youthful students all around them, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. In his previous life, Jerry had attended a vocational college, a public institution at that. The only upside had been the low tuition, but the entire campus was actually smaller than a quarter of his county high school back home. He remembered dragging his suitcase onto that campus for the first time. If it weren't for his family's financial situation, he might have turned around and gone back to repeat his studies. He felt that in his previous life, all he got from college was loneliness. Perhaps this time around, he could finally make up for it. As the 4 of them wandered aimlessly, the sky gradually darkened. "Our school cafeteria steak and cakes are amazing. I'll take you all to try them in a bit." Ms. Bailey pointed proudly to a nearby, standalone building and suggested with a hint of excitement. Ever since she entered Reborn Academy, Ms. Bailey seemed to have returned to her own college days. Her whole demeanor had become youthful and lively once again. Of course, no problem. A trace of happiness appeared on Haas's face. The youthful side that Bailey was showing now tugged at his old heart, catching him off guard. Indeed, men, young or old, are always drawn to 18-year-olds. Jerry watched the look on Haas's face and secretly shook his head. It was perfectly normal. After all, he was a man himself, so he understood all too well. "I'm in too." Jerry voiced his agreement to Bailey's suggestion. As for Elsa, just hearing about cake was enough to make her mouth water. However, just as the four of them started heading toward the cafeteria building, Jerry suddenly came to a halt, frowning. He could feel the faint tremor of the ground beneath his feet, and then startled cries rang out around him. He spun around, looking in the direction of the commotion. Military jeeps, tanks, and a large number of soldiers in camouflage uniforms carrying rifles were surging in from the main gate. Sorry, there's a critical military operation here. We need to temporarily seal off this area. You must leave immediately. A soldier with a rifle jogged up to the four of them, snapped off a salute, and issued the order. At the same time, everyone on campus, students and teachers alike, was being escorted out by the soldiers. I'm a police officer. Which unit are you from? And what kind of dangerous military operation is happening in this school? Haas produced his badge, his expression turning serious. The soldier glanced at Haas's identification and replied in the same unyielding tone. Sorry, this is a classified operation. I can't disclose anything. You can report to your superiors once you're outside. Seeing that the soldier had no intention of revealing more, Haas could only lead Bailey and the Jerry siblings along with the crowd, leaving Reborn Academy behind. Captain Jim, what's going on here? Once outside on the street, Haas immediately spotted a few familiar faces working to keep order. Oh, Captain Haas, you're here too? We don't really know what's going on either. We just got a sudden notice to come here and help with crowd control. The police sergeant in charge of maintaining order shrugged helplessly. They, too, received the order suddenly while out patrolling in their car. The command was simply to cooperate with the military's actions. No reason was given, leaving them utterly baffled. To mobilize the army on such a scale, especially near such a densely populated area, there had to be more to it, something far from ordinary. Haas pondered for a moment, then spoke softly to Ms. Bailey. My dear, I won't be able to have dinner with you tonight. Take my car and bring Jerry and Elsa home first. Things might get dangerous here. Though Bailey was worried, she nodded. Taking Jerry by one hand and Elsa by the other, she led them toward the parked car. Jerry, meanwhile, seemed thoughtful. He glanced back toward the direction of Reborn Academy, but said nothing, simply following Ms. Bailey into the car. At the same time, in the faculty residential area of Reborn Academy, in the laboratory of the renowned cell biology professor, Dr. Samuel Stearns, the very spot the couple Jerry had noticed earlier that day, stepping out of a taxi, were now here. These two were none other than Dr. Bruce Banner and Dr. Betty Ross, who had been on the run from Culver University. Bruce Banner, a celebrated genius scientist, had been invited by General Ross to work on recreating the World War II super soldier serum for the Army Biochemical Enhancement Project. When an experiment went awry, Dr. Banner was exposed to dangerous levels of gamma radiation, awakening a second form within him, the Hulk. Understanding all too well the terrifying power of the Hulk, Dr. Banner spent the next 5 years fleeing from General Ross's experiments, moving from country to country in hiding. All the while, he struggled to master his rage to avoid transforming, and tirelessly searched for a cure that would restore him to normal. This journey to Reborn Academy in New York was prompted by Dr. Samuel Stearns, who had developed an antidote that could potentially cure him. With the help of Dr. Stearns and his girlfriend Dr. Betty Ross, Dr. Banner finally managed to suppress the Hulk within, using the antidote. But now, half-cured, Dr. Banner found himself at odds with Dr. Stearns. It turned out Dr. Stearns had secretly replicated large quantities of Banner's blood, hoping to create a cure for countless terminal illnesses, and perhaps win a Nobel Prize. Dr. Banner, however, insisted on destroying these blood samples. He knew all too well that, in the hands of people like General Ross, they would never become a cure. They would only lead to the creation of countless powerful, out-of-control monsters. While the two argued, the lab was already surrounded. General Ross's troops had encircled the building. A dozen elite snipers aimed tranquilizer rifles squarely at Dr. Banner, ready to fire at any moment. At the command of the officer, the sniper fired a single shot that struck Dr. Banner, who was unable to transform. Immediately after, soldiers lying in ambush swarmed in from all directions, tightly binding Dr. Banner, whose entire body was paralyzed, and dragging him out of the laboratory. However, just as the soldiers were withdrawing, an officer by the name of Emil Blonsky suddenly burst into the lab. He forced Dr. Samuel to inject him with Dr. Banner's serum, transforming himself into a monstrous creature rivaling the Hulk in size and strength. Abomination. Emil Blonsky had originally served in the British Royal Marines before being recruited by General Ross to confront Dr. Banner. Yet, he ended up with his bones shattered by Banner in Hulk form. Later, after being injected with an incomplete version of the super soldier serum, Blonsky's strength grew tremendously, but the serum took a toll on his mind, turning him violent and unhinged. Obsessed with surpassing the Hulk, he became determined to kill him and claim the title of the strongest. "What's going on?" Ms. Bailey, who was driving a police car toward Queens, was startled by a sudden explosion from behind. She hastily slammed on the brakes, pulling the police car over to the side of the street. A series of explosions then echoed from the direction of Reborn Academy, the place they had just left. Haas, listening to the distant sounds of danger and recalling the armored vehicles and armed soldiers that had entered the academy, Ms. Bailey was filled with foreboding, her face etched with worry. She considered turning the car around to check on things, but upon seeing Jerry and Elsa in the back seat, she ultimately decided against it. Stupefy. Two flashes of magical light flickered inside the car, and both Ms. Bailey and Elsa slumped unconscious in their seats. It turned out Jerry had seized the chance to discreetly pull out his wand and cast a sleep spell on Ms. Bailey and Elsa. Good thing I secretly stashed my broomstick in the car's trunk before leaving today. Otherwise, with such a long distance to cover, I'd never make it in time. As he got out and opened the trunk, retrieving his guitar case, Jerry breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The moment he saw the military convoy arrive, Jerry knew something extraordinary was about to happen. After all, even a terrorist attack, tanks and armored vehicles wouldn't be deployed in the middle of the city. At the same time, this meant there was a good chance that a large number of red stars would soon appear. He'd been worried that his cooldown period was nearly up and his stockpile of red stars wasn't enough. Now, the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Originally, he'd wanted to stay behind with Haas to observe, but the situation had escalated so quickly that, no matter what excuse he made, Haas would never have let him remain. He'd had no choice but to leave with Ms. Bailey. He waited until Ms. Bailey finally stopped the car before seizing his chance to quietly pull out his wand and cast the sleep spell. With his guitar slung over his back, just to be on the safe side, he cast another locking spell on the police car before silently slipping into the shadowy alley beside the street. Changing into his wizarding gear, Jerry mounted his broomstick. With a burst of speed, he soared toward the site of the distant explosion. At Reborn Academy, a 5-meter-tall, dirt-yellow, hideous giant suddenly leapt out of the laboratory building's window. In his hands, he gripped the bodies of 2 soldiers whose bones he had crushed. He was none other than Colonel Bronchies, who had injected the banner serum and transformed into the monstrous Abomination. With a roar of excitement, Abomination flung the corpses to the ground, then bounded over 10 meters in a single leap, charging toward the street outside the school. Soldiers who hadn't yet evacuated saw this, and, terrified, grabbed their weapons and opened fire. Yet the bullets merely bounced off Abomination's body as if striking a steel plate, unable to inflict the slightest harm. The elite soldiers, on the other hand, suffered grievous wounds or death if Abomination so much as swept them aside. Even tanks and armored vehicles proved no match. He would twist the barrels and send them flying effortlessly. With overwhelming strength and near-invincible defenses, Abomination tore through the military like an unstoppable force, slaughtering his way straight onto the street outside the academy. Because Reborn Academy was near Broadway, even the brief cordon by police and soldiers couldn't keep the crowds away. Onlookers still gathered in droves beyond the perimeter. When the military and police blockade a university, how could people resist whipping out their phones to snap photos and post on Facebook? Even throngs of reporters, catching wind of the chaos, squeezed against the barricades, hoping to capture some breaking news. A sudden volley of explosions and gunfire erupted, followed by Abomination's massive form crashing down from the sky onto the roof of a taxi. The car, along with its driver inside, was instantly crushed, blood spilling out onto the street. "Hulk, come out!" Abomination's eyes burned with bloodlust and savagery. With a thunderous shout, he grabbed a nearby car single-handedly and hurled it viciously into the crowd of bystanders. Shouts of terror, screams of pain, and cries for help rang out in a harrowing chorus. "My God, what is that thing?" Outside the barricade, Haas and the other officers maintaining order were stunned speechless at the sight of Abomination. But when they saw him begin his rampage, they snapped out of their stupor, quickly drawing their pistols and opening fire. Though their bullets couldn't harm Abomination, they did make him feel a faint sting and managed to draw his attention. As expected, the Abomination ignored the powerless crowd and instead turned his gaze toward Haas and the other police officers. With a cold sneer, he reached for a nearby bus, hefted it high above his head with both hands, and hurled it fiercely at Haas and his team. "Watch out! Get out of the way!" Seeing the massive bus hurtling toward them, Haas and the others scrambled to dive and roll backward to safety. Yet, there was no way their movements could match the speed of the falling bus, let alone its sheer size, incomparable to an ordinary car. Just as it seemed Haas and the other officers were about to be wiped out by the oncoming bus, a sharp, urgent voice rang out from above. Wingardium Leviosa. A streak of blue magical light shot out, striking the bus precisely and holding it suspended in midair. Everyone looked up and saw a child floating overhead on a broomstick, dressed in wizard's robes and a pointed hat. No one had noticed his arrival until now. It was the young wizard who had recently become quite famous. "Hurry, get out of the way. My spell won't hold for long." Jerry saw that Haas and the others were frozen with shock and shouted at them urgently. He had just cast the levitation charm, a spell that could make objects float in the air. But with his current magical ability, keeping something as heavy as a bus aloft would only last for a few seconds at most. Haas and his team didn't waste another moment. Without even stopping to thank him, they dashed out from beneath the suspended bus. With a deafening crash, the bus finally slammed into the ground. Seeing that Haas was unharmed, Jerry let out a small sigh of relief, then looked ahead at the monstrous figure causing all this chaos. He had arrived only to witness Haas in danger, with no time to figure out what was happening. What on earth is that creature? It doesn't look like the Hulk at all. Staring at the towering, muscular, and grotesque abomination, over 5 meters tall, Jerry couldn't help but gasp in shock. This enormous being looked a bit like the Hulk from the Avengers, but Jerry distinctly remembered that the Hulk was green all over except for his hair, while this monster was a hideous, muddy yellow from head to toe. Besides, the Hulk was a member of the Avengers, clearly on the side of justice, but this creature's vicious face and murderous rage were nothing like a righteous superhero. "Sheriff, what's going on here?" Jerry didn't rush into action. Instead, he cautiously turned to Haas for an explanation. But Haas himself was just as bewildered. "We don't know either. We just saw that thing jump out from the school. Could this school be running some sort of biological experiment and ended up creating a monster?" Jerry couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. It was a perfectly reasonable suspicion. In his memory, many of the monsters and villains in the Marvel Universe were the results of experiments conducted by scientists or biologists. For instance, in the Spider-Man trilogy he'd watched, villains like the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and Sandman were all products of scientific experiments gone wrong. He figured the giant before him was probably no exception. "Sheriff, you take your men and evacuate the civilians. Get the injured to safety. I'll draw its attention." "All right, but be careful. That monster isn't afraid of bullets. It's not going to be easy to handle." Haas nodded at his words and led the other officers toward the wounded, running to help those caught in the chaos. Since their pistols couldn't hurt the creature, charging it would only be throwing their lives away. They'd be far more useful rescuing the injured, actually making a difference. As soon as Jerry finished speaking, he accelerated on his flying broom, heading straight for the abomination, who was roaring and hurling cars in every direction. "Oh, come out. Isn't there anyone here who can actually fight?" The abomination grabbed a rocket that a soldier had fired from a distant military jeep, clenched it in his fist, and it exploded with a thunderous boom. But the explosion didn't harm him in the slightest. He casually brushed aside a car blocking his path and, roaring, charged toward the jeep. Petrified. Suddenly, a beam of blue magical light shot down from above, striking the abomination on the back. A strange magical force spread across his entire body, freezing him in place instantly. Jerry had circled above, sneaking up from behind and casting a full body-bind curse on him in secret. The abomination let out a furious bellow. Unfortunately, after only a split-second's pause, he broke free from the enchantment with a roar and leapt furiously toward Jerry in the air. That was close. At that moment, Jerry had switched to superhuman mode. His senses were razor-sharp, and he immediately pulled up on his broom, barely dodging the abomination's lunging attack. With the strength the abomination was displaying, even in superhuman mode, a single direct hit would undoubtedly be fatal. What surprised him most was that his full body-bind curse had only managed to restrain the creature for less than a second before being completely shrugged off. On second thought, it made sense. From his recent studies in magical theory, Jerry knew the principle behind the full body-bind curse was to use magical power to immobilize a person's body, rendering their limbs useless. But the strength of the binding depended on the wizard's magical prowess. At Jerry's current level, ordinary people would pose no problem. Even when used against a typical adult wizard, the spell would usually hold them for a good while, since most wizards weren't that much stronger than average people physically. However, using the full body-bind curse against large magical creatures like dragons or giants is almost always ineffective. On the one hand, these beings have high resistance to magic. On the other, their sheer physical strength means that the magical power of an ordinary wizard simply can't restrain them. The abomination now, before him, was much like a giant from the wizarding world. Only its strength and defenses were several levels above any ordinary giant. Stupefied, seeing that the full body-bind curse had no effect, Jerry dove low and looped behind the abomination, casting a stunning spell right at the back of its head. Unlike Professor Bell and Elsa, who had instantly lost consciousness after being hit by the spell, the abomination only staggered for about 2 seconds before shaking its head and snapping back to full alertness. The stunning spell worked primarily on the mind, and it was clearly more effective than the body bind, but even so, it was nowhere near enough to knock a creature like this out the way it would a normal human. Perhaps sensing that Jerry's attacks posed more of a threat than the modern weapons around it, the abomination abruptly gave up on the soldiers firing at it and the fleeing crowd, leaping once more straight at Jerry. Not so fast. Jerry, astride his broomstick, accelerated and easily dodged the abomination's assault, then hurled a suspension hex at it. But perhaps because the creature was so massive, or because Jerry hadn't fully mastered the spell, it had no effect whatsoever. And so, taking advantage of his small size and quick reflexes, Jerry buzzed around the abomination like a persistent mosquito, pelting it with spells and drawing its full attention. This kept the monster too busy to harm any more escaping civilians. After several rounds of experimentation, Jerry realized that most spells just didn't work on the abomination. So far, the only useful ones were the stunning spell, the Sectum Semper curse, the toenail growth hex, and the mucus curse. The stunning spell could daze it for 2 seconds. If Jerry aimed Sectum Sempra at its eyes, ears, mouth, nose, lower body, or rear, it couldn't break through the creature's defenses, but it could still inflict a sharp jolt of pain. The toenail growth hex made its toenails grow longer, hindering its movement. The mucus curse kept its nose running endlessly during battle, putting it under a lingering negative effect. Though since the abomination didn't care much for cleanliness, this wasn't a serious hindrance. In summary, none of these spells could inflict any real harm on the abomination. At best, they could annoy it, keep it angry and focused on Jerry, and prevent it from attacking others. Fortunately, even though Jerry couldn't hurt the abomination was having just as much trouble hurting Jerry. Because of Jerry's small and nimble frame, he and his flying broom had become almost one during this time. His movements were sharp and seamless, especially with his superhuman senses in full effect. No matter how wildly the abomination leapt about, he just couldn't catch him. Right now, the abomination resembled a mighty gorilla in the animal kingdom, while Jerry was like a tiny bird. A gorilla could swat a bird to death with a single blow, but as long as the bird stayed airborne, there was nothing the gorilla could do. Even if it hurled rocks in the bird's direction, it would be almost impossible to hit a bird darting through the sky. Meanwhile, the bird could swoop overhead at any moment, dropping a messy surprise that would leave the gorilla hopping mad with rage. Unfortunately, good times never last. The abomination, after all, wasn't really a gorilla. Though the serum had made him wildly brutal, his intelligence hadn't been reduced to that of a beast. After a bout of chasing and dodging, he quickly figured out how to deal with Jerry. He grabbed a car in each hand. Whenever Jerry fired off a spell, the abomination would use one car as a shield, blocking the magical blast and keeping himself safe. At the same time, he wielded the other car as a weapon. Whenever Jerry tried to get closer for a more accurate shot, the abomination would swing or hurl the car at him. The broad sweep of a car was hard to dodge. More than once, Jerry narrowly avoided being struck. It left him wary of getting too close to attack with magic. He had no choice but to retreat, hovering in the air at a safer distance. He took the opportunity to recover some of the magical energy he'd just burned through. "Come down here, you little ant. I'll squash you into a meat patty," the abomination bellowed furiously, seeing Jerry float out of reach and dodge every car he threw with ease. Jerry, of course, wasn't foolish enough to fall for the abomination's taunts and go rushing to his doom. Besides, he was running low on magic. With a quick glance, he took in the scene of recent destruction. There, Haas and a handful of police officers were taking advantage of the distraction Jerry provided. While the abomination was fixated on Jerry, they risked their lives to carefully carry the wounded, one by one, to safety. He glanced at his stats panel, noticing that the number of little red stars was skyrocketing, shooting up like a rocket. "Looks like I'll have to keep drawing its hatred." Jerry's eyes sparkled with determination. To be honest, this was the first time he'd been in such a thrilling, high-stakes battle. Before today, his adventures were mostly run-of-the-mill robberies, thefts, and assaults. The criminals might have pistols or rifles, but they were just ordinary people. Riding by on his flying broom, Jerry could finish things off with a single spell. But facing the abomination was different. A single mistake, and he'd be smashed into pulp by that overwhelming strength. Still, for the sake of those little red stars, sometimes a bit of risk was worth it. Jerry sat astride his flying broom, gazing down at Abomination from above, and slowly extended his left hand. Abomination assumed Jerry was about to unleash another spell, so he hurriedly gripped the military jeep in his hand tighter, shielding most of his body behind it. "You big idiot, come up here if you dare." With his left hand, Jerry pointed his index finger downward, curling it slightly as he loudly goaded Abomination below. That was the last straw. Abomination's eyes blazed red with fury. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he hurled himself, along with the 2 cars clutched in his hands, straight up at Jerry. Nah, you can't hit me. You just can't. I'm flying over here. Now I'm flying over there. Dummy, big dummy. Jerry clung tightly to his broom, abandoning magical attacks altogether. Instead, he weaved and dodged through the air with flashy maneuvers, taunting Abomination incessantly. His words came in a relentless stream, sending Abomination's temper into a tailspin. He'd already been beaten to a pulp twice by the Hulk, and only just gained this newfound strength through a genetic serum, finally becoming a match for the Hulk. Yet, before he could even enjoy his moment of power, he'd run into such an infuriating pest. The frustration was unbearable. Bastard, get down here. Come up here if you dare. Get down. Come up here. Boom. 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 Enraged, Abomination slammed his fists into the ground again and again, venting his rage. The earth cracked under his mighty blows, and Jerry, hovering in the sky, couldn't help but wince at the destruction. Since Jerry's arrival, Abomination had done nothing but take hits. Though he wasn't injured, his psyche was being battered to pieces. He'd finally thought up a way to counter Jerry, but hadn't counted on Jerry simply refusing to come down, playing dirty by staying airborne. It was even more aggravating than being viciously insulted online and then immediately blocked, leaving you powerless to respond. Seeing Jerry had no intention of coming down, Abomination forced himself to calm down. Suddenly, he ignored Jerry's provocations and turned toward Haas and the fleeing crowd, chasing after them. Clearly, he'd realized that Jerry was only buying time to protect those people. If he went after the civilians, Jerry would have no choice but to intervene, giving him the chance to crush this pesky little bug. Damn it, Jerry cursed, realizing things had taken a turn for the worse. He had no choice but to speed off on his broom in pursuit. He could turn a blind eye to the fate of others. At most, he'd just miss out on a few merit points. But Haas was among those people, and Jerry couldn't abandon him. If worst came to worst, he'd just have to rescue Haas first. Just then, a military helicopter appeared in the distance. A figure leaped out, plummeting down and landing with tremendous force in the street, right between Abomination and the evacuating crowd. Let's go back to 10 minutes earlier. General Ross was aboard an armed helicopter, personally escorting Dr. Banner and his own daughter, Dr. Betty, to a secret military base in the United States. Suddenly, the radio operator on the helicopter received an urgent message through his headset. He quickly turned and handed the intercom to General Ross. General, there's an emergency. You need to take this call yourself. Puzzled, Ross took the intercom. Instantly, frantic voices came through, soldiers reporting in a panic. Hulk is on the street. I repeat, Hulk is on the street. What? General Ross immediately turned to glance at Dr. Banner, who was restrained at his side. Seeing Banner sitting there quietly, Ross let out a small sigh of relief and tried to reassure the caller. That's impossible. Soldier, calm down. Take a deep breath and tell me your location. General, we're on 121st Street, heading north along Broadway. As the soldier replied, the intercom crackled with a cacophony, other soldiers shouting, the terrified screams of civilians, and the thunder of explosions echoing through. Realizing something was very wrong, General Ross first ordered the helicopter to turn around and head for 121st Street. Then he barked another order into the intercom. Hurry, find a way to transmit a live feed of the situation. Yes, General. As Ross set down the intercom, a small television inside the helicopter flickered on. A shaky live video feed filled the screen. On the broadcast, Abomination was rampaging through the streets, unleashing utter destruction. The military's weapons seemed utterly useless against him. Amid Abomination's monstrous roars, soldiers and civilians fell one after another, the casualties mounting, and the scene descending into something straight out of hell. The same soldier who had just reported and was now on camera, updating his report while rifling through a supply crate beside him. He hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder, took aim at the raging Abomination, and fired. The rocket whooshed towards target, only for Abomination to snatch it from the air and crush it in his fist, emerging completely unscathed. Is that your experiment? Dr. Banner asked General Ross, his voice trembling with anger. Dr. Betty, staring at her father in disbelief, could only gasp. Oh my God, what have you done? Faced with their accusations, General Ross was at a total loss. His plan had always been to use Dr. Banner to create a squad of controllable super soldiers. But they hadn't even begun. He just managed to capture Banner, and was still worrying about how to proceed with the next phase of the experiments once Banner's blood reverted to normal. How had things spiraled so quickly? Where had this monster come from? The key issue was that this guy was wreaking havoc in the city center. If things got out of hand, the general himself would bear much of the responsibility. Look, what's that? At that moment, Dr. Betty suddenly pointed in surprise at the small television. On the screen, just as the abomination was charging furiously at the soldier who had fired the rocket, a child appeared behind the creature, riding a broom and dressed in a wizard's costume. The child brandished a small wand, firing streaks of light at the abomination, each blast making the monster roar in rage. Soon, the abomination's attention was completely diverted, the immediate threat temporarily resolved. This child was none other than Jerry, who had rushed over after saving Haas. General Ross and Banner watched Jerry on the screen, their faces filled with confusion. Clearly, neither of them recognized this broomstick-riding youngster. Jerry had become well known to many in Queens after the recent fire rescue incident. But as for the rest of New York, he was still far from a household name, and on a national or global stage, he was virtually unknown. Thus, for General Ross, who had been tracking Dr. Banner, and for Banner himself, who had been on the run, stories about the wizard had never crossed their paths. He's called the Wizard. He's a superhero who often appears in Queens, using mysterious abilities to fight crime and help people in trouble. One of the S.H.I.E.L.D. logistics agents assisting General Ross explained, slowly reciting Jerry's profile. Can he handle that monster? General Ross eyed the small screen, watching Jerry circle the abomination, sending out streams of blue magical light. A worried expression crept onto his face. From the looks of it, he can only hold the creature off for now. After observing a while and seeing that the abomination was completely unharmed by Jerry's magic, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent frowned. Mobilize all available troops. Hearing the agent's assessment, General Ross took a deep, heavy breath. Even if they managed to bring down this monster, half of Broadway would likely be reduced to rubble, and he would have to answer for the devastation. Let me go down there. At that moment, Dr. Banner spoke up, his voice resolute. He knew that if the creature was as powerful as the Hulk, the military's weapons would be useless. Only more lives would be lost. Only the Hulk could defeat an opponent like this. What are you saying? Dr. Betty grew frantic. In her eyes, Banner had already taken the antidote and had likely become an ordinary man. Going down there would be nothing short of suicide. But at that moment, deep down, Dr. Banner sensed that the Hulk might not have disappeared after all. If he were put in danger, the Hulk would emerge once again. Watching the scene unfold on the small monitor, General Ross finally gave the order to open the helicopter's doors when he saw Abomination throw Jerry aside and charge at the fleeing crowd. Meanwhile, after his brief farewell to Dr. Betty, Dr. Banner leaped from the helicopter without hesitation. As he jumped, Banner felt far from certain about the outcome, but he knew he had no choice. He bore some responsibility for everything that had happened. If only he hadn't agreed to General Ross's experiment all those years ago, none of this would have come to pass. What the heck is going on? Jerry, who had just caught up to Abomination and was ready to attack, was startled when suddenly, from the military helicopter soaring overhead, a figure came hurtling down from the sky. Startled, Jerry instinctively pulled back to keep his distance. He'd expected the military to send out some fearsome fighter, but instead, the figure crashed headlong into the ground, landing in anything but a graceful fashion. What on earth? Abomination, too, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. But before he could fully process it, a familiar, thunderous roar erupted from the ground. Hulk! Then a massive green giant, nearly as big as Abomination himself, smashed through the debris covering him and leapt out from the earth. Hulk! I've been waiting for you. Let's settle this once and for all. The moment Abomination spotted Hulk, his eyes gleamed with wild excitement. He immediately lost interest in the ordinary people scattering like ants. And even the persistent helicopter buzzing above faded from his mind. All that mattered now was Hulk. Abomination charged at him with full force. Hulk, still a bit dizzy from his high-altitude fall, shook his head to clear it. With a mighty roar of his own, he rushed straight at Abomination. He's so green. This must be the real Hulk at last. Seeing such a heavyweight ally finally arrive, Jerry let out a huge sigh of relief. With his current magical abilities facing off against, that hulking yellow monster alone would have been a losing battle. One wrong move, and he'd be nothing but a smear on the pavement. But Jerry didn't have long to celebrate. In the heat of their clash, the green giant was sent flying by Abomination's ferocious blow, and very quickly, Hulk found himself at a disadvantage. It turned out that Dr. Samuel's antidote, while it hadn't eliminated Hulk, had significantly suppressed his strength. Though Hulk had managed to awaken, he was far from his peak. Quick, use the machine gun to help him. At that moment, General Ross leaned out from the helicopter and shouted to the soldier manning the heavy machine gun. Which one should I help? The soldier looked uncertainly at the two titans locked in battle. Ross didn't hesitate. He smacked the soldier on the head. Of course the green one. Who else would we help? Shoot the other one to pieces. Ross, caught in a hail of gunfire raining down from above, Abomination let out a furious roar. He leapt onto the wall of a nearby building, scrambling upward with hands and feet like a giant gorilla, and in a flash, he had reached the rooftop. Without hesitation, he launched himself straight at the armed helicopter hovering in the air. Abomination moved so quickly that the helicopter didn't have time to gain altitude. In an instant, he seized the lower edge of the open hatch, and with a single squeeze, crushed the machine gun into useless scrap. But just as he was about to reach inside and attack General Ross and the others, Hulk, who had regained his senses, was right behind him. With a mighty leap, Hulk grabbed Abomination by the ankle and pulled with all his strength, trying to drag him off the chopper. Under the combined weight and wild struggle of the two giants, the helicopter began to sway dangerously. As it teetered out of control, threatening to crash into the neighboring building, a small figure suddenly appeared alongside the helicopter. It was Jerry, racing in on his flying broomstick. I told you to get on earlier and you wouldn't, and now you're up here after all. I think it's time for you to go stupefy. Jerry pointed his wand, and a beam of magical light shot straight at Abomination, who had nowhere to dodge or hide. The spell hit, knocking him out cold. Though the stunning spell would only affect Abomination for 2 seconds, that was all it took. During those 2 seconds of unconsciousness, Abomination's grip on the hatch slackened. With Hulk pulling from below, both giants plummeted together from the helicopter. Wingardium Leviosa. Freed from Abomination's grip, Jerry quickly cast a levitation charm toward the now tilting helicopter, steadying it in midair. The pilot, clearly an elite member of the squad, saw the chopper stabilize and immediately performed a dazzling series of maneuvers, bringing the helicopter back under control. Get higher! It's too dangerous down here. I'll go help out below. Jerry shouted to General Ross and the others inside, then dove on his broomstick toward Hulk and Abomination, who were battling furiously on the ground. Although his magic couldn't truly harm Abomination, Jerry could make an excellent support. Right now, Abomination had a slight upper hand on Hulk, but just barely. If he wanted to free up a hand to defend himself against Jerry's spells, it wouldn't be easy. Stupefy. In his superhero mode, Jerry cunningly circled around, searching for every blind spot in Abomination's field of vision. Then, zap, fired off another stunning spell for a 2-second knockout. Hulk seized the opportunity, pinning Abomination beneath him and pummeling his head with a relentless barrage of blows. Abomination, jarred awake by Hulk's onslaught, surged up with brute force, throwing Hulk off and pinning him underneath. Stupefy. Once again, Jerry hurled a stun spell, leaving Abomination reeling and dazed. Hulk pinned Abomination beneath him, raining down another flurry of wild blows. Abomination came to, then flipped Hulk over. Jerry cast his stunning spell. Hulk pinned Abomination again. Abomination revived and pressed down on Hulk. Jerry cast another stunning spell. The whole scene took a strange turn. After dozens of rounds trapped in this endless cycle, Abomination finally lay sprawled on the ground, eyes dull, limbs limp, utterly motionless. Under the relentless onslaught from Hulk and Jerry, neither of whom played fair, Abomination had been on the receiving end of a one-sided beating for over 10 minutes, barely able to put up any resistance. At this point, both his mind and body were on the verge of collapse. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even doing here? Wouldn't it have been better to just retire peacefully on my military pension? Why did I have to be so stubborn and inject myself with that cursed gene serum, only to be humiliated and thrashed like this? In this moment, Abomination suddenly understood, there's always someone stronger out there. If he survived this, he'd never pick another fight again. Never underestimate any support, especially those skilled in control magic. Breathing heavily, Jerry put away his wand. The magic he'd painstakingly recovered while airborne was now almost completely depleted. Truth be told, if his severing charm had been powerful enough to break through Abomination's defenses, just his stunning spell in combination with the severing charm would have been enough for him to dismember Abomination on his own. However, while Abomination boasted incredible strength and resilience, he was still no match for Hulk. Hulk only grew stronger the more he fought, his rage fueling his power, seemingly without limit. Abomination, on the other hand, became weaker as the fight dragged on. His strength, stamina, and defenses dropped just like any ordinary person's would. In the end, the serum Abomination injected was nothing more than an imperfect super soldier formula and a knockoff of the Hulk serum copy from Dr. Banner. Both inferior products, really. Seeing Abomination's resistance grow weaker and weaker until he finally stopped moving altogether, General Ross at last ordered the helicopter to descend slowly. When he saw the surviving soldiers nearby raise their guns and surround the Hulk again, General Ross waved his hand, signaling them to lower their weapons and fall back. At this moment, Ross's attitude toward Hulk had clearly changed significantly. Good teamwork, my friend. Jerry, having regained a bit of his magic, circled on his flying broom around the battered, barely conscious abomination lying on the ground. He raised his hand and gave Hulk a big thumbs up. You're the real deal, Hulk. Hulk called back to Jerry, as if to thank him for his help just now. Though Hulk could be a bit simple, he was far from mindless. In fact, he was more sensitive than most people. He cherished anyone who reached out to help him, anyone who acknowledged him. Jerry could still feel the genuine tone of praise in Jerry's voice just now. At that moment, General Ross and Dr. Betty also walked over together. Betty. Hulk gazed longingly at Dr. Betty, then looked up at the sky where more and more armed helicopters were gathering. With a mighty leap, he bounded away in a few great jumps, vanishing from everyone's sight. By now, the police and most of the civilians had already evacuated, but many soldiers who had just battled the abomination still lay scattered around, wounded and groaning in pain. Rapid healing. Greeting Ross and the others with a quick nod, Jerry used the little magic power he had left to cast the rapid healing spell on the wounds of those gravely injured soldiers. The rapid healing spell was an upgraded version of the regular healing charm, developed by Snape. Not only could it mend wounds, but it could also dispel curses lingering in the injuries. Jerry's proficiency with the spell was limited. He couldn't completely heal such serious wounds, but he could at least stop the bleeding, buying the soldiers enough time to make it to the hospital for surgery and emergency care. This scene didn't escape the notice of the S.H.I.E.L.D. logistics officer, who had been quietly following General Ross the entire time. Thank you so much. A severely wounded sniper finally stopped bleeding under Jerry's healing spell. It was nothing. By the way, is this a sniper rifle? After tending to the last gravely wounded soldier, Jerry picked up the sniper rifle next to him, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Seeing his savior interested in the rifle, the sniper, though weak, quickly explained. Yes, but this isn't an ordinary sniper rifle. It's a tranquilizer sniper rifle. It was originally meant for the Hulk. At the mention of a tranquilizer sniper rifle, Jerry's eyes lit up. He nodded, then slung the rifle over his shoulder. Let's call this your payment for saving your life. The sniper was left speechless. Paying no mind to the sniper's stunned expression, Jerry hefted the rifle, waved his wand, and summoned his flying broomstick with a quick spell. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I've got music lessons tomorrow. See you. He mounted his broom, waved to General Ross and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who were approaching, and without waiting for a reply, turned and shot off into the sky. General, he took my sniper rifle. The sniper reported helplessly as General Ross approached. Let go. Consider it a gift. If it hadn't been for him back in the helicopter, we'd all be in real trouble. Besides, magic is far more effective than any tranquilizer rifle. After all, the tranquilizer sniper rifle had been useless against the abomination, while that young wizard's magic had managed to stun monster. At that moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. logistics agent quietly stepped aside to a secluded spot and reported in a low voice to the hidden microphone beneath his collar. The target has left. The target has left. 10 kilometers away, inside a certain building, Agent Maria Hill listened to the report through her earpiece. She immediately issued an order to a group of staffers dressed in the same S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms. Send a drone to follow him. Remember, the target may be young, but he's very cautious. Don't let the drone get too close. Having given her instructions, she turned to another staff member and asked, What's the situation with the Hulk? Reporting, ma'am. The Hulk has left the city and has now entered the forest area, but he's still within range of our drone surveillance. The staff member replied, his eyes glued to the screen. Not good. Our drone has been spotted and destroyed. At that moment, the first staffer who had launched the drone to track Jerry stared at his suddenly blacked-out screen and let out a startled cry. S.H.I.E.L.D. just doesn't know when to give up, do they? Luckily, I kept my alertness charm active, or I would have been caught for sure. Just after leaving 121st Street, Jerry had sensed he was being watched. To be safe, he'd sped up and immediately doubled back. Sure enough, he spotted a drone not far away, unable to hide in time. With a flurry of razor-sharp spells, he reduced it to a heap of scrap metal. Stowing his wand, Jerry didn't linger in the air. Instead, he hopped onto his flying broom and shot down into the alleyways below. From there, he planned to continue through the maze of streets. It'd be slower, but much safer. After weaving through twists and turns for over 10 minutes, he finally made it safely back to the alley where Ms. Barry had parked her car. He put his flying broom, tranquilizer, sniper rifle, and wizard's outfit back into the guitar case. Returning to his usual appearance, Jerry calmly walked out of the alley. He reached out, opened the trunk, and placed the guitar case back in its spot. With a quick, unlocking charm, he opened the car door, settled back into his seat, and gave his wand a wave. Back to normal. And just like that, everything was as it had been before. What happened to me? Miss Barry slowly opened her eyes, a look of confusion on her face. Had she dozed off? Teacher, you were so worried about Dad just now that you fainted from the excitement. Jerry explained, looking perfectly serious. Is that so? Miss Barry paused, then seemed to remember something. She quickly opened the door and stepped out to look toward the direction of Reborn School. But by now, the sounds of battle had faded away. Teacher, if you're still worried, you can call Dad and check on him, Jerry suggested, rolling down the window. Ms. Barrel, too, seemed to awaken from a dream. She quickly pulled out her phone and started dialing. After a brief call, Ms. Barrel let out a long sigh of relief and settled back in her seat in the car. It's all right. Your father says he's fine. Right now he's on his way to the hospital with the injured, so he might be home a bit late tonight. That's good to hear. Jerry, who'd already known what was going on, nodded with a smile. Hey, did Elsa fall asleep too? Ms. Barrel hadn't heard a peep from Elsa, so she turned around to check on her. Yeah, I think the amusement park tired her out today. Jerry hadn't lifted the sleep spell from Elsa, so she was still lying in the back seat, fast asleep and snoring softly. Well then, let's head home. Gently placing Elsa's head on his lap to make her more comfortable, Jerry quietly opened his peculiar panel. After working so hard tonight and rescuing so many civilians and soldiers, the number of little red stars he'd earned had to be significant. 50,000. Even though he'd expected a sizable reward, Jerry nearly called out in surprise when he saw the figure on the panel. To think, in the past, he'd spent an entire month patrolling the city every night on his flying broomstick, fighting crime and doing good deeds, and had only accumulated 20,000 little red stars in total. But tonight alone, he'd earned 30,000, and he hadn't even played the leading role. He really hadn't expected that. Looks like he'd have to take part in more of these dangerous, large-scale incidents if he wanted the panel to reward him with even more little red stars. In truth, Jerry still hadn't fully figured out how the panel's red star reward system worked. At first, he thought it was something like karma or merit, some cosmic force of good. But doing bad things didn't seem to affect it, and even when he created disasters himself and then saved people, the reward didn't change. It didn't fit his understanding of karma or merit at all. He'd also noticed another odd detail about the way he earned little red stars. While it was true that doing good deeds earned him stars, it wasn't always so straightforward. For example, helping an old lady cross the street earned him red stars. Throwing out her trash earned him red stars. But if he gave her money, he got nothing. Giving money to a beggar on the street, same thing, no red stars. And sometimes, for the same kind of deed, the number of stars rewarded would be different. Take robberies, for instance. If the robber was armed with a small knife, or with a gun, if the robber was scrawny or big and burly, the number of red stars he got after stopping them would vary. In short, it was all just a mystery. It seemed that he had to get personally involved, and the stronger and more dangerous the enemy, the more people he saved, the faster his red star count would grow. 8 o'clock in the morning. Ms. Bell, wearing nothing but a loose-fitting white men's tank top, wandered out of her room with a yawn. Since she'd spoken to Haas the night before, he mentioned he might be busy all through tonight. Ms. Bell decided not to leave after sending Jerry and Elsa home. This morning, she deliberately woke up early, planning to make some oatmeal for the kids, toast some bread, and fry an egg or two. After all, she might soon become their mother, and she couldn't afford to sleep in as carefreely as she used to when living alone. But as she stepped into the living room, she froze in her tracks. Jerry, you're up this early? Good morning, Ms. Bell. I'm used to getting up early. By the way, I've already made breakfast. It's more of a Chinese-style meal. Hope it suits your taste. Jerry, sitting on the sofa, closed his magic book and smiled warmly at the stunned Ms. Bell. It looks delicious. Ms. Bell glanced at the table, overflowing with a hearty breakfast, then pointed somewhat dazedly toward the bathroom. I'll go freshen up. Sure, Jerry nodded. Suddenly, a startled cry came from the bathroom. What's wrong? Jerry dashed over in concern. He found Ms. Bell standing near the laundry basket by the washing machine, looking lost. My clothes from yesterday, where are they? She asked in a bewildered mumble. Oh, I did the laundry this morning and washed everything together. They're drying out on the balcony now. You can wear Dad's clothes for now. Your things should be dry in a couple of hours. Only then did Jerry recall that, when he'd used his household magic earlier, both Ms. Bell's and their clothes had cleaned themselves and hung up to dry on a balcony. Ms. Bell looked at Jerry, and for a moment she seriously questioned whether, after moving into this house, she'd be the one caring for the children, or the one being cared for by them. All right, Ms. Bell, better hurry up. Breakfast won't taste as good if it gets cold. Jerry gently reminded her, then headed back to the living room to continue reading. Truth be told, Jerry had already begun to realize that Ms. Bell didn't seem particularly skilled at cooking or household chores. In the future, it might be wishful thinking to expect her to take on these responsibilities. It wasn't that Ms. Bell was unwilling, but if cooking and chores weren't her strengths, Jerry figured it was better for him to handle them instead. After all, he'd never been fond of oatmeal or toast for breakfast. Besides, now that he'd mastered household magic, it hardly took him any time, just a wave of his wand, and everything was done. It seems I'll have one more person to look after in this household from now on. Maybe this is what it truly means. With great power comes great responsibility. At home, the more you know how to do, the more chores you end up shouldering. But really, you can't blame Ms. Bell for this. After all, Ms. Bell is only in her early 20s, just 3 years out of college. It's not quite realistic to expect a girl her age to be all that skilled at housework. The fact that she can live independently and support herself is already quite impressive. And as far as Jerry knows, Ms. Bell's family must be fairly well off. Otherwise, as an elementary school teacher, she wouldn't be driving a Hummer to school every morning. Although Belle is both Jerry's teacher and his future stepmom, in truth, if you go by mental age, Jerry is more than 10 years older than Belle. So, he might as well treat it as looking after an older little sister. Where's Elsa? Belle picked up a delicate, translucent shrimp dumpling and popped it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up with delight. Elsa's still sleeping. She probably wore herself out playing yesterday. School starts tomorrow, so we'll let her rest a bit longer. Jerry replied casually, then looked up and said to Ms. Bell, "Go ahead and enjoy your breakfast, teacher. I've already kept Elsa's and Dad's breakfast warm in the kitchen. What's on the table is all yours." Oh, my goodness. Were you an angel sent down to earth? Not only had he gotten up early and finished all the chores, but he'd also made such a delicious breakfast and was so thoughtful on top of it all. This must be what they call a max-level human child. Click. Just then, the door swung open and in walked Haas, looking utterly exhausted. "Good morning, Jerry." "Belle. Wow, breakfast looks amazing today. After working all night, I'm absolutely starving." SHIELD Headquarters, Washington, D.C. That's the situation. Dr. Banner's whereabouts have always been under our surveillance. But as for that young wizard, we still haven't been able to confirm his true identity. Agent Hill reported every detail of the recent New York operation to Director Fury. Fury sat in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk as he watched the projected footage on the wall. Videos of Jerry battling the abomination and saving gravely wounded soldiers. He couldn't help but sigh. This young wizard, so young, yet far from ordinary. Ever since more than a decade ago, when Fury first encountered Captain Marvel, became entangled in the conflict between the Kree and the Skrulls, and learned that Earth wasn't the only intelligent civilization out there, that the universe held countless other races. He had been preparing for the day Earth could defend itself against extraterrestrial threats. Thus began the Avengers Initiative. Originally, Jerry, this little wizard with some magical talent, was never part of his plan. Sending Hill to New York to investigate Jerry was really just something he did in passing while dealing with the Hulk. It was routine, part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibilities. However, after this incident, Fury found himself thinking that, despite Jerry's young age, the little wizard actually fit the requirements for his Avengers Initiative rather well. First of all, since his appearance, Jerry had consistently been fighting crime, acting like a vigilante. Although he collected a fee each time, it was always just a token amount. Overall, in terms of character, he met Fury's most basic expectations for an Avenger. Then, looking at his style of doing things, bold yet cautious, attentive to details, it was telling that even S.H.I.E.L.D. still hadn't uncovered his true identity. Avengers needed to be both brave and resourceful, not just reckless brawlers. The only issue was that Jerry was a child. It was hard to justify letting a kid participate in dangerous missions. Fortunately, judging from Jerry's abilities, there was no need to put him on the front lines. He could stay on the sidelines, perhaps using magic to restrain threats like Abomination. Of course, what mattered most to Fury now was what happened at the end of that video. Jerry using magic to stabilize a gravely wounded, dying soldier. Thanks to his miraculous healing magic, the soldier held on long enough to make it to the hospital and survive. This kind of healing was a unique ability that none of the other Avengers candidates possessed. Maybe I should make time to meet this little wizard in person, Fury mused. That evening, Miss Barry had already left. Haas, exhausted after a busy night, was still fast asleep even after breakfast. Jerry and Elsa were sitting on the couch, watching TV. The screen was showing some blurry footage, clips captured by daring reporters who had risked their lives the day before to film the chaos involving Abomination, the Hulk, and Jerry from the outskirts of the scene. Despite the immense danger, some fearless reporters hadn't run away, instead hiding in corners to capture whatever footage they could. Jerry couldn't help but marvel at the adventurous spirit that seemed to be woven into the fabric of this country's people. No wonder the population never seems to grow much. The video showed Abomination wreaking havoc, Jerry drawing his attention to give civilians time to escape, and later, Jerry teaming up with the Hulk to defeat him. After this incident, the title of Wizard would likely become renowned, not just in Queens but throughout New York and maybe across the whole country. Aisha, you stay here and watch TV. I'll just grab something from my room and be right back. Catching sight of the notification on his status panel that the cooldown had ended, Jerry's eyes lit up. He waved to Aisha and hurried back to his own room. After last time's lesson, he couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. If he were to bring anything out from the small world and Aisha happened to see it, there would be no way to explain it away. Stepping into his room and closing the door behind him, Jerry reached under the bed and pulled out his guitar case, extracting the tranquilizer sniper rifle hidden inside. Then, he opened a drawer and took out a glass bottle filled with powder. He sat down on a bed, focused his mind, and tapped the button to enter the small world. In an instant, the world around him froze. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. For now, I'll leave the tranquilizer sniper rifle here, he murmured. Jerry remembered that according to Ministry of Magic regulations, wizards were strictly forbidden from using Muggle artifacts, and there was even an entire department dedicated to the issue. It was called the Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, and its head was none other than Ron's father. And the item in his hand was not just any Muggle artifact. It was a highly dangerous firearm. If he got caught, even his stellar record as a student wouldn't save him from serious punishment. So he decided to hide the tranquilizer sniper rifle in the room of requirement, the perfect place for stashing things, and only retrieve it when needed. He tucked it behind a wizard's bust beneath the Ravenclaw diadem. Then, taking his wand and the glass bottle of powder, Jerry quietly slipped out of the room of requirement. This room of requirement really is extraordinary. As he closed the door, he watched the smooth iron door gradually vanish and the white wall revert to its original state. Jerry couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. To him, the room of requirement felt like a magical space enhanced by powerful transfiguration, legilimency, and undetectable extension charms. It could read the thoughts of those who entered, conjure up whatever they needed, and even expand into different rooms as required. Perhaps, he mused, it was secretly created by one of the 4 great wizards who founded the school. But whoever invented the room of requirement wasn't important. What mattered was that he now possessed it himself, giving him a dedicated place to study and practice dark magic. After all this time studying magic, Jerry understood all too well that becoming a powerful wizard was no easy feat. Even with his mental clarity hack, it still took tremendous effort and relentless hard work to achieve real progress. Of course, if he just wanted to be like any ordinary young wizard, study for 7 years and graduate with excellent marks, it would be a very simple matter. But if he did that, his skills would be on par with some of the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. That was absolutely not what he wanted. What he truly desired was to have, by the time he graduated in his 7th year, at least the same level of power as Dumbledore and Voldemort. He longed to catch up in just 7 years to the peak strength of 2 magical prodigies seen only once in 1,000 years. Without extraordinary effort, how could that ever be possible? Now it was well past midnight. The entire Hogwarts castle had fallen completely silent. Even the wizard who danced with the giant on the tapestry across the white wall, along with the giants chasing him with their clubs, were all sprawled out in the grass, fast asleep. However, not everyone was sound asleep. Take, for example, a certain pair of restless Gryffindor twins. Good evening. Good evening. Just as he reached the staircase on the 8th floor, Jerry bumped, quite awkwardly, right into the Weasley twins, who were sneaking out of the Gryffindor common room. According to Hogwarts rules, students were not allowed to wander the castle after curfew. If caught, not only would they lose house points, but they might also end up in detention. And now, here was Jerry, a Slytherin first year, running into 2 upper-year Gryffindors at the staircase on the 8th floor, well after midnight. Didn't you say there was no one on the 8th floor? Fred whispered accusingly to George. George could only shrug helplessly. The Marauders map showed Mrs. Norris on the 6th floor and Filch on the 2nd, but it didn't show this Slytherin first year anywhere. What they didn't know was that Jerry had just been inside the room of requirement, and the Marauders map couldn't reveal anyone inside that room. That's why George hadn't seen him on the map. Couldn't sleep and decided to wander the halls too? Jerry thought for a moment. Since they had all broken the rules, it wasn't really a big deal. Ah, right? You're Jerry, the new Slytherin first year, aren't you? You're out for the same reason. Fred clearly had the same thought as Jerry. His expression relaxed immediately. Just like you two, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. But now I'm heading back. Jerry replied with a smile. Fred and George had already heard a bit about Jerry, the first-year Slytherin, from their younger brother Ron. Since Jerry was being so friendly, they didn't show any of their usual dislike for Slytherins. Let's go together then. Sure. After a brief exchange, Jerry and the twins started descending the magical staircases together. Marrow. As the three of them reached the 7th floor, a familiar feline silhouette blocked their path. At the very moment the three of them were talking, Mrs. Norris, having finished her patrol of the 6th floor, arrived on the 7th. Well, it's you again, and you've brought 2 new accomplices. I've just had 2 fish and am quite full, so you won't bribe me this time. Just you wait. I'm off to tell the master and have you all caught. Mrs. Norris shot a glance at Jerry, then immediately turned to head down to the 2nd floor in search of Filch. This is bad. She's gonna get Filch. Let's fall back, quick. The Weasley twins, clearly seasoned in such escapades, instantly made to retreat to the Gryffindor common room, planning to wait for a better opportunity to sneak out again. Don't worry, I've got a plan. The twins could slip back into the Gryffindor common room, but as a Slytherin, Jerry certainly couldn't follow them there. Fortunately, he had anticipated this moment. Unfazed, he pulled out a glass vial he'd prepared in advance, grabbed a handful of green powder from it, and scattered it toward Mrs. Norris. Just as Mrs. Norris was about to step away, she suddenly caught a scent in the air. Her body went rigid. Then, with a jolt, she spun around and darted for the green powder, now lying on the floor behind her, where she began to lap it up with eager abandon. What is that? Meow. I feel amazing. In the next instant, Fred and George stared, dumbfounded, as Mrs. Norris revealed a side of herself they'd never seen before. After licking up the green powder, she started swaying her head, looking for all the world as if she were tipsy and ready for a wild dance. Then she rolled around on the floor, her expression growing increasingly unhinged. Finally, as if indulging in a post-party cigarette, she collapsed on the ground, limp and powerless, her eyes gradually glazing over. What did you give her? Is she going to be all right? If anything happens to Mrs. Norris, Filch will have our heads. Fred and George, both alarmed and fascinated, turned their curious, anxious gazes toward the glass vial in Jerry's hand, as if they'd just discovered a whole new world. It's just an herb powder, cats love, nothing harmful. She'll need a while to recover. So let's get moving. Jerry didn't go into details. Instead, he simply stepped over Mrs. Norris and headed straight downstairs. The green powder in his vial was indeed a kind of herb, but not some rare magical plant from the wizarding world. It was something far more common among Muggle cat enthusiasts, plain old catnip. He'd prepared it especially for Mrs. Norris. After all, he would be sneaking off to the room of requirement frequently to practice magic, and in his Superman mode, someone like Filch, a squib, was hardly a threat. He could always hear Filch's footsteps from a mile away, clear as day. Unlike Mrs. Norris, who was a cat with natural sound-dampening pads on her paws, allowing her to move in complete silence. Even with his sharp senses, he couldn't always detect her in advance. To deal with Mrs. Norris, he had specifically taken the time in the main world to visit a pet shop and buy a tin of catnip ground into powder. He hadn't expected that it would come in handy so soon after his return. We'll stop here. Filch is patrolling the 2nd floor, so be careful on your way back. After their brief encounter, the Weasley twins felt that Jerry was indeed much as their younger brother Ron had described him, a rather unusual Slytherin. What's more, he seemed to have a knack for mischief, sharing a kindred spirit with them. So, as they parted ways on the 4th floor, they kindly gave Jerry a word of warning. Thanks, I'll be careful. Jerry glanced at the location of the 4th floor, then nodded and continued on his way downstairs. It had only been 10 days since the start of term, and already the Weasley twins couldn't resist their curiosity and were off to explore the strictly forbidden 4th floor corridor. Well, it made sense. At the welcoming feast, Dumbledore himself had declared the 4th floor off-limits, warning that any young witch or wizard who went there was courting disaster. Knowing the Weasley twins and their endless nerve, how could they possibly hold back from sneaking a peek? The fact that they hadn't rushed there on the very first night was, in itself, something of a miracle. Still, who knew if the two of them would get as far as Harry and his friends had, standing right in front of the 3-headed dog? Chances were, it wouldn't go quite so smoothly. They might not even make it through the very first door. As for the Weasley twins' 4th floor adventure, Jerry had little interest. After all, he knew exactly what secrets were hidden up there, but the things inside were far beyond what his current magical abilities could handle. It was much wiser to focus on strengthening his foundation in magical theory and to learn as many useful spells as possible. Switching into superhuman mode, Jerry deftly avoided Filch, who was patrolling the 2nd floor, and made his way to the entrance of the Slytherin dungeons. Nobility. He spoke the password and stepped into the Slytherin common room, which he hadn't seen in a month. September 11th, Sunday morning, the the Great Hall on the first floor of Hogwarts. Jerry sat at the Slytherin table, eating pumpkin porridge with elegant spoonfuls while intently reading a library book he'd borrowed, Strange Magical Questions and Their Solutions. Most of the other young Slytherins were buzzing with excitement about the afternoon's upcoming flying lesson. The most conspicuous among them was young Malfoy, who was currently boasting, face full of pride, about all sorts of tales from before school, stories of his adventures on a broomstick. For example, there was that one time when he barely escaped a Muggle helicopter by a hair's breadth. Of course, it was all boasting and bravado. None of the other young witches wanted to be outdone, and one after another, they started bragging about just how incredible their own flying skills on broomsticks were. Daphne, are you sneaking a look at Jerry again? Pansy, her short hair framing a mischievous face, shot a sly glance to the far end of the long table, where Jerry sat absorbed in his book. She nudged Daphne beside her. Daphne's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "What do you mean, sneaking a look? I'm looking openly and honestly." Pansy let out a quiet giggle at that. There were only 4 girls among the Slytherin first years, and naturally, they all shared one dormitory, which made their friendship quite close. But I heard Draco say that Jerry seems to get along well with the new Gryffindors. He's a traitor, isn't he? After her laughter faded, a hint of uncertainty flickered across Pansy's face. Daphne, however, immediately protested, her tone indignant. Draco's just jealous of how brilliant Jerry is. He's not a traitor at all. You don't understand Jerry's ambitions. He doesn't need to compete with those Gryffindors. He's never even considered them worth his attention. He's the best, hands down. Actually, I don't think he's a traitor either. At the very least, he's earned Slytherin a ton of house points. Right now, we're leading all 4 houses. Pansy nodded in grudging agreement. She had known Draco since they were children and understood just how competitive he was. Perhaps, ever since term began, he'd just been overshadowed by Jerry's performance, which explained his remarks. Still, she wasn't completely convinced by Daphne's words. After all, it had only been 11 days since the start of term. Whether Jerry was truly as extraordinary as Daphne claimed still remained to be seen. Slytherin students were all proud and ambitious. Only someone far more outstanding than themselves could hope to lead them. But this afternoon's broomstick lesson, I doubt your Jerry will stand out as much as before. At that, Pansy's eyes glinted as she arched her eyebrow at Daphne with a knowing smile. Over the past few days, Pansy had learned that Jerry wasn't from some famous wizarding family at all, but rather from a Muggle orphanage. Maybe one or both of his parents were wizards, but that was about it. Which meant, up until now, Jerry had likely never even touched a flying broomstick. Meanwhile, kids from wizarding families, well, they'd been riding broomsticks practically since they could walk. It was second nature to them. Draco's stories might have been mostly hot air, but his skills on a broomstick were definitely solid. When it came to the broomstick lesson, Pansy figured Jerry would have a hard time making any sort of dazzling impression. She also heard Draco say that he was planning to have a good laugh at Jerry and the famous Harry Potter during their first flying lesson. Hearing Pansy's remark, Daphne frowned slightly, but then quickly spoke with conviction. Even if it's his first time, I believe Jerry is the best. He's outstanding. No one could be better than him. All right then. Pansy shrugged, a bit speechless. Then she glanced at Jerry again and chuckled. He really does look like a true Slytherin. It's hard to imagine he grew up in a Muggle orphanage. Maybe his parents were actually famous wizards. That would explain why he carries himself with such nobility. Perhaps it's in his blood. If Jerry knew what Pansy was thinking right now, he would burst out laughing. Noble bearing? Hardly. The truth was he simply didn't like pumpkin porridge all that much, which was why he slowly scooped it with a spoon one bit at a time. If it had been a bowl of savory tofu pudding, he would have finished it in no time, slurping it down without a second thought. Just then, a great flock of owls swept past the windows of the Great Hall, dropping letters and parcels in front of the young witches and wizards. It was time for the daily morning owl post. Over at the Slytherin table, little Malfoy received a package of the latest magical sweets from his mother and immediately began showing off to the ever-hungry Goyle and Crabbe, full of smug pride. Pansy watched her childhood friend Malfoy parade his sweets around, then glanced back at Jerry, who sat there elegantly sipping his pumpkin porridge, absorbed in his book. She shook her head with a sigh. Oh, Draco, when it comes to you and Jerry, the only thing you really have going for you is your family background. Well, maybe your flying skills, too. Girls always seem to mature faster than boys, and to Pansy, Draco's gloating over his candy just seemed terribly childish. Even if he excelled at flying lessons, it would be hard for him to shake Jerry's place as the standout among all the Slytherin first years. But I still think Goyle is the most handsome one. On the other side, the sturdy Millicent suddenly chimed in. Pansy and Daphne exchanged a look, rolling their eyes as they took in the sight of Goyle, his mouth smeared with grease. My remembrel. Malfoy, are you looking for a fight? Suddenly, a chorus of shouts snapped Jerry out of his immersion in magical theory. He turned to see what was causing the commotion. It turned out that as Malfoy passed the Gryffindor table, he couldn't resist snatching the remembrall that Neville's grandmother had sent him. Harry and Ron had immediately stepped in to defend Neville. But before the situation could escalate, Professor McGonagall arrived just in time, putting an early end to the brewing conflict. Closing his book and glancing at the time, Jerry rose to head back toward the Slytherin dormitory. He had Transfiguration class that morning, and he still hadn't grabbed his textbook. Some might wonder, since Jerry had already memorized the entire Transfiguration textbook and could cast all the spells inside it, was there any point in attending the class at all? Jerry would tell you, of course, it matters. It's just like memorizing a whole math textbook, where you can apply the formulas by self-study, but you still need to attend class and listen to the teacher's explanations. Besides, compared to math, the complexity of magic is certainly no less demanding. Under a teacher's guidance, many tiny details that are easily missed while studying on your own suddenly become clear, and the teacher often shares knowledge, experience, and little tricks not mentioned in the books. That's why Jerry takes his classes very seriously. He listens attentively to nearly every lesson. Only by doing so can he lay a truly solid foundation for his magic. A towering building rises from the ground up. Every brick and tile forms its base. If one hopes to become a top wizard like Dumbledore, it's simply impossible without building a strong enough foundation. Self-study, attending class, and interacting with classmates. These are each essential bricks in constructing that towering edifice. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze drifted by. Perfect weather for flying on a broomstick. Jerry and a group of young Slytherins gathered on the vast lawn at the castle entrance, where 20 broomsticks had already been set out in advance. However, those 20 broomsticks looked rather worn, with some branches sticking out at odd angles. They seemed even shabbier than his own Comet 260. Before long, Jerry spotted Hermione, Harry, and the other young Gryffindors approaching from the castle as well, accompanied by their flying instructor, Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch looked to be in her early 30s, with short gray hair and sharp yellow eyes like those of a hawk. Jerry suspected she might have some magical bird blood running through her veins. All right, what are you all waiting for? Stand next to a broomstick, each of you. Hurry up, don't waste time. As soon as Madame Hooch arrived, she immediately urged the students to line up in 2 rows beside the broomsticks. There were 11 Gryffindors and 9 Slytherins, so Hermione was temporarily assigned to stand next to Jerry. Grip with both hands, lean your body forward, don't keep staring down. Look ahead, look ahead. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. My name is Nervous. My name is Nervous. Jerry glanced at Hermione beside him, who was muttering under her breath, reciting the flying techniques described in Quidditch through the ages, her body trembling slightly with nerves. He couldn't help but find it a little amusing. Still, he softened his voice and gently reassured her. Hermione, it's all right. It's just a broomstick. We don't have to fly too high at first. Let's take it slow. But I've never ridden a broomstick before. Hermione stopped her anxious murmuring at her friend's encouragement, but worry still lingered on her face. Without batting an eye, Jerry fibbed. It's fine. I haven't ridden one either. It's everyone's first time. We'll get better with practice. Just then, Madame Hooch arrived among the young witches and wizards, ready to explain the magical incantations for handling broomsticks and to share some practical tips. Once the theory was covered, it was time to put it all into practice. Hold out your right hand over the broomstick and say the spell. Madame Hooch instructed. At her command, everyone stretched out their right hand and chanted together. Up! As the spell took effect, the broomsticks responded in various ways. Some, like Jerry, Draco, and Harry, had their brooms leap straight into their hands. Others, such as Hermione, Dean, and Parvati, watched theirs merely roll along the ground. And a few, like Neville and Seamus, saw no movement at all. Hermione, you have to be firm. Imagine you're telling the broom that if it doesn't get up and behave, you'll chop it up for firewood right this instant. Seeing Hermione struggle again and again, Jerry's eyes grew anxious, and he hurried to share his personal trick. When it came to flying broomsticks, Jerry was something of an expert. After all, he'd already spent a month riding one. He'd started out just like Hermione, but thanks to his sharp mind, he'd soon discovered a shortcut to mastering broomstick flight. It all came down to attitude. Broomsticks responded to emotion. If you were nervous or timid, they'd misbehave. But the more confident and assertive you were, the quicker they yielded. Sure enough, with Jerry's advice, Hermione soon got the hang of it. Her broomstick finally sprang up into her hand. Across the field, Daphne, who had grabbed her broom right away, watched Jerry patiently coach Hermione and quietly regretted her haste. She'd moved too quickly and missed out on some helpful tips. Half an hour later, Under Madam Hooch's careful guidance, even Neville managed to get a broomstick into his hand. All right, when I blow the whistle, you'll kick off on the ground with both legs. Give it a good push. Madam Hooch stood at the front of the group, whistle in hand, ready to begin. Hold your broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and come straight back down. Listen for my whistle, 3, 2. But before Madam Hooch could even blow her whistle, Neville, far too nervous, kicked off with all his might and shot straight up like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, Neville soared well past the few feet Madam Hooch had just mentioned, quickly reaching 10, then 20 or 30 feet, easily several meters in the air. Suddenly, his face turned pale, his grip loosened, and with a terrified cry, he slipped right off his broom. Gravity took hold, and he plummeted rapidly toward the ground. The incident happened so quickly that even Madam Hooch didn't have time to react. But just as everyone gasped in shock, a figure streaked upward from the ground in a flash, shooting through the air like an arrow, racing straight toward where Neville was falling. It turned out not everyone was caught off guard. Jerry, who had anticipated something like this, responded instantly. To be honest, wizards might not be much stronger or faster than normal people, but their resilience is truly something else. Jerry thought, flying on his broom and watching Neville hurtle downward from more than 10 meters up. He couldn't help but marvel. If he remembered correctly, Neville only suffered some minor injuries after hitting the ground and, with Madam Hooch's help, was taken to the school hospital. By evening, he was as good as new. For an ordinary person, never mind a child, even a sturdy adult, a fall from such a height would have been disastrous. Jerry adjusted the angle of his broom and dove, reaching out just in time to grab the back of Neville's uniform as he fell. Got him! The young witches and wizards below erupted with excited shouts at the sight. But at that moment, Neville's weight and the force of his fall nearly pulled Jerry off balance, threatening to drag both of them right off the broom. Another wave of shrieks rose from Madam Hooch and the students below. But Jerry was no stranger to situations like this. He practiced rescuing people on brooms before, even those attempting to jump off buildings. He switched into Superman mode, braced himself, and with a strong jolt, hooked his feet around the broom. He skillfully redirected the downward momentum, spinning Neville around in several wide arcs to dissipate the force. Once the energy had dispersed, Jerry safely set Neville back onto the broom. Neville, you really ought to lose some weight, Jerry joked, steering the broom back toward the ground while still holding onto Neville, a grin on his face. At this moment, Neville's face had gone completely pale with fright, and he didn't answer Jerry's question. Instead, he simply burst into tears, sobbing loudly with tears and snot streaming down his face. If Jerry hadn't saved him just now, Neville truly believed he would have died. Jerry, riding his broomstick, steadily brought Neville down and set him gently on the lawn. With a swift movement, Jerry leaped off the broomstick, and in an instant, the two were surrounded by their fellow young wizards. Madam Hooch and the Gryffindor students crowded around Neville, fussing over him and trying to comfort him, while the Slytherin students couldn't care less about Neville's state. Instead, they were looking at Jerry with open admiration. Most Slytherin students had grown up around broomsticks, but at best, they'd only flown a few meters above the ground in their gardens, 3 or 4 meters, no more. Tales of nearly crashing into a Muggle helicopter were nothing more than exaggerated jokes they told each other. Young wizards who hadn't yet mastered the disillusionment charm were strictly forbidden from flying broomsticks in the Muggle world. The statute of secrecy was no laughing matter. Only families like the Weasleys, who lived in the most remote areas, could make such exceptions. So to them, Jerry's daring and spectacular broomstick rescue was nothing short of astonishing. This wasn't some tall tale. This was a real, live display right in front of their eyes. That move Jerry pulled, spinning the broomstick midair, was unlike anything they'd ever seen before. It was absolutely brilliant. In fact, they thought that not even the best players at the Quidditch World Cup had pulled off such a difficult trick. Clamping both feet around a broomstick, spinning in midair, and still managing to hold on to another person. Was that even humanly possible? Mr. Carmen has just demonstrated outstanding broomstick skills and bravely rescued Mr. Longbottom after his mishap. Excellent work. Absolutely splendid. I'm awarding Slytherin 10 points. Seeing that Neville was only badly shaken but physically unharmed, Madam Hooch breathed a deep sigh of relief. Then, turning to Jerry, she announced the news in a loud, ringing voice. As the flying instructor, if Neville had been seriously hurt, or worse, she would have been held responsible, and she knew she could never forgive herself for that. So Madam Hooch was truly grateful for Jerry's quick actions. What's more, Jerry's broomstick control had left her seriously impressed. For someone's first time flying, his skill was extraordinary. He clearly had the makings of a future Quidditch star. Brilliant! With Slytherin suddenly awarded 10 points, all the Slytherin students, Even young Malfoy couldn't help but burst into applause. If someone is about as talented as you might still rack your brains trying to outdo them. But when they're so outstanding that it leaves you feeling a little hopeless, your mindset may slowly begin to change. At this moment, Jerry was giving Draco Malfoy just that kind of feeling. When it came to academics, Jerry was at the top of every subject. Even in potions, Malfoy's own specialty, he found himself outshined. In terms of magical skill, Jerry could already cast every spell in the textbooks during Transfiguration and Charms classes, while Malfoy, who prided himself on his background, hadn't even mastered a third of them. As for fighting, Jerry could easily take on him, Goyle, and Crabbe together, and win handily. Now, even with flying, the one area where Malfoy thought he might finally surpass Jerry, the hope of victory was slipping away, especially considering that today was Jerry's very first time on a broomstick. How was he supposed to compete with that? Malfoy had always disliked Harry and opposed him, mainly because of Harry's fame for defeating the Dark Lord, but Harry never struck him as much of a genius. In fact, Malfoy felt he surpassed Harry in many areas, especially in potions. And most importantly, as a pure-blood wizard, Harry hadn't joined Slytherin but had gone to Gryffindor instead. He would rather befriend traitors like the Weasleys than associate with someone as noble as Malfoy. Well, didn't I say Jerry is definitely the best? At that moment, Daphne from Slytherin cast a triumphant glance at Pansy. Pansy looked over at Jerry, who was still smiling under the applause of the crowd, and couldn't help but nod in agreement. I admit, he really is something special. On the other side, the young Gryffindor wizards, though a little disappointed to see Slytherin gain 10 points, still applauded enthusiastically. After all, Jerry's actions had truly earned their admiration, and besides, he had risked his own safety to save a fellow Gryffindor. What reason do they have not to applaud? Gryffindor wizards were never known for being petty. 10 minutes later, the lesson returned to normal. Neville, still shaken from his earlier ordeal, sat on the sidelines to rest, while the other students mounted their brooms to practice flying 2 or 3 meters above the ground under Madame Hooch's supervision. At that height, with the soft grass below, even a fall wouldn't be much cause for concern. Everyone was doing fairly well. Most managed to keep steady, with only a few wobbling uncertainly. Take it easy, no rush. That's it, just keep your direction steady. Jerry flew alongside Hermione, patiently coaching her through the basics, while on the other side, Malfoy and Harry, both newcomers to flying, had already started competing with each other once more. The two of them quickly became locked in a back-and-forth contest. Although it was Harry's first time trying, he showed remarkable talent. He was actually on par with Draco Malfoy in every way, which made Draco feel extremely disgruntled. Losing to Jerry was one thing, but losing to Harry? That was something Draco simply couldn't accept. As for the rivalry between Malfoy and Harry, Jerry didn't bother to get involved. His goal was to focus on learning magic and to become stronger himself. Raising his status among the students was merely a means to an end, to study magic more effectively and gain greater access to magical knowledge. He had no intention of playing peacemaker, mediating childish squabbles between students. That would be a complete waste of time. When flying class ended, it was already 6 o'clock. Jerry joined the other young wizards as they headed to the Great Hall, where an abundant feast was already laid out across the tables. To be honest, the food at Hogwarts was generally excellent. Although not as extravagant as the start-of-term banquet, every meal still featured a generous spread of meat dishes. Beef, lamb, and the like were almost always on the menu. After dinner, Jerry was planning to return to his dormitory for a short nap, hoping to recover from the mental fatigue caused by today's use of stimulating spells. But then, Professor Snape appeared out of nowhere, dressed in his signature black robes and wearing his usual impassive expression, blocking Jerry's path. Come with me. With just those words, Professor Snape turned and strode off in the direction of his office. Jerry, though puzzled, obediently followed. The Slytherin head's office was also located on the dungeon level, alongside the potions classroom and the Slytherin common room. The office's decor suited Snape perfectly. Aside from a single desk, the room was filled with jars and bottles containing various plant and animal specimens, as well as rare potion ingredients. At first glance, one might have mistaken it for a potion storeroom. But this only proved how wealthy Snape was. Most of these precious ingredients likely belonged to him personally. Madam Hooch has just told me about your performance in class. I hear you dove from a height of more than 20 feet and caught that long-bottom boy in midair. Snape sat behind his desk, fixing Jerry with a piercing gaze. Yes, sir. I didn't expect it myself. Jerry realized that this was about what had happened in flying class and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although Snape outwardly despised Gryffindor, in truth he cared for every young wizard at the school and wouldn't cause trouble for Jerry just because he'd helped a Gryffindor student. Besides, he'd earned 10 points for Slytherin because of it. This was your first time on a broomstick? Snape continued his questioning. Jerry nodded, doing his best to appear modest. Very well. Mrs. Witchy told me you are by far the most suitable Seeker she has ever seen, so I want you to join the Slytherin Quidditch team as Seeker, effective immediately. Snape didn't beat around the bush. He issued the order directly. But first years aren't allowed to join the Quidditch team, are they? Jerry hesitated for a moment. He wasn't particularly interested in joining Quidditch, as he felt his time would be better spent studying magic to improve his abilities. After all, no matter how skilled you become at Quidditch, it's ultimately just a sport, nothing more. It's just like basketball, football, or badminton. You could be the best at them, but when it comes to an actual fight, you're no match for someone trained in martial arts. Besides, as far as he could recall, Voldemort had never been on the Quidditch team either. There's no need for you to worry about that. I'll have a word with Dumbledore. Snape waved his hand dismissively. I've heard that our Slytherin team has always had the upper hand over Gryffindor. We're already so strong. There's really no need to add a new first year, is there? Besides, I'd really like to have more time to study magic. Jerry expressed a hint of his true thoughts. Snape nodded, showing his appreciation for Jerry's eagerness to learn, but he had no intention of abandoning his original plan. I've never considered Gryffindor a real threat. In recent years, they haven't won a single match against us. But that doesn't mean Slytherin wins the Quidditch Cup every year. Last year, Hufflepuff came first, Slytherin second, Gryffindor third, and Ravenclaw fourth. I don't just want to beat Gryffindor. I want to defeat both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff as well. That's why I need you as our new Seeker. So, even though Slytherin had consistently outperformed Gryffindor over the years, they hadn't always taken home the Quidditch Cup. Hufflepuff's team was strong too, especially with Cedric Diggory as their Seeker. Seeing Jerry was still wavering, Snape raised the stakes. A Nimbus 2000. If you agree to be Slytherin's Seeker, I'll give you the latest Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Deal. The Nimbus 2000 was the newest broomstick model. Its top speed was at least double that of the Clean Sweep 7, and its handling and braking capabilities were vastly superior. Jerry knew full well that, since he hadn't learned Apparition yet, having a top-of-the-line broom could mean a better chance of survival in dangerous situations like the one he'd faced last time. So, the moment he heard Snape would give him a Nimbus 2000 for free, he agreed without hesitation. Snape thought to himself, truly worthy of Slytherin. He didn't hesitate for a second once there was something in it for him. Follow me. Seeing that Jerry had agreed, Snape stood up and led him over to Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Marcus Flint looked extremely strong. Rumor had it that he might have troll blood in his veins. He was a fifth-year student and had only just become the Slytherin team captain that year. When he heard that Snape wanted Jerry, a mere first year, to take on the crucial role of Seeker, his brows immediately knitted together. Professor, if he becomes the Seeker, what happens to Terrence Higgs? Terrence Higgs had been the Slytherin Seeker before. You lost to Hufflepuff last year. That proves he isn't the right Seeker. Let him stay on as a reserve. Snape narrowed his eyes, casting a cold, displeased look at Marcus. Marcus felt a chill run through him. He realized his questioning had clearly annoyed the head of house, so he quickly replied, All right, then this Saturday, Jerry can come to the Quidditch pitch. I'll teach him some of the rules. Only then did Snape nod in satisfaction and lead Jerry back to his office. Truth be told, Snape's faith in Jerry wasn't just because of Madame Hooch's recommendation. He had also witnessed the scene where Jerry rescued Neville. The Nimbus 2000 will be delivered in a few days. You may go now. Once they returned to the office, Snape said little else and dismissed Jerry. But just as Jerry was about to step out the door, Snape's emotionless voice sounded behind him. If you perform well during Quidditch training, I'll allow you to come here in the evenings to ask me about magic. Jerry left Snape's office in excellent spirits. Originally, he'd helped Neville just earn a few merit points, and because the poor boy seemed daft enough, after another fall, who knew what would happen to him? He never imagined that. Not only would he end up with a free Nimbus 2000, but he'd also receive Snape's promise that he could come by in the evenings for private lessons in magic. In the end, everything had come full circle back to his original plan. He wanted to join Gryffindor mainly because Professor McGonagall would have given him a Nimbus 2000, and it would have been a good way to build a closer relationship with her, maybe even get a few private lessons. Now, despite unexpectedly ending up in Slytherin, he was still getting a Nimbus 2000 and the privilege of extra tutoring. It seemed he really needed to pay attention in the upcoming Quidditch matches. Still, he couldn't afford to spend too much time on Quidditch. He'd have to come up with a way to kill two birds with one stone. Back in the Slytherin dormitory, Jerry hadn't even stepped inside when he heard the triumphant laughter of Malfoy and his two friends echoing from within. Can you imagine it? Tonight, when Potter and Weasley, those two idiots, go to the trophy room, all ready to duel with us, and instead, they find Filch waiting there. I can just picture the look on their faces. It makes me so ridiculously happy. I bet once they get caught, even if they're not expelled, they'll definitely end up in detention. Well, what can you do? Gryffindors have never been the brightest. All I had to do was say a few words, and they believed every bit of it. That's why they're all fools. The moment the three spotted Jerry pushing the door open, their laughter cut off abruptly. They exchanged uneasy glances, then awkwardly shuffled out of the dorm, heading off to the common room to continue their conversation. Jerry simply shook his head at this scene. He didn't bother with them, just flopped onto his bed and settled in for his usual afternoon nap. As for Malfoy and his gang's little scheme to prank Harry and Ron, Jerry paid it no mind. He didn't interfere either, because it was entirely unnecessary. With Dumbledore backing Harry, there was no way anyone could get him expelled from school. To young wizards, breaking school rules might feel terrifying or earth-shattering, but to the professors, it was barely worth a second thought. No teacher would expel a student just for sneaking around after curfew. If that were the case, the Weasley twins would have been thrown out dozens of times already. And every year, at least half of Gryffindor students would get expelled before graduation, given how much they love their nighttime adventures. Even the seemingly rule-abiding Hufflepuffs would sometimes sneak out at night to the kitchens for a midnight snack. At the stroke of midnight, Jerry slowly opened his eyes. By now, Malfoy and the others were fast asleep. Jerry quietly got up, grabbed his wand and a tin of catnip, and slipped out of the dormitory. From tonight on, every night after midnight, he'd be heading to the room of requirement to practice magic, honing his mastery of the craft. After all, in his original world, he was always out at this hour earning red stars. He was already used to it. Switching into Superman mode, he sharpened his senses to avoid being caught by Filch on patrol. Jerry made his way up the enchanted staircase toward the 8th floor and the room of requirement. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, for sharp cries of terror rang out from the far end of the 4th floor corridor. A moment later, he saw Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville tearing out a room at the corridor's end, faces pale with fear, running for their lives. What on earth is going on? Jerry was left completely baffled. He remembered that in the movie, it was the Golden Trio who accidentally ended up on the 4th floor while wandering the moving staircases during the day, which led them to stumble upon Fluffy, the three-headed dog. But now, it was happening after midnight, and Neville was with them as well. Ah, yes, this was the world of the novel. Suddenly realizing that some details might differ because this was the novel's universe, he felt a sense of relief. But then he sighed, because if Harry and his friends had ventured into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor at this hour, it likely meant that Dumbledore was nearby, hidden under a disillusionment charm. This also meant that tonight he couldn't go to the room of requirement to practice magic. What happened to you all? Jerry stepped forward on his own initiative, blocking Harry and the group to inquire. Jerry, there's a terrifying three-headed monster in the forbidden area on the 4th floor. We need to run. Hermione and the others, seeing Jerry appear, gasped for breath and started explaining in a flurry of anxious voices. Calm down, calm down. The three-headed monster you mentioned isn't following you. Jerry pointed to the corridor behind them. The four of them turned to look. Sure enough, the 4th floor corridor was completely empty. The three-headed dog was still shackled by chains and hadn't chased after them. What exactly happened? What three-headed monster? Jerry feigned a look of utter confusion. So the four of them told him how they were being chased by Filch and accidentally entered the forbidden corridor, where they discovered a giant three-headed dog and a trapdoor. By the way, Jerry, why are you here? After finishing the story, Hermione suddenly seemed to remember something, turning to Jerry with a look of surprise. Jerry cleared his throat, then began to spin his tail. It's like this. I heard you were supposed to have a midnight wizard's duel with Draco, but when midnight came, I saw the three of them had no intention at all of showing up for a duel. So I came to warn you, hoping you'd get back to your dorms early and not get caught by Mr. Filch. See, I told you Malfoy was lying. You never listened, and because of your recklessness, Gryffindor nearly lost points, and I almost got expelled because of you. Hermione shouted furiously at Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron exchanged helpless glances. They hadn't dragged Hermione out with them, so how was it all their fault now? Still, they expressed their gratitude to Jerry. After all, Jerry had risked being expelled to come warn them so late at night. That was truly something. Indeed, Jerry might be a Slytherin, but he was a Slytherin worth trusting. All right, you'd better hurry back. I need to go too. If Mr. Filch comes around on patrol, we'll all be in trouble. Jerry glanced around, and his keen senses made him vaguely aware of a gaze falling upon him from Adair. Quickly, he warned the others in a low voice. Hermione, Harry, and the other two agreed it made sense. After saying a brief goodbye to Jerry, they dashed up the stairs, their footsteps echoing as they hurried toward the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor. Seeing this, Jerry didn't linger either. He turned on his heel and headed back to the Slytherin dormitory. Although he hadn't managed to visit the room of requirement today, he had discovered something important. Dumbledore truly was keeping a constant watch on Harry's every move. He would have to be much more careful in the future whenever he was with Harry. Saturday morning, in the Great Hall on the first floor. Hermione, after you finish eating, go straight to the library. You don't have to wait for me. I have something to take care of, and I'll join you in about half an hour. After breakfast, as Jerry passed by the Gryffindor table, he took a moment to explain this in advance to Hermione. Last Saturday, he and Hermione had agreed to spend the morning studying together in the library. However, due to Thursday's unexpected incident, he now had to make a quick trip to the Quidditch pitch this morning to resolve an issue regarding his participation in future Quidditch practices. If all went according to plan, he shouldn't need to spend too much time there. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch was situated between the castle and the Forbidden Forest, vast enough to hold several football fields. The stands on all four sides could easily seat over 1,000 people without feeling crowded. At either end of the pitch stood 3 golden poles, each topped with a large hoop. Every pole soared a good dozen meters into the air. Today, the Slytherin team had reserved the pitch, so only Slytherin players were present, engaged in their usual training. Marcus, the burly team captain, was practicing passing drills with 2 other Slytherin players. The ball in their hands was a vivid red, about 30 centimeters in diameter. Every so often, they would toss the ball toward the keeper, who stood guard by the hoops. Elsewhere, 2 Slytherin players, each astride a broomstick and gripping a short bat, were busy fending off 2 black iron balls that flew at them relentlessly. These black balls were a bit smaller than the red ones. Down below, another Slytherin player wasn't participating in the practice. He sat alone in the stands, his expression troubled. All right, let's pause for a moment and gather over here. At this moment, Marcus, the captain practicing passes, noticed Jerry's arrival. He quickly waved and called out loudly to the team. Moments later, Marcus introduced Jerry to his 6 teammates. This is Jerry Carmen, a first-year student and our new Seeker. Let's give him a warm welcome. However, as soon as Marcus finished speaking, none of the other 6 team members raised their hands to applaud. Instead, each one wore an expression of utter disdain. In their eyes, it was nothing short of a joke. A first-year who'd never even flown a broom before was now being made the most important Seeker on their team. Even if this was a decision handed down by their formidable head of house, Professor Snape, it did nothing to win their trust. You replace me as Seeker? Looks like the head has really lost his mind. At this, the Slytherin wizard who'd been sulking in the stands earlier spoke up, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he addressed Jerry. I agree, the head's going a bit too far this time, chimed in another Slytherin wizard. Terrence might not be the best Seeker out there, but he's earned Slytherin plenty of glory. You can't just let a single mistake last year cost him his spot to a first-year rookie. And besides, Terrence is graduating next year. This is his last Quidditch season. It's easy for you lot to talk big. Sure, I know it's not fair, but if any of you have the guts, go tell the head yourselves. See if he doesn't hex your souls straight to the underworld. Marcus rolled his eyes secretly as he listened to his teammates complain. He might look big and intimidating, but when it came to Snape, he was just as nervous as the rest. Not that he truly feared Snape would punish him with dark magic. In reality, that had never happened. Snape never used dark magic on students. It was all just in their heads. It was like when you were 11 or 12, and there's that one teacher who terrified you so much that, even as you grew up, just thinking back to them still gave you the chills. That was Snape, always with a gloomy face, exuding an aura of darkness and menace. His potions classes were notoriously strict, and when he scolded young wizards, he never held back. For every batch of first years, he was the stuff of nightmares. So, even by 6th or 7th year, when students were nearly adults, facing Snape still made them tremble a little. It was just a piece of history lingering on. All right, since this is the head's decision, there's no changing it now. What's most important for us is to carve out more time for training and make sure we turn Jerry into at least a halfway decent Seeker before the first Quidditch match next month. Marcus knew that complaining would get them nowhere. Only more practice could help them win future games. Sorry, Marcus, but I'm usually quite busy. I might not be able to join your training sessions. As Marcus struggled to calm the team down, Jerry smiled and raised his hand. What did you say? Towering and imposing, Marcus stood in front of Jerry with a look of pure fury on his face. Good grief, I just mentioned that we need to train harder, and here you are saying you don't have time to train. You're a complete rookie, know nothing, so where does all that confidence come from? I said, I'm usually quite busy, so I might not have time to train with you all, Jerry replied with a smile, repeating himself. No sooner had he finished than he was met with a torrent of protest, like a hurricane, from the 7 former Slytherin team members. Wait, let me explain, seniors. Jerry took a quick step back, dodging the barrage of complaints, then spoke slowly. How about this? I know the rules of Quidditch very well, And as a Seeker, the only real task is to catch the golden snitch. Nothing else matters. So, I'll make a bet with you. If I can catch the snitch 3 times in a row, each within 5 minutes, then I won't have to come to training. If I can't, I'll go to Dean Snape myself and withdraw from the team. At Jerry's words, all 7 Slytherin members, Marcus included, were left speechless. 3 times in a row. Catching the snitch within 5 minutes? Are you kidding? Even the best Seekers in the international leagues can't always catch the snitch within 5 minutes of a match starting. Unless luck is truly on their side, there's only the slightest chance. So, do we have a bet or not? Jerry flashed another smile. All 7 responded in unison, deal. In their minds, Jerry must have realized he's not cut out for being a Seeker and was just looking for an excuse to bow out gracefully. 5 minutes later, Jerry, broom in hand, signaled an OK to Marcus from the center of the Quidditch pitch. Marcus opened the box, took out the practice golden snitch, and released it. The walnut-sized snitch instantly unfurled its pair of silver wings and darted around the pitch at lightning speed. Jerry kicked off, activated his mental boost function, and shot after the snitch. Let's see you run now. With a few sharp turns, moving like a superhero, Jerry snatched the golden snitch right out of the air. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Marcus stared at his stopwatch, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. No way. The other 6 Slytherin team members gasped in shock at Marcus's announcement. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to catch the snitch. This had to be a joke. Even though this wasn't an official match, that kind of time was record-breaking. Pure luck. It has to be luck. Seeing Jerry return with the golden snitch in his hand, all 7 of them consoled themselves inwardly at the same time. Someone who had only been riding a broomstick for a few days couldn't possibly catch the golden snitch in just 3 minutes and 40 seconds on skill alone. So, luck was the only explanation for what had just happened. Taking the golden snitch from Jerry, who handed it over with a smile, Marcus took a deep breath and tossed the snitch into the air once more. This time, the Slytherin players weren't as relaxed as before. Every single one of them fixed their eyes firmly on Jerry. They wanted to make sure Jerry didn't use magic to cheat while chasing the snitch. Yet before their eyes, Jerry kicked off with both feet, accelerated on his broomstick, and after a few sharp turns in the air, he quickly spotted the golden snitch. Then that famously swift and elusive snitch was snatched out of thin air. Jerry's hand shot out like lightning and seized it in one clean, decisive movement. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Marcus announced Jerry's time again, 35 seconds faster than the first attempt. This time, all the players fell silent. If the first catch could be chalked up to luck, the odds of it being luck again the second time dropped drastically. And they'd been watching closely just now. Jerry's command of the broom was nothing short of masterful. Those tactical spins and bursts of speed were far beyond what an average wizard could manage. Most impressive of all was that final grab for the snitch. Swift, accurate, and ruthless. Not the slightest bit of hesitation. I can't compare to him. Terrence, a Seeker who had been with the Slytherin team for 4 years, couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he watched Jerry return with the snitch once more. Taking the snitch from Jerry's hand, Marcus, now somewhat numb, threw it for a third time. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The time was even shorter now, under 3 minutes. It was astonishing. Was it really possible for a person to do this? Watching Jerry, who stood there smiling as if unaware of how shocking his performance was, the hearts of all the Slytherin players churned with a mix of emotions. On one hand, they were thrilled at the prospect of having such a phenomenally talented Seeker join their ranks. On the other, comparing themselves to Jerry, a first year who had only just picked up a broomstick, they couldn't help but feel that their years of training had been for nothing. For the proud Slytherins, it was a bitter pill to swallow. So what do you think, seniors? Would you say I've won this bet? Jerry looked at the 7 Slytherin players, all still stunned, and gently reminded them. Marcus, the first to snap out of it, turned to Jerry with eyes shining. You've won. From now on, you don't have to attend any of the Quidditch practices. Just show up for the matches. As the new captain of the Slytherin team this year, Marcus could already picture the future. With someone as talented as Jerry as their Seeker, he was certain that for the next 3 years, until his graduation, Slytherin would have a guaranteed shot at winning the Quidditch Cup. So, if all Jerry wanted was to skip training, Marcus was more than happy to oblige. But I have one condition, and I hope you'll agree to it. Go ahead, Jerry replied, raising an eyebrow. Marcus, bursting with excitement, said, Don't tell anyone you're our new Seeker. And don't mention what happened here today, either. I want to give the other 3 houses a real shock at this year's Quidditch matches. Jerry considered this for a moment, then nodded. All right, no problem. He was already shining as one of Slytherin's brightest students, and with Snape promising him special tutoring, joining the team was simply the icing on the cake. After leaving the Quidditch pitch, Jerry headed straight for the library. Lately, He had been teaching himself all sorts of magical knowledge, but that had only left him with more questions. He wanted to dig deeper in the library and maybe discuss a few things with Hermione as well. Two heads are better than one, after all, especially when one of them happens to be a remarkably ordinary genius which like Hermione. Meanwhile, not long after Jerry left the Quidditch pitch, Marcus dashed off to Professor Snape's office. He couldn't wait to give a full report on Jerry's exceptional performance. "Jerry, look, I found a new spell. Do you want to write it down?" In the library, Hermione pointed to a spell she'd stumbled upon while flipping through a book. Of course, Jerry immediately took out his notebook and jotted down the details of the arrow shooting spell. Though both Hermione and Jerry spent a lot of time reading in the library, their interests took them in slightly different directions. Hermione's reading leaned toward wizarding history, general knowledge, and a variety of odd facts. She read broadly, not focusing solely on spells. Jerry, on the other hand, targeted magical theory and spells with all sorts of different effects. But not all spells were recorded in spellbooks. Many of them were tucked away in biographies and historical accounts. For instance, this rather ancient arrow-shooting spell turned up in a book Hermione was currently reading about the history of Quidditch. The arrow-shooting charm was, in fact, a very commonly used offensive spell during the Middle Ages, especially effective against Muggle armies. No bow or arrow was needed. With a simple wave of the wand, razor-sharp arrows would fly toward the enemy, guided by the wizard's intent, and their force was no less powerful than those shot from a mighty longbow. A truly powerful wizard could even unleash a terrifying volley, sending thousands of arrows raining down at once. However, as time went on, and with the introduction of the Statute of Secrecy and strict policies forbidding wizards from attacking Muggles, this spell gradually fell out of use. After all, if one stray arrow were to kill a Muggle, the wizard responsible would end up in Azkaban. Hardly worth the risk. And besides, the spell wasn't particularly useful against other wizards. For a witch or wizard, even if you sent 1,000 arrows their way, a single shield charm or a quick transfiguration spell could easily deal with them. In fact, spells like Full Body Bind or the Stunning spell were much more effective. Unless an arrow struck a wizard directly in the head, it was unlikely to be fatal anyway. Wizards could easily use magic to regrow lost limbs or heal serious injuries. So, eventually, the arrow-shooting charm was mostly reserved for Quidditch matches, where wizards would shoot arrows into the sky as a show of support for their favorite teams. But even that tradition ended after an unfortunate incident where an arrow accidentally pierced a referee's nose, leading to an outright ban on the spell. October 31st, the day before Halloween. Early in the morning, Jerry saw the giant-sized Hagrid, along with Professor Flitwick, the charm's master, using magic to decorate the Great Hall. Hagrid was placing magical candles inside enormous hollowed-out pumpkins, while Professor Flitwick used the levitation charm to raise the pumpkin lanterns high into the air. Watching those gigantic pumpkins floating above the Great Hall, Jerry couldn't help but sigh at just how vast the gap was between his abilities and those of a professor-level wizard. Professor Flitwick could levitate hundreds of giant pumpkin lanterns at once, keeping them suspended in the air for days without any trouble at all. Jerry, on the other hand, had managed to keep a bus floating with the levitation charm for a mere 2 seconds before his magic gave out. Still, compared to most first years who were still practicing levitating feathers, he was already doing quite well. Maybe it was because so many pumpkins were used for the lanterns today, but breakfast consisted entirely of pumpkin porridge, which happened to be Jerry's least favorite food. If it weren't for the fact that so many professors were present at breakfast, and using magic was strictly forbidden, Jerry would have loved nothing more than to transfigure his pumpkin porridge into tofu pudding. For Slytherin first years, there were only morning classes today, so after catching up on sleep in the afternoon, Jerry picked up a magic book he'd borrowed from the library and settled into a chair in the Slytherin common room to read. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, it was nearly 6 in the evening. "Jerry, the feast is about to begin. If you don't hurry, you'll be late." As Daphne and Pansy passed through the common room, they noticed there were less than 10 minutes left before the banquet was set to begin, yet Jerry remained seated, showing no intention of leaving. They immediately spoke up to remind him. Jerry looked up at their words and offered a gentle smile. "It's all right. You two go ahead. I'm not fond of noisy crowds. I'll just finish these last 2 pages, then I'll join you." Seeing his attitude, Daphne and Pansy had no choice but to leave the common room ahead of him. 10 minutes later, Jerry set down his magic book and glanced at the time. The banquet should be starting now. I suppose everyone is already in the Great Hall. He stood up and returned to his dormitory. From beneath his bed, Jerry pulled out a large trunk and retrieved the tranquilizer sniper rifle he had, picked up from the room of requirement the previous night. Wrapping it carefully in cloth, he slipped quietly out of the Slytherin dormitory. With his Superman mode activated, he moved like a swift and agile secret agent, making his way quickly toward the stairwell connecting the first floor and the dungeons. The first basement level of Hogwarts was expansive. Besides the boathouse near the Black Lake, the Slytherin dormitory, the potions classroom, the Slytherin head's office, and the Hufflepuff common room, storerooms, and the kitchens beneath the Great Hall, there were also a dozen or so large classrooms that had long since been abandoned. To reach the basement from the first floor, aside from certain secret passages, the only way was via a small staircase beside the grand marble stairway. And so, clutching his sniper rifle, Jerry slipped into an unused classroom closest to that small staircase. Pressing his ear against the wall, he began his silent vigil. After about 20 minutes, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs suddenly reached him from behind the wall, coming from the direction of the small stairwell. Someone was on their way from the first floor to the dungeons. At this hour, the Halloween feast had already begun. Nearly every professor and student, including Dumbledore, the headmaster, and Filch, the caretaker, would certainly be attending the banquet. At this time, the only person likely to be making their way from the first floor to the dungeons would be Professor Quirrell, intent on unleashing the troll to cause chaos, and then sneaking up to the fourth floor to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Once the footsteps had faded away from the stairwell, Jerry raised his sniper rifle, moving with utmost caution to the classroom door. He opened the wooden door, just a crack, and pulled out a small mirror he had prepared in advance. Using its reflection, he caught sight of Quirrell's back, the man's head wrapped in a purple turban. At that moment, Professor Quirrell had his back to Jerry, skulking along the dungeon corridor toward the fifth abandoned classroom in the distance. "He's here, just as I thought." Seeing Quirrell's figure in the mirror, Jerry couldn't suppress a surge of excitement. In truth, he had been planning for this moment for a long time. Back in the main world, he had always longed for a suitcase like Newt's from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, one that seemed to contain a whole miniature world inside. First of all, with a suitcase like that, he would basically have his own secret base. As a superhero, especially one who had no intention of being controlled by anyone or any organization, not having his own secret base was simply out of the question. On top of that, carrying a flying broomstick everywhere was incredibly inconvenient. If he had a spatial device, it would make life so much easier. However, after some investigation and asking around, he realized that getting a suitcase like Newt's wasn't nearly as easy as he had imagined. Even if he had plenty of galleons, there was no way to buy one through normal channels. The reason was that the magic used to craft space-expanding items like Newt's suitcase was primarily the undetectable extension charm, a sophisticated spell taught only in 5th or 6th year at Hogwarts. What's more, the Ministry of Magic strictly forbade the use of this particular charm. By law, spells that could expand space, due to their special nature, were not allowed for personal use. They could only be applied to certain approved items, such as school trunks or family tents, with the Ministry's explicit consent. So, unless a wizard broke the rules to craft one themselves, it was impossible to buy such items from any reputable shop. Unfortunately, with Jerry's current level of magical knowledge, even if he managed to get hold of the spell by other means, mastering a high-level charm like the undetectable extension charm would be no easy feat. Even if he did manage to learn it, the amount of space he could actually expand would likely be minimal, not to mention the advanced alchemical knowledge involved in making such an item. As a result, he began to focus his attention on wizards he'd encountered so far who might actually own such a thing. In fact, it was quite possible that some of the professors at Hogwarts had space-expanding items in private, though they probably didn't carry them around, and it would be next to impossible for him to catch them off guard. But there was one person who was an exception. That was Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Once an outstanding Ravenclaw wizard, Quirrell was quite powerful and, above all, deeply fascinated by the dark arts. Unfortunately, during a trip to Albania, he encountered Voldemort's lingering soul and was ensnared, becoming a devoted Death Eater and even allowing Voldemort's soul to possess him. After returning to the school, he began wearing a purple turban every day to cover the presence of Voldemort on the back of his head, masking the decaying stench with strong-smelling things like garlic. He also started making up stories about run-ins with vampires and terrifying witches, playing the role of a timid coward to put everyone's guard down. This time, he seized the opportunity while everyone, including Headmaster Dumbledore and the caretaker Filch, was gathered in the Great Hall to sneak down to the basement alone, release the troll, create chaos, and use the distraction to slip into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor to steal the magical stone that could resurrect Voldemort. And this was precisely the moment Jerry had been waiting for. The fact that Quirrell managed to evade everyone and reach the first level of the basement to release the troll meant that he must have a magical item on him capable of containing such a creature. Even more intriguingly, Quirrell's ability to dodge everyone else's attention gave Jerry his own chance to act. The only real challenge was that Quirrell's magical power was undoubtedly at a professor's level. Even if Jerry tried to launch a sneak attack, there was no way he could defeat Quirrell silently and take the spatial artifact from him. What's more, Voldemort's soul was attached to the back of Quirrell's head. Although Voldemort was currently just a fragmented soul and couldn't do much, he was still the Dark Lord. Who knew what terrifying tricks he might still have up his sleeve? Jerry definitely wanted the spatial artifact, but he had no desire to die for it. Just as he was about to give up, he remembered the tranquilizer sniper rifle he'd seen while using magic to heal the soldiers earlier. The thought rekindled his hope. Quirrell and Voldemort were certainly vigilant when it came to magic, and no doubt highly experienced in defending against magical attacks. But against modern weaponry, they'd likely have little experience. Perhaps they didn't even know such things existed. Crucially, the Army-issue tranquilizer sniper rifle had a range of up to a kilometer. Jerry could easily lie in wait somewhere, completely out of their sight, and even if things went wrong and he failed to take Quirrell down, he'd have plenty of time to escape. Besides, this was Hogwarts after all, with Dumbledore's presence anchoring the castle. Even if Quirrell, as a Death Eater, sensed something amiss, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. If Jerry succeeded, he might not only gain a spatial artifact, but also whatever private treasures Quirrell had hidden inside it, a win on multiple fronts. As he watched Quirrell's figure vanish into Classroom 5, Jerry hurriedly slipped out of the stairwell classroom, retreated swiftly in the opposite direction, and settled into a sniper's position he'd scouted over the past few days, a perfect spot for an ambush. This sniper's nest was a corner 600 meters from the staircase, completely hidden from view. If someone was coming downstairs, they would spot Jerry's position, and Jerry could see them as well. But if someone was going upstairs, they'd have their back turned completely to Jerry, giving him a clear shot at their back with the sniper rifle. When Professor Quirrell returned to the Great Hall to report after releasing the troll, he'd have to use the staircase, and that was when Jerry could quietly take a shot. Jerry set up the sniper rifle and, through the scope, fixed his entire attention on the direction of the staircase. With a boost from his superhuman mode, and a few practice rounds in a room of requirement over the past few days, his aim should be more than reliable. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Professor Quirrell's figure finally appeared in his crosshairs. Bang! Without hesitation, Jerry squeezed the trigger. A tranquilizer sniper round burst from the muzzle, covering the 600 meters in under 2 seconds. Before Professor Quirrell could react, the dart struck him squarely on the backside. Quirrell, who had just released the troll with a stunning spell in Classroom 5 and was about to head downstairs to the Great Hall to carry out the next phase of his plan, suddenly felt a sharp numbness. In his rear, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashed over him, impossible to resist. He barely managed to take another step before his body swayed, and he collapsed with a heavy thud to the ground. One shot, one hit. Jerry didn't linger for an instant. He swiftly packed up the rifle and retreated, slipping into a nearby abandoned classroom, where he stashed the sniper rifle among a heap of discarded items. He didn't immediately go to search Quirrell, because although Quirrell was unconscious, Voldemort certainly wasn't. Voldemort might not be able to attack right now, but it was better to stay cautious. Hidden in the abandoned classroom, Jerry listened intently to the sounds outside. Sure enough, after another 5 minutes or so, the distant roars of the troll and the sound of club smashing through wooden doors echoed through the halls. Jerry's plan was simple. Aside from knocking Quirrell out with the tranquilizer sniper, he had no intention of appearing in person. Instead, he intended to let others do his work for him. Quirrell might have some tricks when it came to trolls, but that didn't mean he could actually tame one. Now, with the troll awake, what would happen if it stumbled upon the unconscious Professor Quirrell lying on the floor? I imagine, faced with the wizard who'd knocked it out with magic, the troll would be more than happy to give him a few hearty slaps, or perhaps a couple of solid blows with its club. If Quirrell ended up being killed by the troll, then Voldemort's lingering soul would be forced to flee Hogwarts, and Jerry could finally sneak in and take Professor Quirrell's box for himself. After all, what could be more ordinary than an excellent Slytherin student who, lost in his books and missing dinner, stumbles upon a troll and Quirrell's body on his way to the first floor? See, everything would appear perfectly normal. At this point, Dumbledore was still in the Great Hall, so there was no fear of being discovered. Wizards might have investigative spells that could trace the last magical wand cast, but there was nothing that could replay the entire course of events. Besides, Jerry hadn't used any magic in this ambush, just a thoroughly unorthodox, utterly unmagical sniper rifle. As for whether Quirrell's death would affect the plot moving forward, Jerry thought, what did that have to do with him? Dumbledore wanted to use the incident with the Philosopher's Stone to help Harry grow. That was Dumbledore's business. Jerry just needed to focus on getting stronger by himself, and to craft a spatial artifact as soon as possible. Of course, while the plan was flawless in theory, reality always seemed to throw curveballs. Just as Jerry was waiting quietly in the abandoned classroom for Professor Quirrell to be killed by the troll, a familiar scream suddenly tore through the silence, forcing Jerry to change his plans on the spot. "What's Hermione doing here?" Jerry froze when he recognized the scream. Indeed, there was a scene in the movie where Hermione, upset by Ron's teasing about not having any friends, hid in the girls' bathroom on the first floor to cry. She was nearly killed by the troll, and only Harry and Ron's timely arrival managed to save her. But during lunch in the Great Hall today, Jerry had made sure to find Hermione and check in with her. That morning in Charms class, Ron had indeed said a couple of harsh things after Hermione corrected him about the levitation charm, feeling embarrassed in front of the others. But with Jerry as her good friend, Hermione hadn't been as heartbroken as in the original story, though she was still a bit down. And just to be safe, Jerry had even taken her aside at lunch to talk things through, offering her some comforting words. So how had Hermione ended up on the first floor again? What on earth was going on? Because of Hermione's unexpected appearance, Jerry had no choice but to adjust his plans. But on second thought, maybe this wasn't so bad. At least it made things look more authentic. By stepping in this time, he'd not only save Hermione, but also Professor Quirrell, surely earning himself another wave of fame. Jerry straightened his wizard's robes, pretending to have just stepped out from the common room, and headed toward the staircase. As he rounded the corner, the scene at the stairs came into view. There, the troll stood at the landing, clutching a massive club in its left hand. In its right, it dangled Professor Quirrell by the ankle, swinging him back and forth like a rag doll and slamming him onto the floor with brutal force. The sight instantly called to mind the scene from the Avengers where the Hulk smashed Loki around. So similar, it was almost comical. Ouch, that's rough. Seeing Professor Quirrell's bloodied face and vacant eyes, Jerry couldn't help but observe a moment of silent sympathy. On the staircase opposite the troll, Hermione had fallen to the floor in fright, screaming and scrambling backward in sheer terror. It was clear that both the troll and the blood-soaked Professor Quirrell had terrified her. After all, though Hermione was a top student with a head full of theory, she was still just a little girl, lacking both real-world experience and any real talent for combat. When it came to sudden, dangerous situations like today's, she simply wasn't as capable in a fight as Harry or Ron. "Hermione, what's going on? Why is Professor Quirrell being grabbed by a troll?" Jerry rushed toward the staircase, wearing a look of utter shock as if he knew nothing, and shouted his question to Hermione. Seeing Jerry appear, Hermione finally managed to calm herself a little. "I'm not sure either. I drank too much juice just now and came down to the basement for the restroom. And then I saw this." "Huh, isn't there a restroom on the first floor? Why'd you come all the way down to the basement?" Jerry was a bit speechless, but he quickly whipped out his wand and shouted, "I'll hold off. Go to the Great Hall and get the professors." In truth, he didn't know that Hermione's restroom excuse was just a cover. She hadn't seen Jerry at the Slytherin table during the feast and grew worried that something might have happened to him, so she'd come down to the basement to look for him. She'd never have imagined that as soon as she reached the middle of the staircase, she'd witness the brutal scene below, the troll swinging Professor Quirrell, his face covered in blood, like a rag doll. "Okay, be careful. I'll go get the professors right away." With that, Hermione scrambled up the stairs and bolted toward the Great Hall. And just at that moment, something happened. From Professor Quirrell's wizard robes, while he hung upside down in the troll's grip, a palm-sized box suddenly fell to the floor with a sharp, sudden clatter. Jerry's eyes lit up the moment he saw the box. Stupefied, he pointed his wand, and a jet of blue magic shot straight at the troll. Trolls, about 4 meters tall, weighing around a ton, and with brains the size of a pea, were magical creatures classified as XXXX level dangerous in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Having fought against even more formidable foes before, Jerry didn't fear trolls much, and he knew their weaknesses well. With the troll temporarily stunned by the sleep charm, Jerry leapt forward, grabbed the battered Professor Quirrell from the troll's grasp, and, making it look accidental, gave the fallen box a swift kick, sending it flying into an abandoned classroom beside the stairs. Clutching the limp Professor Quirrell by his robes, Jerry didn't waste time attacking the troll further. Instead, he hurried down the stairs toward the first floor. As Jerry dragged Professor Quirrell along, the back of Quirrell's head thudded repeatedly against the steps. About 7 or 8 seconds later, the troll began to wake and lumbered toward the stairs, brandishing its club, only for Jerry to hit it with another stunning spell and knock it out again. Dragging Professor Quirrell to the first floor, Jerry spotted Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, rushing toward them. Just moments ago, Hermione had burst into the Great Hall and shouted that a troll had appeared in the dungeons. She cried out that Professor Quirrell had fainted in fright and fallen into the troll's hands, and that Jerry was trying to rescue him. Dumbledore immediately dispatched Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. "Mr. Carmen, are you all right?" McGonagall glanced at Jerry, her tone tinged with concern. Although Jerry wasn't in Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall cared equally about the safety of every young wizard at the school. "I'm fine, but I'm afraid Professor Quirrell isn't, and the troll is still on the first floor. My sleeping charm probably won't hold it for more than a few seconds." Jerry pointed to Quirrell, whose face was streaked with blood. Snape cast a suspicious glance at Quirrell. Then, in a voice laced with a rare note of approval, instructed Jerry. "Jerry, you did well. Go back to the Great Hall with Professor McGonagall. I'll handle the troll myself. Leave Professor Quirrell to me. I'll take him to be treated." At that moment, Madame Pomfrey gave her wand a wave, and under the influence of her moving charm, Professor Quirrell's body floated beside her as she headed toward the hospital wing. The moving charm is quite similar to the levitation charm, except that it not only makes objects float, but also allows them to move by following the wizard's intent, guided by their wand. Of course, unlike the levitation charm, which, once cast, needs no further attention, the moving charm requires a steady stream of magic, and the object can't be too far from the caster, or it becomes uncontrollable. "Mr. Carmen, why were you alone in the dungeons?" On the way back to the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall asked, curiosity coloring her voice. Jerry was prepared for this question. "I got so absorbed in reading in the common room that by the time I realized it, I'd already missed the start of the feast." He had, in fact, spent the entire afternoon reading in the Slytherin common room, something many Slytherin students could vouch for. Just before the feast began, he'd even run into Daphne and Pansy. McGonagall nodded, not out of suspicion, but simply out of curiosity. "Mr. Carmen, you handled yourself admirably just now. If not for your bravery in distracting the troll, Miss Granger and Professor Quirrell might have been in grave danger. For your courage, I'll award Slytherin 10 points." In truth, Professor McGonagall had always been impressed by Jerry. From the very first time she saw him bravely stand up for bullied children at the orphanage, she thought he would have suited Gryffindor perfectly. After all, courage is the virtue that Gryffindor values above all. It was a pity, then, that at the sorting ceremony, the hat had placed Jerry directly into Slytherin. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Jerry replied with a smile. Although Snape treated him quite well, he had to admit that when it came to fairness and impartiality, Professor McGonagall truly stood as a paragon among all the professors at Hogwarts. Phew! Following Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall and seeing that, apart from the young Slytherins, Hermione, Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw, and Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff, Dumbledore was nowhere in sight, Jerry couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed likely that the students from the other houses had already been led back to their dormitories by their prefects, and Dumbledore had most probably gone to check on his Philosopher's Stone. Although there had been a small hiccup in their plan this time, the outcome was still favorable. The only real vulnerability, he feared, was Dumbledore's skill at legilimency. If Dumbledore decided to use legilimency on him, things could get very troublesome. Still, he thought the chances of that were rather slim. Ever since his return, Jerry spent nearly all his free time in the library whenever he didn't have class. After poring over many books on magic, he finally came across some relevant information in a book titled On Legilimens and the Legilimency Spell. In fact, as a rather advanced and dangerous branch of magic, legilimency wasn't covered in any of the 7-year standard textbooks at Hogwarts. Even in the school library, there were only some general introductions, no detailed instructions on how to actually learn it. Of course, it might be found in the restricted section, but he hadn't ventured there and couldn't say for sure. From On Legilimens and the Legilimency Spell, he learned that legilimency was divided into 2 types, natural legilimens and the legilimency spell. A natural legilimens is a wizard born with the ability to read others' thoughts. They don't need to study or practice. It's an innate gift. However, these natural legilimens often struggled with the overwhelming flood of thoughts around them, as their mental powers were too strong and difficult to control. Being in a crowd could be an agonizing experience. Jerry thought this was much like the American, which Queenie Goldstein from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Meanwhile, the legilimency spell was created long ago by natural legilimens who, through studying their own abilities, developed a spell that any wizard could learn. By meeting someone's eyes and casting the legilimency spell, a wizard could read the person's current thoughts and even follow those thoughts to delve into their memories. Wizards who mastered legilimency to an exceptional degree were known as legilimency masters. Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Snape, for instance. They didn't need to utter an incantation, just a glance into your eyes, and they could instantly glimpse your innermost thoughts. To fully defend against legilimency, one had to master the opposing art, occlumency. Alternatively, one could also choose to avoid making eye contact, focusing the mind on other matters, thus preventing the other person from easily invading one's memories. However, the book never clearly stated just how effective such a tactic would be. Still, Jerry believed it should have some effect. Otherwise, back in the day, when Voldemort was wreaking havoc at the school, wouldn't Dumbledore have been able to uncover all his secrets with a single glance? Jerry, are you all right? Hermione, seeing Jerry safely return with Professor McGonagall, immediately ran over in excitement and threw her arms around him. The scene just now had been far too frightening, and only now, seeing her best friend unharmed, could she finally let go of her worry. At this moment, all the Gryffindors had followed their prefects back to the common room. Only Hermione had stayed behind, unable to leave because she was so concerned for Jerry's safety. Strictly speaking, this wasn't allowed. But as the one who had raised the alarm and witnessed everything, Hermione would soon need to recount the whole event in detail. So, Professor Flitwick, who was standing guard, agreed to let her stay. I'm Fina. But Professor Quirrell was badly hurt and Madame Pomfrey has taken him away for treatment. Jerry paused for a second, then smiled and gave Hermione a reassuring pat on the shoulder. On the other side, Daphne and the Slytherin group pouted at the sight and let out a rather disgruntled huff. Just then, Snape strode into the Great Hall. Clearly, for a wizard of his caliber, dealing with a troll didn't take much effort. The real concern was figuring out where the troll in the dungeons had come from, and how it had managed to break into Hogwarts Castle in the first place. However, after thorough questioning, the four heads of house discovered that neither Hermione nor Jerry knew how the troll had ended up on the first floor of the dungeons. Hermione had encountered the troll and Professor Quirrell at the foot of the stairs to the dungeons, while Jerry had only come running after hearing Hermione scream as he left the common room. So, to get to the bottom of it, they would have to wait and question Professor Quirrell, the first to come face-to-face with the troll. But first, Madame Pomfrey needed to stabilize Professor Quirrell's injuries before anyone could speak to him. In fact, when answering questions earlier, Jerry had deliberately avoided eye contact with Snape to prevent him from using legitimacy, and had even switched on a Superman mode, forcefully clearing his mind and silently repeating his account of what happened. Yet, for what he could tell by Snape's expression, it didn't seem like Snape had actually used legitimacy on him. After all, anyone with a sense of decency wouldn't invade another's mind so casually, especially since, apart from omitting the part about the sniper rifle, everything else Jerry had said was true and left little cause for suspicion. After listening to the statements from Jerry and Hermione, Professor McGonagall once again announced that she would award Jerry 10 points, which sent all the young Slytherin wizards into a cheer. What surprised Jerry even more was that Snape, quite unexpectedly, also awarded Hermione 3 points. His reason was that Hermione promptly informed the professors about what was happening on the first underground floor, which deserved recognition. When everything was settled, Professor McGonagall personally escorted Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room, and Snape led the Slytherin students back to their own common room. Meanwhile, Professors Flitwick and Sprout patrolled the castle, checking to see if any other trolls had managed to get inside. At the stroke of midnight, Jerry quietly slipped out of his dormitory and retrieved the tranquilizer, sniper rifle, and the small box that had fallen from Professor Quirrell's wizard robes, each from 2 different abandoned classrooms. Then, switching into Superman mode, he carefully made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. On the way, he encountered Mrs. Norris, who was on patrol. However, thanks to the catnip powder, Mrs. Norris didn't give him any trouble at all. Inside the room of requirement, Jerry carefully placed the tranquilizer sniper rifle back behind the statue of the half-bodied wizard. Then, anticipation rising within him, he pulled out the palm-sized box and slowly opened it. It really is a magical spatial device made with alchemy. Holding the box up to his eyes, Jerry felt as if he were peeling away a swath of clouds in the sky. Through the opening beneath the clouds, he could see an area about the size of a football field and even a classic English-style cottage. With such a tiny opening, how am I supposed to get inside? He frowned, glancing from the palm-sized hole to his own body, perplexed. But on second thought, since Professor Quirrell was able to release a troll 3 or 4 meters tall from such a small entrance, his own size probably wouldn't be an issue. Placing the open box on the ground, Jerry imitated how Newt entered the suitcase world in the movies. He stretched one foot toward the mouth of the box, focusing his mind on the thought, I want to go in. Sure enough, a ripple of spatial energy shimmered above the box, and his foot actually slipped into the space inside. Inside the box's entrance, there was a ladder about 8 or 9 meters long. As his foot descended, it landed perfectly on one of the rungs. Once he found his balance on the ladder, he quickly lifted his other foot and stepped fully into the box's interior as well. And so, climbing carefully down the ladder, his figure soon disappeared entirely into the box, leaving only that palm-sized container lying quietly on the floor of the room of requirement. Down the ladder he went, and before long, both his feet touched down on a soft, green lawn. He lifted his head and carefully surveyed the space inside the box, letting out an admiring sigh. Incredible craftsmanship. Suspended above was a glowing orb, flooding the entire box with brilliant light. It was likely a magical object, forged through alchemy and illumination spells, resembling a miniature sun. The floor was covered with a green lawn, and small plots had been specially set aside for cultivating a variety of rare herbs. Some of these he recognized from 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, while others were completely unfamiliar to him. Beside the garden was a water reservoir, its contents crystal clear. Trees were planted around the perimeter, giving the whole space the appearance of a small villa with an oversized yard. He followed the green lawn up to the villa itself, a classic English country house, quite popular in the wizarding world and bearing some Victorian features. Upon opening the door, he entered a long hallway lined with a plush purple carpet. Crossing this, he stepped into the main room, where an elegant fireplace and intricately carved furniture greeted him. It was clear that Professor Quirrell belonged to the wealthier class of wizards. The villa had 2 stories. The first floor consisted mainly of the entrance hall, main room, kitchen, dining room, and a magical laboratory. The lab, or rather, the potion brewing chamber, was equipped with a full set of valuable potion-making apparatus, as well as a large cabinet stocked with all manner of potion ingredients. There were also a number of completed potions, some of which Jerry recognized, and some he did not. So, although Professor Quirrell wasn't a master of potion-making, his skills in the craft were far from ordinary. Of course, most wizards with an interest in the dark arts tended to be quite adept at brewing potions. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms, a sitting room, and a bathroom. After a thorough search, Jerry discovered on the second floor a stash of 1,000 galleons and a notebook containing Professor Quirrell's personal research on the dark arts. To Jerry's delight, the notebook included Quirrell's notes on learning the 3 unforgivable curses: the Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Killing Curse. In addition, there were notes on the notoriously difficult-to-control fiend fire, as well as a number of uncommon curses. It was quite the haul. Back in his original world, Jerry had never worried about money. With his magical abilities, earning a fortune was never much of a challenge. But in the wizarding world, everyone knew magic, and he was still a fledgling, just learning the ropes. It wouldn't be so easy to get his hands on a large sum of galleons. He had considered using some capital or financial tricks to make money. On one hand, he wasn't particularly skilled in these matters. On the other, his age, time, and abilities all posed significant limitations. As a first-year wizard, his main focus had to be on studying magic, and he couldn't just leave the school whenever he wished. Besides, recklessly challenging the existing system of rules without sufficient strength or backing was bound to end badly. Later, he thought about the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. Their venom, after all, was worth 100 galleons per pint, a truly precious commodity. But considering that fantastic beasts and where to find them rated acromantulas as XXXXX level dangerous, and factoring in their numbers, he decided it was wiser to let that idea rest for now. In the movies, Harry and Ron managed to escape a swarm of acromantulas unscathed, but that was only because they were the main characters. A XXXXX level threat, that's on par with dragons, means even a skilled wizard, if caught off guard, could meet a grim fate. While acromantulas aren't as powerful as dragons, their intelligence rivals humans, they operate in groups, and their venom is lethally potent. So, for Jerry, discovering 1,000 galleons in Professor Quirrell's box was truly a timely windfall. Of course, compared to the 1,000 galleons, Professor Quirrell's notes on dark magic were of far greater worth. With enough effort and time, one could always earn more galleons, but knowledge of the 3 unforgivable curses, the Fiendfire Curse, and Quirrell's personal insights into these advanced spells, those were treasures money simply could not buy. Armed with Quirrell's dark magic notes, Jerry was confident that, even without a mentor, he could gradually master these spells through diligence and study. The Cruciatus Curse for extracting information, the Imperius Curse to control minds, the Killing Curse to end lives, and Fiendfire to sweep away groups of enemies. If he mastered these 4 powerful spells, his magical prowess would soar. Next time he encountered an abhorrence, he might not even need to fight head-on. A single Imperius Curse could settle things. This really was a profitable move. Back in a room of requirement, after tucking the little box safely into his pocket, Jerry couldn't help but feel that, despite some risks and flaws, his plan to ambush Professor Quirrell had been more than worthwhile. After all, if you never take a risk, how could you ever strike it rich overnight? After Halloween, thanks to the enthusiastic gossip spread by the Slytherin first years, everyone soon knew that their defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell, had actually been so terrified by a troll that he fainted and was seriously injured, and that it was only thanks to the quick thinking of Slytherin's own first year, Jerry Carmen, that he survived it all. Because of this, all the wizards at Hogwarts now knew two things: that the famous Harry Potter had joined the first years, and that among the new Slytherins, there was an exceptionally talented young wizard named Jerry Carmen. Jerry Carmen's name, once only known among the first-year students, gradually spread to the upper years as well. Perhaps most of them still didn't know what Jerry Carmen looked like, but at the very least, his name was already recognized throughout the school. And so, time quietly slipped into November. With the arrival of November, the weather turned bitterly cold. The mountains surrounding the school became shrouded in a gray haze and blanketed with snow, while the surface of the Black Lake grew hard and unyielding, cold as tempered steel. Every morning, a layer of frost covered the ground. During this period, Jerry buried himself in an intense study of magical knowledge. Aside from classes and meals, he spent most of his daylight hours in the library, poring over all kinds of materials. Sometimes, he would seek out Professor Snape to ask about magical principles he couldn't understand, or discuss the nuances of spellwork and magical theory with Hermione. At night, he would quietly slip away to the room of requirement to practice and experiment with dark magic. Occasionally, he would also make time to retreat into the little villa in his box space, where he tried brewing potions according to some of the recipes he'd found in the library. All in all, Jerry felt every day was immensely fulfilling. He was learning new things, making progress, growing stronger with each passing day. The only drawback was how quickly his stash of little red stars was being depleted. Everything else was going well. Fortunately, before the term began, he had managed to accumulate over 50,000 little red stars. Even at this rate of consumption, he figured he'd have enough to last him until the end of the semester. Saturday morning, wrapped in his green and silver Slytherin scarf, Jerry strode into the Great Hall, as usual. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes lit up. A rich, mouth-watering aroma of grilled sausages filled the air and drifted straight to his nose. Of all the breakfasts served at Hogwarts, these sizzling, fragrant sausages were his absolute favorite, mainly because they were packed with generous amounts of meat. Every day, he made extensive use of the Invigorate the Mind function, which consumed not only little red stars, but also a great deal of his physical energy. If he had his way, every single meal would be loaded with meat, sugary pastries, and sweet drinks to replenish everything he used up. Anyone who observed Jerry at the table would have noticed that, although he always did his best to maintain graceful manners while eating, the amount of food he consumed at each meal was several times greater than what a normal adult would eat. Even Goyle and Crabbe, famous for their appetites, couldn't come close to matching Jerry. He easily outate them both, and then some. This leads to a particular situation. If nothing else is happening, Jerry is always the last one to leave the dining table. "Jerry, are you going to watch the Quidditch match at noon?" Just as Jerry had taken his seat and hadn't even managed to pick up a single roast sausage, Daphne, sitting across from him, suddenly asked with a hint of anticipation in her voice. "Of course. Today's match is Slytherin versus Gryffindor." Jerry smiled, giving her a definite answer. To be honest, given his personality, if he had half a day free, he would rather spend it studying the 3 unforgivable curses than watching a bunch of young wizards flying around on broomsticks chasing after a ball. It had already been a week since he obtained the 3 unforgivable curses, and he still hadn't managed to cast any of them successfully. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was Slytherin Seeker, and with Slytherin on the field today, he had no choice but to participate. Besides, just a couple of days after he'd joined the Slytherin team, Snape had already given him the promised brand new Nimbus 2000. Not to mention, if it weren't for Snape's private coaching these past few weeks, helping him solve a host of magical puzzles, his progress wouldn't have been nearly as fast. "Here, this is for you, a little flag symbolizing Slytherin. In a bit, we can wave them together and cheer for Slytherin." Hearing that Jerry would attend the match, Daphne immediately pulled out a small green flag she'd prepared in advance. Her eyes sparkled as she handed it to him. In truth, when your own house team is playing, it's almost unheard of for any young wizard not to attend. Still, Daphne thought it best to ask Jerry ahead of time. It was mainly because of Jerry's usual behavior. He was just the type who might actually skip the match. Among all the young Slytherins, Jerry was considered outstanding. He excelled at nearly every subject, treated everyone with unfailing courtesy, and was practically flawless. His only shortcoming, if you could call it that, was that he rarely, if ever, joined in the informal activities that the Slytherins organized among themselves. Apart from class and sleeping hours, if you saw Jerry, you could be sure he was reading a book. The only thing that varied was the location. Sometimes it was the library, sometimes the common room, and sometimes the grassy shore of the Black Lake beneath the setting sun. In short, outside of studying, Jerry seemed to have no other interests at all. But it was precisely this quality that made so many Slytherins, including Malfoy, who often found Jerry a bit irksome, admire him in their hearts. Because of this, Daphne thought there was a real possibility Jerry might not attend the Slytherin Quidditch match. All right, thank you, Daphne. Jerry paused for a moment, then naturally accepted the little green flag. In a short while, he would be heading straight onto the field for the match, so the flag wasn't really necessary. But since he had promised Marcus to keep his role as Seeker a secret, he couldn't exactly explain the situation. At 11 o'clock in the morning, nearly all the professors and young wizards had gathered at the Quidditch pitch. On the stands at the four corners of the stadium, students from each house stood with their banners held high, every one of them wrapped in a scarf representing their house colors. Gryffindor sported red and gold. Red for fire, a symbol of courage. Slytherin displayed green and silver, green for water, representing pure bloodlines. Hufflepuff wore yellow and black, yellow for earth, signifying kindness. Ravenclaw donned blue and silver, blue for air, a mark of wisdom. To ensure the young wizards could clearly see the action, some sections of the stands have been magically lifted into the air with powerful levitation charms, though many students still brought binoculars just in case. In the center of the stands, a few wooden towers stood taller than the rest, reserved for the professors, the commentators, and a handful of non-school wizards who had come from Hogsmeade to watch the match. What are you looking for? On the Slytherin stand, Pansy glanced at Daphne, who kept scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. Jerry, of course. He said at breakfast that he'd come and watch the match, but I haven't seen him anywhere. Daphne frowned in disappointment. She had hoped to cheer for the Slytherin team together with Jerry. Pansy covered her mouth and giggled. Jerry? You know how he is. He probably got lost in a book again and lost track of time. Remember what happened at the Halloween feast? Don't worry. Quidditch matches usually last 2 or 3 hours. He'll definitely show up before it's over. All right, then. Resigned, Daphne nodded and turned her attention back to the center of the pitch. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin locker room, Jerry, already dressed in his green Quidditch robes, stood calmly by the exit. Jerry, don't be nervous out there. As long as you play like you did last time, no, even if you only play at a tenth of that level. We've got this in the bag. Marcus, the team captain, tried to encourage Jerry, though a hint of nerves slipped into his voice. Jerry's previous performance had stunned Marcus, but he knew there was a world of difference between private practice and a real match. After all, with so many eyes watching in a real game, it's easy for nerves to get the better of you, sometimes to the point where you can't play at all. Yet Jerry was, after all, only a first-year student. Even if he was exceptionally gifted, Marcus still felt uneasy since Jerry had never experienced a real match, especially considering that Jerry hadn't even attended a single one of their training sessions. Captain, you look more nervous than I am. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Jerry looked up and gave Marcus a reassuring smile. He had no intention of wasting 2 or 3 hours here. Ending things early and getting back to his magical research was far more important to him. A Quidditch team is made up of 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. The 3 chasers are responsible for competing for the quaffle and throwing it through the opponent's hoops to score, earning 10 points for each goal. The 2 beaters guard their teammates by hitting the aggressive bludgers away, and if their skill allows, they can even send the bludgers toward the opposing team's players. The keeper defends the goal, blocking the opposing chasers from scoring on their 3 hoops. But the most crucial player is the seeker, whose sole task is to catch the golden snitch. The moment the snitch is caught, the game ends, and the team earns a whopping 150 points. So in most cases, whichever team's seeker catches the snitch first will almost certainly win the match. After all, unless the rest of the team is vastly outmatched, it's nearly impossible for there to be a 150-point gap. But the golden snitch is no easy prize. History has even seen matches drag on for days because neither seeker could manage to catch it. Slytherin's dominance over Gryffindor in recent years was largely thanks to their superior seeker. Time and again, Slytherin Seeker would nab the snitch before Gryffindor's. In fact, in previous matches, Gryffindor was usually ahead on points until Slytherin Seeker captured the snitch. It was never quite a 150-point lead, though. It's worth remembering that Gryffindor's chasers and beaters are all highly skilled, especially last year's captain, Charlie Weasley, the most formidable chaser of them all. Rumor had it that when Charlie Weasley graduated, he was invited to join the British national Quidditch team, but he turned them down. If Jerry couldn't perform as expected and let the opposing seeker catch the snitch first, then today's match against Gryffindor would be in real jeopardy. The record of beating Gryffindor's reckless bunch for 7 straight years would come to an end under Marcus's captaincy. And that was exactly why Marcus was even more anxious than Jerry himself. And now, let's welcome the players from both teams onto the field. The Quidditch match commentator, Lee Jordan, a third-year Gryffindor wizard, now announced loudly using the sonorous charm. As his voice echoed across the grounds, the cheers and shouts of the young witches and wizards outside rose like a tidal wave. All right, time's up. Good luck to everyone. Marcus kicked off the ground, mounting his broomstick and soaring into the air first, swiftly followed by Jerry on his Nimbus 2000 and the rest of the 5 teammates. On the pitch, the Gryffindor team in their bright red Quidditch robes and the Slytherin team in deep green swept out from opposite ends of the stadium, streaking across the field. They made a dramatic loop in the sky, waving to the crowd, before gradually coming to land on either side of Madam Hooch, who was already waiting at the center of the pitch. The energy in the stands instantly reached a fever pitch. Gryffindor, Slytherin. The shouts and chants crashed over one another in waves. But it was obvious that the cheers for Gryffindor far outmatched those for Slytherin. It couldn't be helped. When it came to popularity, the brave and warm-hearted Gryffindors were much more beloved than the proud and aloof Slytherins. So apart from their own housemates, most of the support from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was directed toward Gryffindor as well. However, as everyone took a closer look at the players on either side of the pitch, they noticed something odd. The Slytherin team seeker was not the familiar Terrence Higgs, who had held the position for 4 years, but a new face, a young wizard who looked like a first or second year. That's Jerry. How did he become Slytherin Seeker? In the Slytherin stands, Daphne and all the Slytherin students cried out in astonishment. Meanwhile, over in the Gryffindor section, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who all knew Jerry, reacted with equally shocked exclamations. Jerry? It's actually Jerry. Hermione, did you know Jerry became a first-year Seeker? I had no idea. But that can't be. He spends every weekend with me in the library. He's never once gone to Quidditch practice. Hermione shook her head in disbelief at Harry and Ron's questions. Oh, Merlin's beard. We've just discovered that Slytherin has changed Seekers. They've boldly given the position to a new player. Can anyone tell me, what is the name of this new Seeker? At that moment, Lee Jordan's voice rang out again from the commentator's box. What? His name is Jerry Carmen. Is that the same Jerry who saved Professor Quirrell from the troll? But if I'm not mistaken, he's still only a first-year student. Slytherin's bold decision to field a first-year student. Was it reckless arrogance, or was there some special reason behind it? Let's wait and see. With Lee Jordan's running commentary, all the young witches and wizards finally realized that the new Seeker was none other than the Slytherin first year who, just a week earlier at Halloween, had saved Professor Quirrell from the troll. Up to this point, most of them had only heard Jerry's name in passing, and few had actually seen him in person. But now, the entire Hogwarts, including the Wizards of Hogsmeade, knew exactly who he was. Still, most people remained unconvinced by the move to replace Terrence Higgs, who had 5 years of experience, with a first-year student in the crucial role of Seeker. The older Slytherin students, in particular, were frowning with concern. Meanwhile, out on the pitch, Gryffindor's was so excited that he whispered fiercely to his teammates, "Play your best. This match is ours for the taking." "Listen, I expect everyone to play fair and square," Madam Hooch announced, silver whistle in one hand, broomstick in the other, her sharp eyes sweeping over both teams, but lingering a moment on Slytherin's captain, Marcus. After all, in previous matches, Marcus had often relied on his strength and size to push the rules to their limits. With that, she brought the whistle to her lips and blew sharply. In an instant, both teams kicked off, soaring into the sky. The quaffles immediately snatched by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What a brilliant chaser she is, and if I may add, quite charming too. Lee Jordan's voice rang out across the stadium. The golden snitch is released. Merlin, it's fast. Blink and it's gone. Oh, our Slytherin Seeker's on the move. Has he spotted the snitch? Oh, sweet Merlin's trousers, what am I seeing? I must be seeing things. How is this possible? Slytherin's brand new Seeker, Jerry, he's caught it. He's caught it. He's caught the golden snitch. Less than a minute has passed since the snitch was let loose. This might just be the fastest Quidditch match in history. The speed of the Nimbus 2000 truly outclassed any ordinary broomstick. This time, Jerry's capture of the snitch was even swifter than when he'd placed bets with Marcus and the others. The golden snitch is no larger than a walnut, and, as if it possessed a mind of its own, is devilishly good at dodging. While a fast broomstick can keep up, a Seeker's physical abilities are rarely much better than those of an average person, making the snitch incredibly hard to catch. But once Jerry switched to Superman mode, all his senses were vastly heightened, and his control over his body reached the level of a true martial arts master. In ancient times, there were grandmasters of martial arts who could catch a flying insect with nothing but a pair of chopsticks. So for Jerry to snatch a walnut-sized golden snitch out of the air with his bare hand was hardly a challenge at all. Throughout the entire process, The only thing that limited him was the speed of his broomstick. As Jerry landed in front of Madam Hooch, the referee, holding the golden snitch in his hand, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button for the entire stadium. Angelina, who had just seized the quaffle and was about to take her shot, froze in place. The Quidditch players on both teams stood in stunned disbelief, and the young wizards in the stands all gaped in collective astonishment. Even Madam Hooch herself stood there dumbfounded for a full 10 seconds before snapping back to reality and accepting the golden snitch that Jerry handed to her. After inspecting it and confirming it was indeed the official snitch for the match, Madam Hooch raised her hand to declare the verdict. Slytherin wins. From the commentator's booth, Lee Jordan, upon seeing Madam Hooch's signal, announced the result in a booming voice. Slytherin, 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 Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. Lee Jordan's words seemed to press play again, and instantly, the stadium erupted into chaos. The Slytherin students lost themselves in wild celebration. At first, the cheers rang out for Slytherin, but soon, the crowd was chanting Jerry's name at the top of their lungs. It wasn't as if Slytherin had never won a match before, nor had they never claimed the Quidditch Cup, but never had they won so quickly, so decisively, or in such legendary fashion. From start to finish, the entire game lasted less than 2 minutes. From the release of the Golden Snitch to its capture, barely a minute had passed. It was nothing short of shattering the record for fastest Quidditch match at Hogwarts, possibly in the entire history of the sport. How could every Slytherin in the stands not be wild with excitement and pride? As for Marcus and the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team, they immediately abandoned their broomsticks, rushed forward, and lifted Jerry high, tossing him into the air again and again with shouts of joy. Though Jerry's previous performance had prepared them somewhat for today's outcome, when it actually happened, their excitement was no less than that of the young wizards cheering madly in the stands. They understood that as long as Jerry was on their team, Slytherin would have no rival for the next 7 years. The only slight regret, Quidditch matches were about to become rather uneventful for them. And so, Hogwarts' first Quidditch match of the year ended in legendary fashion, a flawless victory. Jerry's name, too, was now on everyone's lips throughout Hogwarts and even the wizarding village of Hogsmeade. The greatest seeker in history, Jerry, was born that day. As for Jerry himself, he remained unusually calm. All he was thinking about was ending the match early so he could get back to studying magic as soon as possible. After that first Quidditch match, Jerry noticed that he seemed to have become even more popular in the days that followed. Not only the wizards from Slytherin, but also students from the other 3 houses would greet him with smiles whenever they saw him around the school. Some of the younger wizards even came up with a variety of nicknames for him. Names like Quick Jerry, King of the Pitch, Golden Snitch Nemesis, and Quidditch Legend, to name a few. Of course, all of this was a pleasant change for Jerry. His newfound fame and good reputation gave him an advantage in many things he did, and overall, it was very much to his benefit. But during this time, he also discovered a troubling issue. While time stood still in his original world, his physical body continued to grow. He seemed to have gotten taller, which meant that as he traveled back and forth between the 2 worlds, his body and age would advance faster than anyone else of his age in either world. It was as if he spent 7 or 8 years in this world and then returned to the main world, in the blink of an eye he would have gone from an 11-year-old boy to a young man of 18 or 19. In that case, it would be nearly impossible to keep his true identity a secret. A child as exceptional as him, showing up in areas frequented by wizards, would already stand out. He might even have caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only reason he hadn't been exposed so far was probably because he deliberately confused them by speaking Chinese. He'd originally planned to keep a low profile when he started high school, to minimize suspicion until he became strong enough that it wouldn't matter. But if his body underwent obvious changes, it would be almost impossible to keep it hidden. Of course, that wasn't even the most troubling part. With magic and potions, there are always ways to work around such problems. What really troubled him was the question of longevity. Although wizards generally lived longer than ordinary people, the difference wasn't huge. If he kept shuttling between worlds like this, and especially if the system later unlocked access to other worlds, and he started traveling there too, then one day his peers in the main world might just be coming of age, while he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. So now, he began to wonder whether he should risk going after the legendary Philosopher's Stone, which could be used to brew the elixir of life. Even though the immortality granted by the stone had serious drawbacks, at least it would allow him to keep living. The longer he lived, the more time he would have to search for other solutions, wouldn't he? Trying to take the Philosopher's Stone right under Dumbledore's nose was certainly no easy feat. Given this, he could only take things one step at a time, hoping that a better opportunity might present itself later on. Time passed swiftly, and before long, mid-December arrived. Thick snow blanketed the grounds outside Hogwarts, and even the Black Lake had frozen over completely. Christmas was just around the corner. The Hogwarts autumn term would end a week before Christmas, and a new term would begin in early January. The young witches and wizards could choose to stay at Hogwarts for the holidays or return home. Last week, Jerry had already put his name down on the school's list of students going home for Christmas. Of course, he wasn't planning to spend the holidays at the orphanage. He had his own special plans in mind. "Jerry, wait up. We have something to ask you." It was Saturday morning. Jerry had just finished breakfast and was about to meet Hermione in the library, as usual, when Harry and Ron called out to him. "What is it?" Jerry sat down, curiosity piqued. Hermione, sitting nearby, chimed in, "Jerry, do you remember when we accidentally wandered into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor?" "Of course I remember. You said there was a huge, 3-headed dog guarding something important in there." Jerry nodded. He had been planning to visit the room of requirement that day, but was forced to turn back because of that very incident. Hermione continued, "Harry thinks someone's trying to steal the important thing Dumbledore's hiding there, and that it has something to do with a wizard named Nicholas Flamel. He wanted to ask if you'd come across that name in any of your reading." In truth, Harry had first asked Hermione, since she always seemed to know everything, but she hadn't found any mention of that name in the library books. Hermione knew Jerry read even more widely than she did, and the two of them had different tastes in books. So she suggested they ask Jerry, and besides, he already knew about their misadventure on the 4th floor. Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemist who's lived 6 or 7 centuries. Jerry's mind raced, but instead of answering immediately, he turned to Harry and asked, "Someone wants to steal what's hidden in the forbidden corridor. Who is it?" Harry's gaze flickered nervously as he replied, "Well, I'm not completely sure, but I think it might be the person who let the troll in on Halloween." Jerry narrowed his eyes. He could already guess that Harry was talking about Snape, but since Jerry was a Slytherin and Snape was their head of house, Harry hadn't said the name out loud. However, what puzzled him was this. His own interference had disrupted the Halloween incident and the Quidditch match, so how did Harry still manage to fix a suspicion on Snape? After thinking it over, he guessed it must have been Dumbledore, secretly nudging things along to give Harry some experience, leading to this outcome. That made sense. If Dumbledore was intent on testing Harry, then no matter how Jerry affected the story's progression, Dumbledore would still find a way to steer Harry toward the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. "How did you know that Nicholas Flamel was connected to the thing hidden on the 4th floor?" To confirm his guess, Jerry asked again. This time, Ron was quick to answer. "You and Hermione were reading up in the library when Harry and I went to visit Hagrid. Hagrid let something slip, and that's how we found out. That 3-headed dog is actually Hagrid's pet. Its name is Fluffy. He lent it to Dumbledore to guard that important thing." Harry nodded immediately in agreement. Too bad, after that, no matter how we asked, Hagrid just wouldn't tell us what that thing actually is. So that's how it happened. I've heard Hagrid's hut is quite interesting. Maybe next time, when you have time, you could take me along for a visit? Jerry smiled and nodded once more. Of course. Hagrid is a very kind person. He loves having us over. Jerry, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is, by the way? Harry was getting impatient now. I don't know. Seeing Harry and Ron's disappointed faces, Jerry quickly added, "But I do know where we can find information about him." "Where?" Hope flickered in Harry and Ron's eyes again. Jerry grinned. "Well, since neither Hermione nor I know who Nicholas Flamel is, that means there definitely isn't a description of him in the regular section of the library." "You mean?" Hermione, listening nearby, seemed to realize something. She turned to Jerry, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Yes, you guessed right. That's exactly the place." Jerry gave her a look that said, "Well done." Harry and Ron were nearly beside themselves with curiosity. "Where on earth are you two talking about?" "The restricted section of the library." Jerry and Hermione answered in unison. "The restricted section. Of course. Why didn't we think of that?" Harry and Ron exclaimed at once, suddenly understanding. If the regular section yielded nothing, then it must be in the restricted section. "But Jerry, we can only get in there with a signed note from a professor, and you can only borrow one book at a time. The professors would never let us check out books from the restricted section." Hermione frowned, her brows knitting together once more. Jerry lowered his voice, glanced around, and motioned for the three of them to come closer. "Why don't we just sneak over there at night?" "What?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione all turned to Jerry with looks of utter disbelief. In their eyes, Jerry was the perfect student, polite, graceful, top of his class, and the most talented seeker who had ever shattered Quidditch records. For someone like Jerry to suggest they all break school rules and sneak into the restricted section of a library at night, it was enough to leave their jaws on the floor. It was as if the very top student in the whole school, the teacher's favorite, the model pupil, suddenly pulled you aside and whispered, "Let's skip class tonight and pull an all-nighter out on the town." The idea was simply absurd. Seeing their expressions, Jerry burst out laughing. Honestly, you don't need to look so shocked. I often wander around the castle at 11 or 12 at night. It's a bit of a hobby of mine. And you don't have to worry, I've got special ways to make sure Filch and Mrs. Norris never catch us. He had just been wondering how to clear himself completely of suspicion from S.H.I.E.L.D., and suddenly, the perfect opportunity had landed right in his lap. If you remember correctly, there was a book called Most Botany Potions in the restricted section of the library, which contained both the recipe and instructions for brewing Polyjuice Potion. Getting into the restricted section alone would be impossible, but if Harry took the blame, the risk would be much smaller for him. It's way too dangerous. If we get caught, we'll all be expelled. Hermione immediately cast her vote against the idea. Clearly, she didn't approve of breaking school rules. We don't have to get caught. Ron thought sneaking into the library at night was just about the coolest thing ever. Harry tried to persuade Hermione as well. Hermione, don't you want to find out who Nicholas Flamel really is? And what exactly Dumbledore's hiding on the 4th floor? Well, Hermione began to waver. Jerry seized the moment and added the final touch. Hermione, trust me, I won't let anything happen to us. Well, all right, but just this once. Hearing Jerry, the most reliable among them, promise, Hermione finally nodded, though it was a slow and reluctant motion. Truth be told, while Hermione did have a bit of Professor McGonagall strictness about her on the surface, the fact that she was sorted into Gryffindor showed she was actually quite fond of a bit of adventure deep down. In fact, many of the rule-breaking escapades later in the original story were actually initiated by Hermione herself. Midnight. Jerry slipped quietly out of the Slytherin dormitory, skillfully avoiding Filch on patrol, knocked out Mrs. Norris with a pinch of catnip powder, and made his way up to the 8th floor of the castle. Tonight, he wasn't heading for the room of requirement. Instead, he stopped in front of the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, beneath the portrait of the fat lady. Let's go. Time to visit the library. When Harry, Hermione, and Ron emerged from behind the portrait, Jerry quietly beckoned them over, then led the way down the stairs. However, as they passed the 6th floor, the trio were startled to see Mrs. Norris slumped on the ground by the banister, lost in a trance-like state. For a moment, they nearly turned back in fright. After all, they knew just how formidable that tattletale cat could be. Don't worry, it's fine. She'll probably be lying there another couple of hours before she snaps out of it, Jerry reassured them in a hushed tone. Sure enough, as the trio watched, Mrs. Norris only cast them a fleeting glance before sinking back in her daze, seemingly lost in some blissful daydream, a thin stream of drool threatening to escape her mouth. When the 4 of them reached the 3rd floor, Jerry suddenly paused for a moment before continuing down to the 2nd floor. With his Superman-like senses heightened, he had just felt a gaze sweep over him from an apparently empty spot nearby. He also caught a whiff of that same scent he remembered from the last time Harry and the others had snuck out of the 4th floor. He knew at once. Dumbledore must have arrived under the cover of the disillusionment charm. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was unlike the other professors. He didn't bother policing the students' nighttime wanderings, nor did he command the ever-watchful portraits to report on the students' comings and goings, though Harry, of course, was always an exception. The moment Harry left the common room, the fat lady would no doubt rush to inform Dumbledore straight away. Alohomora. Jerry drew his wand and cast the unlocking charm at the library doors. With barely a sound, the doors swung open as smoothly as if greased by magic. The Grand Hogwarts Library, a place filled with so many dangerous magical tomes, could apparently be opened with nothing more than the simplest unlocking spell. It was as if they'd left the ocean's floodgates wide open. Shaking his head in disbelief, Jerry joined the others as they slipped inside, heading straight for the restricted section, a place none of them had ever set foot in before. Most poisonous magic, book of spells, dark and evil magic, collection of curses, potions of power. As Jerry scanned the shelves, he was seized by the sudden urge to sweep every single one of those magical books into his own little box and make off with them all. But every so often, he could feel a furtive gaze brushing over him, reminding him to keep his wits about him. So, keeping his composure, he spoke up quietly. Let's each look for anything related to biographies. If we don't find anything, try searching among the potion and alchemy books too. Maybe he wasn't an ordinary wizard after all. With that, he began rifling through the shelves. Still, since Dumbledore might be lurking nearby, Jerry was careful not to touch any books related to dark magic. He limited his search to biographies, alchemy, and potion books, subjects much less likely to attract Dumbledore's attention. However, as he flipped through the book Potent Potions, he lingered just a little longer, especially on the pages that explained the formulas for compound drafts, pausing for a few extra seconds. Still, it was only about 7 or 8 seconds longer before he naturally closed the book, put it back, and picked up another one. Yet, thanks to those extra seconds, and the boost from the refreshing clarity effect, he had firmly committed the formula and the brewing steps for the compound draft to memory. Found it. After putting down potent potions, Jerry kept searching for a while and finally came across an introduction to Nicholas Flamel in a book titled Alchemy, Fundamentals and Extensions. Just then, Harry happened to open a large black book, which instantly let out a bone-chilling, blood-curdling scream. "This is bad. We need to go." Jerry hurriedly stuffed Alchemy, Fundamentals and Extensions into his robes, grabbed Hermione, and dashed out. Harry and Ron realized the danger at once. Such a piercing scream was bound to attract Filch's attention. If it didn't get out now, they might not get out at all. Sure enough, just as the four of them burst out of the library, they could hear Filch's footsteps and furious shouts echoing from the first floor. "Breaking school rules when I catch you. Quick, up the stairs." Jerry pulled Hermione along, leading Harry and Ron as they sprinted upstairs. Filch, apparently picking up the sound of their footsteps, began to chase after them relentlessly. Back to the common room. Once they reached the 8th floor, Ron immediately suggested hiding in the Gryffindor common room. Without the password, Filch wouldn't be able to get in. But Hermione shot down the idea at once. "No time. Even if we have the password, waking the fat lady and waiting for her to open the door, Filch would have caught up by then." Hermione still remembered the last time they snuck back at midnight and woke the fat lady from her dreams. She had grumbled for ages before finally letting them in. Now, with Filch hot on their heels, there simply wasn't time for that. "It's fine, follow me. I know somewhere we can hide from Filch for a while." Hearing Filch's footsteps getting closer, Jerry didn't waste another word and led the group straight toward the room of requirement. Truth be told, there were many ways he could have shaken off Filch, but tonight he chose the room of requirement for a reason. Because Dumbledore was still watching over them. Jerry knew that slipping away to the room of requirement every night might fool Filch and Mrs. Norris, but it would never escape Dumbledore's notice. After all, no matter how skilled he might be, there was no way to evade the ever-watchful eyes in every painting throughout the castle. However, the room of requirement isn't an inherently sinister place, at least not as far as Dumbledore currently knows. He has no idea about the hidden storage room within, or the fact that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes lies concealed there. For a young wizard to stumble upon a room that grants your heart's desire and to visit it just for fun each day, that's still perfectly understandable, isn't it? Especially now, with Jerry bringing Harry and the others along, he could show Dumbledore that he had nothing to hide. After all, if someone were truly up to no good, they'd never so casually invite others into their secret lair. Would Harry and his friends knowing about the room of requirement cause Jerry any trouble? Of course not. They wouldn't be able to sneak in past midnight like he did. And as for the rest of the time, Jerry wouldn't need the room anyway. What's this? Watching Jerry pace past the blank wall 3 times, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's eyes grew wide as a door suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "This is a rather fascinating place I happened to find by accident. Quick, come in." Jerry gestured for them to follow, leading the trio into the room of requirement. "Wow, what is this place?" Once inside, Hermione, Harry, and Ron couldn't help their exclamations of wonder. It was an open little courtyard with an array of different targets, an exquisitely carved bed, and a full set of tables and chairs. Everything you could possibly need. "I have no idea what this place truly is. I just found it by chance. If I have nothing else to do in the evenings, I come here to practice magic." Jerry walked over to the bed and invited everyone to sit down. "No wonder you're so good at spells. You've been training every single night." Hermione took a seat beside Jerry, admiration clear on her face. She knew well enough that Jerry was the most skilled first year when it came to using magic. Professor Flitwick had even singled out Slytherin's Jerry in class, praising his remarkable proficiency. Back when the rest of them were still struggling to levitate feathers with the levitation charm, Jerry was already making desks float effortlessly during lessons. So, it wasn't some innate mysterious talent after all. Jerry had simply been practicing his spells diligently every night. With this realization, the trio's respect for Jerry grew even deeper. "Hermione, you know my dream is to become an Auror who upholds order in the wizarding world. Of course I need to work hard at magic," Jerry explained, not the least bit embarrassed or out of breath. Ever since the beginning, he'd made sure to plant the idea in everyone's mind that, unlike Voldemort, he aspired to be someone who maintained justice, just in case Dumbledore or Snape ever grew suspicious of him. His dream was to become an Auror who stood firmly against dark wizards and defended the order of the wizarding world with unwavering resolve. All right, let's stop talking about all that for now. From today on, this will be our secret base. If anything happens again, we can meet here to discuss it. For now, let's find out who Nicholas Flamel really is. With that, Jerry pulled out the book he'd been carrying, Fundamentals and Extensions of Alchemy. The 3 others nodded in unison. Although their adventure had nearly been discovered by Filch, at least they had finally found a clue about Nicholas Flamel. They opened Fundamentals and Extensions of Alchemy, and the four of them huddled close together, eyes scanning the pages. The book mainly described the basic applications of alchemy and the transformation of various magical objects. Alchemy wasn't taught at Hogwarts, not because it was unimportant, but because it was so advanced and difficult that most wizards found it nearly impossible to master. Ordinary students learned subjects like the history of magic, charms, and potions, while alchemy focused on crafting magical items, imbuing objects with spells so that magic could be used over and over, rather than just once. It was much like the Weasleys' flying car, the night bus, the time turner, and all sorts of enchanted wizarding items, including the strange little box once belonging to Professor Quirrell that Jerry now held. Alchemy was simply too profound for them to fully understand, but as they flipped toward the end, they found a section introducing famous alchemists, and there they saw the name Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, born in 1327, was the most renowned alchemist in history, credited as the sole known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with incredible powers. The Philosopher's Stone could turn any metal into pure gold and also create the elixir of life, granting immortality to anyone who drank it. For centuries, stories had surrounded the Philosopher's Stone, but the only known surviving stone belonged to the celebrated alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. My goodness, that means he's over 600 years old. Hermione gasped in astonishment. That big dog must be guarding the Philosopher's Stone for Nicholas Flamel. I bet Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him, since they're friends, and he knew someone was after the stone. That's why they moved it out of Gringotts, Harry said, suddenly putting all the pieces together. A stone that can turn anything into gold and make you live forever. Who wouldn't want that? Ron said, giving a helpless shrug. With that big dog guarding the way, and with all the various defenses Dumbledore must have set up inside, I really don't think anyone could steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Jerry chimed in, echoing the general opinion of the group. But as he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the magic book in his hands. He had quietly activated the Refresh the Mind feature, quickly memorizing the alchemical knowledge within its pages. Alchemy. Now, that was something he found truly fascinating. With the Refresh the Mind ability switched on, Jerry could almost remember everything at a glance. Of course, if he wanted to dive deep and truly study the material, even with his enhanced focus, the profound mysteries of alchemy would take much longer to master. But for memorization alone, things went much faster. His plan was simple: commit everything to memory now, and take the time to fully understand it later. In this way, after about half an hour, Jerry finally managed to memorize the entire content of Foundations and Extensions of Alchemy. Filch should be gone by now. You all head back to the dormitory. I'll sneak this book back into the library, then return to the dorm afterward. Harry, Hermione, and Ron nodded, then quietly followed Jerry as they slipped out of the room of requirement. After this nighttime adventure to the library together, the four of them felt much closer than before, especially now that Jerry had shared a secret hideout known only to them. Previously, although Jerry had helped Harry and Ron on the train, they ended up in different houses and didn't have classes together. Their friendship was good, but not quite the kind where nothing was kept secret. Harry and Ron were especially close, while Hermione and Jerry had grown closer through their mutual love of books and magical discussion. But after tonight, the bond among all four had suddenly deepened. In his previous life, Jerry had heard a saying about what kind of experiences truly forge the strongest friendships, the Four Irons. Together under fire, together in the classroom, sharing the loot, and drifting through trouble side by side. Now, the four of them had broken school rules together, snuck into the library at night, uncovered the secret of the fourth floor, and even established a secret base. Naturally, their friendship had grown rock solid. In the restricted section on the second floor, Jerry returned Foundations and Extensions of Alchemy to its place, sighing quietly to himself. He had hoped to take a peek at some other books while he was there, but he could feel an ever-watchful gaze lingering behind him, subtle, but never leaving, so he decided against it. After all, with Harry already back in the dormitory, there was no reason for that gaze to follow anyone else. For a young wizard, venturing alone into the forbidden section was dangerous enough. How could Dumbledore not keep an eye on things? Besides, Jerry's haul tonight had already exceeded his expectations. There was really no need to push his luck any further. After leaving the library, Jerry went straight back to his dormitory and fell asleep. Ever since he figured out who Nicholas Flamel was, nothing particularly noteworthy had happened up until the Christmas break. Jerry, as usual, dedicated himself to his studies, though lately his focus had shifted away from spells and more toward potion making. Most of his visits to the library now revolved around reading books on potion brewing, and even the questions he brought to Snape were largely related to potions. This shift in interest greatly pleased Snape. During this time, at Harry's invitation, Jerry and Hermione took a day to visit Hagrid's hut, where they became acquaintances with Hagrid. Hagrid was quite surprised to see that Harry and Ron had brought along a friend from Slytherin. After all, he knew how much Harry and Ron generally disliked Slytherins. But after spending some time with Jerry, Hagrid quickly realized how different he was from most Slytherins. Jerry, to his delight, not only appreciated his rock cakes, those notoriously hard pastries, but also seemed genuinely interested in magical creatures. Hagrid's fondness for him grew instantly. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were left in awe that Jerry could actually manage to eat Hagrid's infamous rock cakes, which were hard enough to chip a tooth. Ron, in particular, felt that this was even more impressive than Jerry's remarkable magical talent. Jerry could only respond with a laugh, strong body, hearty appetite. And so, the first day of the Christmas holidays arrived. After breakfast, except for a handful of students staying at school, the rest returned to their dormitories to pack up their belongings. Soon, they would all board the Hogwarts Express and leave the castle, just as they had done at the start of term, and Jerry was no exception. However, he had noticeably less to pack, since most of his things had already been tucked away in his little box. Merry Christmas in advance, everyone. Having finished packing, Jerry, pulling his suitcase behind him, paused at the doorway, as if remembering something. He turned around and waved to the Malfoy trio, who were still busy packing. The three of them were visibly taken aback. Jerry, who usually kept to himself with his books and rarely spoke to them, was actually greeting them today. Strangely enough, the three felt a small surge of happiness at that moment. "Thank you. Merry Christmas." Nodding, Jerry pulled his suitcase and left the Slytherin dormitory. When he reached the first floor, instead of following the crowd of students heading for Hogsmeade Station, he made his way to the Great Hall. He had arranged to meet Hermione there, so they could say goodbye to Harry and Ron before leaving. Hermione, with her family around, would certainly never choose to stay at school for Christmas. As for Harry, he had no desire at all to return home and face the unpleasantness of his aunt and uncle, so he decided to remain at Hogwarts. As for Ron, his parents had planned to visit their second son, Charlie, in Romania for the holiday, so he stayed behind at school with his three older brothers. When Jerry entered the Great Hall, he immediately noticed that it looked even more beautiful and magnificent than usual. Garlands made of holly and mistletoe hung from the walls, and 12 towering Christmas trees were positioned around the hall. Some of the trees shimmered with sparkling icicles, while others were aglow with the light of hundreds of candles. Some trees were even adorned with golden bubbles, magically conjured and glimmering in the air. "Jerry, over here." Just as Jerry's eyes were drawn to the dazzling decorations around the hall, Harry and Ron waved at him from the Gryffindor table. "Are you two playing wizard chess?" Jerry asked as he walked over, noticing that Harry and Ron were deep into a game of the popular wizard pastime. Wizard chess was a magical version of chess, where the pieces moved themselves according to the player's instructions. When a piece was captured, it would be struck down by the opponent's piece and then dragged off the board. Jerry himself wasn't particularly interested in playing wizard chess, but he was quite fascinated by the alchemy behind the creation of the chess pieces. Lately, he had spent quite a bit of time studying fundamentals and extensions of alchemy, the book he'd copied from the restricted section, which mentioned this very branch of alchemy, bestowing intelligence upon ordinary matter. However, the content was exceedingly profound, and he realized he would not be able to master it in a short time. In truth, the idea of granting sentience to inanimate objects through alchemy left Jerry deeply awestruck. On the surface, it might not seem extraordinary, but once you thought about it, this branch of alchemy was nothing short of miraculous, almost frightening. It was akin to creating an entirely new race, a new form of life, something on the level of gods or creators and legends. Of course, compared to the true creation of life, it still had a long way to go, but it was already headed in that direction. Take the chess pieces on the board, for instance. Not only did they follow commands, but they also bickered among themselves, and even offered Harry and Ron their own advice and opinions. Clearly, they had developed distinct personalities, or perhaps even souls. Then there was Arthur Weasley's magically modified car. Thanks to Ron's overuse, the car had run off into the Forbidden Forest in a fit of pique and had grown wild, refusing to return home. Most remarkable of all was the Sorting Hat, alive for 1,000 years, possessing wisdom equal to any human, and endowed with extraordinary magical abilities. "Don't send me out there. Didn't you see his horse? Send him instead. If he gets sacrificed, it doesn't matter." On the chessboard, Harry's bishop was indignant when Harry unexpectedly asked him to move forward. He immediately pointed at the nearby pawn and barked out the command. Seeing this, Harry scratched his head awkwardly. "This chess set is borrowed from Seamus. They still don't fully trust me. It wouldn't help even if they did. I'm a wizard chess expert, Hermione can't even beat me. Ron lifted his chin with a touch of pride at these words. After all, this was the one skill he could truly show off at the moment. Jerry, want to play a game with me? Having dealt with Harry, Ron's eyes gleamed as he set his sights on the exceptionally talented Jerry. If he could defeat Jerry at wizard chess, he'd have something new to brag about. I don't own a wizard chess set, but after Christmas, I'll buy one. Let's play when term starts. Jerry happened to be planning to spend some time practicing alchemy after returning this time. Wizard chess, being relatively simple, would be a good starting point. If he could make a set himself, it would mark his first real step into alchemy. Jerry, Harry, Ron, you're all here. Just then, Hermione came hurrying over, bundled up in an oversized Gryffindor scarf and dragging a massive suitcase that was nearly as tall as she was, her face alight with excitement. Hermione, the Christmas holiday is only 2 weeks, not 2 months. How do you have so much stuff? Jerry couldn't help but feel Hermione must have packed nearly everything she owned. The suitcase was bulging at the seams. But I think I'll need all of it during the holidays. Hermione blinked her eyes innocently. 15 minutes later, Jerry had just finished pushing Hermione's enormous suitcase into the corner of their compartment when the Hogwarts Express slowly began to chug forward. With a number of students, especially those in the upper years, choosing to stay behind at school to prepare for exams, the train was much quieter than it had been at the start of term. In Jerry and Hermione's compartment, it was just the two of them. Once the luggage was stowed, they each pulled a magical book from their bags at almost exactly the same moment. Side by side, they settled in, reading and exchanging thoughts as the journey unfolded. Outside the carriage window, mountains and forests gradually gave way to snow-blanketed fields and Muggle villages as the train pressed on. By midday, the train finally rolled into London's King's Cross station. Passing through platform 9 3/4, threading their way through the magical passage, the young witches and wizards, now back in Muggle clothes, melted away into the crowds, guided by their waiting parents. At the entrance to King's Cross station, Mr. and Mrs. Granger had already arrived in their small car, having received an early letter from Hermione sent by the school's owl. Jerry, remember to give me a call. As the car started up, Hermione leaned out of the window, waving and calling out to Jerry, who stood by the curb. All right, I will. Jerry watched as the little car gradually disappeared down the street. Then, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a small bottle, and placed inside it several strands of Hermione's hair, which he had secretly collected on the train. Once I've brewed the polyjuice potion, I doubt anyone will ever suspect me again. With a suitcase, rather light, for he hadn't packed much, in tow, Jerry headed straight for the subway entrance. There was no way he was going back to the orphanage. What for? Now that he was being tracked by the trace, there would be nothing he could do there, and it would only waste his precious time. Having spent over 3 months in the wizarding world and used the boost mental clarity function frequently, Jerry's supply of little red stars was running dangerously low. So he planned to spend the entire 2-week Christmas holiday in Diagon Alley this time. First, he needed to do some shopping in Diagon Alley. While the Hogwarts library boasted a vast collection, its books were mostly tailored for young wizards. Most dangerous or adult magic books were kept strictly in the restricted section. But the bookshops in Diagon Alley had no such limitations. As long as you had enough galleons, there was no book they wouldn't sell you. Secondly, with the trace now on his body and no means to remove it, Diagon Alley was the one place where Jerry could freely use magic during the holidays. Jerry had done quite a bit of research about the trace before the break. According to some older Slytherin students, the Ministry of Magic couldn't actually pinpoint who was using magic. It could only detect if magic had been used in the vicinity. If you happened to be in a place full of wizards, then even if you cast a spell, the Ministry couldn't tell who had done it. For instance, at home, children from wizarding families could use magic freely. As long as their parents didn't report them, the Ministry would simply assume it was the parents casting spells. This meant the trace was far more restrictive for Muggle-born young wizards than for those from wizarding families. After all, in a Muggle household, there were rarely any other wizards nearby. Use magic, and the Ministry would immediately catch on. That's why, after Dobby cast magic at Harry's aunt and uncle's house, the Ministry assumed Harry had broken the rules. Harry was the only wizard in the entire neighborhood, so of course the Ministry concluded he was the one who'd done it. Taking the subway to Charing Cross Road, Jerry quickly found the leaky cauldron the shabby pub Professor McGonagall had brought him to before. After handing over 14 gold galleons, he was led upstairs by the proprietor, Tom, to a uniquely styled, time-worn room. This would be the place where Jerry would spend the next 2 weeks. Once he'd settled his luggage, Jerry didn't head to Diagon Alley immediately. Instead, he went downstairs to order himself a hearty lunch. Only after finishing his meal did he begin to properly explore Diagon Alley. Last time, with Professor McGonagall by his side, there were many places he hadn't managed to visit. This time, he was determined to browse every shop except for Nocturne Alley. Given how dangerous Nocturne Alley was reputed to be, he decided it was best not to take any risks for now. Lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, knotgrass, powdered bicorn horn, and shreds of African tree snake skin. Recalling the polyjuice potion recipe from advanced potions stored in his memory, Jerry headed first for the apothecary in Diagon Alley. Brewing polyjuice potion took nearly a month, and to be prepared for any mishaps, Jerry planned to make several batches. The polyjuice potion was a particularly complex and uncommon magical draft, requiring a wide variety of expensive ingredients, so rare that few wizards knew about it, and even fewer ever used it. Even with Professor Quirrell's herb garden inside his box, which would save him a good deal on herbs, Jerry still spent over 200 galleons to purchase the rest of the necessary ingredients. By his rough calculation, all the ingredients for a single batch of polyjuice potion would cost at least 100 galleons if bought outright. That was almost equivalent to a month's salary for an average Ministry of Magic official. Unless there was a special need, no wizard would willingly spend a month's wages on these costly materials to brew a potion that only enabled transformation for a few short hours. And so, in the wizarding world, the polyjuice potion was considered one of the rarer magical concoctions. After buying his potion supplies, Jerry made his way straight to the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley, Flourish and Blots. "Good afternoon, sir. May I help you find a particular book?" As soon as Jerry stepped inside, a shop assistant hurried eagerly over to greet him. Jerry didn't waste time on pleasantries. He simply placed a prepared pouch of gold galleons on the counter. "I'd like the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 foot, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 6, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 7, Intermediate Transfiguration Guide, and Advanced Transfiguration Guide." In one breath, Jerry listed every textbook he knew, from 1st to 7th year, covering magic, spells, and potions. Now that he had money, why follow the usual step-by-step approach? Far better to buy the entire collection at once and study them at his own pace. Although self-study is certainly not as effective as attending classes, at least now he had some foundation to build upon. Coupled with the refreshing and mind-clearing effects, it could still yield some results. Take some advanced spells, for example. Even if his casting wasn't as powerful as expected, simply being able to use them could sometimes be a lifesaver. And it wasn't just textbooks he was after. Any other books not found in the library, he planned to buy and store in the villa inside the box, so he could read them slowly once he returned to the main world. After all, knowledge is power, especially so in the wizarding world. These magical books were the true treasures, though unfortunately, he suspected his supply of galleons might run a bit thin. By the way, do you happen to have any books here that explain the disillusionment charm? Once Jerry had packed a mountain of magical books into the suitcase gifted by the clerk, he asked this question with a hint of anticipation. He had just made a quick circuit around the store, but hadn't spotted any book dedicated to the disillusionment charm. The disillusionment charm was essentially a spell for invisibility, an advanced enchantment. Its learning method was even recorded in the Hogwarts textbooks. But like apparition, it was notoriously difficult. Even senior students at Hogwarts might not fully master it before graduation. So if he could find a book focused solely on the disillusionment charm, it would be a tremendous help in learning the spell. And once he mastered it, moving about in the main world would become much easier for Jerry. "Well, we do have one, but there's a bit of a problem." At Jerry's question, the clerk's face took on a slightly hesitant look. "What do you mean?" Jerry asked, puzzled. The clerk beckoned him over. "Sir, if you'd follow me, let me show you." A moment later, on the second floor of Flourish and Blots, Jerry found himself staring at an entire row of empty bookshelves, turning a questioning gaze toward the clerk. Pointing at the shelves, the clerk explained helplessly, "A few years ago, the disillusionment charm became wildly popular among you Hogwarts students. So our boss splashed out and ordered a full 200 copies of the Invisible Book of Invisibility. But as you can see, they're all invisible on the shelves." Jerry was at a loss for words. He reached out and, sure enough, felt the shapes of the invisible books on the shelf. However, when he tried to pull one out and open it, he still couldn't see a thing. The pages themselves were invisible too. Isn't there any good solution? Jerry cared a great deal about learning the disillusionment charm. The clerk scratched his head. "Well, it's not that there's no way at all, but to be honest, it's more of a stopgap than a real fix. It won't be of much help." "Let's hear it anyway." Jerry continued his questioning. The shop assistant shrugged and said, "Actually, you can break the spell with an ordinary counter charm, but after less than 20 seconds, it automatically turns invisible again. You'd have to keep casting the counter charm nonstop. And honestly, no one is going to use a counter charm thousands of times just to read a single book. That's why, after all these years, not a single copy of this book has been sold." All right, I understand. I'll take this one. Without further ado, Jerry picked up the invisible magic book and headed downstairs. For most wizards, reading this book on invisibility magic might really require thousands of countercharms. But Jerry didn't have to worry about that at all. With the help of his little red star to keep his mind sharp and focused, he could memorize everything at a glance, quickly absorbing the entire content of the book and reviewing it at his leisure later on. And even if he did need to cast the countercharm thousands of times, he wouldn't give up. After all, considering how important the disillusionment charm was to him, it was worth investing the time to master it as soon as possible. After leaving Flourish and Blots, he made his way to the second-hand shop in Diagon Alley, hoping to find some used books, magical notes, or anything else he couldn't get at the main bookstore. And so, day after day, Jerry spent his time either researching magic and brewing potions in his own box world, or scouring Diagon Alley for any magical books, potions, or artifacts that could be useful to him. The more than 1,000 galleons he had on hand slipped away like water, until in the end, he was left with barely 30 coins. Thankfully, he managed to earn a small profit by selling some of the lower-level potions he brewed to the apothecary. Otherwise, he might not even have those 30 galleons left. Although Jerry was only a first-year student, his diligent study of potions, along with guidance from Professor Snape, a master of the craft, and frequent discussions with Hermione, a prodigy in potion-making, had set him apart from his peers. His potion-making skills surpassed those of most fourth or even fifth-year students. Especially with his enhanced focus, failures in potion brewing were a rare occurrence, saving him a great deal in wasted materials. As a result, his profits were higher than those of the average potion maker, allowing him to earn a little extra to help cover his expenses. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, after carefully preparing Christmas gifts in advance and mailing them from the Diagon Alley post office to Harry, Hermione, Ron, Draco, Daphne, and all his classmates, including every professor he knew, Jerry finally returned to his room at the Leaky Cauldron, a box in one hand and his wand in the other, quietly waiting to return home. As someone who was born in China and had worked for many years, Jerry knew better than to send Christmas presents to only Hermione and a select few on such an important holiday. If you're going to give gifts, then give them to everyone, especially the professors. After all, if you build good relationships now, it'll be much easier to ask them for advice later, and they'll be more willing to offer detailed help. He even gave Dumbledore a pair of the latest woolen socks. Besides, when you give the professors Christmas presents, how could they possibly not reciprocate? And whatever they give you in return is sure to be even better than what you offered them. So, no matter how you look at it, you'll always come out ahead. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, return. After a dizzying swirl, Jerry found himself back home in Queens, New York. It actually leveled up. Putting the box into his pocket, Jerry opened the panel, only to discover that everything on it had vanished, leaving just a few large words. Panel upgrading. He tapped on the upgrade instructions. After this upgrade, a second minor world will become accessible. You'll also be able to bring items that are not limited to lifeless objects. The duration of the upgrade is uncertain. Red stars will continue to be credited as usual during the upgrade. After reading the instructions, Jerry's eyes lit up with excitement. A second minor world, meaning that soon, besides the wizarding world of Harry Potter, he'd be able to travel to other worlds to learn magic? The magic from just the Harry Potter world had already benefited him immensely. If he could master magic from other realms as well, the potential for his future growth would take another leap forward. And that line about being able to bring items beyond lifeless objects truly set his heart racing. Originally, the panel had strict rules. He could only carry lifeless items with him when traveling between worlds, such as his wand, broomstick, and even that sniper rifle and tranquilizer gun. But living beings, like his cat Crookshanks, people, or various magical creatures, were strictly off-limits. Now, after the upgrade, this restriction would no longer apply. In other words, if he wanted to, he could even bring Hermione to the main world, and that wouldn't be a problem. But what really set his imagination ablaze was the thought. If he became powerful enough, could he one day bring an army of wizards through the box's space to the main world and form a wizard battalion to resist Thanos' invasion? And not just from the Harry Potter world. Could he do the same with other minor worlds in the future? Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to become strong enough himself. Hell's Kitchen, here I come. At midnight, Jerry mounted his Firebolt 2000, retrieved from the box, draped in his brand-new wizard's robe, and soared out from an abandoned factory, heading straight for the legendary Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. The wizard's robe he wore now was no ordinary garment. It was a custom order from a shop in Diagon Alley, crafted at great expense and enhanced with alchemical ironclad protection charms. With this robe, the threat posed by ordinary firearms to him would be vastly diminished. This was also why he now dared to venture into Hell's Kitchen to earn those precious little red stars. On this return, he had brought back a trove of magical books. There was so much to learn: new spells, new potions, alchemy, and more. And for all of these, he needed a great number of red stars to support his endeavors. Yet right now, not a single red star remained on his panel. So, he set his sights on Hell's Kitchen, a place so rife with crime that even the police were reluctant to intervene. These days, thanks to his frequent patrols, crime in Queens had become a rarity. At most, there were only minor thefts, nothing that could earn him many red stars. But Hell's Kitchen was a different story. There, murders, robberies, assaults, human trafficking, and drug deals happened by the dozens every single day. It was nothing short of a paradise for criminals. And just as much, a paradise for collecting red stars. However, the criminals there didn't act alone. Instead, they formed an entire industry chain, a vast and powerful black empire. Jerry's interference would inevitably threaten their interests, drawing fierce retaliation. Why hadn't he gone after that juicy target before? He had worried that a gang of thugs would open fire on him with heavy weapons, or even greet him with a rocket launcher. But things are different now. With a wizard robe enchanted with the iron armor spell to block bullets, and so many new spells at his disposal, he was far stronger than when he'd taken on the abomination. Not to mention, he had stocked up on antidotes, healing potions, and all sorts of magical elixirs, greatly boosting his safety. It was time to boldly make his move. Riding his Nimbus 2000 at high speed, Jerry quickly soared past Queens, crossed the East River, and entered Manhattan. Manhattan and Queens were separated by nothing but the East River. At Nimbus 2000 speed, it took him less than half an hour to find the area known as Hell's Kitchen. It truly is a paradise for crime, he murmured, hovering in midair and gazing down at the sprawling expanse of Hell's Kitchen, his expression a mix of emotions. Brandishing his wand, he dove from his broomstick toward the nearest crime scene. With a series of Petri Ficus Totalist spells, he froze in place 3 criminals who were assaulting a girl desperately crying for help in a dark alley. Then, with a flick of the Flying Dollar spell, he confiscated every bit of cash the 3 men had on them. Heal quickly, he incanted, saving a passerby who had been shot, before freezing the gunman in his tracks as well. And so, Jerry's figure appeared again and again at crime scenes all over Hell's Kitchen. His once empty tally of red stars finally began to fill up, little by little. During this period, there were a few instances where he was shot at by snipers, but his new wizard's robe effortlessly shielded him from harm. In fact, once Jerry switched into Superman mode, unless his opponents were attacking from a considerable distance or ambushing him with overwhelming numbers, it was nearly impossible for just a few people to hit him with their guns. At 2:30 in the morning, Jerry glanced at the nearly 2,000 little red stars he'd accumulated and left Hell's Kitchen, satisfied. However, just as he was about to cross the East River and return to Queens, he noticed what appeared to be a rather shady deal taking place among the shipping containers at the East River docks. Landing quietly atop a giant crane, Jerry focused his gaze downward and observed the scene closely. The 2 groups below clearly weren't upstanding citizens. After all, who on earth conducts business at the docks at 2 or 3 in the morning if they're not up to something illicit? Each group had a leader clutching a briefcase, whispering furtively about who knows what, while the henchmen stood guard on all sides, guns drawn and eyes alert for any unwelcome visitors. Jerry did a quick head count. Together, the 2 groups numbered close to 40 men, and every one of them was armed. Some even carried rifles. Capturing illegal trades like this. I wonder if this will earn me more little red stars. He stroked his chin, hesitating for a moment. More than 40 well-armed criminals were no ordinary street thugs. If there weren't any little red stars to be gained, he honestly wasn't keen on risking his neck for nothing. But that hesitation lasted only a few seconds before vanishing completely. For just then, he saw the leaders on both sides open their cases, and one of them was packed to the brim with US dollars. Don't be fooled by the money he'd made fighting crime so far. Even after all his efforts, he'd only managed to save up a few tens of thousands. At most, ordinary robbers rarely carried much cash, and, as a superhero, it wouldn't be right to take too much in reward after saving people. But that suitcase below was stuffed with cash, easily 100,000, if not more. These people were breaking the law anyway. If he didn't take the money, it would only go to waste. And who knows, maybe foiling this deal would net him some little red stars as well, especially since the other case seemed to contain drugs, which would only harm more people if allowed to circulate. Having made up his mind, Jerry didn't charge in recklessly. With so many guns pointed in every direction, storming in head-on would be nothing short of suicidal. The iron armor charm could deflect bullets, but it wasn't infallible. His wizard's robe could protect his body, but not his head. Besides, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. In situations like this, stealth and surprise were always the safest and most effective options. Carefully rising higher, he circled around behind a shipping container, tucked his Nimbus 2000 into a small box, and crept forward, wand in hand, as quietly as possible. Astral projection. A burly white man with a fierce, intimidating face stood tensely, holding his pistol as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. In that instant, his mind went blank, and then an overwhelming sense of bliss began to flood his heart. Go on, walk over there slowly, and quietly fire a few shots at the guy making a deal with your boss, a gentle and entrancing voice echoed in his mind. Though something deep inside told him this wasn't right, the powerful wave of happiness compelled him to obey the voice's instructions. He slowly stepped away from his post, a goofy smile spreading across his face, and wandered toward the center of the deal. Mara, what's wrong? Did you notice something? What are you doing? His boss, seeing him approach, immediately frowned, thinking something had gone awry. But the burly man ignored him entirely. With a look of pure contentment, he raised his gun and fired across at the opposing boss. Gunshots rang out. The opposing boss, caught completely off guard by this betrayal from someone he'd worked with for years, was shot dead on the spot by the burly man. For a moment, the entire scene froze in shock. Then, the slain boss's crew erupted in rage, hurling curses as they trained their guns on the burly man and his boss, unleashing a hail of bullets that cut both men down. Black magic really does work wonders on ordinary people, Jerry muttered with satisfaction as he watched the two gangs break out into a firefight at the dock. The spell he had just cast was none other than the soul-draining curse, a dark enchantment he'd learned from the Chiro notes. Though he hadn't quite mastered it, it was more than enough to deal with regular folks. Since returning, his arsenal of spells had grown considerably. Sometimes, brute force wasn't the answer, especially against opponents wielding modern weaponry. Using a variety of spells creatively often proved far more effective. Take now, for instance, he didn't even need to intervene again. All he had to do was watch the chaos from a safe distance as the two gangs tore each other apart. Most spells in the world of Harry Potter aren't as destructive as high-tech, modern weapons. But the unique effects of magic often accomplish things technology simply cannot, and magic's true strength lies in how difficult, sometimes impossible, it is to defend against. Accio, all of you! Just as the two gangs, bloodshot with rage at their bosses' deaths, continued their firefight, the two suitcases lying in the middle of the melee suddenly soared straight toward a nearby shipping container. Jerry had cast the summoning charm. He tossed both suitcases into his little box, and seeing the number of red stars increase once more, he paid no further attention to the fighting below. Hopping onto his Nimbus 2000, he sped away. Simply killing, whether it's the good or the bad, would never earn him a little red star. Only by stopping a crime in progress and doing good deeds could he add a red star to his tally. Since he already had both the money and the goods, there was no point in sticking around. Returning to the abandoned warehouse, Jerry tossed everything into the box, then quietly sneaked back home. For now, he hadn't yet learned the transformation charm. Once he did, he wouldn't have to go in and out through the warehouse every time. He'd be able to turn invisible and fly straight home. With textbooks from the upper grades and that book of invisibility spells, he was confident it wouldn't take too long. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Jerry walked his little sister Elsa to the bus stop and saw her off to elementary school. With summer vacation over, both he and Elsa were heading back to school. The difference was Elsa was still in elementary school, while starting today, he had the honor of becoming a middle school student. That meant his new school was, of course, no longer the elementary school, but a different middle school entirely. His middle school was a public one, very ordinary, really. Its main feature was that it was quite far from his old elementary school, so most of his former classmates weren't likely to attend. Haas had originally planned to send him to a private school. Private schools cost a lot more, but their education quality was undeniably better. However, Jerry had turned down the offer. Back when he was earning little red stars, he'd excelled in every possible way, so much so that every teacher and classmate in the school knew him. He'd truly been a sensation. But now, those little red stars no longer mattered to him, and there was no need to stand out like before. He was even planning to use Polyjuice Potion to completely erase his presence from SHLD's radar, which meant he'd have to keep a much lower profile from now on. Jerry had looked into this public middle school. In every respect, it was extremely average with very lax management, a perfect fit for his current needs. Elsa, while I'm not around, you have to study hard at school and listen to your teachers. If anyone ever dares to bully you, you must tell me when you get home. Jerry, a little uneasy, ran through his list of reminders before Elsa got on the bus. But, big brother, I don't want to be apart from you. Elsa pouted, her face filled with reluctance. Jerry was touched and tried to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry. Next year, when you start middle school, we'll be at the same school again." He watched as Elsa boarded the bus, and just as the engine started, Jerry was about to turn and leave when his ear twitched, and he couldn't help but smirk. Because he'd been brewing Polyjuice potion in a box base all morning, he'd kept his Superman mode active, so his hearing was far sharper than usual. Just now, through the already running school bus's window, he faintly heard Elsa's jubilant cheer. "Yes, yes, at last, I've escaped from the clutches of the demon Jerry. The era of Queen Elsa is finally upon us. Ha, ha, ah. Looks like I've been a little too strict with her," Jerry said with a laugh, shaking his head as he waved for a taxi with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Because of his experiences studying in his previous life, Jerry couldn't help but use some uniquely Chinese educational methods when guiding Elsa in her studies. Although at home, he tried his best not to interfere with Elsa's schoolwork. At school, he still kept a close eye on her. Maybe that's exactly why Elsa felt so happy to be at a different school from him. Come to think of it, Jerry realized he was stricter about watching over Elsa's studies than most parents in this country. Yet even so, Elsa still managed to fail every single math test, which was rather impressive in its own right. Maybe some people are just born without a knack for certain things. No matter how much effort they put in, it doesn't help. Meanwhile, others have a natural talent and can achieve a lot even without trying too hard. Choice is greater than effort. There really does seem to be some truth to that saying. Jerry, unconcerned about money, took a taxi that brought him to his new high school in just over half an hour. It was the start of the school year. Countless teenagers, brimming with youthful energy, were walking through the school gates. They each had their own unique style, but almost all of them were wearing what they considered the trendiest clothes. At this age, everyone wanted to be the coolest, most eye-catching kid in school. Unlike in Chinese schools, where top students get all the attention, here, those who excel academically but dress plainly are labeled bookworms, often looked down upon and struggling to make friends. The popular kids are always those who seem effortlessly stylish, multi-talented, or stand out in various school activities. Maybe it's because kids here get exposed to the internet earlier and mature faster than their Chinese peers, but it also makes it harder for them to focus solely on academics. Amidst this sea of ultra-trendy students, Jerry looked utterly unremarkable. He wore the most ordinary baggy t-shirt and jeans, hid his handsome features under a baseball cap, and even put on a pair of thick, black-rimmed glasses with plain lenses. He wasn't particularly tall, either. Whether it was from overdoing martial arts training as a kid, or just a matter of age, Jerry's height was nothing special among his peers. Even after living half a year longer in this small world, he was only about as tall as Hermione. Jerry couldn't do much about it, but he figured it was mostly a matter of age. Usually, girls develop earlier, while boys catch up a little later. So, at 11, Hermione was growing faster, but he guessed he'd have to wait another 2 years before his own height would really shoot up. Haas had once said that Jerry's biological parents were both exceptionally tall and good-looking. Real standouts, the kind of people who turned heads. It wouldn't make sense if he only inherited their looks, but not their height. In fact, when Jerry walked into the school, he realized that the middle schools in this country were quite different from the ones in his previous life. These cultural differences weren't so obvious in elementary school, but once he entered middle school, they stood out in stark contrast. He still remembered his own middle school days from his past life. Outside the school, it wasn't unusual to see classmates getting into fights, sometimes even huge brawls with over 100 people. Yet inside the school, it was a different world. Back then, the teachers were a tough bunch, not to be trifled with. They had nicknames like the 4 Demon Lords, the 6 Great Overlords, or the Ruthless Master. Today's teachers simply couldn't compare. If you got caught dyeing your hair, growing it long, smoking, goofing off in class, or dating, you were in for a wonderful time. He still vaguely remembered how silent the math class would get. You could hear a pin drop when a math teacher walked in. Every single noise in the room vanished completely. And there was the time when a particularly notorious classmate got caught smoking behind the building during break. The bald demon king found him, shouted at him a dozen times in front of everyone, then kicked him to the ground and, still not satisfied, gave him a couple more kicks before letting him go. Of course, scenes like that were rare nowadays. Permed hair, curls, earrings, flashy clothes. These things seemed pretty common in his new school. Jerry even spotted 2 kids, maybe 13 or 14, hugging and kissing in a corner as he was going upstairs. The funny thing was, when they noticed Jerry watching, they didn't seem to care at all. It was as if they were completely used to it. Maybe it was because of the school. Private schools with better reputations probably kept a tighter grip on things like this. Honestly, Jerry didn't mind it. In fact, he kind of liked it. The more relaxed the school's rules, the more time he'd have to do his own thing. He found his classroom as listed on the notice, and chose a seat in the farthest corner at the back. Before long, the bell rang and the first class of the day began. "My name is Jerry Carmen," I'm 11 years old. My hobbies, they're a lot. My dreams for the future, there are a lot of those too. During the first class, when it came time for introductions, Jerry, who was sitting in the back row in the corner, stood up and said a few unremarkable words before quietly sitting down again. The eyes of the teacher and classmates lingered on him for only a few seconds before moving on to the next person. Repel Muggles. At that moment, Jerry discreetly pulled out his wand, tapped it lightly on his desk, and then took a magic book from his box, starting to read. The Muggle-repelling charm was a spell Jerry had just learned, a common tool for wizards. It wasn't particularly difficult, but its effectiveness depended on the caster's skill. The charm didn't actually drive Muggles away. Rather, it caused a certain area to go unnoticed by Muggles, making them unconsciously ignore that space. It was like a powerful, collective suggestion cast over their minds. Consider the leaky cauldron. Though it was plainly wedged between a bookstore and a record shop, passers-by would instinctively look right past it, never noticing it was there. Only when a wizard pointed it out, breaking the psychological veil, could others truly see it. Now, Jerry cast the Muggle-repelling charm over a small area surrounding his desk. This way, both the teacher and all the students in class would unconsciously overlook his presence. Whatever he did there, as long as he didn't make too much noise, would go entirely unnoticed. Of course, if the teacher called his name or asked him a question, he would still be discovered. However, whenever he read his magic book, Jerry would always keep his mind alert, ready to react the instant the teacher called on him, so it was never really a problem. Besides, public schools weren't as strictly managed as private ones. It was rare for teachers to single out students for questions. The atmosphere in class was generally quite relaxed. The first day of class wasn't particularly important, mostly focused on introductions and getting to know classmates. That day, Jerry memorized the names of all the teachers and students, but didn't try to make any friends. He spent all his time researching the polyjuice potion recipe and the disillusionment charm. Those were his top priorities at the moment. His first day of middle school passed by in quiet and uneventful fashion. At least it should have. But during the final period, when two classes were combined for gym, a small, unexpected twist occurred. Their gym teacher, a short, stout, middle-aged white man, wanted everyone to have fun and bond on the first day. So before class began, he organized a little game called Gladiator. The rules were remarkably simple. The boys from both classes were divided into two teams, tasked with seizing a red flag planted at the far end of the lawn. They could use any means necessary to stop members of the opposing team, and the class whose team first delivered the flag to the teacher would claim victory. Meanwhile, the girls of each class formed the cheer squad, rooting enthusiastically for their classmates. Up to this point, there really wasn't much to worry about. Jerry figured he could just muddle through and it would all pass without incident. However, since it was everyone's first day of class and hardly anyone could yet recognize all their classmates, the PE teacher needed a way to tell the two teams apart. To solve this, he instructed all the boys from one class to take off their t-shirts and go bare-chested. As it happened, Jerry's class was the one selected to shed their shirts. The result was inevitable. No sooner had Jerry removed his top than he became the center of attention for everyone on the field. Even the PE teacher was momentarily stunned. At this age, most kids were either skinny or chubby, so Jerry's physique, ripped with a set of 8-pack abs and muscles like steel cables, stood out like a beacon. Especially since, in that very moment, an 8th-grade girl from the school's newspaper happened to be nearby and snapped a photo of Jerry as he took off his shirt. The next day, a picture of his muscular frame made the front page of the campus newspaper, and overnight, Jerry became the talk of the entire school. The carefully laid plans to keep a low profile were completely shattered on the very first day of term. There was nothing he could do about it. If only he could perform magic without a wand. He might have hit the teacher with an obliviate spell right then and there, and none of this would have happened. The main problem was for gym class. Everyone had changed into special athletic shirts and shorts, making it impossible to carry his wand and box with him. So before class, he'd stash them in the student storage lockers. Who would have thought that something as trivial as PE could blow up into such a fiasco? This episode left Jerry with a new sense of caution. No matter how safe the environment seemed, he must never let his wand out of his sight. Without it, he was just a slightly stronger than average kid. Fortunately, after thinking it over, he realized the situation wasn't truly dire. Keeping a low profile was only meant to avoid drawing SHLD's attention. As long as he succeeded in brewing the polyjuice potion, everything would sort itself out. A month after the start of school, after bidding Haas and Elsa goodnight, Jerry closed his bedroom door, cast a locking charm, and slipped into his box space. He made his way to the potion lab in his little villa, checked the color of the potion simmering in the cauldron, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Looks like it's just about ready. From the moment he returned until now, he'd spent an entire month brewing the polyjuice potion, And today, at last, it was time to finish the final step. He dropped the last lacewing fly into the potion, and instantly, the syrupy concoction bubbled up with a rush of frothy bubbles, rolling and churning in a cauldron. Raising his wand, he channeled magic into the potion, then added the strand of hair he'd gotten from Hermione. In a heartbeat, the previously boiling potion transformed into a beautiful shade of pink. The advanced polyjuice potion was complete. Delighted, Jerry carefully poured the rosy potion into 4 small vials. Each vial contained enough for him to transform into Hermione for 1 full hour. Polyjuice potion, an advanced magical brew, could let the drinker assume the appearance of any other person, regardless of age or gender, but it could never turn someone into an animal. Nor could it be used by non-humans or half-humans, like Hagrid, to transform. Because the potion contained the hair of the person to be imitated, the transformation would be flawless. The drinker's body would become an exact replica of the original. What's more, the color and taste of polyjuice potion varied, depending on the person whose hair was used. Some brews came out a muddy yellow, some a deep brown, others a golden hue, and some, like this one, a vibrant pink. The taste could range from downright awful to merely tolerable, and occasionally quite pleasant. It was rumored that the potion's flavor was linked to the purity of the person's spirit, but that was only speculation. There was no real evidence. After all, who would ever admit their own heart was dark? Previously, whenever Jerry went out, he'd always worn a billowing wizard's robe, a pointed hat, and a mask, keeping his face completely hidden from others. People could only guess his identity by his height or the sound of his voice. Hermione's height was similar to his own, and though their voices differed, that was easy to handle. A simple voice-changing char would suffice. So, as long as he played his part well, SLD's investigation into his true identity could easily be led astray once again. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, inside the Triskelion building, Agent Hill placed a thick stack of files onto Nick Fury's desk. Director, based on our logistics agent's most recent findings, we've narrowed down the real identity of the wizard to one of these kids. Liu Wangong, Jerry Carmen, Liu Zhaoxiaogu. Nick Fury took the files, glanced through them, and paused when he came to Jerry Carmen's dossier. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. I thought our earlier investigation pointed to a Chinese national. Why is there an exception here? Actually, of everyone we've looked into, this Jerry Carmen is the most likely candidate, Hill replied, sharing her assessment. Although Jerry had never revealed his appearance from beginning to end, S.H.I.E.L.D., as the world's top international intelligence organization, possessed immense resources and a vast network of elite professionals from all walks of life. If they were willing to devote enough time and investment, it wasn't entirely impossible to uncover traces and clues about Jerry, no matter how well hidden. Previously, the reason they hadn't found any information on Jerry was simply that Nick Fury hadn't paid him enough attention yet. Most resources were allocated elsewhere at the time. But now that Jerry had displayed an unparalleled gift for healing and remarkable support abilities, Nick Fury had naturally increased both the scope and intensity of the investigation. As a result, Agent Hill, who was in charge of this case, was able to mobilize more agents to assist with a massive screening effort. Using the method of narrowing down suspects by process of elimination, she quickly zeroed in on several children who fit the profile, and among them, the most outstanding was a boy named Jerry Carmen. At first, he'd been excluded from consideration because he wasn't of Chinese descent. But later, a sharp-eyed agent noticed that this child seemed to be highly skilled in Chinese cuisine, making it very likely that he could also speak Mandarin. More importantly, this kid was simply too exceptional in every aspect, so much so that it went beyond the bounds of normal talent. Hill couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, his height matched, his home address was not far from the warehouse, and he was an unusually gifted child. It was difficult not to associate him with the mysterious, magic-wielding wizard they were searching for. After listening to Hill's report, Nick nodded thoughtfully. He had great trust in Hill's intelligence and judgment, and by his own assessment, this Jerry Carmen was indeed highly suspicious. Come with me to New York tomorrow. I want to meet him in person, and maybe ask him for a favor. Is this about Tony Stark? Hill's question showed she had already guessed as much. Natasha's report says Tony's poisoning has taken a turn for the worse. Our current medical options can't fully cure him, so I want to see if this young wizard has any solutions. You know, even with what Mr. Howard left behind, we can't be certain we'll solve Tony's problem just by unraveling its secrets. We have to try every possible avenue. Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. As the son of Howard Stark, one of SHLD's founders, Tony was a crucial figure in the Avengers initiative that Nick valued so highly. Flaws of temperament and personality aside, but there was no denying it. Even if Tony was not the ideal Avenger, his technical expertise and guidance alone had already proven invaluable to S.H.I.E.L.D. Leaving the box space, Jerry took his flying broom in hand, pointed his wand at himself, and whispered an incantation. Invisible. A streak of blue magic flashed, and both Jerry and his Nimbus 2000 vanished from the room without a trace. After a month of diligent study, he had finally mastered the Disillusionment Charm, a spell usually reserved for upper-year wizards. Now, he no longer had to sneak through warehouses every time he wanted to come and go. Instead, he could simply cast the charm and fly in and out through his own bedroom window. Although his skill level still didn't allow him to stay invisible for long periods, it was more than enough for his needs. With the help of the Disillusionment Charm, Jerry quickly soared above Hell's Kitchen, resuming his daily routine of fighting crime and collecting red stars. But just as the charm faded, and Jerry was darting across the sky, solving one crime after another, danger was brewing atop a certain high-rise. On the rooftop, a burly man in a black suit peered through binoculars, tracking Jerry's every move. The target has appeared. Get ready. We must eliminate him in one strike. Don't worry, Captain, another muscular man replied, retrieving a tracking rocket launcher from a crate and expertly prepping it. He's just a kid with a few tricks. He's not as tough as he thinks. The leader shook his head, his tone grave. Don't underestimate him. He may look like a child, but his powers are bizarre. If he gets close, he could cause us real trouble. And from what we've seen, ordinary bullets barely even scratch him. Relax. I don't believe he can survive a direct hit from my rocket. The man with the launcher loaded the rocket and locked it into place. The key is we have to hit him. Has the drone been deployed yet? The leader nodded, turning to a young man nearby. It's out, Captain. We've already locked onto his position. Dana, as soon as the rocket hits, you follow up with a finishing shot. Make sure he doesn't walk away from this. The leader turned to a striking red-haired woman, who was carefully assembling a heavy sniper rifle. Once this job is done, we can finally retire. The red-haired woman shot him a playful wink. Relax. This is a Barrett-heavy sniper rifle, and I'm using 1.27-centimeter armor-piercing rounds. I can blast through steel from a kilometer away. If he shrugs off regular bullets, let's see him stop this. She licked her lips, a twisted glint in her eyes, and muttered to herself. My favorite part is watching heads explode. I wonder if a kid's brains look any different. The burly man in the suit, apparently used to such occurrences, said nothing more. Instead, he instructed the young man operating the drone to closely track the wizard's movements in the sky. Meanwhile, beneath Hell's Kitchen, a small van was racing down the street. Inside, a woman in her 20s clutched a camera, urging the driver ahead of her in an anxious tone. I just saw the wizard fly toward 39th Street. Hurry up, drive faster. If we don't, we won't get any pictures again today. The driver couldn't help but roll his eyes. Miss Lucy, he's flying in the sky, and his direction changes all the time. No matter how fast I drive down here, we'll never catch up. I say we find somewhere higher up. Maybe we'll still get a few shots. No, that'll be way too blurry. I want close-ups. Ideally, I want to catch the wizard casting spells on criminals up close. The young woman with the camera stuck her head out the window, scanning the sky before calling back loudly to the driver. This young woman was named Lucy, the very reporter whom Jerry had saved when he first began fighting crime. Back then, she was just an unknown, low-level journalist, whose daily assignments were to cover street food stalls and small eateries. Everything changed the day she met Jerry and witnessed magic with her own eyes. From that moment, she became fascinated by him, unable to shake the obsession. She believed that if she dedicated all her energy to covering Jerry, she could scoop major stories and rise to become a top-tier reporter. And indeed, her instincts proved right. At first, when Jerry wasn't well known, it didn't make much difference, but once the name Wizard Jerry spread through New York, any news related to him drew the city's attention. Because she had staked out Jerry near Queens from the very start and captured many photos of him, her standing in the company soared, especially after she personally reported on that major fire incident. So, once she learned that Jerry frequently appeared in Hell's Kitchen to fight crime, she began staking out the area almost every night, hoping to snap a few great shots. But so far, it was proving nearly impossible. This wizard always dealt with criminals at lightning speed. He'd appear high above, dispatch a few spells in a flash, and then vanish into the sky. Even if a crime happened nearby, by the time they managed to drive over, it was already over and done with. So whether it was Lucy or other reporters with the same idea, few could ever capture a clear, close-up shot of the wizard subduing criminals. Petrify them all. Jerry had just dealt with a robber, soaring through the air on his broomstick, when he suddenly furrowed his brow. A distinct sense of being watched washed over him. With a flick of his broom, he immediately noticed two drones not far from him, each equipped with a camera. Could it be S.H.I.E.L.D. again? Doesn't quite feel like it. Compared to the last time S.H.I.E.L.D. sent drones to keep watch, this surveillance felt distinctly different. Jerry's sixth sense could clearly detect an intense and hostile malice this time. Reducto. With a flourish of his wand, he instantly dismantled one of the drones, tearing it apart on the spot. Before he could cast a second spell, however, the remaining drone sped away to the west at full throttle. Trying to get away, Jerry accelerated, and his Nimbus 2000 sliced through the air, racing in hot pursuit of the fleeing drone. The drone was fast, but the Nimbus 2000 was no slouch either. At nearly 200 kilometers per hour, Jerry quickly closed the gap. Reducto. A sweep of his wand sent a streak of blue light, and the drone exploded into a shower of twisted metal. Just then, as Jerry remained in his Superman mode, a powerful sense of danger surged within him. This isn't good. He let out a startled cry as he spotted, atop the building ahead, a rocket hurtling straight towards him. While the enchanted wizard's robe, protected by the shield charm, could easily withstand ordinary bullets, there was no telling if it could hold up against a rocket. Still, Jerry figured it was best not to take unnecessary risks. The shield charm was certainly a powerful defensive spell, even advanced magic, and he was still working hard to master it himself. However, the true strength of the shield charm depended not only on the incantation, but also on the wizard's own power. A shield charm cast by Dumbledore was worlds apart from the same spell cast by a first-year student. It was much like the killing curse. If the wizard casting it was too weak, it wouldn't be lethal at all. Quirrell's notes even mentioned that, in the hands of an underpowered wizard, the killing curse might do no more than give someone a bloody nose. As for the wizard's robe he'd commissioned at a high price, one that included a shield charm, it was in fact only passable. After all, wizard robe shops didn't typically sell garments pre-enchanted with the shield charm. It was only because Jerry offered an exorbitant fee that the owner agreed to give it a try. But expecting a shop owner to be a shield charm expert was unrealistic. At best, he could barely manage to enchant it. And through his recent studies in alchemy, Jerry had learned that enchanted defensive items like these never worked as well as a spell cast by a skilled wizard. Without hesitation, Jerry twisted his broom in a sharp maneuver, pulling off an acrobatic dodge and narrowly evading the incoming rocket. However, even after dodging, his expression didn't improve. The rocket had looped in midair and was coming straight at him once again. Damn it, it can track targets. Letting out a curse, Jerry immediately swung his wand and shouted at the rocket as it barreled toward him again. Freeze, all of you! A burst of light flashed from the tip of his wand, and as the speeding rocket entered the glowing field, it froze in midair, suspended and motionless. The Freezing Charm, a highly unusual spell that appeared in the second-year wizardry spellbook. Unlike the Stunning spell, which targets the mind, or the Full Body Bind, which restrains the flesh and can only affect one person at a time, the Freezing Charm is a special area of effect spell. When cast, every target within the illuminated area falls under the wizard's will, as if time itself has come to a halt, unable to move another inch. Still, wizards rarely use this spell in combat. It has a notable drawback. Its effects are barely noticeable on wizards, humans, or creatures of any considerable size. It's far more effective on small creatures, like Cornish pixies and the like. Of course, that's not what Jerry values most about this charm. Its true uniqueness lies in its ability to affect Muggle-made items, in other words, non-living things. Neither the Stunning spell nor the Full Body Bind can do that. For example, if an alarm suddenly starts blaring, casting Stunning or Full Body Bind on it will do nothing. It'll keep on wailing. But if you cast the Freezing Charm, it'll stop instantly. Likewise, when a rocket is hurtling your way, a single Freezing Charm will halt it in its tracks, suspending it in midair. Jerry knew that living in a Marvel universe, he would have to deal with these high-tech, high-powered weapons sooner or later, especially now, in Hell's Kitchen, a haven for criminals. That's why he'd been searching for spells capable of countering advanced technology. So far, the Freezing Charm was the best he'd found against high-tech weaponry. And the best part? It was only a second-year spell, not particularly difficult to master. What the hell is going on? Up on the rooftop, the burly man in a suit, watching as the rocket stopped right in front of Jerry and went no further, exclaimed in shock. He knew the target had some bizarre abilities, but as a member of one of the world's top mercenary squads, he'd seen his share of superpowered individuals. Honestly, in their experience, as long as they could figure out the nature of their opponent's powers, such people weren't necessarily any more dangerous than ordinary folks. Because they had never received any specialized training, they were essentially like children wielding guns. If someone wanted to kill them, it would only take a single bullet or a single rocket to finish the job. This was also one of the reasons why, after learning about the wizard's abilities, they still dared to take on this assignment. However, The ability to suspend a rocket in midair as if by magic was something they had never seen before in any of the wizard combat videos they had studied, which explained their utter shock. "Dana, cover me." "Roger. Watch me blow his head off." The red-haired woman locked her sniper rifle onto Jerry's forehead as he hovered in the air, her face brimming with confidence as she squeezed the trigger. A thunderous roar erupted. The armor-piercing round, thicker and longer than a finger, shot out at nearly 1 kilometer per second, aiming straight for the center of Jerry's brow. At that very moment, Jerry's sixth sense once again screamed a deadly warning. Instantly, magic surged through him. He tapped his wizard's robe with his wand, activating the second tier of the shield charm's protection. Jerry's custom-made wizard robe, enhanced with the shield charm, offered 2 distinct modes of defense. The first was to let the shield charm passively cover the robe, much like wearing a super bulletproof vest. The advantage was that almost his entire body could be protected. The downside was that the robe left his neck and head completely exposed. The second mode was to actively trigger the shield charm with his wand. In this case, the enchantment would manifest like a proper spell, a semi-transparent shield that covered one entire side of Jerry's body. The benefit here was comprehensive protection from attacks coming from a single direction, but the drawback was that the other 3 sides remained completely defenseless. As soon as the semi-transparent shield charm barrier emerged, the armor-piercing bullet had already closed the gap, less than 1 meter from Jerry's forehead. Had he been even moments slower, his head might have exploded like a watermelon. Wizards are known for their resilience. Losing an arm or a leg, or even having half their body sliced apart, can often be healed as long as it's treated in time. But if your head is blown apart, there's really no coming back from that. Except for death, there's not a thing you can do. Or, one might choose not to die and simply become a ghost, but that's hardly a desirable outcome. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wizards who choose not to linger as ghosts after death. Surprisingly, the moment the armor-piercing bullet touched the shield charm, it was completely stopped by the semi-transparent barrier. A high-level defensive spell truly lives up to its name. Even though this version was somewhat watered down and not as powerful as one cast in earnest by a true wizard, it still provided perfect protection against this kind of purely physical attack. Jerry still underestimated the power of a wizard's magic. There's a reason why magic is called magic. There are aspects of it that simply defy scientific explanation. Armor-piercing rounds are formidable, of course, but a wizard's high-level defensive spells are not to be taken lightly either. It's worth remembering that the shield charm is renowned as an advanced defensive spell that can block almost any curse, save for the killing curse itself. Seeing the armor-piercing round frozen just outside the shield conjured by the spell, Jerry felt a surge of inspiration. He immediately and subtly directed his flying broom to carry him backward and downward in a retreat, giving the appearance that, although the spell had blocked the round, he'd still been sent flying by its sheer force. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into a clothing store that had already closed for the day, knocking over a tangle of racks. Jerry, broom and all, ended up buried beneath a mountain of clothes. In the few seconds his body was hidden under the pile, he swiftly pulled a small box from inside his wizard's robes, took out a vial of polyjuice potion, and surreptitiously gulped it down. A faint, strawberry-like sweetness blossomed on his tongue. But before he had time to savor it, his insides began to churn violently. A burning sensation erupted from his stomach, spreading in a flash throughout his entire body, right to the tips of his fingers and toes. Next came the terrifying feeling of melting, as if his skin were bubbling like scalding wax. Gasping for breath, he couldn't help but pant, even buried beneath the clothes. Moments later, once the transformation was complete, Jerry was suddenly struck by a profound sense of unfamiliarity with his own body. His once short, brown hair grew longer and thicker, wild and unruly. His chest began to curve, the steel-like muscles he'd worked so hard to build vanished, and the powerful strength of an adult's body faded away, replaced by the ordinary physique of a young girl. And as for his lower half, well, that defied easy description. In short, Jerry, now concealed beneath the pile of clothes, had completely transformed into Hermione. Brushing aside the clothes covering him, he made no move to retrieve the hat and mask that had fallen into the pile. Instead, fuming with feigned indignation, he mounted the broom and shot out of the shop, rising once more into the air. Just moments before, when Jerry was sent flying, the freezing charm he'd cast naturally dissipated as well. The suspended rocket, no longer held in, placed by the spell, exploded midair with a deafening blast, rousing the residents from their sleep and startling the reporters stationed on the street. Especially the ever-persistent Lucy. Having trailed Jerry's movements all along, she wasn't far from the explosion. Before the blast, she'd already spotted Jerry in the sky, seemingly struck by something and plummeting to the ground. Without hesitation, she ordered her driver to race toward the street where Jerry had fallen. As Jerry soared out of the clothing store on his Nimbus 2000, Lucy's car happened to pull up right in front of the shop. Click! A camera flash burst to life. Just as Jerry took off on his broom, hatless, with his long hair streaming behind him, Lucy managed to capture a clear side profile shot. Click, click, click. Only after Jerry had completely vanished into the sky did Lucy, her eyes shining with excitement, whisper under her breath. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. So the wizard is actually a girl. This is huge news. Tomorrow's headline, for sure. Thinking it over, Lucy realized it made sense. Every time the wizard had appeared before, he wore a mask that revealed only his eyes and a billowing robe that concealed any hint of gender. No one could really tell if the wizard was a boy or a girl. Still, most people had simply assumed the wizard was male, and he had never bothered to deny it. Deep down, Jerry gave a silent nod of approval to the young reporter's quick work with her camera. He knew there were plenty of reporters lurking around Hell's Kitchen, all eager to snap photos or videos of his crime-fighting exploits. That was exactly why he decided, on a whim, to use Polyjuice Potion for transformation. He hadn't expected to get photographed so directly the moment he stepped outside, but honestly, it played right into his hands. Even if the reporters hadn't managed to get pictures of him just now, Jerry was sure that SHLD satellites in the sky would have caught something anyway. Not only did he look completely different, but even his gender had changed. Would S.H.I.E.L.D. still suspect that the wizard might be him? From today on, the whole world would know that the wizard was a girl and what she looked like. At least for a while, no one would suspect his true identity. Of course, this wasn't a permanent solution. After all, the Polyjuice Potion only lasted for an hour, and as he got older, his masculine features would become more pronounced. But that was fine. He just needed to keep up the act for a few more years. His strength would only grow over time, and once he was powerful enough, there'd be no need to hide it all. Besides, Hermione wasn't a made-up persona. He could always bring Hermione over to the main world for a stroll if he ever needed to. Now then, it's time to deal with those fools who dared to attack me. Gliding along on his broomstick, Jerry kept low, weaving swiftly between the buildings below as he sped toward the tower where his attackers had made their move. Truth be told, casting a disillusionment charm would have been the safer choice, but Jerry wasn't ready for people to know he could turn invisible just yet. Besides, his opponents were just a handful of muggles. Even without the charm, he could handle them with ease. Modern weaponry can indeed pose a threat to wizards, but that's only in the case of an ambush. Once a wizard becomes aware of the attack, trying to kill them with firearms becomes nearly impossible. Especially when it comes to Jerry. He's far from an ordinary wizard. Unlike others who know nothing about modern weapons, Jerry understands how to avoid danger and can deal with opponents more easily. What a monster! Not even armor-piercing rounds can get through his defenses. The muscular man in the suit, who was leading the group, watched Jerry through his binoculars. He saw Jerry, flying on his broomstick, emerge from the chaos unscathed except for his lost hat and mask. The man's brow furrowed at the sight. Still, he didn't give up. The enemy's defenses were formidable, but not invincible. First off, the fact that Jerry had gone out of his way to prevent the rocket from detonating meant that it was still a threat to him. And, although the armor-piercing rounds hadn't broken through his shield, they had at least sent him crashing down into the building below. So, as long as they coordinated well, killing him wasn't entirely out of the question. Duh. He keeps dodging, and with the buildings in the way, it's hard to get a clear shot. But once he's within 100 meters and there's no more cover, I can't hit him. Trust my aim. The red-haired woman was constantly adjusting her sniper rifle, trying to lock onto Jerry as he darted unpredictably through the air. All right, once Dana lands a hit, you go after him with a rocket launcher, and you set the drone for a suicide detonation. Upon hearing the woman's reply, the team leader turned to the burly man carrying the rocket launcher and gave him his instructions, then barked orders at the young man operating the other drones. Both nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as Jerry weaved through the maze of buildings and closed to within 100 meters, now completely exposed, he suddenly flicked his wand. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped him. Nice try. Think you can ambush me? Jerry let out a cold laugh as he eyed the 4 figures on the rooftop ahead. After casting the smokescreen spell, he flicked his wand again. Let there be light. In an instant, dazzling beams of light shot out from the smoke, as blinding as miniature suns in the dead of night. The 4 on the rooftop, who had been staring intently at the smoke, reflexively squeezed their eyes shut. Let there be light, a spell that shimmered with luminous brilliance, capable of unleashing blinding rays akin to the sun itself. The glowing orb floating in Jerry's spatial box was created through alchemy, fused with the power of this very spell. Petrify them all. Seizing the moment as all 4 closed their eyes, Jerry burst from the smoke, darted to their flank, and with a flourish of his wand, cast a full-body binding spell straight at the man with the rocket launcher. A sniper rifle couldn't pierce his iron armor curse, but a rocket launcher was another matter entirely. That's why the top priority was to take care of the most threatening weapon first. Boom! Just as Jerry finished taking down the burly man carrying the rocket launcher, a sudden, powerful force surged from behind, sending both him and his flying broom hurtling through the air toward the rooftop where the 4 attackers were gathered. It turned out to be the young man controlling the drone. He had seized the opportunity, remotely piloting the drone to self-destruct right behind Jerry's back. Fortunately, the blast wasn't very strong, and with the protection of his wizard's robe, Jerry escaped unscathed, except for a few singed hairs from his thick mane. At the very same moment, the red-haired woman, moving as if in perfect sync with her team, executed a flawless, high-speed quickscope and fired a shot straight at Jerry as he was blown toward her. The armor-piercing bullet was about to be fired, on course to punch through Jerry's chest, when suddenly, it became clear that he had already anticipated the red-haired woman's move. With a swift backward lean, hooking his feet around the broomstick, he dodged the shot entirely. Even though he was now in Hermione's body, physically much weaker in every aspect, his superhuman mode still kept his senses honed to their absolute peak. The red-haired woman's quick draw was fast, but still not fast enough to escape his notice. Petri Ficus Totalis. Sprawled awkwardly on the broom, Jerry saw that after missing her shot, the woman in red wasted barely a second before swinging her rifle to target him again. He quickly flicked his wand, casting a full-body binding curse in response. With the powerful sniper now neutralized, Jerry swung himself upright onto the broom and prepared to deal with the last 2 assailants, only to see them abandon their immobilized companion and dash straight for the rooftop's iron door. "Trying to run, are you?" At this point, there was no way he'd let them escape. He shot ahead on his broom, landing right in front of the door and blocking the only way off the rooftop. If those 2 managed to slip through the iron door and blend into the building below, he might never be able to track them down. When Jerry jumped off his broom, the burly man in a suit and the thin young man exchanged a quick glance, a sly, triumphant smile flickering between them. In truth, they hadn't been trying to escape. Their real plan was to lure Jerry down from the sky. As long as he stayed airborne, they had no hope of defeating him. Only by forcing him to fight on the ground could they hope to take him down at close quarters. The wiry young man drew his twin pistols and rolled into cover behind the rooftop water tank, while the suited giant whipped out 2 knives and charged straight at Jerry. Petri Ficus Totalis. After landing, Jerry didn't waste any words. He simply raised his hand and cast a full-body bind curse straight at the burly man in a suit who was charging at him with a dagger. In a real fight, unless you're deliberately trying to unsettle your opponent, it's best not to talk too much. Questions like, "Who are you?" or "Why are you trying to kill me?" never get answered. They only waste precious time and make you miss the perfect moment to attack or dodge. So, just do what needs to be done. Once you've captured your opponent, there'll be plenty of time to get to the bottom of things. Why does he keep using the full-body bind curse for his attacks? Because when facing ordinary people, spells like the full-body bind and the stunning spell are the most effective, and he's mastered them better than any others. Unless the situation calls for something different, these are his go-to spells in a fight. Although he has learned some more powerful dark magic by now, those spells are generally much more lethal and harder to control. It's all too easy to accidentally kill a regular person with them. That kind of black magic is best used discreetly. Using it openly just doesn't fit with his superhero persona. Of course, if things ever get truly dangerous, that's a different story. But right now, Jerry doesn't think this situation is that dangerous. His opponents have no idea they're facing a wizard who has more ways to kill them than they can imagine. Whoa, that's fast. Jerry couldn't help but look surprised as the burly man in the suit dodged his spell with a swift movement, evading the magic with ease. If the man had dodged simply by anticipating Jerry's wand movement, Jerry might not have been so shocked. After all, under normal circumstances, firing off a spell with a wand isn't much different from shooting a gun. With enough combat experience, you could predict and dodge the attack by reading your opponent's actions. But the speed with which the suited man just dodged was far beyond what normal humans are capable of. It was unnaturally fast. You're not the only one who's special in this world. Now die. With a cold laugh, the burly man took several enormous strides, covering over a dozen meters in an instant and closing in on Jerry. At the same time, the skinny young man who had been hiding behind the water tank leaned out, raised his gun, and fired twice at Jerry's head. Clearly, after observing Jerry's abilities, the burly man had already figured out his skills and come up with a highly targeted plan of attack. At this moment, if Jerry tried to use magic against the burly man, he would risk getting shot in the head, since his wizard's robe offered no protection there. If he activated the second mode, using his wand to conjure a whole wall of semi-transparent protection. Then bullets would certainly be powerless against him. However, he would also lose the chance to attack the burly man in the suit, as maintaining a shield would keep both his hands full. In that case, the suit-clad man, who moved within human speed, could easily circle around behind him and use his dagger to slash his head off in one swift move. You really think you're clever, don't you? Casting a quick glance at the burly man brandishing a dagger with a vicious grin, and at the scrawny youth who had already raised his gun to take aim, Jerry instantly saw through their plan. Without missing a beat, he ducked down low, shrinking his whole body into his wizard's robe like an elusive golden cicada shedding its shell. Although Hermione's body was much weaker than his own, it was also slimmer, making it quite easy to curl up entirely inside the spacious wizard's robe. Bullets rattled furiously against the robe, but every shot was blocked by the enchanted armor spell woven into the fabric. Not a single arrow misses its mark. Tucked inside the robe, Jerry pointed his wand upward and cast an arrow conjuring spell. Instantly, 7 or 8 black iron arrows materialized at the tip of his wand, whistling through the air straight at the suit-clad man who had leaped up, dagger poised, ready to thrust through the opening above the robe. The powerful arrows flew with blinding speed. The burly man spun his arms like windmills, barely managing to deflect every arrow in a desperate flurry. But no sooner had he landed than he let out a blood-curdling scream. At some point, unseen, a 2-meter-long black viper had slithered out and struck, sinking its fangs deep into his ankle. He stabbed down wildly with the dagger, pinning the snake to the ground and killing it. But as he struggled to stand, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he nearly collapsed. He had been poisoned, there was no doubt. It turned out that right after casting the arrow spell, Jerry had slyly slipped his wand out from beneath the robe again, using a summoning spell beloved by Slytherin wizards, the Sorcerer spell. This snake summoning spell, a variant of transfiguration, allowed one to conjure a serpent out of thin air to attack an enemy. And what Jerry had conjured was none other than the infamous African death, the black mamba, famed for its speed and lethal venom. In the world of Harry Potter, wizards might not seem all that formidable, but that's mainly because both sides in their battles are usually wizards themselves. Most spells have counters and can be dispelled. But when you really think about it, many spells that are trivial among wizards can be utterly deadly to ordinary people or anyone unable to cast magic. Especially since wizarding spells know no boundaries. So long as one is willing to study and experiment, it's possible to learn or even invent countless spells with all sorts of effects. If you know nothing about the profession of wizard, then fighting one would be an extremely unpleasant experience. You can never quite figure out just how many bizarre and unpredictable powers a wizard actually possesses. Some superpowered individuals might be able to breathe fire, teleport, or turn invisible, but they usually have only one ability. Yet to a wizard, every single spell they cast could count as a superpower in its own right. Breathing fire? There's the fire-making spell, or the upgraded version, Fiend Fire. Invisibility? There's the disillusionment charm. Teleportation? Apparition. Flight? The spell invented by Voldemort himself. Mind control, the Imperius Curse, and plenty more besides. The list goes on and on. Any superpower you can imagine, as long as the wizard's magical knowledge is broad enough, could potentially be conjured up and made real. Perhaps the only drawback wizards face is the limit of their own bloodline. They cannot wield those world-shattering, apocalyptic spells of myth and legend. But in terms of overall versatility, Jerry as a wizard is probably the most all-round, resourceful contender among all the superheroes in the Marvel Universe. And once he unlocks a second miniature world, he might be able to learn even more new and devastating spells. His potential is simply immeasurable. Not bad. You can really take a hit. Through the gap in his wizard's robe, Jerry watched as the burly man in a suit, bitten by a black mamba, still managed, albeit with great effort, to stand and stagger toward him, intent on launching another attack. Jerry lifted his hand. Serpent, emerge! Serpent, emerge! 2 more black mambas appeared. One sped toward the burly man in the suit. The other slithered straight for the thin young man who was still trying to keep Jerry pinned down with gunfire. Were it not for the fact that, at Jerry's current skill level, summoning too many snakes at once would be difficult to control, he could probably conjure an entire army of venomous serpents with a single spell. Seeing 2 more black mambas materialize, the burly man's face turned ashen. In his youth, he'd attended a Siberian training camp and received injections of an experimental gene serum, which made him tougher and more resistant to toxins than the average person. He could withstand the venom of 1 black mamba. 2, however, would be pushing his limits, and even he knew he wouldn't last long. 3 bites, and there'd be no hope at all. Kill the snakes first. The burly man hurriedly staggered backward, shouting to the thin young man who was still firing at Jerry. At that moment, the thin youth realized something was wrong, and quickly took aim at the Black Mamba lunging toward him. Though this young man mainly handled the squad's tech, his shooting skills were far from lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hit Jerry's wizard's robe from such a distance, shot after shot. However, the Black Mamba isn't just world famous for its venom. The speed of this snake is also remarkable. It can reach a top speed of 19 kilometers per hour, darting 5 meters in a single second. Slithering across the ground, it's not something that can be easily hit by a bullet. With a blood-curdling scream, the skinny young man was bitten right on the calf by the Black Mamba. Unlike the burly man in the suit, the frail young man didn't have a body built to withstand such trauma. In no time at all, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. If he didn't get help soon, it wouldn't be long before he'd be ready for burial. Peeking out from under the wizard's robe, Jerry pushed back his unruly hair and walked forward, wand in hand, toward the burly man in the suit, who was now surrounded by 2 Black Mambas. "Hey, buddy, why'd you stop? Go on, keep moving." Jerry strolled over, wand at the ready, taking his time as he approached the man, who was now frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle. I really can't move, I can't." Clearly, the burly man was someone who knew when to yield. With no hope left of turning the situation around, he forced a strained smile onto his stiff, broad face, doing his best to appear friendly. Now, all he could do was hope that this little girl would have a heart as good and kind as her sweet appearance suggested. Stupefied, Jerry didn't waste words. With a swift casting of the stunning spell, he knocked the burly man out cold and tossed him into the box space. He then walked over to the frail young man, took out a vial of antidote he'd brewed himself, and administered it, sparing the young man from a grim fate. Another stunning spell, and he too was sent into the box space. Next, Jerry turned his wand on the red-haired woman and the muscle-bound man who had wielded the rocket launcher, both of whom were already immobilized. He put them to sleep as well, tossing them and all their gear into the box space. After glancing around to make sure nothing was left behind, he summoned his flying broom with a charm and rode away from Hell's Kitchen. In the basement of the very building where Jerry had just fought, Hell's Kitchen, there stood an enormous man, nearly 2 meters tall. But calling him a fat man would be misleading. Although he was broad, his bare torso revealed a body sculpted entirely with powerful, well-defined muscles. In other words, this bald giant was a colossus, all muscle and strength. At that moment, more than 20 strong men had him surrounded. While none of them was as intimidating as the bald giant, each one looked extraordinary in his own right. Judging by the battle stances they had assumed, it was clear these 20-odd men were all experts in hand-to-hand combat. All at once, the bald man waved his hand nonchalantly, and the group of fighters unleashed their attacks without mercy, each one aiming for a vital spot on the giant's body. Facing attacks from more than 20 skilled fighters, the bald man remained utterly unfazed. Despite his massive build, his movements were surprisingly swift, and his strength was nothing short of astonishing. Anyone struck by his blows would almost instantly lose the ability to fight back. As for those who managed to land hits on him, unless they targeted his vital spots, their attacks seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Before long, the bald man had knocked all 20-some brawny opponents to the ground. With an air of casual indifference, he slipped into his custom-made, oversized suit and strolled out of the basement. This bald man was none other than Kingpin, the undisputed overlord of New York's underworld, or perhaps all of America's criminal empire. On the surface, he was also a powerful business magnate, maintaining intricate connections with countless high-ranking officials and politicians. Furthermore, he himself was a top-tier martial artist, engaging every day in combat training against more than 20 fighting experts from around the globe. Usually, it took him less than 20 seconds to leave all these masters sprawled at his feet. Taking the elevator from the basement to his penthouse office, Kingpin turned to his secretary and asked, "How's it going? Has the fighting on the top floor ended?" Like Kingpin, the secretary was also bald, but standing next to Kingpin, his slight frame looked as fragile as a bean sprout. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, the bald secretary respectfully handed Kingpin a tablet-like device. "Boss, here's the surveillance footage from the top floor. The mercenaries failed their mission, and it looks like that little sorcerer took all of them away." Kingpin's thick fingers gripped the tablet as he watched the video. It showed Jerry's entire battle with the 4 mercenaries. Even a mercenary squad ranked in the world's top 10 failed and got captured. This little sorcerer's power is indeed not so easy to handle. "Boss, maybe we should take matters into our own hands, gather our people, and use heavy firepower to wipe him out," the bald secretary suggested. Kingpin waved his hand dismissively. "No, don't try brute force. This little sorcerer gives me the sense that she's far more complicated than she appears." As a mastermind who had single-handedly built an empire of darkness, Kingpin was not just a man of brute strength. His intellect far surpassed the average. Rather than charging into battle, he preferred pulling strings from the shadows. Until he had a complete grasp of the little sorcerer's abilities, he would not risk sending his own forces against her. But boss, she comes every night. If this continues, many of our businesses will be affected, the bald secretary said, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Thanks to this little witch, over the past month, all of their flower deals have been completely hijacked. Money, goods, everything gone. Even several of their human trafficking transactions have been disrupted and ruined. Although their people, after being caught by the arriving police, could always find a way to get released, things couldn't go on like this forever. After some thought, Kingpin gave his orders. Spread the word. From now on, all major trades are to be scheduled outside of Hell's Kitchen, and all deals must take place during the day, not at night. Based on the witch's usual patterns, she almost always showed up in Hell's Kitchen after midnight to crack down on criminals. By avoiding this time frame, they could at least sidestep the problem for now. Of course, that was hardly a permanent solution, so Kingpin continued. Now that her face has been exposed, get everyone moving. I want to know this young witch's real identity and any information about her in the real world. People who aspire to be superheroes, no matter how powerful, always have the same weakness. And she's just a child. Find her family, her friends. Then, you know what to do, right? Yes, boss. Understood. The bald-headed secretary's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped Kingpin's meaning. The little witch might be formidable, but her friends and family couldn't possibly be as tough. If they could get their hands on her loved ones, taking her down would become so much easier. Creak. The window swung open and Jerry leapt into the room. With a flick, he lifted the disillusionment charm, revealing himself. It's almost 4 o'clock. Looks like I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight. He glanced at the time, shook his head, then took out the box, opened it, and set it on the floor. Carefully, he stepped onto the ladder and descended, one step at a time, into the box's hidden space. There was no help for it. Since the polyjuice potion hadn't worn off, he was still in Hermione's body and needed to be extra cautious. At the bottom of the box, for bodies lay sprawled out in various positions, unconscious, the assassination squad he just knocked out with a stunning spell and thrown inside. Incarcerous. With 4 quick flicks of his wand, ropes shot out from the tip, swiftly binding each of the unconscious assassins. The rope spell, a variant born from the art of transfiguration, invented by wizards to subdue magical creatures with high resistance to spells. In the wizarding world, many magical creatures possess considerable resistance to magic. Full-body bind curses and sleep spells often aren't quite effective. But with the rope spell, as long as the target isn't extraordinarily strong, it's nearly impossible to break free. Just ask a centaur. The rope binding charm had another advantage. While it restrained the enemy, it didn't stop them from talking. This made it especially suitable for interrogations. Just after Jerry cast the 4th rope binding charm, a strange sensation surged through his body. In the next moment, he realized his form was changing once again. Finally, his familiar body had returned. It turned out the hour-long effect of the polyjuice potion had ended, and his appearance reverted to his original self. "There's nothing like your own body," he exclaimed. He ran his hand across the 8 abs he'd regained, and a hint of a smile crept onto his face. After all, those abs had taken real effort to build. He couldn't let Hermione's flat stomach replace them. Besides, Hermione's body was honestly a bit too weak, and in every way, it made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. "Innervate," he commanded. With 4 swift flicks of his wand, for innervation charms shot out, and the 4 people bound by ropes slowly opened their eyes. The burly man in the suit, still weakened by snake venom, wasn't dead, but his body was feeble. As soon as he woke, he warily scanned his surroundings. Upon seeing Jerry, confusion flickered across his face. The other 3 reacted differently. The scrawny youth didn't move at all, while the red-haired woman also looked around, eyes sharp with caution. Only the man who'd wielded the rocket launcher, though tied up, didn't hesitate. He immediately started hopping toward Jerry, trying to ram into him. Body suspension. Jerry, perfectly calm, pointed at the rocket-wielding man. Instantly, an invisible force hoisted the man upside down in the air. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. This sight made the other 3's pupils contract in alarm. It was clear now. This boy, dressed just like the little girl from before, was also a wizard with magical abilities. One little girl had already wiped out their group of 4. Now, with another child wielding the same power, their chances of escape were vanishingly slim. "I ask you answer. If you dare lie to me, I'll kill you on the spot." Jerry's face was cold as ice. Despite his threat, the burly man in the suit kept saying, all right, but his eyes darted about, scheming. After all, it was hard to feel truly threatened by an 11-year-old. Their minds were already working on ways to deceive this child with smooth lies. Why are you trying to kill wizards? Who sent you? Jerry, frowning at their expressions, nevertheless pressed them with a stern voice. This young friend, honestly, we're all good people here. We were forced into this. Every night, that which comes out to hunt down criminals. And of course her ruthless enemies want revenge. Normally this had nothing to do with us, but they kidnapped our families, so. As the burly man in the suit spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. The woman in red burst into sobs, her cries soft and pitiful, putting on the pretense of a frail damsel. Nothing like the fierce killer who'd just taken a shot with a sniper rifle. Even the skinny young man started to sniffle, though not a single tear fell. Watching this, Jerry couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, facing a little girl on a rooftop, they'd all worn merciless expressions, utterly ruthless. And now they expected him to believe they were innocent victims, trying to fool him like a child. It seems you all won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Jerry picked up his wand, unwilling to waste another moment. He strode over to the scrawny young man, who seemed the easiest to handle. Spiritus Exodus. In just a few seconds, under the power of the Imperieuse curse, the skinny youth's face slackened into a dopey, blissful grin. Speak. Who are you, and why are you trying to kill the witch? The young man replied happily at once. We are the Red Dragonfly Mercenary Squad, one of the world's top 10 mercenary teams. We take on assassination contracts all over the world. A week ago, our captain saw a job to assassinate the witch posted on the dark web. The payment was huge, so we accepted. Red Dragonfly Squad, mercenaries, the dark web. Do you know who hired you? Jerry's brow furrowed. No idea. You have to ask the captain about that. The young man replied cheerfully. Seeing that he didn't know, Jerry lowered his wand and turned to the burly man in the suit. At this moment, the big man was utterly stunned. Was this even possible? As a seasoned mercenary with countless kills to his name, his willpower was far stronger than most. But when he saw the Imperieuse curse in action, his pupils contracted in fear. Who was it? Jerry stepped closer. The big man forced a smile onto his face. Sir, I really don't know who it was. They were anonymous. But if I had to guess, I'd say it was probably Kingpin. More than half the criminal activity in the entire underground kitchen is linked to him. You've been cracking down on crime here every night. The one suffering the most losses is definitely him. No one wants their mind to be controlled, and the big man was no exception. He hurriedly spilled everything he knew and guessed. But Jerry wasn't about to let him off that easily. To be safe, he hit him with the Imperieuse curse as well. Jerry hadn't expected that the Imperieuse curse he cast would only hold the burly man in the suit for less than 10 seconds before the man managed to break free by sheer force of will. So, as long as one's willpower is strong enough, it really is possible to resist the Imperieuse curse. Watching the man in the suit return to his senses, Jerry recalled what he'd read in Kiro's notes about the Imperieuse curse. Although the Imperieuse curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses capable of controlling a person's mind, it is not absolute. If the victim's will is strong enough, even if the curse takes effect, they may be able to shake it off, and repeated use of the Imperieuse curse on the same person can build their resistance, leading to failure. It makes sense. If the Imperieuse curse truly worked without fail, during the First Wizarding War, the Death Eaters wouldn't have needed to keep torturing and interrogating Neville's parents with the Cruciatus curse. The man in the suit before him might not seem particularly formidable right now, but as the leader of one of the world's top 10 mercenary squads, he was anything but ordinary. Moreover, he had trained at the Siberian camp, undergone experimental gene treatments, and his hands were stained with blood. With such a background, how could his will be anything but ironclad? That's why Jerry's Imperieuse curse had failed after only a few seconds. Still, he didn't dwell on it. As a superhero, it was normal to attract unwanted attention while fighting crime every day. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he wasn't especially interested. If it really was one of the Hell's Kitchen underworld groups, he had no intention of barging in and wiping them all out. It wasn't because he was particularly kind-hearted like Spider-Man or Batman with their unique codes. It was simply because doing so wouldn't really benefit him. For one thing, these organizations are deeply intertwined, with connections reaching even into the ranks of government officials. To take them all down would be completely unrealistic. Even if he did wipe them all out, in an environment like this, new ones would just spring up to take their place. This world isn't simply black or white. To wish for pure light without a trace of darkness would only be possible if humanity itself ceased to exist. Most importantly, from his own self-interest, if he truly turned Hell's Kitchen into a crime-free zone, what would happen to his precious red stars? He might not go out of his way to do bad things, but he couldn't afford to stop earning red stars. That was the source of his strength. If he got too carried away, He'd be like a fisherman who drains the pond to catch all the fish, leaving nothing for the future. But if this assassination attempt failed, what if they tried to take revenge again in the future? Well, let them come then. After all, from today onward, everyone will think Jerry is just a little girl. No one will ever be able to uncover his true identity, nor will they pose any threat to Haas and Elsa. All their efforts can only be focused on attacking Jerry directly. As Jerry's power grows, he'll only become more and more adept at handling such attacks from underground organizations made up of ordinary people. Golden Bell fall. Legs freeze and lock. He set down the burly man carrying the rocket launcher, then used a leg-locking charm to bind the legs of all 4 attackers, preventing them from running wild inside the box space, even though they couldn't get out anyway. Jerry walked up the escalator and exited the box. He pulled an Ethernet cable from his own room down to the lawn outside, then went back into the little villa inside the space box and fetched a laptop he'd bought for himself. Plugging in the cable, he once again stood before the 4 captives. Ignoring their desperate pleas and pitiful acts meant to gain his sympathy, Jerry cast an Imperius curse on the skinny young man, taking complete control of him. Through the young man, Jerry extracted all the passwords to the gentle use accounts and, using the laptop, donated the vast sums in those accounts to a website called Save the Children Foundation. Not bad at all. Look at those little red stars coming in. Seeing the panel fill with a decent, if not enormous, number of little red stars, Jerry nodded in satisfaction. When he donated his own money, there were no little red stars. But when he forcibly donated these mercenaries' funds, the stars appeared. How odd. He lifted the Imperius curse, paying no mind to the ashen-faced young man, and proceeded to the burly man with the rocket launcher. For mercenaries, nothing is more important than money. They risk their lives in such dangerous work, constantly dancing on the edge of death, all for the sake of a paycheck. Now Jerry was about to take all their money away. How could they possibly accept that? But whether they liked it or not didn't matter. The Rocket Man, clearly less strong-willed than their suited leader, quickly broke under the spell's control and obediently handed over all his accounts and secrets. Passing by the Rocket Man, Jerry came to stand before the leader of the mercenary squad. I understand. Now that he was completely at Jerry's mercy, the man in the suit knew better than to challenge a wizard who could wield such magic. Fortunately, the mind control spell didn't work on him, so he could still keep 1 or 2 of his most important accounts hidden and hand over a few minor ones to muddle through. As the team leader, he naturally had more savings than his companions. Even just giving up a portion would almost equal all his teammates' total assets. That should be enough to fool this kid. Several minutes later, Jerry fixed the man in the suit with a calm stare and asked, "Is that all?" The burly man in the suit immediately put on a fawning smile. "Sir, that's all. That's all. We truly realize our mistakes now. We promise to turn over a new leaf, to live as decent people and never kill again." Never kill again? Jerry didn't believe a word of it. He'd already squeezed every last penny from these men, and if he let them go, they'd only become even more desperate, rushing back to the dark web for new contracts and quick cash. "But I don't believe you're out of resources just yet," Jerry said, smiling at the burly man. The man hesitated, and an ominous feeling suddenly welled up inside him. "Let's test that, shall we?" Jerry raised his wand and pointed it at the man in the suit. Silencio. Because the network cable had just been set up, the lid of the box above wasn't fully closed. Jerry was worried that the captain's screams might wake Haas and Elsa, so he cast a silencing spell first. After casting the spell, Jerry raised his wand again. Cruciatus! A strangled cry tore from the man's throat. His face contorted in agony, an excruciating pain, sharper than anything he'd ever known, pain that seemed to cut right through to his soul, hit him like a tidal wave. Within seconds, he was on the verge of collapse. It was 100 times worse than the agony of those gene enhancement experiments back at the Siberian training camp. His mouth opened in a scream filled with terror, but the sound that escaped was little more than a hoarse, muffled whisper. The whole scene looked deeply unsettling. The other 3 nearby couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Until now, even though they'd been captured, none of them had really feared for their lives. At worst, they'd assumed they'd be handed over to the police and sent to prison, not something that truly frightened them. After all, when they'd accepted this job, they'd already judged the wizard. He was a child with a strong sense of justice, someone who, in every recorded action, had never once killed anyone. So even if things went south and they failed to kill the wizard, at worst they would be caught and turned over to the authorities, just like any other criminals. And for men like them, prison was hardly a permanent obstacle. Escaping would be child's play. That was the real reason they'd agreed to take the job, even after learning about the wizard's strange abilities. Based on their plan and their analysis of the wizard's previous feats, they'd been 70% sure they could take him out and walk away with a hefty reward. But now, seeing things as they really were. It was clear the young witch was a good person, but this boy who could also use magic was a different story altogether. He was not someone to be trifled with. Is there anything left? Jerry paused the Cruciatus curse and questioned the burly man again. No, really, that's all. The burly man in the suit gritted his teeth. He was convinced his tormentor wouldn't keep this up forever. If he just kept his mouth shut, eventually he'd be let go. Then, when he finally broke out of prison, at least he wouldn't have lost everything. Cruciatus curse. Jerry once again raised his wand. But the man in the suit was mistaken about one crucial thing. Jerry had never planned to let any of them go. Hand them over to the police? That was out of the question. These people had come here with the sole purpose of assassinating him. People who could harden their hearts even against a young girl. How could Jerry ever show them mercy? Perhaps they each had their own tragic pasts. Maybe they dreamed of making enough money to retire and live peacefully. Maybe they never even chose this line of work. But none of that mattered to Jerry. From the moment they tried to kill him, the moment he revealed his true face before them, their fates were sealed. None of them would leave here alive. Now, all that was left was to squeeze out every last cent of their savings, to donate it all to the Save the Children Foundation, and earn himself a few more red stars in the process. Cruciatus curse. Cruciatus curse. Cruciatus curse. After several rounds, even the toughest can't hold out. At last, the burly man broke down and gave up every single account and password he had. Cruciatus curse. I've told you everything. That's really all. There's nothing left, nothing. By now, the man's face was streaked with tears and snot. It was clear he had reached his absolute limit. Since you just tried to deceive me, I still don't quite believe you. Let's go a few more rounds, shall we? Jerry shrugged and unleashed several more rounds of the Cruciatus curse on the man in the suit. At last, when the man had become a dazed, broken shell of himself, Jerry finally stopped and shook his head. If you'd just been honest, none of this would have been necessary. With the man in the suit dealt with, Jerry turned to the last one, the woman with red hair. Her expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly said, I'll tell you everything, absolutely everything. I won't hide a thing, just please don't use that on me. Jerry nodded. He didn't need to use the Imperieuse curse on her. After what she had just witnessed, he was sure she wouldn't dare keep anything from him. After a few rounds of questioning, Jerry directed all of the red-haired woman's funds to the Save the Children Foundation, then slowly closed the laptop. It's time to send you on your way. Sensing what was coming, the red-haired woman suddenly straightened her back, thrusting out her chest. Bound by ropes, her already striking figure became even more pronounced, as if she were trying to expose herself completely to Jerry's gaze. Please, young master, have mercy on us. We truly won't dare to cross you again. If you wish, my sister could even stay and serve you for a while, so you could experience pleasures you've never known before. As she spoke, she ran her tongue over her luscious, crimson lips, her eyes brimming with seductive allure. At 11 or 12, a boy has already begun to feel the first stirrings of curiosity and longing. If the boy before her wavered for even a moment and undid her restraints, she was confident that, once close enough, she could finish him off with ease. Jerry gazed at the voluptuous, stunning red-haired woman before him, then slowly raised his wand. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light shot from his wand, striking the red-haired woman squarely. In an instant, her pupils dilated, her heart stopped, and it was as if her soul was wrenched from her body. Life deserted her completely. Disgusting. Even children aren't safe from the likes of you. Jerry felt nothing for a woman who would shoot him in the head with a sniper rifle. He harbored no other thoughts. Who am I? Oh, I'm Dana. I'm dead. So this is death. Finally, it's over. Maybe it's better this way. Living or dying, there was never much difference. In the split second before the killing curse claimed her life, Dana's mind flooded with memories of her wretched existence. A father addicted to gambling, a mother driven away by abuse, herself sold off to a casino by her own father, then plunged into a life darker than night. For years later, with a stolen fruit knife, she quietly ended the life of her piggish boss and fled the casino. She should have either been hunted down and killed in reprisal by the casino, or thrown behind bars to rot for the rest of her days. But fate intervened. A passing elite mercenary took notice of her, and through secret channels, spirited her away from that small town. From then on, she followed that mercenary, learning the arts of combat and marksmanship. Through relentless effort, she became an accomplished sniper. Yet, on a mission of critical importance, she was betrayed by the very teacher she respected most, used as bait and left for dead. After being betrayed by her own father, her wounded soul had only just begun to mend, but this time, it shattered completely. Fueled by vengeance, she clawed her way through death's door, and after 5 long years, finally tracked down her former mentor, now rich, retired, and living with a new family under a false name. On Christmas Eve, With their home aglow with joy, she delivered her scorn and walked away, leaving chaos in her wake. From that moment, she became a lone wolf among mercenaries, ruthless, accepting any job, killing anyone, her beauty and debauchery earning her the notorious nickname, Scorpion. In truth, earning money from these jobs was only secondary for her. What she truly craved was the thrill of a perfect headshot. Whether it was an adult or a child, every time she pulled the trigger, it felt as if she was striking back at those who had once hurt her. Later on, she crossed paths with a squad led by the burly man in the suit. Each member of that team had suffered tragedies as dire as her own, sharing the same twisted nature, willing to take on any task no matter how depraved. Naturally, they banded together, a group of damaged souls. After spending so much time together, they gradually developed genuine feelings for one another. There was even a time, not so long ago, when they had discussed finishing this final job, collecting enough money, and then retiring to try their hand at living a normal life. But now, that dream seemed utterly impossible. If only I'd been born into an ordinary, decent family. How wonderful that would have been. With a final sigh, the red-haired woman's soul faded completely from this world. I suppose I'll have to be more cautious with the killing curse in the future, Jerry muttered, frowning as he looked at the 4 lifeless bodies sprawled across the lawn. The key to using the killing curse lies in harboring a powerful intent to kill. The stronger the desire, the deadlier the curse becomes. Some say that frequent use of the unforgivable curses, or dark magic in general, can twist a wizard's mind, gradually leading them down a path of evil. There's some truth to that notion. From Jerry's perspective, nearly every form of dark magic is inherently cruel. It's not that casting the spell itself corrupts you, but rather, every time you invoke it, you must summon an intense urge to kill or to torment. Over time, that kind of mindset is bound to leave its mark. Of course, if your willpower is strong enough, it's not impossible to resist such effects. Many Aurors are proficient in dark magic. Take Moody, for example. The power behind his unforgivable curses rivals that of any Death Eater. The only difference is that the law forbids it. As for Jerry, he felt he was mostly unaffected. After all, he truly stared death in the face, and he never held any real aversion to killing. So, although the killing curse did have a slight impact on his mind, it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. The bigger problem was the sheer amount of magical energy it consumed. Just now, he had cast the killing curse 4 times in a row, and already more than half of his magic reserves were depleted, a truly alarming rate. Especially considering that, with all his practice lately, his magical capacity had grown by leaps and bounds. With spells like the Full Body Bind, for example, he could cast over 100 in succession without breaking a sweat. But with the killing curse, he estimated that 6 or 7 uses would completely drain his magical power. No wonder it's so deadly, unblockable even by the shield charm. Its power is immense, but so is its cost. No wonder those Death Eaters didn't just keep casting the killing curse during battle. It turns out if they used it too often, even they couldn't handle the drain. When a person dies, their light goes out, and may they rest in peace beneath the earth. Holding fast to the traditional virtues of China, Jerry didn't destroy the bodies of the 4 corpses. Instead, he took the box, mounted his flying broomstick, and left the room once more, heading toward a deserted patch of land on the outskirts of New York. Dig 3 feet deep. With a simple spell, he dug 4 deep holes in the ground. Then, Jerry tipped the 4 bodies from the box into the open air and cast a body-moving charm on each of them. Zombie drifting. Instantly, it looked as though invisible strings had been tied to their wrists, necks, and knees. The 4 were pulled upright, their heads drooping in a grotesque fashion, resembling eerie marionettes. Their feet dangled a few inches above the ground as they floated slowly toward their respective graves. Had anyone passed by at that moment and seen the scene, they would surely have thought they'd witnessed a ghost. After all 4 bodies were laid to rest, Jerry used another spell to move the mounds of earth back into the pits, filling them in before he hopped back on his broom and returned home. By now, dawn was just beginning to break, scattering a faint light across the sky. Clearly, Jerry wouldn't be getting any sleep that night, but he didn't mind. The number of little red stars he'd earned this time was almost equal to 5 or 6 days' worth on a normal run. And he'd also picked up a tracking rocket launcher, a Barrett sniper rifle, and plenty of armor-piercing rounds. The next day, as soon as Jerry entered the classroom, he was about to cast a muggle-repelling charm to catch up on some sleep when he overheard excited chatter among his classmates. Listening closely, he realized they were all abuzz about the morning's news. Television and newspapers everywhere were running stories revealing the true identity of the mysterious wizard. Right now, the famed young wizard was an idol to many kids. Any news about her was bound to attract attention. This time, though, the revelations were truly shocking. It turned out the wizard was actually a girl, and there was even a photo, albeit only a side profile. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, who had just arrived at the New York branch, also received the latest intelligence on the wizard. Unlike the general public, however, the information presented to him was far more detailed. In addition to the side profile shot taken by reporter Lucy, there was security footage from the clothing store and even satellite images capturing some of the battle with the 4 mercenaries. It seems we've all been played by this young lady wizard, Nick Fury remarked as he set the reports aside and looked at Agent Hill. Though his words sounded like a complaint about being outwitted, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. In fact, the more power and abilities the wizard displayed, the happier Nick felt, because it meant her potential was even greater than he had first estimated. When facing threats from powerful alien civilizations, the stronger the Avengers are, the better. This is especially true for someone like the wizard, who holds justice in her heart and fights every day to combat crime. As for Nick's current list of Avengers, Hawkeye and Black Widow, as seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, are naturally above reproach. But take Tony Stark, for instance. According to the assessment report from Black Widow, while Tony does have a sense of justice and is willing to make sacrifices, his personality leaves something to be desired in Nick's eyes. Moreover, as a giant in the military industry and a super entrepreneur, Nick doesn't really have any effective way to keep him in check. Then there's Dr. Banner, who harbors a deep resentment towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. While his alter ego, the Hulk, is undeniably powerful, he also poses significant problems. He's nearly impossible to communicate with or control. If things go wrong, he could even become a threat to global security. By comparison, the wizard's issues are much more manageable. At most, she's a bit skeptical of the government and S.H.I.E.L.D., probably for watching too many movies. But that's something that can be worked on over time, since SHLD's very purpose is to protect the world and keep Earth safe. I really didn't expect her to be just a little girl. When I heard her voice, I thought for sure she was a boy. Hill clearly understood Nick well, so she wasn't surprised to see him smiling. Instead, she made a light-hearted remark. Nick waved his hand dismissively. At her age, it's normal for kids' voices to be ambiguous. If she made a slight effort, her voice might sound even more like a boy's, which would be perfectly natural. But what matters most now is that I need to meet her in person and have a talk. Hill nodded in agreement. In truth, she knew this was just small talk. After all, changing one's voice isn't all that difficult. Some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can even imitate other people's voices so well that even machines can't tell the difference. Their mimicry is so lifelike that it fools both humans and technology alike. Director, according to our intelligence, it seems that Miss Wizard has moved. She no longer emerges from that same warehouse, but instead, she now flies out a random alley in Hell's Kitchen each night. So, if we want to catch her, we'll have to stake out Hell's Kitchen in advance and wait for her there. A wry smile appeared on Hill's face. In the past, the wizard would always go to that abandoned warehouse in Queens at night, so all they had to do was wait for her there. However, for nearly a month now, every night the target has been in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen, and each time the satellite captures a different location. Finding a witch riding a broomstick and darting about isn't nearly as easy as it sounds. How about this? You go with Phil. His Laura should be able to keep up with the witch's broomstick. It feels like without a teacher's guidance, even if I barely manage to learn it, there will still be flaws. Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Jerry frowned as he read the explanations and cautions on the Forgetfulness Charm and False Memory Charm in Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. The Forgetfulness Charm and the False Memory Charm had been the spells he'd been delving into these past few days from his second-year textbook. To be honest, while they don't have much destructive power, they're both extremely practical, much like the Disillusionment Charm. The Forgetfulness Charm, as its name suggests, is a spell that can directly erase specific memories from the target's mind. It's commonly used by wizards to remove muggles' memories of magic, preventing the magical world from being discovered. The False Memory Charm is used in conjunction with the Forgetfulness Charm. It implants fabricated memories into the target's mind. In fact, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes at the Ministry of Magic even has a special position called Obliviator, a job reserved for wizards highly skilled in both the Forgetfulness and False Memory Charms. These charms are included in the second-year curriculum, and learning them isn't considered difficult. However, actually applying them is far from simple. It requires a certain degree of innate talent. The reason is, most wizards can't precisely erase only the intended memories, nor can they implant flawless false ones without any telltale gaps, not even some rather accomplished senior wizards. Often, a poorly cast Forgetfulness Charm leaves the person a blank-minded fool with no memories at all. Or, sometimes, while the memory is successfully erased, the spell damages the recipient's mind, leading to cognitive impairment or a tendency toward constant forgetfulness. just like that Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. However, in Neville's case, Jerry suspected it might also have to do with him being too young at the time, the brain not yet fully developed. So, the situation now was, although he had managed to teach himself both the forgetfulness charm and the false memory charm, he didn't quite dare to use them. Without more detailed instruction from a teacher, the results might be as destructive as an offensive spell. Maybe I need more hands-on practice, real practice on actual people, so I can truly master the skill of casting these two spells. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He shouldn't have been so quick to kill those 4 mercenaries yesterday. He should have used them to practice the forgetfulness and false memory charms. What a waste. Who knows, maybe with a bit of effort, he could even lead those 4 onto a better path. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the bell signaled the end of class. It was time to go home. Closing his spellbook, Jerry deftly tossed it into his box space. He quickly tidied up his desk, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strode toward the door, ready to leave. The teachers at this school had no habit of dragging out the class. In fact, they often left faster than the students. So when the bell rang, there was no need to wait. Just grab your bag and go. But just as he reached the classroom doorway, a trendy girl with blue permed hair, a denim miniskirt, and stylish earrings propped herself against the doorframe, blocking his way. Hey Jerry, are you free after school? How about I treat you to a night out dancing? Sorry, I've got things to take care of. Maybe next time. Jerry seemed to have seen it coming. The moment she barred his path, he ducked skillfully under her arm, flashed a polite smile, and hurried on his way. Ever since his face had appeared in the school newspaper at the start of the term, Jerry had become something of a celebrity on campus. Even though he tried to keep a low profile, his handsome features and perfect physique still drew plenty of attention. The girl just now was an upperclassman, 2 years ahead of him. This was already the 3rd time this month she had waited at his classroom door, hoping for a date. But Jerry had no time to play house with infatuated teenage girls. He still needed to pick up Elsa from school, cook dinner, study magic, and earn little red stars. His to-do list was endless. Hey, I hear you've been getting a little too cocky lately, haven't you? As Jerry briskly walked out the school gate, planning to find a quiet alley to cast his disguise spell and ride his broomstick home, 7 or 8 boys dressed in hip-hop streetwear stopped him dead in his tracks. Here we go again. Why do these types pop up everywhere? Looking at the clearly older students, Jerry couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. Fame attracts trouble. If you're too outstanding at school, catch the attention of too many girls, and don't have a solid group of friends, envious types are bound to come knocking. They'd gang up, use force, and try to humiliate you, thinking it would make them look cool and strong, maybe even impress some girls, never realizing the harm they cause. Especially since, after enough time, those bullies might forget what they did, but the one who was humiliated could be left with lifelong scars. That's the unfairness of the world. Those who cause harm move on quickly, but those who are hurt have to carry it forever. Come on, you guys, over here. Jerry waved the group over, then took the initiative and walked into a secluded alley near the school. The 7 or 8 boys hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him in. At that moment, a tall boy with a noticeably anxious look on his face saw what was happening in the crowd and couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't feel sorry for Jerry, but rather for the group of boys who had just followed after him. And why was that? Because he had once attended elementary school with Jerry, and he knew all too well just how fearsome Jerry's fists could be. He still couldn't forget the terror he felt when Jerry, muscles rippling, stripped to the waist, pinned his head to the ground with a foot and ground it in. He thought that coming all this way from middle school would be his chance to escape this nightmare. But to his dismay, on just the 2nd day of the new term, Jerry's face reappeared in the school newspaper. Right then and there, he made up his mind. For these 3 years of middle school, he would keep his head down, be a model student, and do whatever it took just to survive until graduation. Sure enough, it wasn't long after the 7 boys followed that notorious terror into the alley before the air filled with howls and wails of every kind. Ah, help! Mom! Dad! God! Holy Mary! I swear I'll never do it again. The outside world is a dangerous place. I'm only doing this for your own good. Jerry clapped his hands, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strolled out of the alley, leaving 7 boys sprawled on the ground, eyes swollen with tears and faces streaked with snot. As he stepped out of the alley, he even greeted the students peeking toward the school gate with a friendly, polite smile before turning and sauntering away. Having practiced martial arts in his younger years, even if only as an amateur, Jerry had mastered a certain technique during his elementary school days, hitting someone so it hurt like hell, but never leaving a visible mark. Especially grappling. Now that was his specialty. Back in grade school, there had been occasions when classmates reported to the teacher that Jerry had beaten them up. But on one hand, there was Jerry, the model student with perfect grades and conduct. On the other, There were the troublemakers who, despite their complaints, bore not a single bruise. The teacher always knew whom to believe. Sometimes, Jerry would even give himself a few minor scrapes and be the first to complain to the teacher, turning the tables. Those mischief makers not only got a beating from Jerry, but also ended up with their parents being called in by the school. A minor episode like this did nothing to disrupt Jerry's rhythm of life. He found another empty alley, slipped out of sight, and flew his broom back to a spot near his apartment complex. Then he waited by Elsa's bus stop for her school bus to arrive. When Elsa got off, he greeted his soon-to-be stepmother, Belle, before heading home to make dinner. At midnight, he mounted his flying broom again and soared above Hell's Kitchen. Yesterday's attack hadn't affected him in the slightest. In fact, he almost hoped for more incidents like that. Each one brought him more little red stars and gave him an excuse to practice the forgetfulness charm and the false memory charm. But, as luck would have it, such opportunities rarely came twice. What made Jerry feel a bit uncomfortable was that today, the security in Hell's Kitchen was noticeably better than yesterday. It was as if some order had gone out and all the criminals had suddenly reined themselves in. Of course, perhaps this was just the calm before the storm. It was 3 o'clock. Jerry, who hadn't earned many little red stars, was riding his flying broomstick back, feeling a bit disappointed. As he hovered in the air, scanning the alleys below for a place to take cover, a strange sound suddenly drifted over from the west. Some 500 or 600 meters away, a flashy, cherry-red vintage car was speeding toward him, propelled by what looked like rocket boosters. As the car got closer, Jerry could finally make out the 2 people inside, and to his surprise, one of them was a familiar face. Behind the wheel sat a balding middle-aged man, and in the passenger seat was none other than Maria Hill, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent he had encountered twice before. "Good evening, Miss Wizard. Care to chat for a moment?" Agent Hill called out to Jerry, waving at him as he sat astride his broomstick. Jerry considered for a moment and didn't refuse. He flashed her an okay gesture. The red car led the way, while Jerry followed behind on his flying broomstick. Still, just to be safe as he flew along, Jerry quietly slipped a bottle of polyjuice potion from his box using a summoning charm. Shielded by his billowing wizard robes, he downed the potion in one gulp. Hermione the Witch made her appearance once again. In fact, with his voluminous wizard robes, pointed hat, and a mask that only revealed his eyes, Jerry would have been more than safe without transforming. But just in case, he drank a bottle of polyjuice potion. He still had 3 left, and it would be a waste to let them go unused. After all, Jerry still had some wariness when it came to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Especially since, in his previous life, he'd heard from colleagues that apart from the director and a handful of core agents, most of S.H.I.E.L.D. was made up of unsavory types. Truth be told, Jerry had never watched any other Marvel movies, so when he saw the Avengers, he didn't feel particularly invested. He just thought the effects were amazing and the ideas were wild, but that was about it. However, he couldn't escape having a Marvel-obsessed coworker, especially the kind who, after watching a good movie or show, simply had to share it with everyone and urge them to watch it too. He truly embodied the spirit of joy is greater when shared. So, after Jerry watched the first Avengers movie with his colleague, every time a sequel or spin-off was released, his coworker would come over to chat about it. Things like S.H.I.E.L.D. turn out to be Hydra, Captain America and Iron Man are fighting, Asgard's been destroyed, and Thanos snapped half the universe away. Jerry heard all. Anyway, what came next in the story was supposed to be fantastic, so Jerry was urged to hurry to the cinema and watch it for himself. But Jerry felt he didn't know anything about those heroes in the film. What was the point of watching the rest of the story? More importantly, he didn't even have a girlfriend, so going to the cinema alone just felt ridiculous. As a result, he never really got to know much about these Marvel heroes, though he did have a vague impression of some of the major events that happened later on. All in all, his understanding was muddled and half-baked. 10 minutes later, on a secluded street somewhere in Manhattan, a flashy, cherry-red vintage car slowly descended from the sky, and right behind it, a young boy riding a broomstick quickly landed beside the classic car. "That's my colleague, Phil Coulson, and that's his beloved car, Lola." Stepping out from the passenger seat, he'll notice Jerry's curious gaze fixed on the red car and Coulson, so she smiled and made the introductions. "Hello, Miss Wizard." Coulson greeted Jerry with impeccable manners, reaching out to shake hands. "Hello, Mr. Coulson," Jerry replied in Hermione's voice. At the moment, his body was Hermione's, so naturally, his voice was hers as well. So, it's true, the voice before was just a disguise. Hearing the difference in Jerry's voice from the previous 2 encounters, Hill immediately understood. Clearly, Jerry had been disguising his voice all along, and now that his identity was fully exposed, he was finally using his real voice. Still, she didn't call him out on it. Some things were better left unspoken. Pointing them out would only make things awkward. "Ms. Hill, we already talked everything through before. I'm curious, what brings you to me this time?" Jerry was honestly baffled by the sudden appearance of these two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Could it have something to do with him deliberately revealing the girl's identity? That didn't seem likely. If they had discovered he was a girl and managed to get his photo, their first move should have been to investigate his real identity, not seek him out in person. Or maybe he was connected to yesterday's attack by those mercenaries. That seemed a bit more plausible, but for a mere group of mercenaries, it hardly seemed worth sending two senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agents after him. The thing is, Miss Wizard, our director would like to meet you in person, and actually he'd like to ask for your help. Hill noticed the less-than-welcoming tone in Jerry's voice, which made things a little awkward for a moment, but she quickly recovered and explained their purpose. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the one with the eye patch? Jerry definitely remembered Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. For one thing, when he saw the first Avengers movie, Fury was the very first character to appear, bald, dark-skinned, and wearing an eye patch. It was a striking image, hard to forget. Secondly, it was because his colleagues often referred to the director by the vivid nickname Boiled Egg, and after hearing it so many times, it naturally stuck in his mind. After a brief moment of thought, Jerry finally nodded. So, this director of yours, where is he? Although Jerry didn't intend to join the Avengers, nor did he want to be constrained or managed by S.H.I.E.L.D., he was open to conducting mutually beneficial trades with them. After all, the things S.H.I.E.L.D. had access to, along with their intelligence, were far beyond his current reach. As things stood, Hell's Kitchen didn't seem likely to yield any new red stars for him in the near future. If taking on a few jobs from S.H.I.E.L.D. could bring in a significant haul of red stars, he was definitely open to it. And since it was a business deal, if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted his help, they'd have to offer something worthwhile in return. Surely, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a few treasures up their sleeve. Please get in the car and come with us, Coulson replied upon hearing Jerry's question, pulling out a device that looked much like a car key. He pressed it toward a seemingly run-down car wash on the side of the street. A sharp electronic beep sounded. In the next instant, Jerry watched as the shabby car wash began to transform, twisting and shifting like something out of a Transformers movie. In no time, a fully mechanized entrance leading deep underground revealed itself before his eyes. Technology and magic. Sometimes they really do echo each other in marvelous ways, Jerry mused, watching the old car wash morph into a high-tech base entrance. The sight reminded him of the time Professor McGonagall took him to the Leaky Cauldron, and they passed through that enchanted wall into Diagon Alley. Perhaps, if wizards had never come into contact with technology the first time they witnessed such advanced machinery, they would be just as baffled. He took out a small box and tucked his flying broomstick neatly inside, then opened the car door and settled into the back seat. Coulson and Hill exchanged a glance, both clearly amazed as they watched Jerry fit such a large broom into a box so small, it was pure magic. Though they'd already seen pictures and videos of Jerry stuffing several mercenaries into a box that day, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. With a thunderous roar, Lola's rear thrusters flared, sending two jets of flame out as the car shot forward like a streak of red lightning, racing into the mechanical entrance. The moment it disappeared, the entrance seamlessly shifted back to its original appearance as a dilapidated car wash. About 5 minutes later, Lola finally came to a stop in an underground plaza, having zipped through the mechanical tunnel. Following Hill and Coulson, and passing through 5 successive doors, each requiring fingerprint and retinal scans, Jerry finally entered a room where the true protagonist of this meeting awaited him, Nick Fury. "Good evening, Miss Wizard. I'm Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., said Nick Fury, turning around in his leather jacket, the iconic eye patch lending him an air of authority. He tried his best to greet Jerry in a gentle tone. Jerry took off her pointed wizard hat, letting her thick, brown hair tumble down, and gave Nick Fury a proper wizard salute. "Good evening, Mr. Fury. May I ask what brings you here to see me tonight? Let's have a seat and talk. Would you like something to drink?" Nick didn't answer her question right away. Instead, he motioned for Jerry to join him on the nearby sofa. "No need for a drink. I'm afraid you might slip something like a sleeping pill in it." Jerry walked over and sat down on the sofa, making her concerns clear without a hint of embarrassment. Right now, her appearance was that of a little girl. Sometimes blunt honesty worked best, especially at her age. If she acted like a worldly, calculating old hand at such a young age, it would only make Director Fury suspicious of her. Being smart and being scheming, those are two very different things. As expected, Nick looked a little surprised at her words, but didn't take it to heart. He only smiled and explained, "Miss Wizard, you might have some misunderstandings about our Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We're under the International Security Council, established to keep peace on Earth and handle special incidents. Right now, you're protecting a small area. We're responsible for the whole planet. There's no conflict here, and you don't need to see us as enemies." Jerry gave a little chuckle. "Mr. Fury, I'm not sure I understand all this. My philosophy is simple. I'll use my magic to stop crime. If you need help in that area, I'm willing to assist. But if you want me to join you and follow your orders, that's not going to happen. And according to the law, I'm not even of age yet. Hiring child labor is illegal too, you know. She paused for a beat, not giving Fury a chance to object, and continued. Also, if you want my help, you need to make things clear in advance. I'll decide case by case, and I won't work for free. You'll have to pay for any help you get. As Nick launched into his speech about world peace, global crises, love and justice, Jerry simply tuned him out. She wasn't interested in any of it. In her mind, it was just a blur. She didn't care to listen, and she made no effort to hide it. What's that? You want to reason with a child? Children don't care about your grand ideals. They just stick to their own rules. Besides, you're the one asking for my help. I don't need anything from you. At worst, we just go our separate ways. Your righteous shield isn't going to kidnap a child to force me to cooperate, are you? And if you really try something like that, well, my magic isn't just for show. As long as Jerry's true identity remains a secret, with his current magical abilities, he really doesn't have much to fear from S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. is vast and powerful, if Jerry truly wanted to use his magic to disappear, it would be very difficult for them to catch him. And so, faced with Jerry's stubborn refusal, Nick Fury talked himself hoarse, yet still couldn't get the result he'd hoped for. At last, he understood. Wizards have their own set of problems. The very fact that she was a child was an issue in itself. Children simply don't think the same way adults do. As expected, aside from his own agents, there was never anyone truly worry-free. Still, at least this wizard was willing to offer assistance for fair compensation, a much better deal than he was getting from most others. As for trust, that could be built slowly over time. It was certainly better than his situation with Dr. Banner, whom they could do nothing but keep under surveillance, or with Tony, who was currently beset by both psychological and physical troubles. Patience, Nick Fury, as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., certainly had that in abundance. All right, if you're not ready to join us, I won't force you. The main reason I asked you here today is because your magic can heal. I need your help to save someone. To save someone? A hint of curiosity flashed in Jerry's eyes. Yes, you've probably heard of him. Tony Stark, or as most people know him, Iron Man, Nick said, nodding. Iron Man? What's happened to him? Jerry remembered reading a news story not long ago. Tony Stark had been summoned before the Senate in Washington, where they tried to force him to hand over the Iron Man technology to the government. But Tony had publicly humiliated them with his usual flair, turning the tables completely. Jerry had thought at the time, when it comes to fighting capital, only capital can win. Unlike Dr. Banner, who was being chased all over by the military, Tony soared through the skies in his suit, and the government couldn't do a thing about it. He's been poisoned. It's a very particular kind of poison. With all our technology, we still can't fully cure him. If we don't find a solution, he may not have much time left. Fury's expression grew more serious. That bad? Jerry remembered that in the first Avengers movie, Tony seemed perfectly fine, certainly not like someone on the brink of death from poisoning. Unless Nick Fury had the facts wrong, the more likely explanation was that Iron Man eventually solved the problem himself. Jerry figured the latter was much more probable. Even so, should he still step in to help? Of course he should. Iron Man was a technological genius, an inventive powerhouse with wealth and influence to match. If Jerry could have someone like him owe him a life debt, why wouldn't he? As the saying goes, a debt of gratitude is the hardest of all to repay. This is not just the case in our own country. It's a universal truth recognized around the world, especially among people with integrity. My healing magic can mend external injuries, and even if someone loses an arm or a leg, once my abilities get stronger, there's a chance I could restore them. But when it comes to poisoning, my healing magic just can't do anything about it. Jerry paused for a moment as he spoke. Indeed, in all the magic he's learned so far, and even in the spells he's heard about, none have the power to cure poisoning. Spells like Episki and others are meant for treating wounds and injuries caused by curses, but not for neutralizing toxins. Noticing the flicker of disappointment on Nick's face, Jerry went on. Don't worry, my magic may not be able to remove poison, but that doesn't mean I don't have other ways. What do you mean? Fury fixed Jerry with his single, scrutinizing eye. Jerry, imitating Hermione's manner, lifted his chin with confidence and declared, I'm not just good at casting spells. I can also brew magical potions that cure poison. Magical potions? Nick looked utterly confused. They're potions brewed with magic and all sorts of herbs. Even if I explained, you wouldn't really get it, so why ask so many questions? Just know that they can cure poison. Jerry rolled his eyes and retorted with a hint of mischief. Antidotes are covered in fourth-year potions class, and he can already make them now. When it comes to poisons like snake venom, as long as they don't have magical properties, his antidotes are quite effective. Of course, if those aren't enough, he still has a few bottles of advanced antidotes brewed by Quirrell stored in his box. Those high-level potions can even cleanse toxins with a curse component. He was confident they'd be able to solve Iron Man's poisoning problem. Fury didn't mind Jerry's bluntness. After all, the wizard was still just a kid, and a little girl at that. After a moment's thought, Fury asked, "What's your price?" "My price? Well, I often see news about Iron Man, and he seems like a decent guy. So this time, consider it a favor. I'll help for free." Jerry replied without missing a beat. Nick couldn't help but twitch at Jerry's offhand attitude. Just a moment ago, Jerry seemed so intent on not taking a loss that Nick was sure he'd demand something outrageous. In the end, there were no conditions at all. So, it really just depends on your mood. If you want to help, you'll do it for nothing, but if you don't, you'll start negotiating terms? Nick shook his head, amused by just how much Jerry was still a child at heart. But he didn't see anything wrong with it. As far as he was concerned, Jerry agreeing to help Tony meant half his mission today was already accomplished. Director, Natasha, just sent word. Tony is at his home in Los Angeles with Colonel Rhodes. At that moment, Coulson suddenly walked over and shared the urgent information that Black Widow had just passed along. It turned out that Tony's palladium poisoning had reached a critical 89%. Knowing he only had a few days left, he wanted to indulge himself on his birthday and, at the same time, pretend to fall out with his best friend, Rhodey, so he could gift him the suit he had specially built for him. "Miss Wizard, I wonder if you have time right now to accompany us to Los Angeles." After hearing Coulson's account, Nick turned to look at Jerry once more. Jerry glanced at the time. "Can you get me back before 9? It was not quite 4 o'clock now. Today was Friday. Actually, it was technically Saturday already. Haas was working the night shift, and probably wouldn't come home until about 9:30 in the morning. As for Aisha, she was even less of a concern. That little sleepyhead could easily sleep straight through until noon if no one woke her up. So, as long as he could get back to New York before 9, there shouldn't be any major issues. "Don't worry, our plane is quite fast." Nick gave a reassuring smile. He knew Jerry had agreed. A little over 2 hours later, aboard SHLD's supersonic transport jet, Coulson was chatting with Jerry. To be honest, Jerry wasn't too keen on talking with these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He worried he might accidentally let something slip that would make them suspicious about his identity. But this Coulson was indeed quite skilled at conversation, with a friendly approach that made it hard for Jerry to turn him down outright. Most importantly, Coulson wasn't digging into anything sensitive, just casual, everyday talk, which made Jerry gradually lower his guard. "Miss Wizard, don't you find it uncomfortable to wear your mask all the time?" Coulson sat opposite Jerry, his expression just the right mix of curiosity and politeness. Jerry paused, then immediately smiled and replied, "My hat, mask, and wizard's robe are all magical items I've crafted recently. The robe can block ordinary bullets, the mask boosts my spellcasting efficiency, and the hat lets me cast more spells. They're all important to me. So unless there's a special reason, I always wear them." He wasn't joking. Now that the effects of the polyjuice potion had worn off, he'd returned to his male form. Taking off the mask would expose him instantly. Even his voice at the moment was maintained by a subtle voice-changing charm he'd just cast on himself, so it matched Hermione's tone. Coulson remembered seeing Jerry use the robe to block bullets in previous video footage and nodded in agreement. "By the way, Mr. Coulson, how old are you this year? Your hairline seems to be retreating rather seriously." To keep Coulson from dwelling on the previous topic, Jerry glanced at Coulson's thinning hair and instantly came up with an idea. When you find yourself in an awkward situation, just make the other person even more uncomfortable. That way, you can quickly redirect their attention. Coulson, caught off guard by Jerry's words, awkwardly rubbed his half-bald scalp and gave a helpless sigh. "Getting older comes with these minor annoyances," he said. "I'm not a young man anymore, but it doesn't really bother me." On the other side, Hill just shook her head with a smile. Not bothered. If he really didn't care, that wouldn't be his answer. Besides, she knew for a fact that Coulson had been taking finasteride pills and applying minoxidil solution every day. "Oh, I see," Jerry replied, his lips curling into a sly smile. "Well, if you ever feel your bald spot is unsightly, I could offer you a free hair growth charm. It's a kind of magic that can make your hair grow back. The hair growth charm, a simple little spell, really. It can make hair sprout rapidly, most commonly used for the head, though it worked on other parts of the body as well. The young wizards at Hogwarts were known to play pranks with it, casting the charm on each other's eyebrows and turning their friends into long-browed oddballs. There was also a counterpart spell, the hair removal charm, which could strip every last hair from any part of the body." Coulson, hearing this, suddenly perked up and looked at Jerry with utmost seriousness. "Actually, I was just kidding earlier. Please, by all means, give me that, hair growth magic." Jerry decided not to tease Coulson any further. Drawing his wand, he pointed it at Coulson and cast the spell. "Hair grow." A beam of magical light shot onto Coulson's scalp. In an instant, his half-bald head blossomed like a tree in spring, sprouting a thick mane of hair at an astonishing speed. In less than 5 seconds, Coulson's patchy yellow strands had been replaced by a head of golden hair that flowed all the way down to his waist. Oh my god, I love this magic. Coulson ran his hands through his now luxuriant hair, marveling at the transformation. The anti-baldness treatments he'd used before suddenly seemed laughably ineffective. Sitting next to him, Hill could hardly keep a straight face as she watched her friend, a man in his 40s, sporting waist-length golden locks. Can you imagine how bizarre it looks? A middle-aged man with a mane of golden hair cascading down to his waist? Especially when, just moments ago, he'd been half-bald. Actually, I don't just know the hair growth charm, Jerry added casually. I can cast the hair removal spell, too. So if you ever get tired of all that hair, just let me know. Seeing that Coulson's entire attention was now focused on his luxurious hair, Jerry tossed out the offer with an easygoing tone. This line, however, instantly caught Hill's attention, which had previously been rather indifferent. She had thick hair and never worried about hair loss, so she hadn't needed any hair growth spells. But hair removal, well, that was a different story. Can it remove hair from anywhere? Hearing Hill's question, Jerry nodded in confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand why Hill was asking such a thing. With a soft electronic chime, the door to the transport aircraft's cabin slid open. Nick, who hadn't shown himself since boarding, strode in with a stunning beauty at his side. She wore a leopard print dress, her vibrant red curls cascading down, her figure striking. It was none other than the high-level agent Black Widow, who had just been picked up after their arrival in Los Angeles. The one who had long hidden in plain sight as Tony's secretary. As the two entered and saw Coulson with hair flowing down to his waist, they stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was that? Phil Coulson? Director, Natasha, look at my hair. Isn't it magnificent? Seeing Nick and Natasha, Coulson couldn't contain his excitement and shook out his golden locks for them to admire. Not wanting to dampen his loyal subordinate's spirits, Nick forced a strange smile and replied, "It's impressive, but I'd suggest you trim it down a little. Hair that long might get in the way during field work." With that, he shot a questioning look toward Hill. So Hill briefly recounted how Jerry had regrown Coulson's hair using magic, leaving Nick momentarily speechless. Such an important magical ability, and they'd used it to make someone's hair longer? Really? Coming down from the high of his excitement, Coulson seemed to realize how ridiculous he looked. He quickly thanked Jerry, then left the room to find something to cut his hair. Nick didn't linger either. He simply explained that Tony's current location had been found, and they'd reach their destination in about 20 minutes. With that, he headed off to the cockpit. "I'm going to change." Black Widow tossed these words over her shoulder to Hill and turned to head for the plane's changing room. She was still dressed in the evening gown from Tony's birthday party, not exactly fit for combat. With time to spare, she wanted to change back into her usual black tactical suit. "Natasha, hold on a sec." At that moment, Hill called out to Black Widow, stood up, and then turned to Jerry with a smile. Miss Wizard, could I trouble you for a little favor? The same kind of help you just gave Coulson?" Jerry was taken aback. He glanced at Hill. She had a head of beautiful hair, certainly not thinning. Was she hoping to make it even longer? Puzzled, but not wanting to refuse, he nodded in agreement. "It's just a hair removal charm. Nothing too complicated. A little favor like this is no big deal. Besides, building rapport with these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents might prove useful in the future." Inside the transport plane's changing room, Jerry glanced at Hill and Black Widow, who had already taken off their jackets, and couldn't help but blush awkwardly. "Wait, what's going on here? Miss Wizard, you just mentioned, a hair removal spell. Could you help me take care of this area and this one?" Hill pointed to her underarms and her calves. Black Widow, standing nearby, heard this and lifted her arm as well, chiming in, "If it's possible, I'd like the same. Doing this by hand every time is such a hassle." So even these beautiful women are this down to earth. Jerry looked at Hill, then at Black Widow, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Women's love of beauty truly transcends all professions. Even secret agents aren't exempt. So, after all this, Hill had called him over for help, just to have him use a hair removal charm on their underarms and legs. Of course, it wasn't just vanity. Sometimes, it was a job requirement. Take Black Widow, for example. She often had to go undercover in various disguises. Looking her best was sometimes essential to attract the target's attention. Just like when she infiltrated Stark Tower. Her beauty was what caught Tony's eye in the first place. "Miss Wizard, you're still young, so you won't understand for now. But give it a few more years, and you'll have these troubles yourself." Seeing Jerry's lukewarm reaction, Hill explained with a smile. Jerry shrugged, raised his wand, and with a few quick incantations, gave the two women a flawless and pleasant hair removal experience. Well, he was a man, after all. He didn't need to worry about such things. Though he found the situation a bit ridiculous, he had to admit, their figures really were quite impressive. After fulfilling their request, Jerry left the changing room without hesitation and returned to the room he'd been in earlier. Even if everyone saw him as a girl right now, there were still lines he wouldn't cross. Keeping certain urges in check was just basic decency. Otherwise, if his true identity were exposed one day, seeing these two again would be mortifying. Of course, he wouldn't be the only one embarrassed. 20 minutes later, the transport plane landed outside a hamburger joint on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Coulson and Hill stayed with the aircraft, while Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Jerry, accompanied by a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in black, disembarked. Natasha, clear this area. I don't want any strangers around when we start. Miss Wizard, you can wait for us in that burger place up ahead for a bit. After saying a quick word to Natasha and Jerry, Nick headed toward Tony, who was sitting atop a giant donut model in front of the burger joint. The Black Widow nodded in response, then waved her hand to signal the dozen or so agents to disperse. Jerry watched as one of the agents ushered all the burger shop staff outside. Only then did he leisurely stroll in and take a seat. He glanced up at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock, and the sky outside was fully bright. Didn't eat all night. I'm starting to get hungry. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Jerry walked over to the burger shop's counter where fried chicken sandwiches were made. He pulled out his wand and gave it a gentle wave. Instantly, the tools and ingredients on the counter seemed to come alive, beginning to cook all by themselves. Hey, you two, want something to eat? Just as Jerry was using his cooking magic, Nick, still wearing his eye patch, walked in, pushing the door open alongside Tony, who was clad in his Iron Man suit. Thanks, just 2 coffees for us, Nick replied. He paused for a moment, surprised, but quickly composed himself. The scene before him might have defied science, but it was pure magic. A wizard using spells to cook seemed perfectly reasonable. Tony, on the other hand, turned to Nick with a look of astonishment. Wait, superpowers? Is this kid one of your little league of superboys? Are you guys recruiting child labor now? I'm not with them, Jerry replied as he brought over a tray neatly arranged with burgers, fried chicken, coffee, and other drinks. They just asked me to help out with something. Nick lifted his coffee and took a sip. Tastes great. Thanks. Tony picked up his coffee too, and, after a quick thank you, muttered, still shaking off last night's hangover. Honestly, I could go for a glass of milk instead. Vera Verdo. Hearing this, Jerry tapped Tony's cup with his wand and cast a transformation spell. There you go. With that, Jerry took his tray and sat down in a nearby seat. Tony stared at his cup as the coffee turned into milk, stunned. If seeing the kitchen utensils cook by themselves had surprised him, witnessing coffee transform into milk genuinely left him speechless. Turning coffee into milk wasn't just a trick, it was a transformation at its core. Nick patted Tony on the shoulder before sitting down as well. Not exactly your average superhero, Nick said with a grin. This young lady is a wizard, a real one. She knows some pretty incredible magic, and she's the talk of New York's superhero scene lately. Haven't you heard? A wizard? That does ring a bell, Tony replied, his curiosity piqued. Tony tried hard to recall, but his hungover mind still felt sluggish, so he simply gave up on thinking. In fact, during the months when the wizard made a name for himself, Tony hadn't been idle either. He handled company affairs, upgraded the functions of his mark armor, attended various high-profile galas, got called to Washington for lawsuits, went to Monaco for racing competitions, and so on. So, he might have heard the wizard's name in passing or caught it briefly on the news, but he certainly hadn't paid any real attention to it. Magic? Is there really such a thing in this world? As a tech genius, Tony found it hard to believe in something as unscientific as magic. I've cleared out all the nearby areas, but it's best not to take too long. At that moment, Black Widow, dressed in sleek black tactical gear, strode confidently over to the trio and reported to Nick. You're fired. The moment Tony saw his own assistant show up and report to Nick, he paused for a second and immediately realized he'd been played by the two of them. But Black Widow just smiled indifferently. That's not up to you to decide. Tony could only shrug in resignation, turning to Fury with a hint of mockery in his tone. All right, I'll say it again. I'm not joining your little superhero club. That's that. Nick didn't seem the least bit bothered by Tony's attitude, and instead launched straight into a stern lecture. As for Jerry, sitting quietly to the side, he wasn't paying much attention to the argument between Nick and Tony. Instead, he stared at the burgers and fried chicken on the table, faced with an unexpected dilemma. Why? Because he realized there was a problem. With his mask on, there was absolutely no way he could eat anything. Right now, he wasn't in Hermione's body. If he took off the mask to eat a burger, he'd be exposed in an instant. Forget it. I'll just finish the business at hand and eat later. He used a levitation charm to float the tray gently into his box space, then summoned Quirrell's premium antidote with a quick spell. With a soft thud, Jerry placed it in front of Tony and Nick. All right, can you take the potion first? Don't you know staying up late is bad for kids' health? What potion? Tony looked utterly confused. It's something that might cure your palladium poisoning. This young wizard here was kind enough to offer it, Nick explained. I just think Mr. Stark is quite an extraordinary person. It would be a real shame if he died like this, Jerry added at just the right moment, nodding. Thanks, Miss Wizard, but honestly, I doubt your so-called potion will work for me. I've already tested every possible element combination. There isn't a single element on Earth that can replace palladium and cure my poisoning. Tony was a confident man, though, admittedly, rather arrogant as well. He believed that if he, with all his talent and intelligence, could not solve the problem of palladium poisoning, there was no way a child could save him. True, she did possess some seemingly impressive superpowers. However, before Jerry could say anything, Nick glared at Tony with a hint of mockery and said, I'll tell you this. You haven't tried everything yet. You're dying anyway, so what's the harm in giving it a shot? Besides, this antidote potion took me a lot of precious herbs and a long time to brew. I have some confidence in it. Jerry pushed the high-grade antidote potion on the table a bit closer to Tony. Tony picked up the potion, gazing at the mysterious amber liquid inside. The memory of that magical power to alter matter flickered in his mind, and after a brief hesitation, he pulled out the wooden stopper and downed the potion in one gulp. The moment the potion entered his mouth, a wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, quickly spreading to every organ and every limb. And the palladium's green traces, which had been gnawing away at his body, vanished completely in an instant. Whoa! Suddenly, Tony felt a sharp prick on his neck. Turns out Black Widow had just jabbed him with a device to test for palladium poisoning. Palladium level 0. Detoxification complete. That's it. I'm cured. Tony, incredulous, took the tester from Black Widow, disengaged his armored glove, and pressed the device to his index finger for another scan. Seeing the same result as before, a complicated expression crossed Tony's face. He had truly believed he was as good as dead, just like someone diagnosed with terminal cancer. He donated all his collections, resigned himself to fate, and even flirted openly with his new secretary, Black Widow, deliberately provoking Pepper in hopes she'd stop loving him, so she wouldn't be heartbroken when he was gone. He'd even gone so far as to give one of his beloved Iron Man suits to his friend Rhodey, something he'd never compromised on before. Looking back now, he realized how hasty he had been. But then again, who truly wants to die if they can live? All in all, he was genuinely happy. Even though the cure he'd spent so much time searching for had been solved so easily by a child, which left him feeling a little defeated. But for Jerry, who had just saved his life, Tony's heart was full of gratitude. After all, he'd already handed over the entire Stark enterprise to Pepper. If he really died and Pepper married someone else someday, then both his beloved and the vast Stark Industries would belong to another man. Wizard. Miss Wizard, thank you so much for saving my life. If you ever need my help with anything, just contact me anytime. But right now, I have something urgent I need to take care of, so I'll have to leave for a bit. Now that he didn't have to die, there was no way he'd let Pepper go to anyone else. So Tony felt he should fly back to Pepper immediately, explain everything, and win back her love. Hold on, you can't go just yet. Though the poison's been neutralized, unless you find something to replace the palladium, every time you use the Iron Man suit, the poisoning will continue. I'm guessing Miss Wizard's antidote isn't exactly an endless supply, right? Just as Iron Man tried to get up, Nick pressed him back down. Jerry also raised his hand at the perfect moment. That's right. The ingredients for that advanced antidote potion aren't easy to come by. I only have one bottle on me, and brewing a new batch takes a long time. He still had a few bottles of advanced antidote in his magical box, but he couldn't just hand them all over to Tony. He wasn't some magical benefactor. Besides, giving someone a life-saving potion once is an act of grace. If you keep handing out second and third bottles, it's just gilding the lily. The value isn't nearly the same as the first time. He wasn't about to do business at a loss. And since Iron Man turned out fine in the first Avengers, that meant Tony eventually found a solution on his own. In other words, even without his potions, Tony wouldn't actually die from the poisoning. He was just taking advantage of the situation for now. If he kept supplying the antidote, and Tony stopped looking for a real solution, wouldn't that mean the end of Iron Man? Without Iron Man, when Thanos' army arrived, they'd be short one major player. Tony was taken aback by these words. After thinking it over calmly, he sat back down. If he activated the Iron Man suit now, the miniature arc reactor in his chest would pump more palladium into his system, and he'd be back on the countdown to death. That's a horrible feeling. Once is more than enough. Your father, Mr. Howard, left you some things before he died. I believe they'll help you discover a new element to replace the old one. So I think you'd better be smart and go back to your mansion to do some careful research. As Nick finished speaking, a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly moved in and surrounded Tony. Alright, fine. Right now, without the Iron Man suit, Tony was no match for these elite agents. Besides, Nick Fury made a good point. If he wanted to keep being Iron Man and keep flying around in the suit, he had to find another element to take the place of Palladium. It seems there's no choice but to wait a while before heading over to explain things to Little Pepper. Alright, can we go back now? Jerry stood up and urged. He really had no other option. If only his Firebolt 2000 weren't slower than a supersonic jet, he would have flown back by himself. The Firebolt 2000 could reach speeds of nearly 200 kilometers an hour, but flying from Los Angeles back to New York would still take well over a dozen hours. By then, if Haas and Elsa realized he was missing, he'd be in a bit of trouble. Clearly, he had to find time to learn apparitions sooner or later, or master making port keys, or building a flow network. Otherwise, no matter how fancy his broom, even if he bought the fastest Firebolt in the future, it would still be no match for an airplane or Tony's Iron Man suit when it came to speed. If he remembered correctly, the Firebolt could only manage about 250 kilometers per hour at best. Los Angeles. Tony's massive, luxurious mansion. Director, Agent Hill just reported back. She's already escorted the young witch safely to Hell's Kitchen. Black Widow reported to Nick, who was in the middle of a conversation with Tony. Nick nodded, then gestured to the large box at his feet, labeled Property of Howard Stark, and turned his gaze back to Tony. Your father was far more than you ever imagined. He was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. This box was left for you. Open it. Perhaps it holds the solution to all your problems. As he finished, Nick checked his watch. It's getting late. I have other matters to attend to. You'll stay here and study this box. I'll have Coulson. Yes, you've met him before. He'll supervise things here. And as for Natasha, she'll remain undercover at Stark Industries. That's it. Hey, what are you saying? I don't even know what this is, or how to open it. And you can't just restrict my freedom. Tony lost his composure the moment he heard Nick's instructions. But Nick simply ignored him, shot him a fierce glare, and turned to leave. Black Widow, following behind Nick, even kindly reminded Tony that she'd cut off all communications in the mansion. Well, Agent Coulson, you seem a bit different from the last time we met. After Nick and Black Widow left, Tony had no choice but to approach Coulson, who was waiting with a smile. Coulson smugly rubbed his hairline. I have to thank that young witch and her magic for that. Tony nodded. Oh, so her magic can even regrow hair? Now that's impressive. By the way, I'll be doing some physical training in a bit, and then I'll head down to the basement to start my experiments. If you could have one of your people buy me some food or drinks, that'd be even better. However, Coulson saw right through Tony's little schemes in an instant. With a broad grin on his face, he replied, Sorry, Mr. Stark, that's not my job. Director Fury ordered me to use any means necessary to keep you here. If you try to pull any tricks, I'll have you zapped unconscious, then sit back and watch Super Nanny while you drool on the floor. Tony. Evening, New York branch. Nick Fury looked at Hill, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're saying that after searching all the registered records in New York, you still haven't found a child matching the appearance of the wizard? That's right. Unless she's an undocumented immigrant, there's no way we wouldn't find her information. But I think that's highly unlikely. Hill gave a report. Undocumented immigrants were usually from Mexico or other foreign countries, but the wizard's features were clearly American, or perhaps even more British. Judging by her behavior, she didn't seem like someone who had crossed the border illegally. Fury nodded, clearly agreeing with Hill's assessment. After observing her for a whole evening, have you learned anything new? As it turned out, though the main purpose of this mission was to ask for the wizard's help, Nick had secretly instructed Hill to keep a close eye on the wizard along the way, gathering any scraps of information she could from her subtle mannerisms. Hill collected her thoughts and replied, Overall, there's nothing particularly out of the ordinary, aside from the fact that we still don't know exactly how many strange spells she can cast. But there's one thing that puzzles me. What's that? Nick raised an eyebrow. Hill continued. On the transport, Coulson asked the wizard why she always wore a hat and a mask. The wizard answered that, just like her robes, the hat and mask were crucial magical tools, essential for casting spells and assisting in battle. Her wizard's robe really can stop bullets, even armor-piercing sniper rounds. So it stands to reason her hat and mask have other functions as well. Fury nodded in agreement. But Director, if her hat and mask are truly so important, why didn't she retrieve them when they fell during the armor-piercing attack in the store? Why did she wait until after the fight to go back for them? Maybe she was too angry in a moment and forgot. But the impression I get from the wizard is that she's not the type to lose her temper so easily. Hill voiced the question that had been nagging at her, and Fury quickly picked up on what Hill was implying. You mean, the face the wizard showed us at that time might not have been her true face, which is why she kept the mask on afterward? I just think it's possible. After all, her magic is already quite mysterious. Maybe she really can change her appearance temporarily, just like our electrostatic veil. As Nick's most capable assistant, Hill was well aware that there was a special device within S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the electrostatic veil. Once worn, it could project a hyper-realistic virtual image onto the wearer's face, allowing them to appear as anyone they wished. And with all the miraculous spells that wizards possess, perhaps there truly was one that allowed for a temporary change of appearance. Nick fell silent for a long moment before finally saying, "If that's the case, things could get very complicated. By that logic, the wizard's gender or age might not be real either. Both could be concealed with magic. If so, uncovering her true identity will be nearly impossible." But soon, he realized that this line of reasoning would only lead to a dead end. Wizardry might be wondrous, but still left traces. If anything could be changed at will, the wizard wouldn't bother wearing a mask all the time. Moreover, judging by the wizard's behavior and their observations so far, whether the wizard was a man or woman, old or young, they fit the profile of an Avenger in Nick's mind. Rather than wasting energy trying to unearth the wizard's true identity and risking offending her if discovered, it would be wiser to interact with her more, to earn her trust over time. Given enough time, the barriers between them would naturally fall, and trust would grow. What's more, after witnessing the miraculous potion and spells that saved Tony, Fury's regard for the wizard had only grown stronger. If they really were to anger her, and a similar crisis arose in the future, getting her help might prove exceedingly difficult. Enough. Let's put the investigation into the wizard's true identity on hold for now. Yes, Director. There's one more matter I need to report. Hill nodded, then produced another file and handed it to Nick Fury. Nick took the file. On its cover were recent surveillance reports concerning Dr. Banner. One particular entry caught his attention. Dr. Banner had attempted suicide in the Arctic, only to be thwarted by the emergence of the Hulk, who shattered the glaciers in a furious rampage. Not long after, a Russian oil exploration team discovered what appeared to be a World War II-era fighter plane in the fractured ice. After comparison by experts, the aircraft deeply embedded in the ice bore a striking resemblance to the one piloted by Captain America all those years ago. 2 a.m., over a prison in New York. Riding his flying broomstick and concealed by a disillusionment charm, Jerry couldn't help but grumble. Hell's Kitchen has been disappointing these past few days. The number of red stars has dropped sharply. I guess I'll have to try my luck here. Recently, Jerry had clearly noticed that crime in Hell's Kitchen had dropped significantly, and as a result, his accumulation of little red stars had slowed down considerably. He had just spent 2 hours wandering around Hell's Kitchen, but barely came across any criminal activity at all, less than what he'd find in other parts of New York. If things kept going this way, he'd soon be down to eating nothing but gruel. He knew all too well that his daily magic studies consumed a great deal of little red stars. On top of that, he needed to stockpile enough little red stars for whenever his current upgrade ended, as well as for the emergence of the second miniature world, and to maintain reserves in the first. So, after a moment's thought, he decided to leave Hell's Kitchen alone for the time being, let it rest and recover, and instead turn his attention to a plan he'd considered before, focusing on the criminals locked away in prison. He'd already thought about it, since doing good deeds could earn him little red stars, then taking care of the criminals in prison should do the trick as well. After all, in the United States, only a handful of places still have the death penalty. Most regions, including New York, do not. Which meant that no matter how heinous your crime, at worst you'd be sentenced to life in prison. So, if Jerry kindly helped these people end their lives of crime, surely he'd be rewarded with some little red stars. He hadn't acted on this idea before because his magical abilities weren't yet strong enough to let him sneak into a high-security prison undetected. Besides, some of the prisoners truly deserved their fate, but others might have been innocent victims of a miscarriage of justice. Without mastery of the soul-stealing curse, acting rashly could easily lead to harming the wrong person, and that would be a real problem. But now, he had nothing left to worry about. With the disillusionment charm, he could slip in unseen. The freezing spell could temporarily disable electronic systems, and with the soul-stealing curse, he could accurately discern a criminal's true past. To top it off, before dispatching any of them, he could get in some practice with the memory charm and the false memory curse. Nice. Alohamara. After landing and packing away his broomstick, Jerry strode straight to the nearest iron door. With a flick of his wand, the electronic lock trembled twice and then, under the force of magic, clicked open. The unlocking charm didn't just work on ordinary mechanical locks. It could open electronic, fingerprint, even retinal scanners with ease. At this hour, aside from a handful of night shift guards on patrol, nearly everyone else in the prison was fast asleep. Invisible under the disillusionment charm, Jerry crept up behind a middle-aged guard and silently cast the soul-stealing curse on him. Under its influence, the guard's face lit up with bliss as he led Jerry directly to the high-security wing where the most dangerous criminals were held. An hour later, Jerry left the remote prison with a look of deep satisfaction on his face. Inside the prison, the 30 or so inmates who had been sentenced to life imprisonment had met a strange fate. Except for one who died, the remaining 29 had all been turned into mindless fools, stripped of any memory. Originally, Jerry had planned to kill every one of those criminals. But after discovering that turning a convict into an idiot with the forgetfulness charm earned him almost as many red stars as killing one, he opted for the less lethal approach. After all, if 30 prisoners were to suddenly die in the same prison, it would surely cause a tremendous stir. But if they merely lost their wits, the warden, eager to shift the blame, would probably try to keep things quiet. In any case, these were all inmates sentenced to life. As long as they stayed alive, whether they were idiots or not seemed hardly to matter. Having harvested a considerable number of red stars, Jerry originally planned to go home and get some sleep. But halfway through the flight, another idea struck him. He changed course and headed for the next prison. If he took his time and spread things out over a few days, any trouble arising later might make it difficult for him to act again. So, he decided to seize the moment, before anyone caught on, push himself a little harder, and sweep through every prison in one night. That way, even if something went wrong, he would have nothing to worry about. With the red stars in hand, there would be no need for him to return to the prisons, nor would he have to worry about someone lying in wait for him at any particular location. At most, it meant pulling an all-nighter. He was used to it anyway. Lately, sleepless nights had become routine. He could always make up for lost rest during class. And so, it wasn't until around 7 in the morning that Jerry finally dragged his exhausted body back to his room. He had swept through every prison in New York in a single night. Though it was tiring, the sheer number of red stars he gained made it all worthwhile. All told, the haul was equivalent to what he'd earned in total during his recent stint in Hell's Kitchen. If it weren't for the fact that cities like Washington and Los Angeles were too far away, making it impossible to make a round trip on his flying broom in a single night, he might have rushed off on impulse, without even resting, to grind through every prison in those cities as well. But his greatest reward was the relentless human experimentation, which had finally allowed him to get a basic grasp of both the forgetfulness charm and the false memory charm. Indeed, the saying practice makes perfect holds true even in the study of magic. 70,000, not bad at all. In the kitchen, Jerry conjured up breakfast with magic, all the while glancing at his panel, nodding in quiet approval at the number of red stars he had amassed. Now, his aim was to save up about 100,000 red stars before the next upgrade of his panel. Because with his now frequent use of Superman mode, he had noticed that his body seemed to be gradually adapting to it, and the after effects each time were becoming less and less pronounced. He even thought that if he kept using it at this rate, perhaps one day, Superman mode would simply become his new normal. He could keep it on 24 hours a day, without any issues at all. However, that brought with it another problem, the consumption of little red stars. The longer he stayed in Superman mode, the more little red stars he used up. Whereas before, he would burn through 400 or 500 little red stars in a day, now it had become closer to 500 or 600. If he stayed in the small world, he'd have to tack on another 100 on top of that. In other words, unless he stockpiled at least 100,000 little red stars, if he entered the Harry Potter small world, he might have to return to the main world before even finishing the next semester. Crucially, after the panel upgrade, the second small world would be unlocked. What exactly the second world would be like, he didn't know yet. If the magic inside turned out to be truly useful, he might end up spending some time there as well. As Jerry was mulling over what this second magical small world might hold, his eyes happened to glance at the panel, and he froze in surprise. Well, speak of the devil, and he appears. Right there on the panel, 4 bold characters stood out. Upgrade successful. And beneath that, a smaller line of text appeared. The second small world has been successfully captured. Please proceed to view. After moving the prepared breakfast onto the dining table with a summoning charm, Jerry didn't go wake Elsa, who was still sound asleep. Instead, he headed straight back to his room to check out the upgraded panel. There weren't many changes to the panel's overall layout, except now, in addition to the entrance to the first small world, there was a brand new gateway to a second one. And, in the panel's feature description, several new details had appeared. First, just as the upgrade prompt had originally hinted, Jerry could now bring living beings with him when traveling between worlds. He could bring them from the small world to the main world or vice versa, and it wasn't limited to inanimate objects anymore. Jerry was quite pleased with this change. His biggest worry now was that if his identity were ever exposed, Haas and Elsa's safety might not be guaranteed. Although he had already taken many precautions, there's no such thing as a completely airtight plan. The world is full of unexpected leaks and surprises. No matter how thoroughly you prepare, things don't always go according to plan. There are always accidents that can catch you off guard. especially since, in his previous life, he hadn't been some sort of secret agent or spy. He'd never received any specialized training in concealing or maintaining a hidden identity. It was inevitable that he might slip up on minor details, ones he might not even notice himself. What he could do was make use of the gaps in information, rely on the magic he'd learned, and leverage the abilities granted by his interface, always planning several moves ahead. As long as I have enough cards up my sleeve, even if something does go wrong, I'll have time to remedy it. Now that he had this function to carry living creatures, once his strength grew a bit more in the Harry Potter world, he could try to bring over a couple of house elves. On one hand, they could help with household chores. On the other, they could also protect Haas and Aisha's safety. After all, while house elves weren't as powerful as top-tier wizards, they were certainly stronger than most adult witches and wizards. Not only could they perform magic without a wand or incantation, they were also skilled in all kinds of elf magic. Most importantly, they were astonishingly loyal. Treat them just a little kindly, and they'd willingly lay down their lives for you. Moreover, beyond house elves, there were many magical beasts in the wizarding world with unique abilities. If he could tame them and bring them over, they would make excellent helpers. Aside from the ability to bring living creatures, there was another important new feature: the introduction of a second pocket world. This second pocket world worked much like the first one. After a month's cooldown in the main world, as long as he had enough red stars, he could enter. Each day spent inside would cost 100 red stars. Additionally, whenever he entered, time in the main world would freeze in place. However, there was a significant difference. When he entered a pocket world, time in the main world would stand still, but time in the other pocket worlds would resume its normal flow. In other words, if Jerry entered the second pocket world now, time in the main world would be frozen, but time in the first Harry Potter pocket world, which would otherwise be on pause, would start moving forward again. If he spent a month in the second pocket world, a month would pass in the first pocket world as well. If he stayed a year would go by there too. The reverse was also true. But the good news was that after this upgrade, the amount of time he spent in the pocket worlds was now under his control. He didn't have to wait until all his red stars were used up to return. He could come back to the main world whenever he wished. The only catch was that, to enter again, he'd have to wait for the main world's 1-month cooldown. For example, if Jerry entered the second pocket world and stayed there for a week, with 70 or 80,000 red stars remaining, he could still return directly to the main world. Then, after waiting another month, he could choose to enter either the first or second pocket world once more. After reading through all the new features, Jerry fell in a deep thought. He hadn't expected that when he entered one of the small worlds, time in the other small world wouldn't stop, but would continue to flow as usual. This realization made him hesitate. At the moment, all of his magical power originated from the knowledge in the world of Harry Potter, and he was still in the early stages, with much left to learn. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was especially well-suited for a beginner wizard like him. If he stayed too long in the second small world, he might miss the start term at Hogwarts. If he got expelled from missing school, that would be a huge loss. The key issue was that he still knew nothing about the magic of this second small world, whether there were proper magical lineages, how powerful it was, or if it even had a system at all. Everything was unknown. I'd better think this over carefully and make a decision tonight. Just then, hearing the sound of a door opening outside, Jerry knew his father, Haas, had woken up. He set aside his swirling thoughts for the moment, planning to mull things over slowly on the way to school. This was no trivial matter. He needed to find a solution that balanced everything. Besides, he'd stayed up all night yesterday and needed to catch up on sleep during the day. 10 o'clock at night. Jerry changed out of his pajamas into some casual clothes, picked up the box and his wand, and pressed the button to enter the second small world. After a whole day of deliberation, he decided he definitely had to enter the second small world. He needed at least to find out what kind of world it was before making any further decisions. After all, if the magic in this second small world proved to be extremely powerful, far stronger than that of the Harry Potter world, and if magical inheritance was easily obtained, then Hogwarts might not matter at all. In the end, whether he attended school wasn't important. What mattered most was increasing his own strength. If it turned out not to be any better, or was roughly the same, he'd keep his main focus on the Harry Potter world, since he'd already established some foundation at Hogwarts. He could always explore the second small world further during Hogwarts holidays. He was returning on Christmas Eve, with more than a week before term resumed at Hogwarts. So, barring any surprises, he planned to spend a week exploring the second small world this time. Of course, the final decision would depend on what he found after entering. If things matched the first scenario, then a week might not be nearly enough. Once he pressed the button to enter the second small world, everything in the main world froze, and, just like every time he traveled, Jerry instantly lost consciousness. This time, it seems, I haven't been given a new identity. When he regained awareness, Jerry found himself standing in a deserted alleyway. His clothes hadn't changed, nor did he have any new memories in his mind. It was obvious he had been thrown straight into this second minor world. He recalled that when he first traveled to the world of Harry Potter, not only had he been gifted with a full set of wizard bloodlines, but he'd also been granted a legal identity as an orphan in a children's home. Perhaps that was a perk reserved for beginners. But now, with his current magical prowess, whether his identity was legal or not had become a trivial matter. Stepping out of the alley, Jerry glanced around at the surrounding buildings, and a look of surprise spread across his face. What's going on? Isn't this still New York? Every night, Jerry would fly over New York on his broomstick. He was more than familiar with every corner of the city. So as soon as he left the alley, he immediately recognized his location. He was standing on a street in Manhattan, New York. Yet, in the details, this street seemed just a little different from the one in the main world's New York. Still, the iconic buildings were all in their usual places. "Excuse me, is this New York?" He reached out and politely stopped a blonde girl passing by, addressing her with the utmost courtesy. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19, wearing a red scarf, a chic gray coat, and black fishnet stockings. She seemed every bit the university student. She eyed the 11 or 12-year-old boy before her with curiosity, bent down, and replied as gently as she could. "Yes, this is New York. Little guy, are you lost? It's so late. Why are you out here alone? Do you want me to call the police for you?" No, thank you, ma'am. But could I trouble you with one more question? What year is it right now?" Jerry hadn't expected that the first person he grabbed would turn out to be so warm-hearted. "It's 2010, of course." The suspicion in the blonde girl's eyes only deepened. 2010. The timeline doesn't match up. Looks like this really isn't the same world. On hearing her answer, Jerry breathed a sigh of relief. The main world certainly wasn't in 2010 anymore. He pulled a few bills from his pocket and stuffed them into the girl's hand. "Oh, thank you. Here's a little something as a token of appreciation." The girl stared at the bills in her hand, utterly stunned. What was this about? Why would someone pay her just for giving directions? It was so odd. It almost made her feel like one of those women working the streets. "Hey, what on earth?" She looked up in the direction the boy had gone, only to discover he had vanished without a trace. A chill ran down her spine. With the midnight streets nearly empty, she hurried her steps, eager to get home. Above the skyline of New York, Jerry, shrouded in a disillusionment charm and astride his flying broomstick, carefully observed the darker alleys below. Before long, he locked onto a target. As expected, no matter which world's New York it is, crime is always a part of city life. Moments later, inside a narrow alley, Jerry found a cell phone in the pocket of a robber who had been knocked out by a sleeping charm, and promptly began surfing the internet. In a modern metropolis, the quickest way to understand what kind of world you're in is, of course, to go online. First, one thing was certain. There had to be magic in this world because the panel's function description clearly stated that the second minor world pulled in was a magical one. Since magic existed here, there ought to be some traces of it left behind. With technology this advanced, maybe he could quickly spot some clues about wizards in the news. An hour later. What on earth? How can things be so normal? Jerry put away the phone, feeling a little exasperated. All the news was perfectly ordinary, with not a hint about magic. It wasn't even like his main world, where there were at least some inexplicable technological phenomena. This place felt just like his previous life, so normal it was almost suspicious, an ordinary world through and through. He considered his options. Since there was nothing in the news, he'd just have to use the old-fashioned method and search for clues himself. Once again, he mounted his flying broomstick and switched to Superman mode, determined to spend the night scouring New York for any traces of magic. Huh? Why are there wolves in the city? But before he'd even patrolled for 5 minutes, he spotted something odd. 5 burly gray wolves were wildly chasing a young man with curly hair down the street, not far away. Unusual happenings always signal something deeper. Jerry wasn't afraid of trouble. He only feared wasting a whole week with nothing to show for it. With a burst of speed, Jerry shot down on his broom. Landing smoothly, he stashed away the broomstick, dispelled his disillusionment charm, and walked toward the curly-haired young man. "Kid, run. There are wolves behind you." Seeing a boy suddenly appear on the empty street, the curly-haired youth shouted desperately while running for his life, urging Jerry to flee. But seeing Jerry remain unmoved, the young man, resigned, yanked the lid off a public trash can and planted himself in front of Jerry, clearly intending to fight off the wolves. He's got a good heart, Jerry thought, looking at the curly-haired youth, standing in front of him clutching a trash can lid, legs shaking like leaves, but still mustering the courage to protect a stranger. "Kid, those aren't dogs. Take a good look. They're wolves, real wolves. They'll eat you. I'll hold them off. Run while you can." The young man with curly hair swung the trash can lid his hand while urgently calling out to Jerry, who was trailing behind him. The 5 burly gray wolves, seeing the curly-haired youth stop, immediately bared their teeth and lunged at him with ferocious intent. Never miss a shot. With a flourish of his wand, Jerry conjured a dozen sharp arrows from thin air, sending them whistling toward the wolves. A chorus of anguished howls split the air. In an instant, the 5 wolves dissolved into 5 pages, each bearing the image of a gray wolf. Seeing this strange transformation, Jerry's eyes sparkled with excitement. This bizarre phenomenon could well be a kind of magic he had never encountered before. You're a magician too. The curly-haired youth gasped in astonishment, seeing Jerry unleash a volley of arrows with just a wave of what looked like a stick. 2? That means you've met other magicians before. Jerry turned to look at the curly-haired youth. Pointing into the distance, the youth indicated a portly middle-aged man wearing a gentleman's hat and carrying a scepter inlaid with a blue gemstone, who was calmly approaching. That's the magician. Those wolves just now were his doing. But he's no good guy. We'd better run while we can. I think you're right. But it seems he doesn't intend to let us escape. By now, Jerry, still in his superhuman state, had also noticed the middle-aged man advancing from afar. In truth, Jerry's original plan, given that he knew nothing about the power of magicians in this world, was to avoid conflict if at all possible. But the other party clearly wasn't interested in explanations. The moment he saw Jerry use an arrow spell to save the curly-haired youth, he wasted no words, merely flicked his scepter, and sent a ball of fire hurtling toward Jerry and the youth. Transfiguration Slate. As the fireball streaked toward them, Jerry snatched the plastic trash can lid from the curly-haired youth and cast a hardening spell, blocking the flames in their tracks. Seeing this, the middle-aged man swept aside his coat and with a flourish of his scepter, sent 4 daggers flying from beneath the coat, aiming them straight at Jerry and the youth. What's more, the daggers' flight seemed to be under his direct control. With a deft curve in midair, they nimbly bypassed the hardened trash can lid in Jerry's hand, coming in from both the left and right to target Jerry and the youth. You fat bastard. Are you ever going to quit? Seeing the middle-aged man's relentless, lethal attacks, Jerry's patience finally snapped. He had refrained from attacking, not wanting to make enemies with local magicians the moment he arrived in this world. But clearly, this magician was not the merciful type. Facing a regular young man and a child, he showed no hesitation in going for the kill. Crucially, Jerry realized that the magic displayed by the magician opposite him did not give him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. He felt that if he gave his all, he still stood a decent chance of victory. If things didn't work out, he could simply knock the opponent down, then follow up with the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperius Curse together. Surely, that would quickly yield all the intelligence he wanted about the magical world here. Repel at full force. With his left hand, he swung the trash can lid and batted away the 2 daggers flying toward him. Meanwhile, his right hand, clutching his wand, cast a banishing spell at the 2 knives aimed at the curly-haired young man. Having temporarily defused the crisis, Jerry wasted no time. Before the middle-aged, portly man could launch another attack, Jerry's wand was already pointed straight at him. Stupefied, a streak of blue magical light shot rapidly toward the heavy-set man. That man was clearly a seasoned fighter. Even though he didn't know the power of the blue light, he still swung his staff and, with a practiced motion, manipulated a nearby trash can to shield himself. What an impressive summoning charm. Watching the portly man move the trash can to block his stunning spell, Jerry couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He too knew the summoning charm, but the version he'd learned was really just an advanced form of the levitation charm. It could move objects, true, but only at a speed suitable for everyday convenience. In a fight, even an ordinary person could easily dodge it. But the spell the fat man used was clearly not some household charm. Judging by the speed at which the knives and trash can moved, it was clearly a combat-specific spell. Something's wrong. Something's coming. Just then, Jerry's ears twitched. He distinctly sensed something invisible hurtling toward them at high speed, slicing through the air. Instinctively, he shoved the curly-haired young man aside and leapt out of the way himself. A tremendous crash followed. The spot where Jerry and the young man had been standing was struck by an unseen force, which then slammed into a street lamp, bending the metal pole almost in half. An enhanced banishing spell? Jerry could feel that this invisible force was similar to the banishing spell he'd just cast, except it sent a visible pulse of energy from the wand, whereas this one resembled an air cannon. It attacked from a distance, left no trace, and was utterly silent. If not for his superhuman senses in Superman mode, which allowed him to notice the subtle shift in the air, that blow would have left him seriously injured. So, invisible and traceless magical attacks. I can do that too. Having dodged the opponent's spell, Jerry, still shaken, raised his wand, ready to cast Sectum Sempra. But at that very moment, the curly-haired young man beside him suddenly blurted out a sentence, interrupting Jerry's spellcasting. What? What a gigantic bird! At that very moment, an enormous iron bird suddenly soared into the sky behind the middle-aged fat man. Atop this colossal metal creature stood a dashing man dressed in a vintage leather jacket. Everyone watched as the handsome man brought his hands together, striking a pose reminiscent of a classic energy blast. In a flash, he launched a massive sphere of water, hurling it like a cannonball straight at the middle-aged fat man. The fat man, having just turned his head and caught off guard, was struck squarely by the water sphere. As if under a binding spell, he was instantly trapped inside the watery orb. With a thunderous crash, the iron bird landed. The leather-clad man swiftly waved, calling out to the curly-haired youth and Jerry. Dave, and you little mage, hurry aboard. My water sphere won't hold him for long. Oh, it's you. The curly-haired youth named Dave immediately recognized the man in leather. With his help, Dave scrambled up onto the iron bird's back. Jerry's eyes flickered with calculation. He set aside his wand for now, placed a hand on the bird's wing, and vaulted up as well. Just then, a flash of light burst from the fat man's staff, and the water sphere shattered instantly. Balthazar, upon seeing the man in leather, the fat man's eyes blazed with fury. With a furious roar, he prepared to unleash another spell. But Balthazar had clearly anticipated this. He rubbed his hands together, conjuring a crackling ball of electric energy. The moment the water sphere broke, he hurled it with force, striking the fat man squarely. Sparks flew as the fat man was blasted at least 7 or 8 meters back, crashing into a storefront across the street. Is he finished? Impressed by the sheer power of Balthazar's electric attack, Jerry's eyes lit up. That spell packed quite a punch. Horvath, the king of Averman, a powerful sorcerer who's lived for over 2,000 years and already gained the power of immortality. With my current abilities, killing him is nearly impossible. Balthazar shook his head. If it were possible to kill his foe, he would have done so long ago rather than keep him sealed. As he spoke, Balthazar pressed his ringed hand onto the iron bird's back. The bird seemed to come alive, spreading its wings wide and soaring upward with all 3 of them aboard. Over 2,000 years, the power of immortality. On the iron bird's back, Jerry kept his composure on the surface, but inside, he was in utter turmoil. He hadn't expected that wizards in this world could attain immortality, and, it seemed, retain their youth as well. At that moment, Jerry thought, even if the rest of the world's magic was unremarkable, gaining the secret to eternal life alone would be more than worth it. However, was that chubby guy who called himself the King of Maggots really that formidable? Maybe the fight was just too brief, but he didn't seem all that impressive. And why did this scene feel strangely familiar? Meanwhile, on the other side, Horvath, still smoldering from the electric shock, walked out of the shop as if nothing had happened, just as expected after a short while. Looking up at the sky, where the giant iron bird had already vanished without a trace, Horvath slammed his staff to the ground in a fit of rage. Where did that magician come from? So skilled at such a young age. Looks like I'll need to find myself an assistant too. But first, I must get my hands on the hand of death. Sir, put your hands up. You're suspected of theft. Please come with us. Just then, the store's alarm had attracted a nearby patrol car. 2 police officers stepped out, guns drawn, and shouted a warning to Horvath. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Still fuming, Horvath sneered coldly. With a flick of his staff, an invisible force sent the 2 police officers flying. They crashed to the ground, motionless. With an air of elegance, Horvath strode over to the patrol car. He tapped it with his staff, and in an instant, the car transformed into a sleek black sports car, which whisked him away in the direction his memory led. On the rooftop of a certain building in New York, a colossal iron bird landed steadily. Oh, I'm so dizzy. I think I'm going to be sick. Dave, reeling and pale, jumped off the iron bird's back, gripping the rooftop railing. His face was a mix of discomfort and disbelief. For a physics geek who'd never left the ground, soaring so high on a gigantic metal bird was more than a little overwhelming. Meanwhile, Jerry and the leather-clad Balthazar leapt down with ease, utterly unfazed by the height. Clearly, this kind of flight was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Relax, Dave. Deep breaths. Yes, breathe. That'll help. As he spoke, Balthazar transformed the giant iron bird back into a decorative rooftop sculpture with a flick of magic, then picked up a pigeon from the rooftop, enchanted it, and released it into the sky. But Dave clearly wasn't in the mood for gratitude. He glared at Balthazar and burst out. No, you can't do this to me. Do you have any idea what the last 10 years have been like for me? Sorry, I spent the last 10 years sealed inside a jar. Balthazar shrugged helplessly. At that moment, Jerry listened quietly to their exchange, all the while observing how Balthazar transformed the iron bird into an ornament. He thought to himself that this transformation was somewhat like a transfiguration spell, but clearly there were some key differences. Given Jerry's current abilities, he could use a transfiguration charm to turn an ornament into a lifelike iron bird, but that bird would never fly under his control like a living creature. Alternatively, he could transform it into a majestic eagle, but the eagle couldn't be as large as the iron bird, since it has to be a real creature that actually exists in nature. And once the eagle appeared, it would be indistinguishable from any other eagle, and certainly wouldn't obey his commands. Unless, of course, he used an advanced branch of transfiguration, like the serpent summoning charm, in which case the summoned snake would follow his orders, or perhaps the bird swarm summoning spell. But the magic the wizard Balthazar was using was entirely different. He seemed to have transformed the iron bird atop the building into a living, flying creature, one that could be controlled by his very will, a magical iron bird, animated and obedient. After all, a bird made of iron, no matter how fiercely it flaps its wings, could never take flight under normal circumstances. Yet, this magic bore a resemblance to alchemy. Alchemy could also create stone statues that think and fight, but those required careful preparation and couldn't be conjured with a mere flick of a wand. And if you managed to fashion a giant iron bird through alchemy, it might fight for you on the ground. But if you wanted it to take wing and carry you into the air, you'd have to find a way to enchant it with a host of other spells. That's why Jerry was so intrigued by the magic Balthazar had just used. Excuse me, could you both stop arguing for a moment and tell me what's actually going on? After all, I was dragged into this mess for no reason. Listening to the two men bicker, each talking past the other, Jerry amplified his voice with a sonorous charm, then unleashed a magical lion's roar, forcing both of them to cover their ears and fall silent. Sorry, I got a little carried away. By the way, thank you for saving me just now. My name's Dave. I'm a sophomore physics major. Once the tension had settled, the two finally remembered Jerry's presence. Dave was the first to step forward and thank him for the rescue, then began to share his story. It turned out that 10 years ago, when Dave was still in 4th grade, he got separated from his class during a field trip and accidentally wandered into the antique shop owned by the leather-jacketed man. The shop's owner, upon seeing him, produced a dragon-shaped ring. The moment Dave approached, the ring came alive and leapt onto his finger, coiling tightly around it. Convinced Dave was some prophesied heir to Merlin's powers, the man insisted on taking him as an apprentice and teaching him magic. Somewhere along the way, Dave accidentally knocked over a Russian nesting doll, the so-called Hand of Death, which released the very same burly, middle-aged man who had just attacked him. The middle-aged, chubby man and the leather-jacketed uncle unleashed powerful magic at each other in the antique shop, and out of fear, he grabbed that Russian nesting doll and ran out. As he burst through the door, he happened to run into his teacher and classmates, so, in his excitement, he blurted out everything that had just happened in the antique shop. However, when the teacher led the students back into the shop and pushed open the door, they found nothing like what Dave had described. There were no dueling wizards casting spells. It was just an ordinary, empty antique shop. So, Dave was dismissed as delusional. His classmates even mocked him, going so far as to invent a name for this kind of delusion, the Dave Stutler syndrome. What made things worse was that, during the wizards' battle, Dave's pants had gotten soaked, utterly humiliating him in front of the girl he'd secretly liked since childhood. In the end, he had no choice but to transfer schools. 10 years later, after finally overcoming his trauma and striving to become the finest physicist he could be, he ran into those same two wizards from a decade ago. Who wouldn't be on the verge of a breakdown after that? You can call me Jerry. I sympathize with what you've been through, Jerry said. Canceling the amplification charm, Jerry couldn't shake the feeling that this plot sounded oddly familiar. He quickly began rummaging through the depths of his memory. With over 30 years of memories from his previous life, there was no way he could recall everything. Some things were buried so deep, it took a full-powered mental search to dig them out. The Sorcerer's Apprentice. In a flash, a vivid scene played out in his mind. It was back in college, when one of his roommates, one of the few with a computer, was watching a movie. Jerry sat beside him, catching glimpses of the action on the screen. The movie was called The Sorcerer's Apprentice. The story in that film matched exactly what Dave had just described. At that moment, Balthazar stepped forward and introduced himself to Jerry. Greetings, Mage Jerry. I am Balthazar, though you might also know me as the Neuromage. Thank you for saving Dave just now. By the way, which school of magic do you belong to? Although the young mage before him didn't look very old, his magical abilities were clearly outstanding. To be able to exchange a few moves with Horvath and not be defeated showed he was a rare magical talent. Which school? Hogwarts, Jerry replied. He had no idea what magical schools existed in this world. The only ones mentioned in the movie were the Merlinian and Morgana schools, so he simply borrowed the name of his own school. In fact, as a student of Hogwarts, Claiming to be from the Hogwarts school was hardly a lie. Balthazar was taken aback for a moment. Hogwarts school? I've lived more than 2,000 years, and I've never heard of that one. Wizards in this world really do live a long life. Hearing Balthazar's age, Jerry's eyes lit up once more. If he remembered correctly, Merlin's 3 disciples, Balthazar, Horvath, and Veronica, were all capable of immortality. The Morgana-line sorcerers sealed inside that Russian nesting doll could also live forever. It seemed that in this world, achieving immortality as a wizard wasn't all that difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wizards who had lived for over 2,000 years. Our Hogwarts tradition is an ancient, though not very well-known, school of magic. It's been hidden deep within the remote forests of Scotland, passed down through a single bloodline and never mingling with the outside world. So it's quite natural you haven't heard of it. I only left there and came to live in New York due to some rather special circumstances. Fabricating such a story came effortlessly to Jerry. Telling lies like this was hardly a challenge for him. Balthazar nodded in response. A more ancient order. No wonder your magic seems a bit different. I'm sorry for dragging you into all this. I'll take care of the rest. But you'd best leave New York as soon as you can. Otherwise, Horvath might come looking for trouble. Although Jerry's magical abilities were impressive, he was still clearly just a child. Balthazar had no wish to involve a child in such dangerous matters. Even with Dave, if it weren't for the prophecy from his master Merlin, that Dave was the one destined to end Morgana, Balthazar would never have drawn him in. Could you tell me exactly what this hand of death is that you mentioned? And why does that Lord of Worms want it so badly? At this moment, Jerry had no intention of leaving. He wasn't about to walk away now. Not when, besides the sealed soul of Morgana, this eccentric wizard before him was the most accomplished magician in the realm, ranked at level 777. If he hoped to learn the world's most advanced magic, or, most importantly, the true secret of immortality, his best bet was to build a solid friendship with this oddball of a wizard. Otherwise, why would anyone share such secrets with him? Originally, he planned to steal the Philosopher's Stone and brew an elixir of life to gain immortality. But the immortality granted by the elixir made from the Philosopher's Stone was flawed, as shown in Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald. That kind of eternal life merely forced the soul to linger inside a decaying body. The flesh would still rot with time, making one little different from a walking corpse. Yet the immortality practiced in this world was clearly of another kind. Whether it was the Lord of Worms or the eccentric wizard standing before him, both had lived for over 2,000 years, yet their appearances showed no trace of age, and their bodies hadn't withered in the slightest. Even the power of magic continued to grow. Over more than 2,000 years of cultivation, the neuromancer had elevated his magical prowess to level 777, a level that could be called the perfect path to immortality. Balthazar sighed at these words. We'll discuss the details once we recover the Hand of Death. In short, that artifact contains the most powerful sorcerers of Morgana's faction, as well as Morgana herself. If Horvath finds it and releases them, they'll bring about the end of the world. Morgana, the dark sorceress who nearly destroyed the world? Wasn't she slain by Merlin himself? Jerry feigned shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Balthazar shook his head. Her dark magic was far too powerful. At the time, our master was gravely wounded by Horvath's betrayal, so they only managed to seal her away. With my current abilities, I cannot destroy her. Only Merlin's heir, David, can do that. At this, David shook his head frantically. You must have the wrong person. I'm not Merlin's heir. I haven't inherited any of his power. I don't want anything to do with magic. I just want to live an ordinary life. Balthazar reached out his hand, and, summoned by his magic, a storage locker slid toward him from across the room. He opened it and took out a dragon-shaped ring, placing it before David. If you truly want a normal life, why are you still holding on to this ring? The dragon ring. The moment Jerry saw the ring in Balthazar's hand, he recognized it as Merlin's own dragon ring. In this world, wizards shared a notable similarity with those in the Harry Potter universe. They found it extremely difficult to cast spells without a magical conduit. In the Harry Potter world, the conduit is the wand. Without it, unless you are among the most elite wizards, it's nearly impossible to perform magic as usual. Here, it's much the same. With the exception of the two greatest sorcerers, Merlin and Morgana, all other magicians require a conduit to channel their magic. Most wizards preferred rings worn on their fingers, though some used staves, necklaces, or other objects to focus their spells. And then there's David, the main character, who currently knows nothing of magic. This curly-haired young man inherited Merlin's power, and with time and study, he'll eventually be able to cast spells without any conduit at all. That's the privilege of being the protagonist. This is a real treasure. Jerry had always considered using a wand to cast spells a risky business. As long as he couldn't cast without a wand, losing it meant losing all magical ability, making him no different from an ordinary person. Just like that time during gym class, when his wand was left in his locker. Unable to use magic, he was forced to take off his shirt just like everyone else. Moreover, wands are made of wood, which makes them rather fragile. If the wand itself is attacked, it can be easily destroyed. If someone were to discover this weakness and deliberately target his wand, losing it would put him in grave danger. But a ring is different. It's far more discreet when worn on the hand, and being made of metal, it's much sturdier and less likely to be damaged. In the future, he could simply wear a ring on his left hand and carry a wand at his right. When his enemy thinks they've found his weakness and break his wand, he'll be able to give them a truly unexpected surprise. As for how to acquire a ring, the answer, of course, is to take one by force. For now, the dragon ring is off limits. It belongs to David, and if he tried to take it, the neuromage would never let him off the hook. But as for those mages aligned with Morgana, once he defeats them, there's nothing stopping him from seizing their rings and claiming them for himself. The most crucial thing is, after his battle with the King of Magic Worms and recalling scenes from the movie, Jerry realized something. Though the wizards in this world live long lives and wield some fascinating spells, their actual combat prowess doesn't seem all that impressive. He even suspects that if a so-called greatest dark sorceress Morgana were released, she might not actually have the power to destroy the world. This isn't 2,000 years ago. If she were facing humans from the age of swords and shields, perhaps Morgana could have ruled the world with magic. But in today's high-tech era, terror and intimidation just don't have the same effect. What's more, wizards in this world seem to have a particular weakness to electrical attacks. Even in the movie, the supposedly Merlin-level dark sorceress Morgana was ultimately defeated by a barrage of particle cannons from David. Of course, these are just Jerry's conclusions based on what he's seen so far. The truth may be different, since he's never actually witnessed Morgana's true power. It's not enough to judge solely by what's shown in the film. Perhaps this so-called most powerful dark sorceress is far stronger than he's estimated. In any case, it's best not to release her for the time being. In fact, aside from the secret of immortality, there's another kind of magic in the Sorcerer's Apprentice world that piques his interest. That is sealing magic. Morgana and several of the world's top sorcerers were all sealed inside a Russian nesting doll by sealing magic, trapped for over 2,000 years, unable to escape by their own power. Clearly, this sealing magic is extremely formidable. If he learned this magic, then when he returned to the world of Harry Potter, wouldn't he be able to seal away Voldemort's troublesome fragments of soul once and for all? If all of Voldemort's Horcruxes aren't destroyed, his remnant soul simply can't be killed. Not even someone as powerful as Dumbledore could do anything about it. But then again, it doesn't really matter if he can't be killed. I'll just seal his remnant soul in a jar for a few thousand years. That should be quite satisfactory, don't you think? In the future, whenever I encounter some undying being, I'll just seal them away too and collect them all together. Maybe one day, I'll find a deserted planet and toss them there, letting them stew for eternity. As Jerry was imagining which spells to focus on learning and how to put them to use, the Mad Mage and his future apprentice, Dave, finally reached an agreement. In the end, Dave gave in to the Mad Mage's persuasion and threats, agreeing to help him search for the long-lost hand of death. Now the two of them were debating whether to ride the big Iron Bird or go find the Mad Mage's old car, which had been parked in a lot 10 years ago. The Iron Bird was much faster, but it was far too conspicuous. Ordinary people would easily spot it, and Horvath could notice it as well. The car was more discreet, but not nearly as fast, and Horvath was surely searching for the Hand of Death too. If he found it first, that would be a real problem. If you need any help, I could come along with you, Jerry offered, stepping forward once more. Our Hogwarts school has an invisibility spell that could solve the problem of being spotted. The Mad Mage's eyes lit up, but then he grew a bit more serious. Are you sure you want to come with us, Jerry? Jerry shrugged. I definitely don't want the terrifying dark sorceress Morgana to be resurrected and destroy this wonderful world. Well then, thank you. The Mad Mage hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. By now, they'd already wasted far too much time on the rooftop. Horvath might already have found the Hand of Death, so they needed to pick up the pace. Flying on the Iron Bird would certainly save more time than driving. If only the spells he'd learned could make large objects and living beings invisible, instead of just small, non-living things. He really wouldn't want to drag a young wizard into such a dangerous adventure. The Mad Mage pressed his hand to the Iron Bird ornament perched on the edge of the rooftop. Magic surged through it, and in an instant, the Iron Bird sprang back to life. It ruffled its wings and stood up, obediently walking over to the three of them. The three climbed onto the Iron Bird's back in turn. With a wave of his wand, Jerry cast an illusion spell, shrouding all three of them, and the iron bird itself, in a cloak of invisibility. My pigeon has already pinpointed the location of the Hand of Death. It's near the city's center. Standing atop the great iron bird, Balthazar sensed the location of the dove he had just released. He then commanded the iron bird to take off, soaring swiftly toward the city center. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the antique shop where Dave had once encountered the Neuromage, something else was unfolding. The king of the worms, Horvath, using the information Dave had previously given him, began to wield his staff and cast a spell of temporal regression. Under the influence of magic, a spectral vision of what had occurred at the antique shop's entrance 10 years ago shimmered before his eyes. A small boy burst out of the shop in terror, hurling a Russian nesting doll as far as he could into the street. Not long after, an elderly Chinese woman in splendid attire reached out and picked up the discarded doll. Chinatown. Identifying the one who had taken the nesting doll, Horvath wasted no time. He hopped back into his transformed sports car and sped off toward Manhattan's bustling Chinatown. Guided by magic, he soon arrived at the lively streets, now brimming with lantern festival celebrations. All around, people in traditional Chinese garments mingled and performed, with the most captivating spectacle being the dragon dance, winding through the heart of the street. This is bad. They're here. Catching sight from afar of Dave and Jerry standing downstairs, Horvath instantly realized he was too late. Balthazar had beaten him to the Hand of Death. Yet Horvath was not one to give up so easily. Without hesitation, he cast his most adept illusion spell, transforming himself into the figure of a beautiful woman. Carefully, he edged through the crowd, circling to the rear of the building before slipping quietly inside. Out front on the bustling street, Jerry and Dave were watching the dragon dance together. The iron bird had flown at such tremendous speed that they soon arrived at the Chinatown location Balthazar had pinpointed. For safety's sake, Balthazar instructed Jerry and Dave to wait below while he scouted ahead alone. If he could retrieve the Hand of Death directly, it would be best to leave immediately, but in case Horvath got there first, the two would at least be safer downstairs. Dave, let me have a look at your dragon ring. Noticing how Dave was absorbed by the performance, Jerry pretended to ask with curiosity. Dave didn't mind at all. He casually slipped off the dragon ring and handed it to Jerry, turning his attention back to the festivities. As soon as he slid the ring onto his finger, Jerry felt a surge of power not unlike what his wand gave him, perhaps even more potent, as if the dragon ring, being Merlin's ring, resonated more deeply with him than his own wand ever had. He sensed that if he were to cast magic now, even without his wand, the ring's amplification alone might make his spells more powerful than ever before. After confirming that the dragon ring could indeed replace a magic wand, Jerry didn't try to play any tricks. He simply handed it back to Dave. In his eyes, the difference between the dragon ring and an ordinary magician's ring was much like that between the Elder Wand and a regular wand. Sure, the dragon ring amplified magic more powerfully, but in the end, it still depended on the wizard's own abilities. If your skills weren't up to par, wielding the dragon ring or the Elder Wand wouldn't make much difference. They'd both be useless. Right now, what mattered most to him was learning the unique magical knowledge of this world. So he wasn't eager to claim the dragon ring for himself just yet. For the time being able to use a standard magician's ring was good enough. Once he'd mastered most of this world's magic, then he could consider the matter of the dragon ring. Suddenly, the sharp sound of shattering glass rang out above Jerry's head. He looked up to see Balthazar crashing through a fourth-floor window, tumbling down toward the ground below. Wingardium Leviosa. Jerry quickly drew his wand and cast the levitation charm at Balthazar overhead, sparing him from a painful fall. Meanwhile, the Chinese folks from Chinatown nearby saw Balthazar floating gently down through the air. Thinking it was some sort of levitation magic trick, they broke out in enthusiastic applause. What happened? Amid the rousing applause, both Jerry and Dave turned their eyes to Balthazar. Logically speaking, since they'd ridden the giant iron bird over at top speed, they shouldn't have arrived any later than the king of the insect mages. So how had Balthazar ended up under attack? Before Balthazar could answer, Horvath appeared at the fourth-floor window, holding a Russian nesting doll, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Balthazar, you're still so easy to fool. As it turned out, the woman Horvath had just conjured was none other than Veronica, the one who, 2,000 years ago, had sealed Morgana's soul with her own body and ended up imprisoned with her in the depths of the Hand of Death. She was also the trio's fellow apprentice, and Balthazar's beloved. When Balthazar had just received the Hand of Death back from the elderly Chinese woman, Horvath, disguised as Veronica, suddenly knocked and walked in. The instant Balthazar saw Veronica, he was completely stunned, letting his guard drop entirely. Horvath seized a moment, sent an air blast straight at the defenseless Balthazar, blowing him right out the window and snatching up the Hand of Death. We'll talk later, let's get the Hand of Death back first. Balthazar knew this wasn't the time for explanations. If Horvath managed to release the sealed companion inside, they'd all be in serious trouble. Without hesitation, he dashed for the staircase. Naturally, Jerry and Dave hurried after him. When they reached the 4th floor, they found only the elderly Chinese lady, who was still visibly shaken. Horvath and the Hand of Death had already vanished. They're upstairs. Balthazar sensed the artifact's presence and instantly located Horvath. After wielding the Grimhold for over 2,000 years, no matter where it was taken, Balthazar could always track it down with his locator spell. However, as they reached the rooftop via the stairs, their path was blocked by a lone Chinese man, his hair styled in a Qing dynasty queue, bare-chested, and a dragon-shaped armor girded around his waist. Lay ho, Balthazar! Ghostclaw Fire Dragon, Sun Long. Balthazar's brows furrowed at the sight of this man. Over 100 years ago, in Hong Kong, China, he had captured and sealed away this very Morgana disciple, a sorcerer with formidable command over both flame and transformation magic. Though Sun Long's overall strength was a tier below his own, blocking their way here meant this would not be resolved quickly. Worse still, this delay made it much harder to catch up with Horvath and reclaim the Grimhold. Because right behind Sun Long, Horvath was already tapping a wand to a piece of paper adorned with a wyvern. With a thunderous roar, a wyvern, nearly as large as the previous Iron Eagle, burst from the page, landing before Horvath. Farewell. Horvath leapt onto the wyvern's back, waved smugly at Balthazar, and soared away into the night. You two go after the King of Vermin. Leave this one to me for now. Jerry stepped forward, brandishing his wand. Balthazar hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. Until Dave could fully master Merlin's power, he could not risk Morgana's release. Jerry, after all, had already proven his strength in the earlier battle with Horvath, so for now, the task had to fall to him. Hold him off for a bit, then make your escape. Leaving? Not so fast. Sun Long retorted in Cantonese, sweeping his arms wide. Suddenly, a storm of silver needles hurtled toward Balthazar and Dave, blocking their way. So you think you can ignore me? Freeze them all. Jerry leapt between Balthazar and Dave, casting a spell that suspended every single needle in midair, frozen in time. His real reason for staying behind, of course, was his interest in Sun Long's magical rings. With Sun Long no longer blocking the way, Balthazar wasted no time. He focused his will, summoning the Iron Eagle from the skyscraper outside Chinatown, and together with Dave, mounted the great bird and gave chase after Horvath. Seeing this, Sun Long immediately dropped his control over the needles and clapped his hands together, about to cast another spell to stop them. But suddenly, a streak of blue light shot toward him. Jerry had acted just in time, flinging a sleep spell at Sun Long. You're asking for it. Sun Long spat, his Cantonese thick with fury. With a furious roar, Sun Long swept his arms outward. In an instant, a shield of fire, as solid as if it were real, surged up before him, blocking Jerry's sleep spell. You want to curse at me? I can do that too, eat shit. Seeing Sun Long use a wall of fire to block his magic, Jerry wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, he called out his favorite Cantonese swear words as he pulled a wizard's robe from the box and slipped it on. The wizard's robe was enchanted with an armor spell, greatly enhancing his defense. Sun Long, hearing Jerry's less-than-perfect Cantonese, was instantly enraged. Rubbing his hands together, he conjured a massive fireball. With a push, the blazing sphere shot toward Jerry like a cannonball. Jerry, unfazed, pointed his wand at his robe and immediately activated its second mode. A semi-transparent armor spell, shield materialized around him. The fireball crashed into the shield, causing only a faint tremor before it was harmlessly deflected to the side. Arrows never miss their mark. Stowing his wand, Jerry unleashed an arrow spell. In a flash, a dozen sharp arrows whistled through the air toward Sun Long. Sun Long swept his arms again, and the vanished fire shield reappeared, incinerating the incoming arrows into nothingness. Compared to warriors, battles between wizards were rarely so perilous. Neither side excelled at close combat, so they typically exchanged spells from a distance, trading one magic attack for another. Victory depended, in part, on the number of spells a wizard could wield. The more spells one knew, the more ways one could attack. But just as important was a wizard's depth of understanding. The greater the comprehension, the more powerful the magic, and the harder it was for the opponent to defend. Take this very moment. If Jerry's spells were much stronger than Sun Long's, then even Sun Long's fire shields would be useless, easily broken through, and vice versa. Finally, it came down to the reservoir of magical energy within each wizard. If both were matched in knowledge and spell mastery, the duel could reach a stalemate. At that point, either side might withdraw, or it would become a contest of endurance. whose magical energy would run out first. Once your opponent was drained and could no longer cast spells, victory would naturally fall to you. In truth, when it came to both magical knowledge and reserves of power, Sun Long far surpassed Jerry. Although the top-tier wizards of this world didn't seem all that formidable, Sun Long still belonged to the third echelon, just below Balthazar and Horvath, who made up the second tier. The first tier had been Merlin, now deceased, and Morgana, the most powerful dark witch, who remained sealed away. What's more, Sun Long had spent over 2 centuries imprisoned within the Death's Hand, accumulating a vast store of magical energy, an amount Jerry could never hope to match. The main reason Jerry hasn't been defeated outright is that he's not a conventional wizard of this world. The system of spells he wields is quite different from what is common here. Take, for example, the shield charm woven into his wizard's robe, an advanced defensive spell that even most adult wizards in the world of Harry Potter rarely master. Except for the killing curse, most magical attacks, even those of considerable power, struggle to penetrate the shield charm. Sun Long's fire magic is formidable, but even that can't break through Jerry's warding in such a short time. Still, this stalemate can only last for so long. If the confrontation drags on, Jerry will eventually exhaust his magical reserves and lose. What's more, Jerry is well aware that Sun Long's greatest weapon isn't his fire magic, but a special spell that can conjure a mighty dragon to aid him in battle. As he is now, Jerry knows he's no match for that dragon. Yet, the fact that Jerry dares to stay behind and hold the line means he has some measure of confidence. He's never one to gamble recklessly on uncertain odds. In truth, while Jerry's overall strength doesn't measure up to Sun Long's, killing Sun Long would be a simple matter for him. And why is that? Because he knows Sun Long's trump cards, while Sun Long knows nothing about Jerry's unique magic. This gives Jerry a significant advantage, one that shouldn't be underestimated, especially since Jerry can cast the Killing Curse. The Killing Curse, a spell that guarantees death upon impact. Unless the target dodges or uses a physical object as a shield, no magical barrier can stop it. In the world of Harry Potter, everyone knows the deadly power of the Killing Curse. That's why no sensible wizard would try to block it with magic alone. But here, in this world, the magicians have no such knowledge. If Jerry were to cast the Killing Curse at Sun Long right now, and Sun Long responded with his formidable fire shield, as usual, there would be only one outcome: a swift and brutal death. This is the ace up Jerry's sleeve, the real reason he dares to face Sun Long alone. His true aim is to capture Sun Long alive, claim his magical ring, and then use the Imperieuse Curse to extract every secret of the Morgana faction's magic. Unless he's truly outmatched, Jerry has no intention of using that lethal spell. Besides, he's quite envious of Sun Long's ability to conjure a dragon to fight on his behalf. At this moment, Sun Long realizes that his fire magic is useless against Jerry. Frustration surges within him. As the foremost magician of Xiangjiang, he finds it intolerable to be stalled here by a teenager. Abandoning his attempts to break through Jerry's warded robe with fire magic, he shifts tactics. While maintaining his defensive fire shield, he focuses his mind and unleashes his most powerful transformational spell, the Dragon Morph spell. Under the power of his incantation, the dragon-shaped engraving inlaid on his armor suddenly sprang to life. At the same time, just below the rooftop, the fake dragon that had been tossed and spun around also, under the influence of the dragon engraving on Sun Long's armor, transformed into a massive black dragon of flesh and blood. The giant dragon flicked its whiskers, reared its head to the sky, and unleashed a burst of blazing fire. Then, with a mighty leap, it began to climb the building, aiming for the rooftop to assist Sun Long in the battle. However, just as the dragon's head breached the rooftop, Sun Long, who had been struggling to control the beast, suddenly let out a muffled groan. It seems I've succeeded. If I hadn't, I'd really have to use the death curse next. Jerry's ears twitched, and his expression visibly relaxed. Sure enough, as soon as Sun Long groaned, the dragon's head, which had just appeared above the rooftop, froze mid-motion. 2 more muffled groans followed, and the massive, solid dragon plummeted straight to the ground, reverting to its former, inanimate state. It was clear that Sun Long's magic had been broken. Jerry retracted his wizard robe's second form and looked over at Sun Long. By now, Sun Long had collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. With a flick of his wand, 3 black mamba snakes flicked their tongues and revealed themselves at Sun Long's side. It turned out that just as Sun Long had been wholly focused on casting the dragon transformation spell, Jerry had seized the chance to summon 3 black mamba snakes with a serpent summoning charm, and, even more deviously, cloak them with an invisibility spell. The 3 invisible mambas circled past Sun Long's fiery shield and sank their fangs into his calves. their venom taking effect instantly and bringing him down on the spot. This was the advantage of mastering a wide array of spells. As long as you're clever, even combining a few seemingly unimpressive charms can yield unexpected and decisive results. When it comes to learning magic, some people choose specialization, devoting huge amounts of time to mastering a select few spells they consider most useful, honing their power to the extreme. Others cast a wider net, striving to learn as many spells as possible, and then combining them in creative ways to make their magical abilities more versatile. In terms of raw destructive power, specialization is certainly stronger. Take Harry, for example. He relied on just the disarming charm to stand his ground against Voldemort. Hermione, despite her mastery of countless spells, wasn't as formidable in real combat. But Jerry preferred the second approach, acquiring as many spells as possible. Because his circumstances were unique, he wasn't bound to a single world, and in the future, he might appear in many different worlds. If he specialized in just a handful of powerful spells, he might still end up being countered. Only by learning and mastering a wide spectrum of spells could he ensure that, no matter what environment he found himself in, he'd always be able to respond with ease. Moreover, he had always believed that there was no such thing as a useless spell. As long as magic was wielded skillfully, even the most mundane household charms could serve a vital purpose. Take, for example, spells that seemed utterly pointless, like the hair growth and hair loss charms. Used cleverly, even these could be life-saving. Imagine, for instance, if you found yourself in a fight and your enemy grabbed you by the hair, one quick hair loss spell on yourself, and you'd slip right out of their grasp. Or if an opponent tried to close in on you, a sudden hair growth charm on them could throw them off balance. After all, everyone has hair somewhere. Making your opponent lose it or grow it uncontrollably could be quite effective in the right circumstances. Most importantly, Jerry felt that relentlessly pursuing only destructive magic and battle prowess did not make one a true wizard. The heart of a wizard lay in knowledge of magic itself. Only by mastering more spells and expanding one's magical knowledge could one truly grasp the deeper essence of magic. He took out an antidote, administered it to Sun Long to neutralize the snake venom, and then cast a sleep charm to send him into a deep slumber. Jerry began searching Sun Long for the magical ring he used as his spellcasting focus. Where is it? As it turned out, aside from 10 golden armor finger guards, very much in the style of the Qing dynasty, Sun Long wore no rings on his fingers. Don't tell me it's these finger guards. They're hideous. Jerry had practiced martial arts before, but he'd never trained in something as bizarre as the 9-inch skeleton claw, and wearing 10 finger guards was far too conspicuous. He slipped the 10 guards off Sun Long's fingers and tried them on himself, feeling a wave of relief. Looks like they're just for show. Clearly, the finger guard weren't serving as magical foci. Could it be the belt armor? Jerry's gaze shifted to the iron waist guard around Sun Long's middle, adorned with a carved dragon motif, but he quickly dismissed the idea. That waist guard was obviously a magical accessory Sun Long had used to release the dragon spell just moments ago. In the end, Jerry finally found Sun Long's spell-casting focus, the bracer on his arm, inlaid with 2 ruby gemstones. He removed the bracer and slipped it onto his own wrist. It tightened snugly, automatically adjusting to the size of his arm. Not bad at all. Admiring the intricate carvings and sparkling rubies on his wrist, Jerry thought it looked rather stylish. He cast a rope-binding spell on the unconscious Sun Long, tossed him into the box-shaped space, and, hearing the sirens of police cars arriving en masse below, decided not to linger. He pulled out his flying broom, cloaked himself in a disillusionment charm, and set off in the direction where Balthazar and the others had just fled. There they are. About 15 minutes later, Jerry spotted, from afar, a fierce aerial battle between a massive iron bird and a winged dragon. The dragon, conjured from a painting by magic, was clearly no match for the steel-clad giant bird. It was being chased all across the sky, wailing in distress, and could only occasionally wheel around to snap back with its sharp teeth. However, its teeth clearly stood little chance against the tough steel. Ignoring the battle raging in the sky, Jerry lowered his flying broomstick, swooping down toward the ground below. Before long, he spotted Balthazar and Horvath, those 2 brothers-in-arms, now locked in a furious brawl. Yes, a furious brawl, fists flying, every punch landing with the satisfying thud of flesh against flesh. Perhaps their magical powers were evenly matched, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. Or perhaps it was simply a matter of wanting to plant a fist squarely on the other's face. Whatever the reason, the 2 men were now roaring at each other, locked in desperate hand-to-hand combat. Horvath, we once fought side by side. Why did you betray us? Balthazar's fist slammed into Horvath's abdomen, his face contorted in rage. If it hadn't been for Horvath's betrayal all those years ago, their teacher Merlin would still be alive, and his beloved Veronica wouldn't have had to seal Morgana with her own body, dooming herself to spend 2,000 years imprisoned in the Grimhold. Side by side, ever since Veronica chose you, the great Balthazar Blake, we were never friends again. I will free Morgana right in front of you, and make you watch this world tear itself apart. Horvath retaliated with a heavy blow to Balthazar's face. Oh my, what a melodramatic love story. To sum it up, the second disciple, heartbroken when the junior sister married the senior brother, betrayed the order in a fit of rage, joined the villains, and now seeks revenge on the world. Honestly, given how the senior and second brother look, it's no wonder the junior sister chose the senior brother. While Balthazar and Horvath were caught up in their scuffle, Jerry crept closer, wand in hand, making sure not to draw attention. His plan was to stay in this world for about a week. After that, he'd return to his main world, and wouldn't be able to come back until Hogwarts summer break, which meant he'd be gone for 4 or 5 months. To ensure that, during those months, Horvath wouldn't steal the Grimhold and unleash Morgana, Jerry decided to tackle this hidden threat ahead of time, helping Balthazar seal it away once more. Of course, in the original movie, even when Morgana was released, Dave, having awakened Merlin's power, still managed to blast her away with a barrage of particle beams. But now, Jerry's arrival had already thrown the plot into chaos. Who knew what kind of butterfly effect he might trigger? For all he knew, Morgana might survive, while Dave and Balthazar might not. Stupefied, seeing Horvath sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Balthazar, Jerry seized the opportunity and cast a stunning spell. Because Jerry was so close, Horvath had no time to react before the spell struck him squarely, knocking him out cold. However, the expected blackout did not occur. Horvath only felt dizzy for a few seconds, then the sapphire on his staff flashed, and he returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Who ambushed me? Back to his senses, Horvath swept his staff in the air, and a cloud of smoke billowed out from him, spreading rapidly in all directions. 3 meters away, Jerry was instantly revealed to everyone as soon as the smoke brushed past him. The disillusionment charm's concealing effect was dispelled at once. So if it was you, that means Sun Long has already lost. Seeing Jerry flying on his broom in midair, and the wrist armor of Sun Long on his arm, a trace of disbelief flickered across Horvath's face. Sun Long was one of Morgana's rare elite wizards, a sorcerer over level 500 and capable of immortality. Horvath could hardly believe that such a figure had been defeated by a teenager. Master Jerry, seeing Jerry appear safe and sound, Balthazar and Dave, who was standing at a distance holding the hand of death, both breathed a sigh of relief. Master Balthazar, let's attack together. Noticing that Horvath, upon seeing him, didn't even spare a glance at the hand of death and immediately turned to flee toward the rooftop exit, Jerry called out to the neuromage, quickly mounted his broom, and sped after Horvath, launching an attack. This time, he didn't use spells like the Full Body Bind or the Sleeping Curse. He knew full well that Horvath was a tier above Sun Long. Ordinary spells would likely be easily blocked by his defensive magic. Besides, even if a direct hit landed, it probably wouldn't have much effect. Just now, his surprise Sleeping Curse had lasted only a few seconds before Horvath broke free. Normally, in the world of Harry Potter, with his current mastery of the Sleeping Curse, it would be hard to say with Dumbledore or Voldemort, but even most Hogwarts professors would be knocked out for quite a while if caught off guard. He didn't believe that this Horvath's actual magical ability was much greater than those professors at Hogwarts. So he suspected that either the wizards of this world had different physical constitutions, or Horvath possessed some special magic that could break his Sleeping Curse. After all, the fact that wizards here could live forever meant there must be some difference from the wizards in the Harry Potter world, at least physically. Moreover, his disillusionment charm had also just been broken by an unknown special spell. To be safe, he decided to use the signature black magic he had painstakingly practiced from Snape. Sectum Sempra. With a swift motion of his wand, several invisible, razor-sharp blades shot through the air, slicing toward the fleeing Horvath. The king of demon insects truly lived up to his reputation as the Morgana faction's most powerful sorcerer, second only to Morgana herself. Though he couldn't see the razor-sharp, invisible blade Jerry unleashed, his keen magical senses still detected the subtle fluctuations of magic in the air. Gripping his staff, he was about to cast a spell to block the attack, when he suddenly realized that Balthazar's particle cannon was also aimed straight at him. He hesitated for barely a fraction of a second, then swung his staff toward Balthazar, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, an invisible shield of compressed air materialized before him. Compared to the attack magic cast by Jerry, a mere apprentice, Horvath naturally considered Balthazar's particle cannon a far greater threat. After all, the blow he'd taken out on the street still lingered vividly in his memory. The air shield deflected Balthazar's particle cannon, but Horvath could not hold back a cry of agony. Although he had just tried to dodge, it wasn't enough. Jerry's invisible blade spell caught him, slicing clean through half his right ankle with its unseen edge. Damn you, I'll remember this. Horvath dropped to one knee, glaring venomously at Jerry as blood poured from his ankle. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his entire body began to dissolve, breaking apart into a swarm of insects that scuttled like cockroaches across the floor. Careful! Horvath has mastered Morgana's black magic. He's made himself immortal. Whenever he's wounded, he can disperse into demon insects and heal himself. At that moment, Balthazar strode grim-faced to Jerry's side. The reason Horvath was known as the Lord of Demon Insects was precisely this. Whenever he suffered a grave injury, he could recover by transforming into a mass of demon bugs. That was why, even though Balthazar had defeated Horvath years ago, he could only seal him within the Grimhold. He simply couldn't kill him. It wasn't that Balthazar didn't wish to end him. It was simply beyond his power. There's actually a spell like that. Jerry was taken aback at Balthazar's explanation. Being able to recover from grievous wounds by becoming a swarm of insects. This seemed far more effective than any healing magic he'd heard of. No wonder, in the film, Balthazar never killed Horvath despite defeating him time and again, always choosing to flee with the Grimhold instead. Jerry had thought it was out of respect for their 2,000-year bond as fellow disciples. But now it was clear, it wasn't sentimentality. Horvath simply couldn't be killed. It seemed the black magic of the Morgana faction had its merits after all. Moments later, the countless demon insects reassembled, reforming Horvath's body. This can't be. How is this possible? No sooner had his body taken shape than Horvath was racked with searing pain at his ankle. Looking down, he saw blood still streaming from the wound. The injury had not healed at all. It wasn't just Horvath who was stunned. Even Balthazar stood frozen in disbelief. Jerry, meanwhile, pondered for a moment. Then, all at once, the answer dawned on him. Yes, the opponent's ability to heal his wounds by transforming into a demonic insect was indeed impressive, but the spell he had just unleashed, Sectum Sempra, was also a top-tier piece of dark magic. Invented by Snape, a fanatic of the dark arts, Sectum Sempra was not only undetectable and invisible in its attack, but it possessed an even more unique trait. The wounds it inflicted weren't ordinary. They carried a special dark curse. Unless the corresponding counter-curse was applied, or unless one was a true master of breaking curses, no healing magic could restore wounds caused by Sectum Sempra. The dark magic that allowed Horvath to regenerate by turning into an insect could reverse injuries caused by ordinary spells, but it couldn't counteract the cursed wounds left by Sectum Sempra. As a result, blood continued to pour from his ankle, stubbornly refusing to heal. What kind of magic did you use? Realizing that his greatest trump card had failed, Horvath finally began to panic. If the insect transformation couldn't heal his injuries, it meant his so-called immortality was now useless. If that little wizard struck him again, he might actually die here. Sectum Sempra. Jerry, experienced as he was, wasted no time answering his opponent's question. Instead, he instantly cast Sectum Sempra once more. But this time, he aimed for Horvath's neck. If it weren't for the killing curse's ominous green glow, so obviously evil, so likely to arouse Balthazar's suspicion, he would have used it directly just now. Since Sectum Sempra could breach Horvath's immortality, the killing curse would certainly work as well. At this point, Jerry even suspected that not just Horvath, but even Morgana, sealed deep within the hand of death herself, wouldn't fare well if struck by his killing curse. Of course, without actually testing it, there was no way to be sure. Now, faced with Jerry's spell once again, Horvath dared not be careless. He conjured an air shield in front of himself and prepared a spell to escape. But Jerry wasn't the only threat. Balthazar, even more powerful, had also joined in. With a swift motion, Balthazar raised his hands, and the iron railing atop the building ripped free, snaking behind Horvath. In an instant, it wrapped around him, binding him tight. Don't kill him. Having subdued Horvath, Balthazar saw Jerry raise his wand again, ready to cast another spell, and called out urgently to stop him. Jerry turned to Balthazar, a look of confusion on his face. Had this guy suddenly developed a conscience? This was the traitor who'd caused the death of his teacher and the 2,000-year imprisonment of his wife. Why spare him now? Seeing the confusion in Jerry's eyes, Balthazar controlled the steel bars along the railing, making them coil around Horvath like snakes, binding him tightly. At the same time, he knocked the scepter from Horvath's hand, preventing him from casting any spells, and began to explain. Morgana's power is simply too overwhelming. The Hand of Death alone isn't enough to keep her sealed for long. We have to layer a second and third seal on top, strengthening the magic that locks her away. And these sorcerers loyal to Morgana, each of them becomes the source of power for an additional layer of the seal. So, the principle behind the sealing spell was to siphon the power of the one being sealed. But because Morgana was far too powerful, she would eventually break free if left unchecked. That's why Balthazar had sealed Horvath and the other Morgana followers outside the Hand of Death, one after another, creating layer upon layer like a set of nesting dolls. By drawing on the magical power of these Morgana-line sorcerers, the seal was greatly reinforced. The more of them were bound, the stronger the Hand of Death became, and the longer it could contain Morgana. After hearing Balthazar's explanation, Jerry finally understood. No wonder. Now it made sense why Balthazar hadn't killed Sun Long or the young nun, the ones who made up the second layer of the nesting doll. Instead, he'd only sealed them away. Horvath was immortal, but Sun Long and the nun surely weren't. It was all to extract their magic and strengthen the seal. With this realization, Jerry lowered his wand and refrained from casting the severing charm any further. It was certainly for the best if Morgana could be sealed away for a longer period. Though he suspected that his own killing curse might be able to finish Morgana off, he'd never actually tried it. So, for safety's sake, it was best to leave Morgana sealed for now. Once Dave fully inherited Merlin's powers, and when Jerry himself had become stronger, they could deal with this threat once and for all. Having pieced together the full story, Jerry nodded and put away his wand. "Dave, bring me the Hand of Death," Balthazar called, seeing that Jerry had holstered his wand. He quickly shouted to Dave, who was hiding behind a rooftop water tank. Now that things were under control and Horvath was restrained, Dave emerged, clutching the Hand of Death as he jogged over. "I can't believe it. Wizards flying on broomsticks from fairy tales are actually real. I always thought that was just a story," Dave exclaimed in awe, handing the Hand of Death to Balthazar while staring wide-eyed at Jerry, who hovered in midair on his broomstick. Jerry chuckled at the comment. This is a special magical flying item unique to the Hogwarts School of Magic. Though it's nothing compared to that big iron bird you have, it's not really suited for combat. If you like, I can make one for you next time. After all, as the inheritor of Merlin's power, Dave's future was limitless. It certainly wouldn't hurt to build a good relationship with him while he was still inexperienced. Really, Dave's eyes lit up at the offer. Dave's voice brimmed with astonishment. After 10 long years, Dave still wore the dragon ring on his finger, a testament to the deep-seated obsession he held for magic and all things related. "No, Balthazar, you won't succeed. I will return, and Morgana will rule this world sooner or later. You stand no chance." Under the spell of Balthazar's sealing magic, Horvath raged and shouted, his form dissolving into a swarm of magical insects that were drawn inexorably into the Grimhold. And on the outermost layer of the Grimhold, another nesting doll appeared once more. "Dave, it's done. You can give the ring back to me now. I'll keep my promise. You helped me retrieve the Grimhold, and from now on, I won't interfere in your life anymore." Balthazar put away the Grimhold and extended his hand to Dave. Dave felt the dragon ring on his finger, hesitating for a long while before removing it. Finally, looking at Balthazar with a sense of resolve, he asked hesitantly, I want to learn magic. Is that possible?" At these words, Balthazar's face broke into a radiant smile. Jerry, standing nearby, could only shake his head. At this point, Dave had neither awakened Merlin's powers nor learned even the basics of magic. Bringing him along was nothing but a burden. Yet Balthazar remained determined to keep Dave with them as they searched for the Hand of Death. The truth was, asking Dave for help had never been the real reason. Balthazar's true intent was to let Dave experience the wonders of magic firsthand, hoping he would fall in love with it all over again. And clearly, Balthazar's plan had worked. "Thank you, Master Jerry. If it weren't for your help, we might not have been able to recover the Grimhold so smoothly." With Dave's decision settled, Balthazar turned to Jerry and offered his heartfelt thanks. Jerry quickly put away his broom and waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. Stopping Morgana from destroying the world is the duty of every sorcerer. But after saying this, he hesitated for a moment before adding, "Master Balthazar, I have a somewhat improper request. Of course, if you find it inappropriate, feel free to refuse me on the spot." "Oh, what is it? Speak your mind. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I will certainly agree." Balthazar had a deep admiration for Jerry, this young sorcerer of considerable talent. So young, yet so adept in magic, having defeated Sun Long and gravely wounded Horvath. If the dragon ring hadn't already chosen Dave as Merlin's successor, Balthazar might well have believed that Jerry was the true heir to Merlin himself. After all, to have such magical talent at such a young age, aside from Merlin, It was hard to imagine anyone else who could reach such heights. So as long as Jerry's request didn't violate his principles, Balthazar saw no reason to refuse. Jerry let out a soft sigh. This is how it is. At Hogwarts, our magical tradition has always been passed down from one master to a single apprentice. But shortly after I began learning magic, my teacher passed away unexpectedly. So, much of my magical knowledge after that was self-taught. Without anyone to guide me, there's still many things I don't fully understand. The reason I came to New York is actually because my teacher once told me that there might be quite a few wizards in this city. So I wanted to see if I could further my magical studies here. Hearing Jerry's story, Balthazar was both shocked and moved. He would never have imagined that Jerry, at his age, had attained such magical power mostly through self-study, without any formal instruction. What kind of incredible magical talent must one possess to achieve that? Jerry, if you don't mind, you're welcome to join Dave as my student and learn magic together. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always come to me with your questions. Balthazar didn't wait for Jerry to voice his real request. He agreed immediately. As a wizard who had lived for 2,000 years and witnessed the passage and transformation of human history, Balthazar no longer cared about sectarian divides. Now, his only goal was to fulfill his master's last wish, to find the true bearer of the dragon ring, to destroy Morgana once and for all, and to rescue the woman he loved. And with Jerry's magical potential, even if he might not surpass Dave in the future, he was still bound to become a powerful wizard, one not inferior to Balthazar himself. By mentoring Jerry and helping him grow stronger, Balthazar would be cultivating a formidable ally, which would surely be a great advantage in the coming battle against Morgana. Why wouldn't he welcome that? Besides, Jerry had truly helped him a lot in recovering the Hand of Death this time. Thank you, Master Balthazar. Upon hearing Balthazar's reply, a broad smile spread across Jerry's face. Although he'd thought Balthazar probably wouldn't turn down his request, actually hearing such a straightforward answer still filled him with joy. Now that he had Balthazar's guidance, along with Sun Long, who was also quite skilled and waiting in the box dimension, Jerry was certain his progress in learning this world's magic would be anything but slow. However, we'll need to find a place where we can train and study magic. A spot that's hidden, somewhere ordinary people won't stumble upon us, Balthazar said, looking at Jerry and Dave. Jerry shook his head. I've only just arrived in New York, and I'm staying in a hotel at the moment, so I have an idea. At that moment, Dave raised his hand excitedly. I've got a huge lab in an abandoned subway tunnel. My professor pulled some strings to get it for me. It's very well hidden. Almost no one ever goes there. Very well, then let's go there. Balthazar nodded in agreement, then turned to look at Jerry. I think that's a great idea too. Jerry didn't care where he learned magic. So long as he had the chance to study it, that was enough for him. So, under Balthazar's magic, the giant iron bird, which had torn the wyvern apart like a piece of paper, swooped down from the sky once more. With a series of disillusionment charms cast by Jerry, the three of them and the bird disappeared from sight, flying together toward Dave's underground laboratory. Above an abandoned subway tunnel in Manhattan, New York, the enormous iron bird flapped its wings and slowly descended from high above, landing steadily underground. Immediately after, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a teenager climbed down from its back, one after another. They were none other than Balthazar, Dave, and Jerry. This way, follow me. Led by Dave, Jerry and Balthazar made their way through the subway tunnel. Behind a massive iron door at a corner, they found themselves in an enormous underground chamber packed with all kinds of machinery and equipment. I've been conducting physics experiments on plasma here. Since the process can get a bit dangerous, it's safer to keep it down here, Dave explained as he moved some of the apparatus aside. To be collaborating with professors on plasma experiments as a sophomore, whatever one might say about Dave's magical talent, his gift for physics was certainly impressive. Oh right, I meant to give this to you 10 years ago, but it ended up being delayed until now. After surveying the whole laboratory, Balthazar nodded with satisfaction. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a tiny booklet, no bigger than a thumb, and handed it to Dave. This is your apprentice's handbook for learning magic. Dave eyed the tiny manual in Balthazar's hand, a bit speechless. Isn't this handbook a little too big? At Dave's words, Balthazar flipped the apprentice's handbook open with a flourish. Instantly, it doubled in size. Another flip, and it doubled again. After a few more quick flips, it had grown much larger than an ordinary suitcase. Finally, with a gentle tug upward, the handbook, thin as a sheet of paper, suddenly swelled in his hands, as if filling with air. Placing the now giant handbook into Dave's hands, Balthazar smiled. That tiny size is just for convenience. This Merlin School spellbook contains every spell ever created by Merlin's lineage, as well as their history and arts. It's the essential textbook for every apprentice. Make sure you find time to study it. Then he glanced over at Jerry. By the way, you can take a look too. Any spell in there that you find useful, you're welcome to learn. Thank you. Jerry gazed at the thick spellbook, his eyes shining like twin suns. From the moment he entered this world until now, only a few hours had passed. He still had more than 160 hours left. Plenty of time for him to memorize every spell from the original book. All right, now both of you, please step back a bit. I'm going to inscribe the Merlin's Circle. Balthazar walked to the open space at the center of the basement, waving his hand at Jerry and Dave to signal them to move back. What's the Merlin's Circle? Standing at the edge of the lab, Dave couldn't help but ask, curiosity tinging his voice. Balthazar paused in the middle, just as he was about to begin casting, and explained, "This is a unique learning aid of our Merlinian school. Inside the Merlin Circle, it helps you grasp magic much faster and also enhances the speed of a magician's meditation. But for you, you'll only need its learning assistance for spells. Since you've inherited all of Master Merlin's magic, you just need to know the method for meditation. You don't need to spend much time on it right now. It's Jerry the magician who will find it useful in the future." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Jerry. "By the way, Jerry, what level are you now?" "Level? I have no idea what level I am. I haven't tested myself since my teacher passed away." Jerry truly didn't know. In the world of Harry Potter, wizards don't have such things as magical levels. The amount of magic a wizard possesses is pretty much determined at birth. It's just that when you're young, you can only control a limited amount. As you grow older, your ability to wield magic increases, and by the time you're 18, you can basically command all the magic within you. After that, any further improvement comes down to your mastery and understanding of magic itself. For instance, with the same bit of magical power, a first-year student might only conjure a tiny flame, while Dumbledore could summon a roaring firestorm. That's why, among adult wizards, some seem far more powerful than others, but it isn't always because they have more magic. More often, it's simply that they're better at using what they have. But things are different in this world. Here, there's the art of meditation, which allows you to increase your magical reserves and raise your magic level through constant practice, with no upper limit. Take Balthazar, for example. His current level was 777. Still, magical level only reflects how much magic you can store. It doesn't define your true power. Real strength depends on your command of magic and the force of your spells. So, in this world, a level 100 magician isn't necessarily stronger than one at level 50. Balthazar nodded. "No worries. Once I've finished inscribing the Merlin Circle, I'll help you test your magic level." When he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and stretched out his arms, beginning to inscribe Merlin's Circle. In that instant, as Balthazar suddenly lifted his hand, a surge of powerful magic erupted from within him. Guided by the force of his spell, a circular ring swiftly materialized with him at its center. Immediately afterward, a pillar of blue magical flames, as tall as a person, shot up from the ring. Then, with a series of sweeping gestures, Balthazar directed the blue flames according to his will. Following a precise magical trajectory, the flames began tracing out multiple rings, each one inscribed with strange-looking letters. There were 6 letters in total. Jerry could barely decipher 3 of them: thought, learning, acceleration, while the meanings of the remaining ones eluded him entirely. These letters, in fact, were ancient runes, known as runic script or simply runes, a subject taught as an elective in the 3rd year at Hogwarts. Jerry was only a first-year student, yet he could recognize some of them thanks to his voracious reading and wide-ranging curiosity, which had given him an early introduction. The entire Merlin's Circle consisted of a large ring surrounding a smaller one, with 6 slightly larger rings arrayed around the smaller circle. As long as a wizard stood in the center ring, they could benefit from accelerated meditation and faster magical learning. "David, come over here. Stand in the center." Balthazar beckoned to David, who was still staring in astonishment, inviting him to step into the heart of Merlin's Circle and thus begin the apprentice initiation ceremony of the Merlinian school. With the ritual complete, David formally became Balthazar's apprentice in the magical arts. When both of them stepped away from Merlin's Circle, Jerry moved to the center, curious to experience its effects for himself. He did feel a boost in his mental processing speed, though compared to his own mind clarity spell, the difference was vast. In fact, it didn't even reach 1/10 of that effect. Still, mastering Merlin's Circle wasn't without its advantages. At the very least, in situations where he lacked his red star, or during stretches of fatigue when his mind clarity needed recharging, he could use Merlin's Circle as a temporary substitute. And it did have the added benefit of speeding up meditation, a function that mind clarity did not seem to possess. "Wizard Jerry, come over here. Let me test your magical level." After the initiation ceremony, Balthazar waved Jerry over, who was still standing curiously inside Merlin's circle. "All right, Master Balthazar, but just call me Jerry," Jerry replied with a smile as he walked over. After all, Balthazar had lived for over 2,000 years. He was a true relic among wizards. By comparison, counting both his past and present life, Jerry was little more than a junior. "Very well." Balthazar nodded. He had addressed Jerry as wizard earlier out of genuine respect. Jerry's abilities were impressive, and he had lent them valuable help, deserving of such courtesy. "Just hold still," Balthazar instructed. Jerry watched as Balthazar chanted an incantation in a language he didn't recognize. With a single hand, Balthazar pressed his palm against Jerry's forehead, and in that instant, a faint surge of magical energy rippled from Jerry's brow through his entire body. A few seconds later, Balthazar slowly withdrew his hand, letting out a gasp of amazement. "Level 30, unbelievable. You're only at level 30, and yet a level 30 mage managed to defeat a level 500 mage. In over 2,000 years, I've never witnessed anything like this." Although a mage's level doesn't entirely determine their strength, the gap between level 500 and level 30 was simply staggering. Ordinarily, a level 500 mage would possess power akin to Sun Long, already considered top tier in the world of magicians, the sort of talent who might only appear once in several centuries. By contrast, a level 30 mage was equivalent to someone who had studied magic for just a few years, still at the apprentice stage, barely able to cast even the simplest fire summoning spell. All one could say was that Jerry's talent for magical combat was truly extraordinary, and that unassuming little Hogwarts school of magic possessed more than a few unique secrets of its own. Level 30. Hearing Balthazar's assessment, Jerry didn't feel discouraged in the slightest. On the contrary, his spirits soared. He'd been studying magic for nearly a year now, and had only reached level 30. That meant by the time he came of age, he'd likely reach 100 or 200 at most. The future was bright. With this, practicing the meditation technique of this world would become especially effective for him. If things kept progressing like this, it might not be long before the magical power within him could rival that of adult witches and wizards. Perhaps, in just a few years, he could even surpass legendary figures like Voldemort and Dumbledore. All right, now step onto the Merlin Circle and open your Mage's Handbook. We'll begin with the basics of meditation. After determining Jerry's magical level, Balthazar got down to business, ready to explain the fundamental meditation technique for advancing as a mage. Meditation, the foundation of magical training for every mage, the essential core that each of you must master. Every school of magic has its own subtle variations, but the underlying principles are alike. What I'm about to teach you is the Merlin School's meditation, a technique renowned for its swiftness. Clear your mind of distractions. Using your magic ring, follow the meditation instructions in your handbook. Begin to accumulate magic. The essence of meditation is to focus your mind and stimulate your nerves. Guided by Balthazar, Jerry, who had activated his refresh spell, quickly settled into the right state. Following the meditation technique outlined in the Mage's Handbook, Jerry could distinctly feel a slight but definite increase in the magical energy within his body. It wasn't much, but it was indeed growing. If, before, the magic within him was like a pool of water, he could only use a tenth of it. As he grew older, the amount of water he could draw upon steadily increased. But now, through the practice of meditation, he was able to absorb water from the outside world into this pool, not only increasing the amount he could use, but also expanding the pool itself. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before his pool would grow into a stream, then into a lake, and eventually become a vast ocean. "Teacher, I don't really feel anything." After meditating for a while, Dave raised his hand, looking rather helpless. Hearing Dave's question, Balthazar didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's perfectly normal not to feel anything. After all, you've inherited Merlin's magic, and the power within you is already equivalent to that of a level 1,000 wizard. At this point, the effects of meditation on you are almost negligible. All you really need to do is master how to use it. Meditation isn't what matters most for you. What's truly important now is learning different kinds of magic, especially the electric spells I've developed specifically to counter Morgana." Teaching meditation was mainly for Jerry's benefit, since Balthazar knew that the Merlin School's meditation method was by far the most efficient among all schools of magic, certainly better than what Jerry would have learned at Hogwarts. As for Dave, since he'd already inherited Merlin's immense magical power, meditation could at most help him better sense and adapt to the magic within his body. Therefore, Dave's real task was to learn how to wield magic, to develop the magical talents passed down from Merlin, and ultimately reach Merlin's level in order to defeat Morgana. Oh, by the way, these are rubber-soled shoes that insulate against electricity. From now on, make sure to wear them. Otherwise, if you ever get hit by a shock, the current could run straight through your body into the ground, disrupting your nerves and leaving you unable to cast spells. A very dangerous situation. As he spoke, Balthazar pulled out a pair of shoes he'd prepared earlier from his bag and tossed them to Dave. Dave looked at the old-fashioned shoes and couldn't hide his distaste. Do I really have to wear these? Balthazar's expression was stern. Absolutely. If a wizard can't cast magic and danger strikes, it could be fatal. Dave pointed at Jerry, who was standing nearby. But Jerry isn't wearing those shoes. Jerry glanced down at his own feet. He was wearing a pair of sneakers. In the world of Harry Potter, wizards' magic comes from their bloodline, and their control over magic is very strong. There's no such thing as losing control after being electrocuted. Oh, my mentor passed away early, so he never told me about this taboo. Besides, I've never been shocked. Jerry, those insulating shoes are important. I'll have a pair ready for you tomorrow. Balthazar said to Jerry in an earnest tone. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although Jerry probably didn't share the weakness of magic being disrupted by electric currents, he still smiled and agreed. Seeing this, Dave could only resign himself to slipping his shoes back on. Meditation is all about knowing how to channel the flow. With practice, you'll get the hang of it, Balthazar began. Now, I'm going to teach you your very first spell, the most powerful electric spell I've developed in the past 2,000 years by combining the principles of electrical magic and the physics of ion beams, the particle cannon. No incantation necessary. All you have to do is bring your hands together like this, and the spell will form. It strikes incredibly fast, packs quite a punch, and, most importantly, if a magician is hit, their magic will be thrown into chaos, making it impossible for them to cast spells for a short while. Dave, remember this well. The particle cannon will be the cornerstone of your magical arsenal from now on. As Balthazar spoke, he stepped in front of Jerry and Dave, pressed his hands together, and instantly conjured a powerful sphere of crackling ion energy between his palms. No wonder he's lived for more than 2,000 years. He's managed to merge magic and science. Jerry couldn't help but admire inwardly as he gazed at the glowing particle sphere in Balthazar's hands. Particle weapons were the stuff of science fiction in his past life. Orbital weapons you'd only see in movies. Yet here was a magician who had actually managed to invent one. Jerry couldn't help but be impressed. Granted, this spell wasn't quite as devastating as the particle cannons from those futuristic films, but in terms of pure destructive power, it already surpassed most spells he knew. Many spells had astonishing effects, but their actual destructive force was often nothing to write home about. Take the Killing Curse, for example. It's instantly lethal, but if you put a sturdy shield in its way, odds of the shield would hold. The real promise lay in the particle cannon's potential for growth. If Jerry was willing to spend time delving into its secrets, there was a real chance he could eventually develop a magical particle cannon rivaling even the legendary orbital weapons. He pictured scenes from movies, Dave unleashing the particle cannon in rapid-fire bursts like a machine gun, or channeling it into a blazing beam like those in Gundam, hands pressed together, then thrusting forward, unleashing a wave of energy worthy of a Kamehameha. Of course, that all depended on whether Jerry's own magical reserves could keep up, so advancing his wizarding rank would be key. After demonstrating the particle cannon, Balthazar began explaining its principles in detail, going over the finer points and important precautions. Jerry, meanwhile, focused intently, activating his mental enhancement technique and tapping into the power of the Merlin's ring for a double boost, eager to absorb every bit of knowledge about the particle cannon. Having a teacher to guide him one-on-one, breaking down magical concepts step by step, was worlds better than struggling through spellbooks alone. In just half an hour, Jerry already felt he'd grasped the basic workings of the particle cannon. I think we should have something to eat. Dave glanced at the clock. It was already midnight. He realized that ever since he'd been chased home, he hadn't even had dinner, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Seeing this, Balthazar's face showed a hint of apology. Sorry about that. I haven't eaten a meal in 10 years, so I forgot you still need to eat. Professor Balthazar, does that mean that once a wizard reaches a certain level, they no longer need food? Jerry asked in surprise. Now that Jerry was learning magic from Balthazar, he had started calling him Professor, just like Dave did. Balthazar nodded and explained. You have to understand, meditation doesn't just help us advance as wizards. As we meditate and absorb energy from the world, our bodies are subtly transformed as well. First, our vitality becomes stronger, which means we live much longer. Then, as our bodies grow more attuned to magic, they can be sustained directly by magical energy. Eating and drinking gradually become less important. Because our vitality is so strong, our bodies are also tougher than ordinary people's, stronger, faster, more resistant to injury. But to truly stop needing food altogether, or to become immortal, A wizard's level must reach at least 300. Otherwise, while you might live much longer, you'll still die in the end. So, are there many immortal wizards in this world now? Jerry asked again. Very few, Balthazar replied with a sigh. It's not easy to rise through the ranks as a wizard. In fact, people with the talent to become wizards are rare to begin with. Many wizards could go 100 or 200 years without ever finding a single apprentice with the necessary gift. And even after becoming a wizard, reaching level 300 through meditation is even rarer. Most wizards never get past level 200. As far as I know, in this entire world, there are fewer than 10 wizards who have surpassed level 300 and achieved immortality. He couldn't help but sigh again. If being a wizard were really that easy, this wouldn't be an age ruled by technology and ordinary people. After hearing Balthazar's explanation, Jerry suddenly felt that magic apprentices in this world were awfully similar to the immortal cultivators he'd heard about in his previous life. The difference was that cultivators absorbed the world's energy and transformed it into spiritual power, while wizards absorbed the world's energy and turned it into magical power. Cultivators diligently trained to fast, build foundations, and ultimately seek immortality. Their many spells were meant to protect their path and evade disaster. Similarly, wizards used meditation to transform their bodies, letting them live without food and seek longevity. And just like cultivators, wizards had to master all kinds of spells to protect themselves. Very well. With the ability to subsist without food and the promise of longevity, this second miniature world has certainly been worth the journey, even if only for solving, at a fundamental level, the problem of his limited lifespan. Outside the 24-hour burger joint near the subway tunnel, having eaten his fill, Jerry waved goodbye to Balthazar and Dave, then strolled off toward his supposed hotel, which in truth did not exist. Balthazar and Dave would be sleeping in the lab that night, while Jerry, under the pretense of retrieving some belongings from his hotel, took his leave, promising to return the following morning. Of course, there was no hotel. Jerry simply needed a quiet place to interrogate Sun Long, who was still trapped inside the box space. With Balthazar present in the lab, it would have been rather inconvenient for Jerry to access the box space undisturbed. Muggle shield. Not long after parting ways with Balthazar and Dave, Jerry ducked into a secluded alleyway, cast a Muggle-repelling charm, and in one smooth motion, leapt into the box space. Inside, Sun Long remained bound by Jerry's rope spell, still under the lingering effects of the sleep charm. Clearly, Sun Long's magical prowess was far inferior to Horvath's. He couldn't break free from Jerry's spell by his own power. Enervate. Dragging a small stool from the corner, Jerry seated himself before Sun Long and gave a flick of his wand, lifting the sleep enchantment. Sun Long slowly regained consciousness. He glanced at the ropes binding him, noticed the missing bracer on his wrist, then looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings. It didn't take him long to grasp his predicament. Besides Cantonese, do you speak any other languages? Jerry addressed him in Mandarin. Sun Long shot Jerry a look of mild surprise, taken aback that someone so young could speak Chinese so fluently. Of course I do. As a magician, I'm well versed in most world languages, including numerous dialects. Though he wasn't as ancient as Balthazar, Sun Long had reached the 500th level, long enough to have acquired the gift of immortality. His true age spanned several centuries by now. Originally, I intended to kill you outright. However, since you may still be of use to me, I'm willing to offer you a deal. If you fulfill your end of the bargain, I'll let you go free. Jerry wasted no words, laying his intentions out clearly. He could only remain in this world for at most a week. Once he returned to his original world, he would have to continue learning new magic by himself. What he needed was a mentor, someone who could provide long-term guidance in the magical arts unique to this world. While he could use the Imperieuse curse to control Sun Long, a bewitched Sun Long was not the same as one in his natural state. Under the Imperieuse, Sun Long could be forced to reveal secrets or carry out certain actions, but to have him teach, correct, and discuss magic with Jerry as a proper mentor, that would be exceedingly difficult. First, the use of the Imperieuse curse is continuous. He must keep channeling the curse through his wand in order to ensure Sun Long remains under his control. This not only drains his magical energy, but also wastes precious time. Second, the Imperieuse curse cannot be used repeatedly on the same target. If cast over and over again, the target will develop resistance, and the curse's success rate will drop dramatically. Therefore, he wished to bargain with Sun Long, offering him life and freedom in exchange for his wholehearted guidance in magic. Sun Long fixed his gaze on Jerry, and after a moment of silence, replied, "All right, what are the terms?" Sun Long knew immediately upon waking that he was completely at Jerry's mercy. Without his magical conduit, he was only a little stronger than an ordinary person. In any case, he stood no chance against this devious young magician, whose powers rivaled his own. Now that he had achieved immortality, it was obvious he had no desire to die. Not like this. So whatever Jerry demanded, he would comply. 10 years. You'll stay here for 10 years, dedicating yourself to teaching me magic. After 10 years, your freedom will be yours again. How's that sound? Jerry saw Sun Long's decisive answer and recognized that his captive was no fool, so he stated the terms he'd long since decided. Killing Sun Long held no benefit for him, and 10 years would be more than enough to master all the magic this world had to offer. By then, Sun Long would be no more than an ant to him, one he could crush at will. Letting him go would be of no consequence. Fine. I just hope you'll keep your word. 10 years meant little to someone who could live forever. All Sun Long could hope for now was that this young wizard would honor his promise and grant him freedom at the end. Don't worry, I won't pretend to be a good person, but I do keep my promises. Still, just to be safe, I think you should get a taste of my methods. Jerry nodded with a sly look, raised his wand towards Sun Long, and incanted. Spirit extraction. He pulled a notebook and pen from his pocket, items he'd prepared in advance, and handed them to Sun Long. Now, I want you to write down every embarrassing thing you've ever done from childhood up. Sun Long, wearing a blissful grin, took the pen and began scribbling away with gusto. A dozen minutes later, Jerry took the pages, now filled with Sun Long's confessions, and released the Imperius curse. He began to read aloud, his voice ringing out. When I was 10 years old, I once spied on Miss Wong next door while she was bathing. I was caught and hung at the door for all to see for 2 hours. At 11, my friends and I climbed onto the roof to see who could pee the farthest. I ended up hitting my father on the head and was made to kneel in the courtyard for an hour. At 12, I tried pleasuring myself for the first time, but halfway through, my mother caught me. When I was 15, I went to the Manchun brothel for the first time. Lacking any experience, I got stuck. Please stop reading. I swear, from now on, I will never deceive you. Every bit of magic I know, I will teach you without holding anything back. By this point, Sun Long's face had turned scarlet, and he could no longer suppress himself. He shouted out his promise with all sincerity. Are you the devil? How can there be such terrifying magic in this world? The ability to control someone's thoughts directly. This was even more sinister than anything the Morgana faction's black magic could do. Ahem. Honestly, everyone has had some embarrassing moments growing up. My point is, don't ever think about lying to me. I'll use this spell regularly to check your thoughts. If you intentionally make mistakes while teaching magic, I won't hesitate to kill you on the spot. Putting away the little notebook crammed with every embarrassing story of Sun Long's life, Jerry added with a playful grin. I never expected that Mage Sun Long was quite the wild one in his youth. Sun Long could only groan in protest. I give up. All right, jokes aside, what do you keep the Morgana faction's mage manual? Seeing that Sun Long was on the verge of losing his composure, Jerry stopped teasing him and got to the point. The Merlin faction's mage manual was with Dave, and Jerry couldn't take it away. He'd have to memorize it later. But if he could get his hands on the Morgana faction's manual, that would be quite valuable too. In fact, Jerry was genuinely interested in some of the Morgana spells. For example, the air cannon and air shield that Horvath used, or the magic that could bring animals from paintings into the real world, and the spell that could break the disguise charm. They were all intriguing. Upon hearing Jerry's question, Sun Long didn't try to hide anything. After what he'd just experienced, he knew there was no point in keeping secrets. The Morgana faction's mage manual isn't with me. Over 100 years ago, Balthazar captured me and sealed me away. The manual should now be in the hands of the current Morgana mage. Can you remember all the spells in the mage manual? Jerry wasn't surprised by Sun Long's answer. After all, when he defeated and searched Sun Long earlier, he hadn't found any manual on him. Sun Long shook his head. Impossible. The mage manual contains countless spells created by generations of magicians. No one could possibly learn them all. Aside from the fundamental spells, each of us chooses the magic that best suits our interests and talents to study and master. Later on, we might add our own insights to improve and strengthen them. For example, I specialize in fire magic and mimicry spells, while Horvath is best with air magic, illusions, and materialization magic. After Sun Long's explanation, Jerry finally understood. In this world, from the very beginning of their magical studies, most wizards spend the majority of their time practicing meditation techniques, for only through meditation can they attain immortality. So, contrary to what he had imagined, they actually don't have that much time to learn and research vast amounts of magic. Most wizards specialize in just one or two categories of magic. If they devote too much of their time to magical research, their combat abilities certainly become formidable, but when their time runs out, they still end up dying of old age. As a result, Many wizards, before reaching level 300 in their practice, aren't actually that strong in real magical combat. The newest generation of apprentices from the Morgana school. Jerry rummaged through his memories once again, trying to recall the details from the film. Very soon, the answer became clear to him. The latest generation of Morgana apprentices wasn't that the most famous magician in New York, the one who used magic tricks as an excuse to perform real magic every day and made a fortune from it, Drake Stone. Looks like I'll be pulling another all-nighter tonight. Jerry sighed, knowing that time was limited, so he decided he would go looking for this great magician tonight. Hey, could you give that notebook back to me? Seeing that Jerry was about to leave, Sun Long hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up, sounding rather embarrassed. But Jerry just grinned and shrugged. I'll return it after I'm done reading. Actually, the stuff in here is pretty interesting. Let it all go to hell. Tracking down Drake Stone turned out to be unexpectedly easy. The guy was so flamboyant that Jerry didn't need to use any magic at all. With the phone he'd taken earlier, a quick search online was all it took to find Drake's current address in New York. Perhaps because he had little real-world experience, or maybe his life had just become too comfortable. When Jerry arrived at his bedside, Drake didn't react at all. He was sleeping like the dead. With a single Sol Imperius curse, Jerry had him lead the way to the safe in the room, and there he retrieved the Morgana School's wizard manual that had been gathering dust for years. After getting the manual, Jerry didn't do anything else to him. He simply cast a sleeping charm to knock him out again, pocketed his magic ring, and quietly slipped away. This Drake Stone, the latest apprentice of the Morgana School, actually wasn't a bad person. When he was 15, his master passed away due to lack of talent, leaving him on his own to study magic. Later, he realized that times had changed. A handful of minor spells were enough for him to live a lavish life as a magician, so he decided to focus on making money and enjoying himself. After all, with limited talent and no mentor to guide him, reaching level 300 was almost impossible, so he might as well use magic to become wealthy and respected. It's just that once a person comes into money, it's easy for them to go astray, especially if they also know a bit of magic. That makes it even harder to resist. Doing some questionable things in secret. Drake was exactly like this. But after interrogation, it turned out that his crimes didn't warrant the death penalty. In the movie, if Horvath hadn't sought him out, he wouldn't have helped steal the Grimhold. In the end, Horvath used the Drain spell to suck away all his magic, and he died as a result. By the time Jerry got his hands on the handbook for Morgana's sorcerers, it was already 2 in the morning. He found a secluded alley near Dave's lab and slipped once again into the box space. In this world, aside from Merlin and Morgana, no other sorcerer can cast spells without some sort of conduit. At best, their bodies are just a bit stronger than ordinary people. So, after making a deal with Sun Long, Jerry no longer restricted his activities. Sun Long could move freely and live normally within a box space. Inside the box space stood a small villa with a backyard, fully furnished with every kind of household item. Compared to that Russian nesting doll he'd been sealed in before, this was paradise. Early the next morning, well rested, Jerry left the box space and headed to Dave's lab. For the following week, Jerry spent his days in the lab with Dave, studying magic and practicing the art of meditation. At night, he would leave and enter the box space to discuss magic with Sun Long. As for sleep, Jerry discovered he didn't need it anymore. Ever since he began practicing meditation, he found that it could actually replace sleep. And it worked even better than deep slumber ever had. So, his week was filled with learning magic, practicing spells, meditating to restore his mind, and shaking off exhaustion with a clear, refreshed spirit. The only downside was that his stash of red stars was being depleted at a rapid pace. Fortunately, his earlier good deeds, sealing Horvath and stopping Morgana's resurrection, had earned him over 10,000 red stars. So, all in all, after a week in this second world, not only had his collection of red stars not diminished, it had actually grown a little. The only thing he regretted, just a bit, was that after a week of magical study, he realized that much of the magic in this world, whether from Merlin's school or Morgana's, overlapped with what he'd learned at Hogwarts. Many spells, though similar in effect, weren't nearly as practical or easy to use as the ones he'd mastered at Hogwarts. For example, in this world there's a spell called the Rabbit Transformation Charm, which conjures a rabbit out of thin air. But the Transfiguration spell from Hogwarts can do the same thing just as well. Even so, Jerry was already quite content. Just mastering a single meditation technique had already brought him tremendous profits, not to mention the many other scattered spells he found quite useful. Jerry, once you've sorted out things at home, you must come back to New York and visit us again. In the subway tunnel, right outside the lab, Dave waved goodbye to Jerry. After spending a week together, Jerry's incredible speed in picking up magic often had him helping Dave, who was still clueless about most things. Dave had grown genuinely fond of Jerry. Jerry smiled and nodded. I will. If all goes well, I should be back in 4 or 5 months. Once I've settled things at home, I'll return to continue learning magic from you. Keep practicing your meditation. Your magic skills are impressive, but your magical energy level is still too low. Magic power is the foundation. Only after you reach level 300 can you truly focus on your magical studies, Balthazar reminded him. Balthazar had witnessed firsthand just how gifted Jerry was over the past few days. Every spell he taught, Jerry could master within days and cast them with ease, though not with the same force as Balthazar himself. Sometimes, Jerry even managed to learn spells Balthazar hadn't taught him, simply by studying the magic manual, and would only come to Balthazar for tips on perfecting his technique. It was finally clear to Balthazar why Jerry, despite his young age, had managed to master so much magic. His learning ability was almost unnaturally strong. Sometimes Balthazar even doubted whether his own teacher, Merlin, had been as talented as Jerry at that age. Just look at Dave. After a whole week, he still hadn't even managed to cast a basic particle beam. What Balthazar didn't know was that Jerry's magical talent was actually quite average. His achievements were the result of relentless effort and heavy use of red stars to keep his mind sharp and focused. To Dave, magic was just a hobby. He still spent time on his studies and even pursued the girl he'd had a crush on since elementary school. For Jerry, though, magic was his lifeline, his means of survival. That week, he hadn't slept a single minute, replacing rest entirely with meditation. For one, it was a pastime. For the other, it was survival. Even if Dave's magical talent rivaled Merlin's, there was no way he could keep up with Jerry. Understood, Master. Jerry replied respectfully with a nod. He knew well how crucial meditation was for increasing magical power and even achieving longevity, though he didn't show it outwardly. If Balthazar were to test Jerry's magical level again now, he'd find Jerry was no longer a level 30 mage. After bidding farewell to Balthazar and Dave, Jerry left the underground lab, found a deserted alley, opened his panel, and pressed the exit button. After a brief moment of disorientation, he opened his eyes again and found himself back in his home in New York, in the main world. He opened the box and stepped into the box space. When he saw Sun Long inside the villa, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems I really can bring people from the small world into the main world. Half a month after returning to the main world, on the highway, Ms. Beryl, sitting in the passenger seat, was gently encouraging Haas. Just relax a little. My father just wants to meet you and the children. It's really nothing to worry about. When I told him about our relationship, he didn't object. Beryl, don't worry. I'll make sure your father approves of me. Haas let out a slight sigh of relief, his tone resolute. Then, he turned to give Elsa some instructions in the back seat. Elsa, make sure you listen to your brother later, and don't be mischievous, okay? When it came to Jerry, Haas had complete trust. His only worry was his precious daughter, Elsa. But with Jerry around, he figured things shouldn't get out of hand. At that moment, Elsa, dressed up like a little princess, didn't answer Haas at all. She was sprawled across the back seat, her head resting on Jerry's lap, fast asleep. She'd been woken up too early that morning to get dressed and groomed, so she hadn't had enough sleep. Now she was making up for it with a second nap. Don't worry, just leave Elsa to me, Jerry said as he opened his eyes, ending his meditation practice. Over the past 6 months together, Haas and Beryl had already begun planning to marry, so naturally, Beryl had told her father about her relationship with Haas. And when Beryl's father heard that her boyfriend was a police officer with 2 children in tow, he didn't object. He simply said he'd like to meet them first. That's how today's scene came about. Everyone dressed up and heading out for the weekend. Thinking about Haas, a father who had lived as a widower for nearly 10 years and was finally about to find happiness again, Jerry felt a deep sense of comfort for his old friend. But then, turning his thoughts to himself, he couldn't help but feel a sudden, inexplicable loneliness. He'd been single for over 30 years in his previous life, and now, in this one, more than a decade had already passed alone. To be honest, he was in a much bleaker situation than Haas. But there was nothing to be done. After all, in his current 12-year-old body, maybe, just maybe, it wasn't entirely out of the question. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind of that time in the airplane's changing room, and his body responded before he could stop it. But just as this thought began to take root, his rational mind immediately banished it. Now was certainly not the time for such distractions. The most important thing was still to grow stronger. Everything else was just an illusion. If his strength wasn't enough, when danger came, everything he had would vanish in an instant. Whether in his previous life or his current one, Jerry always had a habit of imagining the worst possible scenarios and preparing for them as thoroughly as he could. That's why, in his past life, he worked tirelessly, saving up money. He wanted to have everything ready for marriage, from the house to the car and everything else, before even thinking about finding a partner. He didn't want his wedding to descend into chaos over such practical matters. After all, Sometimes love simply can't withstand certain tests. This time around, it was no different. He hoped to equip himself with the ability to handle any crisis before considering romance, marriage, or children. Only then could he truly be at ease. Could it be puberty? Feeling the restless stirrings within him from time to time, Jerry wondered if this body of his in this life was finally hitting adolescence. Before, when he saw beautiful women, he might steal an extra glance or two, but it was a simple appreciation of beauty, pure admiration without any improper thoughts. But today, things felt different, undeniably so. So, he concluded, he must have reached puberty. Counting the years, including his time in the world of Harry Potter, this body's actual age was about 12 and a half. At 12 or 13, entering puberty was perfectly normal. Having already experienced puberty once before, he was all too familiar with its effects. After all, there were plenty of embarrassing things from his teenage years that still made him blush to remember. With that in mind, Jerry shifted his body to the side and gently moved Elsa's head off his lap, settling it onto the car's backseat pillow. Calming his breath, he resumed his meditation practice, letting all stray desires and distracting thoughts meld away in that moment. All that remained was the quiet joy of his body absorbing energy and transforming it into magical power. Barry, what exactly does your father do for a living to own such a huge villa? Driving under Barry's direction, Haas arrived in front of an enormous mansion, his voice faltering in surprise. Barry tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a little embarrassed. I'm not really sure about all the details. I just know he mainly deals in materials. I think he supplies materials to Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. Don't worry, my dad dotes on me. He won't make things difficult for you. Stark Industries? Hammer Industries? Haas couldn't help but swallow hard. He'd always known Barry's family was in business and seemed quite wealthy, but it never really fazed him. After all, he was the chief of police. He'd seen his fair share of the world, and dealing with a small business owner was hardly intimidating. But a businessman who could supply materials to Stark and Hammer Industries was on a whole different level, someone who likely had connections with the highest echelons of society. In the eyes of others, his position as sheriff probably amounted to nothing more than a small fry. Still, seeing the encouragement shining in Belle's eyes, Haas patted his chest and pretended not to mind as he declared, "It's all right. I'm sure I'll get along just fine with your father." Miss Belle really does come from an extraordinary family, he mused inwardly. But if they're so wealthy, why does she still choose to teach at an elementary school? The world of the rich is truly baffling. Seated in the back, Jerry was brought out of his meditative trance when he heard they had arrived at their destination. Unlike Haas, Jerry wasn't the least bit shocked by Miss Belle's family background. In his opinion, no matter how influential her family might be, Haas was more than worthy of her. The reason was simple. Haas had him, Jerry, as a son. And as a magician with access to his own magical interface, Jerry knew that if he wished, things like money, wealth, or status were all within easy reach. In fact, beyond money, wealth, or status, Jerry could acquire many things that ordinary people could never hope to attain in a lifetime. For instance, time and life itself. To Jerry, the real rivals were never these ordinary people, but rather those powerful beings his colleague from his previous life had spoken of, entities capable of destroying entire planets with ease. The car pulled up to the entrance of the Grand Villa, and before long, two bodyguards in suits and dark sunglasses approached with alert expressions. The moment they saw it was Miss Belle inside the car, their vigilance faded. Speaking quietly into the microphones hidden beneath their jackets, they signaled for the gates to open. Following Belle's directions, Haas drove the car into the villa's underground parking lot. All around were luxury vehicles. Audi R8s, Lamborghinis, Cadillacs, BMWs, so many that Haas felt a bit dazzled. It seemed that the car Belle usually drove was actually the most understated of the lot. Rise and shine. Seeing that Haas had parked, Jerry raised his hand and cast a revitalizing charm at Elsa, who was still drooling with a blissful smile, lost in her dreams. The revitalizing charm wasn't just the counter to a sleeping spell. It could instantly rouse anyone, no matter how deeply asleep, and keep them wide awake for a good while afterward. So if you're ever dozing off in class, giving yourself a quick revitalizing charm could be an excellent fix. However, if you keep casting it repeatedly on someone, there's a risk they might be unable to sleep for days on end, which could even lead to dangerous exhaustion. Waking Elsa was never an easy task. After all, little kids can be quite a handful when they get stubborn. But the revitalizing charm was the perfect solution to this problem. Today, the reason Elsa managed to get up so early was thanks in no small part to this handy spell. Now, the ring Jerry wears on his finger is actually a magical ring he pilfered from that apprentice of Morgana's. With it, he can cast spells without a wand, making his magic both more discreet and convenient. At present, his plan is simple. Under normal circumstances, he'll just wear the magic ring. If he needs to appear as a wizard, he'll switch to Sunlong's bracer and magic wand instead. This way, he can avoid some obvious giveaways and reduce the risk of being exposed. Otherwise, if he were to show up as a wizard wearing the magic ring, just as he does in his everyday life, it's likely that with such all these resources, he'd have a hard time keeping his identity hidden. Perish. Be destroyed beneath the might of my queen's magic. Ha ha ha. In her dream, Elsa was soaring on a broomstick, brandishing her wand and unleashing cataclysmic ice magic. With her two best friends at her side, she was locked in an epic battle against thousands upon thousands of demons. Suddenly, she sensed a wave of malice rising from the deepest depths of the abyss. In an instant, she felt her crown tumble from her head, her broom snap in two, and her formidable magical power begin to ebb away. Her mind grew hazy, as if slipping from one world to another. When she awoke again, everything had vanished. The dream dissolved, and she found herself back in the car. Elsa, you woke up just in time. We're here. You can get out now. Jerry noticed the look of disappointment on Elsa's face and quickly opened the car door, beckoning her to come out. Elsa eyed Jerry with suspicion, but in the end, she stepped out of the car, albeit reluctantly. Something just felt off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The four of them took the elevator and soon arrived at the grand, opulent villa's first floor. Miss Bailey, this way please. The master is already waiting for you in the living room. At the elevator doors, the old butler, who had been tipped off by a bodyguard, was already standing by to greet them. Led by the butler, they wound their way through the labyrinthine halls of the massive mansion, finally arriving at the main living room. Inside, aside from the guards posted at the perimeter, there was an elderly man with thinning hair but shrewd eyes that sparkled with intelligence. There was also a man in a suit, around 35 or 36 years old, about the same age as Haas. When he caught sight of Haas, a fleeting trace of contempt crossed his face, though he quickly masked it. Bailey, it's been 5 or 6 days since you last visited this old man. What's the matter? Can't you spare a little time to come home now and then? The balding old man rose to his feet with a face full of affection as soon as he saw Bailey. Dad, I have classes most days, and your place is so far from campus. Coming back and forth just takes too much time. Bailey rolled her eyes in mock exasperation, then quickly began to introduce everyone. Dad, this is Haas Witt, the one I mentioned to you last week. And these are Jerry and Elsa. Haas, this is my father, Chuck Pizarro. Haas hurried forward, a bit nervous, and respectfully extended his hand, saying, Mr. Pizarro, hello. Pizarro gave Haas a handshake, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Haas, is it? Good, very good. No need to be nervous. Come, have a seat. Dad, who is this gentleman? At this moment, Belle gestured toward the man in a suit sitting on the sofa. Today was supposed to be the day her father met her boyfriend. So why was there a stranger in their home? Pizarro smiled and explained. Oh, this is Mr. Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries, a young and accomplished man and a very important partner of our group. He came by today to discuss some business cooperation, and it just so happened you all arrived together. Miss Belle, pleasure to meet you. I've long heard that Miss Belle is a rare beauty, and today I see the rumors were true. At this, Mr. Hammer stood up with perfect manners, a broad smile on his face, and shook Belle's hand warmly. After the handshake, his gaze shifted to Haas. Haas quickly stood up and moved to extend his hand as well, but Mr. Hammer simply ignored him, pulled his hand back, and began to sit down again. It was clear that this Hammer fellow didn't think much of Haas, not even acknowledging his presence. It seems today's meeting is far less simple than Belle imagined. Jerry, whose senses were razor-sharp in his superhuman mode, had been quietly observing everyone's expressions and body language since stepping into the hall. It didn't take him long to notice a few telling details. Belle's father was clearly not as welcoming toward Haas as Belle had led him to believe, and this Hammer, more than likely, hadn't come here just for business. If that were truly the case, he wouldn't have been so openly disdainful toward Haas from the moment he saw him. After all, if Haas was the prospective son-in-law of an important business partner, Hammer should at least make an effort to be cordial. It was obvious Hammer knew who Haas was and considered himself far above Haas in status. He didn't believe for a second that Haas could ever become Pizarro's son-in-law. Jerry even caught a glint of ulterior motives in Hammer's eyes when he looked at Belle. Oomph. Having just about figured out the whole situation, Jerry gave a quiet, derisive snort in his mind. With a subtle motion, he snapped his right fingers, adorned with a magical ring. Ouch! My backside! Just as Hammer was about to sit down, the sofa beneath him unexpectedly slid back a few inches. He missed his mark and landed hard on the floor with a thud. Mental manipulation, one of the most commonly used spells among magicians in the world of the Apprentice of Magic. With it, you could command anything or anyone within your line of sight with a mere thought, Though the larger or more powerful the target, the harder it was to control. The strength of mind control depends on how well the wizard has mastered the spell. Just now, Jerry used mind control to slide the sofa beneath Hammer backward, moving it a short distance. Many spells in the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice may have effects similar to those in Harry Potter, but they certainly have their own unique qualities. Take mind control, for instance. While it resembles the levitation charm, it requires no incantation and produces no conspicuous magical glow. A simple snap of the fingers is all it takes to cast, making it almost impossible to guard against. Want to embarrass Haas? Well, that'll depend on whether his son agrees. Mr. Hammer, are you all right? Are you really all right? As soon as Hammer landed squarely on the floor, everyone instinctively expressed their concern. Among them, Pizarro couldn't help but furrow his brow after checking on Hammer. He'd invited Hammer today to see if he could match him with his own daughter, but now, barely through the door, Hammer had made such a clumsy entrance. Wasn't this just giving his daughter something to laugh at? To be honest, the idea of his beautiful, fair-skinned daughter marrying a police officer with 2 little kids in tow was hard for Pizarro to accept deep down. But Pizarro knew his daughter's temperament well. Once she made up her mind, it was almost impossible to change it. If he tried to force the issue, it would only backfire. It was just like the time he wanted Belle to inherit his business empire, but she stubbornly refused to manage the company and insisted on becoming a primary school teacher instead. Father and daughter argued bitterly over this. Belle ended up moving out of the villa to live on her own, and it was only after he finally relented that she began coming home to visit him every 2 or 3 weeks. If he voiced his opposition directly this time, he feared his daughter would marry that young policeman on the spot and only come back to visit once she had children. So, outwardly he agreed, but secretly he'd arranged for Hammer, the chief operations officer of Hammer Industries, who was about the same age as that young policeman but vastly superior in every respect, to come and meet her. His goal was to show his daughter the stark contrast between the two and prompt her to reconsider her decision. After all, Hammer Industries was at present the only domestic rival to Stark Industries in the field of military technology, and lately, it was even starting to pull ahead. The key point was, Hammer was still single, and unlike Tony Stark, he didn't have a reputation plagued by endless scandals. It's nothing really, I just slipped, Hammer said, a bit embarrassed as he got back on his feet, dusted himself off, and sat down again. As for Pizarro's daughter, Belle, Hammer was certainly interested, but not because she was especially beautiful. With his wealth and status, finding a beautiful woman was never an issue. He just wasn't as flamboyant as Tony, who would change partners 7 or 8 times a month. Whenever he had needs, he always kept things discreet. The reason he was interested in Belle was, of course, the vast business empire of Pizarro, which rivaled his own. All along, his Hammer Industries had been overshadowed by Stark Industries. The weapons they produced could never match the power of the genius Tony's inventions. Now, he had finally found a brilliant scientist, Ivan Vanko, who could stand toe-to-toe with Tony. Soon, the world would see that the remote-controlled robots from Hammer Industries were far superior to Tony's clunky suits. If he could win at this expo, he'd receive a blizzard of orders from the military, and becoming Pizarro's son-in-law would mean he'd never have to worry about raw materials for those orders. Once Pizarro passed away, he could merge the 2 business empires into one, crushing Stark Industries beneath his heel. Jerry, look at that uncle. He's so clumsy. He can't even sit on the sofa properly. When Hammer landed squarely on the floor, Elsa couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jerry immediately put on a stern face and scolded her. Elsa, don't do that. I told you before, we shouldn't mock people who have certain shortcomings or disabilities. We need to show compassion. Although Elsa and Jerry weren't speaking loudly, everyone was seated close together on the sofa. Of course, they could all hear. Ahem, Jerry, Elsa, let's not say things like that. Mr. Hammer isn't disabled. At this point, Haas shot a warning glance at Jerry and Elsa. I get it. Jerry quickly nodded in dawning realization, but his gaze toward Hammer still carried a hint of the kind of pity one would show to someone lacking in sense. This made Hammer fume on the spot, but since Jerry and Elsa were just children, he couldn't really make a fuss. Otherwise, he'd lose points in Belle's eyes, who loved kids. At that moment, Belle herself broke into delighted giggles. In a father's eyes, no matter how old their children get, they are still kids, always needing guidance as they journey into the future. Especially for someone like Pizarro, the CEO of a top company, who was used to making every decision himself. He was convinced that his way was the right way, and that his beloved daughter would, under his guidance, walk the best path toward a brighter future. Little did he know, when it came to understanding Belle, she actually knew him even better. The moment Belle saw Hammer appear, she'd already guessed what was coming. And when Hammer, after shaking her hand, outright ignored Haas, she was almost certain of her father's intentions. That's why, Seeing Jerry now seemingly teasing Hammer on purpose to avenge Haas for Haas, she couldn't help but laugh so joyfully. After a rather awkward round of introductions, Pizarro was the first to speak and soon began to chat casually with everyone. However, Pizarro's conversation never really centered on Haas. He didn't ask about Haas's job, his salary, or his future plans, the sort of questions one might expect. Instead, he kept steering the conversation back to Hammer. And, of course, Hammer was more than happy to boast, brimming with confidence as he recounted stories of signing lucrative contracts with generals in the military or dining with influential senators at exclusive venues. Clearly, his goal was to highlight just how wealthy and well-connected he was, surrounded by powerful friends from both the political and military elite. By comparison, what was Haas, a mere police chief, supposed to amount to? With a flourish and a sly grin, Jerry quietly slipped his hand under the coffee table and whispered a tickling charm. I'm certain that after next week's expo in Queens, Hammer Industries will take another great leap forward, surpassing Stark Industries to become the most powerful defense contractor out there. Tony Stark? He's nothing but a clown. Ah. Hammer finished with a triumphant flourish, then burst into laughter. Pizarro nodded along and forced a chuckle, clearly showing some agreement with Hammer's words. But after a while, Pizarro began to sense something was off. Hammer's laughter just wouldn't stop. It only grew louder and more exuberant by the second. The whole scene radiated an air of utter arrogance and self-importance. Ahem, Mr. Hammer. Pizarro feigned a cough, tried to remind him to compose himself. Hammer, still caught in the spell, could only reply between fits of laughter. Ha ha ha. I don't know why, I just feel so happy, ha ha ha. So happy, ha ha ha. Why am I so happy, ha ha ha. Jerry, is he an idiot or something? Elsa asked, watching Hammer still laughing uncontrollably after 5 minutes, her face deadly serious. Don't make fun of idiots. They deserve our sympathy, Jerry replied, just as solemnly. Haas could only shrug helplessly, while Belle lowered her head, stifling her laughter behind her hand. Meanwhile, Pizarro couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing that inviting Hammer today had been a terrible mistake. The tickling charm, a spell that leaves its victim laughing so hard they're left limp and unable to move, is often used in wizard duels as a way to distract an opponent. Now, under Jerry's tickling spell, Hammer stood in the living room, laughing uncontrollably for a full 15 minutes until he finally collapsed weakly onto the sofa, only then regaining his composure. However, once he returned to normal, what greeted him were a series of dumbfounded stares, including one from Pizarro himself. Actually, this was just a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? I don't usually laugh like that, he tried to explain, forcing a smile. I think, Mr. Hammer, if there's nothing else, you can leave for now. I have some personal matters to take care of, Pizarro replied, his smile tight and insincere as he looked at Hammer. The truth was, Pizarro had invited Hammer over because he genuinely believed Hammer was an outstanding man, someone who, with some effort, might be worthy of his daughter. But Hammer's recent behavior had left him wondering if there was something not quite right with him mentally. This Haas fellow, though lacking in status, ability, and family background compared to Hammer, at least seemed normal. Money wasn't something Pizarro lacked. All he wanted was for his daughter to find a truly exceptional man who deserved her. If Hammer had issues of the mind, then Haas was suddenly the better choice. Seeing the change in Pizarro's attitude, Jerry nodded in satisfaction. He understood one simple truth. Without comparison, there is no gap. While he couldn't make Haas appear perfect in Pizarro's eyes, he could certainly make Hammer look worse. With a flick of his wand, he could unleash a dancing spell, a lock-picking charm, a confusion hex, or even a baldness jinx. If Jerry wished, he could make Hammer come across as a complete lunatic to Pizarro. In fact, if he hadn't considered that Pizarro was Beryl's father and his own future grandfather-in-law, he wouldn't have minded using the Imperieuse curse or planting false memories to secure his goals. Well, all right then. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer, Hammer said, forcing composure. But next Sunday I'll be hosting a product launch in Queens. I sincerely hope you can attend, Mr. Pizarro. I believe you'll see me in a new light then. He knew his foolish behavior just now had dragged Pizarro's impression of him to rock bottom, so he didn't say much more. Instead, he simply placed the invitation he'd prepared on the coffee table. He was confident that, when Pizarro witnessed the powerful robots produced by Hammer Industries at next week's showcase, the man's attitude would change instantly. As for the little police chief named Haas, he'd never once considered him a threat. Once Pizarro changed his opinion, Hammer could easily pull a few strings to send Haas to prison for the rest of his days. And Beryl? She was a pure young woman in her 20s. Winning her over would be the simplest part of all. Pizarro was about to refuse, but then he realized that Hammer's product showcase will be packed with elite guests from all walks of life. Changing his mind, he replied immediately. Very well, I will attend. But I'll be bringing my daughter, as well as Officer Haas and his 2 children to join us at the event. A cold glint flashed through Hammer's eyes as he shot Haas a glance, then smiled and said, Of course, that's not a problem. Well then, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. With that, Hammer turned with an air of nonchalance and strode off toward the underground parking garage, his bodyguards following behind. But just as he was about to exit the lobby, disaster struck. His bespoke, high-end crocodile leather belt snapped without warning. In an instant, his suit pants slid down, tangling his legs and sending him sprawling to the floor in a most undignified heap. Seeing this, Paisel could only shake his head in resignation. He couldn't fathom why he had ever thought someone so unreliable might be worthy of his daughter. Meanwhile, Jerry, seated on the sofa, quietly retracted his right hand. That's just a little warning for you. If you don't learn your lesson, the next thing I cut might not just be your belt. It could be something a bit more central. As it turned out, Jerry's keen senses had picked up on the malice radiating from Hammer when he looked at Haas. So, as Hammer was leaving, Jerry gave a subtle flick of his hand, casting a razor-sharp, invisible curse as a gentle reminder. After so much practice, Jerry had mastered the art of using the severing charm to slice through Hammer's belt from a distance with perfect accuracy. Perhaps it was Hammer's embarrassing display, or maybe it was the subtle change in Belle's expression, but after Hammer left, Paisel's attitude toward Haas, Jerry, and Aisha grew noticeably warmer. Both lunch and dinner were served in the grand villa, with a table full of French delicacies prepared by a dedicated French chef. When dinner concluded, so too did this official meeting. By 9 that evening, back home, Haas seemed somewhat downcast. Though Paisel hadn't openly expressed his disapproval during the meeting, as a police chief, Haas had clearly sensed Paisel's dissatisfaction. Haas, you don't have to worry about anything. I truly hope to receive my father's blessing. But even if I never do, it won't change how I feel, because I love you. Belle, sensing Haas's unease, came up to him and gently cradled his face, comforting him with warmth. Though she was a primary school teacher known for her good temper, in truth, her gentle exterior hid a steely resolve and firm opinions. That much was clear from the day the school bus was hijacked. She had the courage to step forward and offer herself as a hostage. Sometimes, those who seem brash and tough on the outside are actually soft within. And sometimes, those who are always gentle, always smiling in the face of adversity, are the ones with the strongest hearts. Beryl knew her father loved her deeply, and every decision he made was for her own good. Yet, sometimes the choices parents make for you aren't necessarily the ones that suit you best. After all, no matter how poor your own decisions may be, at least you're the one who bears the consequences. But when someone else makes choices for you, even with the best intentions, they can't shoulder those consequences on your behalf. After listening to Beryl's comforting words, Haas was momentarily stunned. Then, drawing a deep breath, he spoke with emotion. I'm not someone who gives up easily. I'll do my best to earn your father's approval, because I love you too. As a police chief, Haas had faced gun-wielding robbers without the slightest trace of fear, yet when confronted with Beryl's father, he was as nervous as a child. The reason was simple. He had truly fallen in love with Beryl. When someone genuinely loves you, they care deeply about what your parents think of them. They're even willing to accept small grievances that they wouldn't tolerate in their own homes, just because they care about you. Haas. Looking into Haas's eyes, Beryl kissed him with heartfelt passion. Oh, for heaven's sake, talk about public displays of affection. Jerry, who had been munching snacks on the couch, quickly covered Elsa's eyes. Then, looking exasperated, quietly ushered her back to their room, leaving the space to the 2 adults whose hormones were about to run wild. The joy of eavesdropping was instantly gone. Sigh, looks like we'll need to install some decent soundproofing at home in the future. In Elsa's room, Jerry, whose hearing was remarkably sharp, could hear the increasingly heated sounds of labored breathing coming from the living room. With a flick, he cast a sleep spell on Elsa, tucked her in a bed, and then leapt straight into his own box space. Recently, Jerry hadn't spent much time outside earning those little red stars. Instead, he was focused on studying and absorbing both Merlin's and Morgana's schools of magic, as well as diligently practicing the art of meditation. In fact, he had considered teaching the meditation technique to Haas, Elsa, and Beryl's teacher. After all, it was a method that could grant longevity, even if they might never reach level 300. Still, as long as they learned meditation, their lifespans could be significantly extended. However, after consulting Sun Long, he learned that meditation wasn't something just anyone could master. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few magicians in the world. Unlike the world of Harry Potter, where only those with wizarding blood could learn magic, in the world of the magician's apprentice, becoming a magician required an exceptionally high innate talent. Ordinary humans can only utilize one layer of brain power, but those born with magical talent can naturally harness more, which is why they are able to practice meditation. In other words, if a person is naturally gifted as a magician, even without ever practicing magic, with diligent study in the ordinary world, they are highly likely to become a leading figure in their chosen field. For example, some of the most renowned physicists, scientists, and biologists. Among them, a small number may actually possess magical talent. Therefore, someone like Haas, whose mathematics is abysmal and who is otherwise unremarkable, clearly lacks any magical ability and is unable to learn the art of meditation. Today, I'm going to teach you my most powerful spell, an extension of my work in mimicry magic, the Dragon Transformation spell. Seated cross-legged on the grassy lawn inside the box-shaped space, Sun Long began to explain to Jerry in a calm, measured tone. The Dragon Transformation spell is actually something you've seen before. During the battle in Chinatown, the magic I used to transform into a giant dragon. That was it. At its core, it's based on mimicry magic. Normally, mimicry magic allows you to reshape an object according to your imagination, like turning an old car into a sports car, a bulldozer, or a steamroller. Or, as Balthazar did, temporarily granting life to a statue so it can assist you in battle. My Dragon Transformation spell uses the same principle as mimicry magic, but I combined it with my specialty, fire magic, and further refined and improved it. In other words, the dragon created by the Dragon Transformation spell can not only help with physical attacks, but can also breathe fire as a means of assault. Jerry interjected. To be honest, that magical dragon conjured by the Dragon Transformation spell was quite formidable. At the very least, Jerry felt that if he tried to take it head-on, he would stand little chance. Except for the fact that it couldn't fly, its combat prowess seemed on par with the real fire dragons from the world of Harry Potter. However, as powerful as this spell may be, it is not without its drawbacks, and Sun Long made these clear as he continued his explanation. First, unlike ordinary mimicry magic, which can act independently, the Dragon Transformation spell requires the magician's constant focus to control it. Only then can it attack properly. If the magician is attacked while maintaining the spell and loses concentration, the spell will be dispelled automatically. I'm sure you're already well aware of this. Jerry nodded. He knew all too well. It was precisely by using the Serpent Summoning Charm and the Disguise spell to launch a surprise attack on Sun Long that he'd managed a lucky win. It seemed clear that if he were to use the Dragon Transformation spell in the future, he'd first need to find a safe spot. Secondly, this spell consumes a tremendous amount of magical energy and is not suited for prolonged battles. It also requires a pre-prepared medium for casting. If it hadn't been for that dragon dance performance happening that day, I wouldn't have been able to cast the spell at all. Sun Long continued. As for the spellcasting conduit, that wasn't much of a challenge. When the time came, he could simply pay someone to craft a conduit in the shape of a dragon, store it in his box space, and take it out whenever he needed to cast the spell. And finally, the dragon can't stray too far from you. Otherwise, you'll lose control and the magic will automatically dissipate. Jerry could accept this limitation as well. After all, with his current magical strength, he couldn't perform object animation spells as powerful as Balthazar's. He couldn't just conjure up a massive iron bird to assist in battle on a whim. This Dragon Transformation spell was a bit troublesome and came with its fair share of drawbacks, but as long as he learned the incantation and prepared the conduit in advance, it would be ready for use at any moment. For now, it was still a pretty good option. Next, Jerry began learning the Dragon Transformation spell under Sun Long's guidance. They studied and exchanged ideas deep into the night, until 2 or 3 in the morning. Only then did Jerry stop. He stepped into the Merlin's circle he'd drawn earlier on the lawn and began his nightly meditation. Perhaps it was the effect of activating Energize the Mind, but Jerry found his brain unusually alert, and his meditation practice became incredibly efficient. Almost every night, he could clearly feel his magical power growing in noticeable increments. Maybe it was exactly this sense of progress that allowed him to persist with these nightly, tedious meditations, instead of simply indulging in a restful sleep. People are often like this. When you can tangibly sense your own progress, you become more motivated and persistent. But if you go too long without seeing any improvement, it's all too easy to give up. That's why, in school, those students with average grades often find it easy to improve by working hard, rising to the top of the class. But those who are at the bottom rarely manage a dramatic turnaround. Their foundation is so weak that it's nearly impossible to make significant progress in a short time, making it much harder to keep persevering. After a whole night of meditation, Jerry opened his eyes right at 6 in the morning. He left the box space and returned to Elsa's room. By now, the sleeping spell on Elsa had long since faded away with time. But judging by the look of her, she probably wouldn't have woken up anytime soon, spell or no spell. He slipped out the door. No one was in the living room. Clearly, the two adults had realized that lingering there wasn't appropriate and had retreated to their own rooms for the rest of the evening. Jerry quickly washed up and headed outside to start his morning run. Ever since he began learning magic, he'd rarely done much physical training. The demands on his time were just too great, and it didn't make sense to invest in physical training he'd already plateaued at. But after he started practicing meditation, Jerry noticed something new. Although meditation mainly serves to enhance magical power and vitality, and its effects on the body are not immediately obvious, the influx of external energy seemed to unlock the physical limitations that once bound him as a human. Now, when he resumed his physical training, he could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. He was quite intrigued by the fact that practicing meditation could actually break through the human body's natural limits. So he sought out Sun Long for an explanation. But Sun Long simply told him that this was perfectly normal, and there was no need to be surprised. The very purpose of meditation is to transcend the boundaries of human capability. If immortality can be attained, then breaking the physical constraints of the body is only natural. However, under ordinary circumstances, no wizard would deliberately dedicate time to physical training, since practicing meditation and studying magic already consume much of their time and energy. Besides, even if a wizard were to spend countless hours strengthening his body to be 2 or 3 times as powerful as the average person, it would be pointless. After all, a few fireballs would still reduce him to ashes. Most importantly, in the eyes of a true wizard, magic is an art, a pursuit of truth. Compared to that, nothing else really matters. Yet Jerry saw things differently. While magic was certainly important, he believed the body was equally fundamental. The two should complement each other. Moreover, he was not so single-minded. In his view, magic was simply a form of power, a means to protect oneself. Physical strength served the same purpose. And with the Superman mode, a powerful body would dramatically boost his overall combat abilities. Just imagine, your enemy thinks you're a frail wizard, and after painstakingly breaking through your magical defenses to get close, you suddenly land a mighty slap and send him flying. What a wonderful feeling that would be. Of course, whenever possible, one should rely on magic in battle. Close combat was best kept as a hidden trump card, only to be used in the most desperate situations. Besides, engaging in close-quarters combat is indeed risky, and using magic from a distance is much safer. A week later, in the grandest and most luxurious exhibition hall in Queens, Jerry, Elsa, Haas, and Belle followed Passé to the seats that had been specially reserved for them. At this moment, there were at least 1,000 people in the hall. Aside from a few journalists and staff, nearly everyone present was a major player in New York's elite circles, accompanied by their families. Among them were several army generals and political representatives. Today, Hammer Industries was about to unveil its latest innovation, combat robots designed to replace human soldiers on the battlefield. If successful, this could revolutionize the future of warfare. Good evening, Miss Potts. Is Mr. Tony not joining us tonight? After Jerry took his seat, he soon heard Pizarro's voice nearby. He turned his head and saw Pizarro chatting with a stunning blonde woman, whose figure was nothing short of captivating. Seated beside her was another familiar face. It was none other than Natasha, the Black Widow, whom Jerry had recently helped with a hair removal charm on the plane. Mr. Pizarro, hello. Tony, he has something urgent to take care of today, so he couldn't make it, Pepper Potts replied with a warm smile as soon as she spotted Pizarro. Pizarro was one of Stark Industries' main suppliers of raw materials and a crucial business partner. That's why Potts always took him very seriously. Especially now, with Tony having handed off all responsibilities, she had to shoulder the entire workload herself. Though she was still upset with Tony, she was determined not to let anything go wrong with Stark Industries on her watch. I see. That's really a pity, Pizarro said, letting out a faint sigh as he looked at Potts. In the past, Tony's involvement gave him absolute confidence in Stark Industries, so he always prioritized them for supplies, leaving Hammer Industries in second place. But now, with Tony entrusting the whole company to this secretary named Virginia Pepper Potts, and with all the wild rumors circulating about Tony's recent escapades, Pizarro's attention had gradually shifted toward Hammer Industries. If Hammer's robots proved to be as impressive as he claimed, Pizarro knew he would have to seriously reconsider future partnerships. And who are these folks? Potts asked, glancing over at Belle and Haas. Oh, this is my daughter Belle, and those over there are her friends, Pizarro replied, making sure to highlight his daughter while glossing over Haas and the others. At that moment, music suddenly filled the exhibition hall. On the stage at the front, Hammer, dressed in a gray suit, danced his way to the podium amidst a round of applause. He then launched into a passionate speech. The essence of his speech was simple. With his robotic soldiers, future wars would no longer require sending flesh and blood soldiers into battle. Victory could be achieved by operating the machines remotely from behind the lines. Jerry, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but sneer at Hammer's words. He had always believed that relying on robots for warfare was anything but reliable. In a world as technologically advanced as Marvel's, there was always someone with even stronger hacking skills. If wars were fought with computer-controlled robots, it would only take a single skilled hacker to turn all those painstakingly crafted, expensive machines into someone else's weapons. Halfway through the speech, rows of Hammer Industries steel robots began to rise from underground platforms, revealing themselves to the audience. There were 4 different military branches represented: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Special Forces. Each branch had 8 robots, each nearly 3 meters tall, their presence radiating an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Finally, Colonel Rhodes, Iron Man's close friend, appeared wearing the war machine armor, following orders from the military and making his presence known. Yet, just as the audience below erupted in thunderous applause and approving nods, a distant red and gold figure suddenly streaked through the sky and landed dashingly on the stage. At the sight of this new arrival, almost everyone in the exhibition hall rose to their feet, applauding enthusiastically. The war machine and the robots on stage were impressive, but ultimately, they were soulless machines. How could they possibly compare to the one and only Iron Man, whose unique charisma and immense wealth made him incomparable? It was at this moment that many sharp-minded guests in the hall realized, even if Hammer's remote-controlled robots performed flawlessly, they could never stand on equal footing with Iron Man. They weren't even in the same league. This realization struck Pizarro, who had also stood up just as much as anyone else. No matter how outrageous Tony's behavior had been before, the moment he stepped onto the stage in his Iron Man suit, all eyes would inevitably be drawn to him. Huh, what's going on? Just as Jerry marveled at Tony's popularity, seeing even his own father, Haas, the ultimate fanboy, rise to applaud, a sudden shift occurred. The Hammer robots and Colonel Rhodes, still clad in his armor, simultaneously revealed their weapons and aimed them squarely at Tony. Panic swept through the audience in an instant. Iron Man soared skyward, and the robots on stage immediately swung their guns up, unleashing a hail of bullets at him. Within moments, the glass ceiling above the exhibition hall shattered into a rain of sparkling shards. Air shield. Reacting quickly, Jerry raised his right hand. An invisible shield of air materialized above him, blocking all the falling glass and keeping Elsa and the others safe from harm. My God, has Hammer lost his mind? He actually ordered the robots to attack here. At that moment, Pizarro, and indeed most people present, assumed that Hammer must be the mastermind behind this chaos, since all the robots bore his name. Hurry, we have to get out of here, it's not safe. Seeing half the robots chasing after Tony into the sky, while the rest, unable to fly, leapt off the stage and charged forward, Haas quickly scooped up Elsa and shouted for Jerry to follow as he called out urgently to Belly and Pizarro. Belly wasted no time. She helped Pizarro to his feet, and together, side by side with Haas, they hurried toward the exit of the exhibition hall. The Army and Special Operations robots cared nothing for the safety of the crowd below, as they leapt from the stage and sprinted. Outward, anyone unfortunate enough to stand in their way, no matter who they were, was mercilessly knocked aside by the charging machines. To be struck at full speed by a 3-meter-tall robot made entirely of steel was, most likely, not much different from being hit by a speeding car on the road. And as these robots ran, they continued firing the machine guns and grenade launchers mounted on their shoulders, launching attacks at the Iron Man figures battling the Air Force robots high above. Many of these attacks missed the lightning-fast Iron Man, instead raining down on the surrounding apartment buildings and crowds, sending up fountains of blood wherever they struck. Oh no! Just as Haas and the others were about to escape the exhibition hall, a general in military uniform, fleeing not far from them, was suddenly struck head-on by an army robot. The impact sent him flying, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed down into the screaming crowd. He was almost certainly gravely injured. The robot, moving at terrifying speed, barely slowed after this collision. In the blink of an eye, it was nearly upon Ms. Bell, who was supporting Pizarro just ahead. Ms. Bell had unknowingly stepped into the robot's path, and the machine showed no intention of veering aside. Watch out! In that instant, Haas let go of Jerry's hand and drew his police pistol, firing twice at the robot in a desperate attempt to stop its advance. But a standard police sidearm was nowhere near powerful enough to breach the defenses of such an expensive war machine. The bullets struck the robot's steel body and ricocheted off without leaving so much as a dent. Ms. Bell, still unaware of the danger, was about to be struck. In a flash, the agile Haas handed Elsa, whom he cradled in his arms, to Jerry. With a mighty stride, he rushed behind Ms. Bell, shoving her aside with one hand while hurling himself directly at the oncoming robot. Clearly, Haas intended to use his own flesh and blood to stop the 3-meter giant, buying precious seconds for the others to escape. A tremendous crash echoed through the hall. But instead of Haas being hurled away by the robot, it was the robot itself that went flying, sent hurtling backward by Haas's charge, and crashing heavily to the floor. For a moment, Haas was left utterly stunned by what he had done. What had just happened? He hadn't even made direct contact with the robot, and yet the machine was suddenly flung away as if by some internal malfunction. Haas, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's get out of here quickly. Seeing Ms. Bell, still supporting Pizarro, rush over with a look of deep concern, Haas had no time to dwell on the mystery. He scooped Elsa back into his arms, grabbed Jerry, and continued their desperate flight. Meanwhile, Jerry quietly withdrew his right hand. In fact, Jerry had already sensed that the robot was about to crash into Miss Bell even before it happened. However, he chose not to intervene right away, because he believed that moments of crisis like this were the perfect opportunity to showcase Haas's strengths. Every action Haas took next could score him major points in Pizarro's eyes. So, it wasn't until the robot was about to collide with Haas that Jerry quietly raised his hand and unleashed a full-powered blast of compressed air, sending the robot flying. With so many people around, and especially with the Black Widow still visible not far from them, Jerry couldn't risk using any overt magic. The invisible force of the air cannon was the safest way to defuse the situation for now. Given the robot's durability, the air cannon couldn't really harm it. But in this moment, all that mattered was knocking it away to keep Haas from being hurt. To truly handle these robots, much more powerful magic would be needed. You all drive and get out of here first. I'll go back and check things out. After making sure Bell and the other three were safely seated in Pizarro's car, Haas gave a couple of quick instructions before turning and running back toward the exhibition hall. As a police officer, Haas had always told Jerry not to act rashly in dangerous situations. But when it came to himself, he never hesitated for a second. Even if he couldn't defeat the robots, at the very least, he could still help rescue ordinary citizens caught in the chaos. Be careful. Belle was worried, but she didn't try to stop him. Only after Haas had gone did she turn to Pizarro, who was about to start the car, and say, "Father, this is why I care for Haas. He's brave, kind, and just. When I'm in danger, he would give his life to protect me without a second thought. Those other young men you know, can they do the same? Apart from being better at making money, is there anything about them worth admiring?" Hearing his daughter's words, Pizarro fell silent for a moment before sighing and replying. "Belle, perhaps this time, your choice is the right one. Sleep." Just as Pizarro was about to start the car and drive away, Jerry flicked his fingers and quietly cast 3 powerful sleep spells. Of course, he couldn't leave now, partly because he was worried about Haas's safety, and partly because this was the perfect opportunity to earn some red stars. Business had been slow for a couple of weeks, and his stash of red stars was running dangerously low. He opened the box, and, with a spell, transported the entire car, Belle and the other 2 still inside, onto the grassy field inside his box space. Then, slipping into a nearby alley, he changed into his wizard's cloak, mounted his flying broomstick, and shot off toward the plaza near the exhibition hall. At this moment, high above the square, Iron Man was fighting alone. Not only did he have to dodge the flying robots and Colonel Rhodes' relentless pursuit, but he also had to watch out for attacks from the ground-based robots below. For now, his only option was to use his superior speed and agility to lure the remote-controlled robots into colliding with each other in the air. He wanted to lead those machines away from the city and eliminate them one by one. But Rhodes was wearing a suit of armor he himself had built. Its performance was nearly on par with his own, making it impossible to shake him off in a short time. Inside Hammer Industries headquarters, Ivan Vanko wore a look of utter satisfaction as he manipulated 32 robots in Colonel Rhodes' war. Machine armor via computer. He orchestrated a merciless assault on the darting Iron Man, relishing the sensation of a cat toying with its prey. Ivan's father, Anton Vanko, had been exiled by Iron Man's father and had died bitter and disillusioned. Ivan had joined forces with Hammer for one reason alone: to bring down Stark Industries and kill Iron Man to avenge his father. With a few swift commands on the computer, 8 army robots stationed outside the exhibition hall immediately extended massive claws from their feet, anchoring themselves firmly into the ground and securing their hulking bodies in place. Then, from their backs, anti-aircraft cannons slowly unfolded, designed specifically to target airborne foes. A volley of fire erupted as the anti-aircraft guns locked onto Iron Man. Yet Iron Man's AI system, Jarvis, was clearly more advanced. The instant he was targeted, Jarvis sounded the warning. Iron Man not only dodged the barrage with ease, but also destroyed one of the ground robots with a swift blast from his energy cannon. Meanwhile, 8 specialized robots were weaving through the crowd, scanning the skies for any sign of Iron Man's flight path, shoulder-mounted missiles at the ready to shoot him down. As one of the special robots moved past the crowd, it suddenly spotted a little boy wearing an Iron Man helmet. Mistaking the child for the real Iron Man due to a flaw in its intelligence system, the robot instantly raised a machine gun mounted on its back. Seeing this from above, Tony accelerated, breaking free from War Machine's pursuit, and dove toward the boy's direction. But before he could reach the child, a figure on a broomstick appeared ahead of him, swooping down to scoop up the boy and carry him out of the robot's line of fire. It's that little wizard. Tony immediately recognized the broomstick rider who had saved the boy as the very wizard who had once saved his own life. I'll handle the robots on the ground. You take care of the ones in the air. Waving to Tony in the sky, Jerry brought the little boy to the rooftop of a nearby empty building, out of harm's way. Tony glanced back at Rhodey and the Air Force drones in hot pursuit, gave a nod, and shot up into the sky once more. Hey kid, stay right where you are. Don't move. I'll take care of those robots, and then get you to safety. Seeing Tony lead the airborne robots away, Jerry gave the little boy a quick instruction. With a summoning spell, he called forth from his box a custom-made, over 20-meter-long plastic dragon he had prepared just a few days earlier. The little boy took off the Iron Man helmet and stared in astonishment as the enormous plastic dragon materialized out of thin air. He quickly nodded, signaling he understood. Dragon mimicry. Chanting the transformation spell, Jerry pulled out a compass carved with the image of a dragon. He tapped it lightly with his wand, and instantly, the dragon motif engraved on the compass seemed to come to life. As the carved dragon slithered across the face of the compass, the massive plastic dragon on the rooftop transformed in a flash, becoming a magical dragon clad in shimmering black scales. The key to the transformation spell lay both in the dragon model and the dragon carving on the compass. Only by combining the two could the magic reach its full potential. With the spell's success, Jerry felt a part of his consciousness flow from himself into the body of the magical dragon. What an incredible feeling. Marveling at the sensation of inhabiting the dragon's form, he left a portion of his awareness in his own body, just in case he needed to. Break the spell quickly if danger arose. Then, Jerry directed the dragon to leap from the rooftop, a dizzying drop of over 10 meters. With a thunderous crash, the dragon landed. Wasting no time, Jerry steered the beast toward the nearest robot. The magical dragon consumed a lot of magical energy, so he knew he had to fight swiftly and decisively. Oh my god, what is that? Is that a dragon? The citizens, already fleeing in panic from the sounds of explosions, stopped dead in their tracks as the magical dragon descended from the sky. Robots, they could understand. After all, Iron Man existed, and Hammer Industries had heavily promoted their robot soldiers. People were running only for fear of being caught in the crossfire. But a living, breathing dragon appearing before their very eyes. Now that was truly beyond belief. Whether it was a fire-breathing dragon from the west, a majestic dragon from the east, or even a dinosaur from prehistory, none of those creatures should ever exist in the real world. This wasn't Jurassic Park. So when a dragon over 20 meters long appeared in the plaza, everyone was so stunned that, for a moment, they forgot all about the robots and simply froze where they stood. Quick, turn the camera to the dragon. Hiding on a secluded balcony on the second floor of the exhibition hall, Lucy spotted the dragon and immediately urged the cameraman to swing the lens toward the magical beast, eager to continue her live report. As a journalist famous for her reports on wizards, Lucy also had the credentials to enter the exhibition hall and film the event. However, when the incident just broke out, her boldness set her apart from the others. Instead of panicking and fleeing, she and her cameraman pushed against the tide of people, making their way up to the second floor. From a balcony, they began a live broadcast, focusing on Iron Man and the robots battling in the sky. Oh, friends, this is incredible. Guess who I'm seeing? It's the wizard. Cameraman, could you pan a bit to the right and zoom in on the rooftop where the dragon just appeared? Everyone, do you see that? The wizard is standing right there on the rooftop. I bet the dragon we just saw was conjured by the wizard's magic. Drawn by the spectacle of a dragon, Lucy suddenly remembered something. She quickly shifted her gaze to the rooftop where the dragon had leapt from, and sure enough, she spotted the wizard standing there, casting spells. Jerry, meanwhile, focused most of his attention on the magical dragon. He guided the creature at high speed toward the nearest robot. The robot's electronic eye scanned Jerry, determined he wasn't Iron Man, and promptly ignored him, continuing its search in the sky. But Jerry had no intention of backing off. He directed the magical dragon to lift its massive, razor-sharp claw and grab the robot by the leg. Without hesitation, he slammed the robot to the ground again and again, a flurry of 10 bone-shaking throws. Though the robot's steel body was tough, The force of the magical dragon was nothing to scoff at. After a relentless barrage, the ground itself was left with a crater, and the robot lay scattered in pieces, its body smashed apart. Connection lost. Elsewhere in the Hammer Industries building, Ivan Vanko was at the controls, directing robots and the war machine suit in a furious assault on Iron Man. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on his computer. One of the army robots had been destroyed. At first, he paid it little mind, but when the alerts kept coming, 3 more robots destroyed, he realized something was amiss. He handed off the attack on Iron Man to the automated program and switched the screen to the ground robots. What on earth is that? The moment he switched to the first-person view of one of the ground robots, Ivan was met with the sight of a massive dragon's head, jaws wide, lunging straight at him. Before he could react, the feed went black. The computer chimed yet again. Another ground robot had been lost. So, someone's finally fighting back. As the remaining 7 or 8 robots stopped acting like mindless drones firing anti-aircraft rounds at Iron Man, instead raising their shoulder-mounted machine guns and grenade launchers to aim at him, Jerry realized the mastermind behind the attack was now stepping into the fray. Still, he wasn't particularly worried about any of this. After all, the magical dragon was conjured from magic itself. Even if it were destroyed, it wouldn't matter. At most, he could simply set up another plastic model next time. There was nothing to lose. Of course, it wasn't certain that these robots could actually defeat the magical dragon. Dragon's Whip. Jerry commanded the magical dragon, swinging its massive tail with tremendous force. Like a bowling ball plowing through pins, the dragon sent half of the robots surrounding him flying in an instant. At the same time, the remaining robots opened fire, their machine guns and grenade launchers rattling against the dragon's body. But this magical dragon was not only formidable in strength. Its defenses were equally impressive. Though the machine guns and grenade launchers packed a punch, bringing down the magical dragon in a short time was no easy feat. Behold my super flame. Completely unfazed by the hail of bullets, Jerry opened the dragon's jaws wide. A torrent of fire burst forth like a high-pressure flamethrower, engulfing every remaining robot in magical flames. As the battle dragged on, the magical dragon's body began to crumble, and the robot's hail of bullets and grenades gradually thinned out. Finally, the flames died away. The magical dragon, battered by relentless fire, was blasted apart, its majestic form collapsing, reverting back to the plastic model it once was. The land robots fared no better. Aside from a single unit, which could barely fire bullets with what remained of its battered frame, the rest had been reduced to nothing but heaps of charred scrap metal. Seeing both the magical dragon vanquished and the robots nearly wiped out, a few braver citizens began to edge closer to the scene. What happened? Why did the dragon turn into plastic? Careful, that half-broken robot is still moving. Oh, Mother Mary, those wretched robots just blew up my food cart. Look, over there, the little wizard's coming. As the crowd buzzed with confusion and alarm, a figure in wizard's robes descended from the sky, astride a broomstick. It was Jerry, landing alongside the little boy. Quickly softened, with a wave of his wand, Jerry transformed the barrel of the half-destroyed robot's gun, turning it limp like a noodle before finally turning to the plastic dragon model. At this point, the plastic dragon was riddled with bullet holes and cracks, clearly beyond any further use. Restored to its original state, he tapped it lightly with his wand, and a magical glow swept over the plastic dragon. In a miraculous instant, the battered, ruined model was completely restored, looking just as pristine as when it first appeared. It turned out that Jerry, after giving it some thought, realized that having another plastic dragon custom-made would be quite troublesome. Just then, he remembered a spell from the first-grade textbook that could easily solve the problem, so he cast it. To his surprise, the spell worked remarkably well. The Mending Charm, one of the basic first-year spells, can restore damaged objects to their original state. It's often used to fix small items like eyeglasses. However, if you've mastered this magic to a certain degree, you can repair even larger objects, such as houses. In fact, Jerry always suspected that the Mending Charm might not be as simple as described. He recalled that in the movie, when Dumbledore visited Slughorn's home, he restored everything in the house to its original condition. So, in Jerry's mind, this spell seemed less like simple repair and more like a kind of time magic, turning back the clock to return objects to their former state. Gazing at the once again pristine plastic dragon model, Jerry was finally satisfied and tossed it back into the box. Suddenly, everyone understood. The gigantic dragon that had just battled the robot was conjured by the wizard's magic. One after another, people raised their hands in applause. "Peter, where on earth did you run off to? You nearly scared me to death." At that moment, a stunning woman in a red knit sweater, Her figure curvaceous and her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, rushed over from the crowd to the little boy standing beside Jerry, her face full of worry. "M.A., there was a bad robot trying to hurt me just now. The wizard lady saved me." The wizard lady? Jerry was momentarily taken aback, only then remembering that in everyone's eyes, he was still a girl. "My name is May Parker. Thank you for saving Peter." The beautiful woman immediately embraced Jerry in a warm, heartfelt hug to express her gratitude. As her face drew close, Jerry could feel his adolescent heart fluttering again. He quickly wriggled out of her arms, stammering a reply. It was nothing. But then, something struck him, and he turned once more to the woman with long hair. "You said your name is May Parker?" "Yes, that's right." May nodded, a bit puzzled. After all, she had just introduced herself. "You're his aunt." Jerry gestured toward the little boy. May nodded again. "So, that means your name must be Peter Parker." Jerry turned to the boy and asked. The little boy blinked in surprise, then answered matter-of-factly, "Of course my name is Peter Parker. Didn't I just tell you on the rooftop?" Well, Jerry supposed he'd been so focused on controlling the magical dragon up on the rooftop that he hadn't really listened to the boys chattering. Who would have thought that the little boy he'd saved on a whim would turn out to be none other than the future, world-famous Spider-Man? You should know, he's always been quite fond of Spider-Man as a character. Back in the day, he watched all 3 of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man movies from start to finish. Even though he doesn't necessarily agree with Spider-Man's ideals, that doesn't stop him from admiring Spider-Man's kindness and sense of justice. Take the 3rd film, for instance. Even when possessed by Venom and his darkest side unleashed, what did he really do? He went dancing in a bar, asked his boss for a raise, and threatened to throw a bit of dust into the eyes of the person he disliked most. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Patting the young Spider-Man's shoulder, Jerry was just about to head toward the exhibition hall to see if Haas needed any help, when suddenly a loud rumble echoed from the distance. Looking up, he saw Iron Man, who had just taken out several robots in the sky, locked in a fierce grapple with Rhodey's war machine. The 2 of them crashed headlong into the simulated eco-garden beside the exhibition hall. "Looks like Mr. Stark might need our help more urgently right now." Since all the ground robots had already been dealt with, and there probably wasn't any immediate danger on Haas's end, Jerry decided to hop back on his broom and fly toward the eco-garden. Inside the forest and stream of the simulated eco-garden, Colonel Rhodes and Tony came crashing down together. Even with his Mark armor protecting him, Tony was left dizzy and disoriented by the heavy landing, struggling to get back up. War Machine, remotely controlled and piloted by Colonel Rhodes, also took a hit, but despite Rhodes feeling the impact, the suit quickly regained its footing and pinned Tony down. The M134 machine gun, mounted on War Machine's back, whirred to life, its barrel swinging to aim directly at Tony's helmet, ready to blow it open with a hail of bullets. Fortunately, Tony finally managed to react. With a desperate burst of strength, he grabbed the barrel of the gun, fighting to keep it from lining up with his head. But with the new arc reactor still unfinished, his Mark armor was running low on power. The recent intense flight and battles with the robots had already drained it significantly. Now, pinned under War Machine, Tony found himself struggling just to hold his ground. With his life no longer in immediate danger, thanks to the wizard's magic potion, Tony hadn't been so frantic about deciphering the things his father left behind. As a result, even though he'd managed to discover a new element that could fully replace palladium from his father's legacy, he hadn't found the time to finish building a new arc reactor. So, when he received Ivan Vanko's threatening call in the lab, he had no choice but to slap on the old arc reactor for an emergency, hurriedly don his suit, and rush over from Los Angeles. Fortunately, now even if he were to be poisoned again, he wasn't afraid. He was confident that once he returned, it wouldn't be long before he successfully developed the new reactor, fundamentally eliminating the risk of palladium poisoning. Dangling bell. Just as Tony was reaching his limit, a voice suddenly rang out. The weight pressing him down, Colonel Rhodes's body, was abruptly flipped and left hanging in midair. It was Jerry, swooping in on his broomstick. "You again? You're looking for trouble." At that moment, Ivan Vanko, wearing his homemade whiplash armor and flying from Hammer Industries toward the simulated eco-park, spotted Jerry through War Machine's remote cameras. Instantly, his gaze turned icy. It was this little fellow who had just used some tricks to wipe out all his ground robots. If he hadn't been so focused on killing Tony first, and if he'd had more energy to spare, he would have already sent his flying drones to give this meddler a harsh lesson. Just a petty trick. Through his whiplash armor's remote interface, Ivan launched a counterattack. In the simulated eco-park, War Machine, who was still dangling upside down in midair, suddenly paused. Then, with a burst from the boosters on his feet, he forcibly broke free from Jerry's dangling bell spell and landed heavily on the ground. The dangling bell spell could suspend a person upside down in midair. Normally, with nothing to push off against, breaking free was impossible. One could only wait for the spell's effect to wear off or use a counterspell. But War Machine was clad in battle armor, with powerful thrusters. Even while suspended, he could rely on their force to break free and land. The moment War Machine touched down, he immediately raised a machine gun mounted on his back, ready to attack Jerry directly. But Jerry showed no sign of panic. He simply waved at War Machine, because he had already seen Tony get up and level his energy cannon at War Machine. Sure enough, before War Machine's gun could even spin up, Tony's energy blast struck him first, sending him flying into a nearby tree with a thunderous crash. At that moment, Tony received a message from Black Widow. "I've rebooted War Machine. Your good buddy Colonel Rhodes is back." As it turned out, Black Widow had already taken down all the guards at Hammer Industries. She'd reached Ivan Vanko's abandoned computer and, using her expert hacking skills, successfully severed Ivan's remote control over War Machine. "Thanks, Agent Romanoff." Tony removed his helmet and walked over to Colonel Rhodes, tapping on his helmet with a playful clank, clank, clank. "Hey man, wake up. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thanks." Colonel Rhodes opened his helmet, giving his still dazed head a shake. "Mr. Stark, I've saved you once again. So, is it finally over now?" Seeing Colonel Rhodes back to his senses, Jerry walked over as well. Tony quickly pulled Colonel Rhodes up from the ground and replied to Jerry, "Oh, thanks, but I'm afraid it's not quite over yet. Those Air Force drones that were chasing me earlier will probably be here any minute." Just then, Black Widow's voice came through Tony's earpiece, and his interface showed 12 drones converging on their location. Apparently, Ivan was using another control system to seize command of the machines again. Well, good luck then. With that, Jerry gave them a quick thumbs up and darted into the nearby woods, disappearing from sight. Jerry had no good way to handle flying drones at the moment. His magical dragon was still an option, but it couldn't fly. If he summoned it now, it would just be a sitting duck on the ground. Worse yet, his magical energy was running low. Besides, those flying drones were armed with machine guns and missiles, and there were so many of them. Even with the iron armor charm on his wizard's robe, it wouldn't be truly safe. But truthfully, he wasn't actually running away. It just wasn't wise to face the drones head-on out in the open. He needed to find cover first. Once Tony and Rhodes, both clad in their iron suits, took the brunt of the attack, Jerry could stay hidden and quietly cast supporting spells from the shadows. Don't be fooled by how he wiped out over a dozen drones in the plaza just now. Jerry knew his own limits. These drones were tough as nails, and most of his attack spells couldn't cause lethal damage. His earlier rampage had relied on remote controlling the magical dragon and taking advantage of the ground drone's inability to fly. Besides, Jerry had always lived by the principle of safety first. Even in the plaza, he had only joined the fight at the very last moment. Oh, come on. Watching Jerry make his escape without a second thought, Tony could only lift his hand in exasperation before letting it drop. Well, after all, the kid was still just a child. He might know a few tricks, but how could anyone expect a kid to join such a dangerous fight? "All right, partner, what's your plan?" Tony turned to Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes glanced around, thinking for a moment. "I think we should find higher ground first. Once they come down, we hit them with everything we've got." But before they could even agree on where to take up position, the 12 combat drones crashed down around them, surrounding the two. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the woods, Jerry quietly retrieved an enormous mirror from his magical box of holding. "Next, let me show you my mirror magic." The truth was, with Jerry's current strength and the variety of spells he had mastered, he stood a fair chance in any one-on-one battle, no matter the opponent, be it man or beast. However, if faced with a large number of enemies, especially those equipped with wide-area destructive abilities, things would become much trickier for him. Jerry was well aware of this fact. At the end of the day, his time spent learning magic was still too short. Even with aids to keep his mind sharp and energized, the total time he'd dedicated to magic barely added up to a year. What's more, he hadn't specialized in just a few spells, but instead cast his net wide, dabbling in all sorts of magic with different functions. Still, he had no regrets. While his magic might not be overwhelmingly powerful in the short term, his ability to keep himself alive had improved tremendously. Even if he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat, he could always use an array of spells to make a swift escape. Besides, he wasn't fighting alone. He had 2 tanks up front to shield him from harm. Trap of the Hungarian Mirror. Jerry produced a large mirror, touched its surface lightly, and uttered an incantation. Instantly, shimmering ripples spread across the glass. The Trap of the Hungarian Mirror was a mirroring spell from the Merlin School of Magic. It allowed the caster to create a pocket world inside the mirror for a brief time. Once enemies were thrown in, they'd be trapped inside, unable to escape. But the stability of that pocket world depended on the mage's own power. With Jerry's current abilities, if an enemy set off a bomb inside the mirror world, chances were high the entire realm would shatter at once. Even so, Jerry deployed this magic now, because it happened to be the perfect counter against those remotely controlled robots. Guiding the large mirror with his mind, Jerry cautiously peeked it out. He saw Tony and Colonel Rhodes locked in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the mechanical soldiers. "Hey, you two, try to toss those robots over here, toward the mirror." Amplifying his voice with a spell so it carried across the battlefield, Jerry quickly ducked back into the forest within the biodome, keeping himself hidden. On the other side, Tony had just grabbed a robot soldier and was pounding hard. Suddenly, Jerry's voice rang out, and as Tony looked up, he spotted a massive mirror floating in midair. Though he wasn't entirely sure what Jerry intended, Tony didn't hesitate. He swung the robot in his grasp with all his might and hurled it straight at the mirror. Instead of the mirror shattering, as one might expect, the tough robot soldier sank right into the glass and vanished, reappearing in the mirrored world, frozen and motionless. Had the robot soldier started firing wildly inside the mirror world at that moment, Jerry definitely wouldn't have been able to maintain the pocket dimension. But the instant the robot entered the mirrored space, it was already in a different world entirely, no longer sharing the same reality as the battlefield outside. The reason these robotic soldiers are currently attacking Tony is because they're being remotely controlled by Ivan. Once they enter the mirror dimension, they naturally lose the signal from their controller and stop attacking. At this point, Tony is still using his old-fashioned palladium arc reactor. After the recent bout of intense flying and combat, his energy reserves have been severely depleted. As a result, many of his usual attack methods, like his signature repulsor blasts, are temporarily unavailable. Now, he's mostly relying on hand-to-hand combat in his Iron Man suit. Fortunately, ever since becoming Iron Man, he's made a point to train with professional coaches in boxing, martial arts, and various forms of combat. However, these robotic soldiers are made entirely of tough steel. While their defenses aren't as strong as Tony's own suit, destroying them with brute force alone is still quite a challenge. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes' War Machine suit has also run out of ammunition, and after taking a hit from Tony's repulsor blast, his armor is having some technical issues. "Oh, I love magic!" Pinned beneath one of the robotic soldiers, Colonel Rhodes sees Jerry's magical mirror trapping the enemies. He can't help but shout in admiration. With a powerful kick, he sends a robot on top of him flying straight into the mirror. It's not easy to completely destroy these robotic soldiers, but tossing them into the mirror dimension isn't all that difficult. After all, these robots are remotely controlled by Ivan and simply can't match the agility of Tony or Colonel Rhodes. 3, 4, 5, just like that, Tony and Colonel Rhodes, working in perfect sync, quickly managed to throw all 12 robotic soldiers into the mirror world. Meanwhile, Jerry, hiding in the woods, is grinning from ear to ear. Now all 12 of these flying, remotely controlled robotic soldiers belong to him. Since they've entered his mirror world, there's no way someone with Jerry's personality would ever consider returning them to the government or Hammer Industries. As for the issue of controlling these robotic soldiers, isn't that what Tony's for? Tony still owes him 2 favors, after all. And if that doesn't work, there's always S.H.I.E.L.D. They'll definitely need his help with something in the future, and he can negotiate with them to solve the control problem. Worst case, there are plenty of top-tier hackers in the world. He could always invest a hefty sum to get the job done, though it might be a bit troublesome. Just as Jerry thought everything was finally settled and was about to step out, a massive, unusually shaped robotic soldier suddenly descended from the sky. Oh, it wasn't a robot soldier, because when the helmet flipped open, the face of a middle-aged man was revealed inside. He was the mastermind behind everything, Ivan Vanko, who had arrived in the whip armor he'd built himself. With a threatening remark aimed at Tony and Colonel Rhodes, Ivan closed his helmet again. With a sudden flick of both arms, 2 long, crackling electric whips appeared in his hands. Wherever his whips struck the ground, deep fissures instantly split open. However, Ivan didn't attack Tony or Colonel Rhodes right away. Instead, he lashed out toward the mirror, clearly intending to destroy the eerie object that had just swallowed up 12 robot soldiers. At that moment, Jerry realized what Ivan was planning and hurriedly used his mind to retrieve the mirror. He wasn't taking any chances. At the power of those whips, if they struck his mirror, the mirror world would shatter in an instant, and those 12 robot soldiers would be unleashed once more. Once the mirror was safely recovered, Jerry tossed it straight into his box space. Then, with a thought, quickly shifted his position. Sure enough, he had barely vacated his previous spot before a barrage of heavy gunfire rained down on it. It turned out that, after everything that happened, Ivan had already decided, before his feet even hit the ground, that before his final showdown with Tony, he had to eliminate Jerry, that unpredictable wild card with all his mysterious magic. After all, magic was a thing that could never be fully understood, especially in the eyes of scientists. This is bad news. The moment Ivan appeared in his whip armor, both Tony and Colonel Rhodes had the same thought. Let me blast him to pieces with my ex-wife. Seeing Ivan open fire on Jerry, who was hiding in the woods, Colonel Rhodes immediately activated the ultimate weapon that had just been installed on the War Machine armor. After Rhodes had brought the War Machine suit back to the military, the brass hat ordered Hammer to load it up with as many weapons as possible to maximize its firepower. And now, Rhodes was deploying the suit's most powerful weapon of all, a rattlesnake missile affectionately nicknamed the Ex-Wife by Hammer himself. It was loaded with Cyclone explosives and RDX-based charges, a single shot powerful enough to obliterate an entire bunker or demolish a building. Truly devastating. With a whir of machinery, a small launcher rose swiftly from Rhodes's right shoulder. A missile, the size of a cigar, launched out with a burst of propellant, striking Ivan's whip armor dead on, only to tumble down into the little stream beneath Ivan's feet with a dull thud, releasing a puff of white smoke before falling silent. Tony quipped, "Hammer Industries, right?" Colonel Rhodes nodded awkwardly. Since the ex-wife didn't work, the two of them had no choice but to charge straight at Ivan in their armored suits, ready to engage in close combat. However, Ivan had long studied both Tony's suit and Rhodes' war machine. His own whiplash armor had been specifically designed to counter Tony's technology. In terms of size and strength, the whiplash armor far surpassed the suits worn by Tony and Rhodes, not to mention its deadly electric whips for close quarters. More importantly, Ivan had already used his robots to deplete all the weapons on Tony and Rhodes' suits, leaving them with nothing but hand-to-hand combat as their only option. A flurry of blows echoed through the air. Despite their 2-against-1 advantage, Tony and Rhodes still couldn't match Ivan. If this kept up, it wouldn't be long before the two of them would be beaten to death by Ivan. Meanwhile, Jerry, hiding among the trees, was far from idle. After dodging Ivan's earlier attack, he drew a summoning spell from his box space and quickly turned to a particular page in a picture book. The illustration showed wild bison thundering across a vast grassland, dozens of massive beasts with thick horns charging in unison. From vision to reality, Jerry tapped the picture book lightly with his wand and spoke an incantation. As the spell completed, the bison from the painting leapt out of the page one by one, lining up smartly in front of Jerry. This was the specialty spell of the witches from Morgana's faction, the Vision to Reality charm, capable of bringing creatures from illustrations into the real world. Though Jerry's abilities weren't yet on par with Horvath's, he couldn't conjure pterosaurs or other giant dinosaurs. Summoning ordinary animals like bison was well within his power. Go! Bison charge! Once the herd was assembled, Jerry leapt onto the back of the last bison, waved his wand, and the animals lowered their massive horns, stampeding straight toward the battle where Ivan faced off against Tony and Rhodes. Back on the clearing, after a fierce struggle, Tony and Rhodes both found themselves ensnared by Ivan's electrified whips, the cords wrapped tight around their necks. They struggled desperately, one to the left, one to the right, but the whiplash armor strength was overwhelming. Breaking free was impossible. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. The three of them watched as the trees at the forest's edge started to shake, as if something huge was plowing through them. The next instant, a massive herd of bison burst out of the woods, their heavy horns lowered, charging straight at Ivan at an incredible speed, nearly 10 meters per second. At the rear of the herd sat Jerry, clad in his wizard robes, unmistakable atop the last bison. Not good. Seeing the herd stampeding toward him, Ivan immediately tried to retract his whips and fire up his thrusters to escape. You have to understand, a strong wild buffalo can easily lift a car, and now with dozens of buffalo charging at once. Even though his whiplash armor was quite sizable, he'd probably be tossed around so badly he wouldn't know which way was up. Don't let him take off. Seeing Ivan trying to fly away to escape, Jerry shouted at Tony and Rhodes with a voice amplification spell. Tony and Rhodes immediately caught on. Just as Ivan was retracting his electric whips, the two of them reached out and yanked on the whips with all their strength, hauling the just about to take off Ivan right back down to the ground. Boom! 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 Under the relentless, thunderous impact of dozens of buffalo, Ivan's whiplash armor, designed specifically to counter Tony's suit, began to show dents and cracks. Now Ivan was starting to regret it. He really shouldn't have spent all his precious grenades and bullets in one go just now. Otherwise, even with his whips out of commission, he'd still have some firepower left to deal with these charging buffalo. The strength of the whiplash suit lay in close combat. Its main weapons were the two powerful electric whips, so it carried few other armaments. Earlier, to try to flush out Jerry, who was hiding in the woods, Ivan had used up all his extra weapons the moment he landed. He hadn't expected Jerry to be so alert, dodging every single attack in advance. I can't hold on. The force of the buffalo's onslaught was too much. Even Tony and Rode, clutching the electric whips, were sent flying by the impact, rolling across the ground, and finally letting go of the whips. With Tony and Rode no longer restraining him, Ivan finally swung his electric whips once more. The whips, powerful enough to slice a regular car in two, worked their deadly magic. With a few sweeping strokes, Ivan cut the charging buffalo in half, turning them into inky splatters on the ground. But as he was busy mowing down Buffalo, he failed to notice that one had circled behind him, and on its back sat Jerry, the very one who had summoned these beasts. At that moment, Jerry's hands formed the familiar gesture of the Turtle School's energy wave. Instantly, a glowing orb the size of a fist materialized between his palms, the particle cannon spell, a creation of Balthazar's own invention. The beauty of the particle cannon spell was that it required no incantation and shot out at lightning speed, making it nearly impossible to dodge for most. However, with Jerry's current power, the particle cannon wasn't quite strong enough to break through Ivan's heavy armor, even if it hit. But this spell had a unique property. If you weren't concerned about firing speed, you could keep pouring magic into it, causing the cannon's destructive force to grow. The tricky part was that it demanded extremely precise control over your magical power. Otherwise, the spell could explode before you ever released it. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Jerry. With his superhuman mode activated, his control over magic had become nothing short of extraordinary. As time ticked by, the particle cannon in Jerry's hands swelled steadily, from the size of a fist to a lead ball, then a volleyball, and finally it ballooned to a size even larger than a standard basketball before it finally stopped growing. While Ivan's electric whips lashed out in a frenzy, he managed to take down every charging bison that came his way. But just as he finished, something caught his attention. He suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look behind him. "Hey, buddy, how about a taste of this particle cannon?" Jerry, seeing Ivan had turned around, stopped channeling energy into the cannon. With a swift motion, he hurled the massive particle cannon from his hands. The particle cannon, larger than a basketball, shot from Jerry's grip like a wild horse breaking free, crackling with destructive power as it hurtled straight toward Ivan. Ivan's instincts screamed danger. He immediately tried to activate his thrusters to dodge. But after his fierce battle with Tony and Rhodey, and the onslaught of dozens of raging bison, his whip-armored suit had taken some damage. That damage cost him a crucial second. His thrusters sputtered just a moment too slow. And in that single second, escape from Jerry's particle cannon became impossible. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, accompanied by a blinding flash and a shockwave so fierce it nearly knocked Jerry off the back of his bison. When the chaos finally subsided, a crater about 5 meters in diameter marked the spot where Ivan had just been standing. Inside the crater, half of Ivan's whip-armored suit had been completely obliterated. As for Ivan himself, there was nothing left but a mangled, lifeless form. Tony and Colonel Rhodes climbed to their feet and walked to the edge of the crater. Staring down at Ivan's pitiful remains, the same thought crossed their minds. This little wizard is not someone to mess with. If before, Tony had seen Jerry as just a clever kid with a knack for tricks and homebrew concoctions, a kid who had once saved his life. Now, his view of Jerry was forever changed. At the very least, he knew he could no longer look at this young wizard as if he were just a child. Riding his bison to the edge of the pit, Jerry glanced at Tony and Colonel Rhodes, who sat exhausted on a nearby rock. "Well, it's finally over, isn't it?" "Thank you. It's over. He was a mastermind behind all of this, Ivan Vanko. And now," Tony looked at the deep crater once more. "I doubt he'll be causing any more trouble. You two rest here. I'll head over to the exhibition hall and see if anyone needs help." With a wave of his wand, Jerry transformed the bison back into a scroll and stowed it away. He pulled out his broomstick and left the simulated ecological garden. After the robot rampage, plenty of ordinary people had been injured by bullets and shrapnel. Jerry knew if he hurried over and used his healing charms, he could still save many, and maybe earn himself another batch of little red stars. Watching Jerry's silhouette vanish into the sky atop his flying broomstick, Colonel Rhodes finally spoke slowly. "This young wizard is no ordinary kid." "Of course not. As much as I hate to admit it, his tricks really are pretty amazing." Tony lifted his helmet, sounding genuinely impressed. As a top-tier scientist, he had always dismissed the idea of magic, but now, even he had to acknowledge Jerry's magical prowess. Yet, Colonel Rhodes shook his head. "I'm not talking about her magic. Think about it. Do you really believe a kid her age would be so calm after killing for the first time?" "Well, I don't know why, but I still think she's a good person." Recalling how Jerry had looked at Ivan's body, so calm, so unruffled, Tony suddenly realized what Rhodes meant. Still, given everything he'd read about wizards and the few times he'd met Jerry, he suspected there was more to the story. At the very least, he was sure this wizard wasn't a bad person. Alright, that's not the point right now. Let's see how we handle the aftermath. I need to find Pepper. She's still mad at me. Tony snapped his helmet shut, got to his feet, and flew off toward the exhibition hall. Rhodes didn't say anything more, but as he glanced at the ex-wife, weapon, lying quietly in the stream, he muttered under his breath. Justin Hammer, you're finished. Originally, the military had planned to sign a 25-year contract with Hammer Industries after the robot soldier demonstration. But, after the robot rampage and the embarrassing failure of Hammer's so-called ultimate weapon, there was no way that deal would go through now. In fact, this incident might even land Justin Hammer in prison for a few years. After Jerry returned to the exhibition hall, he quickly found Haas, who was helping maintain order and treat the wounded. With what little magic he had left, Jerry cast healing spells to help some of the more seriously injured, making sure they could at least hold on until they reached the hospital. Once he felt the timing was right, he didn't linger. He slipped away and made his way back to the parking lot, quietly retrieving Pizarro's car from his box world. Easing himself into his original seat, Jerry pointed his wand at Pizarro in the driver's seat and cast a revival charm, then closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Pizarro slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. What happened to me? Right, I need to get out of here fast. Remembering the chaos with the rampaging robots in the exhibition hall, Pizarro hurriedly started the car again. Belly, wait, Belly, what's wrong? As the car started to move, Pizarro suddenly realized that Belle beside him had also fallen unconscious, along with the two children in the back seat. Fortunately, when he checked, their breathing was steady. Relieved, he pressed down on the accelerator and sped out of the exhibition hall's garage, determined to get far away from there as quickly as possible. But once he burst out of the garage, he was startled to see that the place was swarming with police and the dangerous robots had all vanished. Glancing at the car's clock by chance, he was shocked to discover that a full 40 minutes had passed since they'd escaped the exhibition hall. Could it be that those robotic soldiers were equipped with some kind of anesthetic or sleep-inducing weapon? Pizarro's immediate thought was that perhaps the robots had released some sort of anesthetic gas as a weapon, and they must have inhaled a bit on their way out, which explained why they'd slept until now. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Jerry, who had only been pretending to sleep, secretly flicked his fingers, casting a revival spell over Ms. Belle and Aisha in front of him. As Ms. Belle and Aisha slowly blinked awake in confusion, Jerry also feigned bewilderment and opened his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The sharp sound of someone rapping on the car window startled them. Pizarro rolled down the window to reveal Haas, his face a picture of astonishment. I thought you all left ages ago. Why are you still here? It turned out that Haas had been busy coordinating with the other officers who'd rushed over to deal with the aftermath of the robot riot. He'd happened to glance over and spotted Pizarro's car parked not far from the exhibition hall and walked over in utter confusion. By all logic, Pizarro and his group should have left this area 40 minutes ago. What? Haas, why are you back again? Belle, who had just woken up, looked at Haas outside the window, her face filled with surprise. Haas? Pizarro. Jerry mimicked Aisha and put on a blank, puzzled expression. Late at night, in Jerry's room. 30,000. Turns out, you really have to get involved in big events like this to rack up enough little red stars. Staring at the panel in front of him, Jerry couldn't help but marvel at the 30,000 little red stars he'd earned during the robot riot. It was worth noting that the side effects of his refresh and awaken ability had grown milder, and lately, he'd been focusing on studying magic and developing his bloodline to enhance his power, rarely going out to fight crime. As a result, he'd been barely breaking even with little red stars for some time. This time, though the process was a bit dangerous, the reward was unexpectedly generous. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Although the little red stars couldn't directly enhance Jerry's strength, to him, they were the most vital resource of all. Without the little red stars, his efficiency in learning magic would drop significantly. Without them, he wouldn't be able to enter the small worlds to improve himself. Especially now, there were only 2 days left until the cooldown for the small world ended, and this time he planned to stay for a good while in the Harry Potter world. Last time he returned, he had purchased a large number of magic books, including textbooks for all 7 years, which allowed him to learn many advanced spells. But learning them was one thing. Truly understanding and mastering the use of many spells was still a major gap for him. For example, when facing those robots this time, the most effective spell would have been Transfiguration. If he could just transform some of their key components into other materials, he could have ended the fight with ease. Unfortunately, he had been studying too many different kinds of magic recently and hadn't focused much on Transfiguration, so he simply wasn't able to transform those hard, intricately structured robots with the needed precision. Trying to master magic through self-study would always leave something lacking. To quickly increase the power of his magic, he still needed careful guidance from a teacher. For now, The magic he'd learned from the Sorcerer's Apprentice was being guided by Sun Long, which was sufficient for the time being. However, for the magic from the Harry Potter world, he still needed to go to Hogwarts and study properly under the professors there. With his thoughts now in order, Jerry changed back into his wizard robes, mounted his broomstick, and flew toward Hell's Kitchen. It's been a while since I've been out. No doubt things in Hell's Kitchen have gotten lively again by now. 2 days later, at the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow placed 2 files on Nick Fury's desk. The first is the full report on the robot riot at the Queen's Exhibition Hall. The second is the personality evaluation report for Tony Stark. Fury read both reports carefully, then questioned Black Widow in detail about specific issues. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Get in touch with Tony Stark. Tell him to come see me tomorrow morning. There's something I need to discuss with him." Black Widow nodded, her black bodysuit gleaming as she turned and left the office. After she was gone, Fury leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. About half an hour later, he suddenly opened them, pressed a button on his desk, and spoke into the intercom. "Notify Agent Maria Hill. Have her come to my office." 5 minutes later, "Director, you wanted to see me?" Agent Hill, dressed in her combat uniform, strode briskly into the office. "How's it going with Captain America?" Fury skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. A faint smile appeared on Hill's face. "According to our experts' assessments, it might be due to the effects of being frozen or perhaps the super soldier serum itself. Although Captain America has been encased in ice for 70 years, he still shows remarkably strong signs of life. If nothing unexpected happens, once we thaw the ice and give him some time to recover, Captain America should return to full health." "Excellent, truly excellent." Hearing Hill's report, Fury's previously stern expression finally broke into a broad smile. So far, the formation of the Avengers Initiative had not been going particularly smoothly. Aside from Hawkeye and Black Widow, 2 super agents who were already on board, each of the other candidates, like Hulk, Iron Man, and the Sorcerer, came with their own set of problems. The Hulk was unpredictable and could just as easily turn on his teammates as he could defeat the enemy. According to Black Widow's assessment, Iron Man was impulsive and extremely self-absorbed. As for the Sorcerer, in many respects he was an excellent candidate. At first, his young age suggested he might serve as solid support, and his recent displays of combat ability had been quite impressive. However, it was clear that the Sorcerer harbored deep suspicions toward S.H.I.E.L.D., going to great lengths to conceal his true identity and showing no interest in joining the team. The unexpected discovery of Captain America, then, was a tremendous surprise for Fury. From every angle, Captain America matched Fury's criteria for an Avenger perfectly. Besides, if the Avengers were to come together, they would certainly need a leader. Being a captain isn't just about having the greatest fighting skills. It's about strong leadership and tactical command. Captain America had fought Hydra, possessed real battlefield experience, and had led his Howling Commandos to rout Hydra's formidable forces time and again. In the end, he'd even sacrificed himself to save New York from nuclear destruction. "I'll personally take over Captain America's case from now on. As for you, see if you can find a way to contact the Sorcerer. I have something important to discuss with him." "Is it about that hammer that fell from the sky? The one in Coulson's report?" The moment Fury mentioned the Sorcerer, Hill quickly guessed the reason. Fury nodded. "That hammer is no ordinary object. We've tried everything, but we can't move it an inch. Even the most advanced teams with the cutting-edge technology haven't been able to figure out why. That's why I suspect it may have something to do with magic. If it had been before, Fury might never have considered such a possibility. But ever since he had come into contact with the wizard and witnessed all those magical feats science could not explain, he realized that some mysteries simply had to be answered with magic instead. If we want to get in touch with the wizard, we'll have to wait until after midnight. We really don't have any quick way to contact her." In the end, Hill could only shrug helplessly. The wizard's true identity remained a mystery, so the only way to reach her was to stake out Hell's Kitchen after midnight. "Maybe this time, you should ask her for a phone number. I doubt that little one would ever give it to us." Fury chuckled wryly. Though young, the wizard was clever enough to understand that as soon as she handed over her number, a single phone call could blow her cover completely. Petrify them all. Riding her flying broomstick, Jerry casually immobilized a few tattooed thugs bullying someone in the alley. Then, lifting her binoculars, she continued scanning the city for signs of crime. Just then, a helicopter suddenly appeared not far away. Looking closely, Jerry spotted an old acquaintance inside. It was Agent Hill herself. Casting an illusionary transformation spell on herself, Jerry shot straight toward the helicopter atop her broomstick. With Hill showing up here, it was obvious they were coming for her. In the past, Jerry had always been wary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Back then, her powers were limited, and she feared S.H.I.E.L.D. would uncover her identity and put her family in danger. So, she'd always try to steer clear of them, and if that wasn't possible, she'd find a way to muddle through. But now those fears had faded. It was mainly because her powers had grown so much. With all the new magic she'd learned, she felt much more confident. The Muggle-repelling charm, the Obliviate spell, the False Memory charm, and the newly acquired Illusionary Transformation spell from the Wizard's Handbook, all these were more than enough to keep her real identity hidden from S.H.I.E.L.D. Especially the new Illusionary Transformation spell, which could one day earn her the title of the Master of 1,000 Faces. Illusionary Transformation was a spell from Morgana's Wizard Manual, a type of illusion magic. With it, Jerry could take on the appearance of any person, or even cast transformations on others. However, this was purely illusion magic, meaning the change was only visual. Her true form remained the same. It was different from the Polyjuice potion, which reshaped the entire body perfectly. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. was mostly staffed by ordinary people, not wizards, so the illusionary transformation spell was more than enough. Now, since she was running low on red stars, Jerry even felt a glimmer of anticipation at S.H.I.E.L.D. seeking her out. Perhaps she'd stumble into another major event and seize the chance to earn a windfall of red stars. You have to know, tonight marks the end of the month-long cool-down period for his little world. By the time he returns, there probably won't be much left of Little Red Star. Of course, if S.H.I.E.L.D. really does come to him for help, he'll still collect the appropriate fees. There's no such thing as working for free. I didn't expect you could fly a helicopter. Jerry, climbing into the helicopter, took off his mask to reveal the magically altered face of Hermione. Hill, turning the chopper around, laughed as she replied. As an agent, it pays to have a few extra skills. As one of SLD's top agents and Fury's most trusted, Hill's talents went far beyond piloting helicopters, planes, tanks, even aircraft carriers. If it existed on Earth, she could probably operate it. Is it Baldy who's looking for me? Jerry asked. Baldy? Hill looked momentarily puzzled. Jerry realized he'd spoken out of habit. That's Director Fury. I gave him a very endearing nickname, Baldy. Jerry had used a Mandarin word for Baldy, so Hill had no idea what he was talking about. She didn't dwell on it and just nodded. Director Fury has something he'd like your help with. Jerry's eyes lit up at the words. I don't mind helping, but I do charge for my services. That shouldn't be a problem. Hill was taken aback for a second, but quickly recovered. As a global organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. was hardly short on funds. This time, the helicopter didn't take Jerry to the same entrance as before. Instead, it flew him all the way to the coastline, finally landing on a massive aircraft carrier. This can't be the flying aircraft carrier from the first Avengers movie, can it? Gazing down at the ship beneath his feet, Jerry suddenly recalled the floating aircraft carrier from the first Avengers film. Honestly, seeing it on the big screen back then had left quite an impression on him. Following Hill, Jerry soon found himself once again face-to-face with the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, do you recognize this? Fury watched as Jerry stared at the photo of the hammer, completely transfixed. Sensing he was onto something, Fury pressed him for an answer. Jerry snapped back to reality and slowly set down the photograph. This hammer, I do remember seeing it. I think I read about it in one of my magic books. Thor's hammer. Of course Jerry knew what it was. If memory served, the main villain in the first Avengers film was none other than Thor's brother, Loki, the infamous god of mischief, who opened a portal and unleashed a horde of aliens on Earth. To be honest, when he watched the first Avengers movie, there were parts he didn't quite understand. He had originally thought he was about to watch a science fiction movie. After all, he'd heard there was a plot where aliens attack Earth. But, somehow, it ended up turning into a mythological film, with Thor and the god of mischief from Norse mythology both making an appearance. Even after watching the entire film, he was still rather confused. All he gathered was that the trickster god Loki led a bunch of aliens to attack Earth, and then Thor, with his hammer, teamed up with Earth's scientists, mutant biologists, and super-gene warriors. With the help of a group of agents, they eventually managed to defeat the aliens. That trickster god, Loki, was finally captured by his brother Thor and taken back to the realm of the gods. So, do you know what it really is and why it ended up in New Mexico? Fury's tone immediately took on a serious note. Jerry coughed, doing his best to recall the details about Thor from the first Avengers movie. Well, I think it's called Thor's hammer. It's the hammer used by the god of thunder in Norse mythology. It can summon lightning and is basically indestructible. Yes, that's more or less it. As for why it landed in New Mexico, I have no idea. Fury's brow furrowed at Jerry's words. Thor, the Norse god of thunder? Are you sure you're not joking with me? I'm not joking. That's exactly what's written in the magic book. In fact, according to the book, a lot of those Norse myths are actually real. Jerry shrugged. Fury fell silent for quite a while before speaking again, asking Jerry. So, what you're saying is, the reason none of us can lift Thor's hammer is because it's been enchanted? Well, maybe. Jerry seemed to recall something a colleague had mentioned. Because Odin cast a spell on Thor's hammer, only Thor himself, or someone deemed worthy enough by the hammer for their honesty and goodness, could lift it. Is there any way you could break the spell, so our people can bring Thor's hammer back for study? Fury pressed on. Jerry's eyes darted as he thought for a moment before replying. I can't make any promises. Look, I'm still just a kid, and I haven't been studying magic for very long. I need to actually go there and take a look before I could say anything for sure. Odin's magic, after all, was far beyond anything he could break right now. Still, since Thor's hammer had appeared, that meant Thor himself couldn't be far away. If he went over, maybe he could bask in Thor's presence and earn himself a batch of little red stars. These days, just patrolling wasn't earning him enough little red stars to cover his daily needs. Thank you, Agent Hill. No need to trouble yourself with a helicopter. I'll make my own way back. I'll be sure to arrive on time tomorrow morning. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, Jerry politely declined Agent Hill's offer and shot off on his flying broom, disappearing in a blur. Truth be told, a helicopter wouldn't have been much faster than his broomstick, especially since the carrier wasn't all that far from New York City. Moments earlier, in the office, Jerry and Nick Fury had already come to an agreement. Jerry agreed to come back the next day to board the special plane and head to Mexico to help investigate the mystery of Thor's hammer. In return, Nick Fury promised to help Jerry crack the code of the 12 robotic soldiers he'd seen in his mirror, and even offered to make him a controller capable of remotely operating all 12 of them, along with repairing a few that had sustained some damage. Initially, Jerry had considered asking Iron Man to help out with this, but ultimately decided it would be a waste of such a valuable favor. Using up Iron Man's goodwill for this task just didn't sit right with him. Besides, since S.H.I.E.L.D. happened to need his assistance at the moment, he might as well let them handle it. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would secretly tamper with the robots' programs while helping him crack the code, there was no doubt about it. They absolutely would. But Jerry wasn't worried in the slightest. He had never intended to use these 12 flying, modern weapon-equipped robots in this world. Soon enough, he planned to take all 12 robots with him to other worlds. Whatever S.H.I.E.L.D. did to them here would be utterly meaningless elsewhere. Watching Jerry depart, Agent Hill returned to Fury's office. Director, is it really a good idea to help the wizard crack the code on those robotic soldiers? He's just a kid, after all, and I'm worried he might. It's fine. Fury cut her off, waving his hand as he looked around at the battered robotic soldiers Jerry had just dumped out from his mirror. In his view, the wizard's magic was every bit as deadly as these mechanical soldiers, especially that spell, caught on surveillance, which had shattered Ivan's armor in a single blow. If the wizard truly had malicious intentions, a few extra robotic soldiers wouldn't make much difference. Besides, during negotiations, the wizard made it clear he didn't want any payment. If they refused this condition, he simply wouldn't help in New Mexico. Oh, and when you're cracking the code and making repairs, install a covert tracking system in every single robot for me. Understood, Director. Hill replied immediately, grasping that the director was still fixated on uncovering the wizard's true identity, hoping to trace him through the robots. After all, as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury could never rest easy until he knew exactly who the wizard really was. From Nick's perspective, he wasn't wrong at all. But from Jerry's point of view, in order to protect his own family, there was no way he would let Nick know his true identity, at least not for now. That's just the way this world is. Sometimes, there isn't an absolute right or wrong, nor a clear line between justice and evil. Most of the time, it all comes down to where you stand. Oh, by the way, Director, the wizard gave you a nickname, Marinated Egg. Honestly, I think it suits you pretty well. Just as Hill was about to leave the office, he suddenly remembered what he just looked up on his phone about the term marinated egg, and couldn't resist making a rare joke. Marinated egg? Fury raised his eyebrows in confusion. The word sounded strange, almost like something in Chinese. He opened his computer and did a quick voice search for marinated egg. Soon, an image popped up, a peeled, glossy marinated egg. He looked at the computer, then glanced at the mirror on his desk. With a helpless chuckle, he muttered, "It really does look a bit like me." 2 a.m. Jerry arrived home, put away his broom, and glanced at his panel. The cool-down time for his small world had long since ended. Now, he could choose to re-enter the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice, or return to the world of Harry Potter. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Jerry chose the latter. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. He checked the clock and his magical calendar. It was January 1st, 1992, 2 a.m. He'd spent a week in the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice, and so, in this world, a week had passed as well. But his room was exactly as he'd left it. He'd paid for his stay in advance through the start of term, so even if he was away from the pub, the room remained his. However, there were now many more gifts in the room along with dozens of letters. Naturally, the gifts were from all the professors and classmates to whom he'd sent Christmas presents before he left. These were their return gifts. As for the dozens of letters, they must be replies from his lovely classmates. Sure enough, there were letters from Hermione, Harry, Ron, Daphne, Pansy, and, to his surprise, even a reply from young Malfoy. That was rare. And here was a letter from Professor Snape. Merry Christmas, Jerry. This is the first time I've received a gift from a student. A rare blood crown. Very good. I've already brewed it into a bottle of regeneration elixir, though I hope you'll never actually need to use it. Professor Snape is so generous. Delighted, Jerry quickly rummaged through the pile of gifts until he found the bottle of regeneration elixir that Snape had sent in return. The limb regrowth potion is considered a rare and advanced magical concoction across the entire potion market. As long as the person isn't killed instantly, even if they've lost half their body, drinking the limb regrowth potion will allow them to recover in a short period of time. Of course, if the injury is cursed with dark magic, then the potion can do nothing. Even so, this potion remains one of the most valuable items on offer in any apothecary. Jerry hadn't expected that, after giving away a rather rare blood crown, Snape would personally gather the other rare herbs and brew a bottle of limb regrowth potion just for him. To be honest, Jerry felt genuinely touched by this gesture. After reading all the letters, Jerry carefully organized each gift and placed them into his box of holding. Most of his classmates had given him various magical snacks, but only Hermione, who truly understood him, had chosen a book on magic. The professor's gifts were generally more valuable, each worth around 10 galleons or so. The most valuable of all was the limb regrowth potion from Snape. It just goes to show that Professor Snape truly favors Slytherin students, especially the outstanding ones, and, evidently, is not short on galleons. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, in whom Jerry had placed the most hope, had only sent him 2 knitting needles. Granted, these needles were enchanted to knit sweaters on their own. But, frankly, they were of absolutely no use to Jerry. Once he'd finished tidying everything away, Jerry was just about to enter his box of holding to begin his daily meditation practice, when a plaintive meow suddenly interrupted him. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about that? He turned toward the window, only to see Crookshanks holding a dead mouse in its mouth, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Crookshanks, let me explain, I really... Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Crookshanks cried out, dropping the dead mouse onto the floor and launching into a tirade of feline complaints. Though Jerry couldn't understand cat language, he could easily guess that Crookshanks was giving him a piece of its mind. This truly was an accident. Previously, whenever Jerry returned, time would freeze, so he never thought to bring Crookshanks with him. Who would have expected that, with the panel's upgrade and the opening of Second Minor World, he'd end up disappearing from the Leaky Cauldron for an entire week, and Crookshanks had been left behind, alone, for all that time. While Crookshanks was more than capable of hunting for food and surviving on its own, being left alone for a week was enough to make the cat feel abandoned. Especially considering that, when Jerry bought Crookshanks, the shopkeeper had mentioned that the cat was often returned because of its unusual appearance. Feeling that Crookshanks had gone a bit too far with its scolding, Jerry quickly scooped it up and leapt into the box space, setting it down beside a large pool. Crookshanks, this is your Christmas present, though it's a week late. The big pool was something Jerry had dug up back in the Marvel world, using the dig 3 feet deep spell. There was nothing in it except for hundreds of fat fish swimming around. From now on, Crookshanks would no longer have to gaze longingly at the fish outside the Slytherin dormitories, nor would it have to stage its routine spectacle of smashing its round face against the magical barrier, simply to try and catch a fish. It could finally enjoy true freedom when it came to eating fish. Seeing the pool teeming with fish, Crookshanks seemed to sense Jerry's sincerity. It finally stopped its string of curses, and with a few bounding steps, rushed to the edge of the pool and began fishing. Crookshanks truly lived up to its Partneasal heritage. Its fishing skills were nothing short of extraordinary. It fixed its eyes on the water, barely 5 seconds passing before its paw shot out like lightning. In a flash, it had hooked a fish much bigger than itself by the gills and yanked it out of the water. Then, Jerry watched as Crookshanks gripped the fish's mouth in its own, dragging its catch beneath its belly and swaggering back toward Jerry with a triumphant waddle. Thanks, but you go ahead and eat. I'll pass, Jerry said, shaking his head and politely refusing Crookshanks' invitation to share the meal. He then walked to the center of the Merlin spell circle, sat down, and began his meditation practice. At that moment, in a second-floor room of the villa, Sun Long stood by the window with a cup of tea in hand, gazing down at Jerry meditating within the magic circle. He couldn't help but sigh quietly to himself. Jerry was the most gifted wizard he had ever met. No matter what kind of magic it was, With just a little guidance, Jerry would grasp its essence in no time at all. What's more, the boy was not only exceptionally talented, but also incredibly hardworking. Although meditation could substitute for sleep, few wizards truly did so. It simply wasn't that comfortable. Yet ever since being confined to this mirror-like world, Sun Long had seen Jerry practicing meditation here through the night, every single day. If this continued, Sun Long thought, it might not even take 10 years for Jerry's magical abilities to completely surpass his own. At first, Sun Long had hoped to find a way to escape this space. Even though he had lost his bracers and couldn't cast magic, as long as he could get out, forging a new pair wouldn't be all that difficult for him. But gradually, he let go of that idea. For one, Jerry had cast spells at every possible entrance and exit of the villa. Unless Jerry was inside the box space, there was simply no way for Sun Long to leave. Moreover, the more time he spent with the other person, the more he sensed how terrifying they truly were. He worried that even if he managed to escape this place, he probably wouldn't be able to outrun their relentless pursuit. So, rather than take any reckless chances, he decided it was wiser to stay obediently in this villa. After all, 10 years here would mean regaining his freedom. For someone who had already attained immortality, 10 years was hardly anything. Besides, the villa had everything he could possibly need, and his host never treated him poorly. In fact, their attitude toward him was always respectful. 3 days later, Jerry arrived at King's Cross Station, dragging a suitcase that held only a few belongings and carrying Crookshanks in his arms. He met up with Hermione at the station entrance. When they parted ways for the holidays, the two had already agreed to meet at King's Cross the day before term started, so they could take the Hogwarts Express back to school together. Be sure to get along well, you two. Standing at the station entrance, Mr. and Mrs. Granger waved enthusiastically, calling out to Hermione and Jerry as they walked inside. Their daughter had never been one to make friends easily, so it delighted the Grangers to see her form a close bond with someone at her wizarding school. They felt genuinely reassured, especially since, over the holidays, they'd heard Hermione mention her best friend Jerry more times than they could count. So, how was your holiday? After passing through Platform 9 3/4 and finding their seats on the train, Jerry and Hermione immediately began to chat. It was all right, I suppose, Hermione said, pursing her lips in mild frustration. But every time some relative came over and asked which school I'm attending, I couldn't tell them the truth. It turned out that it wasn't just Chinese families who had the tradition of visiting relatives during the New Year. British families had their own gatherings during Christmas, with most of the extended family coming together. And since Hermione was the only witch in the entire family, her magical identity was a secret she could share only with her parents. This made it tricky whenever relatives asked about her school. She never quite knew how to answer. But on the bright side, I managed to finish reading all the textbooks for the second half of this term. I even got a head start on some of the material for the first half of second year. Jerry looked at Hermione, who wore an expression practically begging for praise, and couldn't help but grin as he raised his thumb in approval. You're amazing. To be fair, Jerry himself had already memorized all 7 years' worth of textbooks and could cast most spells from them, save for a few particularly advanced ones. But achieving that had taken him over 3 months with the help of both invigorating drafts and the Merlin spell ring. Hermione, on the other hand, managed all this in just the 2 weeks of the Christmas holiday, a true testament to her remarkable talent for learning. Which was why Jerry's compliment, "You're amazing," came straight from the heart. In this way, the train chugged along, passing through the fields and villages of ordinary folk, venturing deeper into secluded forests and rolling hills, far removed from the Muggle world, until at last, before the last rays of sunlight faded away, it came to a halt at the rather shabby Hogsmeade platform. Crossing the Black Lake by boat on the way to Hogwarts Castle is a tradition reserved solely for first-year students at the start of their schooling. Typically, students would travel to the castle for the start of term in carriages that move along on their own. Just like now, Jerry, together with Hermione and a few other young witches and wizards, was riding in one of these self-propelled carriages, making their way from Hogsmeade Station to the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. However, while to the other students it seemed as if the carriages moved by some invisible magic, Jerry could clearly see the magical creature harnessed at the front. Of course, Jerry knew exactly what creature this was. He had even spent time in the library researching it in detail. It was a Thestral, a branch of the winged horse family, classified as a XXX level magical creature. Thestrals appeared emaciated, with faces like dragons and great, bat-like wings. Only those who had witnessed death and truly understood its meaning could see them. Having died once himself, and with many lives taken by his hand, Jerry could see these creatures with perfect clarity. Jerry had always found Thestrals fascinating, not least because among all the magical creatures used as mounts, they were by far the fastest in the entire wizarding world. They could outpace even the best broomsticks of the future, such as the legendary Firebolt. For example, while the Hogwarts Express would take most of a day to travel from Hogwarts to London, riding a Thestral could get you there in a fraction of that time. What's more, Thestrals possessed a homing ability much like that of owls. While an owl could find anyone if you spoke their name, a Thestral could find any location you named, even if it had never been there before, pure magic. However, Thestrals were extremely rare in the wizarding world and notoriously difficult to tame. That Hogwarts had so many Thestrals to draw its carriages was thanks to Hagrid, the master of magical creatures. It was Hagrid who had managed to successfully domesticate the first group of Thestrals and then help them breed and thrive to their present numbers. In truth, there are many ways to travel in the wizarding world. Apparition, Floo powder, portkeys, flying charms, broomsticks, enchanted cars and motorcycles, winged horses, each with its own advantages and drawbacks. Apparition, for instance, is essentially instant teleportation, but you can only go places you've been before, and the farther the destination, the more magical energy it consumes. Floo powder requires that you first establish a Floo network and have access to a fireplace. Portkeys enable pinpoint teleportation across vast distances, even between countries, but you must possess 2 portkeys and place one in your destination ahead of time. The flight spell is the only incantation that allows a wizard to fly unaided by magical objects. Invented by Voldemort, it can only be used by Voldemort himself and Snape. It is extremely difficult, blisteringly fast, and drains magical power rapidly. Broomsticks are much slower, but extremely straightforward to use and quite common. However, when the weather turns foul, you risk being tossed about like a ragdoll or even struck by lightning. Magical cars and motorcycles travel at moderate speeds, but boast superior comfort and can accommodate multiple passengers. Yet, they are illegal under Ministry of Magic regulations, so you have to use them on the sly. Winged horses offer average speed under normal circumstances and are typically harnessed to flying carriages. Still, they look luxurious and impressive, exuding an undeniable air of prestige. Special breeds, like Thestrals, are exceptionally swift but rare and notoriously hard to tame. At present, Jerry only possesses the most common means of magical travel, a broomstick. As a result, whenever he needs to go anywhere distant in the main world, he still has to resort to taking a plane. That's precisely why he's been wondering whether he might be able to borrow a Thestral for his own use in the main world. But spiriting away a Thestral is no simple feat. He'll need to spend more time learning from Hagrid before attempting it. The carriage rolled through the gates of Hogwarts and came to a stop on the grassy lawn, where Jerry, Hermione, and the other returning students stepped once more into the castle. Jerry, it's only been 2 weeks, but you look like you've shot up. The first thing Harry and Ron exclaimed upon seeing Jerry again was their astonishment at how much taller he'd grown. Originally, Jerry had been about their height, but over the 2-week Christmas holiday, he'd clearly outpaced them, something they both found hard to accept. "You're right. I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it," Hermione said. Prompted by Ron and Harry's comment, she compared heights with Jerry face to face, only to find he was now half a forehead taller than her. Everyone grows at their own pace. Some hit their growth spurt early, some late. I guess I'm just an early bloomer, so I'm right in the middle of mine now. You'll catch up soon enough, Jerry replied with a casual reassurance. But in reality, from Harry, Ron, and Hermione's perspective, they'd only been apart for half a month, while for Jerry, over 3 months had passed. There were the 2 weeks of Christmas break, more than a month spent upgrading in the main world, then another month waiting for the cool down before returning from the second minor world. Altogether, more than 3 months. At his age, even a few months can make a noticeable difference. It's like when you start middle school, and after just one summer, you notice that some of your classmates have changed quite a bit in both height and appearance. After listening to Jerry's explanation, Harry and Ron didn't dwell on it any longer, but it was clear from their faces that they couldn't help feeling a little envious. For boys, height is something they care about, a wish deep down that they could be just a bit taller than their peers. Harry and Ron soon began sharing some of the fun things that had happened during Christmas at Hogwarts. They talked about the Christmas feast, where the tables groaned under mountains of delicious food, the wizard crackers that exploded with bursts of color and surprises, the wild snowball fights among the younger students, and how Harry had received a rare and precious invisibility cloak. All in all, the Christmas that Harry and Ron spent at Hogwarts sounded so delightful that Hermione declared she wanted to stay at school for Christmas next year and give it a try herself. As for Harry's invisibility cloak, Jerry really had no particular feelings about it. Now that he had mastered the art of disillusionment, the cloak seemed rather superfluous to him. To be honest, Jerry had never thought much of the so-called Deathly Hallows in the world of Harry Potter. Once you've learned the disillusionment charm, an invisibility cloak loses much of its appeal. The cloak's effect is hardly superior, and even Dumbledore could easily see through Harry's disguise. Besides, slipping on a cloak can hardly compare to making your entire body vanish at will. The Resurrection Stone was even less impressive. It couldn't truly bring someone back from the dead, and, worse still, it might end up dooming the one who used it. Only the Elder Wand stood out a bit, amplifying magic's power, but it was only somewhat stronger than an ordinary wand, not several times as powerful. Worse, it was likely to attract the covetous eyes of dark wizards. After all, in the tale of the three brothers, the eldest brother was killed in his sleep for flaunting the Elder Wand's power. As the new term began, Jerry was as brilliant as ever, racking up points for Slytherin at every turn in class. But it wasn't just about answering questions for points. He would seize the opportunity to raise some of his own, questions that often made the teachers light up with surprise. Jerry had already memorized the textbooks for all 7 years, read countless magical tomes, and on top of that, he had learned magic from another world with a completely different system. This meant that, while he still considered himself a novice in terms of magical depth, his breadth of knowledge surpassed even that of the Hogwarts professors. Sometimes, the questions he raised weren't from the textbooks at all, but rather ideas sparked by comparing the magical systems of two worlds. For example, in Transfiguration class, when Professor McGonagall was explaining the principles behind transforming one substance into another, Jerry would recall the mimicry magic he had studied under Sun Long and draw comparisons between the two. There were many similarities between the two, which Jerry found quite inspiring. Yet, whenever he encountered concepts he couldn't quite grasp, he would take the opportunity to consult Professor McGonagall. Among the questions he raised, some occasionally touched upon the fundamental principles of animagus magic. This piqued the interest of Professor McGonagall, whose expertise in transfiguration was profound, making these discussions all the more fascinating for her. Similarly, when Professor Flitwick explained the theory behind the levitation charm in Charms class, Jerry would immediately draw connections to the most basic and commonly used mind control spells he had learned from the Wizard's Manual. As a result, what began as a regular lesson would often transform into a lively exchange of magical theories between Jerry and the professor. This left many of the other young witches and wizards utterly bewildered, unable to follow the conversation. To them, it seemed as if Jerry's magical prowess had suddenly soared to a level far beyond their reach. With time, as this scenario repeated itself, a seed called admiration or even reverence quietly took root in the hearts of many young students. Last semester, Jerry had already performed admirably, but it was still within the realm of their understanding. At most, they felt envy or offered him recognition, but it never rose to the level of true admiration or awe. In truth, this situation proved incredibly beneficial for Jerry as well. He discovered that although magic in these two worlds manifested in different ways, their underlying principles often bore striking similarities. It was as if a great tree had grown two branches. Though they appeared separate, their origins were the same. If he could fuse them together, he realized he might uncover some truly fascinating insights. Most importantly, this comparative method of learning greatly enhanced his understanding and application of spells from both worlds, allowing him to grasp some of the most fundamental aspects of magic. Originally, studying magic from two worlds at once should have been extremely time-consuming, requiring much more effort than an ordinary wizard would expend. Yet, by drawing comparisons and seeking integration, he found that similar types of magic actually progressed even faster. It was that classic scenario where the whole became greater than the sum of its parts. If one were to sum it up in a word, it would be comprehending new principles through analogy. However, for professors like McGonagall and Flitwick at Hogwarts, this experience was rather startling. It wasn't merely Jerry's magical skill that exceeded their expectations, but rather his genius for magical reasoning. His tendency to ponder questions that only seasoned wizards with years of research might consider. The crucial thing was that Jerry didn't just raise these questions. If he had merely brought them up, it could be explained by having read about them in some advanced magical texts and not understanding. So he sought clarification. What truly startled them was that, during the process of raising questions and engaging in discussion, Jerry displayed some remarkably creative ideas, concepts that had yet to be seen in current magical theory. This was what genuinely unnerved them. After all, it had only been half a year since Jerry first began learning about magic. Yet he was no longer like the other young wizards, simply following the teacher's instructions by rote. Instead, he could draw inferences from what he learned, coming up with bold and constructive ideas and theories. What's more, his thoughts made perfect sense and held considerable value for reference and further research. Hermione from Gryffindor was also impressive. She could absorb nearly everything the teachers taught, and even push herself to study more advanced knowledge beyond her year. However, while the professors found this surprising, they weren't exactly shocked. Outstanding wizards like Hermione were rare, but every decade or two, one would come along. But someone like Jerry, they had never seen the likes of him. Sometimes his insights into magical theory gave the professors a true sense of revelation. So, Jerry didn't strike them as merely an exceptionally gifted student. Rather, he seemed like someone who, in the future, could stand shoulder to shoulder with Dumbledore, a great wizard destined to usher in a new era. And so, with the new term underway, Jerry devoted himself wholeheartedly to his studies, attending classes, reading, practicing, and refining his meditation techniques. He kept his focus solely on the pursuit of magical knowledge, resisting any distractions. His goal now was to delve deeper into the magic he had already learned, solidifying his foundation. Jerry understood all too well that only with a strong base could one build a towering edifice. Of course, there were a few minor incidents along the way. For instance, in the very first week of the new term, Harry came running up to him, brimming with excitement, to announce that Professor McGonagall had made an exception and selected him as the Gryffindor team seeker. Then, in the second week, when Gryffindor played Hufflepuff, Harry managed to catch the golden snitch, securing a hard-won victory for his house. Some of the Gryffindor students began to believe that Harry's arrival might just give their team a fighting chance. After all, there were still plenty who thought Jerry's own quick capture of the snitch had been nothing more than luck. As for Jerry, he didn't pay much attention to these whispers. According to the rules of Quidditch, Slytherin had already faced Gryffindor. Next up were matches against Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. As long as Gryffindor won both, they'd claim 3 victories out of 3 and take the Quidditch Cup for certain. Even with Harry on their side, Gryffindor could only manage 2 wins and 1 loss against Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, which left them in second place overall. The key point was that even if Gryffindor faced Slytherin again, with Jerry's abilities, victory was all but certain. He had no intention of going easy on them, just because Harry was on the other team, even though their relationship was quite friendly. But no matter how good the relationship, when it comes to competition, you simply can't hold back. This is what it means to respect your opponent. Most importantly, since he had accepted Snape's Nimbus 2000, he was duty-bound to help Slytherin win the Quidditch Cup. Besides, Snape truly had treated him well. There ought to be some principles, otherwise there wouldn't be a next time. Of course, he did wonder if this might make Dumbledore a bit displeased, but Jerry figured it probably wouldn't go that far. Dumbledore might care most about Harry, but he never showed any real bias against Slytherin's young wizards. After all, Dumbledore was hailed as the greatest wizard of the age. Surely, he possessed that much magnanimity. And even if Dumbledore did have his reservations, Jerry wasn't too concerned. After the Christmas gift-giving incident, Jerry had come to a realization. Dumbledore's heart belonged to Harry, and there was no way to compete for that. His greatest support would always be Professor Snape. Only by following Snape unreservedly could he secure greater benefits in the future. Sometimes, Jerry even wondered whether, once he grew more powerful, he should try to coax Dumbledore into early retirement. Let him enjoy a peaceful old age, and then help Snape become headmaster. If Snape really did become headmaster, then there would be so much less that Jerry would have to tiptoe around at Hogwarts. On the second weekend after Gryffindor's match against Hufflepuff, a month after the start of term, Slytherin faced their second opponent, Ravenclaw. Once again, Jerry took up his Nimbus 2000 and, together with the rest of the Slytherin team, made his way to the Quidditch pitch just as he had before. Perhaps because the previous match against Gryffindor ended so quickly, many people refused to believe it. This time the stands were even more crowded. Everyone wanted to see for themselves whether Jerry's performance was just luck or truly unmatched skill. Even Headmaster Dumbledore, who hadn't shown up before, appeared in the stands for this match. And this time, he was accompanied by several adult wizards who clearly didn't belong to the school, one of whom was busily snapping photos with a magical camera. Amidst roaring cheers and Madame Hooch's shrill whistle, the match officially began. And then, well, that was all there was to it. This Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw played out exactly the same as Slytherin's previous match against Gryffindor, almost as if history were repeating itself. The beginning was also the end. As soon as the golden snitch was released, its tiny wings barely had time to flutter before it most reluctantly landed right into Jerry's grasp. There was no suspense in the match, and neither side truly experienced any sense of competition. Yet the enthusiasm in the arena soared to new heights. No one complained about the brevity of the game. Instead, everyone leapt to their feet and burst into thunderous applause. Some of the younger girls among the Slytherin witches were so excited they nearly screamed themselves hoarse. Jerry, ah! The feeling among the spectators was unanimous. They had just witnessed the birth of a legend with their own eyes. And this legend wasn't a distant figure, but someone from their own school, perhaps even their year, their house, their class, or simply a friend. Maybe years from now, After they graduated from Hogwarts and moved on to their own careers, they would be able to tell their colleagues, children, friends, and relatives with pride. You know Jerry Carmen? The most brilliant and legendary seeker in the world? I went to school with him. I was right there in the stands during his first famous matches. I was a witness to history. It was just like in a school football match, when suddenly a player emerges who, whenever the ball lands at his feet, can score without fail, no matter if it's from his own goal line. You just know that this kind of legend is destined to become the brightest star of the World Cup one day. Even if his matches end as soon as they begin, you can't help but get wildly excited just watching him play. And that was exactly what was happening now. When the match ended, Jerry was planning to slip away unnoticed through the ecstatic crowd, because he had the distinct feeling that if he didn't, he was going to be completely overwhelmed by the exuberant young witches and wizards. Just moments ago, no less than 7 upper-year Slytherin girls had kissed him, and he'd lost count of how many times he'd been hugged. Students from other houses had joined in as well. Sometimes, when the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch, people just lose their heads and do all sorts of wild things. A kiss on the cheek from a senior girl he could handle, but a few of the older boys, caught up in a frenzy, had tried to kiss him too. He'd been so startled, he nearly blasted someone into the air with a particle cannon. To avoid any unnecessary injuries, he took advantage of a moment when no one was looking and slipped away with a disillusionment charm. However, just as he made it out of the Quidditch pitch, he was intercepted by Snape, who swooped down from the stands on his broom. "Well done. Come with me to the headmaster's office." The headmaster's office? Jerry blinked in surprise. It wasn't Snape's office he was being called to, but Dumbledore's. It was perfectly normal for him to visit Snape's office. Ever since the start of the school year, for reasons he couldn't quite fathom, Snape seemed to have become even kinder to him. Though the potion's master's expression remained perpetually stern and unreadable, he had noticeably increased the frequency of his private magic tutorials. Jerry even had the feeling that, before long, Snape might teach him exclusive spells like Sectum Sempra, the Incarcerous Charm, or even the elusive Flight spell. Although Jerry had already mastered Sectum Sempra and the Incarcerous Charm, he couldn't help but covet the Flight spell. But this time, Snape had told him they were headed to Dumbledore's office, and that left him somewhat bewildered. Could it be that he'd stolen too much of Harry's thunder and made Dumbledore unhappy? After a moment's reflection, Jerry dismissed the idea as highly unlikely. Dumbledore wasn't the sort to be so petty. Snape's expression was always, well, expressionless. Even with Jerry, his favorite student, Snape rarely showed the hint of a smile. Along the way, Jerry tried asking what this was about, but Snape simply replied in his usual cool tone, "It's good news. You'll find out in the office." Hearing that it was good news took a weight off Jerry's mind. They arrived at the 8th floor of the castle, walked down a long corridor, and stopped in front of a stone gargoyle with closed eyes. Snape spoke in his cold, clipped voice. "Sour sherbet lemon." At once, the stone guardian's eyes flew open and it leapt aside, while the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase that began to rise gently upward. They ascended, the staircase turning smoothly beneath their feet, and soon Dumbledore's office came into view. It was a spacious, beautiful circular room, filled with a chorus of whimsical little noises. On slender-legged tables stood all manner of curious silver instruments, spinning, whirring, and occasionally puffing out plumes of silvery smoke. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses lined the walls, men and women alike, each gently snoring within their frames. In the center of the room sat a massive desk, its legs carved like claws. Around the table, 3 people were seated, with another standing nearby, holding a magical camera. Of the 3 at the table, Jerry recognized only Headmaster Dumbledore. The other 2 were middle-aged wizards, both appearing to be in their 40s, whom Jerry didn't know. "You must be Mr. Jerry Carmen. I just watched your match. It was absolutely spectacular. I'm Meyer Booth, coach of the English national Quidditch team." No sooner had Jerry stepped into the office than the taller of the 2 unknown wizards sprang to his feet and shook Jerry's hand enthusiastically. The shorter, stouter wizard hesitated for a moment, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his surprise at the national coach's lack of reserve. Still, he dared not be left behind and quickly got up as well, hurrying over to Jerry's side. "Hello, Mr. Carmen. I'm Hunter Lamson, coach of the Scottish Quidditch team. Nice to meet you all." Hearing the 2 introduce themselves, Jerry began to sense what was happening. With a smile, he shook hands with both of them. So, it turned out that last semester, when Slytherin played against Gryffindor and Jerry caught the golden snitch in under a minute, his legendary feat hadn't just spread throughout Hogwarts. Word of it had also reached the ears of the coaches of Britain's 2 national Quidditch teams, thanks to the Hogsmeade witches and wizards who had witnessed the match, as well as the young students who went home for the Christmas holidays. That was why this meeting was taking place today. I think we should all sit down and enjoy a glass of honey lemon juice while we talk things over, Dumbledore said with a warm smile, beckoning everyone to the table. Instantly, 6 glasses of honey lemon juice appeared. Forgive us, we may have gotten a little carried away. Both coaches nodded apologetically. Although the Scottish and English Quidditch teams are both part of the United Kingdom's Quidditch Association, that doesn't mean there's no rivalry between them. Their visit today had 2 purposes. First, to see for themselves whether Jerry was truly as remarkable as the rumors claimed, and second, to break tradition by recruiting Jerry to their team as Seeker. Of course, whether Jerry would end up joining the Scottish or the English team would depend on the coach's ability to persuade him, and on Jerry's own choice. Strictly speaking, Jerry was actually too young to join the national Quidditch teams, according to the rules. But after years without a championship for Scotland or England in the World Cup, the closest being Scotland's second place finished 2 years ago, when they narrowly lost to Canada, and England's performance not even worth mentioning. The allure of Jerry's talent was simply too great. Jerry's gift was undeniable. Even if the golden snitch used in school matches wasn't as fast as the ones used in world tournaments, catching it within a minute was still shocking to both coaches. In fact, no Seeker in the history of either national team had ever done such a thing. That's why, after special approval, the 2 coaches had come to Hogwarts to recruit Jerry, rules or no rules. After all, rules are made for ordinary people. When it comes to true prodigies, there will always be those willing to bend the rules. Taking a few sips of his lemon juice, and after listening to Dumbledore's brief explanation of the coach's visit, Jerry looked at the 2 expectant coaches and replied decisively. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but at the moment I have no intention of joining the national Quidditch team. After all, I'm only a first-year student. I need to focus on my magical studies at school, not leave every day for Quidditch training and matches. Right now, his schedule for learning magic was already incredibly tight. How could he possibly spare time for the national Quidditch team? Wouldn't that be a complete waste? No matter how skilled or legendary a Seeker might be, if they ran into Voldemort, they could still be struck down by a single killing curse. Of course, becoming the national team Seeker would surely make him famous, and that fame could help with his future plans. But reputation was only a supplement. True strength mattered more. He could tell which was more important. You don't need to worry about the time, the tall coach quickly explained. We've already spoken with Headmaster Dumbledore, and a special fireplace will be set up at Hogwarts. You can travel directly to our team using Floo powder. The shorter coach chimed in as well. Mr. Carmen, you absolutely won't miss any classes. We'll schedule training sessions for weekends when you have no classes or during the longer holidays. Besides, apart from the Quidditch World Cup, we don't actually have that many matches against other countries each year. Sorry, but I spend both weekends and holidays reading and studying magic. My dream is to be a righteous Auror. Quidditch is just a hobby for me. I have no plans to become a professional Quidditch player in the future. Jerry turned them down again, this time even more firmly. Spending weekends and holidays training for them? That had to be a joke. The 2 coaches grew anxious. Originally, they had only come here worried that Jerry might not be as talented as the rumors suggested, but they had never imagined he would outright refuse to join the national team. At this age, what young wizard could resist the temptation of playing in the future Quidditch World Cup and becoming a world-renowned Quidditch star? If you think the training will take up too much time, I can make it so you don't have to come on weekends at all. Just come during the long holidays, like the summer break, said the Scottish coach, Hunter Lamson, after considering it for a moment and loosening the requirements. He realized that traveling back and forth on weekends might affect Jerry's studies, but a holiday that lasted over 2 months surely wouldn't interfere. The English coach, Meyer Booth, glanced in surprise at Hunter, hesitated for a long while, but finally gritted his teeth and offered an even more flexible arrangement. You don't have to come for training on weekends or during the summer holidays. Just keep things as they are now. When there's a match, I'll personally come and get you, and every match will be scheduled during your school breaks, so your studies won't be affected at all. Last time at the World Quidditch Cup, at least the Scottish team managed to take second place, while the English team didn't even make it into the top 5. That's why, when it comes to a naturally gifted Seeker like Jerry, Meyer Booth was absolutely determined to recruit him this time. However, Jerry's answer was still a refusal. He felt that playing for the national team would mean traveling abroad most of the time, and the matches were nowhere near as straightforward as those at Hogwarts. Several times a year, he would have to go to other countries to compete, which seemed like a real waste of time. For a bigger match, just a round trip would take at least 4 or 5 days. Now, the 2 coaches were utterly at a loss. If Jerry truly didn't want to join the national team, there was nothing they could do. Jerry, Quidditch players on a national team are different from school players. They actually get paid. The minimum is 300 galleons a month, and there are extra bonuses for winning matches. Just then, a deep and rather emotionless voice spoke quietly by Jerry's ear. It was Snape. Ahem, well, Actually, I suppose I could give it some more thought. The moment he heard Snape's deliberately hushed tone, Jerry's attitude did a complete 180. Currently, as a student at Hogwarts, Jerry hadn't found any particularly good way to earn galleons. Although, thanks to his meditation training and various spells, he was far stronger than before. So strong that even hunting acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest wasn't out of the question. But if Dumbledore or the others ever found out about something like that, the good student image Jerry had worked so hard to build would be ruined. Even if he managed to get his hands on the venom from an acromantula, selling it for money would be another problem entirely. But the salary from the Quidditch team was a different story altogether, legitimate, risk-free, and he could spend it however he liked. A minimum of 300 galleons a month meant over 1,000 galleons in half a year. Not a small sum at all. On top of that, there were bonuses for each win, making the rewards even greater. And what could one do with galleons? During the Christmas holiday in Diagon Alley, Jerry had already learned firsthand. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. That was just as true in the wizarding world. With enough galleons, Jerry could buy more, and rarer, spell books, learn even more magic, and purchase better potions and alchemical items. And if he wanted to achieve anything in potion making or alchemy, the upfront investment in galleons was no small amount. That was precisely why Jerry's attitude shifted so dramatically after Snape's reminder. Time was precious, but galleons were just as important, and, crucially, the national team's offer was quite generous. All things considered, it was a good deal. Come to think of it, Professor Snape really did know him well. In fact, the reason Snape thought Jerry would be interested in a salary was because of his previous experience with the Nimbus 2000. Still, he found this perfectly reasonable. No matter how gifted and outstanding Jerry was, he had still grown up in a Muggle orphanage, relying on Hogwarts scholarship to pay his tuition. It was only natural that he'd want to earn some galleons through his own abilities. Besides, Snape knew that if one wanted to become a potions master like himself, there would have to be some investment in galleons early on. Given Jerry's circumstances, that might be a challenge. He could sponsor Jerry himself, of course, but he worried that Jerry's pride would not allow it. So when he learned that both national Quidditch coaches wanted to recruit Jerry as their seeker, he saw it as a good thing. When Jerry's attitude suddenly shifted, the two coaches were momentarily taken aback, but their surprise quickly gave way to delight as they enthusiastically began to promote the advantages of their respective teams. After listening for a while, Jerry interrupted directly. "Here's the thing, gentlemen. Perhaps you don't know, but I'm an orphan. My tuition is paid for by scholarship, so..." In Jerry's view, it was obvious that neither coach had much experience with recruitment. At this moment, both coaches were trying to win him over by highlighting their Quidditch team's strengths, hoping Jerry would choose to join them. But they had missed the point. When you're trying to convince someone, it's not about what you have to offer, but about understanding what the other person really wants, and then tailoring your offer accordingly. Jerry's message was crystal clear. He was an orphan, with no family or background, and most importantly, no money. So the condition he valued most was salary. The other advantages of the two teams didn't matter. Whichever team offered the higher wage and better benefits would get his loyalty. Although the two coaches rarely found themselves in this sort of situation, they weren't fools. They quickly grasped Jerry's underlying meaning and launched into a new round of competition. In the end, it was Miles Booth, coach of the England Quidditch team, who offered the higher salary, an impressive 500 galleons a month, ultimately persuading Jerry to become England's new seeker. He had little choice. After England's disastrous performance in the last Quidditch World Cup, Miles was under far more pressure than Hunter. In order to redeem himself and restore the reputation of England's Quidditch team, and to save face, he was willing to go all out. In fact, a portion of Jerry's salary had even been reallocated from other sources. Hunter, on the other hand, was confident in his team. Recruiting Jerry would have been a welcome bonus, but failing to do so was still acceptable. Besides, school Quidditch matches were a different beast from the World Cup, and with Jerry being so young, whether he could consistently perform on the world stage was still an open question. He was unwilling to take risks like Meyer, paying such a steep price only to hand everything over in the end. "All right, yes, look at the camera." Inside the headmaster's office, Jerry flashed a peace sign and stood next to Meyer. Once the terms were settled, Jerry, under the witness of Dumbledore and Snape, signed a magical contract with Meyer to serve as England's Quidditch seeker, a one-year term, renewable each year. No sooner had the contract been signed than Meyer, in high spirits, pulled Jerry over for a photo together. The first precious magical photograph of the future legendary seeker, Jerry Carmen, and the sharp-eyed coach who discovered him, Meyer Booth, was thus born in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. No one knew then what value this magical photograph would one day hold in the wizarding world. After the picture was taken, the elated Meyer and the complicated-faced Hunter made their way out of Hogwarts. With things now settled, Jerry too was preparing to leave the headmaster's office with Snape and return to the dormitory to continue his magical research. But just as he stood up, he was stopped by Dumbledore, whose kindly face radiated warmth. "Professor Snape, Mr. Carmen, don't be in such a hurry. Stay a while longer. I have something I'd like to discuss with you both." "Headmaster Dumbledore?" A hint of puzzlement flickered across Snape's face, but he nonetheless motioned for Jerry to sit back down. Seeing this, Jerry quietly and obediently took his seat once more. Dumbledore then waved his hand, and a house elf swiftly brought in 3 drinks. Only then did he begin to speak, his tone calm and gentle. "I think, now that Mr. Carmen has joined the national Quidditch team, there's no real need for him to continue playing in school matches." Seeing Snape's expression darken, as if he might erupt on the spot, Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this and quickly continued. "Please, don't be upset. I don't mean to single anyone out, and this isn't an order, just a suggestion. If you disagree, you're free to disregard it. Still, I hope you'll hear me out before making a decision." Jerry remained silent. As a student, even though he was the one directly affected, this wasn't the moment for him to interrupt. Snape's expression softened just a little, and he replied, "Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. Please give your reasons. If what you say can't satisfy both me and Jerry, then even as headmaster, I won't agree to such an absurd proposal." Though Dumbledore was both headmaster and the greatest wizard of the age, Snape's temperament meant his words would never carry the deference others might show. His face remained severe and his tone icy. But that was simply the way he treated everyone. Dumbledore was clearly accustomed to Snape's hard-edged manner. The only time Snape had ever shown weakness before him was years ago, when he had come to plead for Lily Evans's life. The school set up the Quidditch tournament originally to foster unity among students, to instill courage and resilience, to help them surpass themselves, to cultivate a spirit of challenge, and to teach them about competition, teamwork, and fairness. But Mr. Carmen is simply too outstanding. If he keeps participating in the school's Quidditch games, the tournament will lose all meaning. No one could ever surpass him. The outcome would be decided before the match even began. After a few more games, I fear even the rest of your Slytherin Quidditch team will stop training, knowing that as long as Jerry is on the team, victory is guaranteed. This wouldn't be good for the growth of your Slytherin team members, or for any student in the school. Snape fell silent at Dumbledore's words. Indeed, if Jerry remained on the Slytherin team, Slytherin would always win the Quidditch Cup. Each match would be over before it started. But would this really benefit the other Slytherin players? They trained tirelessly, hoping to prove themselves on the pitch, only to see all the glory go to Jerry. In the end, they were little more than bystanders. If things continued like this, it truly wouldn't be good, at least not for the school as a whole. A school is not the same as society. Its purpose is to nurture students, not to pursue victory at any cost. The excitement of not knowing who might win is what drives everyone to improve. Without that uncertainty, everything would stagnate. But this isn't fair to Jerry. Though he understood Dumbledore's reasoning, Snape still felt it was deeply unfair to sacrifice Jerry's interests for the sake of the greater good. Dumbledore turned to Jerry with a smile and said, "I am merely offering a suggestion. The decision rests with Mr. Carmen. If he disagrees, everything will continue as before. But if he's willing, I believe I can offer him some compensation. I have no objections at all. I'm happy to follow whatever the headmaster and the head of house decide." Seeing Dumbledore look his way, Jerry immediately broke into a wide smile. Whether Dumbledore was truly thinking of the school or just wanted Harry to have his moment in the spotlight, Jerry didn't really care. He'd only joined the Slytherin Quidditch team for the Nimbus 2000 Snape had given him, and to boost his own reputation a little. Now that he was already a legend at the school and had joined the national Quidditch team, he no longer had to worry about his reputation. In fact, if Snape agreed, he would actually be quite happy not to have to participate in the school matches. Seeing how considerate Jerry was about the bigger picture, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. In the end, Snape let out a weary sigh, his voice low as he spoke. "Well, since Jerry agrees, then let's do as the headmaster suggests. However, I'd like to know what sort of compensation the headmaster can offer Jerry." While he felt it wasn't entirely fair to Jerry to settle it just like this, as the head of Slytherin, Snape sometimes had to consider more than just personal feelings. Now, all that remained was to see what kind of compensation he could secure for Jerry. That depends on what Mr. Carmen would like as compensation. As long as it doesn't violate school rules, I'll certainly give it due consideration. Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Jerry flashed his bright, even teeth, not hesitating in the slightest as he put forward his own request. "Well, my dream is to become an Auror for Justice, and I've heard that to be an Auror, you need truly exceptional magical ability. So, I was wondering if Headmaster Dumbledore isn't too busy, could I maybe have a little of your time each week to ask you some questions about magic? After all, What could be more valuable than learning magic from the greatest wizard of the century? As for Galleons, now that he was on the national Quidditch team, he certainly didn't lack for money. And any excessive requests, like access to the restricted section of the library, were things Dumbledore probably wouldn't agree to anyway. At that moment, the best and most reasonable arrangement Jerry could think of, one that Dumbledore would likely accept, was to learn magic from him. It fit perfectly with his studious persona and was, in truth, the best choice right now. Each professor at the school had their own specialty, but when it came to overall ability and understanding and application of magic, Dumbledore was unquestionably the most knowledgeable and powerful wizard in the entire magical world. Learning magic from Dumbledore would surely accelerate his improvement, especially now that he was trying to combine the strengths of two different worlds of magic to enhance the power of certain types of spells. However, since his magical fundamentals still left something to be desired, his progress was painfully slow. But with Dumbledore's guidance, he was sure the pace of his progress would pick up significantly. Very well, I accept your request for compensation. Hearing that Jerry's request was simply for some of his time to help with magic, Dumbledore was a bit surprised. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After all, such a request meant little to him. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, since he didn't teach classes, he actually had quite a lot of free time every day. Most of the time, he spent his days in the headmaster's office, experimenting with different knitting techniques for sweaters and socks, nibbling on toffees, sipping sweet drinks, or simply lying down for a nap. Moreover, as headmaster, he had never been opposed to guiding students in magic. Before taking up the post, he had taught defense against the dark arts and transfiguration at Hogwarts. It was just that the current professors at the school were exceptionally capable, more than enough to teach the students magic, so there was little need for him to step in. Since Jerry's request for compensation was exactly this, he agreed to it without hesitation. At that moment, Snape, who stood by Jerry's side, also nodded in approval. Snape understood Jerry's magical talent better than anyone, for he had given him extra tutoring more often than he had with any other student. Sometimes, Jerry would pose magical questions that even Snape himself couldn't answer fully. After all, his own expertise lay in potions and the dark arts. While he was competent in other areas, he could hardly claim to be a master. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was a true polymath, having achieved mastery in nearly every field of magic. With guidance from Dumbledore, Snape was certain Jerry's gifts would reach their fullest potential. So, in Snape's eyes, Jerry's request for compensation was an excellent choice. With all the terms settled, Snape and Jerry didn't linger any longer. They bid Dumbledore farewell and left the headmaster's office. Head of house, now that I've withdrawn, what about the Slytherin team? As they walked down the corridor, Jerry feigned a hint of concern. Snape waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. I'll have Draco Malfoy take your place as Seeker. I'm sure he'll be at least as good as Potter. The next evening, after dinner, the Slytherin common room glowed with its signature green light. Jerry was seated elegantly on the sofa by the fireplace, leafing through a borrowed library book titled On the Magical Principles of Various Flames. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching the common room door. Looking up, he saw Daphne, Pansy, and a group of excited young Slytherins. Jerry, is it true? Have you really been accepted by the England Quidditch team as Seeker? Yes, but how did you find out? Closing his book, Jerry looked up, a hint of surprise on his face. It was just posted on the Great Hall notice board. It says, "Congratulations to first-year Slytherin wizard Jerry Carmen, who has been chosen as Seeker for the England Quidditch team. 50 points to Slytherin for bringing honor to the school." Excitement shone in Pansy's eyes as she stood beside Daphne. In Slytherin, nothing mattered more than honor. If Jerry had truly been selected by the national Quidditch team as a first year, it was a source of immense pride for them all. All right, that's exactly what happened. After the Quidditch match yesterday, I met the coaches of both the England and Scotland national teams in the headmaster's office. They both wanted me as their Seeker, but in the end, I chose the England team. Pressed by Daphne and the others, Jerry had no choice but to briefly recount the key events that took place in the headmaster's office the day before. In truth, he understood that the school's decision to announce his joining the national team at this time was mainly to prepare everyone for the fact that he would no longer be able to participate in school Quidditch matches. Those extra 50 points were really just Dumbledore's way of offering him a little compensation. Later that evening, as Jerry returned to the entrance of the dormitory, he could still hear Malfoy and his two friends inside, buzzing with envy as they discussed his selection for the national team. But the moment he stepped inside, the trio instantly fell silent. Thanks to the Christmas gifts, the tension between Jerry and Malfoy's group had eased considerably. Still, memories of their rocky start on the train lingered, so things were inevitably a bit awkward when they were together. Oh, by the way, Draco, I have good news for you. Since I've joined the national team, I have to step down from school Quidditch, which means you'll be Slytherin's new Seeker. Jerry flopped onto his bed, grinning as he reminded Draco. What? Me? The Seeker for Slytherin? Is that really true? Stunned by this unexpected stroke of luck, Draco dashed over to Jerry's bed, his excitement barely contained as he sought confirmation. Jerry shook his head with a sigh for the poor boy, then replied, It was Professor Snape who told me yesterday. He'll probably talk to you about it in the next couple of days. Good luck. With Harry on Gryffindor's team this year, it was a lost cause anyway. After all, Jerry had already sorted out Gryffindor ahead of time. But next year, Slytherin's team would be in for a challenge. There was nothing to be done about it. Draco was talented at Quidditch, but he always lost his cool when facing Harry. Beating him would not be easy. Of course, the House Cup was still firmly in Slytherin's grasp. Jerry might not be able to play Quidditch for the school anymore, but he could still rack up house points for Slytherin in class. On that point, even Dumbledore couldn't do a thing. Besides, Harry's academic abilities were nowhere near as impressive as his skills on a broomstick. Even without Jerry, there were plenty of young wizards who could outscore Harry in the classroom, at least when it came to grades rather than dueling. Ever since the announcement had gone up in the Great Hall, every student at Hogwarts knew Jerry had become the national team Seeker. In an instant, his popularity soared to new heights, and wherever he appeared, all eyes followed him. Not even the world-renowned Harry, famous for defeating Voldemort, attracted as much attention as Jerry did. It took quite a while for things to gradually return to normal. Compared to Jerry's fame at Hogwarts, the news that he had become Seeker for the English Quidditch team caused even more of a sensation in the outside world. The very next day after returning, Meyer Booth posted the photo he'd taken with Jerry, along with an announcement in the news. The English Quidditch team would be switching Seekers. Their newest Seeker was a 12-year-old first-year wizard from Hogwarts. The moment this news broke, Quidditch fans throughout the wizarding world, especially those in Britain, were stunned. But after this news appeared, neither the English Quidditch team nor their coach Meyer gained much positive feedback. In fact, nearly all the responses were critical. Most of the criticism questioned whether Meyer had been kicked in the head by a troll to make such an absurd decision. How could he let a 12-year-old, who'd only been flying for less than a year, take on the crucial role of Seeker? In truth, this reaction was perfectly understandable. It's like if you're a football fan and you heard that your country's already struggling national team had swapped out a star player for a first-year middle schooler who'd only just learned how to play. Your first thought would probably be that the coach had lost his mind. Though, right after, you'd be curious about who this young student really was and whether he had some powerful background. That's exactly what was happening now, only on a much larger scale. After all, in the wizarding world, hardly anyone isn't a Quidditch fan. Almost every witch and wizard follows the sport. Fortunately, none of this had reached the peaceful grounds of Hogwarts yet. Thanks to Dumbledore's refusal, all those reporters and would-be investigators were kept firmly outside the school. To most in the outside world, Jerry remained an enigma, only known as a first-year student at Hogwarts. And so, another 2 months slipped by. The cold, rainy weather gradually gave way to sunshine, and the young witches and wizards shed the thick sweaters beneath their robes. Spring had finally arrived, bringing warmth to the castle. During these 2 months, Meyer hadn't summoned Jerry for any matches. Instead, he'd simply brought him to Gringotts via Floo powder to open an account, where he deposited Jerry's salary for the past 2 months. $500 a month, $1,000 for 2 months. Jerry now had a full 1,000 galleons saved up in his Gringotts vault. Over the past 2 months, Jerry had continued to diligently practice his meditation techniques every day, delving into the study of various magical principles and pestering every professor at the school, including Headmaster Dumbledore himself, for advice on magic, no matter how shameless he had to be. From time to time, he would also discuss and exchange ideas about magic with Hermione, as some of her insights would often inspire him with a fresh perspective. After 2 months of relentless effort and constant experimentation, benefiting from the dual boost of the invigorating spell and the Merlin magic ring, he had finally succeeded in creating and mastering his very first original spell, the Fire Dragon spell. The Fire Dragon spell was Jerry's own creation, synthesized from a variety of fire-based spells, such as the Fire-making spell, Fiend Fire, and Sun Long's Fireball technique. By merging the theories of fire magic from 2 different worlds, he had developed a controllable area of effect fire spell. Its strengths lay in its controllability, its wide range of damage, and its unique curse-like effect. Those burned by would find their wounds extremely difficult to heal. The drawback, however, was that it consumed a fair amount of magical energy, but with Jerry's current reserves, it was still manageable. Fire Dragon Descend. Late at night, inside the box-shaped space. With a flick of his wand, Jerry summoned a fire dragon over 10 meters long before him. Under his control, the blazing creature crashed through a dozen practice dummies in succession before vanishing. It's still not powerful enough. I've got to keep working on it, Jerry muttered, frowning as he observed the results of his fire dragon spell. At this stage, Jerry had no shortage of single-target offensive spells. What he lacked were effective spells for attacking multiple enemies at once. Whether it was the Killing Curse, Sectum Sempra, or the Particle Cannon, they all worked well when facing 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 opponents. But if he were surrounded by a large horde, things would get tricky. After all, though his body had grown much stronger than an ordinary person's thanks to meditation training, he was still fundamentally human. A direct hit from a regular bomb could easily leave him in pieces. While he was busy attacking enemies with magic, they would be attacking him as well. If he couldn't quickly take down the ones besieging him, he'd very likely end up overwhelmed and killed. Truth be told, he was familiar with a few area of effect spells, but whether they came from the Wizard's Handbook or were taught by Hogwarts professors, none really fit the bill for what he needed. Ever since learning of the sudden appearance of the Thunder God's hammer, Jerry knew that the events of the first Avengers film couldn't be far off. The hammer's arrival meant that Thor couldn't be far behind, and the main villain of that movie was none other than Thor's brother, Loki. But in that battle, the real challenge wasn't just Loki. It was the vast army of aliens wielding ultra-advanced technology and the enormous alien beasts they controlled. With the magic he'd learned so far, Jerry knew it would be hard for him to truly stand out in such a massive war. The Killing Curse is undoubtedly lethal, its destructive power beyond question. Yet those aliens aren't fools. They're equipped with advanced flying machines, and certainly won't just stand still waiting to be hit. Besides, the laser weapons in their hands are no joke either. After an entire battle, how many aliens could Jerry kill with the Killing Curse? 10? Maybe 20? The first Avengers crisis is both a danger and an opportunity. If safety was his only concern, all Jerry would need to do is take Haas and his loved ones and leave New York to avoid the chaos altogether. But that's not what he wants. Running away doesn't solve the problem. You might escape the first alien invasion, but what about the final showdown with the Mad Titan? Even if half the world's vanished population could be resurrected by the Avengers, the Marvel Universe holds more threats than just the Mad Titan. In every catastrophe, there are always innocent casualties. If luck runs out, it could be him or someone he cares about. So, even if he fled New York and started life in another city, safety wouldn't be guaranteed. Jerry prefers to take fate into his own hands. Only by becoming strong enough through his own efforts can he weather any future crisis that may arise. That's why he's determined to be part of the first Avengers incident. If he can make a significant contribution, slay enough aliens, save enough civilians, he's sure to earn a mountain of red stars. As his body gradually adapts to the side effects of refresh and awaken, his consumption of red stars will only increase, and doing good deed around New York alone will never be enough to keep up. But if he only manages to kill a dozen or 20 aliens during the battle, how many red stars could he really get? The Shadow Blade Curse offers better stealth, but its area of effect is limited. At best, it might let him take down a few more enemies than the Killing Curse, but the overall outcome wouldn't change. As for the devastating particle cannon, its true power requires charging up. But those aliens aren't going to patiently hover in place while he powers up a big attack. The first sneak attack might work, but once he's discovered, it'd be nearly impossible. And as for conjuring a magical dragon like he did in the fight against the robots, that's just not practical. The aliens all have flying machines. One concentrated volley, and his magical dragon would be toast. After much deliberation, he decided to blend the magic of both worlds and create a new area of effect spell for crowd control. After multiple rounds of screening, Jerry set his sights on fire-based magic. First of all, fire magic is naturally suited for crowd control, but the few fire spells he'd learned so far all had flaws that made them unsuitable for the Avengers battle. Take the Fiendfire Curse, for example. Once unleashed, it burns indiscriminately, friend and foe alike. As long as there's anything flammable, the fire will continue to spread, and by that point, he wouldn't just be burning aliens. There's a good chance all of New York would go up in flames as well. Unless you can reach Voldemort's level, don't even think about using Fiendfire to kill your enemies, because that's the kind of spell where you'd hurt yourself almost as much as your foes. The modified fire spell, Path of the Fire God, which Dumbledore developed based on ordinary fire magic, is actually quite impressive. After all, in the movies, with a flourish of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a raging sea of fire that incinerated thousands of inferi in an instant. Yet, after some careful probing, Jerry finally managed to get Dumbledore to reveal a bit more about the Path of the Fire God. It turned out to be far more complex than he had imagined. To cast such a spell, one needed an extraordinarily solid foundation in magic. So much so that even Professor Flitwick, at his current capabilities, couldn't perform it. Jerry's hope of using it during the first Avengers event was, at best, a faint dream. On the other hand, Sun Long's greatest strength lay in fire magic. So, when it came to the fusion of spells, Jerry had the unique advantage of consulting not only Dumbledore, Snape, Flitwick, and McGonagall from this world, but also Sun Long, a master from another. This was precisely why, in just 2 short months, he managed to invent the Fire Dragon spell, a group attack magic that, while still a bit rough around the edges, held great promise. However, at present, the spell's destructive power fell noticeably short of what he'd originally envisioned. Still, there was no need to rush. He had time. He could continue refining it, perhaps by increasing the size of the fire dragons to boost their power, or by conjuring more dragons with each casting to widen the area of effect, and so on. Invention was always the hardest part. Once you understood the principles, improvement and upgrades became much easier. Even Merlin himself, at this age, could hardly have done better. Behind Jerry, Sun Long couldn't help but marvel to himself as he watched Jerry truly create a brand new fire spell. He had no idea how many Hogwarts professors Jerry had consulted. From his perspective, Jerry had only discussed fire magic with him for 2 months, and then managed to create the formidable fire dragon spell. Such talent was simply beyond anything he could have imagined.